You lured the demon sex Empress down to the mortal realm, solely to dual cultivate with her and boost your own power. But how could an Empress who had ascended for years take notice of an ant like you? Left with no choice, you took out a god-slaying dagger when she least expected it. Empress, you wouldn't want this to reach the upper realm, would you? The outmaneuvered Empress turned pale, curling up fearfully in the corner as she cried, "You lecherous scoundrel! How dare you!" Yet you merely chuckled darkly, lunging at her with greedy eyes. Previously, as the leader of the demon sect, your heinous deeds provoked a united siege by the 9 great immortal sects, who claimed to act in the name of justice. Watching your beloved junior sister and master perish, you knowing you stood no chance grinned sinisterly as demonic energy erupted around you. "Since you've come," you roared, "then stay forever." With that, you self-destructed on the spot, instantly reducing thousands of immortal sect disciples to ashes. Yet this catastrophe didn't erase you. Instead, you found yourself back 3 days before the sect's annihilation. Then, a voice rang out, "Ding, congratulations, host, for failing to awaken. The system, delayed by 8,000 years, is now online. As compensation, you receive a 1,000-fold talent boost and a divine dual cultivation card. Successfully dual cultivating with a target will steal half their cultivation. Good luck, host, farewell forever." Stunned, you listened as the voice abruptly vanished. You cursed at the air for a long while until, with no response, you shook your head in frustration, staring at the golden glowing card in your hand. You didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even with a 1,000-fold talent, defeating the 9 great immortal sects in 3 days seemed impossible. Could the key to survival lie in this dual cultivation card? You furrow your brows, scanning the hall until your gaze lands on a portrait hanging on the wall, the very image of the ancestral Empress who ascended 10,000 years ago. A wicked thought crosses your mind: if you could dual cultivate with her and seize her cultivation, perhaps you could turn the tides. A sly smirk curls your lips as you begin plotting. 2 problems lie before you. First, how to lure the ancestral Empress back to the mortal realm. And second, how to convince her to dual cultivate with you. Clearly, ordinary methods won't sway a being who has transcended for millennia. Then, in a flash of inspiration, a sinister scheme takes shape in your mind. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echo from outside the hall. "Senior brother, are you alright? I heard you laughing maniacally. Did something happen?" Lu Sweki, your junior sister, rushes toward you with concern. Her youthful, innocent face is etched with admiration and dependence, her eyes wide with worry. With a crooked grin, you recall how in your past life she faced a torrent of flying swords alone to save you. Frowning slightly, you pat her shoulder gently and say, "Sweki, don't be afraid. Your senior brother knows what he's doing. If those so-called righteous cultivators dare come, I'll make sure they regret it." As you speak, your hand on her shoulder grows restless, drawing a faint blush to her cheeks and deepening the allure in her eyes. "Senior brother," Sweki murmurs, "I've been practicing the yin-yang sacred art like you told me. When can we dual cultivate together?" Heat rises to your own face, though tempted. You know now isn't the time. You deflect with a teasing lilt. "Little one, be patient. Your senior brother has matters to attend to first. I'll make time for you later." A playful glint flickers in your eyes as Sweki bites her lip and lightly punches your chest. "Senior brother, you're so mean. I'll be waiting." With that, she sways out of the hall, hips swaying. Smirking, you turn and stride toward the depths of the hidden chamber. You invoke the ancestral secret technique and light a specially crafted incense. As the fragrant smoke curls upward, you begin your plea. "Ancestral Empress Xiao, this disciple, Lin Yun, current Sectmaster of the Yin-Yang Sacred Sect, pays respects. Our sect now faces annihilation under the siege of the 9 immortal sects. I humbly beseech you to descend and aid us. This disciple has a plan. Your mere presence will suffice to avert this crisis without need for action." The incense smoke rose into the sky, reaching the immortal realm. At this moment, Ji Xiao sat cross-legged on her throne, surrounded by flowing immortal energy, her faintly visible exquisite curves exuding a deadly allure. Ji Xiao snorted coldly. "A mere ant from the lower realm dares to disturb my cultivation?" Her divine sense followed the incense smoke and discovered it was a distress signal from the Yin-Yang Sacred Sect, a sect her father had founded. Though she had ascended to immortality 10,000 years ago, it was still her roots. Frowning, she thought the siege by the 9 great immortal sects was nothing more than the actions of hypocritical righteous cultivators, a trivial matter for her. However, descending to the lower realm carried great risks. The laws of heaven were strict, and forcibly descending would inevitably invite heavenly punishment, suppressing her cultivation. But if the sect were destroyed, her father's legacy would be lost. After some deliberation, Ji Xiao decided to seal her cultivation and descend to save the sect despite the dangers. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber in the demonic realm, you grew anxious as no response came. You thought, what if she doesn't descend? That would be disastrous. Before you could dwell on it further, the space in the chamber twisted abruptly, and a blinding white light flashed as Ji Xiao's figure slowly emerged. Staring at her breathtaking beauty, You froze, unconsciously swallowing hard. The thought of dual cultivating with such a stunning empress made your heart race, quickly regaining your composure. You secretly pulled out the god-slaying dagger you had prepared, a one-time use cursed artifact designed to seal cultivation. Seeing your awestruck expression, Ji Xiao's arrogance was palpable. Lower realm ant, why have you disturbed my cultivation? Her icy voice sent a shiver down your spine, and you hastily bowed. Empress, this junior had no choice but to summon you. The Yin-Yang sacred sect faces imminent destruction. The 9 great immortal sects have besieged us without honor, seeking to wipe us out. I implore you, our ancestral empress, to lend your aid and save the sect from calamity. Ji Xiao's delicate brows furrowed in impatience. A mere lower realm sect is beneath my notice. Moreover, to evade heavenly punishment, I've sealed my cultivation. My current strength may not even surpass yours. Seeking my help is nothing but delusion. Narrowing her eyes, she glanced disdainfully at your trembling form. Did you summon me expecting some ingenious plan? If you're counting on me to crush them outright, I have no time for such games. A plan? Indeed. I have a brilliant one, you replied, a sly glint in your eyes as they lingered on Ji Xiao's face. You thought. Her arrogance is just as expected. I must strike first. The plan is for you to dual cultivate with me, empowering me to resolve the sex crisis. What? Do you even comprehend your own words? Ji Xiao's face twisted in shock and fury, her voice so cold it seemed to freeze the air. A mere ant dares to covet this empress? Such delusion deserves death. As she spoke, her palm lifted slightly, gathering a terrifying surge of spiritual energy. Prepared for this, you lunged forward with the god-slaying dagger. The dagger transformed into a streak of black light, piercing Ji Xiao's abdomen. In a flash of spiritual radiance, it sealed her void-shattering peak cultivation instantly. Ji Xiao, her face deathly pale, staggered back, a trace of fear flickering in her exhausted spiritual energy. You would resort to such despicable means. Never had she imagined that she, a dignified empress, would be humiliated and schemed against by an ant from the lower realm. So what? As things stand, I think it's best for you to cultivate with me sooner rather than later. Don't worry, once we're done, I'll take your cultivation, and you'll regain your freedom. Your father's sect will be preserved too. Then you can continue your ascension, and we'll go our separate ways. Isn't that perfect? Your greedy gaze and smug expression turned Ji Xiao's face livid, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes. You vile wretch, I'd rather die than let you succeed. Once my cultivation is restored, I'll tear you to pieces. Lin Yun was unmoved. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Then don't blame me for being merciless. It was a matter of life and death, and he wasn't going to be soft now. As for later, that will come later. With a wave of his hand, he set up the secret room's prohibition, completely isolating this space. Afterwards, he pulled out the shiny golden divine grade dual cultivation card from his bosom. Mana was poured in, and this card transformed into a golden light that enveloped the two of them. Immediately, a strange and charming scent filled the air. Inside the secret room, fluorescent light swayed, reflecting Ji Xiao's stunningly beautiful figure. She was slender and curvaceous, with skin like cream, a waist as soft as a willow, and curves undulating in front of her chest, exuding a fatal temptation. Even when she was full of anger, her beauty was as bright and mesmerizing as the moonlight. Lin Yun was breathing heavily, his gaze greedily sweeping over every inch of her skin. His throat rolled, his insides completely ignited with desire and the urge to break through. Ji Xiao clenched her teeth and tried to struggle, but the power of that strange dagger suppressed her resistance to nothing. Cultivation couldn't be raised, not to mention that the card seemed to have acacia poison. She felt her will being sapped by some force. It was a little hot all over. This caused her to suffer from shame and anger. Tears slipped from her eyes, and her voice was low and trembling. You'll regret it. I, Ji Xiao, swear that if I ever regain my cultivation, I will make your life worse than death, unless you don't ascend to the upper realms in this lifetime. However, Lin Yun ignored her threats. He slowly approached, his hands touching her cold and soft skin. Ji Xiao's whole body trembled, humiliation and anger almost drowning her. Inside the chamber, the air became scorching and charming. Her whispers were sometimes angry, sometimes helpless, and eventually silenced to a faint whisper by the rush of psychic energy. And Lin Yun's low laugh was tinged with complacency and satisfaction as endless spiritual energy surged within him, his cultivation level climbing. I don't know how long it took, maybe a couple hours. When it was over, Ji Xiao fell limp on the ground, her clothes messily covering her jade body. The tears in her phoenix eyes had not yet dried. Ji Xiao bit her lower lip tightly, her gaze stabbing at Lin Yun like a knife, her voice low and full of hatred. Lin Yun, you despicable and shameless person. I, Ji Xiao, do not share the same fate as you. I will return today's insult 100 times over. Lin Yun straightened his clothes, a smug smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, but he glanced at her disdainfully. Empress, things have come to a head. You and I are already on the same boat. When I am invincible in the world and lead the clan to unify the lower realms, your father will be pleased to know that. However, after saying that, Lin Yun fell into deep thought. How come this dual repair card doesn't seem to have that awesome of an effect? Didn't you say half the cultivation? How does one not feel like breaking through yet? Lin Yun subconsciously looked at the empty system panel. Spinning around, his eyes widened. Only a progress bar actually appeared on it. Divine Double Repair card in use. Current progress, 10%. Lin Yun took a deep breath. I knew this system was the pits. That means at least 10 more visits by myself. Lin Yun's gaze was crimson as he looked towards Ji Xiao. It sent a cold shiver down the spine of the Empress who had been saved from grief. What else do you want to do? Chapter 4. If not once, then 10 times. Lin Yun's gaze was crimson as he looked towards Ji Xiao. It made the already grief-stricken Empress ancestor shiver. What else do you want to do? Don't you come any closer. Ooh, please. Ji Xiao was about to collapse. She would have never experienced such a thing. Back then, when she was in the lower realm, she was the proud heaven's pride demoness. The young geniuses of both the righteous and demonic paths were disdained. Naturally, there's been no talk of a dog. After arriving in the immortal world, he was also gifted, became the holy maiden of the Immortal Alliance, and even more so, founded the Immortal Sect in the immortal realm again on her own, became the founding father. It could be said that she hadn't suffered like this in thousands of years. More than that, I've never been so humiliated. Seeing that this sinister villain was about to come up again, Ji Xiao was so aggrieved that she was about to cry. Darn it, she couldn't unravel her cultivation now. If you wanted to unseal it, you would necessarily need a corresponding mana to power it as well. Lin Yun took a deep breath. There's nothing to do but go on. Luckily he's in good health. It's still topsy-turvy. It was as if the air inside the chamber was ignited again. There is a warmth that permeates the air. Lin Yun once again looked at Ji Xiao's stunningly beautiful figure. She was locked down by the ban, unable to move, and her phoenix eyes were filled with anger and humiliation. Tears glistened in the corners of her eyes, but they couldn't hide her stunning face. I was just too excited to appreciate it closely. Now it seemed that Lin Yun had rekindled his passion in an instant. Her skin was as clear as alabaster, emitting a faint luster, and her curves were soft and slender. Long hair fell loose over her shoulders, adding a bit of unintentional flair. However, her eyes were burning with endless hatred at the moment. Every breath felt like it was suppressing a monstrous rage, itching to tear the Lin Yun in front of him into pieces. Recalling the wonderful taste he had just experienced, Lin Yun's breathing became rapid and ragged. Now that I think about it, the card doesn't seem so pitiful. It's clearly a welfare card. Just hope it's in time, but 3 days and 3 nights, that should be enough. Just be afraid you'll get too high. Forget the time. His gaze greedily swept over Ji Xiao's body as the knot in his throat rolled. It can't be helped. It's not my fault. If you want to blame it on those righteous hypocrites. I just don't want to die either. Having said that, there was also a hint of hidden complexity that flashed through his eyes. One does go a little overboard. At that time, if you fall into her hands, kill or be killed, as you wish. But for now, he'd take the gamble. Ji Xiao closed her eyes. It's just, consider it a dream. There was a mixture of resentment and anger in her voice, yet with a hint of helpless trembling. The voice swept lightly through the modest chamber space like a feather, evoking a forbidden stirring. At the same time, it also stung the faintest trace of conscience deep within Lin Yun. But he quickly suppressed this hesitation, and only greedy desire remained in his eyes. Ji Xiao clenched her silver teeth. She had thought that she could accept it openly, but now it turns out it's still impossible to face. She tried to mobilize a trace of spiritual energy within her body to resist, but found that all her efforts were like a stone sinking into the sea. Tears finally managed to slip from her eyes, her voice low and shaky. You despicable villain. I'd rather have my soul scattered than be so humiliated by you. When I recover my cultivation, I will definitely make you pay in blood. I'll make you beg for your life for 10,000 years, and I'll extract your soul and light the lanterns of heaven. Her curses stabbed at Lin Yun like sharp blades, and his face changed slightly, but he quickly resumed his cold smile. You're in my hands now. If you keep talking tough, I won't let you off easily. And the cultivation I absorbed was only your cultivation after you sealed it. It's not like it was your entire mana. Higher quality of immortal mana levels acts as a qualitative change. Lin Yun spoke with a straight face and shamelessness, but he also knew that what he had done today had pushed himself into the abyss of immortality with this Empress. If one were to ascend to the immortal world one day, I'm afraid I'll be hunted down for 10,000 years, provided one can live that long. Ji Xiao resigned herself to her fate and seemed to say no more, just clenched his lips. But not much later, it was pried open by Lin Yun's teeth. She couldn't resist old devil Lin at all. Lin Yun's low laugh was tinged with smugness and satisfaction, but his heart was beating wildly. Empress Ji Xiao's beauty was intertwined with her anger. It gave him both the thrill of conquest and a vague wave of unease. Can one really escape her in the future? How about hiding in the lower world for the rest of your life? Look at her pearly appearance. Lin Yun couldn't help but feel a trace of guilt welling up deep inside. Anyway, she's kind of her own person, isn't she? But the guilt was quickly swallowed up, and he told himself that it was all about staying alive, about power. His own little sister and elder sister, they were still waiting for him. Countless demon sect disciples had placed their last hope in themselves. How can one hold back because of something like conscience? Without realizing it, a little bit of time passed. Ji Xiao didn't even know how many times she had passed out. Outside, the sun rises and sets, and rise again, and the progress has finally come to 90%. Along with Lin Yun's movements, Ji Xiao woke up again. Her voice echoed in the chamber, like the strings of a suppressed violin quivering. You will regret. My Ji Xiao's hatred will follow you like a shadow and never dissipate. Ji Xiao had never imagined that she would endure this kind of humiliation. Her fingertips curled slightly as she tried to grab hold of something, but could do nothing more than hold on to the restraints. Only a deep hatred for Lin Yun burned in his eyes, but Lin Yun's heart was filled with joy. His cultivation had already reached its limit, and he was only missing the last layer of window paper. But Ji Xiao hated him. The tears in her eyes never dried, and her gaze stabbed at Lin Yun like a knife, her voice low and full of hatred. Lin Yun, you despicable and shameless man. I, Ji Xiao, do not share the same fate as you. I will return today's insult 100 times over. You've said this many times before. Lin Yun let out a long breath of relief as his spiritual energy skyrocketed and his cultivation level directly broke through to a new realm. A storm stirred throughout the chamber. Although his purpose was achieved, a hint of complexity flashed in his eyes. Ji Xiao's hatred pierced into his heart like a knife, sending a chill down his spine. That said, is it possible to make her fall in love with herself? After all, it's been 3 days of love. If it wasn't for his own exceptional talent, I'm afraid he would have died on her. It's actually a bit of a letdown. However, the effect of the deicide dagger didn't seem to be lifting so quickly. There may be another chance when we're done with the busyness. He straightened his coat, a meaningful smile on his lips. I'm also trying to stay alive. And, if I get the chance, I'll be nice to you. Anyway, you're my woman now. If you were in a life or death crisis, I would put my life on the line. After saying that, he turned around and left, leaving Ji Xiao alone in the secret room. Endless hatred and humiliation burned in his eyes. I'm going to kill you. Chapter 5, The Devil's Might, 100 times, 100 times. Inside the chamber, a goose egg-sized night pearl in the middle of the stone wall reflected the four walls, but it couldn't hide the strong odor and depressing smell. Female Emperor Ancestor Ji Xiao half leaned on the soft white jade bed. She was covered in mess. Only red marks crisscrossed her snow-white skin. The sweat stains were not yet dry, as if they were bubbling with fragrance. That was the masterpiece left behind by Lin Yun. Her breathing was uneven at the moment, her chest heaving slightly due to the sheer number of times and intensity. Humiliation and anger were written all over the white face. There was also a hint of a stunning flushed afterglow. Ji Xiao propped herself up with her slender fingers trembling, slowing down for a while before she could barely sit up straight. The sarong scattered all over the place, and the golden-colored dragon belly bibs were glowing faintly under the night pearl. She gritted her teeth and fought back the feeling of weakness in her body as she leaned down to pick up the thin, cicada-like dress. Her fingers visibly shook as they touched the dress, and hatred flashed under her eyes. The bib was clutched to the point that her knuckles turned white. Then she lowered her head and put it on silently, her movements slow but with a stubbornness. The sari was then draped over her body, covering the delicate figure. Still glamorous, but the coldness and murderous intent that came out from the bones could not be hidden. And she remembered a very important question now. 2. One has been on the receiving end of that so many times, but the cultivation was completely sealed, and even the storage space could not be opened. Ji Xiao closed her eyes slightly, with some misgivings in her heart. Her pretty brow furrowed. If by any chance, then we'll think about it when it's time to seal the seed of life. One would never give birth to that child. Ji Xiao began to close her eyes and meditate, but the situation inside her body made her despair. Couldn't mobilize the slightest bit of mana at all. On the other hand, Lin Yun was in a springtime mood. The guy stood on the stone platform outside the chamber, closing his eyes and feeling the overturning mana in his body. Ascension Realm, top of the world. Those old monsters of the Holy Land might also be able to touch this threshold. But how can those old nobodies who don't dare to cross the threshold compare to their wise and heroic selves? The corners of his mouth grinned, revealing a smug smile. Tomorrow, the allied forces of the 9 immortal sects would be killing in front of the Yin-Yang sacred sect. Those who claimed to be righteous called him demon sect and wanted to uproot him. Unfortunately, they never dreamed that he was not what he used to be. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes and secretly suppressed the majestic breath in his body, intending to give that group of immortal sect pups a big surprise. Even when the time came, they would directly draw down the heavenly tribulation and let them all go up in smoke. With a thought, his figure flashed and he headed straight for the sect hall. The beautiful maids and personal disciples that he met along the way all bowed with trepidation when they saw old Devil Lin. Greetings, sect leader supreme. They hated to lower their heads to the ground. Lin Yun's face was expressionless. The world knows that the Devil Sect Supreme Lin Old Devil, character evil and misbehaving, good dream kill, have Chao Wei legacy. Lin Yun has to start acting now, or I'm afraid it'll be too late. As the Yin Yang Sacred Sect Sectmaster Supreme, Lin Yun waved his hand and sent out a secret order, directly summoning an assembly of elders at the highest level. All 12 protectors were present without fail. This included the 2 protector elders, Yun Shueji and Ling Xuanxue. There was also the demon sect's holy sister, little sister Lu Sueki. All also stood together in the temple for this emergency assembly. In his previous life, Lin Yun had held a similar meeting, only the results were unsatisfactory, and many elder disciples lost their fighting spirit. But this time, who dares to sing against it? Lin Yun wants him dead. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was as heavy as lead. The news of the Immortal Dao clans forming a coalition to lay siege had been spread long ago. The people of the Devil Sect are on edge. Each one is like a dead father, lowered their heads and did not dare to squeak. The wind outside the hall swirled the dead leaves and blew in, landing on the verdant stone floor and emitting a soft rustling sound, making the place even more deadly. Candle flickering in the temple, reflecting the faces of all the people bright and dark, silent like a group of livestock to be slaughtered. Lin Yun dared to sit down on the main seat, his gaze sweeping over the group of elders and protectors underneath, his face so cloudy that it could drip ink. These losers are still so underutilized. He let out a cold snort. His voice was not loud, but it was like thunder exploding. The 9 immortal clans want to destroy my Yin Yang sacred clan, and this is how you behave. Each one of them is as scared as if they were in mourning. Where's your magic? Tell me. Lin Yun's voice suddenly increased. The moment these words came out, the hall became even quieter, as if even the sound of breathing was a few points lighter. The crowd looked at me. I looked at you, and no one dared to pick up on it. But right in the middle of this dead silence, left protector Han Lai stood out. Han Lai is a tough guy at first glance. He is stout, full of beard, a black robe wrapped in tough muscles, to stand there with a tower like. He had been hanging out in the Yin Yang sacred sect for thousands of years, and was renowned, being one of the most ruthless characters in the 12 protectors. I don't know how much blood has been stained under my hands, and in terms of seniority, I'm even older than Lin Yun. Even Yun Shueji and Ling Xuanxue had to be polite when they saw him. He narrowed his eyes and spoke gruffly, his voice jarring with an undeniable majesty. Demon Lord, it's not that we're afraid, it's because that 9 immortal sects allied forces are just too fierce. They have the heavenly Xian sect's Dao artifact, the mountain suppressing seal, and the purple sky sect's 9 heavens thunder formation, and all sorts of magic treasures are even more numerous. With this amount of money, it's a death sentence for us to fight hard. The way I see it, why don't we just take shelter and wait for? However, before he finished speaking, a cold light flashed under Lin Yun's eyes and an icy aura emanated from his body. It was this loser who disrupted the army in the last life. It's not enough to take advantage of the seniority and be disobedient, but now you dare to stir up the wind and rain, disturbing the army before the battle. You seek death. Lin Yun let out a loud shout. He rose violently, and with a wave of his robe sleeve, a berserk mana directly exploded, transforming into a giant palm of invisible demonic clouds. Splat slapped on Han Lai. Only a crunching sound was heard, like a watermelon bursting open, and Han Lai's burly 2-meter-tall body didn't even hum. The whole person instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, bone crumbs mixed with flesh and blood clattering sprinkled all over the ground. His spirit soul had just appeared and was about to vanish, but it was also strangled by a finger of the well-prepared Lin Old Devil. One could only see scarlet blood dripping away along the lapis lazuli floor of the Great Hall, and the pungent smell of blood washed over one's scalp. There was still a piece of broken flesh embedded in that thick temple pillar, hanging there trembling and shaking twice before it fell. The Great Hall was plunged into dead silence for a moment, and everyone was dumbfounded. Han Lai, that is the left protector, the clan stomping the ground to tremble 3 times the ruthless. This was an ancestor of the transition realm. It's just a slap in the face? Actually, even the divine soul was directly slapped into flying dust. Yun Shueji's pretty face turned white, her fingers clenched her sleeves, her nails pinched into her flesh. Cloud, he's still so fierce, but she was a little excited. Ling Xuanxue's pupils shrunk as a trace of fear flashed under her eyes. Master Teacher has become stronger again. That's a good thing. Junior sister Lu Sweki was even so scared that she let out a low cry. Her body shrank back, and she almost didn't stand still. As the holy maiden of the demon sect, she was actually somewhat unqualified. But who let her have a powerful eldest brother? The elders at the bottom were all dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost, not even daring to breathe. This was the contemporary devil sovereign, the leader of the devil Dao, the strongest supreme being of the many devil Dao sects. Lin Yun slowly withdrew his hand. He let out a cold laugh. His voice was low but carried the pressure of crushing everything, even a bit maniacal. Fear? I'll show you all what it means to be afraid. Anyone who dares to say one more demoralizing word, this is what happens. His gaze was like a knife as he swept over the people in the hall, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. The body of the Ascension realm of man is secretly surging, although not fully released, but the sense of oppression has made the air in the temple are so heavy to freeze. The smell of blood was still filling the air, and the flood of blood was still dripping from the ground, and the crowd's heartbeat popped out of their throats. If the 9 immortal sects dare to come tomorrow, I want them to have no return. All of you start preparing for battle. Bring out the arrogance of our devil's way. To die is to die standing up. If you want to die, the bird will face the sky, and if you don't die, you'll die for 10,000 years. Lin Yun was word for word. His voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. Hear it all. Old Devil Lin chided this group of devil cultivator old monsters like he was reprimanding an elementary school student, but not one of them dared to say a word. Instead, they all began to perk up. Ultimately, they were demonic cultivators, and at heart, they were all psychopaths who were not afraid of death. They were humongous as long as someone dared to lead the charge. The wind outside the temple tightened, like a horn before a great battle. As for Ji Shio inside the secret room, she had already put on her clothes and sat on the white jade bed. She tried everything, but the ban was rock solid. This caused her phoenix eyes to be tidal waves of killing intent. Ji Shio murmured in a low voice, I'll remember today's insult. One day, I want you to kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. Her voice was so low it was barely audible, but it was like a curse from the depths of hell, echoing in the chamber for a long time. But she didn't know that old Devil Lin wouldn't let her off so easily. The ban on the Kingslayer dagger is still in effect. It shall not be repeated 100 times. Chapter 6, Can't Wait for Little Sister. Inside the temple, as Lin Yun mobilized, the atmosphere was no longer as depressing as it had been in the beginning, but it's still covered in clouds. Everyone knows that, at the latest, by noon tomorrow, the allied forces of the 9 immortal sects would be pressing in with a huge army. According to the latest news coming back from the spies mole, those 9 righteous immortal sects all seem to be led by their leaders personally. It can be said to be the best of the best, and on the side of the devil Dao, their Yin Yang sacred sect was already the largest devil sect, but the other demonic sects did not come to support them this time. The reasons are somewhat complex. The Yin Yang sacred sect was already extremely domineering and powerful. The palmist devil was even more violent, not to mention that group of moralistic immortal clans. Even the Devil's Way sects had been suppressed and offended quite a bit. And the deeper reason that's even more complex. The Yin Yang sacred sect, in fact, was not considered a devil sect long ago. The founding ancestor was the Yin Yang Holy Monarch. Teach the world and make a wide range of disciples. He is one of the bearers of the immortal path. But ever since the Yin Yang Holy Monarch's lifespan was exhausted and passed away, his daughter inherited the position of patriarch of the clan, and everything started to change. That female demon, it is said that her cultivation talent is unprecedented and her talent is amazing, and her appearance is so beautiful that she is called the most beautiful woman in the world. But there was no desire to manage the clan, and is cold and almost devoid of emotion. The result is that the clan is also deteriorating. The climate of the land within the sect was also getting worse. Friction, big and small, occurred one after another with the major clans. Relationships have hit the freezing point a few times. Some of the adversary had even gotten close to the major demonic sects as well. It caused the righteous immortal sects to secretly start calling the Yin Yang sacred sect the devil sect. But that Empress Demoness didn't care about any of this. Instead, he went straight to calling himself a demon ancestor, because at that time, she had already shaken the world and suppressed a generation. Why does she need to explain her life to outsiders? Whoever is not convinced, then they will directly go to the door to suppress it. And if they are not convinced, they will fight until you are convinced. During that period of time, all the best resources were theirs in the Yin Yang sacred sect. Having countless resources piled on top of each other caused this Empress's cultivation to advance at a rapid pace as well, becoming more and more demonic. This kind of prosperity continued until after the ascension of the female emperor ancestor still prospered for hundreds of years, and then the conflict completely exploded. By nowadays, A lot of things are actually unverifiable, but the name of the Yin-Yang Sacred Sect as a demonic sect was also established. All in all, it was that the Yin-Yang Sacred Sect was no longer treated well in both the immortal and demon paths. The situation was suppressed entirely by force. In particular, the addition of Lin Yun had caused this situation to reach its heyday once again. It was even more excessive than that female emperor ancestor once. She at least left someone a mouthful of soup. Old Devil Lin is the one who has to smash people's pots after eating them dry, spirit stone veins and the like, digging them all straight to extinction. The medicinal fields of the major immortal sects, as long as he had his eyes on them, he would directly dig up the ground. Afterwards, they will leave a few taels of broken silver, saying that they have given money. As the saying goes, the sale is not benevolent. This was also one of the direct reasons why he had reached such a terrifying cultivation level in a short period of time, from the gold belt of murder and fire, adding to the fact that he was already a heavenly talent. His talent was demonic. The sect's highest heart method, the Yin-Yang Xian Huang Sacred Canon, had even been cultivated to the only realm since ancient times that could be compared to the female emperor ancestor. He deservedly suppressed the demons and became the Palm Supreme. Under such circumstances, the Yin-Yang Sacred Sect was naturally isolated today, even though there are so many that want to support. One look at this dumping of Sendo was also dumbfounding. It's simply a mantis. It doesn't make sense. Lin Yun's heart was naturally clear about all these situations. That's why it was so desperate to blow itself up at the time. But things are different now. He had become an almost invincible existence. As far as those hypocrites of the righteous path are concerned, when the time comes, one only needs to reveal one's cultivation, or hide your cultivation to get one or two killed first. They will absolutely start to back off. Together, he was naturally no match, but a big chunk of the population might have to die on it. So who's going to die? It's a big deal. So the tables have been turned. Lin Yun looked coldly at these patriarchs and devil sect elites present, seeing that they are not as dead as their dead father is before though, but there was still a bit of a lack of fight, and he was actually a bit helpless, but it couldn't be helped. He couldn't reveal his cultivation right now. Otherwise there's 100% a mole in the room right now. This honored one emphasizes once again that I am certain that I can get through this crisis. Whatever you have in mind, just follow orders. If it disturbs the army, or if it is out of work and speculative, I'll send you to your death right now, with all 9 clans and all your family left behind. Speaking of this, old Devil Lin's might increased, as if he had become a true Devil King. Protector Ling, this father now grants you the authority of law enforcement supervisor. But whenever you find anyone who dares to go against the grain, I give you permission to go ahead. Ling Xuanshua's heart flinched as she hurriedly stepped forward. At the will of the supreme Sectmaster, although she was Lin Yun's senior sister, her cultivation had long been surpassed. Lin Yun saw that she was cool and arrogant. The entire person was permeated with an uninviting aura and an icy killing machine. Simply make her an enforcement elder. Rule the penal order of the clan. It's kind of the best use of people. This position was actually very important, and he was relieved to hand it over to his senior sister. After all, the two are a little bit unclear. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked in their hearts. In that case, I'm afraid that it's really a bit difficult to be supervised by this frost female sword saint, and it also involves family members. They knew that this one could really do something like this, but Lord Demon Lord said that he was certain of surviving this great calamity, and he didn't know if it was true or not. It's all you can do now is fight for your life, or you're dying left and right. Elder Yun, open the clan's treasury and distribute pills, weapons and all other necessities. Lin Yun looked again at his former teacher, Grand Elder Yun Shueji, at the will of the sect leader. When the crowd heard this order, they were always a little excited in their hearts. Die a full death. Yun Shueji was actually considered a big steward, in charge of all resources such as food, drink, and cultivation quotas. Such an important authority, Lin Yun certainly did not feel comfortable giving it to someone else to do. It's best when a former mastermind does it. Yun Shueji's gaze towards Lin Yun was as gentle as spring water. It was the most gratifying and outstanding work of her life. For the relationship between these two, the devil clan up and down are all aware of the heart, but they never dare to mention more. We're all mixed up in the devil's way. Why do we still think so much? People can play as they like. Subsequently, Lin Yun kept giving orders. The huge machine that was the Yin-Yang demon sect began to run quickly. Remember my words, with this honorable man here, the sky can't fall, Lin Yun said, his own ascension realm aura once again revealing a hint of it. In the hearts of all the people present, they all hurriedly bowed down, lest they be targeted by Lord Demon. Lord Devil seems to have made another breakthrough in his cultivation. You have to know that the one who was just slapped to death was a great protector under one person, but it was a clean death by a slap. That palm divine ability they also recognized was precisely the Yin-Yang soul devouring palm. which could directly obliterate the soul and even devour the other party's divine soul power. It was one of the yin-yang sacred sect's highest mastery. Some of them, the patriarchs, also knew how to do it, but in terms of power, it was naturally a world of difference compared to Lord Demonfather. Lin Yun's gaze was like electricity as he glanced at the sweating and trembling crowd. Get lost, all of you. And remember, move if you don't want to die. After everyone had left the Great Hall, Lin Yun was still sitting on top of his high throne. Suddenly, there was some rustling nearby, accompanied by light footsteps. What are you doing here again? Lin Yun looked with some amusement at his junior sister, Lu Sueki, who had sneakily burrowed out from the back. She's a lot younger, saying that it was a little sister. It was actually his own little sister that he had picked up back then in the ice and snow. Always let Yun Shueji bring it with her. There are no years of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, several hundred years have passed, and the former junior sisters have all grown up, and have fallen into a beautiful state. Of course, the age of a cultivator doesn't really mean anything anymore. Lu Sueki shook Sectmaster's arm in a somewhat petulant manner. Senior brother, what about the promise to take me for a ride? People have been waiting for so many years. You say busy every time. People are afraid they won't be able to come back tomorrow. I don't want to regret it. I don't want to have regrets. Lin Yun rubbed her little head. Looking at her delicate face, Lin Yun's gaze was somewhat spoiled. You've really cultivated the yin-yang harmony happiness sacred skill? Well nah, practice is good. Lu Sueki was a little impatient. With a gust of fragrant wind, she directly pounced into her senior brother's arms, and like a kitten, she affectionately rubbed against Lin Yun's cheek. Lin Yun wrapped his arm around her waist and looked at her with a soft gaze. A few days ago, before being reborn, she clung to herself the same way, but at that time, when he was facing a life and death crisis, he really didn't have the heart to engage in such things, so little sister ended up dying in his arms with regret. At that moment, in fact, his heart was dripping blood. Although he, old devil Lin, had been thin-skinned all his life, there had always been so many people in his life who had once illuminated him. Only now, with the situation reversed, is it still necessary? Chapter 7 Letting Sister crashed into shameful things. In the Great Hall, the only sound was the flickering of the candles. Lin Yun was in a tangle. One doesn't seem to be very horny at the moment. For the past 2 days, he had been unashamed with the Empress ancestor, though he wasn't a regular person, and had almost been the first person under the Immortals, although he was physically able to eat. But something seems to be missing emotionally. Is the little sister not tempting? Lin Yun looked down. She wore a black and red sari that outlined her slender waist and her long hair was spread over her shoulders. The white cheeks were slightly red, and her eyes were a little shy with determination. Lin Yun raised an eyebrow, his voice tinged with a bit of teasing. Junior sister, are you really ready? How can a man say no at such a critical time? Lin Yun was ready to force the machine on. Lu Sueki bit her lip, her body softly leaning against Lin Yun. I don't know when it started. One's mind was just full of elder brother. In her eyes, elder brother was the best man in heaven and on earth, though to others, her senior brother was just a big unreasonable devil. But from the day elder brother picked her up, her life is elder brother's. Everything he owns is from his elder brother. Lu Sueki knew that she was actually somewhat unqualified as a holy maiden. Although her cultivation was barely passable, her talent was actually quite good, and with the help of her senior brother, she eventually reached the Avatar realm as well. But there was actually still a long way to go before the threshold of the heavenly image realm. But elder brother is afraid that he will be bullied and aggrieved. Hardly had he eliminated those pro-disciples with high cultivation levels to succeed in the throne. Thinking back on the little care that Sifu had given him over the years, Lu Sueki didn't have the slightest hesitation in her heart. Instead, it was full of anticipation. Her voice was soft, but serious. Senior brother, I really have practiced the yin-yang harmony happiness sacred canon while still at the 3rd layer. Perhaps, the big battle is fierce tomorrow. I think, I want to practice with you and bring up my cultivation. When she said it, she blushed like a ripe peach. Her fingers clutched the corner of her skirt, but there was a bit of anticipation in the bottom of her eyes. Although little senior sister was crouching in eldest senior brother's arms, she couldn't help but slightly tilt her head at this moment, exposing her snow-white neck. Her watery eyes were full of anticipation. Lin Yun froze, then the corners of his mouth hooked up in a slightly bad smile. In fact, this day was long overdue. He sat up straight and held his little sister's shoulders, looking her up and down. The curves were hidden under the sarong, and it was indeed quite seductive. The little girl who followed her ass back then and asked for candy has grown up. This is a child bride, isn't it? Thinking of this, old devil Lin's heart itched, but on his face he pretended to be calm. Don't worry, the clan will be fine, and senior brother won't let anything happen to you. But if you're really ready, then senior brother will fulfill you. Elder brother asks you one last time, are you afraid? Lu Sueki's face turned even redder, slightly lowering her head as she softly said, Elder brother, I'm not afraid. Actually, I've actually waited for this day for a long time. And since you're in the void-breaking realm, I might be able to break through to the heavenly elephant realm if I accomplish good things with you. She still didn't know that Lin Yun had already broken through the realm. Now that the sect is facing a great calamity, I also want to do something to share the pressure for senior brother. She summoned the courage to raise her head, her eyes glistening with water, her voice so soft that it could melt the heart. Senior brother, please, you just help me. Lu Sueki's dainty appearance was tempting. It seems to be that after finding such a reason, one can be more righteous. Both were getting into it a bit. It's as if it's like a role play. A hint of fire flashed under Lin Yun's eyes, the knot in his throat rolled, and he slightly leaned over to get closer to her, his breath spraying in her ear. I did not expect that there is this kind of plot. The little sister is not cowardly. In that case, it seemed like he was doing it for the sake of the clan as well. The corner of Lin Yun's mouth curled up slightly. An arrow on the string had to be sent. Okay, you have begged me. Senior brother cannot help? He wrapped his hand around her, pulling her closer again, and Lu Sueki let out a soft yaw. His body went limp and fell into his arms, his face pressed against his chest, his heart beating so fast that it fluttered like a deer in headlights. Lin Yun somewhat greedily sniffed at her ear. The smell, familiar and unfamiliar, but just as tantalizing. This was the hall of the sect leader, and normally, no one would normally dare to break in. Lin Yun wasn't afraid of any ungrateful ones disturbing his pleasure. The air seemed to sizzle. Lin Yun's fingers picked up a strand of his little sister's hair and played with it around his fingertips. The other hand slid down the side of her waist. The soft touch from his fingertips made him narrow his eyes. Lu Sueki's body trembled and whispered with her eyes closed. Senior brother, I'm ready, she said, breathing a little harder. Lu Sueki bit down and let out a low grunt. He saw his little sister's sari slowly start to slip off, already revealing snow-white fragrant shoulder collarbones. The two were also getting more and more licentious. But, just when the two were too sticky to melt, the door was pushed open with a bang, and Ling Xuanxue stood in the doorway, holding her sword in her hand. Her face was a little complicated, obviously not at peace in her mind. Seeing this scene, a flash of stinging pain flashed under her eyes, her brows furrowed, but her voice remained ice-cold. Sectmaster Supreme, Lu Sueki, what are you doing? Ling Xuanxue originally wanted to come and ask for instructions on an urgent matter, but she didn't expect to come across such a scene, though that's not really a big deal. After all, the groom has a concubine. However, the relationship is really a bit complicated. After all, just a short while ago, she had been slighted for a good while by the Sectmaster's brother. At the current critical moment of the clan's great calamity, a lot of people are psychologically stressed out and a few are going crazy. Things that you normally can't let go of now seem to be commonplace. Lu Sueki shivered at the sudden rebuke. Hurrying to pop up from Lin Yun's arms, the sarong was not organized, revealing half of the fragrant shoulders. She explained in some panic, Senior sister, it's not what you think. I'm preparing for the big battle. Lu Sueki was still a bit fearful of this Frost senior sister, and there was some aggravation in the heart. I'm so close to getting what I've wanted for so many years. What are you doing out here at this hour? Even if you also like Sect Master, but you can change the time. It's not like I care anyway. A man like Master Sect Leader couldn't possibly be bound by some woman. Neither can the Master. The three of them together might have that slightest chance. Lin Yun, however, slowly sat up straight and even put his finger on the tip of his nose and sniffed. Squinting at Ling Xuanxue, her tone was a bit provocative. My good senior sister, not knocking again? Interrupting the good deeds of the Sect Master Supreme. According to the laws of the Holy Sect, what should be the offense? Lin Yun had obviously said that on purpose. In fact, there wasn't much he could do about Ling Xuanxue. After all, once upon a time, he hadn't been taught a lesson by his senior sister when his wings were not yet full. Can't talk about a mental image though, but there is always some respect for each other. Of course, some days, the feeling is just a fling. Ling Xuanxue didn't say anything, her gaze sweeping back and forth between Lin Yun and Lu Sueki, her hand shaking slightly as she held the hilt of her sword. It was like a bottle of flavors had been spilled in her mind. She had sort of watched the Sect Master brother grow up. The heart has long been in something indefinable, but the other side is growing too fast. So fast that it was too late for her to make her feelings known, and eventually things were getting complicated. That's why she hadn't resisted when she was flicked earlier. We don't know if we'll be alive after tomorrow. She'd thought about leaving it at that, and it's just that every time I see his face, my heartbeat still gets messed up. She gritted her teeth and her voice was low. I have something important to report to the Sect Leader Supreme, so junior sister, you can evade for a while. Lu Sueki lowered her head, her tears almost falling, and whispered, Senior sister, I did it for the sake of the clan. Lin Yun, however, interrupted impatiently and stood up. his aura releasing and pressurizing the candle flame to darken it. Okay, you can blame me if you want. If you don't like what you see, why don't you join in? The three of us will cultivate together, and we will definitely beat the 9 great sects tomorrow. When these words came out, Ling Xuanxue's face turned white, and a trace of shame flashed under her eyes. She stared at Lin Yun with both anger and hidden sourness in her eyes. In fact, with her personality, she was considered to be in the wrong clan. She should have gone to the righteous Immortal sect to become a holy maiden. Ling Xuanxue wanted to call him shameless, but her throat was clogged. She hated him for being such a jerk, but she couldn't bring herself to really flip him off. Especially now, when maybe tomorrow everyone will be a pile of yellow dirt. She took a deep breath and suppressed the chaos in her heart, and said in a cold voice, "Thank you for the good intentions of Sectmaster. I'm fine, you guys continue." With that, she turned on her heel and walked away, her pace a bit chaotic, and the door closed with a thud that shook the candle flame. Lu Sueki shrank beside Lin Yun and whispered, "Senior brother, senior sister seems to be really angry." Lin Yun, however, was full of concern and put his arm around her shoulder and whispered, She's angry, but she still can't let go of me." "Oh, so are we going to continue?" Little sister was a little expectant. Lin Yun shrugged. "Forget it, don't worry, nothing will happen tomorrow." It had just been hard to get interested, but now it was natural that he didn't have that energy anymore. He also calculated in his mind that sooner or later he would have to melt that iceberg completely. Watching the youngest sister leave with some disappointment, Lin Yun then thought for a second. He seemed to have forgotten that there was still a female emperor ancestor within the secret room. Chapter 8, Untie Your Heart. One more time. Somehow, Lin Yun actually had some reluctance to go to that secret room. It was because he didn't know what he should do with that female emperor ancestor now. What to do with her? Old Devil Lin had a bit of a headache, but he was incredibly sure of one thing in his mind. That is, once the seal of the Godslayer dagger was lifted, the other party would want to kill themselves. Maybe it will be spelled out by the heavenly Tao to send down a thunderbolt on the soul. Also unseal your own cultivation, and then kill yourself completely. Women. Sometimes it's easy to lose your mind. Lin Yun still had a lot to learn about this, but one is not to be trifled with. If you can't, then you'll have to play some tricks. How about fondness? Lin Yun suddenly remembered this illusion, but it's been done so many times before, and now it's time to force people. Seems like some livestock. That's the female emperor's ancestor. If you don't output a few more times now, you won't have a chance. Lin Yun still trusted the abilities of the deicide dagger. This was a chance he had gotten back then in a cave from the ancient times. According to the Jade Slip, this thing seemed to be able to seal Ascension Realm cultivators for a month. As for the Empress ancestor, the self-sealed cultivation level was only broken, so a full month is a good insurance policy. After such a long time, one could have completely solved the hidden danger of the Immortal Sect siege, right? And then we can take her around a bit. The road can continue to be shameless. Maybe it's just a real day-to-day thing. In any case, one would have had no other choice. Let's hope she understands herself. Lin Yun walked towards the secret room. On the other side, Yun Shueji stopped Ling Xuanxue, whose face was a little pale. "What's wrong with you? Did you run into something difficult?" Yun Shueji asked with some curiosity. Ling Xuanxue was her eldest disciple. It was the talented young girl she had selected amongst the seculars back then. After all these years, the two have long since transcended certain boundaries. One could even say that they are like mother and daughter. This was one of the reasons why Ling Xuanxue and Lin Yun's relationship had never progressed. The master became a sticking point in her mind. Until now, facing desperation, it was only then that she began to look herself straight in the eye. "But I didn't expect my little sister to be even bolder than her." It made her mind a little mixed. Can't tell if it's jealousy or regret or both. There was even some secret hatred for the Sectmaster. Looking at Yun Shueji, Ling Xuanxue's mood became even more complicated. How could she not understand the other's thoughts? It was just hard for her to accept. "I'm fine, I just went to see Master Sect Leader." Yun Shueji was great at detecting words and colors. One glance shows that something is going on in the disciple's mind. "He bullied you?" Yun Shueji frowned her pretty eyebrows. "No, he's with his little sister." Ling Xuanxue didn't know out of what kind of mentality, and said directly. Yun Shueji's face looked a bit strange. It seemed to be a guess at what was going on. The face flushed a little. "Oh, look at you. You're not as good as little sister." "It's not that I'm talking about you. It's already that time of the year and you're still hiding. In this life, isn't it ultimately dust to dust? And your sect master, even if he manages to survive this calamity, it's estimated that he's not far from ascension." Yun Shueji naturally knew some of Ling Xuanxue's thoughts and concerns, but there was nothing she could do about it. There are some things that reason cannot control. Ling Xuanxue slightly lowered her head, her ears as red as if they were about to drip blood. "Stop it, master." She stomped her foot a little shyly. The hand gripping the hilt of the sword was bone white. "Let's talk about each of us. From today onwards, you're not my disciple. You've been expelled from the division." Yun Shueji said with a cruel heart. She knew that if she didn't push her like this, I guess this silly girl can't unravel this knot in her life. Ling Xuanxue was stunned. It seemed that he didn't expect his master to make this choice. I don't want it. A mist of water rose in her eyes. Stubbornly, she bit her lip, oozing blood slightly. So what do you say? Yun Shueji couldn't do anything with her anymore. That's it. I won't think about that later. Ling Xuanxue seemed to have finally figured something out. Oh, you don't care about the vanity anymore? Yun Shueji was a bit surprised. She didn't care about any great sect calamity. She trusted Lin Yun. Even if it's true that you can't get past this point, then dead is dead. I'm just a little sad that I didn't fulfill my heart's desire. Aha! Ling Xuanxue nodded heavily, making a decision at this moment. Well, let's hope we can get through this. I'll talk on your master's side when the time comes. He'll want you for sure. Yun Shueji was incredibly confident in this. She still knew very well what virtues she had brought back herself. Used to peek at her shower when I was a kid. More than once. Ling Xuanxue blushed scarlet and only nodded slightly. I'll get busy then. Well, go ahead. I've got a ton of stuff going on too. Yun Shueji looked to be in her 20s. It is exactly like the face of a flower, and there's an extra air of maturity. The body is even more voluptuous. She twisted and turned, light on her feet, obviously in a good mood. As long as the disciples are happy and joyful, she can take her time if she's on her own. In this lifetime, the most meaningful thing she had done was to have such a demonic disciple. And the other side, Lin Yun stood in front of the secret room door. Several times he raised his hand and silently lowered it. He didn't know at this moment that his senior sister was already unraveling her heart, equivalent to washing her hands of it, just waiting for him to pamper. Just all this, too, if he could live to see it. The day once the deicide dagger fails, maybe it's his time to die. But today there was only one way to perhaps get the Empress ancestor to open her net. As soon as she develops even a hint of affection for him, Lin Yun has a chance. With just a little bit of trust, Lin Yun would be able to get her to let herself live for a while. At least he could wait until after he ascended, then go to the immortal world and offer his head voluntarily. Of course, that's not going to happen, but we can try to convince her. That way she wouldn't have to die with herself. And there were a lot of things one could do with her before that. Anyway, stabilize her first. After figuring all this out, Lin Yun took a deep breath, an evil smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, then opened the thick stone door of the chamber. This is the forbidden place where he is in seclusion. There can be no outsiders. Ji Xiao heard a voice from outside. The face went pale in an instant. That is back. An uncontrollable anger surged through her, causing her already pale face to flush again. Lin Yun looked at Ji Xiao, who was sitting on top of the jade bed. Her body was still so tantalizing and beautiful. That angry look is even more pitiful to me. Ji Xiao? Old Devil Lin shouted softly. I think that's her name. I think I said before that Ji Xiao, would not let you go or something like that. The name is rather catchy. You, what the hell are you trying to do? Is this father's name something you can call? I'm going to kill you, you know. No, I'll break you into pieces, whip your soul out, and make you beg for your life. Even if you killed me it would be useless. No, lowly mortal ant, there's no way you could kill me. Ji Xiao looked at Lin Yun with some sneer, her beautiful eyes filled with bone-deep hatred. It would be a good thing if the other side did make a move on her. That way she could make up her mind to just blow herself up. There was no way her survival instincts would allow her to do such a thing if she didn't have to, not to mention the fact that there were prohibitions restricting her. Looking at the other party's eyes, Lin Yun knew that his guess was not wrong. The Empress ancestor hated herself with a passion. I'm afraid I can't wait to drink my own blood and eat my own flesh. Believe it or not, I had no choice. If that day does come, I hope you can think more about yourself. For the sake of this cheap life of mine, hitching a ride on an honorable immortal like you is not a cost-effective deal. It was as if Lin Yun had turned a corner at this moment. It made Ji Xia pause as well, spinning around with a mocking face. You think it's useful for you to admit you're wrong? Lin Yun smiled, walking directly in front of Ji Xiao. He reached out and pinched her white tender chin. Who told you I was going to admit I was wrong? I'm going to die anyway, so why don't I have a few more quickies? Looking at the arrogance on the other party's face, it was as if a fire was rushing straight to the small of his back and Lin Yun's heart. It's fun to conquer such a powerful woman. What do you want again? You, oh, ooh-hoo, I won't. Ji Xiao wanted to say something else, but where was the opponent of old Devil Lin? Turning momentarily pinned down, Lin Yun's fire that had just been stirred up by his little sister now poured hot oil on it. Burning snapped. As the saying goes, if there is a flower to be folded, it must be folded. Chapter 9. Next, I promise not to violate you again. I don't know how long it's been, Lin Yun dressed slowly and methodically, occasionally glancing at the absolutely beautiful Empress curled up on the side. It was as if she had resigned herself to her fate, or maybe the resistance has been abandoned. At first there was some resistance, but later there was actually some cooperation. It's as if it's exactly what it says. Since you can't resist, enjoy it. But perhaps she was noticing that the more she struggled, the more excited this demon became. Lin Yun took out the blanket from within his storage ring and raised his hand. The white blanket then lightly covered the Empress's stunningly beautiful and fatally seductive body. The long eyelashes of Ji Xiao, who had her eyes closed, fluttered slightly. Her insides had gone cold. Since anger and curses don't do anything, so again why waste the effort? She was already ice smart and had a strong will other than normal. Otherwise, it would be impossible to cultivate to such a terrifying realm. In fact, Lin Yun had just noticed it during the intercourse. Once the sealed energy in her body is completely released, let alone 100 of herself, I'm afraid 1,000 wouldn't be enough for her to kill. This whole world is going to lead to a catastrophe. Luckily, she sealed herself. It leads to a paradox of sorts now. Without restoring her cultivation, there was no way for her to lift her seal. But even if he regained his cultivation, it would only be the void-breaking realm before the sealing of the Godslayer dagger. As for how she came to the lower world, and how to ascend back, that wasn't something for Lin Yun to consider. Maybe she has her own way of doing things. The thing he had to do now was to stabilize her first. As long as it doesn't kill him right away. Take a step back. I'll die under the peony flower and be a ghost. An existence like the Empress who was so powerful that she had to look up to herself, begging herself to let her go. You can't trade anything for an experience like that. Lin Yun felt that even death was worth it. Of course, it's naturally best if you can stay alive. Unfortunately, that system has gone off somewhere again and I don't know if it will ever come back. Just give yourself 1,000 times the talent, and the divine double break card. There was no shortage of such things as talent, and living to be useful would require a large supply of resources. As for the card, it's been used up. Lin Yun closed his eyes and tilted his head slightly. It seemed to be reminiscing about something, or thinking about something. Ji Xiao, on the other hand, hadn't moved, as if she was dead. Perhaps her heart was already dead. From mortal to immortal, even the great immortal king existed. She kept her body for so many years. I don't know how many Immortal Realm Heaven's Pride Divine Sons had once ingratiated themselves with her in 100 ways. They even fight over their jealousy and go to great lengths to fight, but she was all but dismissive. I didn't expect to be so humiliated by Immortal now, and it's still a backwoods kid. It was worse than killing her. Is it hard to believe that this is your own calamity? It was said that from Immortal King to Immortal Emperor, the hardship and danger of the robbery was unimaginable. It is further divided into the 3 tribulations of heaven, earth, and man. Is this one's human or, love, robbery? However, one was actually still a long way from being an immortal emperor. How come it's starting now? But this lower realm sect, again, was one's hometown. It's also his own father's heart and soul. It is even a place to build the foundation for one's own immortality and to become a Taoist. It would be just as well if she didn't know, but the lower realms reported to heaven, and she already knew about it. If she ignored it, she would surely give birth to the heart demon karma. From then on, the heart of the way is incomplete. It was also something difficult for the ambitious woman to accept. So everything is doomed. Ji Xiao was silent, but 2 lines of clear tears unconsciously flowed down her white and absolutely beautiful face. She hated Lin Yun, but there was nothing she could do about it. More than anything, she was afraid of what she would do if she had his child, but it wasn't like she was going to offer to let him help her clean up. Lin Yun clasped his hands to his chest, and in his heart, he was also thinking about what to do next. Xiao, is it feasible for me to call you that for the time being? Lin Yun crouched down. With his hand, he gently cupped a strand of her hair in his hand and played with it. Ji Xiao had no reaction to this, as if he could do whatever he wanted. To tell you the truth, that seal, I can't break it either. Maybe another 24 days before it lifts. Lin Yun had left another eye open here, or dug a hole. It was supposed to be 30 days, but now 3 days have passed. So there are 27 days left, but he deliberately said there were 24 days left. If she still hated to kill him immediately in her heart by then, when it comes to the deadline, she'll definitely make a difference. Then you can adjust your plans ahead of time yourself. Even the most despicable means can be used, like getting her pregnant with her own child through some special means. That's right, Lin Yun had originally had this idea. So naturally, they don't care about security measures those, but he also knew that the probability was small, because the gap between the 2 men's cultivation realms was so great. Their life levels were barely the same. Maybe there's even reproductive isolation. It is difficult to conceive naturally. Ji Xiao finally reacted. Her body shuddered slightly and she turned straight around. His gaze was cold as he looked at Lin Yun, but the tear tracks on her face caused her to look pearly at the moment. It doesn't have that intimidating power at all. Lin Yun even subconsciously reached out his hand to wipe away her tear tracks. Ji Xiao didn't even dodge. It's been that way for 2 and 3 days. What is this level of contact when you've already been humiliated all over the place? But her heart was full of resentment now. I can't believe there are 24 days left. How is this possible? What in the world is this thing that actually has such a powerful sealing power? So insidious. How should one spend so many days? Some despair rose within her. His heart was like ashes, and he even directly wanted to blow himself up right away. Lin Yun's spiritual sense keenly sensed that life was in danger. He jumped immediately. Xiao, what are you trying to do? Don't be impulsive. You're an immortal. How can you give up on yourself like that? I promise I won't mess with you in the future. Lin Yun had just felt that there seemed to be a terrifying energy stirring within this woman. He was going to be scared out of his mind, though there was no way for her to undo the prohibitions and seals, but there was still a chance if he just blew himself up. In that case, I'm afraid the whole world would be blown to pieces. A sneer surfaced at the corner of Ji Xiao's mouth. What? Are you afraid of death too? Aren't you just betting that I won't dare? Lin Yun smiled sarcastically. Don't be like that. A mere 20 days or so, it will soon be over. Next I promise not to violate you again. How? Lin Yun had a good plan in mind. Anyway, it's a yes for now, and as for your own assurances, they're no different than bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Such a great beauty with an extremely honorable status. How can one resist? Especially if one has already tasted it? That was never going to spare her. So you can use the warm water to boil the frog. Give her hope. That way you don't self-destruct in despair. In fact, what Lin Yun didn't want to admit in his heart was that he seemed to really like her. Ji Xiao sat up and covered her chest with a blanket. A pair of majestic and cool phoenix eyes looked calmly at Lin Yun. Can I still trust you with your words? That's for sure. I'm at least the lord of the devil's path. I also have a face. I could have sworn to God, Lin Yun said with conviction. If I break my oath, I'll be struck by heaven. The two men did not know within the secret room. The outside world did not know why suddenly there was an explosion, a thunderstorm on the ground. The many disciples thought that this was the Immortal Tao sect calling in early. Ji Xiao looked at Lin Yun's face. This was the man who had unleashed endless torture and toys on himself. One would never let him off the hook, but as he said, there was no need to take his own life. How humble is his life? How can you compare it to yourself? Then I'll trust you for now. If you dare to be rude to my father again, don't blame me for being impolite. Ji Xiao resumed that lofty appearance. Lin Yun looked and couldn't help but gulp. It's still the most tantalizing look for her. Ji Xiao frowned slightly. Your eyes make me feel sick. Humble mortal, dare to look at me like that again and I'll gouge out your eyes. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disgust. It seemed to be forgotten that not so long ago she had been pleasuring herself under this mortal. Lin Yun shrugged. Don't want to irritate her anymore. It's fine the way it is. Anyway, there's plenty of time later to slowly tune in and get alone. It's best if she's willing. But Lin Yun also knew that that was impossible. Unless one day one is stronger than her. But how should I take her out later? And what identity should I let her use? Your own newly captured cauldron? Chapter 10. The Mastermind's Taoist couple is a bit like the female emperor's ancestor. Lin Yun looked at the still beautiful Ji Xiao. The mind wondered what identity should be assigned to her next. Come with me for a walk? Speaking of which, you're kind of home. You should still have a lot of memories here. Lin Yun looked at Ji Xiao with affection. A complex color surfaced on Ji Xiao's stunning face. She was certainly incredibly familiar with the place. This is where she used to grow up. It is also the place that feeds her cultivation and ascension. If not for this layer of karma, and how could she have gone down to the world in such a hurry? Then he was brutally assassinated by the thieves' black hands. Even more so, he had lost his most valuable 10,000-year-old purine body, and there was endless humiliation. Ji Xiao closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. The mind recalled many vague memories. Then go out and see. Lin Yun showed joy in his eyes. Just be willing to go out. Just be willing to be with him. Then he'd have a chance to slowly melt her. Even if you don't have the opportunity, you can create it yourself. Come on, I'll show you. Actually, if you don't go see it now, you might not be able to see it tomorrow. When the 9 immortal sects come to attack, it's bound to be devastating. Many of the old buildings are afraid that they won't be preserved. Lin Yun said as he walked. The two were close together. The light scent made Lin Yun very cozy. It's the body odor of an immortal. Of course, the ancestral shrine side is definitely not a problem. His old man's tablet of the Yin Yang Saint is still there. Do you want to go see it? The one Lin Yun spoke of was none other than Ji Xiao's father. It's been years since they all turned ancient, but the ancestor spirit plaque is a sacred wood, 10,000 years old and not decaying. The incense that Lin Yun burned was the one found in the ancestral shrine, and Ji Xiao's portrait was also found in the ancestral shrine, but the female grandmaster is ascending to the upper realms. Naturally, there would be no such obscure things as spirit cards, just a portrait instead. Every new disciple who joined was to burn incense and pray in the middle of the ancestral shrine. Inner disciples also need to light their soul lamp life signs. In that case, the clan would be the first to know once something bad happened outside, and you can get some useful information to use for revenge. The more core disciples one was, the more magical the utility of the fate tags became. As for the pro-disciples, they can just beam back the last images of their lives. This was also the reason why the core disciples of the world's great sects all had few people outside who dared to mess with them. That would invite endless retaliation and killing. Ji Xiao didn't speak, appearing to be very high-strung. Lin Yun didn't mind. The more she did, the more he liked it. Couldn't really think that was the end of it. This is a rare case of blasphemy against an immortal in a mortal body. Can't overstimulate her either. Otherwise it would be a problem if it really blew itself up then. Maybe the whole world has to be buried with it. Speaking up, that deicide dagger is also awesome. Too bad there's only one. Of course, the key was still because Ji Xiao had sealed herself. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't work. In fact, what Lin Yun didn't know was that there was another key reason why he looked kind of clean. Not those wild dogs out there that are inferior beings. Otherwise, Ji Xiao wouldn't let herself be defiled even if she died. How difficult it was to cultivate to a mortal king. Billions of lives are but dust in her eyes. And how easily would he let himself die, unless really pushed? After walking out of the bedchamber, Lin Yun wanted to go and pull her soft, boneless jade hand. Ji Xiao's delicate body trembled and immediately paused. There was no struggle, because she knew it was pointless. Now she couldn't resist. Looking into her cool eyes, there didn't seem to be the slightest bit of human emotion in them. Lin Yun couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart as well. Perhaps in her eyes, all beings in the lower realms were ants. And thanks to his own audacity, as the saying goes, the bold starve the timid. You're kind of eating swan meat yourself. However, he himself was a son of Qi, a system host, and he was not a mere mortal? One day he would make her serve him sincerely. Is what you said a fart? Seeing that Lin Yun was shamelessly unmoved, Ji Xiao couldn't help but sneer. Lin Yun squeezed the bracelet's soft little hand. Soft, white bread-like, but more silky. It was also a bit icy and pleasant. This will make it easier for you to walk around in the future. Otherwise it's hard to explain why there's suddenly a strange woman in the clan's core residence. Besides, with your looks, it's easy to keep people guessing, so it would make sense for you to show up as my woman. Lin Yun was full of nonsense, but again, it kind of makes sense. Are you worthy? A cold smile surfaced at the corner of Ji Xiao's mouth. Lin Yun couldn't help but feel a little angry in his heart. What's with all the looking down on people? Let's see you still be arrogant when you're underneath yourself. It's not expedient. Just a little sacrifice first, Lin Yun said in a nice voice. There's a natural reason why he's whispering so low. It was his ploy. It is also known as the broken window effect. If you can hold hands today, can you kiss tomorrow? The day after tomorrow you can share a bed and go to Witch Mountain. You have to eat your food one bite at a time. Little by little, he broke down the female emperor ancestor's mental defenses. When the time comes, you can leave a shadow of yourself in her mind. No matter how powerful her cultivation was, she was still a woman, and it was a woman who hadn't experienced the affairs of men and women, for which old devil Lin was certain. Count on me begging you. I'm doing this because I don't want you to reveal your identity, or else you'll be in trouble. Lin Yun had a pleading face. How humble he was now. He'd get his revenge on her when the time came. Even if they were to ascend to the immortal world, they would still have to find a way to renew their relationship. As for whether or not they will be hunted to death, Lin Yun hadn't considered this. Being the chosen one who had crossed over, how can you die so easily? Didn't you die last time and get reborn? Moreover, if you die under the skirt of the Empress, you will be a ghost. Ji Xiao's cool eyes swung slightly. No more fidgeting or I'll chop your paws off and feed them to the dogs then. Lin Yun was overjoyed, hastily assuring, I'll just hold it and never move it. The two traveled slowly along the way. Ji Xiao would occasionally stop by, looking at the distant temple skirts in a daze. The Yin Yang sacred sect was huge. The miscellaneous disciples and the outer inner disciples all added up to millions of disciples. That's why it can be intimidating. It's just that, although they bear the name of the Holy Sect, the path taken is that of the Devil's Sect. After so many years are also accustomed to the set of internal saints and external demons. This is also in line with the number of heaven. As the saying goes, man is not for himself and heaven and earth will kill him. Cultivators naturally do whatever it takes for a chance. Only then will you be qualified to go against the grain. The news that the Sectmaster Supreme and a woman as beautiful as the heavens were taking a stroll also began to spread within the sect. Many people have witnessed it. Moreover, all of them felt as if that woman looked somewhat familiar. The portrait of the female emperor's ancestor had gone through 10,000 years and had long since blurred, but there's still a sense of divinity. What do you mean? Senior brother, he's with a woman? Ling Shuangxue raised her eyebrows, and icy cold air spilled out in all directions, turning into a misty white fog. What a time! He's still in the mood to wind up. Junior sister Lu Sueki spat out her tongue. She was most afraid of eldest sister. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in a state of panic after being crashed by his senior sister earlier. Ling Shuangshue's heart was furious and at the same time, she was also a little bit grumpy. We're going to go through life and death tomorrow. You don't spend these last moments with us properly. Instead, he's out looking for flowers. Another woman from nowhere. Senior sister, it might be because that woman seems to be a bit similar to the portrait. Lu Sueki couldn't help but say, the brothers and sisters out there, that's what they say in private. What portrait? Ling Shuangxue raised her eyes in some confusion to look at her delicate junior sister, even though just now she was seducing the sect master, but at least that's within themselves. Lu Sueki seemed to be a little embarrassed as a blush appeared on her snow-white face. They say what? Seeing her junior sister stammering, Ling Shuangxue became even more curious. It's a bit like the female emperor ancestor who ascended long ago, Lu Sueki said weakly. After saying that, he glanced at senior sister Ling Shuangxue. As expected, senior sister was also in a state of disbelief, although he knew that sect leader brother had always been deeply demonic. But that's too much of a treasonous thing to do. What they don't know is this, old devil Lin's demonic heart was beyond their imagination. The Empress is afraid to go on and talk about seeking immortality. Why don't you go back to your hometown and grow spiritual rice? Chapter 11. You still have the heart to wind up. Lin Yun accompanied the Empress ancestor Ji Shiyao. The two of them traveled the whole way as if they were touring the mountains. But how vast was the Yin Yang Holy Sect? This side is newly opened, and those dozens of hills over there are all the caves of the Prodisciples. Lin Yun also acted as a tour guide, came across a certain number of palace complexes that were built during his tenure. It'll just be an introduction. Looking at the piece of Immortal mountain in the distance, Ji Xiao pursed her lips and frowned slightly, seemingly recalling something. If I remember correctly, wasn't there an Immortal cultivation family over there before? It seems to be surnamed Wang, and the Wang family's oldest ancestor is still the clan's guest minister. Ji Xiao remembered because back then, her relationship with a certain holy maiden of the Wang clan was not bad. Lin Yun touched his nose. Their house. Demolished. Lin Yun smiled sarcastically. How is it possible to have a neighbor with the last name of Wang in front of your house? Old Devil Lin was very leery of this, taking advantage of the lack of clan territory, the growing prosperity. The personnel are almost out of room for this reason. Straight away, the Wang family was forced to move out. Overnight, the Wang family's ancestral land was lifted. Can't even move without it. It was also from this time that the outside world realized how overbearing and unreasonable this old Devil Lin was. You know, the Wang family has been settled here for tens of thousands of years, and the old ancestors of your holy clan are good brothers. You're just chucking people out now. This incident was a big deal back in the day. One could even say that a lot of people died, but all of them were strongly suppressed by Lin Yun. Plus that mountain range was originally a cave. It's also good for the clan, so there is not really much resistance within the clan. Demolition? Ji Xiao didn't understand what it meant. It was the holy sect that gave them enough compensation and then told them to move. Lin Yun patiently explained. Well, it can be properly placed. Wang's ancestor and my father were old friends. Back then, I was also close friends with the holy maiden of their family, Ji Xiao faintly said, though the voice was still cold. But it's always a little more popular. Lin Yun was secretly happy in his heart. This was a very good change. As for any old friends, go to hell. None of my business. Aha, it's all been settled a long time ago, and it's living a good life now. Lin Yun actually had no idea where the Wang family had moved to. Back then, he was just a piece of paper. The two stopped here, and it caused quite a stir. You know, this is a special time. All of the major personal disciples had returned to the mountain. It's all fists at the moment. Prepare for a big fight with the Immortal Dao sect. Now they're idle. The legendary demon sovereign, the Palm Supremacy was here. That must be visiting them and cheering them up. Just who was that stunningly beautiful fairy next to her? Why, it looks so familiar. Moreover, the temperament was so noble that no one could afford to blaspheme. Is this the boss's wife? How come we didn't get wind of this before? All sorts of questions surfaced in everyone's minds, but that didn't stop them from coming to have an audience with the sect leader supreme. Lin Yun's reputation in the younger generation was unrivaled. It was said that even in the Immortal Dao sects, there were many hardcore fans of his. Watching Lin Yun mingle with the younger generation with ease, maintaining majesty while being approachable, Ji Xiao's eyes were also in a bit of a trance. How many years had it been since he himself had experienced such a scene? Don't be afraid, everyone. Try to save yourself mainly tomorrow. No matter what happens, save your life first. Of course, it's also important to fight for the prestige and bloodshed of my sacred sect, so I can't lose face. Got it? Lin Yun was now somewhat pleasant. It was different from meeting in the Great Hall of the Patriarch. These younger generations were the hopes of the sect. Lin Yun could see himself in them as well. Naturally, he didn't want them to die in vain. Although the holy sect is known as the Devil Sect, but aside from being a bit unreasonable, helpful and protective, likes to rob and take advantage, it's not really doing anything to hurt anyone. The Yin Yang Sacred Sect was a place where everything was about spirit stones. Watching Lin Yun come back, they all respect you. Ji Xiao couldn't help but say. She didn't actually do that back then, but father was keen that she could do it. Of course, I've made a lot of reforms, and I've even given opportunities to a lot of poor aspirants. It's just that the interest rate is a little high. Lin Yun smiled faintly, very much in the manner of a tall man. As long as Ji Xiao was willing to talk, he could know everything. Interest? Ji Xiao was a bit puzzled. Well, the clan set up the Dream Spirit Stone program, but anyone who meets the requirements can apply for a loan, just like the private sector. It's only 30 points of interest a year. Lin Yun detailed some of the plans he had implemented within the sect over the years, includes a variety of ways to run a business, telling how he had built the holy sect into the behemoth it was today. It was also why it had become a thorn in the side of all the great immortal sects. You mean the clan even has a chamber of commerce now? And the #1 chamber of commerce on the continent? Ji Xiao was actually now all of a sudden surfacing a terrifying thought in her mind. This abominable mortal seems to be a real talent. His own imperial palace would have had him. I'm afraid it won't take long to run the territory into the ground. Lin Yun nodded somewhat proudly. Of course, our Yin Yang Treasure Pavilion is now the #1 in the world. It's spread all over the world. Even the Demon region and the Western region of the North region have our branches. Every day there are countless spiritual stones coming in. Lin Yun was quite proud of himself. These can be latter-day experiences. It was directly used by his descending blow to the world of immortal cultivation, to grab the market. Old Devil Lin even used the Poundland/1. Ji Xiao listened to Lin Yun's various means. There was also some color in his eyes, but it was squashed in a flash. This man, after all, is a dead man. One would never let him off the hook, even if he's worth more. I'll make him beg for his life myself. That's not likely to change. Lin Yun had originally felt that Ji Xiao had softened a bit, and was still a bit elated in his heart. But I didn't expect to turn around and be bubbling with cold again. Sure enough, women are women. Flip-flopping is like turning over a book. Sectmaster, who is she? Just then, a cold voice rang out. Ling Shuangxue appeared on the side. She started with a curtsy, then his eyes looked straight at Ji Xiao. This woman is so beautiful, the most beautiful woman she'd seen in years. No wonder senior brother was moved. It's just that she doesn't seem to have a soft spot for her senior brother. Was this brought back by force? Ling Shuangxue had some guesses in her heart. After all, it wasn't the first time Shidoshi had done this kind of thing. A certain Her Majesty, once, was swept away and imprisoned by him for 3 whole months. The opponent's supreme emperor, the old imperial lord, was out in force. It took a huge price to get the hostages back. As to whether anything inhumane happened in it, then no one will know. They just knew that on that day, that queen seemed to be full of hate. Moreover, the female empress of the hallowed divine phoenix ancient imperial dynasty was crying with pearly blossoms. It seems to have suffered endlessly. One of the parties that came to lay siege this time was the divine phoenix imperial dynasty. Who are you? Seeing that Lin Yun didn't say anything, Ling Shuangxue looked directly at Ji Xiao. She was strangely aware that the woman had a strange scent about her. There seemed to be no cultivation, but then again, it seemed to be hidden. Ji Xiao glanced at Ling Shuangxue. Straight up ignore it. Lin Yun smiled sarcastically. This is my Dao couple. You'll be familiar with her later. In front of this senior sister, Lin Yun was still a bit weak sometimes. Ling Shuangxue had a frosty face. You do realize what time it is, don't you? And you have all these messed up thoughts. It would be better to walk around more and mobilize the clan disciples more. Lin Yun shrugged. That's what I was just doing, yeah. Okay, just stop. seeing that Ji Shiyao was already almost walking away. Lin Yun walked forward and squeezed Ling Xuanxue's jade hand as he held it. "Don't worry, tomorrow will be fine." Seeing that she was going to say something else, Lin Yun made a stern face. "What? You don't listen to my words either?" He slightly lowered his head and moved closer, his breath hitting Ling Xuanxue's delicate and pretty face. It brought a blush to her fair face. Saying that, Lin Yun directly placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Ling Xuanxue's breath was a bit icy, but it was cooling. Her scent is as clear and light as jasmine. Ling Xuanxue had originally come raging to raise hell. Now it was her own heart that was in turmoil. Will tomorrow really be okay? Ling Xuanxue's voice couldn't help but get smaller. "Well, secretly, I broke through," Lin Yun whispered in her delicate ear, his left arm wrapped around her soft waist. "It's a trick he's tried time and time again." The hot breath hit her ears, and Ling Xuanxue's delicate body trembled and went limp all of a sudden. But after hearing Lin Yun's words, she looked up suddenly at the Sectmaster. The clear face was filled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 12. I promise, it really is the last time. Is it true what you say? Ling Xuanxue couldn't even be bothered to be shy. Suddenly, he looked up at the Sectmaster. If you break through and reach the Ascension realm, that was almost an invincible existence in the lower realms, especially since Sifu is at his peak right now. The flesh and blood and divine soul were at their prime. Even the legendary old monsters who didn't have the guts to ascend are still alive, and definitely not an opponent. In other words, Master Palmist is now invincible. The sky is so big, even the 3,000 lower realms, all of them can be invincible. How could this not surprise and shock Ling Xuanxue? Tomorrow the 9 immortal sects will kill. That's 1,000,000 elite troops. The lowest cultivation level was a core disciple of the inner sect at the condensed Dan realm. The number of personal disciples at the Avatar realm was even more numerous. The streams of holy sons and daughters and elders of the heavenly elephant and transition realms were also pouring out. The void-breaking realm, that is, the peak existence of this world, the ultimate battle power under the ascension. It was rumored that several such old ancestors had also come. At that time, there would be no way for Elder Brother alone to resist such a torrential army. Countless flying swords could drown everything. If anything, ordinary disciples might still have a chance of survival. Then they, the senior members of the clan, that would never be spared. It might even be more painful than death if you get caught. Ling Xuanxue had already despaired. She was even ready to die in front of the Sectmaster. Master, she made the same decision. With their status, they are absolutely not allowed to live. Otherwise it would have been tortured to death. Even the youngest sister was similarly thinking the same thing. That's why they've been so perverse these past few days, no longer suppressing their emotions. But now, things seem to be peaking up. At the end of the line, Sectmaster actually broke through the cultivation realm again. The clan is saved. They don't have to die either. Lin Yun smiled inscrutably and faintly. Hands have stepped up. Sister's waist was very soft and resilient. For so many years, Sister has been alone. Do your best to assist him. How could he not know the heart of it? That's right, so just put your heart back into it. And how could I possibly let anything happen to you guys? As Lin Yun said this, his heart was also a little saddened. Previously, but he didn't do that. The clan was annihilated, and all of his closest relatives died in a matter of moments. Even he himself was forced to blow himself up on the spot. Ling Xuanxue quickly came back to her senses. Her face flushed as she felt the warm, large hand, but couldn't help but say with some reproach, "You shouldn't have told me. This should have been used as a final killer. Give that 9 immortal sects a surprise. When the time comes, as long as we kill 1 or 2 of these void-breaking powers in one fell swoop, we will be able to lift the crisis." Ling Xuanxue was afraid that she wouldn't be able to keep her secret. Also, with something this big, she was afraid that she would reveal herself. This sort of thing didn't really count as her overthinking. A lot of times, that's how it scuttered out. The more critical it is at the end, the less careless you can be. Lin Yun saw that the Empress ancestor was already about to walk away, and don't want to rub it in. "Don't worry, if I can't even trust you, who can I trust? But don't tell anyone else yet, not the Master's sisters and the girls. The clan is set up as usual. I naturally have a way to undo the crisis. Trust me." With that, Lin Yun let go of his senior sister. "Go ahead and get busy. As for her, it's actually a part of the plan. You'll see afterward. Do you trust me?" Lin Yun asked again. Ling Xuanxue blushed. "I naturally trust you." "Well, that's good." Lin Yun gently patted Ling Xuanxue's shoulder. Only then did he turn around and leave to catch up with Ji Xiao. She couldn't leave his sight, in case it gets out of hand. Then he's full of. Ling Xuanxue looked at the back of the Sectmaster's brother as he left, eyes full of complexity. Sectmaster brother is good at everything, and his talent is even more demonic. He is also decisive and resourceful, but favorites seem to have little self-control when it comes to the female sex. Every now and then there's some kind of peachy scandal. Those who came to the siege this time had an element of that. The one who came from the Divine Phoenix Imperial dynasty was none other than the Imperial daughter, Phoenix Shi-Er, to seek justice for his mother. Phoenix Ring you. In fact, the crowd wasn't sure what was going on at the time, but it was also true that the other party had been taken back to the holy sect. This lonely man and woman. Rumor has it that the Divine Phoenix Dynasty's Empress is also a national beauty on Earth, and old Devil Lin was already notoriously bold. It's natural to use your imagination. A lot of rumors naturally get more and more outrageous, bringing shame to the Divine Phoenix Dynasty, not to mention Her Majesty the Queen has also been ignoring the government ever since. Ling Shuangshua actually didn't know what was going on, but also didn't want to ask about it being a private matter. But Master Sect Leader had said that he and that Empress actually had a long-standing grudge. A slight shake of the head. Since ancient times, heroes have had a hard time with beauty. How could you not be in it yourself? You're not caught up in it. Spinning around, he turned to leave the clan's protective array, now in a state of excitation at any time. A huge amount of spirit stones were being consumed every moment, and she has to patrol every important node. The master's side is even busier to mobilize the resources of the entire clan into strength. Even the youngest sister didn't know what she was drumming up. On the other hand, after Lin Yun caught up with Ji Xiao, naturally, he went to take her jade hand again. Ji Xiao's body only trembled slightly this time. There would be no resistance. Lin Yun was overjoyed in his heart. This was a good sign. It is important to allow her to slowly familiarize herself with and accept her intimate behavior. It made a deep mark on her heart. Otherwise, he really might be in danger of being formally destroyed by her in a single glance later on. Even if it makes her continue to hate herself and torture herself first when the time comes. As long as you don't get killed outright, you have a chance to escape. It never occurred to Lin Yun that he could go undetected in the immortal realm when the time came. If he can hide for a while, can he hide for the rest of his life? After all, the female emperor ancestor was originally a demon. I thought that even in the immortal realm, he was a big shot. Being held by him again, Ji Xiao's heart was complicated, but in an instant it was drowned out again by irritation. She's hostile to me? Humph, that's ridiculous. You deserve it too. She's so blind. Would I look at a humble ant like you? Actually, Lin Yun had read about Ji Xiao's character in the records of the ancestral shrine. Once in the lower realms, she was known for being cold and snarky, yet flamboyant. Now that I look at it, there is nothing wrong with the record. Lin Yun acted as if he hadn't heard and didn't mind. No matter how much you curse now, doesn't change the outcome of being slighted by my old man, does it? Aha, you're right. I've just educated her. Lin Yun smiled with him. Ji Xiao glanced at Lin Yun with some contempt. Is she your woman? I can't believe you didn't protect her. You really are a useless mortal. Lin Yun was also somewhat helpless in his heart. Why does this woman say one thing and then another? Weren't you the one who wanted to scold people just now? Not yet. It's my senior sister. Lin Yun said truthfully. This made Ji Xiao despise Lin Yun even more. Indeed, it's a humble aunt, and senior sister doesn't spare it. No wonder it's deceptive. Lin Yun took a deep breath. He wanted to continue pinning her down and teach her a good lesson now. Come on, let's go back. Lin Yun pulled Ji Xiao and was about to return. Where to? Ji Xiao looked at Lin Yun somewhat warily. Back to the chambers. Where else? What if you run into a bad guy in your current state? Of course I'm going to protect you. You're my woman, Lin Yun said in a serious manner. When Ji Xiao heard this damn thief actually said that she was his woman. All of a sudden, her eyebrows stood up with a chilling look on her face. Shut up. If you ever say such a thing again, I'll pull out your tongue. Lin Yun smiled sarcastically. If you don't say so, then let's go back. Old Devil Lin was also pressing a fire in his heart. This opening and closing his mouth to reprimand himself. Later let you beg for mercy cannot even scream. With the big fight coming up, it's better to relax and unwind. Immediately, Ji Xiao was brought back to the secret room within the bedchamber. Lin Yun directly closed the thick stone door. It was only then that Ji Xiao realized something was wrong. What do you want? She frowned and took a few steps back slightly, but it felt degrading. Wasn't it proof that he was afraid of this damned mortal? Look at her with a holy look on her face. That delicate and absolutely beautiful face. Lin Yun's eyes were hot. Nothing, I promise. This is the last time. Didn't you have a good time scolding me just now? You stop. Don't you come any closer. Ji Xiao's face changed, and her ears were inexplicably a little hot. You promised. Aren't you afraid I'll die with you? Lin Yun approached step by step. He can't hear anything right now, and he was sure of it. Immediately, Ji Xiao closed her eyes in some pain. 2 lines of tears flowed down her blown-up face, but she remained stubborn and didn't make a sound. Chapter 13, Xiao. You need to take a bath and change your clothes. I don't know how long it's been, maybe a couple hours later. In the quiet room, the air was still warm from the aftermath of the makeout session, The flame of the spiritual candle produced from the Medicine King Valley pulsed, reflecting the walls brightly and darkly. Lin Yun leaned against the messy soft couch, panting slightly. His eyes fell on the female emperor ancestor beside him, Ji Xiao's body. She was half leaning on the bed, her sarong messily covering the small of her back, her fragrant sweat dripping against her pale skin. Long strands of hair clung to his forehead and his chest rose and fell slightly, apparently had just experienced the equivalent of a nightmare for her again, over and over again. Can one trust him again? Ji Xiao's entire body looked like it had been rubbed to pieces, so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off of it. Lin Yun stared at her, a trace of guilt flashing under his eyes. After all, it's always a bit of a bad idea to toss people around. And trust is not something that can be cultivated well. But sometimes you can't blame yourself. Old Devil Lin admitted that he was an animal, so the thought just popped up and was squashed by the searing heat in his heart. He licked his lips and seemed to get up again, but it's clearly out of fashion now. Ji Xiao gasped for breath and settled down a bit. It seemed to have sensed Lin Yun's dishonest eyes. She turned her head violently and glared over, her eyes icy cold as if they were quenched with poison, and her naked killing intent was so thick that it could drip. Ji Xiao gritted her teeth, her voice so low that it sounded like it was squeezed out of her throat. You damned mole cricket, you went back on your word. Are you still not a man? How could my sacred sect produce such a shameless man like you? She clenched her fists, her nails pinching into her palms, wanting to pounce on him and tear him apart. Lin Yun, I'm going to kill you by 1,000 cuts. Let your soul fly away and you won't even have a chance to reincarnate. Her voice trembled with endless resentment. Tears flashed in the phoenix eyes, but she was hard to hold back. Never let this see her half a bit of weakness. Lin Yun, however, acted as if he hadn't heard it and cheekily came over. Let her vent and scold her. It's not like she's going to lose a piece of meat. Old Devil Lin smiled with a beaten face. Xiao, don't be angry. Who let you be too beautiful? It's not my fault. Hey, I'm actually tired. Look, my breath is unsteady, he said as he reached out to try and touch her face. There was a bit of cajoling in his tone. You look like this. The fairies in the sky can't even compare to you. You say I'm immortal. How can I bear it? He said this in a greasy and roguish way, and he was acting like he was deeply in love. It was also bullying the fact that she was really a stunning beauty empress amongst the fairies, and had not experienced these city scoundrels' routines. Ji Xiao let out a cold snort and slapped his hand away fiercely, saying angrily, "Spare me this sweet talk to disgust me. You shameless man, I'll make you regret your birth sooner or later. You'd better stay in the lower realms for the rest of your life. I'll find you. No, even if you don't ascend in this lifetime, I'll come down to you again. I'll flay you when the time comes." Although her voice was vicious, her body was soft and supple, and she looked even more delicate. There was a flush on her face. Ji Xiao had previously had her cultivation sealed by the deicide dagger. The body is already fragile, and was Lin Yun successively tossed a few days, has long been little strength, and where to block the wolf like Tiger Lin Yun. The biased guy had a look of oil and salt, letting him be beaten and scolded. Ji Xiao was also helpless to the extreme in her heart, and was even a bit aggravated. What a sin one has created. Even if it's a cataclysm, it's still too cruel to yourself. If pushed, she would really rather not have this cultivation. This played-out flesh wants to be shed, but again, the decision is just too hard to make. Looking at the fragrant and sweaty Ji Xiao, she was a bit ragged at the moment. What to do to get her to be quiet again? With Sendo coming tomorrow, she can't be allowed to spoil her big thing. Lin Yun's eyes twinkled and he got an idea. He suddenly stood up and picked up Ji Xiao in one smooth motion, so dry that he didn't give her time to react. Ji Xiao was startled and struggled to slap his shoulder. Where are you taking me? Put me down. There was a bit of panic in her voice, but her arms and legs were as limp as spaghetti, and she couldn't make any effort at all. Asterisk 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 I'll fight you. As he said that, a terrifying aura seemed to revive within Ji Xiao's body. Lin Yun's mind was shaken and he hurriedly carried her outside, and lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "You haven't bathed in so many days. Don't you want to wash? A fairy like you shouldn't be free of dirt and dust. And there are some marks. Don't you want to wash them away?" With that, he deliberately sniffed deeply. With a mesmerized look on his face, he muttered, "Gee, that smells good." Although the Empress was dripping with fragrant sweat, there's actually no odor at all. The faint fragrance on Ji Xiao's body was conversely more tantalizing. Hearing his words, Ji Xiao's heart was really a bit shaken. By this mole, she had felt dirty for a long time. Her own delicate skin felt like it was a little sticky, and her mind was even more of a mess. Even if he dies, he will go clean. She bit her lip and didn't say anything, except that the berserkness was quietly hidden. Look at the struggle she can't hide under her eyes. The corner of Lin Yun's mouth curled up slightly. As a lover, I still can't pinpoint you. As long as a little tactics is not and white bread, obediently allow themselves to be rubbed round and rolled flat. With some complacency in his heart, Lin Yun put all the crises behind him for the time being. Carrying Ji Xiao in his arms, he walked through the long corridor. passed through the secret passage, and entered inside the bedchamber to the sect leader's special bathroom. This place is so spacious that dozens of dancers can fit. Only in the center was a white jade bath with water vapor curling up, and a few pots of beautiful purple and red spiritual plants were placed by the side of the pool. A red gauze curtain hangs on the wall, giving off a sense of seclusion. A few crimson petals floated on some of the milky water, and the hot air came out with an ethereal scent that warmed the bones. Master Palmistress, seeing that Lin Yun appeared and was holding a clothed woman, several young girls in light dresses appeared barefoot. Bow slightly. On weekdays, they were the maids that served Lin Yun in bathing and dressing. All of them were the most beautiful women on earth, and only through layers of selection were they sent to Lin Yun's chambers. It could be considered Lin Yun's favorite few maids, but right now he had no such thoughts. Well, stand down, and don't let anyone in, not even that girl. The girl in Lin Yun's mouth was naturally his junior sister, Lu Sweki. As you wish, Master Sect Leader. Several of the maids retreated backwards, silently, as if they had never been there. Ji Xiao slightly closed her eyes, indifferent to everything. All she wanted to do now was wash away the stains. Come into the bath. Lin Yun took a step inside the warm pool, until the water was no more than his waist and stomach. Only then did he carefully put Ji Xiao down gently. Ji Xiao's stamina was weak and she was a bit unsteady, holding onto the edge of the pool so that she didn't fall. As Lin Yun watched the scene, his heart was somewhat proud. You're still invincible in and out of your own bed. How's that for water temperature? Isn't it soothing? Would you like me to change your clothes and rub your back? Lin Yun had a derisive smile on his lips. Ji Xiao glared at him, having long since learned about his chutzpah. So know that ignoring him at this point is the best option. Otherwise you're sure to be at a disadvantage again. After hesitating for a long time, Ji Xiao finally let out a cold snort and turned her back to him, then slowly unraveled the sari. The skirt slipped off, revealing her pale back and slender waist, the water's light reflecting the shimmering glow of her skin, like a fine piece of suet, spotless. Biting her lip, she took a few more steps forward until the water was over her shoulders, revealing only a cold, pretty face. Ji Xiao clasped her hands to her chest and tilted her head slightly, her dark hair fluttering like a lotus flower in full bloom. Being soaked in this hot water full of gentle spiritual energy, it did feel a little comfortable, and made her frown a little looser. But when he thought that there was a Lin Yun next to him, the fire in Ji Xiao's heart was rising again. What are you still staying here for? Get the hell out of this emperor, she coldly chided at Lin Yun. Lin Yun leaned against the edge of the pool, his hand propped up on his chin, his eyes staring straight at her, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Xiao, this body of yours, it's really... Just before he finished speaking, Ji Xiao violently flung her hand. The water splashed his face. She said in a cold voice, "Get out of here if you've seen enough. I'll wash myself and leave." Lin Yun wiped his face and didn't get angry. Instead he smiled even more cheaply. "Okay, I won't look. How about I help you rub your back?" He made a move to walk over, and Ji Xiao was so angry that she grabbed the flower petals at the edge of the pool and smashed them over. "Get out now, I don't want to see you." The petals spread out and covered the water. Lin Yun laughed, "And know that you can't push too hard." Spinning around, he retreated to the bathroom doorway, when just leaned against the doorframe and didn't leave. Instead, there was a flash of concern under his eyes. He's also under a lot of pressure right now, both internally and externally. Ji Xiao soaked in the water and closed her eyes, her long hair floating on the surface like a ball of ink. She secretly vowed in her heart that when she regained her cultivation, the first thing she would do would be to get this bastard killed. But for now, all she could do was grit her teeth and bear it as the hot water washed over her body. Comfort is comfort, but the humiliation couldn't be washed away. Chapter 14, Crisis Rises Again. Immortal Dao Sect Attacks. Lin Yun was silent, just quietly admiring the moment's Empress ancestor, unconsciously obsessed. She was truly the most beautiful woman she had ever seen in her life. And a huge gap in status. Let yourself be even more almost enchanted by it. So much so, that the rift between the two was like an abyss in the sky. It's almost impossible to heal. Even if he or she survived the blood-soaked robbery of the clan tomorrow, the road ahead for himself is still dark, and to the point of despair. However, if one didn't utilize the divine dual cultivation card given by the pit system, one definitely won't live to see tomorrow. So he himself, no matter what, had to choose to get through the immediate difficulties first before he could have a future. He also had another hope in mind now. That would be that pitiful system coming back one more time to give itself a way out. What the hell is the point of just having 1,000 times more talent, resources, feats, Ah, treasures and divine weapons. You can't have one of these things without the other. Lin Yun had an intuition that talent reward of his own should only be the first step. It might transform into some kind of physique, and that would be the final form. Otherwise, there was really no way for him to mix in the immortal world in the future. Although the sacred sect's techniques were actually very strong, the Yin-Yang Shin Yellow Sacred Canon dared to crown the word Yin-Yang in the district mortal realm. Naturally, there's something to it. One could even directly cultivate to the immortal realm. Moreover, he could lay an incomparably powerful Dao foundation, and the Yin-Yang Avenue was one of the strongest avenues. Looking at the current realm of the female emperor ancestor Ji Shiyao was enough to pipe in himself in the immortal world in the future if he hadn't been killed by her. The road ahead is also bright. As the Great Tribulation was approaching, it was inevitable that all sorts of thoughts popped up in Lin Yun's mind as well. But he was a firm believer in the saying that the car will be there. There is no way out. If you can't, you'll have to resort to some dirty tricks. Lin Yun once again gazed at Ji Shio, the precious person of his destiny. At the moment, the water vapor in the bathroom had gradually dissipated. The water surface of the white jade pool also gradually calmed down, leaving only a few bright red petals floating on it. Wrapped in a clean sarong, Ji Xiao sat by the pool. These dresses were prepared by the maids of honor long ago in silence. Her long, dark hair was wet against her back, beads of water sliding down her neck and dripping onto the alabaster floor. Ji Xiao lowered her head and rubbed her hair, although her entire body was much more soothed after the bath. But her face was still so cold that it could freeze, and the hatred under her eyes didn't diminish at all. Lin Yun stood in the doorway, and he had also adjusted his mindset at this moment. In his hand was a clean washcloth. It was thrown directly and lightly. The tone was a bit lazy. Rub it off. You're not in the same physical condition as before. Don't catch a cold. Ji Xiao caught the towel and didn't say anything, only silently wiping her hair. Afterwards, she was seen to have redressed in her dress. Only then did Lin Yun walk back in. Let's go back to the palace. Don't you struggle, otherwise I don't know what I'd do. Lin Yun's voice was calm, but there was some trembling as he tentatively reached out and directly picked up Ji Xiao by the waist. There was something ethereal about her body after the bath. Ji Xiao was cold. She had just finished her bath. She didn't want to go through anything else, and let him be. Just a little sneer. You're dirty. Lin Yun's face stiffened. I wanted to share a bath and you refused to do so. It's too late to dislike me for being dirty now. Ji Xiao instantly stopped talking. How was she a match for the shameless Lin Yun? All that could be done was to let him hold it. She had thought that Lin Yun would take her back to that secret room of seclusion, but Lin Yun carried her towards the sovereign's chambers. The bedchamber was small and simply furnished, with a wide mahogany bed, an antique desk, and 2 chairs. There was also a bronze incense burner in the corner smoking faintly. Ji Xiao took one look at this place and frowned in disgust. What kind of Thai place is this? You're letting me live here? It was like a beggar's kennel compared to her chambers in the immortal realm. Lin Yun put her down, but he was a bit reluctant to let her go, and smiled a bit gangly. The conditions in the lower realm are just like this. Don't be picky, and it's close enough to me to keep you safe, so don't worry. I'm as good as my word and won't force myself on you again. He paused, and his tone was a bit more serious. Besides, the 9 immortal sects will be beating down my door tomorrow, so how can I have the heart to do anything else? Just spend this time in peace, and when the time comes, you'll ascend to your upper realm, and I'll continue to be my mountain king. When he finished, as a sign of sincerity, he turned around and walked over to the futon in the side hall and sat down. Ji Xiao could only see a silhouette through the light veil. Lin Yun closed his eyes and crossed his legs, running the Yin Yang Xian Emperor skill, the black and white chi slowly flowing around him. Neither has had time to realize the new realm. It's kind of clinical now. Ji Xiao stared at his back and let out a cold snort. Not speaking again. The quilt seemed brand new and had the scent of light sunshine. Ji Xiao sat down against the edge of the bed, her fingers clenching her sarong as hatred surged in her eyes. She didn't believe that this asshole Lin Yun would really let her go, but with no cultivation at the moment, she could only endure, secretly calculating how to turn the tables. The night gradually deepened, and the bedchamber was silent. Ji Xiao seemed to be asleep, breathing steadily. In the outside world, however, the Black Demon Peak where the Yin-Yang Sacred Sect was located was brightly lit with a murderous aura. For all the Demon Sect disciples, tonight was a sleepless night. It was also just this side of the Palm Sect's chambers that no one dared to disturb. It's actually bustling outside. A lot of people are treating tonight like it's their last hurrah. The time came early the next morning. The sky was just turning fish belly white. An entire powerful aura suddenly appeared, as if a robber's cloud was pressing down. The atmosphere was so depressing that people couldn't breathe. Everyone knew that the Immortal Tao Coalition had killed. The Devil Sect disciples all silently clenched their fists, their eyes red. Others gently wiped the long sword in their hands as if saying goodbye to a beloved woman. There were even more pairs of men and women holding each other's hands tightly. no longer hiding the love in your heart. Only at the end of the line of sight, the allied forces of the 9 immortal sects were rapidly surging in like a tidal wave. Their respective sects were clearly separated, spreading out and blackening the sky. At a rough estimate, there were millions of cultivators. It seemed that at this moment, the cultivators of the entire world had come to the mountain gate of the Yin-Yang sacred sect. The war drums were beating loudly, and the shouts of murder went up to the sky. The Tianxian sect's greatest treasure, the Tianxian seal, hung in the air. It emitted an earthy yellow light and pressed down like a huge mountain. The disciples of the Violet Sky sect formed the 9 Heavens Violet Sky Divine Thunder Formation, which roared and exploded with thunder, splitting the patches of ancient trees outside the mountain gate into scorched earth. The disciples of the Taiching Sword sect's sword aura was like a rainbow as they came with their swords, the sky filled with sword shadows whistling and slicing through the air. 10,000 swords returned to the clan, and countless flying swords pointed directly at the Yin-Yang sacred sect's mountain gate. And around the farther sky, the disciples of the feathered sect stepped on the clouds, their swords dancing lightly, as if they were exiled immortals descending to the earth. The Lingxiao sect's formation cultivators laid down layers of light curtains to protect the side. The Blood Phoenix Iron Cavalry of the Divine Phoenix Dynasty, the first ancient imperial dynasty that had some ties and causality with Lin Yun, was already in formation and ready to charge. The Divine Phoenix battle flag hunted and spread its wings, and the spear in his hand was like trying to pierce the sky. The Confucian students of the Haoran Academy held scrolls, and their Haoran chi turned into golden light and rose up to the sky. Surrendering demons is their specialty, though they're also just playing from the back of the line. The cultivators from the everlasting Taoist temple and the Great Brightness ancient temple pressed on at the back, their auras flickering and imposing. As for the leaders of the 9 great sects, they were all standing at the forefront at the moment, each with a torch-like gaze and boiling murderous intent. This Yin-Yang Holy Devil sect has been poisoning all living beings for a long time, and they are going to get rid of the devil today. Inside the bedchamber, Lin Yun and Ji Xiao said a few heartfelt words, but the Empress ancestor just sneered with cold eyes. Tell him to get lost, stay out of the way, and preferably die in the siege. At this moment, he was standing on the highest stone platform in front of the mountain gate hall. Lin Yun looked down at the mountain, his black robe being blown by the gusty wind. Beside him was the light curtain of the clan's mountain protection array, glowing with a ghostly black light, thick as a wall. In his last life, this grand formation carried the 9 immortal sects hard for a day and a night before being broken. But in this life, he had already broken through the Ascension realm, so how would he be willing to be passively beaten? Old Devil Lin licked the corners of his mouth, his eyes on fire. The intention was to create an opportunity to break them down one by one and kill 1 or 2 of the leaders to set up an example. The latter is much simpler. Everyone is afraid of death. 3 bullets can suppress 100 people just as well. For the same reason, in the crowd, the holy daughter of the Divine Phoenix Dynasty, Phoenix Shear, was wearing a red and gold battle armor, holding a phoenix feather lance in her hand. Her pretty face was as cold as melting ice. Their Divine Emperor Dynasty. This time the elite came out in full force. Naturally, there are origins. She stared at Lin Yun and said in a loud voice, "Old Devil Lin, you devil, you captured my mother back then. Today I will avenge your shame and will definitely take your dog's life." Phoenix Shear's voice was clear and crisp, but it was permeated with monstrous anger, and there was fire rushing into the sky as the tip of the gun shook. Hearing this, Lin Yun laughed out loud, his laughter echoing through the mountains with an understated arrogance. This Divine Phoenix Imperial Dynasty was really his old stomping grounds. "Little niece, you're afraid you don't know, right? Back then, your mother and I, that was a love affair. Love for each other. You should call me a father." As soon as his words came out, Phoenix Shear's face turned white with anger, and her phoenix feather spear swung violently. A fire phoenix silhouette lunged straight at Lin Yun, burning the air with a snort. That incident back then would have been a taboo. That Empress of the Divine Phoenix Dynasty was known as the greatest beauty in the world. Back when she was a princess, she was even coaxed by Lin Yun, who was still a holy son. But in the end, Lin Yun's identity is exposed and the two part ways. But decades ago, she was somehow tricked out again by Old Devil Lin, and taken captive for a while. In the end, it was only when the old royal lord stepped out that he forced Lin Yun to hand over his people, but it also sowed the seeds of trouble. This matter caused a huge uproar in the entire immortal cultivation world. Now the old story comes back. The leaders of the several great immortal clans present were all filled with rage. That's the white moon they used to have. That's how you get your innocence smeared, and jumping into the yellow river won't wash it away. Chapter 15, Fighting the Group Alone. All of you together. Lin Yun's words were like stirring up a hornet's nest. That queen is the white moonlight of many people's hearts. Although the kids are so old now, but the cultivation system of the Divine Phoenix Dynasty was rather special. As a Phoenix daughter, you are actually married for life. and how the current Phoenix Princess was conceived. That would involve the hidden secrets of the Divine Phoenix Dynasty's foundations, which outsiders naturally have no way of knowing. It's just rumored to have something to do with the Phoenix. Lin Yun looked at Phoenix hair, and his gaze flickered as well. This woman was born with a good look. It's a shame not to make a stove for yourself, and it could be utilized to directly blackmail the queen when the time comes. For the taste of Phoenix Ring Yu, Lin Yunka missed it. Also, he really liked her back then. He even thought of joining the Divine Phoenix Dynasty and changing his face. But I didn't expect that she would actually have such deep preconceptions about the demon sect. Besides, my Yin Yang Sacred Sect was also an Immortal Dao sect in the long ago past. When Lin Yun's identity was revealed, Phoenix Rinyu had actually directly betrayed his message. It caused him to be surrounded and killed by a group of Immortal Dao Celestials, and then it was a hit as well. Of course the story between Lin Yun and her ended there, and a feud was born, until he became the Palm Supreme, the giant of the Devil's Way. The two also died of old age, that is, until Lin Yun had a win one time and coaxed his opponent, who was already a queen, out of the room. Say what you will about seeing one last time, the past is the past. Then directly drugged the other party and tied them back to the clan. Such a big thing naturally couldn't be hidden, and the Divine Phoenix Imperial Dynasty still discovered the Queen's trail with some sort of secret method. This hidden secret was the most bombastic rumor back in the day. It directly pushes the Immortal Demon rivalry to a climax. That's why the Sendo side is ashamed of this. As the only Cultivation Dynasty, the Divine Phoenix Dynasty's status was actually quite special. The relationship with all the major clans was intertwined with interests. After all, their immortal sect was also going down to the mountains to collect disciples. The Divine Phoenix Dynasty, on the other hand, was the largest birthplace with a population of tens of billions. Moreover, because of the Imperial Dynasty's fortune, the qualifications were all top-notch, and demons often appeared. Tian Xian's Sect's Xin Tian Gang was the first to hold back. Back then, he was Phoenix Woman's licking dog. It's just that it's a little rough-looking. Xin Tian Gang roared, "Shameless devil, your mouth is so cheap, take your life." He didn't even bother with more words. It was well known that old Devil Lin had a clever tongue. You definitely won't be able to take advantage of the quarrel when the time comes. Xin Tian Gang slapped the heavenly Xian seal, and the giant seal came crashing down. Lei Jinxiao of the Purple Sky Sect shook with stubble all over his face. He was already hot-tempered, and at this moment, he had a cold smile on his face. "I'll chop you to death, you shameless evil demon." The disciples of the Violet Sky Sect powered up together, forming a thunder formation that roared with lightning like a dragon. It directly transformed into several huge thunder dragons and rushed down. Tai Ching's Sword Sect's Sectmaster Jin Wuji didn't say a word and directly struck out. The sword light was like the Milky Way hanging upside down. A sword stabbed out like a curved moon appeared in the sky. The countless sword cultivators behind them were also ready to go. They were the main army for this demon extermination. The rest of the leaders also struck out, and torrents of spiritual energy converged into one. The mountains shook and the ground moved, like the end of the sky pouring, with a horrifying momentum. Lin Yun, however, stood still, which was only where the corner of his mouth hooked and he waved his right hand. Countless spirit stones burned like they didn't want money. The mountain protecting formation shone brightly, black light rushing into the sky, blocking all attacks outside. The huge wave of air shook the rocks of the mountains for 100 miles in a radius, and dust flew up. Lin Yun certainly knew that this was not the way to go. The best defense is the offense. He swept his cold eyes over the leaders, mentally figuring out who to take out first. That girl, Phoenix Shear, was a good target, but she could only be captured alive and still discussed the Divine Phoenix Dynasty. Then there was this guy Xian Tian Gang, who had been looking at him for a long time, but he's a little strong and not very good. The mind mulls it over. Lin Yun let out a low laugh and transmitted his voice to the 12 protector elders in the temple who were waiting in strict formation with solemn faces. "Get ready, wait for my signal and kill out." Then he transmitted his voice to his senior sister again. "Senior sister, wait and help me capture the Phoenix Woman alive." Ling Shuangxue froze for a moment and nodded imperceptibly. Since Master's sect leader brother wanted it, she would cooperate even if she didn't like it. Below the mountain, the 9 immortal sects attacked like a frenzy, with thunderbolts, sword chi, and giant seals bombarding the grand formation with humming sounds. Countless flying swords turned into a torrent, falling on top of the clan protection formation as if they were raindrops. The spirit stones were also burning dramatically. The protective light curtain was vaguely trembling, as if it would break at any time. But Lin Yun knew that he could still hold out for at least another day, so don't panic in the slightest. Phoenix Shear gritted her teeth and rushed in the forefront. The tip of the gun's firelight pierced the eyes to turn into a fire phoenix, and her mouth also cursed. "Lin, old devil, you have the balls to come out and fight one-on-one. What a turtle you are hiding in there. Lin Yun stood on the stone platform, squinting at her and smiling even more brightly. Little niece, what's the hurry? I'll let you see how powerful your father is later. At this moment, the great battle was imminent. The disciples of the Yin-Yang sacred sect were tightly guarding the formation, each of them gripping their weapons tightly, and they could not help but sweat profusely in the face of these millions of demon-exterminating armies. After the spirit stones burned out, it was time to consume their mana. Ultimately it's flesh and blood that turns into the wall. It was certain death, but they had no other choice. Lin Yun took a deep breath. It's a win, but still a little nerve-wracking. The Yin-Yang Xian Huang technique was running in his body. The black and white chi coalesced like thunder in his palm, and he wanted to wait for the moment when the big formation couldn't carry him, to kill his way out and bloodstain the Black Demon Peak, or take the initiative and create an opportunity to kill the other leader. We'll just have to see what happens now. In front of the Black Demon Peak, the war drums were beating so loudly that the mountains shook. The attack of the 9 Immortal sects smashed against the mountain protection formation, and the black light curtain cracked and shook. In the extremely far distance, there seemed to be a multitude of immortal and demon cultivators watching. Maybe it's to pick up the slack, or maybe it's to see who the deer are. The biggest war in 10,000 years. I don't know how many eyes I'm attracting at the moment. There was even some sort of ancient existence vaguely casting over its attention. Lin Yun stood on the stone platform with a cold expression on his face. His black robe was blown by the gusty wind, and he looked down at the millions of cultivators under the mountain, a cold light flickering in the bottom of his eyes. Suddenly the plan came to me. Don't you famous and righteous people have the best face? He suddenly threw back his head and laughed, his voice piercing through the shouting and killing and rushing straight into the eardrums of the 9 leaders. That's all a bunch of righteous leaders are capable of? Why don't I, Lin Yun, come out and single-handedly challenge a bunch of you with my own strength? Do you dare to take it? I don't think you guys will be able to break my Yin-Yang flowing clan protection formation in a short period of time. Why waste mana resources? If I die, the remaining treasures of the sacred sect will still be yours. Lin Yun's words were like lighting a powder keg, and the mountain exploded. And it also seems to make a few points. Seeing that they could not attack for a long time, they were also a bit anxious. They didn't know that sooner or later, the big formation would break open. Tian Xian Sek Xian Tian Gang's face was as red as a pig's liver as he roared. Insolent child, if you seek death, I'll tear you alive. He had the highest seniority in the room. Lei Zhenxiao of the Violet Sky sect had veins exposed on his forehead. Their Thunder Dao spells were already the most consuming. Now that I have the chance, I'd like to try to tackle a thief. So he gritted his teeth and cursed. If this devil dares to come out to seek death, watch this honor split him. The eyes of the Tai Ching sword sect sword Wuji were cold, and his sword chi buzzed. Phoenix Shear of the Divine Phoenix Imperial Dynasty was so angry that her pretty face turned white, and she even wanted to kill her enemy with her hands. Her phoenix feather gun shook. Lin, old devil, you, less playful, have the guts to come out. Each of the 9 leaders was furious. This devil dared to provoke a group of them. He was simply tired of living. And while they seem to be angry now, they actually have calculations in mind. If the other side dared to come out, they would dare to attack in groups. Lin Yun laughed even more maniacally, and with a wave of his hand, the mountain protection formation was withdrawn with a bang, revealing the jagged body of the Black Demon Peak. Then the formation closed again. It seems to leave no turning back. He took a step out and stood alone at the top of the mountain, his aura determined as he shouted, all the leaders of the righteous path, I, Lin Yun, am willing to martyr myself today and use my life for the future of the Yin-Yang sacred sect. Come on, kill me and you can make a name for yourselves and shake the world. And I, the Yin-Yang sacred sect, will be at your disposal. He said this impassionedly, like he really wanted to die. The 9 leaders froze, then laughed coldly, thinking that this devil was out of his mind, daring to come out alone. Even Ji Xiao, who was hiding inside the hall and watching this scene, couldn't help but have some doubts in her mind. Would this really be so kind? And didn't he break through? Now he's afraid he's pulling some kind of trick. Ji Xiao's mood was now complicated, again wanting the other party to be directly torn apart by the Immortal Dao army. Again, he wanted Lin Yun to win. It's also good to preserve the clan, and he himself can personally break him into pieces and draw out his soul to torture him night and day. It's too cheap to die like that. Chapter 16, the situation is dire. Is the devil in danger? Lin Yun's words could be described as impassioned. It made the many disciples on the Immortal Dao's side somewhat impressed with this devil Dao Supreme. I didn't expect this old devil to be so righteous. Yeah, actually willing to lay down their lives. It's just still a little naive. Even if he were to die generously, how could we miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? All the disciples of the Yin-Yang demon sect must die. Yes, brother's words are just what I need. This old devil Lin has been running the world for thousands of years, and was already a giant of the devil Dao before I was even born. I didn't expect him, old devil Lin, to end up like this today. What a relief for the old man. He definitely won't be a match for the several sect leaders. See, he must die a miserable death. Within the Immortal Dao Union army, many Immortal sect disciples were also whispering. There were those who lamented and admired Lin Yun. There were also those who sneered and hated Lin Yun's bones, but they all agreed that this siege of the demon sect had already been finalized in a big way. After all, how could they fail when their 9 immortal sects came out in full force? Apart from the strongest Jinzong reserves within their clans, all 9 of their immortal clans barely had the slightest reservation. The crushing skills and treasures are all brought, and they were all led by the sect leader supreme or the supreme elder himself. The Divine Phoenix dynasty was more special, but that Phoenix woman had an extraordinary status and could represent the will of the royal family just as well. After all, Phoenix Heir was the next Empress on the board in the future. This time it's also the equivalent of a royal visit. And within the Sacred Sect's protector formation, the disciples of the Yin Yang Sacred Sect crowded in front of the mountain gate, and each of them had red eyes. The Palmist Supreme has dominated the world for thousands of years. Now it's actually so tragic that it's willing to make a generous sacrifice with God as bait. What reason do they have to back out? It's either you or me in this battle. As the disciples of the devil sect that the outside world had verbally attacked, they had always considered themselves to be a holy sect. It is a true immortal cultivation sect. As the saying goes, the way of heaven is to make up for what is lost, and heaven and earth are unkind, taking everything as ruminants. Regardless of the immortal way or the devil way, this was originally a world where people ate people, and they, the holy sect, were just a more radical immortal sect in the immortal Tao. But compared to the truly evil and crooked paths, their holy sect actually had the world in mind again. For so many years they diligently sought immortality and even occasionally saved lives. The mortal kingdoms under his rule are also peaceful. The young are nurtured and the old are cared for. Under the indoctrination of the Palm Supreme, even the most civilized imperial dynasties, it is possible to keep the night open and have food for everyone, though occasionally it may be necessary to offer the soul when the lifespan is near. But that was willingly by all. After all, to be able to die without illness or pain is a great blessing to mortals. That's why immortal sect disciples never feel they've done anything wrong. They're just cultivators who are a little more powerful. This moment was swarmed by immortal way hypocrites. They also have nowhere to vent their anger. It's better to be broken than to be broken. Not far away, junior sister Lu Sweki clutched the corner of her skirt and couldn't stop her tears from falling down. Choking back a sob, he said, "Elder brother, is he crazy? How can he fight alone? I don't want to see anything happen to my senior brother." Ooh, Lu Sweki hadn't intended to live through this one, but I didn't expect that now I would actually have to watch the Sectmaster go before her. It's already sadly overwhelming. Ling Xuanxue, who was the Grand Elder of Law Enforcement and the supervisor of the battle, stood beside her. His face was expressionless, but his hand clutched the hilt of his sword, his knuckles white. However, she had known about Lin Yun's ascension to the realm, and probably knew that sect leader brother was doing this intentionally, but for the moment she could only pretend not to know, and she was distraught. She didn't know what exactly the sect master's brother was planning to do, and whether or not he would risk his life. He was now the hope of everyone in the clan. On top of a temple, Master Yun Shueji's white clothes were flowing. Her entire body was like a fairy descending to the earth. On her side, there were also a large number of the sect's heavenly prides and the Dark Guard ministry. She saw that Lin Yun was actually so rash. There was also a desire to stop it. But Cloud has grown up now. It's the top man. One should not influence his decisions and prestige. Just as well, if he was ultimately undefeated, he would not live alone as all. Below, some of the many ordinary sect disciples were moved to gnash their teeth and weep. Some of them fell to the ground in despair, and cries of patriarch. No, Lin Yun's heart, however, had no ancient waves. The more this critical moment of life and death he was, the more calm he was. A bunch of hypocrites who talk about acting on behalf of heaven. This honored one is here now. If you are bold enough, come and take my head. Lin Yun's voice was cold and stern, revealing a determination that looked down on life and death. And while he acted like this, it was and is in line with his Devil's Waylord character, hegemonic and unreasonable, and without fear of life or death. One man is enough to stand up to 1,000 armies, not to mention the demon sect side. Even the numerous female cultivators on the Immortal Dao's side were looking at Lin Yun at the moment. There was also a strange color in his eyes. A man like that is a real man. If she became a Taoist couple with him, she would have no regrets even if she died. But Nai is in a different position now. They know that now too. Why were so many Immortal Dao Heaven's Pride holy maidens mesmerized by this demon sect supreme in those years? Who can resist such a domineering and powerful man? Humph, don't try to show off your tongue. I'll take your life this old devil Lin. Your good days are over. Devil Dao thieves, give the poor Taoist death. Amit Ba Buddha, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. I ask the demon lord to die today. The 9 leaders of the immortal sect who had come this time glanced at each other, none of them wanting to give up this rare opportunity. Just to be sure, they jumped right on it. And it's still a cluster ********. It really has no face at all. Even on the Sento side there was a chorus of boos. The sacred sect disciples within the sect protector formation were even more furious, as if their eyes were about to burst into flames, only to see the Tianxian sect's supreme treasure, the Tianxian seal, slamming down with a loud bang, causing the air to buzz and directly explode. The purple sky sect's long whip of thunder light roared like an evil dragon, blowing up mountains and rocks. The sword chi of the Tai Ching sword sect spread out across the sky, all the swords returning to one, tearing through the void and stabbing directly at them. Phoenix Shear's fire Phoenix Shadow swooped in, burning the sky crimson. Several void-breaking realm powerhouses joined forces, and the torrent of spiritual energy crashed together, darkening the sky like it was about to collapse. Lin Yun, however, did not flash or dodge. His demonic aura was monstrous, and black and white chaotic gases flowed around him, carrying the first wave of attacks hard. His figure was as immovable as a mountain. He was clearly surrounded by several peak powerhouses and was about to fall into a life and death crisis, but Lin Yun still had a smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he had completely put life and death at risk. Seeing that he actually did take the move and didn't run away, several of the leaders also had great joy in their hearts, decisively ending the test. The attacks and means became more and more severe. It can be a deadly move. Lin Yun was also being pressed dangerously hard. The little sister below was crying with red eyes. She put her hands on her chest and prayed silently. He was biting blood out of his lip without even realizing it. How she wanted to be able to fight alongside her senior brother now, but she's too weak. Lu Sueki hated herself immensely right now. Why are you so playful on a regular basis? Why didn't you practice properly? Every time she watched her senior brother being repelled, her heart felt like it had been stabbed. Yun Shueji looked at her disciple whom she cared about the most in her life at this moment in a perilous and wretched state. The heart was also hurting so much that it was hard to breathe. In all these years, when has Cloud ever suffered this kind of aggravation? Only Ling Xuanxue clenched her fists tightly. The nails are sinking into the flesh. What are you waiting for? Fight back. Haven't you broken through? Is it possible that you are lying to your senior sister? In this moment, looking at Lin Yun, who had been surrounded by 9 peak powerhouses, he was almost retreating. Ling Xuanxue, who was originally full of confidence, was a bit shaken. She didn't rule out that the Sectmaster was lying to her. After all, it wasn't the first time he'd done something like this. All hands, prepare to strike. Ling Xuanxue took a deep breath. Prepare for the fact that once the Sectmaster's brother is caught in a trap, she will have to take the initiative regardless. Yes, the many sacred sect disciples were also charged with wariness. Watching the Palm Supreme bathe in blood, their eyes had long been red, and they could not wait to kill out and destroy all the life in front of them, even if the price is to give your life. The majesty of the Holy Sect and the majesty of the Patriarch cannot be overturned. Chapter 17, The Situation Reversed, Capturing Phoenix Shear Alive. Under the gaze of millions upon millions of cultivators, Lin Yun fought alone against the group. There were several close calls, and blood was spilled, especially those few leaders of the righteous path. Their strikes were incredibly tricky. Each time it was almost by sneak attack. It also caused substantial damage to Lin Yun. Ha 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 ha, you bunch of losers. You thought you were so powerful. If we were fighting alone, I would crush you all with one hand. Lin Yun was still arrogantly clamoring. It was as if none of the blood on his body was his. Wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. Lin Yun was secretly calculating in his heart. The time is almost upon us. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf by giving up a child. If you don't get hurt yourself, don't act real. They are afraid that none of them will be careless. At all times, there will be left over as a back way to escape. Lin Yun knew this group of righteous hypocrites too well. Even now, they were still wary of each other and hadn't gone all out at all. Otherwise one would just exhibit this level of cultivation now. Can't recruit at all. Under Lin Yun's sneering mockery, a group of Immortal sect leaders were also feeling disgraced. After all, besieging one of the others had led to this scorching situation. It does seem a bit incompetent. So the attack was also getting colder and colder, slowly starting to stop holding back. Lin Yun was also getting more and more dangerous. Several times, he was hit head-on by the avatar. Just when the 9 leaders thought they were winning, the attack pressed harder. A cold light flashed under Lin Yun's eyes. The time had come. Those few people on the opposite side had already begun to have people press on and start striking out with all their might. That's when it's also the least defensible. It is the so-called awkward period when the old force has gone but the new force has not yet been born. There was no time to react. Lin Yun's aura exploded violently. The cultivation of the Ascension realm was unreserved, and his aura rose to the sky. It was as if it had transformed into a monstrous wave, shaking the peaks 100 miles away, and the white clouds of 1,000 miles were all directly rubbed to pieces. Everyone was dumbfounded by the scene. This cultivation, This kind of aura, a terrifying thought surfaced in the hearts of all the cultivators of the immortal and devil paths at this moment. Old Devil Lin made a breakthrough. He reached the realm of Ascension, also known as the Land God. This is the highest realm of the 3,000 Dao realms. It had reached the limit of what the lower world could hold. You can't even go all out, or the Ascension traction and heavenly Dao cataclysm from the upper realm might be on you. If you're not prepared, you might just get chopped to death. The body is dead. In this instant, everyone's minds were racing, but it was too late to react. The thought only just surfaced in his mind, but there was no way to mobilize his mana to counter it. Time was running out, and Lin Yun didn't even have time to scold these idiots. His figure rushed out like a ghost, his toes pointed, and the void directly emitted a sonic boom. The space was all torn apart, revealing cracks, and the chaotic spatial storm inside made everyone's hearts tremble. Lin Yun pounced straight on Ling Ao Tian of the Ling Xiao sect. Ling Ao Tian's reaction was considered fast. With a wave of his hand he was about to lay down a protective array, and his vestments were emitting a piercing light. But Lin Yun was even faster. The Holy Sect's invincible divine ability, the Yin-Yang soul-devouring palm, slapped out. The black and white Tu Chi flowed between the constant collision, and then the power was also more and more violent. The giant palm directly tore through the air, and the palm wind brought up ear-piercing shrill whistling sonic booms. This divine ability even contained a divine soul attack. It is the iconic life-killing technique of Old Devil Lin, who has traveled across the world. Ling Ao Tian's protective aura was crushed just as soon as it lit up, and his vestments were directly shattered. Giant palm slapped on his chest. Bang sound. His whole person exploded into blood mist. Bone crumbs mixed with blood spilled all over the ground. Fishy smell rushing to the sky. A few of the leaders haven't reacted yet. Lin Yun had turned around. Just killing one person wasn't enough. That's why he's still holding back even more powerful killers. Yin Yang Destruction Chop. This is a single killing aptitude, focusing on an invulnerable and unbreakable nothing, gathering his entire body's mana into a chop. The black and white chi intertwined, tearing the sky and the earth. Flesh comes when touched. Only a round of sharp blades like a curved moon swept out. The black and white chi roared like a long dragon, and the sharp edges cut through the sky. Yu Changfeng of the Feathered Sect and Ruqing Song of the Haoran Academy couldn't dodge. The sharp blades that were transformed by the avatar went straight through their chests, as if they hadn't encountered the slightest obstruction. Their fleshly bodies directly split into two. Blood flowed all over the place, scattering a large swath of gore. With their powerful cultivation, it looked like they would still be able to live, but the attack of the Yin-Yang Sacred Sect Sectmaster Supreme would not be so simple. Their Sea of Consciousness spirit platforms were also directly chopped to pieces. God's soul is destroyed. The two men stared at each other, unwillingly dissipating their breath life. The 4 pieces of corpses smashed into the ground, directly shattering into pieces and shaking up a cloud of dust. It all happened so fast. The 3 leaders actually died just like that. The scene was in chaos for a moment, and the shouts of the Righteous Alliance stalled. They were all wide-eyed. Can't believe this is happening at all. But Lin Yun didn't have time to celebrate. He had another thing to do. The few leaders of the righteous path who survived, the Tianxian sect and the Zixiao sect, the everlasting Taoist temple, the Daming ancient temple, and the few people from the Haoran Academy were all directly scared out of their wits, directly scattering in all directions. Lin Yun's current prowess was simply too terrifying. It actually directly turned around and killed 3 void-breaking realm sect leaders in the nick of time. These were all supreme beings who claimed to be ancestors. Now it was surprising that there was not even time for the soul to escape and reincarnate. It's obviously a great situation. Nay, this old devil Lin is really cunning and ferocious. Surprisingly, he hit his cultivation. But how is this possible? How difficult it is to break through the Ascension realm. How could the other party have improved so much in a short period of time? Is this eating some kind of 9 revolutions of creation gold pill? They didn't know that Lin Yun had indeed taken a great tonic. Phoenix Hare was also in a state of shock at the moment. She intuited that she was in danger. He himself was originally the weakest of the 9 leaders in terms of cultivation. In fact, she didn't even need to be on the field in the first place. But she had to take a stand for her mother, and that's why she did it herself. Sure enough, out of the corner of her eye, she saw that big devil rushing straight towards her. Lin Yun's goal was clear. The others are now on their own again. Phoenix Hare knew that no one could help her. She gritted her teeth and stabbed out the Phoenix Feather Divine Lance, the firelight piercing her eyes and transforming into a fiery phoenix flying through the 9 heavens. But Lin Yun laughed coldly and used the most ghostly and unpredictable great divine ability, Yin Yang Swallowing God Leader. This was a great divine ability that was born specifically for the purpose of controlling, binding and grasping strong enemies. Only great elders who had reached this realm of Yin Yang transformation pool could master it. It is more of a devouring effect, and it is extremely vicious. Under Phoenix Hare's horrified gaze, thin black and white threads wrapped around her arm as if it were a spiritual snake. Her spiritual energy stagnated, and her grip on the gun shook, the tip of the gun trembling. The spirit snake was like a giant net that wrapped around her entire body, then directly concealed itself within her. sealing her meridians and cultivation in an instant. Lin Yun laughed out loud and flew forward to grab her wrist, stiffly yanked this little niece to her feet. Phoenix Shear struggled and cursed. Old devil Lin. Damn it, let go of me. If you dare to lay a finger on me, our Divine Phoenix Dynasty's old ancestor won't let you go. Phoenix Hair was somewhat frightened and regretful at this moment. She struggled, but Lin Yun's hand was as strong as an iron clamp, and she didn't have any cultivation mana, so how could she move the slightest bit? Lin Yun yanked her into his arms and lowered his head to whisper in her ear, "Hey, little niece, be a good girl and come with me. You smell so good. You're a bit like Rinyu too." Lin Yun deliberately inhaled deeply a few times in Phoenix Hair's ear. A mesmerized face said. The frightened Phoenix Shear did not have the slightest bit of blood on her pretty face. I'm warning you, you don't mess around. She was fangirling at this point. Lin Yun hemmed and hawed. There were still traces of blood on his face, and at the moment he was like a demon. If you don't want to make a fool of yourself in front of everyone, I advise you not to struggle. For the sake of my old relationship with your mother, I won't kill you. After saying that, Lin Yun no longer paid any attention to Phoenix Shear. He looked around the room. The eyes were filled with complacency and rampancy. The aura on his body was also revealed recklessly at this moment. Chapter 18. Everyone, follow me for 100,000 miles. Watching as Lin Yun retreated back into the grand formation with Phoenix Girl in his arms, everyone was stunned. Millions of people, surprisingly silent as a pin. Elder brother, ooh, you're amazing. Junior sister Lu Sueki was the first to react and directly ran all the way to pounce over. Lu Sueki covered her mouth. Her tears didn't stop, and she said in a trembling voice, "Senior brother, you are too strong." Lin Yun looked at his little sister with red eyes. There was also some emotion in his heart, this time for himself. He had finally protected the little sisters and the girls, not letting them perish before their eyes. But things are far from over. One must stop killing with killing, if you want to come and go as you please. Otherwise wouldn't anyone think they were coming to on their head? Lin Yun directly threw the Phoenix Shear in his arms to the side, ignoring her eyes that looked like they were trying to kill, catching the pouncing little sister. Hey, it's not alright. Look at you. You look like this. What a shame. Where is the saintly maiden? Lin Yun said with mock seriousness. With one hand, he wrapped his arm around his little sister's waist and gently wiped her tear tracks with the other. Well, I'm scared. Lu Sueki twisted her body somewhat shyly. She was still a bit put out in front of so many people. Well, you go aside first. Elder brother has things to do. And by the way, take her away. Lin Yun let go of his little sister. Let her take Phoenix Hair away. As your own prey, you can't let another man touch it. Well, then be careful. Senior brother, I'm going out to kill the enemy later too. They all deserve to die. An icy killing aura flowed from Lu Sueki's eyes. She's not a nice person. It was also just like being a good girl in front of the Sectmaster. Well, have your senior sister keep an eye on her? Lin Yun nodded again to Ling Xuanxue and Yun Xueji who had gathered around. Now is not the time to talk, so just to glance at each other. It's all in the words. Ling Xuanxue's face was still slightly flushed with excitement, even though she had long known that Sectmaster had already ascended to the realm. But seeing him fight alone in person still made her heart skip a beat. Master teacher. It's so crazy it's scary. Only such a powerful man was worthy of her heart. Ji Shio stood within a pavilion, squinting her phoenix eyes at Lin Yun, a cold light flashing under her eyes. In a low voice, he said, a good martyrdom with his body, but he can act, so he is really a scheming griffin. All the disciples of the sacred sect were looking at their sect leader supreme with eyes full of adoration. Some even cried tears of joy. Lord Demon is still the invincible demon in their hearts. Never disappoints those who follow him. Ling Xuanxue took Phoenix Hair from her little senior sister. It was a very important hostage, even though she didn't like the other person very much. I don't know if the sect leader's brother is having any more crooked thoughts, but she can't afford to lose. Several more layers of sealing prohibitions were struck into Phoenix Hair's body. Then a few female disciples were summoned to confine her firmly. Lin Yun had already regained his invincible aura of surrender at this moment. The aura of the Ascension realm was unleashed without reservation. Good thing he's only in the early stages now too, so it wasn't so much as being forced to ascend directly by the power of attraction. But a young Ascension realm great cultivator like him was originally synonymous with invincibility. You can just strike out and live alone. Rich life. Lin Yun looked across at the densely packed millions of Immortal Dao allied forces. Remove the protector formation. I'd like to see who dares to step forward. Lin Yun waved his hand and said in a domineering manner, yes, I respectfully obey the sect leader's holy orders. The elders acted one after another. In a few breaths, the thick protective array disappeared. It was also the first time that the many disciples of the sacred sect had come face to face with millions of Immortal Dao armies. The auras of both camps intertwined. Countless powerful strands of wolf smoke and blood aura were formed. It is clearly visible even from 10,000 miles away. But there was an eerie silence. Neither of the men on either side spoke for a while. It's as if none of it has come back yet. The battle was only a few breaths, and 3 of the 9 leaders died, and 1 caught. The smell of blood still hung in the air. The sky was dark with clouds and the sound of thunder was faint. There was blood-red rain falling. The deaths of the 3 void-breaking realm great cultivators directly triggered the heavenly weeping vision. At this moment, within the Immortal Dao Coalition camp, the 6 remaining leaders were all confused. They didn't even have time to react when it just happened in the blink of an eye. In order to protect himself, he was directly caught in a breach by Lin Yun. Lost 3 dogs at once. They are now in a rout. Seeing as everyone is demoralized and disillusioned, Lei Zhenxiao's face was as green and ugly as eating a fly as he roared. Ascension Realm. How could this devil be in the Ascension Realm? Shen Tiangang's hand shook so much that he could barely hold the heavenly Shen seal, muttering, impossible. This is impossible. The flying swords that surrounded Jin Wuji flashed brightly and darkly, and fear flashed under his eyes. Just now, if he hadn't walked fast, it might be him who dies. Old Taoist Dustless from the everlasting Taoist temple also said nothing with a grimace on his face. Long gone are the immortal bones. I thought I was here to pick up a bargain, but I didn't realize I was actually here to give away my head. The old monk from the Daming Ancient Temple's eyes were even more filled with fear. They weren't good at this kind of frontal combat, and this time they also wanted to come to partake in the Devil Sect's treasure trove. It didn't even occur to me that a photo op would be a desperate situation. After Phoenix Shear was captured, the morale of the Righteous Alliance army collapsed even more. The Divine Phoenix Dynasty's army was dying of anxiety. The fact that the Queen Sama had been plundered before was already a strange shame. Now the next queen, now the Phoenix Lady, is also being walked alive in plain sight. How would they, the generals, explain this to the queen? How to explain to the old royal lord? But now it was a million troops against each other, and they didn't dare to act rashly. Lin Yun took a few steps forward, then soared up to a high tower. The pitch-black robes were blown by the powerful air pressure, and his long hair fluttered daintily behind him. With his hands behind his back, Lin Yun's gaze was filled with coldness, but wherever his eyes looked over, that patch of immortal Dao cultivators then went silent, not daring to meet his eyes for even a moment. The corners of Lin Yun's mouth curled up slightly, and a smooth smile surfaced. Then it dissolved into a maniacal laugh. Ha 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 ha, you bunch of losers. How about the immortal way? How about the devil way? It's still a handful, nowadays. In the eyes of this honored one, it's you bunch of dirtbags who are the untouchable and evil ones. Which one who doesn't? Step forward, let my father weigh in. Lin Yun could be described as spirited at the moment. He also had the intention to show off in front of the Empress ancestor. Certainly not just to pretend. It's also about trying to hide your shrewd calculations, showing off the style of a dominant leader, lest the Empress ancestor be wary of herself. However, he also knew that his own actions just now had probably left a deep impression in the eyes of the female emperor ancestor, but that's also for the greater good. Looking at this devil Dao ancestor's rampant and unbeatable appearance, the immortal Dao allied forces were all outraged at the moment. The many immortal Dao disciples all looked at their own family's sect leader with some anticipation. Hopefully they will step up to the plate. The disciples of the 3 sects who had already died as headmasters were already bloodless as if they had died. The group of scholars from the Howran Academy were now all like frosted eggplants. The Divine Phoenix Imperial Dynasty's military heart was now in disarray as well. Shen Tiangang of the Shen Tian sect saw that this was not a solution. It was impossible to continue the siege of the demon sect now. Let's just see if we can break out. If all these people were afraid of death, how could the few of them retreat? And you can't just leave your disciples behind. And Lei Zhenxiao of the Violet Sky sect exchanged glances. Another glance at the other 3 Taoists who already had the intention of retreating. They both understood each other. Humph, old devil Lin, don't be wildly complacent. You're nothing more than a grasshopper in the fall now. You won't be able to jump for long. We still have a million immortal Dao allied forces today, and one person can drown you with a mouthful of spittle. The Xian Heavenly Dipper rushed up to the sky. Lei Zhenxiao's few people also hurriedly followed. Right, everyone mustn't be afraid. We can still hold off old Demon Lin. All of you, form a formation and follow me as I kill. Sins of the Devil Sect, everyone must be executed. Get rid of the demons. Seeing that several leaders still had the will to fight, the many immortal Dao disciples also had hope rekindled in their eyes. The purpose of their immortal way was to get rid of demons. Even if I stain the sky with my blood, it is today. Lin Yun shook his head slightly as he looked at this group of brazen immortal Dao disciples. All brainwashed silly. Bunch of silly young men. Sacred sect disciples, listen to my order and charge with me. Chase the immortal way thieves for 100,000 miles without looking back. Lin Yun let out a cold shout. A horse rushed out first. Chapter 19 Kill and Kill and Kill the Blood. Under the Devil's Peak, blood stained the rocks. The shouting and killing shook the sky. Lin Yun reversed the situation with a single move, killing the 3 leaders and capturing Phoenix Shear alive. The morale of the 9 Immortal Sect's allied forces instantly collapsed. But that wasn't all. The few remaining leaders saw that it was too late, but also knew that old Devil Lin would never let them off just like that, so it can only set off the final showdown. Then and battle. Lin Yun also saw through their purpose, and how will it be as they wish, but now they were on guard. Even if they were a great realm higher, it's also hard to say that there's anything substantial to be gained again. A void-breaking realm powerhouse who was bent on escaping. Even a great man of the Ascension realm like him could not stay down easily. But this group of Immortal Way disciples, since they've come to get rid of the demons, it's natural to leave something behind. This is not a child's playground. Lin Yun stood on top of the tower and waved his hand. The protectors and disciples of the Yin Yang Holy Sect rushed out like a tidal wave. They wailed, their eyes red, couldn't wait to drink blood long ago, being beaten to the door and besieged in the open. The pressure they were under these days could be imagined. If it wasn't for Lin Yun's might being too strong, perhaps the sacred sect would have been in civil unrest long ago. But at the moment, they don't need to repress themselves. As long as the sect leader demon was still around, they were invincible. Only the battle flag of the Devil's Way was fluttering in the wind. Countless black-robed disciples of the Yin Yang sacred sect continued to pour out as if they were a tidal wave. It collided directly with the Xiantao coalition forces on the opposite side. A full-scale melee kicked off. On the Immortal Dao's side, the sword cultivators were beginning to fight for their lives, countless flying swords falling as if they were raining down. But the sacred sect disciples braved death, stepping on their senior brother's flesh and blood to keep advancing forward. Various formations and combining techniques were even emitting a piercing light. The chi of the Confucian students of the Haoran School of Literature and Dao rose up to the sky, and the chi of the sacred sect's disciples suppressed by the countless Danshu iron coupons weakened by a few points. But they were leaderless at the moment, and with their leader, Ru Qingsong, dead, they wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. The Deming Gusha's combined attack technique was even transformed into endless golden runes to confuse people's minds. Such a melee of millions of cultivator armies, for the first time in tens of thousands of years. It's an unprecedented, perhaps unprecedented, battle between the immortals and the devils. The armies of the immortal and demon paths had just made contact, just hit the sky directly. The earth cracked right open and magma gushed out. In the sky, the purple sky sect's thunder method was even more invincible. It transformed into a thunder dragon, sweeping across the landscape with each strike. But no matter how hard they fought, they, the bottom cultivators, could not change the final outcome of the battle. In his last life, Lin Yun's cultivation was not enough and he himself was in danger. And where to care about the clan? So in a flash it was a defeat. But now, the time has come for him to raise his eyebrows. The once suppressed anger, Lin Yun unreservedly released. I don't care if you were fooled and tricked into coming here to surround the demon sect. Now that you're here, be prepared not to go back. All die for me. Lin Yun stood at the top of the mountain. His endless mana transformed into a black and white demonic aura like a robbing cloud. The Ascension Realm's aura pressed the air to sink a few points. When he saw where there were the most immortal Dao disciples, Lin Yun directly struck out. Directly make the great hand seal of the Devil's Path. One slap and you're dead in a big way. Ever since he had been hailed as a demon sect, Lin Yun naturally wouldn't carry this reputation for nothing. It was also the collection and creation of quite a few Devil's Way feats and aptitudes, but that's just his casual approach. His main target was still those few pal mistresses, the leaders of the allied forces. Lin Yun coldly swept his eyes over the remaining 6 leaders. Xian Tiangang of the Tianxian sect, Lei Zhenxiao of the Purple Sky sect, Jian Wuji of the Taiching Sword sect, Dao Wuchen of the Everlasting Taoist Temple, and Master Yuan Jue of the Daming Ancient Temple. Each of the group of void-breaking realm kaisers' faces were blue, with fear flashing in their eyes, but no one dared to step forward to fight hard again. Although the slogans had just been shouted loudly and directly set off a major battle, but they were piled up together at the moment, relying on each other. It didn't give Lin Yun the chance to break them down one by one at all. Run? Didn't you guys want to destroy my demon sect? You just had a good time beating me, didn't you? Now it's my turn. Lin Yun sneered as his figure flickered and pounced straight at Xian Tiangang, directly slapping out with a palm. The mana of the Ascension realm condensed, and this strike was powerful. Space directly emitted a blasting sound. Xian Tiangang panicked and offered the Tianxian seal as a light seal to block in front of his body, but the giant seal was crushed by the palm wind just as soon as it lit up with light. It exploded into pieces with a bang. The remaining heavenly Xian seal body directly shot backwards, heavily smashing into his chest as if it was a meteorite. Xian Tiangang's chest directly sunk into a large depression visible to the naked eye, and he spewed out a large mouthful of heart blood with fragments of internal organs. Staggering back, he roared, "Retreat! Retreat! How dare he fight?" He turned and ran, I was expecting a few more moves as before. I didn't expect the Ascension Realm's old devil Lin to be so terrifying. He can't catch a single move right now. Seeing the situation, Lei Jinxiao gritted his teeth and offered a formation disc, releasing the 9 Heavenly Divine Thunder formation. Purple lightning roared like a dragon as it charged towards Lin Yun in an attempt to stall for time, but Lin Yun's yin-yang world-destroying chop swung. The black and white sword chi swept across, the thunder was split into 4, and the remaining power of the sword went straight to Lei Jinxiao's chest. At his current realm, all sorts of divine abilities and spells were as easy to use. Lei Jinxiao dodged a little slower, and his left arm was directly cut off in half, and blood flowed like a stream. It hurt so much that his face twisted and he cursed, "This devil is crazy, it can't be defeated. Retreat!" The Ascension Realm, terrifying as it is, he directly transformed into lightning and ran out thousands of miles in a flash. The disciples of the Violet Sky Sect took a look and also had a sudden shock in their hearts. "Nemus Palm Supreme, how did you run away first by yourself? We haven't gotten in the car yet." They formed a large formation and also turned into thunderbolts, running faster than one another. Sword Wuji and Dao Wudu glanced at each other, and the two of them didn't say anything as they led their disciples to retreat while fighting. Master Yuan Ju put his hands together, and his Vajra Voodoo Kung Fu held up golden light to transform into an unbreakable holy bell. But Lin Yun slapped his palm, and under the devil's palm, the golden light shattered like papier-mâché. He stifled a grunt and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. At first glance, a few of the Taoists actually ran out of sight. The heart suddenly cursed all the time, "And don't wait for me." At once, he also greeted his disciples and began to retreat. But Lin Yun wouldn't let them retreat in one piece so easily. Directly in the body all the way to the chase. Below him, the Immortal Tao Allied forces and the Demon Sect disciples were all killing each other as well. The cultivators of the Tianxian sect were cut to pieces by the Sacred Sect swordsman. The Thunder Law disciple of the Violet Sky Sect released a thunderbolt, and just after blowing up a few demonic cultivators, he himself was shot through the chest by a dark arrow. The cultivators of the Feathered Sect went around killing people with lightness and agility, but when the Demon Sect's blood formation opened, their figures were swallowed up. The bodies fell in piles in the twinkling of an eye as if it were raining. The sword cultivators of the Taiching Sword Sect had amazing killing power, especially after forming a sword formation, but the Protector Elder and the many prodisciples were not vegetarians either, and directly charged up against the sword light. Countless Dharma swords let out a wail, breaking and falling all over the ground. It was too late for any 10,000 swords to return, and now to open this kind of big move. It was even more of a death wish, directly sucking the swords of the masters and brothers. How can we all fight with our bare hands? The Dan cultivators of the everlasting Taoist temple wanted to save the people, but the poisonous fog of the demon sect was so pervasive that it was too late to save one and die. Cultivators from other clans were even more dead and wounded. Shouts and screams mingled together. Blood flowed in rivers. The streams at the foot of the mountains were dyed red, and the air was full of fishy odors. Lin Yun charged forward alone, chasing after several void-breaking realms and fighting, black and white chi tumbling about. Wherever the palm attack went, the righteous cultivators fell like cut wheat. Dao Wuchen, probably older and running slower, received another slap and a piece of his chest collapsed. He fell to the ground and couldn't get up, and was about to be mended by Lin Yun. "Fellow Daoist, help!" he shouted in despair. Jian Wuji, who was in front of the imperial sword, hardened his head and turned back to save him with a sword. Lin Yun laughed coldly as 100 feet of sword chi was crushed with his bare hands. A backhanded slap sent Jian Wuji flying, crashing through a large mountain before stopping, spitting out blood. Although the situation is great, but the demon sect side also suffered heavy losses. The 12 great protectors rushed at the front, and Yun Shueji was smashed by the heavenly Xian seal itself. Half of his body was a bloody mess, but fortunately it wasn't life-threatening. Ling Shuangxue stabbed 2 of the Feathered Sect's personal disciples to death. He himself couldn't dodge in time to be struck by the Purple Cloud Sect's lightning array and staggered to his knees. A head of hair exploded and looked a little funny. This made the beauty lover even angrier. Lu Sueki was also on a killing spree, and as a holy maiden, she wasn't really a mascot, but the next moment she was burned by the Divine Phoenix Dynasty's Fire Phoenix Void and fell to the ground dead or alive. The sect disciples died one after another. Blood stained the demonic domain, and various fragments of magic treasures and flying swords were scattered all over the ground, like they were crying silently. This melee was fought until dusk, with the sky clouded over and a blood-colored sunset spilling over the miles of battlefield. The smell of blood was sickening and so gruesome that it took your breath away. The few remaining leaders fled for tens of thousands of miles with millions of remnants, leaving behind countless corpses along the way. Each one of them was gray and looked back to see Lin Yun standing at the peak, his black robe stained with blood. Their hearts chilled. The strength of this devil's ascension realm pressed them to the point where they were powerless. We can only fight and retreat. It's important to stay alive. As the saying goes, a dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. Chapter 20 Heavenly Fright, Secret Chamber of Chaos. This day, the news of the bloody battle between the 9 immortal sects and the demon sect spread throughout the lower realms. Hundreds of thousands of Xian Dao allied forces were killed or injured, and the 9 great sects lost most of their elites. The Yin Yang sacred sect also suffered heavy losses, with only 60% of its disciples dead. But sect leader Devil Sect Lin Yun fought the 9 leaders of the immortal sect all by himself, killing 3 people, catching 1, and forcing the 5 leaders of the righteous path to flee in distress. Hunted down the 9 immortal sects for 100,000 miles. The way is stained with blood. The way is littered with corpses. This battle record shook the entire Tian Yuan cultivation world like a thunderbolt. The righteous cultivator gritted his teeth and cursed him as a great devil. The devil's loose cultivators, however, rumored him to be a god, and the name of the Yin Yang sacred sect resounded throughout the world overnight. All the immortal cultivation sect clans in the world were shaken. The 9 immortal sects had joined forces to besiege the Yin Yang sacred sect, and had actually lost 3 Sectmaster supreme beings: Ling Haotian of the Ling Shao sect, Yu Changfeng of the Feathered sect, and Ru Qingsong of the Haoran Academy. Blood stained the Black Demon Peak, and their corpses were nowhere to be found. The god's soul didn't even escape, and the soul directly flew away. 10,000 years of cultivation, and one day he died. Originally, the entire immortal cultivation world did not look favorably on the Yin Yang sacred sect as a demon sect. It was thought that the 9 immortal sects had already won by striking out to encircle them, but I didn't expect such a result. I don't know how many proud sons and daughters of heaven have been buried in this way. The losses are unbelievable. The 9 immortal sects, for fear of 1,000 years, would have trouble regaining their vitality. And even more jaw-dropping, the Phoenix daughter of the divine Phoenix dynasty, Phoenix Shear, had unexpectedly been captured alive by Lin Yun again. The news exploded like a thunderbolt, and the immortal cultivation world was in an uproar. Why do I say again? There are illusions. Naturally, people couldn't help but recall many years ago, Phoenix Shear's mother, the current Empress, Phoenix Ringyu. It had also been taken captive by Lin Yun for a period of time. It's also making waves. What would happen to a delicate immortal Dao Empress falling into the hands of that great demon king? It has made countless people think about it. In the end, the old imperial lord of the Ascension realm came out of the gate and personally came to the devil sect to ask for the person, which forced that old Lin demon to hand over the person. And now, the 2 Phoenix women have been planted in the hands of this devil, and the face of the righteous path has been trampled to pieces. Although the divine Phoenix dynasty's inheritance was special, the contemporary Phoenix daughter was not a true bloodline descendant of the Empress, but the fact that the 2 imperial daughters had fallen still made many immortal Dao cultivators envious and jealous. Those were all rare divine Phoenix bodies, and the color of the country is magnificent. None of them are showy. That old devil Lin is really good luck and great authority. The crowd was nothing but envious, but they could no longer say anything to crusade against the demon sect, and the immortal Dao sect was greatly wounded this time, with hundreds of thousands of cultivators losing their lives. The young generation of geniuses died in pieces. Behind them were countless immortal cultivation families and even nobles from the major ancient imperial dynasties. The resulting impact is naturally much more than that, and it is estimated that it will not be digested for decades and centuries. As word traveled fast, even the mundane world made waves. The white-bearded old man in the wine shop put down his bowl of wine, drunkenly muttered in a low voice, "The devil clan Lin old devil." One person toppled 9 immortal clans. Ascension realm a void-breaking realm ancestor supreme was directly smashed like a watermelon. It's truly terrifying. The scholar and the tea house forgot to turn the pages, and the sky fell on their Confucian clan. Ru Qingsong, the director of the Haoran Academy, has returned to the heavens. Countless literati and scholars are crowing in mourning. Even the street kids were running around shouting, "The devil is invincible." The devil has snatched the princess and taken her home as his wife. The emperors of the mundane dynasties were also all in a hurry to summon strategists and contact the immortal sect behind them. Fear that this killing god will one day kill at the palace gate. Not to mention, it is also important to assess the impact of the subsequent situation brought about by this war. Moreover, some of their royal dynasties, the sects behind them were none other than the 9 immortal sects, so they were naturally scared out of their wits. Fear of being liquidated by the demon sect. The immortal cultivation world was even more dead silent. Countless sects and families were silenced. Tianxian sect directly closed the mountain after Xian Tian gang returned. The purple heavenly divine thunder that has been stirring for 10,000 years in front of the mountain gate of the purple heavenly sect directly extinguishes the thunder, and lowly clamps its tail. The Taiching sword gate locks the sword, and the eternal life Taoist temple stops the furnace. The Haoran school and Ling Shao sect, the feathered sect, with their dead leaders, were all urgently contracting their forces and recalling their disciples outside, then burning incense in a hurry to ask the old ancestor who had been closed for thousands of years without knowing whether he was dead or alive. All of the great holy places and hidden families were shocked. A newly risen Ascension Realm powerhouse with an exuberant blood chi and a long lifespan came out of nowhere. This world is going to be a mess. In the history of the Immortal Tao, whenever this phenomenon occurs, it is either the Golden Great World, where demons come forth, either that or just suppress an era. Someone whispered, "Those old monsters haven't come out yet? Can this devil, no matter how horizontal he is, hold back the Holy Land's underbelly?" The whole world is on edge, and there are those who look forward to the rest of the story. But at this moment, Lin Yun didn't care about the storm outside. It was more or less what he expected, chasing and killing 100,000 miles, though killing countless enemies. But those guys were determined to be shrinking violets, and there was nothing he could do about it. But he had won this battle after all. At this moment, he was sitting inside a certain large hall of the Yin-Yang sacred sect. The broken walls of the temple let in a cold breeze, rubble was piled up in the corners, and the smell of blood still lingered in the air. It's too late to even fix it, and everyone's tired. Opposite him, sat the female emperor ancestor Ji Xiao, who was dressed in a sarong, her face as cold as ice. The phoenix eyes stared at Lin Yun, the bottom of his eyes filled with intense anger, hardly holding back from pouncing on him and tearing him apart, only because of what Lin Yun had just said. "Xiao, thanks to you this time, I was able to break through the Ascension Realm and crush the enemy army in one fell swoop. I'll remember this favor in my heart. You are worthy of being the strongest ancestor of my sacred sect." Ji Xiao's chest stuttered when she heard this, and then she sneered. Originally, after seeing him take on a group of enemies with great vigor, he was still slightly roadkill for him. Ji Xiao's voice was so low that it sounded like it was coming from the 9 specters. "Grace? You destroyed my innocence, took away my cultivation, and you still dare to say that you remember my grace?" The corners of her eyes were slightly red, as if she was forcing down tears, but the humiliation and anger could not be hidden. "You shameless man, if I catch you in the Immortal Realm, the first thing I'll do is kill you, so that your soul will be dispersed and you won't even be able to enter reincarnation. You mark my words, I will never change my mind about killing you." With every word she spoke, the hate in her heart grew, remembering the humiliation of being tossed around by him all these days. It was like a stone in my throat and I couldn't breathe. Although he succeeded in preserving his father's foundation, it was an insult to her. But it's real hate. It's a blood feud that can't be dissolved. Ji Xiao didn't let this sinful animal go so easily. Lin Yun looked at her, a hint of complexity flashing under his eyes. There was a bit of guilt, and a bit of reluctance, but it was quickly pushed down on him. This female emperor ancestor had now become his biggest trouble, but it's good to know that there's still room. And, after that, maybe a few more times. Women, they might just fall in love over time. He looked down and rubbed his brow and didn't answer. Just got up and patted the ash on his ass and turned to walk away. This woman hated him to the bone, but he also knew that she didn't have the cultivation at the moment, so she could only be brave with her mouth. There's still 20 days to go, enough to take your own time and figure it out. And there's a whole bunch of things to take care of next for myself too. We have to get back at them, right? Some of the regrets and grudges that have been held are going to start to be addressed. Otherwise, one might be cursed to death by some mysterious means by the female emperor's ancestor in the Immortal Realm one day. And it's time to start preparing for ascension yourself. The moment the door to the hall closed, Ji Xiao looked down and clutched her sarong. The fingertips were shaking slightly, angry at this shameless man. The moment she thought that she would have to live 23 more days like this, Ji Xiao closed her eyes in some pain. Without mana, she could do nothing. Lin Yun, on the other hand, would this time go straight to a certain secret room deep within the sect that belonged solely to him, accompanied by the operation of the Forbidden Array. The thick stone door was slowly pushed open, only to see Huang Xir thrown in the corner. The rope seemed to have just been untied, and the red and gold battle armor broke in a few places, revealing white arms and shoulders. Phoenix Shear's long hair was scattered, and her pretty face was pale but stunningly beautiful. As soon as she saw Lin Yun come in, she immediately raised her head, anger blazing in her eyes. "Old devil Lin, you let me go. Otherwise, my mother will not spare you." Phoenix Shear's voice was a bit hoarse, permeated with unwillingness and stubbornness, but there was a hint of fear hidden deep in her eyes, and she actually knew she couldn't escape. What might happen next? She shuddered to think. Seeing the stone door close, Phoenix Shear's heart trembled. Lin Yun slowly walked over and squatted in front of her, his eyes sizzling as he surveyed her. "It's fun to bring people to kill me, isn't it, when you actually succeeded before?" Lin Yun spoke words that baffled Phoenix Hair. That face of hers was a bit like Phoenix Renew's when she was young, especially the stubbornness between her eyebrows, which tickled him even more. He let out a low laugh. His fingers picked up a strand of her hair, His voice was low with a bit of teasing. "Little niece, don't be in a hurry to scold. We are destined to be 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 destined." He slid his hand down to her chin and squeezed gently, the touch so soft it made his throat roll. Phoenix Shear threw her head violently, gritting her teeth and cursing, "Shameless, if you dare to touch me, I won't let you go even as a ghost." Her voice trembled and her eyes glistened with tears, but they hardened and didn't fall. Lin Yun's eyes got even hotter as he stood up and untied the remaining ropes on her body, but the next moment it pressed her right up against the wall. The chamber was so quiet that only the two men's ragged breathing remained, and Phoenix Hair struggled a few times, slamming her fist into his chest, but she was already sealed. Where could she defeat the strength of the Ascension realm? The whirlwind voice faded. Phoenix Hair curled up in the corner. She kept her head down, her long hair in the way of her face, her shoulders shaking slightly as if she were suppressing a cry, but the humiliation and anger came through her clenched fists, her nails pinching into her palms and oozing blood. Her chest heaved as tears finally fell from her eyes, only to be wiped away harshly. Phoenix Shear murmured in a low voice, "Old Devil Lin, I want you to die." The voice was so thin that it was almost inaudible, but it carried a monstrous amount of hatred. Lin Yun leaned against the wall, gasping for air to straighten his robes, a little insatiable smile still hanging on his face, but a hint of complexity flashed under his eyes. There was naturally a reason for bullying this little Phoenix girl. In addition to revenge, there's excitement. He glanced at Huang Xie and saw her look. His heart was a little pleased. The things they did to themselves in the Imperial Dynasty could not be considered kind at all. Lin Yun rubbed his waist, having just gotten too excited. In a low voice, he said, "Do you hate me?" "That's right. The matter between me and your Divine Phoenix Imperial Dynasty is not over yet." He said this in a light manner, making Phoenix Shear even more hateful in her heart. After saying that, he pushed the door out, and his back paused before he completely disappeared out the door. He still had to go and comfort his little sister and senior sister and the others. It's also important to see how the clan's battle damage is. In the secret room, Huang Xie bit her lip, tears blurring her vision. Her hands shook terribly as she clutched her black robe. She remembered her mother's teachings and the glory of the Divine Phoenix Dynasty, but now it was all trampled under the feet of this devil. What she doesn't realize, though, is that this is just the beginning. Lin Yun's heart could already be pondering how to go and find Phoenix Renyu to get back at him, for the woman who betrayed him. He's not going soft. Chapter 21, Empress of the Divine Phoenix Dynasty, Phoenix Renyu. A battle for the ages. The losses suffered by the Yin-Yang sacred sect were mainly the deaths and injuries of many disciples, plus the consumption of mana resources. Winning though, but it was also mainly because of Lin Yun's power over the group. One person had suppressed all of the high-end combatants with his own strength. That's what led to the lopsided slaughter. But people always die in battle, especially since they were less than half the number of the 9 immortal sects. But the good thing was that the scope of the great battle basically took place outside the mountain gate, except for the outer ring of palaces. The interior core buildings are well preserved. Otherwise it's a pain in the ass to fix. At the highest point of the sect's promised hall, Lin Yun stood on top of a tall tower. The entire scene of the clan was reflected in his eyes. Above the sky were countless figures flying around, all kinds of recluse, immortal beasts. Everyone was flying back and forth in a fiery rage. The entire holy sect was now in disarray. Although it could not be said that it was in disarray, but it's also going to be a mess for days. The first step was to count the bodies and relics of the brothers and sisters who had died in battle, then inventory the losses, plus re-establishing order in the clan. All of this requires a huge amount of manpower and time. As a sect leader supreme, Lin Yun had the self-awareness not to add to the chaos. He's got his thing. Showing up in front of people, on the contrary, will affect efficiency. As a leader, his greatest role is to be a spiritual pillar and to have an overview of the whole situation. Specific things are naturally done by specific people, but his appearance still caused the crowd of disciples who saw him to be shaken in spirit. But no one came to interrupt. Everyone was well organized and busy with their own things. Lin Yun sat down cross-legged. There was a fiery mana stirring within his body. The Divine Phoenix Dynasty had ancient origins and was rumored to have been established by the bloodline orphans of the Immortal Phoenix. In every generation there is a goddess or a godson, but the last 2 generations have been Phoenix women. The previous generation of Phoenix Renyu was a magnificent, stunning creature, and also the queen of today, Phoenix Hair, now the goddess, the first princess, the Phoenix daughter, the next queen, many honored statuses in one. They had the power of the immortal Phoenix in their bodies, to the hard and to the yang. For Lin Yun, it was naturally of some use. Lin Yun felt the majestic immortal Phoenix power in his body. It was like a heavenly fire, enough to burn everything, but under the pressure of his own massive mana, it can only be obediently refined. The foundation that had just broken through the Ascension realm and was still a bit flimsy was also becoming more and more solid. But what made Lin Yun a bit puzzled was, in his vision, one should have to spend at least 3 days and 3 nights to completely refine this mass of divine power. At this moment, it was actually instantly refined in just one incense stick of time. It wasn't until then that Lin Yun remembered. What was the meaning of the thousandfold cultivation talent that the system had previously bestowed upon himself? That is to say, he himself is now the most demonically gifted person in this world, is it? You learn everything at once, and you get good at it after a while. Now that he had safely survived the great calamity of life and death, it was indeed time to think about the future. In the future, you can also learn some formation dandao or something like that. Might have to go on a wilderness retreat after all. Lin Yun propped his chin on one hand, watching the densely packed sect disciples and diligent little bees generally coming and going in the distance. When the grudges are all cleared up, the matter with Phoenix Rinyu is also over. One should then be able to travel to the other 3,000 lower realms. It is most convenient to ascend in this world, but it is not possible anymore. At that time, he would be directly caught by the Empress ancestor. Legend has it that there are numerous ascension platforms in the immortal world. Different worlds may be picked up by different ascension platforms. Ancestress Empress, as one who had ascended from this realm, was naturally incomparably familiar with the directions to the ascension platforms in this realm. So it's a dead end. Lin Yun's strategy now was to hide for a while if he could. Maybe he'd be lucky to stay hidden. Perhaps there was a great chance to seek the shelter of the invincible immortal sect ancestor. The Empress ancestor wouldn't be able to deal with herself recklessly. In short, it's all about living. Once you shine, you're dead. Lin Yun knew this only too well. Even if you can delay it for a moment or two, you can only be reduced to a prisoner. Though he still has a multitude of schemes, but always be prepared for the worst. That's why he hasn't been in the gutter for so many years. Being careful is never a bad thing. In the distance of the site, there was still a bloody aura, and endless grievances and fury were intertwined. Some kind of demon is brewing. The earth cracked and the mountains and rivers were shattered. It's a lot of work to try to recover. Lin Yun looked at the sky. The Divine Phoenix Dynasty was probably already planning a counterattack this moment as well. I wonder how Phoenix Rinyu will fight back this time. Last time, he had managed to trick her out by all means, but don't wait to get down and get violent with her yourself. She then directly threatened to blow up the immortal Phoenix divine power within her body. That's why the two have been at loggerheads for so long. Very helplessly, old Devil Lin didn't get it that time as rumored. Get the red pill from this queen. Although it was also up and down taking advantage of the situation. But these are small gestures that the two used to do when they were still a couple, so naturally it doesn't count as a breakthrough. And that incident was actually considered the trigger for the siege by the 9 immortal sects. That once invincible old imperial lord of the Divine Phoenix Dynasty, he personally came to the door and asked for the queen back. Of course, the process wasn't all that pretty. Lin Yun wasn't taught a direct lesson though, but it was also humiliated in no small way, being publicly berated and disgraced. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party didn't dare to excessively utilize their mana for fear of the heavenly tribulation coming down, it was estimated that they would have been finished that time. That old imperial lord was rumored to have reached the peak of the Ascension realm, but for some reason, the way is incomplete, coupled with endless karmic obstacles, not daring to cross the Ascension cataclysm at all. It'll be chopped straight to death. However, Lin Yun did know the hidden secret, which was actually that old undead immortal phoenix physique problem. The immortal phoenix power in his body wasn't pure enough, and back then, he killed the Phoenix Lady, absorbed all the bloodline power from the other party. That's how you become a royal lord. And the reason why he cared so much about Phoenix Rinyu was actually because he wanted to use the other party as a cauldron. But after all these years the wish has not been fulfilled, probably facing similar problems as yourself, and Lin Yun so decisively took Phoenix hair. That's one aspect of it. Why don't you do something that is detrimental to others? At one time he regarded himself as a late bloomer mole cricket. Now he himself has spoiled his grand plan of ascension. I'm sure he didn't even think that this siege of the demon sect would fail. That's why he was relieved to let Phoenix hair come out to go through an ordeal. The faster she cultivated this way, the less time he had to wait for the harvest. Following the previous trajectory is indeed foolproof. It's just that Lin Yun is returning from a rebirth, and shamelessly forced the female emperor ancestor to dual cultivation, taking half of her cultivation after descending into the realm. That's what made the breakthrough, completed against the odds. But what are the chances of one actually winning now? Lin Yun also had some uncertainty in his heart, but that old thing's blood was dry and cowering, so he should be invincible. If he can't, he has a killer. His breakthrough into the Ascension realm was the equivalent of smuggling. It's not even time to cross over yet. When the time comes, it will directly trigger the great calamity and envelop that old undead in it. The heavenly Tao must be on to that old miscreant. Although at that time, one's own heavenly tribulation would also be affected, and its intensity would be raised by quite a bit. But this is the bottom of the barrel. And at the moment, within the distant Divine Phoenix Imperial Dynasty, Phoenix Rinyu, the contemporary Empress of the Divine Phoenix dynasty. She was standing on the highest Phoenix platform in the imperial city, overlooking miles and miles of mountains. She was dressed in a red and gold phoenix robe, the corner of which was embroidered with a fiery phoenix with spreading wings. It set off her upright and majestic posture. Long hair as black as ink, gently raised with the wind, with a phoenix gold hairpin inserted in between her hair. The end of the hairpin has a thin tassel, gently swaying and reflecting a bit of golden light. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes like stars, slightly pursed lips with a hint of coldness. His complexion was as white as fine sheep's fat white jade, with an untainted nobility. This is the one beauty in the immortal cultivation world. Old Devil Lin's first love, backstabbing his woman. Phoenix Mercy Moon. She stood there, the wind blowing through her, the phoenix robe clinging to her slim waist and slender legs. The long skirt swung slightly, outlining a delicate curve. The snow-white jade legs were slender and perfect, and the beauty was a bit blinding. But her beauty is not the soft kind, but with a majesty that overrides everything, a sweep of her eyes, like she can freeze people's souls. She raised her hand to caress the hairpin, her fingertips delicate and slender, her nails painted with a light tan red. The hands and feet were filled with imperial dominance and delicate flavor. Cloud, you sure didn't let me down. I didn't expect you to break through the realm, worthy of being the most demonic person of our generation back then. I didn't look away, just hope that you can withstand his wrath next. If you can't, you're dead. Hey, don't blame me, I don't want to be a puppet forever either. Phoenix Rinyu muttered. A flash of guilt flashed in his eyes, then was replaced by determination. Chapter 22, Senior. You finally came to see me. Lin Yun could never have imagined it. All of this was actually the calculations of that woman. Phoenix Rinyu. She longed to be free of the old ancestors' control. Don't want to be a puppet. Even more so, he didn't want to become that old monster's cauldron. It's been hard for her all these years. The mind has also been twisted for a long time. Even Huang Xiyu, who had always regarded her as her mother, had been used as a tool and bait by her, simply because the old royal lord was too powerful. At this rate, sooner or later, he would eat himself dry. He's afraid he can't wait for Sheer to grow up. Just do it to yourself. And he had almost no rivals in this world. Even those old monsters wouldn't kill each other for no reason. These old nobodies are all too scared for their lives. So she thought about going. It's still a better use of the world's biggest rebel, Old Devil Lin. Plus he had taken a shot at himself once, and it offended the entire Sento. What's even more rare is that he's very powerful himself. What if he succeeds? Phoenix Rinyu wanted to take a gamble, and the stakes were Lin Yun's life, the lives of the Yin-Yang sacred sect and countless immortal Dao disciples. Everyone has become her pawn. If it succeeded, it would only be at the expense of Phoenix Hayer's innocence. She dared to swear to the heavens that as long as Lin Yun passed through this calamity, definitely capturing Phoenix Sheer alive, then take away what was most important to Phoenix Sheer and old man Ling Tian. All of this was of course because she had once inadvertently leaked old Imperial Lord Phoenix Ling Tian's secret, knowing what she knew about her former young lover. The other side is decisive and ruthless, definitely won't let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It directly broke Phoenix Ling Tian's back, perhaps in his mind. It was also revenge on himself? The corners of Huang Rinyu's mouth were tinged with a faint smile. What she wanted was simple. It's just a matter of trying to cultivate immortality. That female emperor ancestor of the once Yin-Yang holy sect, it's her idol. She was also going to become like that female emperor ancestor. What's the use of being powerful in the lower realms? However, Phoenix Rinyu didn't know. The female emperor ancestor Ji Xiao, whom she admired the most in her heart, it also became Lin Yun's captive. Can't even walk freely away from it now. Spied on all the time. At this moment, the Empress ancestor was bored and working as a cold palace maiden in the back garden. Lin Yun tuned in for a while longer, replenished some of the consumption. Only then did he get up, ready to visit the little sister girls. They all seemed to be injured in this battle. Let's go check on little sister first. She had the lowest cultivation level and hadn't actually suffered much. This one might be crying and whining in a minute. Thinking of this, a smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yun's mouth. Little sister was actually picked up by him when he was traveling outside, but it was all nearly about to freeze to death. This is actually quite common. Baby girls are very discriminated against in this world. If you can't work, you're not productive. There would be no value. One more mouth to feed at home. So there will be a lot of abandoned babies. But since Lin Yun met it, that's the destiny of the underworld. So he picked it up. The last name is Willow directly because it was picked up under a willow tree. It's snowing again, so it's called Yuki. What was surprising was that this baby girl actually had spiritual roots and a talent for cultivation. Then Lin Yun directly asked Master Yin Shueji to accept her as a disciple. So many years have passed in a flash. The little baby girl who once nearly froze to death on the side of the road has grown up, with countless resources piled on top of each other, and with the care and love of his senior brother. It also became the holy daughter of the demon sect in the limelight. Although the cultivation level was only at the Avatar realm, but it was also considered a supreme immortal in the eyes of mortals. Living for thousands and thousands of years is not a problem. It was just a little bit attached to this senior brother of his, and a little bit clingy on weekdays. Lin Yun would naturally not reject this. Little sister would have been just like his child bride. It would be a no-no to make her marry. Anyone who thinks that way would have been reincarnated long ago. There was once a holy son who was the grandson of the protector Grand Elder. Just have thoughts about the holy maiden Lu Sweki, dared to pursue, and then one day, he disappeared without a word. The life belt shattered straight away. But the weird thing was that it was as if the incident had never happened. The entire House of Elders had not moved a bit. This weird atmosphere also made the crowd seem to understand something. That naive young girl was the Palm Supreme's adversary, little sister Ah. Anyone who gets any ideas will die. Lin Yun arrived at the Snow Maiden Peak where his junior sister was. This immortal mountain cave was her exclusive territory, right at the main node of an immortal vein. The aura is incredibly dense. Cultivating here is twice as easy. Supreme Sect Leader. The many disciples and attendants all immediately bowed their heads and knelt on the ground when they saw Lin Yun. Lin Yun ignored the servant disciples. Straight away, he arrived at his junior sister's chambers, and a faint medicinal fragrance hit his nose in the room. Junior sister Lu Sweki was half leaning on the soft couch, wearing a thin white gauze skirt with the hem spread out, revealing two white, slender calves. She was struck by the Divine Phoenix Dynasty's Fire Phoenix avatar during the Great Battle. Her body had been burned, and at the moment, although she had recovered most of it, her skin was still flushed pink, just like a ripe peach. It looked a little tantalizing through and through. She frowned, a little distressed, her delicate little face a little pale. The eyes, however, were soft as water. Especially when he saw Lin Yun come in, he immediately brightened up. Sectmaster, you're finally here. Lu Sweki's voice was thin and soft, with a bit of aggression, like a wounded kitten. She moved to sit up, but when she did, she hissed in pain, her brow furrowing even more. Lin Yun walked over and squatted beside her, his eyes sweeping over her body. There were still some tiny burn marks on that pink newborn skin. The hidden curves under the tool made the knot in his throat roll. He whispered, "Don't move, let elder brother take a look." He reached out and took her arm, and she shivered at the slightest touch of his fingers. Lu Sweki muttered in a small voice, "It hurts." That voice is so soft that it can melt the heart. Lin Yun let out a low laugh and pulled out a bottle of turquoise ointment from his pocket. Opening the lid, the medicinal fragrance became even stronger. This is the precious white jade severing cream, 9th grade. Further up is the elixir of immortality. It's not usually seen in the lower world. Lin Yun dug a little and smeared it on her arms and shoulders, collarbone, chest. The fingertips were cool, rubbing away at her burns in circles with a bit of force. Lu Sweki bit her lip, shrinking in pain at first, but after the ointment seeped in, the sting of the burn gradually dissipated. In its place was a coolness that made her squint in comfort. Couldn't help but let out a low hum. "Well, senior brother, what a great technique." The corner of Lin Yun's mouth curled up slightly. As he looked at his little sister's hidden and delicate body, his heart rippled a little, but it was good that he had already finished venting on Phoenix hair before he came, so it's not so beastly. Although little sister had always longed to cultivate with him. "Aha, senior brother is a Dan cultivation apothecary," Lin Yun joked. Without stopping, he ran his hand up her arm, sliding it to her shoulder and smearing some more ointment near her collarbone. The pink skin was soft as cotton when he pressed his fingers against it. Lin Yun's eyes heated up a bit, and his movements slowed down, as if he had intentionally stayed a bit longer. Lu Sweki blushed even more. Her chest under the gauze skirt rose and fell slightly, and her breathing was a bit disorganized. She stole a glance at her master palmistress somewhere, and her heart fluttered. It was almost a good thing last time, but let sister interrupt. Now seems to be the opportunity too. Lu Sweki whispered, "Sectmaster, don't just focus on healing your wounds. Help me nurse my skin. It hurts so much that I haven't slept well, and my skin is brown. You feel it, don't you?" With a shy face, little sister grabbed Lin Yun's palm and pressed it to her chest. Lin Yun raised his eyebrows. The corners of his mouth hooked as he took the bottle of secret jade dew cream from beside her table. "Who told you to fight so hard? I told you to just watch from the back." Saying that, Lin Yun squeezed some jade dew in his palm, came close to her and whispered, "Don't move around, oh, senior brother hurts you." He put his hands over her shoulders, then gently rubbed them away downward. The cream melted on her pink skin, and the smooth, creamy touch made his fingertips tremble. Lu Sweki closed her eyes, comfortable as a kitten. Her eyes were like autumn water, and her pretty face was a peach blush. Grunting and muttering, "Elder brother, your hands are so warm." A little further down, he moved his hand down to graze her back, the muslin crinkling with the rubbing, showing a small patch of pale skin on the side of her waist. The slender waist can be held in one hand generally. The room was so quiet that only the breathing of the two of them remained, and Lin Yun lowered his head and blew in her ear. smiling a bit bad. Junior sister, are you hooking senior brother again? Lu Sueki's face brushed red and opened her eyes to glare at him, but they were watery and not half as intimidating. She beamed and pouted. Elder brother, I've been in pain for a long time. You didn't even come to see me, and now you don't allow me to pout? Just give me a hug. Lin Yun froze, then laughed and simply sat down on the soft couch, wrapping her into his arms. Her petite body came up softly, her head buried in his chest, her sarong sliding down a bit, revealing pink shoulders, the burns glistening under the ointment moisturizing them. He dipped his head down and rubbed the top of her hair, the scent of it making him take a few deep breaths. The hand patted along her back and whispered, "All right, elder brother is holding you. Does it hurt anymore?" Lu Sueki twisted in his arms and grunted in a small voice. "It doesn't hurt anymore. I just want elder brother to hold me for a while longer." The room was quiet. The scent of the medicine mixed with the faint scent of her body made the heart beat faster. Lin Yun wrapped his arms around her, a hint of tenderness flashing under his eyes, but the corners of his mouth still held that bad smile. Big hands squeezed around her waist. It caused her to cry out softly and glare up at him, looking even more seductive. Lin Yun laughed out loud and no longer hesitated. "Keep your head down." Chapter 23, Sister, let me help you heal your wounds. Room. There was only a rustling sound, occasional low whimpers. It seemed to be out of breath. "I don't know how long it's been." Lin Yun raised his head, looking at the infinitely soft and shy little sister in his arms. "Senior, I want more." Lu Sueki was unforgiving and rubbed her little head against his chest again. "Let's practice, shall we?" Her eyes were watery. A disorientation. Skin takes on a tantalizing pink color. Lin Yun licked the corner of his mouth, gently rubbing little Yuki's little head. "Good boy. Be obedient and wait until you have completely recovered from your injuries." She was meant to be the woman she was intended to be. What collection is not a collection? Lin Yun was in no hurry. Instead, "I enjoyed the process. That's why it's been dragging on for so long without accomplishing anything good." On the other hand, there are actually some concerns. Because of sister and master's side. That was why Lin Yun hadn't been able to break this weak balance. But this time through the great tribulation, a lot of things he's kind of looked away from. My generation of cultivators fights with heaven and earth and people. Ben could have died at any time. If that's the case, why don't we just face our hearts? To hell with all the red tape. Besides, it's not like there's anything against heaven that goes against human decency. Lu Sueki was a bit reluctant to part with her though, but it was also known that a decision made by senior brother would not be easily changed. Just couldn't help but rub it in again. That's when he let go of his hand. Lin Yun was also relieved. "I'm going to check on your senior sister and master and the others. Behave yourself for a while and don't move around. Maybe the storm will start again." Lin Yun admonished. The 9 immortal sects might not just let it go. Maybe there will be taking advantage of the fire. Moreover, that old undead phoenix Ling Tian might show up at any time. If we take a hostage at that time, little sister and the girls were naturally the first choice. That smelly old thing might actually do something like that, but he probably wouldn't have expected it. Couldn't wait to get his prey now himself. It might go crazy in time. A great battle is inevitable. After withdrawing his hand from within the dress, Lin Yun left the Holy Maiden's chambers without any lingering. At the top of Immortal Peak, Lin Yun's figure slowly disappeared. In an instant, it moved to another mountain peak, Ice Breath Peak. This is the fiefdom of the clan's Grand Elder of Law Enforcement, Senior Sister Ling Xuanxue. It is more majestic and magnificent than the fairy mountain of the Holy Virgin. For a while, she's probably busy. Therefore, Lin Yun didn't go looking for it, but instead came directly to the inner hall. The arrival of the sect leader supreme was quickly reported to Ling Xuanxue's ears by the disciples. Among the garden spirit plants in the inner sanctum, Lin Yun leisurely sat inside a gazebo. Ling Xuanxue was still in a white dress, somewhat cold, but beautiful as hell. Unsurprisingly, her breath was a little weak. Apparently it was also badly injured, but she was still so proud, like a cold plum. Although in his heart, he favored Lin Yun. "What are you doing here at my place?" "I'm busy with a big mess within the clan right now. On Master's side, she's a bit seriously injured. You should go visit her first," Ling Xuanxue said in a somewhat unkind manner. The voice was rather less cold. Lin Yun raised an eyebrow. There was nothing unpleasant about it. That's just the way she is. She's been enjoying fooling around for so many years, trying to manage everything. Sometimes even he, the Sectmaster Supreme, would treat him like a child as well. But not only did Lin Yun have nothing against this, instead, there was some joy in it. After all, there aren't many people who can still treat him as they should. "Give me your hand." Lin Yun didn't respond to the world's questioning, but instead said in a somewhat domineering manner, "Not to be denied." Directly grabbed Ling Xuanxue's jade hand. Immediately, silk mana was injected into it and began to detect the injuries within her body. Ling Xuanxue was caught off guard and had no time to react. It was then held in the warm, large hand of the master teacher's brother. Her ears flushed, but bit his lip and didn't say anything. Just bright beautiful eyes stared blankly at the Sectmaster. Lin Yun frowned slightly, Senior Sister was not too seriously injured. She had only consumed her origin, so it's a little weak right now. In this case, it's generally not too good to make up for it. It takes time, but it's naturally different with him. With his muddy cultivation of the Ascension realm, he could directly fill her up. Come over here some, I'll help you heal. Something else will come later. Lin Yun used force with his arm and brought it forward. Ling Shuangxue was then pulled into her arms. Well, you don't. I have things to take care of. Ling Shuangxue was a bit nervous and rushed, though it has been prepared for a long time. But every time there's that kind of intimacy, she's always as nervous as the first time. This also made Lin Yun feel interesting and somewhat inexplicably stimulated. Well, just leave those things to the people below. You heal first. At least restore your mana first, or else how will you cope in case there's an unexpected situation back there? Lin Yun knew that only by talking about such matters of interest would Senior Sister probably be obedient. As expected, Ling Shuangxue looked up at the Sectmaster all of a sudden. Why? Are there still enemies coming? How dare they? Do they really think our sacred sect is a soft persimmon? There was a chill in her voice. The temperature seemed to drop a bit all around. Lin Yun wrapped his arm around his Senior Sister's waist. It was still as soft as ever with a slight amount of pressure. Not for now. After that it's a moot point. Moreover, that old man from the Divine Phoenix Imperial Dynasty might come to ask for someone. Lin Yun lowered his head and sniffed at his Senior Sister's ear. Softly, warm breath hitting her ears. Ling Shuangxue couldn't help a blush appear on her pretty face. Elder sister, you are so pretty. Looking at Ling Shuangxue's pretty face, Lin Yun couldn't help but say, Elder sister's beauty was unique, like an ice goddess who was clear and pure. The breath was as clean as the first snow. With a faint chill, one can't help but want to conquer. Who let you capture someone else's Phoenix princess? Ling Shuangxue's voice unconsciously softened as well. I had a natural reason for doing that. She had a great effect on that old monster, and now it has been destroyed by me. Lin Yun didn't directly say that he had directly trashed that Phoenix girl. Oh, I see. We'll support you in whatever you do. Ling Shuangxue tilted her head, her eyes filled with determination. Lin Yun bowed his head slightly. The two men rested their foreheads against each other, intertwined. Of course I believe you guys. You're the most important people to me, so take care of yourselves and don't be so impulsive next time. Lin Yun's palm slid slightly. Sister's waist is very warm. Well, so are you. Ling Shuangxue closed her eyes. Long eyelashes fluttered slightly. I'll help you restore the energy in your body. Lin Yun gasped and said. Ling Shuangxue nodded slightly. Spinning around, she tilted her snow-white swan neck, her face filled with shyness. Lin Yun bowed his head. There are many ways to cross the qi. Between the lips, naturally, it's kind of like that, and it's very efficient. The kiss was dim. Ling Shuangxue's face was also getting redder and redder. The breath began to slowly return. The two men's gong methods were originally from the same source. It's just that Senior Sister favors the qi of extreme cold. As for Lin Yun, he was the power of destruction cultivated by the qi of yin and yang plus the extreme Tao of demons. For a long time, it took two people to separate. Lin Yun had a smile on his lips. Elder sister, how about it? Isn't this a good solution? Ling Shuangxue bit her lip and twisted her head to the side, obviously a little embarrassed. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yun just loved to see her in this unabashedly shy manner. Couldn't help but reach out and cupped her chin, twisting her head around, and want to do it again. Ling Shuangxue bit her lip. Lord Sect Leader, you'd better go see Elder Shuiji. I'm already better. Lin Yun's eyes were scorching hot and unperturbed. It's not like there's a rush, and besides, I have a feeling you could improve your skills a bit more. Shidoshi teaches you. Well, don't be like that. Ling Shuangxue's struggles were somewhat feeble. Chapter 24, The 5 Great Immortal Sects forced the Empress to go to court. In the meantime, it was just as Lin Yun had expected. Within the distant imperial palace of the Divine Phoenix dynasty, countless magnificent palace clusters densely dotted every corner in sight. They were so gilded that they were a little blinding. The Divine Phoenix Imperial Dynasty was the largest ancient imperial dynasty in the Tianyuan continent, and it's also the strongest. The population is more than 10 billion. Legend has it that it is also blessed by the ancient immortal phoenix. The humanistic qi of the imperial dynasty has flourished since tens of thousands of years ago. Every year, countless immortal sects came here to look for suitable immortal Tao seedlings. It had also formed a karmic bond with the royal family of the Divine Phoenix Imperial City. Therefore, it was Phoenix Rinyu who had this ability to gather the 9 immortal sects. In the name of eliminating demons and defending the Tao, he led an army of 1 million immortal Tao to go together to besiege the Yin-Yang sacred sect. Of course, this all presupposes. In fact, it still had the tacit approval and even support of the old imperial lord. Phoenix Ling Tian. Otherwise the Queen's holy decree alone could not have achieved this effect. Moreover, the Imperial Dynasty also promised that the Imperial Dynasty would not take a single penny of all the treasures within the demon sect. Plus, Lin Yun already had grudges against all the major immortal sects. It was only then that the several great sect leaders came to an agreement. Then the vast army marched out, with the sword pointing directly at old Devil Lin of the Yin Yang Sacred Sect. I just didn't expect that old Demon Lin to be so ferocious and despicable. Surprisingly, he secretly broke through to the Ascension realm. This is simply digging a huge hole for them to jump into. This day, within the palace's council hall, several of the leaders of the Xiantao coalition army had sneakily arrived here again. Only this time, there were 3 less. Ling Ao Tian, the sect master of the Ling Shao sect, was already dead. Feather Chongfeng, the headmaster of the Feathered Sect, and Ru Qingsong, the headmaster of the Haoran Academy, all rest forever in that land. The Empress of the Divine Phoenix Dynasty, Phoenix Run, you personally received a few people. A great situation that you have made a mess of. And my Phoenix daughter was taken captive by that devil right under your noses. And you have the nerve to come to me for an argument? Phoenix Rin, you had a cold face. The delicate and majestic pretty face was as gloomy as if it was about to frost. She was wearing a gorgeous imperial robe. It is embroidered with an exquisite and beautifully lifelike immortal phoenix and fire phoenix, spreading his wings and flying high is alive and well. Just her aura alone pressed down the 5 great Sectmaster Supreme Beings opposite her, all of whom were somewhat dwarfed. Mistress Phoenix, this is a poor statement. You were the one who found us then and contacted us. You swore in the beginning that it was foolproof. The main reason for this evil outcome today is that your Divine Phoenix Dynasty's information was wrong. Master Yuan Jue of the ancient temple of Daming went toe-to-toe. They didn't lose too much this time in terms of numbers though, but the ones they brought over there were the best of the best. The worst cultivation level was the spiritual platform realm. The loss of one is heartbreaking. This time a large portion actually died outright. The 10,000-year-old foundation has been shaken. The royal clans within the Great Ming Dynasty and the Immortal Sect lineages were now all eyeing the ancient temples. What Grandmaster said is very true. My Tianxian sect has 300,000 dead and injured disciples this time. But you can't just leave it like that. Xian Tian Gang's face was gloomy. His position as the sect leader was now unstable. Lei Zhenxiao of the Purple Sky sect was even more direct. My Violet Sky sect has more than 100,000 dead or injured elite disciples this time. And the sect's Violet Sky Divine Thunder Spirit has even consumed countless more. You must pay for these damages. Jian Wuji of the Taiching Sword sect didn't speak, but the eyes were as sharp as swords, staring straight at the queen. All of you at ease. In my opinion, compensation is certainly to be compensated, but the specifics still need to discuss out a charter. The dustless Taoist master of the everlasting Taoist temple was even more brazen. Looking at these few hypocritical leaders of the immortal way, Phoenix Rinyu laughed outright. The crisp laugh was a little harsh for the occasion. After so many years, I didn't expect you guys to still be so shameless. Lei Zhenxiao, you were the one who begged to join at that time, right? Xian Tian Gang. I didn't force you to, did I? You are at least alive now and qualified to stand before me. The other 3 clans aren't so lucky. What? The gain is yours, and the loss is to be borne by me. The Divine Phoenix Dynasty? Where in heaven's name is this good? It was naturally impossible for Phoenix Rinyu to agree to such a thing. Otherwise, even with the depth of the Imperial Dynasty, it was feared that it would be directly emptied. For the 8 immortal sects, there were hundreds of thousands of disciples who died directly. Numerous deaths and injuries were inflicted on the inner disciples of the personal disciples. How can this be accounted for? I'm afraid that it's emptying all the treasures that the Imperial Dynasty has accumulated over tens of thousands of years. It is also unclear what the compensation is, and on what grounds should their Imperial Dynasty be held responsible. Phoenix Rinyu had already known what kind of pissants this group of people were, so she was prepared. Besides, it was all in her plan. Her ultimate goal was to target her own old ancestor. Blame it on the greed of these self-proclaimed righteous immortal clans. Auntie is right. You people go back where you came from. You are no longer welcome in my Divine Phoenix Dynasty. In addition, the old Imperial Lord will soon leave the gate, and will travel to the Demon region to bring back the Phoenix daughter of my dynasty. If you guys are interested, you can come along. A white-faced young man in brocade clothes walked out from the side hall. The noble aura and strong imperial aura on his body was a naked gold medal of immunity from death in the eyes of the cultivators. This is the 8th-generation grandson of Phoenix Ling Tian, nowadays the most talented Phoenix crown prince within the Divine Phoenix Dynasty, but the bloodline was still a step behind Phoenix Shear. But he's just as expensive. It was the only person within the Imperial Dynasty today who could directly meet old ancestor Phoenix Ling Tian. Wu Do, you've come at the right time. See off the guests for me. I'm a bit tired. Phoenix Wudao looked at the magnificent Ant Empress, and a hint of well-hidden greed and scorn flashed through his eyes. Auntie, go and rest. Just leave this place to me. With that said, he alone looked towards several Sectmaster supreme beings whose status and cultivation were all higher than his. Not the slightest bit of stage fright. This was naturally the bottom line given to him by his old ancestor, Phoenix Ling Tian, not to mention that this was their divine Phoenix dynasty's territory. Who dares to do anything to him? As she turned around, a trace of dislike flashed through Huang Ringyu's Phoenix eyes. Phoenix Ling Tian and Phoenix Wudao, it's all demons that crawl over their dynasty and suck blood. She had known that nasty mind of theirs for a long time, especially this damned Phoenix Wudao, actually having that kind of treacherous thoughts about himself as well. It's just a matter of him hitting on Phoenix hair on a regular basis. I can't believe that you even dare to be delusional. Isn't he afraid of being slapped to death by his own old ancestor? But it's just a dog raised by that old undead man. Phoenix Ringyu knew very well that this bold nephew would not end well. He'll be the first to die when the time comes. It was just that he currently had some use for that old monster. He dared to have nasty thoughts about himself and Phoenix's daughter. It's already the way to take death. If he could see it himself, how could the old undead not see it? Phoenix Ringyu left straight away, not wanting to get involved again. Next, the old monster should be out of the gate. He was probably a bit scornful right now, but he couldn't do anything about it. Both himself and Phoenix hair were tonics that he had cultivated for years. It was his only hope of ascending to the immortal world, so he would definitely go to the demon realm to try it out for a while. When the time comes, I hope they both lose. That's its own opportunity. Once one is truly in sole control of the dynasty, she had a way to obtain the true immortal Phoenix inheritance and achieve the immortal Dao fruit, like that female emperor ancestor Ji Shiyao 10,000 years ago, who flew up in the white sun. Phoenix Wudao stepped forward, representing that peerless old imperial lord, unless they also invite the old monster behind it. Otherwise, they have little leverage left. Walking out of the imperial palace, Shen Tiangang and Lei Jinxia Jian Wuji, several people looked at each other. Why don't we go and take a look then as well? Shen Tiangang said tentatively. Stay away. Old Taoist Dustless was already a bit scared. Mei, Jian Wuji had relatively few words. Their losses were actually even heavier. With countless flying swords destroyed, it was important to realize that a large portion of their sword cultivators' life was in their swords. Many of the disciples are now worse off than if their wives had died. On the other side, Phoenix Wuji watched the several seniors leave. He also turned around and came within the royal tomb. Here, the remains of the true immortal Phoenix are said to be buried. It was the root of the divine Phoenix dynasty. Phoenix Ling Tian was in it on weekdays to keep his spirit in seclusion. Apart from the great sacrifice of the imperial dynasty, even the queen had no way to come here. Obviously there is some kind of secret hidden in there, and Phoenix Ling Tian wants it all to himself. Phoenix Wudao is here to report the situation. Eyes indifferent, he watched Phoenix Wudao, the grandson who had no idea how many generations of bloodline separated him from himself, leave. There was a flash of killing intent in Phoenix Ling Tian's eyes. He had lived for tens of thousands of years though, but not really very bold. Always cringing. Some of his contemporaries had long since ascended or were already dead. He was the only one who had survived. Maybe there were still a few of his fellow travelers in the secret realm of some deep mountains and old forests. He was not the right person to get the position back then. It was a sneak attack that killed the queen. The other party's bloodline and soul were drawn out and refined into a great Dan. It was only then that he broke through to the Ascension realm in one fell swoop, but that's as far as it goes. And the flaw was obvious, the Dao fruit was not complete, and the great Dao was flawed, and there's also a very deep immortal demon karma. Generally speaking, there was absolutely no way to survive the Ascension cataclysm. That's why it survived to this day. But after all these years of research, he had a new plan. That was to continue devouring the Phoenix woman. And it was also a Phoenix girl with a super high bloodline concentration. Phoenix Mercy Moon would have been the best choice, but she was a demon at heart, with a face and a heart that were not in harmony, and she was wary of this old ancestor of hers from the beginning to the end. Phoenix Hair would have been his alternative as well, but now it's actually fallen into it. How similar is this scene? Originally he thought it was foolproof too. Only then did he feel relieved to let Phoenix Hair head off to pick the fruit, or to shorten his wait. Once he thought of that descendant of the devil sect actually breaking through to the Ascension realm as well. Phoenix Ling Tian then had a moment of panic in his heart. Could it be that this is his own hijacking? No wonder they say there is a great apocalypse in heaven. Can't hide, but he was going to try and test it himself anyway. Chapter 25, Master's Extreme Imperial Pocket. And the other side. Within the Yin Yang sacred sect, Lin Yun had only just let go of his senior sister. Out from within the compound, Lin Yun licked the corners of his mouth somewhat retrospectively. Even more so, He put his hand to the tip of his nose and sniffed. The faint scent of milk intoxicated him a little. Suddenly, Lin Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, looked to the sea of clouds in the sky. There was a sense of foreboding in his mind. Did that old guy Phoenix Ling Tian come out of the gate again? But it shouldn't have come so soon. Probably still torn up about it. Lin Yun knew something about that old undead. The other side is most afraid of death, careful to the point of perversion. If he were him, he'd be near the water. Long ago, I tried to find a way to give the queen that what for. I can't do it with drugs, stalling until now. Instead, was fast allowing the other party to grow enough to threaten him. He heard the news of his breakthrough, probably scared to death, probably thinking something about being his hijacker or something inexplicable like that. However, Phoenix Hair was too important to him, so it certainly won't be easy to give up. One just waits for him to come in a good way, once he towered over himself. Now, he himself has left him high and dry. If we killed or crippled him, the old bastard would surely go into hiding. At that time, Phoenix Ring you, let's see who else can protect you. Perhaps, you may be praying that we both lose and you reap the benefits, but you're still naive. The more Lin Yun recalled some of the details now, the more wrong he felt as well. It always felt like I was being counted. Using the simplest method of elimination, whoever benefits the most is the ultimate beneficiary. Who is the mastermind? Then the answer cries out. That would be that hateful woman, Phoenix Ring Yu. But what Lin Yun didn't expect was that the other party actually threw out even his nominal Phoenix daughter as bait. But it's really the most poisonous thing of all. It's fun to conquer a woman like that. Lin Yun was looking forward to it even more now. When the time comes, if I don't treat her 100 times, I'll be sorry for what I've suffered. Lin Yun was still very confident in himself. The bottom line today may not be as good as the old undead, but he's young. He's got plenty of blood, and he wasn't afraid of the Ascension Cataclysm. That's the biggest advantage. So Lin Yun wasn't panicking in the slightest right now. All there is to do is wait. Lin Yun stayed where he was for a while. The mind also reviews the whole process. After confirming that his strength today was such that he could face the hard-hitting Phoenix old monster head-on, then he headed straight for his master, Elder Yun Shueji. She was given a direct hit by the Heavenly Xian Seal, arguably the most injured. I'm afraid I won't be able to do anything about it anytime soon. Yun Shueji had always been an elder of the Yin Yang Sacred Sect. When Lin Yun had just joined the Sacred Sect, she had already been an inner sect elder. There wasn't a lot of crossover between the two to begin with, a few faces at best. It wasn't until Lin Yun began to make his mark. Even more so, he began to feud with many disciples within the sect, ostracized and backstabbed in every way, but he killed it all the way out. With his strength and ruthless character, he also quickly entered the Elder's line of sight. At the final Intersect competition finals, Lin Yun is even transformed into the biggest dark horse. It's straight to the top of the queue. Took first place. Lin Yun still remembered that feeling. It was one of the pinnacle high points of my own life. Then also by virtue of the first place reward, Lin Yun could directly choose an elder to become a master teacher. Lin Yun looked at the many bigwigs. Neither had much interest. The only one who took a keen interest in the incomparably beautiful Yun Shueji. What's the point of practicing with a bunch of big guys is? It's only motivating to cultivate with a beautiful master teacher. Lin Yun ended up directly surprising everyone by choosing Elder Yun, whose strength wasn't exactly top-notch. It also threw everyone for a loop. The Palm Supreme at the time even confirmed again and again that Lin Yun hadn't chosen wrongly. This was why Lin Yun's cultivation was so profound now. Yun Shueji was somewhat usual. A person's cultivation was instead a bit flimsy, and even the back was Lin Yun feeding back to her. Offer her status, power, resources. Lin Yun was also glad for his choice. It was because Elder Yun also had a great disciple, Ling Xuanxue, who was also cold and gorgeous. It made his path to immortality cultivation charming as well. It's not as boring. After so many years together, a lot of things are actually known by heart. It's so close to poking through that window pane. Cultivator of the word, age and all that is supposed to be a number, identity and all that doesn't really matter that much. But Lin Yun later suppressed the entire Devil's Way with his own power. The Palm Supremacy were all directly challenged by him, even fought straight out of the fire, directly let the other party's soul fly away and die on the spot. It also established its own demonic authority from then on, perhaps the only setback in his life. It was when he was in the Avatar realm that he was betrayed by the White Moonlight Phoenix Rinyu, right? That one time had him hunted down by many righteous heavenly prides. If it wasn't for the blood escape technique running fast, he would have almost been killed. That woman, lucrative. Lin Yun was also always remembering her gift to him. Coming to the top of the mountain peak where Yun Shueji was, there was a great hall standing in the clouds here. This peak is called Yunqiu Peak. It was one of the 12 major nodes of the many immortal veins within the holy sect. It was also one of the eyes of the clan protection formation. That's why the aura is so thick. Yun Shueji was seriously injured, so this place was naturally the first choice for healing. Lin Yun didn't say hello. It went straight around everyone silently. out of some kind of mentality. He didn't want anyone to know he was coming. Lin Yun's figure was like a ghost, wandering between the many gardens and attic chambers, bedchambers of the temple. What made him wonder, though, was how he hadn't seen her. But the other side's breath was clearly inside the palace. Immediately, Lin Yun stood in place and closed his eyes to feel it carefully. That just confirmed a certain direction. As the palace of the Protector Grand Elder, the interior was naturally intricate and had numerous formations. So Lin Yun wasn't reckless, lest the disciples be alarmed and cause a joke. Follow the scent. Lin Yun made his way to the depths beyond a small, unassuming building. It's already a little out of the way. It's the depths of the purple bamboo forest. A mountain breeze blew. The clattering bamboo forest was exceptionally relaxing. Lin Yun didn't knock on the door and directly changed his body shape and passed through the wooden door. Came inside the house. Her scent was already just around the corner. Lin Yun suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment in searching for treasure. Thought I'd surprise Master Chief. Lin Yun doesn't have an origin. Then, Lin Yun's eyes widened all of a sudden. Is she taking a bath? Lin Yun looked at the not-so-large bath made of white jade in front of him. Layers of white veil were spread all around, gently swaying. Inside the pool, the rich spiritual energy turned into mist. Is this healing and taking a bath in the meantime? Lin Yun saw it. In the air, some kind of faint scent seemed to linger. It makes you a little hot. Inside the bath, Yuki didn't seem to notice him. She leaned quietly against the edge. The misting water barely covered her chest. The voluptuousness of Yun Shueji's body was the best Lin Yun had ever seen. It's even a little over the top. Plump breasts and fat ass. It's the ultimate beauty. Lin Yun couldn't help but be a bit dry-mouthed as well. Look at the scene ahead. Lin Yun couldn't help but gulp. Her long hair was like ink floating on the water. It was a stark contrast to the snow-white skin. Lin Wan has good eyesight. You could even see the watery dew sliding slowly down her pale, delicate skin. Lin Yun's eyes were a bit fiery. Breathing couldn't help but be ragged. She probably found herself, because Lin Yun noticed that her breathing was heaving a bit, but neither made a sound. It was as if there was some kind of tacit agreement. This also made Lin Yun even bolder. He admired it with reckless abandon. The eyes were naked. Come to the shore. Lin Yun looked at the black, dragon-printed emperor's pocket hanging next to him. He subconsciously reached for it. It's very soft in the hand, silky smooth and icy cold. It is emblazoned with a living golden dragon pattern. Yuner, you're here. Yun Shueji's voice was a little soft. She had actually noticed someone coming in. It was a shock at first. It was then realized that it was Cloud. So naturally he was relieved. So there's been no outcry. There are some things that are due. If it drags on any longer, Cloud is going to ascend to the upper realms. Well, I came to see you. Lin Yun put down the dragon bellyband in his hand. The eyes looked a little mesmerized in the direction of the bath. Now see, so are you going back? Yun Shueji's voice seemed a bit derisive. The corner of Lin Yun's mouth curled up slightly. Haven't looked hard enough. Hearing that you've been injured, I, as a disciple, have some hard feelings in my heart. Make sure you take a detailed look at where it hurts. Lin Yun's footsteps slowly approached. Oh, what about the chest injury for Master? Do you want to see it? Lin Yun swallowed. Naturally, with an injury like that, I may be the only one to help you heal. Well, look at it then. Yun Shueji had long prepared for this day, with the sound of Lin Yun going into the water. Sinner, Chapter 26, You smell like another woman. Lin Yun didn't show any mercy. Moreover, Yun Shueji's cultivation was profound. Lin Yun doesn't have much to worry about. It's an emotion that's been repressed for thousands of years. Soon all the pool water dried up and the bed collapsed. You almost have to hold onto the wall when you come out of the house. It's been a long time, but it's worn him out. But the joy of being in it is something only he can understand. Yun Shueji followed him. Her face was more delicate than a peach blossom, where there was even a hint of injury. Totally a happy little woman who has just been nourished in general. She was wearing a black Cheongsam-style dress that set off her figure in an unbelievably alluring way. A head of dark hair was coiled up. The extra strands of hair flowed casually behind her. Lin Yun also finally realized what that belly band looked like when worn, and then also the excitement of another couple hundred rounds. Look at Cloud. Yun Shueji's heart was filled with happiness and fulfillment. You seem a little tired. You didn't do anything good the other day, did you? Who is that woman? Yun Shueji naturally held Lin Yun's hand. Report back to Master. That's disciples Taoist couple. Lin Yun naturally wouldn't tell the truth. Besides, no one would believe me if I told them. Saying that he tricked the female emperor's ancestor into coming down to the realm and then double cultivated and drained her of her cultivation? It's also appalling. But with Master Yun Shueji this time. But it's real and complementary. It made up for all of Yun Shueji's loss of origin. Lin Yun was naturally a bit labored. But it's nothing. Guess I'll be fine after a day of rest. And the wonderful taste of it. It made Lin Yun incomparably infatuated as well. More than that, it's actually psychologically satisfying. After all, the wish of so many years had finally been realized. And then there's little sister and sister. just wait for now. It did get a little overwhelming. You can't eat all the good stuff at once. Next time you don't want to be so reckless with such a serious injury. But don't worry, that Xin Tiangang is dead. Lin Yun had already labeled Xin Tiangang a certain death in his heart. Well, it doesn't matter, you just have to be careful. That old fellow, Phoenix Ling Tian, should be on his way. Yun Shueji was naturally clear about these things and was able to make her own judgment. The other party couldn't just let the matter unravel, either in reason or in fact. Phoenix Heir, the face of the Imperial Dynasty. By the way, did you eat the Phoenix girl? Yun Shueji grabbed Lin Yun's ear and said without a trace of anger. No wonder. Ha, I'll let you off the hook this time. Next time you come to my place you won't be allowed to have contact with other women. Yun Shueji's face was a bit sultry. It can't really be helped. I'll tell you a secret. Come here, master. I'll tell you. Lin Yun smiled evilly and pulled Yun Shueji over to him, gasped in her delicate ear. It made her shiver slightly. A tantalizing shade of pink surfaced on her face and earlobes. Only then did he speak softly about the biggest hidden secret of the Divine Phoenix dynasty. Yun Shueji had been a bit distracted, full of the same flavor as before. Now it was a bit more positive. You mean that old uncultivated one, Phoenix Ling Tian, wants to pick on Phoenix Renyu and Phoenix Sheer? Lin Yun hugged her and nodded. Yun Shueji's body was voluptuous and soft. Yes, so I struck first and directly dashed the hopes of that old undead Phoenix Ling Tian, Lin Yun said without any psychological burden. Especially in front of Yun Shueji. She wasn't exactly a nice person. Even, in some ways, more evil than him. Cluck cluck cluck. Cloud, you did a great job. Yun Shueji directly kissed Lin Yun on the cheek. It left a faint lip print. Now that the boundaries have been breached, naturally, there's not as much wriggling around. All of them are giant big shots of the devil's way. The mind has long since looked past all the worldly red tape. From now on you can only call me by my first name. Got it? Yun Shueji stretched out a scallion white finger around her own mouth, blocking Lin Yun's attack. I don't. I call it whatever I like. I'm the sect leader supreme. Why should I listen to you? Lin Yun somewhat domineeringly peeled her palms away. Well, I don't know how long it's been. It was only then that the two took another slow stroll through the purple bamboo forest. That Taoist couple of yours, it's not simple, is it? Yun Shueji still couldn't help but ask. She snuck a peek too. That aura, it's so scary. Anyway, no more cultivation, but things like temperament are the least deceiving. Well, it'll be gone in a while, so just pretend she doesn't exist, all of you. I'll make the arrangements when the time comes, and by the way, don't let anyone disturb her either. She's dangerous and important. Lin Yun took Yun Shueji's hand, some soft and smooth. Well, just keep it in your own mind. Seeing that Cloud doesn't say much, Yun Shueji also stopped asking more questions. The wish of so many years has finally come true. She was in a good mood now, and it felt even better than she had imagined. In the future, you must come to see Master often. Yun Shueji's plump and sexy lips were tinged with a smile. The eyes were somewhat seductive. Well, I'll come every other day, okay? As long as I'm around. Lin Yun was indifferent to this. Let's coax it first. Women are all the same anyway. Like to hear good things. One would certainly not be so despicable. Still have to practice. Eternal life is the only and ultimate quest. Leave from Yunxiu Peak. Lin Yun was also a bit soulful. There's some emptiness in the heart. Maybe the kidneys. Seems a little too busy himself. How can we live like this in the future? Still need to get out sometime. While looking for those people to settle the score, he went to plot against Phoenix Renyu. Then, the Empress ancestor should be almost ready to return to the Immortal realm again. At that time, one could go out and travel after being in seclusion for a period of time and reaching the bottleneck. Find the right world to ascend. That's the path one ultimately takes. Nowadays, it's nothing more than a small interlude. Of course, thanks to the pressure from that woman, Phoenix Renyu. Otherwise some things aren't really breakable. Recall the taste of Yun Shueji. Lin Yun was also somewhat reminiscent. It was now the next day after coming out from Yunxiu Peak. It was estimated that old thing Phoenix Ling Tian would arrive tomorrow at the latest. It's better to go and see the Empress ancestor first. Lin Yun's body transformed into a wisp of green smoke, preparing to go back to his chambers to check on Ji Xiao. Those affairs of the sect, with so many elders, did not need to worry about themselves. Ji Xiao had originally been a bit thankful in her heart, because Lin Yun, this sinful animal, didn't show up in front of her last night. Thought he'd turned a corner. I didn't realize it was going for wild game. Sure enough, it is humble and has only instinctive desires. Ji Xiao's face was disgusted and her eyes were filled with sarcasm. Lin Yun was most annoyed by this kind of look from her. It always feels like my self-esteem is a little bruised. I don't want to see you. Ji Xiao didn't show the slightest sign of giving face to Lin Yun. Straight up evictions. If it weren't for the fact that the seal hadn't been lifted, she wouldn't have wanted to stay here for a moment. And if he went out, in his weakened state, he was afraid that it would be even more dangerous. If you run into any damn mortal griffins, I'm afraid it's the same encounter again, and it might be even more miserable. This humble mortal was at least human. Ji Xiao was very clear about the cruelty of the bottom world, so it can only be a temporary commitment. I just came to visit. Do you hate me that much? Lin Yun laughed somewhat bitterly. Humph, cut the crap. You know in your heart what you went and did. You smell like at least 4 women. Are you a pig in heat? Ji Xiao said with some sneer, speaking in an even meaner tone. For some reason, she was angry now. Super pissed. This damned mortal, actually going out and messing around. Seeing that she actually dared to taunt herself like that, Lin Yun was also angry. Straight away, he bullied his way in, pressing Ji Xiao against the wall. Don't blame me if you do that again. Don't forget, you can't resist me now. Believe it or not, I'll do it 100 more times. Lin Yun said viciously. The face came even closer. Their breaths mingled. Ji Xiao turned her face sideways in some disgust. If you dare, you'll try. I'll just blow myself up for you. Let this world be buried with this emperor. Ji Xiao seemed to have bathed again last night, and the scent on her body was a bit different. Lin Yun sniffed. Eyes clear, not washed out. I don't believe it. Do you give up this cultivation of yours? Lin Yun came up to her ear. Ji Xiao only felt some wetness in her earlobe. The body couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 27. No way. The Empress is jealous? Looking into Ji Xiao's eyes, Lin Yun knew he was taking a risk, but those who have had pets know that. There is a psychological law called desensitization. Simply put a couple more times and you'll be fine. The bottom line that is tried and tested is no longer the bottom line. Ji Xiao couldn't help but blush. Don't touch me with your filthy mouth. What's the difference between what you said and a fart? Ji Xiao had a sneer on her face. This damned man, cheating on her over and over again. Lin Yun ripped open her long skirt with one hand, revealing pale shoulders and collarbones and wonderful hemispheres. You provoked me first. Lin Yun's breathing was a little ragged. Ji Xiao suddenly didn't move. The pupils of his eyes were filled with cold and piercing killing intent. A power fierce enough to destroy the heavens and the earth was stirring within her. It seems to be waking up at any moment. Lin Yun was startled and gulped. For real, but he still didn't get up. This is a fight he hasn't lost yet. You wouldn't dare. Lin Yun stared deathly into Ji Xiao's eyes. From within the other party's eyes, Lin Yun couldn't see the slightest emotion or desire. This caused Lin Yun's heart to tremble. It shouldn't be. She seems angry? Lin Yun was a bit puzzled, but immediately afterward, his mind moved. Seems to understand something. The corner of Lin Yun's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. Xiao, are you jealous? No way. You're a high and mighty empress. How could you be jealous of a mortal like me? Lin Yun had some disbelief in his heart, but based on what he knew about women, it seemed like a real possibility. Women are like that, regardless of status. She cannot want you. She can humiliate you. She can call you a mole. But if you turn around and you're with her best friend, it'll make her question her life, and a strong sense of jealousy and hatred would rise. After figuring out this relationship, Lin Yun suddenly felt a lot more relaxed in his heart, though she may just instinctively feel uncomfortable. It also sidesteps the fact that she's not really unearthly, and human nature, which isn't far off from a woman's mind. The light in Ji Xiao's eyes seemed to tremble slightly. It was followed by an even more powerful rage. You humble mortal, don't flatter yourself. What are you that you deserve my jealousy? Ji Xiao didn't know where the strength came from this time. Surprisingly, he pushed Lin Yun away from himself in one go. She gasped slightly and pulled her bodice up. Covering that upside-down beings is the beauty. Lin Yun looked a few more times with some regret, but he's really having some sage time right now. Otherwise there's a real chance that you won't be able to control your impulses. Although Ji Xiao had never experienced male love, but also know what it means to be jealous. So a nameless fire sprang up all at once. That's just blasphemy. How could one be in that kind of lowly mood? Lin Yun knew that Xiao was probably a bit annoyed. At once, he stopped irritating her more. It's a time when a woman can easily lose her mind. If you really explode with yourself, it would be a big trouble. He himself had just accomplished good things with Yun Shueji. It can't just go gray. But she was actually really possessive of herself. This was something that Lin Yun hadn't expected. The probability of one's survival seems to have increased quite a bit. Okay, maybe I'm overthinking it. Lin Yun shrugged. I was impulsive just now. I'm sorry. A real man has to be able to bend and bend. The main thing to do now is to appease. Had Ji Xiao snorted. She was now not believing a single word that came out of this smelly man's mouth. Lying griffins, lowly beings. I'm warning you, if you disrespect me again, I'll just die for you. After saying that, Ji Xiao frowned. It felt as if I was at a bit of a disadvantage to say that. It's dragging you along, everyone you care about, the whole world with you. Ji Shio was the kind of person who was truly and squarely born with a golden key. At birth, her father was the highly respected Yin Holy Monarch, one of the three great saints. It was on par with the first generation of the Divine Phoenix Dynasty's Empress. And Ji Xiao's talent was demonic, not to mention her looks and figure were also known as the best in the world. It was even smoother all the way to becoming a poem supreme. Basically no contact with outside people mortals. After leaving behind numerous legends, just fly up to the upper world. In the upper world is also because of the outstanding talent. The appearance of the upper world of the Immortals also surprised as heavenly beings. Straight away, he joined the powerful Immortal Alliance. Become a core seed member to be nurtured. It can be a smooth ride all the way, with little to no setbacks. Compared to the bitter Lin Yun, it was as if she was the real star of the show. But the flaw is also obvious. A blank slate when it comes to human affairs and matters of love between men and women. It's not really a big deal on a regular day. After all, she was a high and mighty Empress Immortal King. Who dares to be disrespectful in her presence? Just didn't realize that she'd fallen into the mortal world. Played by Lin Yun, a mud-legged man. Lin Yun looked at Ji Shio, who still had a delicate and beautiful appearance even after gritting her teeth. The heart was a little pleased. The more you do, the more you show that you've been guessed by yourself. As the saying goes, the truth is the quicker sword. Maybe she didn't even realize it herself. She now looked like the little lady who had quarreled with her husband and threatened to hang herself. If you don't love me, I'll die for you. Looking at her, she was actually more innocent and no city than she thought she was. Lin Yun also couldn't help but feel a little guilty. It seems like you're really too much of a thing yourself, but everything is predestined. Well, you're right about everything. Lin Yun shrugged somewhat perfunctorily, but this negative attitude of his made Ji Xiao a little annoyed again. Are you even listening to what I'm saying? She sat up slightly straighter. Lin Yun was also sitting on top of the bed at the moment. The two men looked at each other. Lin Yun's eyes were filled with calm. Ji Xiao, who was supposed to be too emotionless, instead appeared to be a bit emotional. Can't it be that this is really her love affair? I'm listening. I recognize my mistake. Lin Yun settled down. It was better to coax her as a little girl. And I promise I won't do it again. How can I, a humble mortal, desecrate you, who are so high and mighty? Lin Yun was a bit on the verge of holding back himself as he spoke, but Ji Xiao was very flattered. She held her chin up slightly, looking a little haughty. Humph, count on you to know what you're doing. For some reason, watching Lin Yun soften and admit his mistake, Ji Xiao actually felt a little happy in her heart. This inexplicable emotion made Ji Xiao frown. It was then forced down. Immediately afterward she remembered as if she had remembered something else. The eyes were dead set on Lin Yun. And can you stop filling your head with those dirty, nasty thoughts all day long? Are all the women out there like you? Ji Xiao's words had hidden meanings. It's really about not wanting him to touch outside women, but it's hard to say it explicitly. Lin Yun subconsciously touched his nose. This woman cares quite a bit. It's a good thing it wasn't his wife. Otherwise it wouldn't be the end. However, it seems that she can be blackmailed with that. She had no mana, but the knowledge in her head was still there, right? Didn't he himself happen to have a big problem recently? How is my freedom? What do you care? Don't think you can tell me what to do just because you're a female emperor ancestor. Lin Yun said indifferently. This look of being in need of a beating caused Ji Xiao to bite her lip. Another burst of fire. But immediately afterward, Lin Yun's words changed. If I say yes, you tell me one thing. This matter involved Lin Yun's next layout, but he wasn't sure what the ripple effect would be for fear of putting himself on the hook. So I wanted to ask the knowledgeable Empress. Ha! Ji Xiao indifferently both glanced at Lin Yun. Lin Yun didn't bother with her appearance. This woman is used to being high and mighty. It won't change for a while, he said to himself. You should recognize Phoenix Ling Tian, right? That old man will come to trouble me. I'd like to hit him hard, but I don't think he'll actually fight me to that point. I'm afraid he'll run, but there's no way to force him to fight me. And I'm also afraid of losing both and letting someone pick up the slack. So I've come up with an idea. Why don't you see if it works? Ji Xiao was a bit cold, but subconsciously listened in. Pretty eyes flickered slightly. Of course she knew that death-hungry Phoenix Ling Tian. Seeing that she didn't respond, Lin Yun didn't care. She's not deaf. Isn't my Ascension Cataclysm still pending? I'm going to invoke the Heavenly Punishment Cataclysm when I fight him. In that case, the Heavenly Tao should have caged that old monster in with it to liquidate it altogether, right? But in that case, will the Heavenly Tribulation directly super double and split me to death along with it due to external intervention? Lin Yun asked the doubt in his heart. He didn't want to play himself to death for no reason. Ji Xiao's heart stirred. This seemed as if it was a good idea. But this damned mortal, who is he to help him? I can't wait for you to die sooner. so why should I tell you? Ji Shio sneered, her voice full of teasing. Lin Yun looked at her in this cold and coquettish manner, and was a bit foolish again. He just loved her high goddess look. Chapter 28, Snubbing the Female Emperor Ancestor to Teach Immortal Techniques. What do you want? Looking at Lin Yun's somewhat blazing eyes, it seemed stupidly easy. Ji Shio cautiously moved back. Lin Yun coughed. I'm trading with you. I thought you wouldn't let me touch the wildflowers outside. You tell me the feasibility of this plan, and it would be best to have some secret method or something to impart to me. Lin Yun rubbed his hands together. The eyes looked at Ji Shio with some anticipation. With his current thousand-fold talent, it could be said that cultivation was as simple as eating and drinking. Cultivating new secret magic aptitudes was probably a snap. Ji Shio used to look at the little cutie, like eyes at Lin Yun. You and I don't share the same fate. I will kill you, and throwing your bones to the ground won't solve my heart's hatred. You're actually asking me to teach you? Are you begging me? The aura on Ji Shio's body seemed to change a bit at this moment. It had changed back to the original unearthly female emperor ancestor. Lin Yun was a bit puzzled, but since he does have a request now, barely cooperate with her then. That old thing Phoenix Ling Tian had too much influence on his next plan. This roadblock must be removed. Otherwise, how else could he deal with that stinky woman Phoenix Ring Yu? Well, I'm begging you to help me, Lin Yun said with a straight face. The secret of being able to interfere with the heavenly calamity, the great, is estimated to be very high. It's also priceless for yourself. After all, he might be able to use it in the future for his own tribulation. Ji Shio was a bit surprised. I didn't realize that this nasty, shameless mortal was actually so obedient. It also instantly brought a small measure of comfort to her tortured soul these past few days. She didn't seem to notice that she was now PUA'd. Ancestress Empress Yu, as a great person high above the world, surely you must have a peerless and wonderful method. If we survive this calamity, only then will the sect truly turn around. And, speaking of which, Lin Yun paused. And you don't want me to die in someone else's hands, or even under a heavenly calamity? That would be too cheap for me, right? I'd rather be thwarted by your death by 1,000 cuts later, but the clan's 10,000-year-old foundation cannot be destroyed by my hands, Lin Yun said in a serious, faithful manner. It's as if that's really what's going on in the mind. At this moment, he seemed to have become that Sectmaster Supreme again who was willing to die for the sake of the sect's righteousness. Ji Shio looked at the determination on old Devil Lin's face. It was also a bit of a trance. Is it hard to believe that this is the real him? Have you been misunderstanding him? Immediately afterward, recalling her previous experience, Ji Shio quickly came back to her senses. This big ing liar. One will never trust him again, but it was indeed too cheap to die like that. Slightly frowning with a diaphanous frown, Ji Shio was in agony. When Lin Yun saw this, he was overjoyed. It really seems to be in play. What if I don't dare? After I ascend to the immortal realm, is it hard for me to escape from you? Is it hard for you to think that I would be willing to hide in the lower realms for the rest of my life? Lin Yun said somewhat arrogantly. I, Lin Yun, will never live on my knees even if I die standing up, Lin Yun said with a righteous face. The jade hand in Ji Shio's sleeve moved slightly. Does what you said before still count? She looked at Lin Yun. What? Lin Yun didn't react. No dirtying my eyes by dabbling outside while I'm around, Ji Shio explained in a far-fetched manner. Lin Yun was already happy in his heart. This kind of thing is just a small thing, and she actually cared so much. That's a bit of a surprise really. Moreover, it seems like she really knows Thunder Immortal Technique. One is going to be rich. Lin Yun was a kind of envious of Lei Fa, the power of thunder. The most rigid and masculine divine power in the heavens and earth. The reason why the demon sect disciples died and were injured so badly during the Great Battle. The biggest reason was the Purple Sky sect's thunder law. The range is large, not to mention the ferocity. Well, I'll naturally keep my word when it's given. Lin Yun's face was a little hot when he said this. He glanced at the Empress. Sure enough, Ji Shio had some sneers on her face. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and trust you one more time. Remember, I don't want to see you die too easily. You can only die by my hand. Understand? Ji Shio was a bit overbearing at the moment. Lin Yun swallowed his saliva. Now at this critical moment, don't talk about all this nonsense. I'd call you mom if you wanted me to. I understand. Please teach me, Ancestor Empress, Lin Yun said with a solemn face. Then the immortal law inheritance. The 7 emotions and stuff have to go back a little bit as well. Let's see. You give me a blank jade slip. Although Ji Shio had no way to use her mana or divine soul power, but the mental power is still there. Lin Yun was overjoyed in his heart and hurriedly took out a slate-like oversized jade slip. Ji Shio thought about it. With regards to the thunder law, one actually didn't know much about it, but there was one thunder law that seemed to fit. It was something she had unintentionally acquired in the middle of an ancient relic. It's just very difficult to practice. Even he himself only knows a few things. Thinking of this, Ji Shio couldn't help but ask, It seems like it's too late for you to practice now, doesn't it? Lin Yuan is crossing his fingers. It's okay, more understanding is more certainty, and I'm gifted, so maybe I'll have an epiphany all of a sudden if I'm gifted, Lin Yun said somewhat brazenly. He's confident. Thousandfold talent is no joke. This wasn't just a simple overlay. Lin Yun felt like he was now a species on another level. A lot of bottlenecks for him before. It's all invisible for 2 days and then it's all enunciated. What have you got there? Change it. Ji Xiao didn't bother to say anything when she saw Lin Yun swearing. There was only so much she could do anyway. But this slate-like jade slip is ugly as hell. A high-capacity jade slip. Lin Yun smiled sarcastically, seeing Ji Xiao glaring at herself without any good reason. Another thumb-sized piece of fine jade was taken out. It's an immortal technique. By the time one reaches the Ascension realm, one is already primed to touch immortal dharma. Watching Ji Xiao press the jade slip against her forehead, she seemed to be engraving something. Lin Yun rubbed his hands together somewhat nervously. The other party didn't have mana aptitude right now, so this was the only way to burn messages in. Efficiency is a little slow. Otherwise a single thought can be a great success. It was only after a while that Ji Xiao threw the jade slip to Lin Yun with some fatigue. This honored one is a bit tired, so you can step back. The thunder law she had obtained was called the Nine Heavens Thunder Section Orthodoxy. It was an orthodox thunder road immortal technique, containing an entire inheritance and all sorts of thunder magic aptitudes. There is even an exposition of the understanding of the thunder law. It is priceless. Even if the immortal emperor knew about it, he would probably covet it. Lin Yun was like a treasure, gripping the jade slip tightly. He was about to head out. Ji Xiao frowned. This shameless man, he really did forget about justice when it came to profit. Lin Yun didn't react until he was halfway there, turning to look at Ji Xiao. Then you can rest first. I'll go and comprehend the immortal laws first. After saying that, Lin Yun went to his cultivation room without hesitation. Ji Xiao looked at Lin Yun's back as he left. There was something inexplicable in the mind. Can he really learn? If you learn it, it seems like it would be a bit of a hassle for you in the future. The recluse speed of Lei Fa was no less than space shuttle, and it's ever-changing, possessing all sorts of forms. But no matter what, the difference in cultivation level is there. Still can't jump much higher. He could have slapped him to death himself. Thinking of this, Ji Xiao was slightly relieved. When the time comes, he will arrange for all of the several ascension platforms over here to be guarded by his own people. As soon as this damned mole appeared, he would become his own prisoner. Ji Xiao herself didn't even realize it. His own hatred for this mortal seemed to have shifted somewhat. Lin Yun, on the other hand, was shocked at the moment. 9 Heavenly Thunder Section Orthodoxy. It was actually a complete orthodox thunder law inheritance. Lin Yun felt like he had traitorous luck. I thought it was some kind of secret technique or something like a trail. I didn't expect Xiao to directly throw out a legacy, a true inheritance of the thunder law. As everyone knew, thunder law was further divided into the 5 thunder positive laws and the 10 thunder divine arts and countless other thunder Tao divine abilities. It is the first of all dharma, and it is also the highest of the Taoist arts. And it's wonderful. Most importantly, it would also increase the chances of success in crossing the threshold. Lin Yun sat cross-legged on top of the Enlightenment platform and hungrily began to comprehend the mysteries. The more he enumerated, the more shocked the expression on Lin Yun's face became. It's like real fairy magic. I had thought that the yin and yang technique would have been counterintuitive enough. This thunder law actually complemented one's own yin-yang way. Thunder, too, is divided into yin and yang thunder, and there are also various thunder spells such as Heavenly Thunder, Mind Divine Thunder, 5 Elements Thunder, and so on. Yang Lei, which is actually Heavenly Thunder, corresponds to the extreme yang qi of heaven and earth, killing all evil spirits in seconds. In thunder, the efficacy seems to be similar, but it falls a step behind, and it is more friendly to female cultivators. As for himself, he was already practicing the way of yin and yang. One could harmonize yin and yang, and for this threshold, which was the most difficult in the Thunder Road proper, it would not exist for oneself. Lin Yun was overjoyed. One's own Thunder Road roots had been established innately. The next step is comprehension. This is even less difficult for yourself in the slightest. This is certainly as good as it gets. Lin Yun was instantly engrossed in cultivation. There's no interest in the outside world anymore. And Phoenix Ling Tian, at this moment, was on his way to kill. Chapter 29, Old Devil Lin. Why don't you come and kneel to greet old man Ling Tian? As the saying goes, there are no years in cultivation. All of a sudden the time came to the next day. The disciples of the Yin-Yang sacred sect had been somewhat annoyed by the thunder all day and night. I don't know when it started. The thunder spirits between heaven and earth seem to be extraordinarily active. Every now and then it goes flat, and sometimes the sky rolls in. Thick thunder and divine dragons generally wandered through the clouds. It left the many disciples with some heart palpitations, especially in light of the previous great battle. That day, the thunder formation of the Purple Cloud sect never stopped. It's almost like washing the floor with lightning. Ji Shiyao was within the sect leader's palace. There was some surprise on her face. Although the mana was gone, her senses and aura were still there. The thunder element that was suddenly active between heaven and earth shocked her a bit. Is that shameless man really such a demon? It's amazing that in just one day it's already starting to make its way to the door. This is simply unimaginable. Even in the immortal realm, Ji Shiyao had never heard of anyone being so demonic. She suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. What if, later on, he jumps out of his control? Either that, or after he was unsealed and recovered some of his mana, just slap him to death directly with an immortal weapon. But then, one might also be targeted by the heavenly Tao. Maybe it will be more than worth it. Besides, that would make his death too cheap. Ji Shiyao frowned, somewhat torn. Inside the cultivation room, Lin Yun had a look of joy on his face. He stretched out his palm and looked at the massive thunder jumping in the center of his palm. This is the most basic lightning technique. Palm lightning. He wasn't actually ascending to the top now as Ji Shiyao had imagined. It's actually kind of a first glimpse, but he also knew he was pressed for time. So there was no didn't bother to comprehend those very difficult thunder dharma aptitudes. You can't quench your thirst from afar. So Lin Yun was only allowing himself to understand some of the basic mysteries of the thunder law. Then there was the matter of increasing one's affinity for the thunder element. Using his already proficient yin and yang power, he neutralized the violent thunder power. Make yourself immune to an affinity for thunder. That's what Lin Yun mainly did. Those powerful thunder road divine abilities. Lin Yun could only stare at them now. Time is running out. At that time, it would be fine as long as one could slightly affect the heavenly tribulation thunder punishment. Nor do they seek to ignore themselves completely. At least don't take it personally. It was known that cultivators who could cultivate the power of thunder could not be crooked. Lin Yun thought somewhat prettily. Himself, the great devil that all the people in the outside world had been talking about, actually mastered the power of thunder. I think a lot of people will drop their jaws. After some self-love, Lin Yun once again closed his eyes and realized, this thunder road orthodoxy was incredible. The more Lin Yun comprehended, the more profound he felt. This can't be the legacy of some thunder road heavenly king from the immortal world, can it? Lin Yun thought to himself that he only understood some of the skins at the moment, but with his own talent, in time, it should be able to get to the top. From there it's just another killer door. Time passes quietly. Lin Yun was all a bit surprised as to why that old fellow Phoenix Ling Tian hadn't come yet. Looks like he's more cautious than he thought. During that time, little sister and senior sister and the girls had also come to find Lin Yun, but see him after the retreat. Neither bothered. Ji Shiyao also lived in the sect leaders' chambers. On weekdays, there were Lin Yun, the Palm Supreme's exclusive attendants who waited on him without fail. It was something he had explained before, although Yun Shueji and the girls were quite vocal about it. But it's not good to object to anything. One can only turn a blind eye. As per previous experience, maybe after a while, the Palm Supreme would get tired of playing. Naturally, he would no longer keep her within the sacred sect. What Lin Yun didn't know was, 10,000 miles away from the Yin Yang sacred sect, Xian Tiangang of the Tianxian sect and Lei Jinxiao of the Zixiao sect, as well as Sword Wuji and the others, the 5 leaders of the righteous immortal sect who had escaped death, slipped in again. The reason why they were so bold was naturally because of another youth not far away from them who was wearing a gorgeous dragon-patterned imperial robe. This youth looked very handsome, with his hands behind his back and a head of white hair. Standard cranium hair, but the eyes were cloudy. Lips are slightly thin. The frontal bone is a little more prominent. It gives the impression of being a canary. Very sinister and not to be messed with. The several leaders of the righteous immortal sect were all somewhat cowering. All are like children before him. This one in front of me is the old ancestor of the Divine Phoenix dynasty, living for I don't know how many years. Characters from the same time period had either ascended or had died long ago, or also the state of the living dead, closed to death, long disappeared from the eyes of the world. Phoenix Ling Tian's eyes were not big, but somewhat narrow. It seems a bit devious and sinister. At this moment, his eyes were filled with doubts, looking at the Yin Yang sacred sect's compound in the distance. How some thunder rolls in the sky over there. The holy sect has been heading towards the devil's way for so many years. It should have long since died with the Thunderbolt avatar. Could it be that there was some kind of treasure or elixir being baptized by the Thunderbolt? Phoenix Ling Tian looked towards Lei Jinxiao. At one time, the Violet Sky sect was the leader of the righteous immortal sects, but after all these years, it's also a bit of a lost cause. After all, thunder spells are talent-eating. In those days, the old ancestor of the Purple Sky sect, the Purple Sky realist, had to retreat even from himself. Phoenix Ling Tian was somewhat overestimating himself, where he retreated back then, obviously a shrinking violet, being pointed at and scolded by the Violet Sky realist. What's the situation over there? But the remaining power of your Purple Sky sect? Phoenix Ling Tian's voice was a bit gloomy and deadly. Doesn't fit his current youthful image at all. his chi and blood had actually started to dry up a long time ago, still maintaining an immortal body after all these years. In fact, it was because Phoenix Wudao had been collecting young boys and girls born at the time of the Divine Phoenix dynasty all these years, extracting the bloodline gods and souls within them, refining into a pool of blood. Phoenix Ling Tian actually soaked in the blood pool on weekdays. This has been heavenly and inhumane. If it was exposed, he was afraid that it would cause an uproar and directly be the same as the Yin Yang sacred sect. It was branded as the devil's path among devils. Lei Jinxiao narrowed his eyes, carefully sensing the thunder elemental power in the sky. It was unfamiliar, not a school of thought with their purple sky sect. Some of it looked like natural young thunder, but there also seemed to be Yin thunder in it. It puzzled him a little. But can he say that? Apparently not. That would look too incompetent for one of the only remaining Thunder Law bigwigs today, wouldn't it? Reporting to Old Ancestor, that's the remnants of our Thunder formation. Under the sympathy with heaven and earth, it was engraved into the void, so it needs time to wear off. Lei Jinxiao thought of a very lofty set of sayings, said he was on the verge of believing it himself. Xian Tiangang glanced at Taoist Lei with some doubt. Earlier they had been hunted down like lost dogs, and he took the time to look back. There doesn't seem to be any thunder attribute power residue found. Is there a delay on this thing? Although there was some doubt in his heart, Xian Tiangang did not say much, because he is not an expert in this area. Didn't want to make a fool of myself in front of the Old Ancestor. The other three, Sword Wuji and Dustless Elder Master Yuan Ju, were also eye candy. Don't talk if it's not your business. Although Phoenix Ling Tian was a former ancestor, but they are also of honorable status, so they can't take the initiative to lower their voices and become dogs. Otherwise their own old ancestors would have jumped out of their skin in anger. Phoenix Ling Tian didn't have a good reputation as a complete villain in that once-gone era. Looking over there, the heavenly thunder disappeared again, just as if it hadn't been there. Phoenix Ling Tian also felt as if he was being a bit overly cautious. It's a bit faceless in front of these juniors. He wants a face too. Humph. You guys are really trash. A Mirroring Yang demon sect has actually caused several of your great immortal clans to all fall. The Ascension realm, which has just broken through, is nothing more than a baby toddler. It's no different from a mole cricket in front of this seat. Let's see this seat go and demand an explanation from you. Phoenix Ling Tian carried his hands behind his back and had the appearance of a senior. Although the Xian Tiangang few people were a bit unhappy in their hearts, inexplicably demeaned, but also had to bow down. Elder's lesson is correct. Please have the old ancestors' great power and let that old demon Lin die without a burial place. Old Taoist Dustless said with some flattery. Please, Ancestor Ling Tian, have great power. The several immortal sect leaders looked at each other and also bowed with their fists in unison. Phoenix Ling Tian snorted coldly. There was some relief in the heart. It's been so many years since I've been out, and it's been a little lonely. Being complimented by these few immortal sect leaders had reminded him of the great days he once had. All come with me. Saying that, Phoenix Ling Tian's aura was no longer hidden. The rushing aura stirred up the clouds in the sky. A group of 6 people arrived before the sacred sect's mountain gate in a flash. Today the place is not restored, still full of debris. The ground was a dark red color, that was stained by blood. The rich smell of blood and resentment caused Phoenix Ling Tian to squint his eyes in some ecstasy. Been in a pool of blood for a long time. He just loved the smell of blood. Xian Tiangang took a step forward. Qi sank into the dantian and shouted, Old Devil Lin, why don't you quickly come and kneel down to welcome Old Man Ling Tian? Lei Jinxiao's 4 men also began to fox around. Old Devil Lin, your time to die has come. I advise you to cut your own throat and return to heaven. The Yin Yang sacred sect was in chaos in an instant. This was followed by endless anger. This group of thieves actually dared to insult their sect leader supreme like this. There is already a way to take death. Inside the chamber, Lin Yun, who was surrounded by lightning, also slowly opened his eyes. There was a blinding flash of thunder. Chapter 30, Where's the Wild Dog Barking Again? Yin Yang Sacred Sect. The once extinguished sect protector formation once again lit up. Countless disciples had put down the matters at hand. With a serious face, he looked up at the several giants outside the mountain gate. It's actually that one. He's out of the gate. What should we do? Can the Sectmaster Supreme resist? The Divine Phoenix Dynasty's old ancestor is here again. Last time, Lin Yun shocked the world by capturing Phoenix Ringyu, but the Divine Phoenix Dynasty didn't directly send out troops, because the demon sect wasn't a soft touch either. Instead, he awakened old Phoenix Ling Tian to come out of the gate. Directly and forcefully, he came to the Holy Sect's mountain gate to forcefully demand someone, and he taunted Lin Yun and asked for a lot of compensation. Lin Yun was somewhat humiliated that time, though the outside world thinks he's the one taking advantage, playing with the queen of the country, but only he knows that. One simply doesn't get it completely. There was a prohibition on the opponent that would directly burn the immortal Phoenix bloodline to self-destruct. This was originally a tactic used to deal with Phoenix Ling Tian. Now it was difficult for Lin Yun as well. This kind of money-losing business. There were only a handful of them in Lin Yun's life. Humph. What are you afraid of? The Supreme Sect leader can also be in the realm-breaking Ascension realm now. Our Patriarch Supreme is wise in years. That old monster is definitely no match for the Palm Supreme. There were also many disciples who had confidence in their own sect leader. Soon, all the inner disciples, prodisciples, the protector elders all appeared on the various mountains as well. A dragnet was laid around the mountain gate. Yun Shueji and Ling Xuanxue were also ranked before the crowd with serious faces. Quiet, none of you should be alarmed. Ling Xuanxue snapped. The Supreme Sect leader alone is enough to fend off the incoming enemies. Everyone does their part. The many elders began to arrange the disciples in an orderly manner, and the Palm Supreme, Lin Yun, who had everyone eagerly awaiting. He was, however, with Empress Ji Shiyao at the moment. You really have comprehended the Thunder Law? Ji Shiyao's eyes were filled with disbelief. I had thought that Lin Yun had only slightly comprehended it. I didn't realize he had actually gotten started. Having thoroughly comprehended the opening chapter of the Nine Heavens Thunder section proper law, that's a point she hasn't even reached. She could also only roughly use some simple lightning techniques, but not complete. The power is lacking. Plus it's also not one's main cultivation path, not much of a cause for attentiveness. That's why it hasn't made it to the top so far. Lin Yun had confidence in his eyes. That's right, I've already learned it, so if I follow the steps next, I'll be able to completely master it and become a Violet Sky Immortal Monarch. Lin Yun said with a big grin without a care in the world. It wasn't that he hadn't tried to hide it, but on second thought, it's a bit unrealistic. First of all, he was going to use it later to deal with that old undead phoenix Ling Tian. Moreover, the female emperor ancestor's intuition and judgment were still there. In terms of Dao magic aptitude, her experience was not something she could compare to. It's hard to fool the other side. It might even be botched. Might as well show it off in a big way and pull some goodwill trust. Ji Shiyao's beautiful eyes were still a bit incredulous before. It's only been a short time. The other party had actually comprehended what was considered the top cultivation method even in the immortal world. This was not a simple divine spell. Instead, it's a complete legacy. One can directly cultivate to the immortal king realm. Its preciousness and difficulty are evident. Is this little mortal actually so demonic? A strong sense of vigilance rose in Ji Shiyao's heart. Then he looked at Lin Yun with some complexity. Looks like you're not completely wasted, but a mole is a mole. Go on, and let me also see how powerful the orthodox Thunder Law is. Ji Shiyao's complexion returned to a clear and cold one. So what if it's a demon? The demons in this world were as numerous as the rivers of Carp, but how many can ascend to the immortal world? However, even with the ascension, it's also just jumping from one well to another, still sitting on the fence. Even for himself, didn't he also go through 1,000 difficulties and dangers to achieve his current Dao fruits and status? The Thunder Law was just that, not really a heaven-defying inheritance, unless one mastered the true heavenly punishment divine thunder, but that was the power of heavenly punishment. It was the power of the heavenly Dao, and it was feared that one would need to be at least at the immortal emperor level to be able to touch it. Other than that, spatial power was the power that was recognized as the most difficult to comprehend. It is the most difficult to attack and run away. The laws of time then, not to mention, the immortal realm had also never heard of anyone who had enunciated anything of value. It was just that this humble mortal now had the power to gain a foothold in the immortal world. Once you ascended to the immortal world, you were out of the lowest level. Instead, he picked up the slack, except he was still his prey. There was no way it could have escaped his grasp. Ji Shiyao's eyes flashed with a hint of sternness. Lin Yun naturally didn't know that the Empress ancestor had thought so much in that instant. Already, he's been re-evaluated. He was in a good mood now. Seems like ever since the system came in, it was as if his own luck had changed for the better. Thinking of this, Lin Yun subconsciously glanced at the system panel. Except for a golden thousandfold talent shining through, still no movement. What he didn't notice, though, was this. The words seemed to flow slowly, as if there was some change yet to be shown. Then I'll go and meet the stragglers. Lin Yun no longer hesitated. The figure appeared outside the mountain gate in a flash. Palm Supreme. There was a continuous stream of respectful voices. Lin Yun nodded slightly. The many disciples were countless at a glance, and the sky and the ground were densely packed. It's all coming together again at the moment. It could be seen that many of the disciples were still carrying injuries. The breath was also weak, but still unhesitatingly for the survival and rise and fall of the clan in valor. One by one, all of you have died like your own father. This seat is still there. Where is your turn to come out and fight for your lives? Lin Yun scanned the circle afterward. The voice trailed off. He still remains simple and brutal, but it works. The many disciples couldn't help but relax. Based on past experience, as long as the Palm Supreme is still cursing, that's a very optimistic situation. If the Palm Supreme doesn't speak, then it's a real emergency situation. Just a few stray fish. I let you guys get away last time, and now you're back in a hurry to get reincarnated. This seat will come out to meet you. After exchanging a glance with his senior sister and the girls and giving them a reassuring look, a cold aura flashed in Lin Yun's eyes. With one step, he arrived outside the clan protection formation. Old Devil Lin, I thought you were going to be a shrunken head turtle. Why don't you kneel down to greet old ancestor Phoenix when you see him? Don't say we didn't give you a chance. Now hand over the man, and then give the corresponding compensation for our loss, or you're dead today. Shen Tiangang and Lei Jinxia taunted Lin Yun. Phoenix Ling Tian's might was well known, so they have a lot on their minds right now, but what they don't know is this. In fact, Phoenix Ling Tian himself was a little unsure in his heart. It's also poorly informed. He knows himself. Where's the dingo coming from? It's making a lot of noise. Lin Yun pulled out his ears, somewhat puzzled. He looked around. Lei Jinxiao's face was furious. To actually treat their hallowed leader of the righteous path like a wild dog, it is simply outrageous. Old Devil Lin, don't show off your tongue. You're already dead to the world. Shen Tiangang's face was also a shade of green and white. Instead, the three of them, Jian Wuji and Old Taoist Dustless Yuan Ju Master, were somewhat silent. It couldn't be said that they were not good with words. It was mainly because the Tao they practiced had to maintain a high and cold persona. Oh, so it was you guys barking. I thought there was some wild dog barking. Lin Yun looked at a few people in sudden realization. Immediately afterward, without waiting for a few people to speak, Lin Yun's aura changed, and the aura of the Ascension realm was displayed. Is it your turn to come out here and bark? Get thee out of here. Lin Yun let out a stern cry. A thunderclap actually resounded above the clouds cooperatively. It caused several leaders of the righteous path to tremble. They seemed to have just remembered that the one in front of him was no soft touch, and was no longer the old demon Lin from before. Instead, it was a peerless powerhouse of the Ascension realm. It's not on the same level as them anymore, being ridiculed in such a way. Their faces couldn't help but have a burst of green and white. But looking at Lin Yun, who was displaying his cultivation aura at the moment, they all gritted their teeth and didn't dare to provoke again. Phoenix Ling Tian didn't speak from the beginning to the end, with a lofty appearance, but at this moment, he won't come out again. It's going to be a disgrace just for myself. A dog is still beaten by its master. Little friend Lin, I advise you not to make any mistakes. However, as soon as Phoenix Ling Tian opened his mouth, it made the faces of the several orthodox patriarchs even more gloomy. Shen Tiangang and Lei Jinxiao looked at each other. I knew I wouldn't have come. I knew the old man was inhuman and unreliable. Is that how you talk? The many disciples below were also somewhat unable to hold back their laughter. This caused the several leaders of the righteous Immortal sect to also have anger like volcanic lava churning in their hearts. But again, you can only force it. Don't dare make a move. Phoenix Ling Tian could also be a man-eater, and the most mean and unfeeling person. If he was disgraced, he would definitely take them to task when the time came. Chapter 31, Jie, Lei Gong helps me. Under the gaze of millions of disciples, Lin Yun paced slowly in the high altitude as if he were walking on a flat surface, until he had walked to a point where he was only less than 1,000 meters away from Phoenix Ling Tian. It took him a moment to stop. Everyone held their breath during this process, just afraid of accidentally making some kind of commotion to trigger a summit showdown. Lin Yun looked at Phoenix Ling Tian's face that made him somewhat disgusted. It stands to reason that in the same era as you, to walk is to die. Those who should have ascended have also ascended long ago. How did you survive? Don't lean on old people like you, Lin Yun said unhurriedly. Seeing Phoenix Ling Tian's face twitch, he continued, I heard that you survived by eating your descendants' children and grandchildren and making pills from living people? TSK, I think you're the leader of our demonic path. Lin Yun looked at Phoenix Ling Tian with a teasing expression. This old thing. Back then, he had given him a good taunt based on his high cultivation level. It was a good thing that he was able to give and take, and with the fact that he probably had concerns as well, the two of them didn't have a big fight this time around. But today, I'm afraid things are going to be difficult. Lin Yun is ready. His bottom line today was that he must seriously injure this old man, and the stragglers next to it, depending on whether they have a chance. It's just a matter of going along for the ride when you get the chance. Bold. Back then, I remembered that it wasn't easy for you to cultivate, which is why I let you live. You're a little accomplished now, but you're still a late learner. If you're obsessed again, fix the blame and I'll step in to punish. To show you how thick the sky is, Phoenix Ling Tian's face was filled with frost, and there was some surprise in his heart as to how the other knew that he had been eating the living all these years. Can it be that it was that woman Phoenix Renew who said that? He was a little alarmed in his mind, but it wasn't enough to scare him off. After all, his cultivation base, in terms of the lower realms, it's already at its peak, at its limit. The two Lin Yuns combined weren't as thick in mana as he was. If it wasn't for the drying up of the chi and blood and the rotting of the flesh, Phoenix Ling Tian had long since run out to dominate the world. A cold smile surfaced at the corner of Lin Yun's mouth. Cut the crap and ask for the man. There's no way I'm going to give it. It's even more of a pipe dream to ask for compensation. Men, bring Phoenix Hair up here. Lin Yun was prepared to further irritate this old man, Phoenix Ling Tian, lest he be straight up scared off later. As Lin Yun's voice fell, Several female disciples escorted Phoenix Shear to the front of the formation. The crowd looks on, only to see that she was still as beautiful as ever, and her looks and body alone were already the best in the world. But there was more than a little haggardness in the delicate face. The eyes were filled with hatred and bitterness, especially after seeing Lin Yun. There was more than a little gnashing of teeth. The petite bodies were shivering a little. The crowd took one look at the situation and realized something. There was a smile that everyone understood. Some female disciples even blushed a little. Ling Xuanxue understood with a glance that Phoenix Shear's innocence had been lost. There was a frown, but there's no one to blame for that. There was just something vaguely unpleasant about it. But now is not the time for a seizure either. Yun Shueji was not so mindful. She glanced at Phoenix hair and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The body doesn't seem to be as good as your own. The youngest sister was even more innocent. She was just a little jealous. Haven't even gotten it myself yet. This woman actually cut in line. Being the super invincible relationship brain, Master Sect leader was her heaven, her everything. Phoenix Ling Tian's face turned blue. The hand in his sleeve clenched into a tight fist. His grim gaze was dead on Phoenix hair, and how can you not see it? The stovepipe that he had cultivated for years had been ruined. This must be the work of old Devil Lin. It means nothing. It meant that one's path to ascension was broken again. Would one have time to wait and train again for the next hearth? Phoenix Ling Tian seemed to have an answer in his heart. And that woman Phoenix Ringyu. Defend yourself from the beginning to the end. There wasn't the slightest chance. Even she has no feelings for her people at all. No way to threaten her. Otherwise, he would have bloodied Phoenix Rinyu's relatives long ago. Taking a deep breath, Phoenix Ling Tian closed his eyes. There was some despair in his heart. Is this the price of dodging the heavenly tribulation? However, Lin Yun, who had caused all of this, had to pay the price first. There may be other opportunities for yourself later. I want you dead. Phoenix Ling Tian, who had reopened his eyes, had dark red eyes filled with killing intent as he stared dead at Lin Yun. The corner of Lin Yun's mouth curled slightly. Ha 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 ha, just you? But you've raised her so well. I love it. As for you wanting me dead, this seed has a different opinion. Lin Yun had a smug look on his face. That look of complacency made Phoenix Ling Tian even more enraged. A huge fire phoenix silhouette emerged behind him. It was a full 1,000 meters in size and covered the sky. The mighty pressure made the sect protector formation below seem to be shaking. The frightened elder disciples hurriedly increased their output. I didn't expect to have to do it at the drop of a hat. There's a good show. All the disciples were eagerly waiting for it, and never thought about what to do if the Palm Supreme lost. If we lose, we'll all go together. Old thing, come on, I've been putting up with you for a long time too. Lin Yun flung his sleeve robe. The hairband directly exploded into pieces, and the black hair fluttered like a magic shadow. It was like a real devil had descended. Die for me. Phoenix Ling Tian began to strike. Several people from Xian Tian gang also hurriedly began to dodge. It went straight back hundreds of miles. Don't want to get caught in the crossfire. Who knows if that old devil Lin will take the time to give them a go. They're still cautious. This made Lin Yun fall into a bit of a dilemma in his mind, but it didn't affect his plans. There was only one main target, and that was the old monster Phoenix Ling Tian. Phoenix Ling Tian was still a bit cautious. It's just using the avatar from a distance. Phoenix Flame Heavenly Tribulation. Only countless divine flames were seen falling from the sky, but that's just the appetizer. This kind of large-range divine ability was fine for frying fish to play it cool. Wanting to truly cause damage to a strong person of the same realm was delusional. Lin Yun resisted it easily. However, the great formation below was instead nuisance by the many phoenix flames burning. When Phoenix Ling Tian saw this, he understood in his heart. The other party truly possessed the strength of the Ascension realm. The power level has been reached. Otherwise, it was impossible to resist one's divine ability so casually. Let me properly educate you on how to honor your seniors. Phoenix Ling Tian had a cold face. He was ready to make his real best move. Strongest single attack. The Phoenix God Gun. Lin Yun's face was also grave. His body was surging with mana, and his aura was not the least bit weak. Great Sun Black Skyfinger. He used the Devil's Way's unparalleled mastery. The same had been done with the avatar whose power was condensed to the extreme. At the same time, the aura on Lin Yun's body grew stronger and stronger. There seemed to be thunder in the sky one after another. Lei Zhenxiao raised his head to look at it, and his heart stirred. A bold thought sprang to mind, and his face went white with fear. Quietly stepped back again. Xian Tian gang followed suit when he saw this, but he knew that this guy looked the most reckless, but actually had the most heart. Jian Wuji's few people naturally followed suit, only to see a huge fire phoenix divine spear appear out of thin air. With a spread-winged immortal phoenix silhouette, the might was monstrous, carrying countless divine flames, just like an exterminating divine punishment, swooping straight down. Lin Yun's great sun black skyfinger avatar went against the heavens. A huge pitch-black finger was like a giant pillar in the sky, like the ancient legend of Buzhou Mountain. It connects heaven and earth. punching the sky. It directly collided with the Fire Phoenix Divine Spear. An earth-shattering roar was emitted. The clan protection formation below shook, and in the next instant, it was directly torn apart. Endless raging and raging aftershocks poured in, let countless disciples fall on their faces. Fortunately, the many elders reacted quickly and joined forces with their own mana to block it again. But there was also a look of fear on his face. Is this the might of the Ascension realm? Scary as hell. Their Palm Supreme turned out to be so powerful. Lin Yun's heart, however, did not have much joy. He felt it out. There was still a bit of a gap between his own power and old monster Phoenix. After all, he had lived so many more years than he had. It's the accumulation of time. He was now at the peak of the Ascension realm, and one is only in the early stages. It had even just broken through the realm not long ago and was a bit frail. He can fight him back and forth, already counted himself as having a demonic talent. But what of it? The one he utilized was a true heavenly might. Lin Yun looked up into the sky. I just see that I don't know when it started. The dark clouds seemed to appear out of nowhere, covering miles and miles of mountains at once. Countless roboclouds surged. Countless thunder dragons were visible to the naked eye as they swam through them. Phoenix Ling Tian's face changed. No, he's trying to cross over. Why didn't you think of that yourself? But then, the other side will be affected too. Although he had long known that the other party had not yet crossed the threshold, Phoenix Ling Tian had never thought of this possibility. Immortal cultivators are supposed to go against the heavens, so who isn't careful and cautious about crossing the threshold? Hate to be fully armed. Everyone is hiding for as long as they can. Stop it. Are you looking for death? Phoenix Ling Tian was a bit alarmed at this moment. The other party was only breaking through the Ascension realm's tribulation, which was still considered conventional. You're a real Ascension catastrophe yourself. That's a true Immortal's tribulation. He's simply not ready right now. Special Formations treasures elixirs. Nothing was prepared. This is going to drive itself into the ground. Chapter 32, A Great Emperor's Capital, wants to capture the Divine Phoenix Empress alive. Seeing that the heavenly calamity had already taken shape, Phoenix Ling Tian's eyes were filled with despair and shocked anger. Damn it! Damn you! Aren't you afraid you'll die without a burial too? Phoenix Ling Tian roared with some frantic rage, because he realized that he seemed to have been locked in. He would have been a black man in hiding. According to the lower realms Heaven and Earth Rules Avenue, he should have ascended tens of thousands of years ago. Either you die, or you take a step up to become a true immortal. This is actually quite common in the lower realms, but the ones that have been meticulously working for as many years as he has are still a rare breed. But the longer you hide, the harder you press, the more violent the heavenly tribulation will be when it comes. So it's actually a double-edged sword. This was also why the vast majority of cultivators, after reaching their cultivation level, began to cross the threshold after they were well prepared. Otherwise, the further back you go, the more risky it gets. If you live for tens of thousands of years, it's almost a death sentence. The power was several times or even dozens of times that of a normal heavenly calamity. There's no way you'll make it through. A light-like substance shot out from Lin Yun's eyes. It's a big gamble for him now. 2. Win the bet, and from then on he is the uncrowned king of this world. You can do whatever you want. Phoenix Rin you will have to listen to herself when the time comes. She's afraid to stand if she's told to lie down. After making her lose all her dependents, Lin Yun would naturally have ways to clean her up. Let's hope our own Thunderbolt works. Lin Yun's figure continued to climb, facing the Thunderbolt directly, and below, Phoenix Ling Tian's face changed and changed. He wanted to run, but as soon as that thought was raised, he realized that a wool above his head seemed to have locked itself in place. There's no turning back. Phoenix Ling Tian's gaze flickered dramatically. Since ancient times, I don't know how many forefathers and sages have studied how to escape the heavenly calamity. Naturally, there are methods that have been passed down, but one is now locked in. The vast majority of ancient methods don't work anymore. Only the last resort. Use a scapegoat to fool heaven, and then continue to live. But in that case, half of one's Tao fruits would have to self-destruct. Otherwise, how could the rules of heaven be so easy to cheat? That is to say, one would have to disable one's own martial arts, and there would be no hope of ascension from now on, and a lifetime of hiding. Phoenix Ling Tian looked at Lin Yun, his gaze filled with a murderous aura. It's all because of this sinful animal. I can't believe I've pushed myself so far. Below, countless people were dumbstruck as they watched the scene. Thunder in the sky above. Each one is thousands of meters long. It was like a real thunder dragon. Junior sister and Ling Xuangshui also didn't expect that Lin Yun would come up with such a trick again. The hearts were all a little worried. But the Supreme Master is not prepared for anything. They hadn't been discussed with them before. Yun Shueji had a worried look on her face. This disciple is anything but bold. To actually come up with this method of pulling the other party along with him to cross the threshold. But isn't he afraid to die together? Countless disciples were also filled with panic in their hearts. Under the splendor of heavenly power, no one can remain calm. Shen Tiangang also couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Did you find something before? He couldn't help but ask Lei Jinxiao. I was also a bit skeptical. I didn't think the other party was really not afraid of death, but this is good. This time, the two of them will definitely lose both of them. A sinister smile appeared on Lei Zhenxiao's face. Brother Dao really does have a high opinion. Old Taoist Dustless's eyes lit up and he understood something as well. It's a fishing expedition. Ha ha ha, watch. A few people looked at each other with some pleasure in their hearts. There was some anticipation for the next scene. Lin Yun was also a little apprehensive in his heart, because the heavenly tribulation was still growing stronger. Just now the skyjacking was still determining something. It seemed to be a bit disbelieving that there were actually such ancient old undead in the lower realms that had escaped their surveillance, but now it was clear that it had completely locked onto Phoenix Ling Tian, because the might doubled a dozen times at once. The Thunder Dragon also became tens of thousands of meters long all of a sudden. It was even thicker at hundreds of feet. It's scary to look at. Lin Yun also gulped. Some of them are heartbreaking. Is this the kind of thing that's going to hit you later? Who can stand up to this? Ji Xiao inside the palace also had a somewhat serious expression on her face. This heavenly tribulation. It was also a dozen times stronger than her ascension tribulation back then. There's no way to resist it, right? Glancing at Lin Yun who was walking against the sky, Ji Xiao couldn't help but get a little worried. Don't die so easily. Countless disciples even prayed in their hearts, and the brilliant heavenly might of this place had directly alarmed almost half of the heavenly Yuan realm. Countless cultivators were unanimously looking in the direction of the Yin-Yang sacred sect at this moment. Who is crossing the ascension cataclysm? Even many old monsters who could not be seen in the hidden world were startled. Phoenix Ling Tian's face changed dramatically, looking at the robbery cloud actually still brewing and enhancing. He was completely distraught. He couldn't even carry a single blow himself. Gritted his teeth. The decision was made swiftly, or it'll be too late later. Lin Yun looked at Phoenix Ling Tian with some pleasure. Of course he knew the other side might still have tricks up their sleeves, but at that cost, it's no different than being dead. Old dog, how's it going? How's my little master's tactics? Ha 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 ha. Are you going to go live and let live again? But this time you'll have to hide. Lin Yun laughed wildly. It made the crowd sweat, too. Phoenix Ling Tian just glanced deeply at Lin Yun. Immediately, he directly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The blood swam as if it were alive. But that's not enough. He slit his wrists again straight away. Let the blood flow right out. It soon converged into a ball in the void. It slowly coalesced into a blurry human form. Watching this scene, the crowd seemed to understand something as well. There was also some contempt in his heart. Phoenix Ling Tian ignored those sneering gazes. Being alive was better than anything. This is just the first step. Immediately after that, he directly slashed his divine soul with the split soul transformation technique. The process is certainly comparable to a lingering death. It made his face twist in pain, but that's still not enough. And also mana. Enough mana to hold this double together. Phoenix Ling Tian hesitated for a breath. That's before he cut himself again at himself. Take all the cultivation Dao base along with half of the blood and divine soul. All of them were divided out by a large portion and injected into the blood-red incarnation in front of them. And Phoenix Ling Tian was directly weakened to the extreme. He glanced at the incarnation that had become animated to look like his twin. The expression was somewhat regretful and pleading. It's been a hard day's work, fellow Daoist. Phoenix Ling Tian arched his hand, as it should be. The incarnation nodded and looked up at the apocalypse. Immediately, Phoenix Ling Tian glanced resentfully at Lin Yun again. Only then did he directly turn into a recluse without looking back and disappeared into this heaven and earth. He is at his weakest and most dangerous moment. Even the void-breaking realm could pose a threat to him. The Divine Phoenix dynasty definitely couldn't go back. Several people from Shen Tian gang looked at it. It went straight after them. What happens next doesn't matter anymore. Whether or not old Devil Lin was able to cross the heavenly tribulation, it didn't even affect the outcome for them. Cross over? They're dead. If you don't run now, when will you? Even if they didn't cross over, there was no way for the few of them to do anything to the demon sect. Might as well try going after Phoenix Ling Tian. There must be a ton of treasures on the other side. Lin Yun watched coldly as Phoenix Ling Tian fled. He served his purpose, but next, it's time for his big break. Lin Yun looked towards the heavenly tribulation. Another glance across the room at Phoenix Ling Tian's scapegoat. The two men were silent. Lin Yun began to activate his thunder law. One could only see countless thunderbolts being pulled by him. It fluttered around him. It turned into a prison in the twinkling of an eye. This is the first barrier, and in scientific terms, the equivalent of a Faraday cage. An electromagnetic field can be created. According to the conductor electrostatic equilibrium condition, the cage is an equipotential body and its internal potential is zero. He didn't go through 3 years of high school for nothing. I don't know if it works, but let's try it first. It's good to fend off a little. Everyone was a bit uncertain. Even Ji Xiao didn't know what Lin Yun wanted to do, but it was too late to think about it so much. Only 2 huge 1,000-feet-long thunder dragons were seen swooping down. Lin Yun's side seemed to be one size smaller, but the power should not be underestimated. The hearts of the crowd lifted as they watched this destructive scene. With a deafening thud, the results were unsurprising. Phoenix Ling Tian's incarnation was directly dried out by the first heavenly tribulation. Nothing was left, reduced to flying dust. As for Lin Yun, his Taoist robe is a bit broken, but the body stood straight. Apparently it's nothing serious. The crowd couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Palm Supreme is invincible. The sect leader is mighty. The many disciples began to shout in unison. But Lin Yun couldn't relax yet. There were several more to come, and the more demonic the qualification, the more powerful the heavenly tribulation would be. Lin Yun estimated that he had 5 or 6 heavenly tribulations anyways. According to the records, it seems that the female emperor's ancestor was a 6th way back then. The great apocalypse of ascension to the upper realms is not recorded. That is hidden. But Lin Yun had underestimated himself. Unsurprisingly, his 6th heavenly tribulation came. The 10,000 feet of thunder dragon directly shattered all of his arrangements and magic treasures. Lin Yun also couldn't help but feel a little chakra. But it's not over. Immediately following the 7th course, Lin Yun was almost naked. Then under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the 8th heavenly tribulation fell again. Lin Yun was directly cleaved into the ground. The ground left an abyss so deep you couldn't see the bottom. But the crowd despaired and realized that the 9th heavenly tribulation was still brewing. Countless disciples were terrified and wanted to scream. The Supreme Patriarch is in danger. Junior sister Lu Sueki was being pulled to her death by Ling Xuanxue and Yun Xueji, not letting her go to her death. Ji Xiao was just as shocked as the many elders. There were actually 9 heavenly tribulations. Is this mortal actually so demonic? Even he himself was only 6 paths back then. He has the qualifications of a great emperor. Ji Xiao's heart couldn't help but beat violently. No, he has to die. One can never wait any longer. And Lin Yun, who was at the bottom of the pit, was also directly naked. It's a good thing it wasn't above, or I wouldn't have had the face to see it. Lin Yun somewhat thankfully glanced at his majestic second brother. This 9 heavenly thunder part orthodoxy was even more powerful than he had imagined. It actually weakened the heavenly tribulation to only 1 or 2% of its power. Lin Yun noticed that there seemed to be a lot more thunder power that he had absorbed. That was a bit of a surprise to him. Could it be that he still had some special physique that he hadn't awakened? He didn't notice that there seemed to be golden lightning traveling over the word's 1,000-fold talent on his system panel. As the 9th and strongest heavenly tribulation descended, on the ground, a large pit 1,000 meters wide was left behind. The depth is even more unknown. It's like going straight to hell. The robbery clouds in the sky also finally dissipated somewhat unwillingly. Numerous disciples poured out in a frenzy. Under the attention of all the people, Lin Yun's figure also slowly reappeared. He had redressed. The aura had even reached the peak extreme. It was several times more powerful than before. All sacred sect disciples, listen to my orders. Follow me to set foot on the Divine Phoenix dynasty and capture the Divine Phoenix Empress alive. Lin Yun's indifferent voice resounded in everyone's ears. All the disciples roared wildly with excitement. Tread down the Divine Phoenix dynasty. Capture the Divine Phoenix Queen alive. Watch this scene. Phoenix Hair closed her eyes in some despair. She knows. Divine Phoenix dynasty. It's over. Mother, I hope you can be safe. Immediately afterward, she was escorted into Lin Yun's imperial palace. It was a flying phallus. Chapter 33, Teacher Sister? I'm on fire right now. Yin Yang's sacred sect. With a command from sect leader Supreme Lin Yun, countless disciples densely rushed up to the sky as if they were locusts. It hasn't even begun to engage, and they're already getting excited. It was as if they saw countless beautiful women and heavenly treasures beckoning them. That was the resource-rich Divine Phoenix dynasty. How many goodies should there be? Although it was a bit unrealistic to exterminate such an ancient immortal cultivation dynasty, the karma of the killing it causes and the magnitude of the cause and effect cannot be borne. After all, it was an endless frontier of tens of billions of people, and most of them are ordinary mortals. How innocent they are. The people of the sacred sect are labeled as a demonic sect though, but not really the kind of person who kills innocents indiscriminately. How could Lin Lao Demon be said to be a once highly educated college student? Of course, Lizzie comes first. If it becomes a stumbling block and an enemy to him, that's just not calling it innocent. Lin Yun was cool. No one dares to disobey an order, but it's a bitter pill to swallow for the elders. All of the sacred sect executives were caught off guard. So many disciples mobilized en masse. Another massive engagement. It is not like child's play. There is so much to prepare for. Although Lin Yun said it was a direct dump, but in reality, they are just the vanguard. Some disciples will also be left behind to watch over the house. It is then responsible for logistics and resource mobilization. Senior Yun Shueji and senior sister Ling Xuanxue were both busy. Even the youngest sister was busy. It was also Lin Yun who was leisurely seeking pleasure in his flying chambers at the moment, but he was a palm supreme. Moreover, he had just crossed the Great Tribulation again, and had even defeated the legendary Ling Tian ancestor. The prestige of the present was directly comparable to that of the former female emperor's ancestor. Even if Lin Yun told them to go and die now, there is probably a large number of people who are willing to do the same. The level of this palace was obviously not low. Flying in the air seemed like a floating island. It was also considered worthy of Lin Yun's status. There are even 3 palaces and 6 houses in it. At this moment, within the palace, Lin Yun was sitting cross-legged. No one came to interrupt. Ji Xiao naturally brought it with her. Otherwise, Lin Yun wouldn't feel comfortable with her, but she was placed in a different compound. In the middle of the side room next to it, sitting on top of a pink bed, Phoenix Hair was lying in it. She was now sealed with prohibitions all over her body, let alone mana. Even moving your fingers is a luxury, but apparently she was conscious, because her big, beautiful eyes still had a glow to them. The eyes are a little obscure though, a sign of her inner despair and helplessness. The old ancestor of the Divine Phoenix dynasty had actually fallen, and defeated so miserably, it can be said to be a flop, never to be turned around again. Now, the Devil Sect's army was about to go to the Imperial City to retaliate. How could this not make her heart anxious and desperate? Compared to the big battle that may be coming next, none of the situations one faces now seem to count for anything. At best, it's a dog bite. Big deal is a few more bites. Phoenix Shear had already resigned herself to her fate, since she had fallen into the hands of old Devil Lin. And it's not like it's the first time now. Thinking of this, Phoenix Shear actually blushed a little. I don't know if I'm angry or ashamed. That damned old Devil Lin actually took away his perfect body at the drop of a hat. It's simply 100 times more odious than the rumors. It's inhuman. It should be heaven and earth. Phoenix Hair's mind was not blocked, madly cursing old Devil Lin, and there was some concern in her mind about where she was going next. Obviously, one will be abused again later. The room was quiet, so quiet that Phoenix Hair could hear her own breathing, but she knew that the sinful old demon Lin was right next door to her, and Lin Yun who was cursed by her in her heart. At the moment, it was tempering and familiarizing himself with his power. After the transition, it was only then that he was truly stabilized in this realm. According to the average person's cultivation speed, ascending to the realm might take at least 3,000 years. It is only then that it can be consummated. Even if it was a genius demon among demons, it would take 1,000 years, but 1,000 times more talented myself. Though you can't simply say it's 1,000 times faster, but the time should also be much shorter. Like right now, Lin Yun then felt as if he had stabilized his realm. That's already appalling speed. You can scare the out of people. But what made Lin Yun feel a little weird was, he felt as if there was a powerful and weird energy hiding inside him. There seems to be some signs of recovery at the moment. Is it hard to be struck by lightning and be mutated? But on the contrary, that power seemed to be hidden very deeply. Even he had no way of perceiving it. Perhaps it is the nature of the ascended realm. But why are there no relevant records on top of the ancient books? Lin Yun was a bit confused. He wanted to ask the Empress ancestor, but then again, there are some taboos. It was because he realized that the way Ji Xiao looked at him seemed to have changed a bit. Lin Yun thought about it a little. Just know what the problem is. He himself had crossed the unprecedented 9 heavenly tribulations. This was a feat that had never been seen before in the entire Tian Yuan realm. It's not even legendary. In the world of cultivation, what do you do when faced with a demonic genius? It's either pulling the strings or stifling awe, and the talent is so demonic that it scares the hell out of yourself. I'm afraid I've aroused the Empress's scorn. Rather think about it. Soothe her jitters properly. Otherwise, after she recovers her cultivation by then, although it wasn't immortal cultivation, it was only half a bucket of water at the void-breaking realm, but it's expected to be able to have many powerful means as well. You can even use mana and such. This is a big threat to yourself. Lin Yun's heart grew a little irritated. I didn't realize when everything was going well. There was a crisis of confidence because he was too gifted. Still, that didn't detract from his next plan of revenge. Divine Phoenix Dynasty, now is the best chance. It's also an opportunity for you to make your voice heard to the outside world and show what you're made of. Take that woman Phoenix ring you. Establish your own supreme majesty. In the cultivation world, defeating an opponent naturally meant inheriting the opponent's wealth, or even a woman. How else is everyone going to progress? Just then, Yun Shueji's voice rang out. Yuner, would it be too hasty for you to start a big war in such a hurry? Yun Shueji was still a little worried inside. Lin Yun's heart fluttered, watching Yun Shueji's figure appear in sight. Every time I saw the advantages of her proud breasts and her soft, boneless waist. Lin Yun actually even praised the heavenly Tao a little. I can't believe they created such a superb woman. Moreover, that hint of a thought in his heart was what gave Lin Yun an extraordinarily special feeling every time he faced Yun Shueji. Something cozy, something that could be completely trusting of her, but with the strong emotion of wanting to completely dominate the other person. Senior sister, you're here. Lin Yun's voice seemed a bit mischievous. A flash of annoyance surfaced on Yun Shueji's face. Getting serious with you. Tell me what you think. What do you really think? Are you sure? Yun Shueji came straight across to Lin Yun, with a fragrant breeze. Then he knelt down and sat in front of Lin Yun, looking at Lin Yun's somewhat infatuated gaze. Yun Shueji's heart was a bit delighted and at the same time, she was also a bit ashamed. Stretching out his green onion white jade hand, he nudged Lin Yun's forehead. This is a very bold move. She's the only one with the guts and status to do so. Lin Yun gulped. Hold back the fluttering in your heart. Of course I'm sure. That old fellow Phoenix Ling Tian has all been beaten away by me. He's probably still facing Xin Tian Gang and the others right now, and he definitely doesn't dare to return to the Imperial Dynasty either. Besides, I'm all but invincible now. It's natural to ride out the victory and finalize the kingdom in one fell swoop. Lin Yun said and put his hand on Yun Shueji's shoulder. The palm of his hand slid slightly. The thin gauze is very soft. Yun Shueji didn't seem to notice or didn't care. She frowned slightly with a diaphanous frown. It seemed to be thinking about something. Don't worry, I have it all in mind. It's just going to be a pain in the ass. Lin Yun gave an inch and put his hand around her soft waist. A hint of pout surfaced on Yun Shueji's face. Stop it, there's a lot more to it. Lin Yun, however, was unforgiving. Straight away, with a slight push, he swept her into his arms, warm and fuzzy. It made Lin Yun a little mesmerized. Senior sister, I'm on fire right now. Lin Yun's voice was a bit hoarse. Yun Shueji winks. What then? A bold idea surfaced in Lin Yun's mind. Whispered something in her white ear. It made Yun Shueji's pretty face turn red all of a sudden. Red as if it was going to drip blood. She rolled her eyes, a little petulantly. Long hair tied up. Chapter 34. Take me, right now, please. Inside the temple, Lin Yun sucked in a breath of cool air. Straight to the sky. 3,000 words are omitted here. Next door. Phoenix Hayer's pretty face was red. That ing shameless lecher. I can't believe you're so despicable. It's still broad daylight. And, who is that woman? Simply adulterous. It's all stinky. Lin Yun seemed to have remembered something, and quietly unlocked Phoenix Shear's restraints a little. This seems interesting. Phoenix Hayer felt that she could suddenly move. It was a shock to the heart. Somewhat incredulously, he moved his fingers, after realizing that it really can move. Only then did Phoenix Shear understand what was going on, and she was even more impressed with old Devil Lin's shamelessness. So what if you can move yourself? Can you run? Or do you mean kill yourself right now? Would he let himself die? I'm afraid I'm delusional. Phoenix Hayer became even more desperate inside, but then all that commotion next door made her incredibly tormented. Phoenix Hayer's face was full of tangles and shameful anger. How could one be that way? This was a bit difficult for Phoenix Shear, this honorable Phoenix daughter, to accept. I don't know how long it's been. Only then did Jin Shueji leave with a satisfied face. Phoenix Hayer was also sweating a bit. Dark hair was sweaty against her cheeks and collarbone. Lin Yun arrived in front of her with his robes draped over him. Look at her. Lin Yun couldn't help but feel a little foolish again. The air was charming. A teasing smile surfaced at the corner of Lin Yun's mouth. You should be able to hear me. What are you doing? Is it so hard to endure? Would you like uncle to have mercy and help you? Lin Yun sat down on top of the soft couch. Phoenix Hayer felt like she simply had no face now. She had her eyes closed. 2 lines of tears flowed uncontrollably. It was extraordinarily clear on the white, flushed face. Lin Yun looked on. Reaching out, he gently wiped her cheek with his fingertips. Her skin was delicate. It's like sheep's white jade. In fact, what Phoenix Hayer didn't know was, it was all Lin Yun's doing. Just now, he had run the Yin-Yang Acacia Sacred Cannon. Invisibly, that kind of energy magnetic field affected Phoenix Shear next door. The equivalent of Phoenix Hayer also betrayed to carry out this game. She was now physically weak and had no mana. Naturally, you can't control yourself. Feeling Lin Yun's touch, Phoenix Hayer couldn't help but feel a tremor in her delicate body. I don't know if it's fear in my heart or because of sensitivity. Lin Yun gently gathered a strand of her sweaty hair to the side. He seemed to be enjoying it somewhat. Another towel was used next to her, ready to wipe the fragrant, sweaty woman clean. Gentle grazes over her face, neck, collarbone, chest. Afterward, Lin Yun sniffed the towel. Fragrant. Phoenix Shear, who opened her eyes and watched the scene, had a complex face. Her breathing was a little ragged. You scum, don't pretend to be nice. Come on if you want. Phoenix Hair bit her lip. The beautiful eyes were filled with determination. Lin Yun smiled. I see you're begging for it. I'm not. These words instantly caused Phoenix Hair to blow up in a flash. All at once she struggled to sit up, though still incredibly weak, but still glaring at Lin Yun, her beautiful eyes like they were about to spit fire. You damned big devil. Don't you dare spit blood. I'm not that kind of person. After all, Phoenix Hair was just a little girl. Where to stand this humiliation? She didn't even know what love was, much less liked another man. Phoenix Ling Tian was interested in this furnace cauldron that he had purposely cultivated. Naturally, it's quite heartfelt, not letting her touch another member of the opposite sex at all. That is to say, it's cheap for Lin Yun. Lin Yun was also a bit confused by the sudden outburst of Phoenix Hair. Then with some amusement, he pulled her into his arms. Of course you're not that kind of woman. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Phoenix Hair struggled to leave, but there is no strength. Instead, it slipped off the sari it was draped over, showing off slim shoulders and collarbones. Lin Yun looked at her and didn't make any extra movements, just gently hugged her. The other hand gently stroked her back. It's like coaxing a little kid. Phoenix Hair didn't know what was wrong with her for a moment. Suddenly, I don't want to leave. Long periods of repression, fear, plus the shame of just being there. She was on the verge of breaking down from the emotional buildup. Unbeknownst to him, this was all under Lin Yun's plan. The aggravation in Huang Xier's heart exploded all of a sudden and she whimpered and cried. The voice was so loud that Lin Yun was a bit surprised. Tears were all over his chest at once. Lin Yun even felt as if he had gone too far. I can't believe I bullied someone so aggressively, but blame it on your stepmother. Lin Yun just got a little soft and hard again. And, come to think of it, she seems pretty pathetic. She seems to have been a tool person all her life, like puppets on strings, manipulated. From birth, because of the return of bloodline power, she was chosen to be a Phoenix daughter. He is the chosen one and is honored beyond measure, and her family is honored by her. But she was also tragic because of it. She was the furnace cauldron chosen by old man Phoenix Ling Tian. It was a substitute for the mother emperor whom she respected most, and she, herself, had no knowledge of it all her life. Even this expedition was calculated by both Phoenix Ling Tian and Phoenix Ringyu. Thinking about thinking, Lin Yun even pitied her a little. What a girl with a hard life. 2. Lin Yun sighed in his heart. Just as well. I'll help her myself. Well, at least it's your own woman. We can't just let her live in a state of confusion. Phoenix Hair was crying soundly. It was as if all the aggravation and fear had been vented. Then she was too shy to look up. It's just so embarrassing. I can't believe I'm crying in the arms of this shameless man. I'm ashamed to see anyone. Phoenix Hair was screaming in her mind. The little head was buried in Lin Yun's arms. How it wouldn't look up. Lin Yun didn't care and gently slid on her back. I'm going to tell you something that you can choose not to believe. Lin Yun was ready to let her know some truth. Phoenix Hair's shoulders trembled slightly. No talking. Do you know why you were chosen? And why you, a mere heavenly elephant realm, were allowed to lead the divine Phoenix army to crusade against me? Actually, you're being used then. Your most respected mother, including old man Ling Tian, they're all using you. Lin Yun's voice was soft and gentle, as if telling a distant story. Phoenix Hair didn't know when the tears were silently flowing once again. Silent crying. Lin Yun gently patted her back with some heartache. So Phoenix Ring, you made you the trigger in order to deal with me, and also Phoenix Ling Tian. And Phoenix Ling Tian, from the beginning to the end, regarded you as a substitute and cultivated you as a cauldron. It's also because I want you to acquire enough chi in this great battle and then break through your cultivation, so he can enjoy it. But what they didn't realize was that I was skilled, and they've all lost now. I, the shameless man you call me, have become the biggest winner. Lin Yun lowered his head and ruffled Huang Xier's long hair, looking at her pretty face which appeared lifeless at the moment. The heart couldn't help but feel some pity. You have your own judgment to know if what I'm saying is true or not. So, can you tell me your choice now? Lin Yun asked softly. Phoenix Hair's dull eyes flickered slightly. She's in the moment. The heart is as good as dead. The spirited person she once was is dead. The Phoenix daughter of the divine Phoenix dynasty, the next Empress, was dead at this moment. She never thought about it. It's amazing how miserable one's fate is. Everything is calculated. Everything was meant to be. Radiant self. I can't believe that it's just a substitute, a cauldron for the old ancestor. Ridiculous, just ridiculous. A hint of dead gray flashed within Phoenix Hair's eyes. She's already having light thoughts. Just kill me, please. Phoenix Shear's voice was surprisingly calm. Lin Yun frowned slightly. How can you be so fragile? Shouldn't you be angry and take revenge? Go ahead and make them fight fire with fire and blood with blood. You seem to have forgotten one thing. Lin Yun had a plan in mind. You're my woman now. I forbid you to die. No one can let you die, much less bully you. Phoenix Hair's eyes trembled. There seemed to be a glimmer of color coming to life. I'm going to get justice for you, okay? Lin Yun said as he cupped her face. As a man, Lin Yun felt that he was still qualified. Phoenix Hair closed her eyes. The heart was suddenly a little touched. It's also contradictory. I didn't realize that the person who ends up being the best for you, own final destination. Surprisingly, it was the shameless man he hated to the bone. She closed her eyes. Long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Take me, right now, please. Phoenix Hair made her choice. She offered her red lips of her own accord. This made Lin Yun somewhat surprised and expected. Chapter 35, Hair, I'm yours now. You have to be good to me. Inside the room, the air was a little ethereal. Lin Yun leaned against the bed, the thin blanket slipping off, revealing his sturdy chest. The gasping just subsided. Lin Yun had a bit of a satisfied smile on his face, but his eyes were a bit probing. He glanced at Phoenix Hair beside him, like he was guessing what she would do next. Plum opened a few times, and Lin Yun actually didn't feel any fatigue. It was as if there was a constant stream of new power coming out of the dantian. It also seemed to have something to do with the power that he couldn't master. Phoenix Hair sat curled up next to him, her sarong wrinkled beyond recognition, her shoulders revealing a patch of whiteness. The haphazardly worn skirt was strewn about, and the white shimmer of her slender calves made her want to look at them more. Her long hair clung to her forehead, she was dripping with fragrant sweat, and her cheeks were as red as ripe spirit fruits. It's dripping with a hydrating sheen. It made Lin Yun want to go up and take a bite again. Phoenix Hair lowered her head to straighten her skirt, her fingers still shaking slightly. Breathing hasn't quite calmed down. She was the one who initiated it just now, but now that she was quiet, her mind was a mess. Was the woman who had just made frantic demands really herself? One doesn't go off the deep end. Phoenix Hair's heart was in turmoil, one blow after another. She was on the verge of losing her bearings, but at the same time, her heart was now somewhat settled. It was as if they had found their final destination, biting her lower lip. Phoenix Hair glanced at Lin Yun somewhat shyly. She had water in her eyes. To be pitied. After a while, Lin Yun saw that she had been silent, so he propped himself up, moved over, and whispered in a teasing voice, "Little Sheer, you were quite active just now. Are you tired?" He reached out to touch her shoulder, but his hand just went out. Phoenix Sheer then subconsciously tilted her head to avoid it, and also glared at him, the watery light under her eyes flashing. The voice was a little muffled, and a little stubborn. "You need to forget what just happened." Phoenix Hair's heart was now complicated. Some of it won't change for a while. She wanted to be close to the man again, but had trouble letting go of what the man had done to her before, and the gory truths revealed by this man. It made her feel so alone in the world, lost all reliance. Her mouth was hard, but her tone was tired and hesitant, like she had used up all her strength. Lin Yun also knew that this matter was indeed a bit ed up, but he wasn't in a hurry. The man was on his own anyway. He has a big family and not much more than this one woman. Besides, it would also allow her to restrain that crazy woman. Phoenix Ringyu. Poor Phoenix Sheer, unknowingly becoming a tool person again. But at least, Lin Yun wouldn't really hurt her, and will protect her to the fullest extent possible. Inside the room, the aura was still floating, mixed with the faint scent of her body. The air was so ethereal it made your heart race. After Lin Yun withdrew his hand, he simply leaned against the bed and lazily looked at her. She was seen looking down and rubbing her arm, her pretty eyebrows furrowed lightly, like she was holding back some pain, and the neck was covered in sweat, and the hair was sticking together. He raised an eyebrow and took a clean handkerchief from his space ring and threw it over. The tone was a bit gangly. "Little Hair, wipe the sweat off. And don't tell me I'm abusing you again when the time comes. And you look a little tantalizing like that. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist again later." Lin Yun's voice was somewhat teasing. The handkerchief landed on her lap, and Phoenix Hair froze, taking it and slowly wiping her forehead and neck. The movement was a little sluggish, like he was thinking about something on his mind. She was already immune to the molestation in Lin Yun's words. "Don't care anymore. It's already like this. How bad could it be?" After wiping the dripping fragrant sweat, Phoenix Sheer put on her snow-white bib and dress again. Only then did he look up at old Devil Lin. A jumble of emotions rolled under her eyes. Even she didn't know what she was thinking. Phoenix Hair bit her lip and whispered, "Lin, you didn't lie to me about those things you said, did you?" Her voice trembled a little, as if she cared for the answer, even if he was lying to himself. Lin Yun was a bit uncomfortable with this title, but the outside world was calling him Old Devil Lin, which also made him helpless. "My name is Lin Yun. You can call me Yun," Lin Yun said first. Only then did he look seriously into her eyes. "Of course I didn't lie to you. All those things, if you think about it yourself, can actually be corroborated. What kind of virtue that old fellow Phoenix Ling Tian is also exposed under the heavenly tribulation. The only reason he took the risk of coming over to me for someone is because you're the most important cauldron of all." Lin Yun's voice was like a demon's earthly whisper. "Well, you need to stop talking. I believe you." Phoenix Hair couldn't help but hiss. She clutched her handkerchief so tightly that her knuckles turned white, like she was forcing her last breath. But after saying this, she suddenly paused again. The skepticism and stubbornness in the bottom of his eyes faded, replaced by a flash of bewilderment. She remembered what Her Majesty had once said to her. It was a moment of heartbreak. How could she do this to herself? Thinking about the situation you're in today, there seems to be no way back for you. Also, he didn't seem to be as obnoxious as the rumors had made him out to be. Instead, it was very gentle, except at one point. Think about it. The marvelous feeling of spiritual energy mingling when they were puttying together just now stirred in her heart again. He couldn't help but feel a panic in his heart. As it is, then be thorough. The other side is even more expensive now. Even old man Ling Tian wasn't his opponent, and he was also about to go after the imperial dynasty next. One should not hesitate any longer, or it'll be too late. As a Phoenix daughter, she had been pampered in an ivory tower though. No setbacks have been experienced, but naturally she wasn't stupid, knowing that the time had come to take a stand on his own. Otherwise, what was his own initiative just now? Do you count yourself as a whore? Taking a deep breath, Phoenix Hair looked like she had made up her mind about something. She raised her head to look straight at Lin Yun and whispered, "Yun, from now on, I will consider myself as your woman." Even she froze at the words. It feels a little shameful and unbelievable, but after saying it, she recoiled and calmed down a bit, the complexity under her eyes melting into a strange firmness. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with being his woman. He's powerful, domineering, and protective. Phoenix Hair moved so that she was leaning closer to him, because her body was on its side. Her sari slipped down a bit, revealing her pale shoulders. Her voice was so light it was like a murmured murmur. "You win, Lin Yun. I don't hate you anymore, but you have to be nice to me. I also believe what you said. I want revenge and you have to help me. I'm yours now. You'll be good to me, right?" Listen to what Phoenix Hair said. Lin Yun froze, a trace of surprise flashed under his eyes, and then the corners of his mouth slowly rose, smiling a bit meaningfully. Sure enough, it's still a woman. Hey, forget it, just work a little harder yourself. Lin Yun was a little happy in his heart. The man's possessiveness was greatly satisfied, and a sense of accomplishment. After all, this is a rival Phoenix daughter. It wasn't long ago that he was shouting at himself and hating his life, and now it's his woman. It can be enjoyed at your own discretion. The creation of this world is really marvelous, so it all comes down to strength. Lin Yun sat up straight and wrapped his arms around her, reaching out and cupping her round and somewhat pointed chin, gently lifting it, making her tilt her head slightly to look at herself. Then he whispered, "Little Sheer, this is not something to be said casually. You really want to get through this? It would be tragic to betray me or deceive me." His eyes were serious and a little fiery, and he rubbed his fingers over her chin, the touch so warm that he narrowed his eyes. Phoenix Hair didn't hide and met his gaze with a firm nod. Softly, he said, "Well, I figured it out. They all bullied me, and I have no one else to turn to. And since you're in the Ascension realm, I can't fight you. They can't fight you either. So instead of going against you every day, they might as well do this." After a pause, Phoenix Hair bit her lip and her body came closer, somewhat shy. "Just hope you're going to be nice to me. And of course, I know I won't be the only one for you, but I don't care. I want revenge, and you're going to help me. I can help you too. Do anything for you? Anything." She blushed even more at the end, but her tone was one of resigned candor. She pressed herself against Lin Yun, her head gently resting against his chest. The body heat under the black robe scalded her heartbeat and messed it up, but instead of flinching, she whispered, "Don't make me regret it." Lin Yun let out a low laugh and slid his hand down her back, wrapping his arm around her waist. He lowered his head and blew in her ear. "Okay, I'll hurt you from now on." He didn't say anything more about the promise. That's unnecessary and redundant. The world knows he's the most protective. Phoenix Hair closed her eyes, her heart still in turmoil, but that hatred really faded, replaced by an unspoken emotion, and this palace was still flying fast above the sky. It wasn't far from the Divine Phoenix dynasty, but Lin Yun was there before that. There's another thing to take care of. After the redressed Lin Yun came out from Phoenix Hair, straight to the female emperor ancestor Ji Xiao's side. Before going there, he even went to take a bath in the middle of the bathtub. Of course it's a shared bath with Phoenix Hair. After untying the knot in her heart, Phoenix Sheer was very tender, making Lin Yun very satisfied. And the reason for the shower is that you don't want to smell like another woman. He himself had promised Xi Yao before. Lin Yun was ready to coax the female emperor ancestor again. Let her guard down about herself. Chapter 36, Scare me? Then I'll bully you. What are you doing here? Ji Xiao looked at Lin Yun, who had suddenly appeared. Somewhat cautiously, he looked at him, Subconsciously, one hand covered his chest. Whenever Lin Yun came looking for him, Ji Shiyao was on the verge of forming a conditioned reflex. It always feels like nothing good. Lin Yun was also a bit speechless when he saw Ji Xiao's reaction. As far as you're concerned, at least we're considered the closest of people. You're guarding me like a thief. Old Devil Lin deliberately tried to draw closer. However, Ji Shiyao didn't eat his words. If it's okay, I don't want to see you. Ji Xiao's attitude seemed to have suddenly become much colder again. Lin Yun instantly felt that he had come to the right place. Sure enough, this was after seeing his talent and scorned it. I came to thank you. If you hadn't given me the Dharma sect avatar, I wouldn't have been able to repel that old ghost so easily. Lin Yun was full of sincerity. Spinning forward a few steps, Ji Xiao looked at the approaching Lin Yun. Without moving, he took a few steps back, but she did know that people who had just returned from a victory were usually a little crazy. It may even do things that are out of character, to give vent to the rapture of the heart and to relieve tension. What she doesn't know, though, is this: Lin Yun had already vented before he came to her. Hey, you still don't believe me, but that's okay. For me, every extra day I live is a day earned. Just wish you'd let me do what needs to be done first before that happens, and I'll die without regret. Lin Yun walked straight to the side and sat down, picking up the spirit fruit on top. He ate it. It's not foreign at all. Ji Xiao looked at him, somewhat confused as to what the other party was doing here with her now. You've got a free mind now that you're not going to supervise the war. Lin Yun grinned. Just leave those things to senior sister and the girls. Come over and sit down. Let's have a chat. I can see you're quite bored too. Lin Yun said casually. Humph, where were you just now? Ji Xiao gently huffed and suddenly asked. She caught a whiff of flowers. I was just meditating and toning, then bathed before coming to you, lest you say I stink. Lin Yun said frankly. Ji Xiao gave Lin Yun a somewhat suspicious look. What about that princess you brought here? Lin Yun's heart jumped. Don't wear out your welcome. Her, over there, she's a hostage. She'll be useful when the time comes. So bring her. How far have you practiced? Ji Xiao suddenly asked without a clue. It's also just a preliminary mastery of the basic thunder law. For some of these aptitudes are not yet very skillful. Lin Yun touched his head and said somewhat coyly. Ji Xiao stared at Lin Yun. You have the greatest talent of anyone I've ever met. Seeing that Lin Yun was unmoved, she paused and then continued. Even in the upper realm, the divine son heirs of the great immortal clan lineages aren't as demonic as you. You actually crossed the 9th heavenly tribulation. Do you realize what this means? Seeing that the Empress ancestor had finally opened her words, Lin Yun also put away his playful smile. Please also teach me. Ancestor. Ji Xiao looked at Lin Yun with a somewhat complicated expression. If he hadn't had the audacity to violate himself, there was really some reluctance to kill such a talented demon. If he was given the chance to grow, he might be another rising peerless emperor in the future. This was also an event for the entire immortal world. It could greatly alleviate the pressure on the Immortal League, especially now that the demon realm side was also becoming more and more rampant, constantly sending devil soldiers to the immortal realm to beat the autumn wind. Even the borders of the outer regions seemed to have traces of evil demons from beyond the heavens revealed. Thinking about these things, Ji Xiao's eyes also looked at Lin Yun with some regret. If he really let him ascend to the immortal realm, then ran into certain immortal dignitaries, maybe even take him on as a disciple. At that time, even by himself, there was no way to take another blatant shot at him. Even his cultivation might soon catch up with his own. At that time, wouldn't he or she have to carry the humiliation for the rest of his or her life? Even he would turn to torture himself. Seeing the Empress ancestor actually look at herself with compassionate eyes, Lin Yun couldn't help but get a little nervous as well. Actually, my talent is just average. I've been cultivating for thousands of years. Maybe something went wrong this time and the heavenly calamity looked away. Lin Yun forcefully explained. The mind got a little uncertain. She wasn't really going to resort to some forbidden means of risking her life as well, was she? My father does not care to lie. Your talent makes me feel threatened, so you have to die. Do you understand that? Do you have any last words? Ji Xiao had a cold face. Lin Yun almost jumped up. No way. Right now? Lin Yun gulped, his muscles tensing up, wanted to run away right away. When Ji Xiao saw this look on his face, she also felt some vengeful pleasure in her heart. So you're scared too? Then scare him, as well. Killing intent flashed within Ji Xiao's eyes. Lin Yun's heartbeat involuntarily began to accelerate. He took a deep breath. Suddenly, he saw the smile at the corner of Ji Xiao's mouth. No, she's teasing the little lord. She didn't even have mana or divine thoughts right now. How was it possible to kill himself as an ascension realm in a single strike? The space ring couldn't even be used, and there was no way to pull it out even if there was a magic treasure. After figuring this out, Lin Yun's heart was greatly relieved. How dare you scare me? What a nerve! I don't know that I, Lin Yun, am even more daring. Settle down. Lin Yun looked up at the Empress ancestor. When I'm done with this side of things, kill or be killed as you please. I know that I am a mole before you, and that you can take my life without much effort. But now, it's still my call. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with brilliance as he looked towards the female emperor ancestor. How dare you scare me? I, Lin Yun, am not so easy to fool. Lin Yun directly grabbed Ji Xiao's wrist. With a gentle touch, he pulled her into his arms. Ji Xiao was caught off guard and didn't even seem to understand what was happening. He was then hugged by Lin Yun. What are you doing? You sinful animal, let go of me. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you right now? Ji Xiao said in a bit of a panic. Lin Yun hemmed and hawed. I don't believe you, or you're trying to scare me. I'm the one who's going to die. Don't you know that people on their deathbed are the craziest? Go ahead, you blow yourself up. Lin Yun also went out on a limb, knowing that this was the moment for mental games. Never give in, can't give her a chance to react. Lin Yun lowered his head and kissed. The play is a surprise. Ji Xiao whimpered and struggled. Both hands pounded Lin Yun's chest, but it didn't help in the slightest. She didn't expect this humble mole cricket to be so heartless. Is this really a desperate move? With the Jade Gate being pried open by Lin Yun was a bit greedy. Chapter 37 The Dead End. It's time to run early. Inside the room, Ji Xiao leaned against the side of the bed, dripping with fragrant sweat. The hair was wet against his chest. There was some flushing on his face, but what made Lin Yun feel uneasy was that she had a calm face at the moment. There was no heckling or cursing or harsh words, looking at the Empress ancestor at this moment. Instead, Lin Yun was a bit overwhelmed in his heart. He knew that he had really broken through some tipping point this time. In other words, one's own death has succeeded. Dead, the hopeless kind. Lin Yun laughed a little bitterly in his heart. It's not good for mom to have too much energy. It's a day-to-day. Is it too much pressure on yourself? Looking at the unusually quiet Ji Xiao, Lin Yun didn't dare to irritate her anymore now. Fear of accidentally lighting a powder keg. At that time, it was feared that the entire Tian Yuan realm would explode. She seems to be some kind of immortal king, and I don't know if blowing up is that powerful. I'll go first. Lin Yun shrugged, a little heartily. After taking a few steps, Lin Yun looked back again. Turn around and come back again. Cover that luscious, delicate body with the blanket next to it. From start to finish, Ji Xiao didn't even say a word. A single word. Didn't even look at Lin Yun. If it weren't for the breath she exhaled, Lin Yun even suspected that she was now the living dead. Wasn't that a good screamer just now? Now how come there's no sound instead? Such words Lin Yun only dared to think in his heart, but don't dare say it. A deep look at her. It was as if he wanted to carve her features into his brain. Lin Yun knew that this glance might be goodbye forever. He's going to run early. It would have been left behind and arranged before. None of it seems to be very reliable now. The moment the seal of the deicide dagger was lifted, she was afraid that she would immediately take out her immortal weapon and directly get herself killed. On the one hand, her own amazing talent scared her. On the other hand, he had just broken another promise and bullied her again. I'm afraid she won't trust herself anymore. Well, at least in this scenario now, it definitely won't. As soon as the Divine Phoenix dynasty is over, it's better to run ahead yourself. The method of running away, Lin Yun also thought of. Within the Divine Phoenix Imperial dynasty, there seemed to be a teleportation array from the ancient times. It is possible to connect to several surrounding worlds. Supposedly so. Lin Yun didn't know much about the specifics. This is what she told Lin Yun when she was dating Phoenix Ringyu. Figured it wouldn't be a lie. The two were okay back then. This was why Lin Yun had to hold on to the Divine Phoenix dynasty. The reason for the immediate fire and brimstone troopers. He was afraid that something would change. It's good to have time to think of something else yourself. Anyway, one could never wait until the day the female emperor ancestor was unsealed. Sooner or later I'm going to die by your hand anyway. So don't be mad. I'm leaving. After Lin Yun finished saying this, no more stopping. Lin Yun walked for a while. Only then did Ji Xiao move slightly. She slowly leaned back against the bed, eyes closed. What Lin Yun didn't know was, he literally walked on the edge of death. Ji Xiao had just come so close to detonating the immortal vein. If it wasn't for Lin Yun suddenly changing his position at that time, interrupted her thoughts, Lin Yun was about to turn into flying dust on the spot. Let's just say he got lucky. Lin Yun didn't greet anyone. He left the floating island palace straight away. A man chased down towards the perceived scent. Lin Yun was going to find Phoenix Ling Tian. Don't fix him. Lin Yun didn't feel comfortable leaving either. After all, senior sister, junior sister and the others, I'm afraid that they will have to be in the lower realms for a long time. Originally, Lin Yun hadn't thought about it so much, but since one's talent made even the Empress ancestor feel afraid, I thought that I would have the opportunity to go down to the world in the future. When the time came, they could help them ascend together and continue to be shameless with themselves. That was why Lin Yun wanted to take care of Phoenix Ling Tian first. When the time comes, one's departure will be so quiet that no one will know. as long as you can hide it. The Empress ancestor would never take it out on her former clan, so Lin Yun wasn't worried about that, and it's an upper immortal anymore. Not to be so petty, Lin Yun was extremely fast. In an instant, he flew hundreds of thousands of miles, especially after comprehending the thunder law. Lin Yun's speed accelerated even further to the limit. Like lightning, in the sky above a giant island in the endless sea, Xian Tiangang and Lei Jinxiao's group of 5 were hovering in midair. Is that old monster really here? Xian Tiangang asked with some suspicion. Well, I have a secret method of tracking for 10,000 miles, old Taoist Dustless swore. That said, the 5 of us joining forces shouldn't have a problem dealing with old monster Ling Tian, who decimated his own cultivation, right? Lei Jinxiao asked somewhat cautiously. Of course there won't be a problem. If he had the backbone, he wouldn't have just fled. He doesn't even dare to go back to the Divine Phoenix dynasty, doesn't he understand? Jin Wuji saw this quite clearly. That's right, so let's go up there and look for them separately. Don't act rashly after sensing the anomaly. Contact first. Let's do it together. But don't think of eating alone. Be careful of not getting killed. As it should be. Immediately, the 5 of them split up. This was an island, but it was actually the equivalent of a very large piece of land. In the endless sea, there were countless such islands. It also has a kingdom and many cultivators on it. They are in a league of their own. In addition to trade and commerce, there was basically no interaction with the inland immortal sects. The entry of the 5 people didn't cause the slightest ripple, just like a few drops of water into the sea. And not long after they left, a bolt of electricity flashed. Lin Yun's figure suddenly appeared, eyes slightly closed. Lin Yun sensed something. Are a few of them there too? There is some guts, actually daring to come and hunt old monster Ling Tian. But it's convenient for me. Let's settle it all together when the time comes. Lin Yun already had a plan in mind. One does not look like they are clueless. He had already sensed Phoenix Ling Tian's exact location. Finish him off first when the time comes, then just keep watch. Lin Yun looked down at the bottom. This island was quite large in scale. I think it's also a well-known fairy island overseas. It's not an insult to them as a place to bury their bones. Lin Yun's figure disappeared in an instant. It made a patrol that was just about to come over for questioning look like they had seen a ghost. I'm afraid that the cultivation of that person just now is at the very least a senior of the divine profound realm, right? Maybe it's still a celestial elephant bigot. It's fortunate that we were slow just now, or else we would have rushed senior for fear of dying. Yeah, I've heard that it's all been unsettled over there in the interior lately, with a massive war going on. The 9 immortal sects besieged the Yin-Yang demon sect and were countermanded to kill countless disciples. Is that demon Lord Lin old demon really that powerful? A little brother was a bit incredulous. That's true. He should be considered invincible now. I heard from a relative over there that he even took that queen's adopted daughter. TSK, 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 TSK. The young man who looked like a junior captain was full of longing. Not in the slightest. The one who had just rubbed his shoulders was the invincible protagonist of the world, as they called him. Chapter 38, All Ambushed. Phoenix Ring, you learning new positions? In a secret place within the island. This was the cave that Phoenix Ling Tian had once inadvertently discovered when he came to practice when he was young. It's a fine cave of bliss, and there was a sitting dead bone in it at the time. It was a senior of the void-breaking realm. Phoenix Ling Tian was only at the divine profound realm back then, in the face of such a predecessor's legacy and treasures. Naturally, he was ecstatic. He was joined at the time by a few of his fellow masters and brothers, but in the end, he was the only one who made it out alive. And this place also became one of the hidden hiding places for Phoenix Ling Tian's cunning rabbits. Phoenix Ling Tian, who was sitting cross-legged and meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. A grimace and horror flashed across his face. Just now, the prohibition he had set up was touched. Someone's coming in. Damn it, still won't leave me alone. I can't believe I caught up so quickly. Who could it be? If it was those few juniors it would be fine. At most it would be a bit tricky. If it's old Devil Lin. When he thought of this possibility, a wave of fear ran through Phoenix Ling Tian's heart. He couldn't even figure out now how the other party had survived that kind of heavenly calamity. A powerful aura rushed directly in his direction, not waiting for him to make preparations. Lin Yun's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Yo, long time no see, old thing. Still quite good at hiding. Lin Yun's somewhat teasing voice rang out. Phoenix Ling Tian's body trembled, and all the mana in his body was disorganized. The most horrible situation happened. How did he get here so fast? He had clearly left no suspicious traces of himself all the way. But it doesn't matter anymore. How to survive next is the key. In fact, he was desperate in his mind. But how do you know if you don't try and gamble? What will it take to leave me alone? Phoenix Ling Tian didn't talk nonsense. Lin Yun looked at Phoenix Ling Tian with some sneer. Weren't you crazy then? And now, why are you like a dead dog? beg me, and I'll let you go. Lin Yun clasped his hands on his chest and looked at Phoenix Ling Tian in a good manner, not the least bit worried about him recoiling. The two men's current cultivation strength was a world apart. Phoenix Ling Tian took a deep breath and clenched his fists tightly, his eyes like they were about to spit fire. A man can be killed but not dishonored. Fellow Taoists, why are you here? Ha 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 ha. Lin Yun laughed out loud. You meticulous person. How do you deserve to be my Taoist friend? Do so many innocent souls of your Phoenix family agree? Cut the crap and give me a reason not to kill you. The aura on Lin Yun's body had already invisibly locked Phoenix Ling Tian in place, but he was in no hurry to do anything, trying to squeeze the last value out of him. Phoenix Ling Tian's gaze flickered. I know you want to deal with Phoenix Ringyu, but I haven't been able to get my hands on her in all these years. What makes you think you can get it? Humph. I naturally have my ways, so I don't need you, a dead man, to worry about it. Lin Yun was unmoved. Old thing, I'll give you 3 last breaths. If you can't give me a satisfactory reason, you'll go to hell. 1. Lin Yun pointed out with an outstretched hand. Phoenix Ling Tian struggled violently inside. He knew that the other party was trying to intimidate him, and that the odds were that he was still going to die. But he had lived on for so many years, and for that reason, he had even killed an unknown number of bloodline descendants. How can you be willing to die like this? 2. I have a way to deal with Phoenix Ringyu. Seeing that Lin Yun's aura was getting stronger and stronger, powerful mana fluctuations had enveloped the entire cavernous sky. Phoenix Ling Tian finally broke down. Oh, tell me about it. Lin Yun revealed an interested expression. The other party and Phoenix Ringyu had been counting on each other for so many years, so naturally they would have some information. It doesn't work as a 1-2 punch, though. You can also increase your leverage. Demon Lord, if I say so, will you let me go? I promise that I won't return to the Outback from now on. Phoenix Ling Tian looked at Lin Yun, a junior, with some humble curtness. Lin Yun had some pleasure in his heart. That depends on what your information is worth. An old dog like you, letting you live is no big deal, Lin Yun said lightly. Phoenix Ling Tian hesitated and finally broke defense, informed Lin Yun of some of the information he had, to Phoenix Rinyu's setup, some of the hidden secrets of the inheritance within the Divine Phoenix dynasty, the story of the legend of the Immortal Phoenix. Lin Yun also got all the news he wanted. It was also true that there was an ancient teleportation array within the mausoleum, but something seems to have gone wrong and it's not working. Phoenix Ling Tian had long ago studied it, otherwise he would have run through there a long time ago. This made Lin Yun a little disappointed, but he wasn't willing to go without checking out the situation. It was the easiest way for him at the moment. Well, you can go to hell, old devil Lin. You went back on your word. You shall not die. Phoenix Ling Tian backed up in terror, hissing and cursing. Lin Yun's gaze was cold. If curses worked, he would have died 100 times already. He directly used the stance he had just learned. It was just the right time to try out the power of the 9 Heavenly Thunder Law, only to see that within Phoenix Ling Tian's pupils, a huge 100 feet of lightning suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He finally died in peace. It turns out that he knows the great divine power of the Thunder Road. No wonder. Lin Yun looked at Phoenix Ling Tian, who had turned into flying ash, not even leaving behind his ashes. There was not the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. In the opponent's current state, if he dealt with him himself he would still be making a big deal out of it. Wouldn't it be a white broken realm ascension? But the power of this thunder spell was really good. To the hard and to the yang, fierce and incomparable. Waving his hand to collect the several storage rings on the ground, with the other party's identity, he was afraid that there were quite a few good things in them. We'll see when the time comes. Lin Yun sat cross-legged in place, waiting for those few Immortal Sect leaders to come over and throw themselves into the net. In the outside world, the 5 of them, Shen Tiangang and Lei Jinshou, Jian Wuji, and Master Yuan Ju, old Taoist dustless, had gathered together. Sure it's in there yet? Well, it's impossible for my heaven-defining compass to make a mistake, old Taoist dustless said as he looked at the ancient compass in his hands. Alright, I'll use the boundary-breaking shuttle to break the prohibition. Shen Tiangang took out a shuttle-shaped magic treasure. Under the prodding of his mana, the prohibition that hid the portal was broken in a few breaths. Lei Jinxiao somewhat enviously glanced at that shuttle-shaped magic treasure. This thing must be necessary to rob a house. Go! A group of 5 people were full of confidence and stepped into the cavernous paradise with the anticipation of the treasure in Phoenix Ling Tian's collection. This seems to be a cave. That old thing Phoenix Ling Tian really knows how to hide. A few people grinned greatly, not worried about startling Phoenix Ling Tian in the slightest. With the 5 of them together now, they could get away even with an Ascension Realm pursuit. Not to mention Phoenix Ling Tian, who had cut his own cultivation. He wasn't even as good as a Voidbreaker now. You're here. Then the smile on their lips stiffened. Old Devil Lin, Why are you here? Shen Tiangang and Lei Jinxia were shocked out of their cold sweat and their faces swished white. As soon as Jin Wuji and old Taoist Dustless saw that the situation was bad, they directly began to run away. Why can't I be here? I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. This seat will send you down to accompany that old undead. Lin Yun looked at the several people who were flying away, and a wide smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. How could he have been here so long without the slightest setup? With a movement of his mind, only to see a huge thunder formation emerge out of thin air. Oh no! It's a thunder formation. What a powerful 9 heavenly thunder. Demon Lord, please spare us. I am willing to offer all my treasures, except for Jin Wuji, a sword cultivator. Several people panicked and hurriedly imprisoned in fear. But where would Lin Yun leave hidden dangers? What if they go and bully Master Junior's sister and the others in the future? So they're dead. Only a multitude of 9 heavenly divine thunder appeared out of thin air. Within the thunder formation, there were also countless tiny thunderbolts transformed into the Thunder Dao domain. In an instant, a sea of thunder was formed. A few people had their means at their disposal. All kinds of magic treasures were coming out, but none of them helped. All of them were split into flying dust in an instant. Lin Yun watched all of this with cold eyes. The reason why the thunder formation was laid down was because they were afraid that they would escape again. It's not really a good chase on its own, but the power of this thunder formation was even more powerful than he had imagined. It's the consumption of spirit stones that is greater. This burned him 3 million extreme spirit stones at once, but once he thought that he was dealing with 5 void-breaking realm immortal sect leaders, it didn't seem too expensive. Lin Yun collected the dozen or so space rings and undamaged magic treasures scattered on the ground. A great seal, a compass, a voodoo sword, a purple and gold mantle, and so on. This was all good stuff that couldn't be broken by lightning, so Lin Yun wouldn't waste it. After dealing with these heartbreakers, Lin Yun was also relieved. Perceived. His own palace seemed to be not far from the Divine Phoenix dynasty. Lin Yun instantly stopped hesitating. The figure flickered. He was going to take down that woman Phoenix Ringyu. If I don't clean her up 100 times, I won't be called Lin. And within the palace, Phoenix Ringyu. The moment Phoenix Ling Tian died, and she knew it, she was a little shocked and surprised. The once cloudy brother, has he grown to such an extent? It was expected to be a toss-up and then she'd sit back and reap the benefits. Now this situation. It was something she hadn't expected either. But the mountain weighing on his head had finally dissipated. A flash of relief appeared on Phoenix Ringyu's stunningly beautiful face. It was a bad move after all. His demon clan army is almost here too, isn't it? What will he do to himself? One had failed him, betrayed him. He must have hated himself. But, more than anything, he wanted to get himself, to abuse himself. A flash of determination surfaced on Phoenix Ringyu's majestic and beautiful pretty face. He absolutely could not let him take away his immortal phoenix power, which was his hope of becoming an immortal. Just keep yourself intact. Other than that, any other request can be granted to him, even those most shameful and humble pleasures. In her hand, she was holding a tome. Surprisingly, it's an aphrodisiac. In color, she has to learn knowledge, in order to please Lin Lao Demon, her ex-boyfriend, satisfy him with all sorts of wonderful things, to become immortal. Phoenix Rinyu was willing to give everything, including dignity. Chapter 39, The Devil's Army Presses In. The Divine Phoenix sorrowfully weeps. There is a recluse technique in the 9 heavenly thunder section's proper method. The general recluse technique is further divided into 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire and earth. For example, the water and earth escape. But again, where is it compared to the speed of thunder? Lin Yun was extremely fast. He felt that even if he used the heavenly demon unraveling blood escape technique, it's not much faster. Lin Yun re-caught up with the floating island palace. At this moment, it wasn't much farther from the Divine Phoenix dynasty's ancestral palace, but the large troop of disciples from the Yin-Yang sacred sect. At this moment, they were also left behind, and the continuous stream of disciples was like a long dragon, sword lights and mana of various colors intertwined. The immortal cultivation families they met wherever they passed were all closed, just afraid of disturbing this army of millions. It was the same as the 9 immortal sects that once surrounded the demon sect. Lin Yun didn't hide his tracks at the moment, playing with the hallowed power over others. What happened to the devil's sect? Our demon sect didn't kill innocents indiscriminately either. At this moment, all the sacred sect disciples were all excited. Some of them have brothers and sisters who died in previous battles. The eyes were filled with bloodthirsty red aura. Back inside the palace, as Lin Yun passed by the courtyard where the female emperor ancestor was located, there was a pause in the footsteps. Quietly, he released his divine sense to take a look. Lin Yun's heart also gradually sank to the bottom. Only the Empress ancestor Ji Shiyao still looked like a statue, still covered in the blanket he'd given her. He's been out for 2 or 3 hours anyhow. Surprisingly, she hadn't moved at all. It was clear that the emotions had gone into meltdown. The mind has been lost. It's like a taut string now. At any moment, it could break apart and the sky would fall. Lin Yun was somewhat chagrined. What was he doing messing with her for nothing? Sure enough, the ancients were true to their word. It's a knife in the eye of the colorful character. How one could have dashed around for a while longer. Best case scenario, one could even cultivate to the peak ascension realm over here. Then you can look for other worlds to cross over and ascend. Lin Wan wants to go say hello, but then again, it felt like the last person she wanted to see right now was probably herself. If one appears before her, irritated again, and then the bang blew right up. What a shame to die by yourself then. Lin Yun was now slowly experiencing the benefits of the thousandfold talent. One's current underlying roots were properly a future emperor big brother can't just die for no reason. He wouldn't dare bet that the damn system would let him be reborn again. Think about it. Lin Yun waved to the few maids in front of him, able to be recruited within his lineage. These girls are all naturally beautiful. Cultivation qualifications and all of these are also quite okay. Supreme Patriarch. Several women in long palace dresses saw Lin Yun waving, even trotted over. It would be good if the sect leader had any crooked thoughts. It's not a step in the right direction. They were all supposed to have some connections, and were probably relatives of one of the great elders. A few of the girls had some blush on their faces and eyes like autumn water. The eyes that looked at Lin Yun were going to be drawn. Ahem. Lin Yun had a bit of a headache just looking at their watery, let it be picked looks. This is a group of women who all have complicated relationships. Maybe it's some elder's granddaughter or something. Normally, Lin Yun didn't bother to touch it, lest you get into some. It's the same as the ban on relationships between co-workers in the corporate office. Besides, he had both his little sister and his elder sister, Master's sister, and the girls. And why bother with all the mediocrity? Mrs. Sectmaster, she is in a bit of a bad mood right now, so you guys go and serve her to bathe and change her clothes. Remember, be respectful and gentle, as if you were treating the seat, Lin Yun urged again and again. Several of the women were a little disappointed, but quickly adjusted. In the bottom of his heart, he was a little envious of that Sectmaster's wife who had suddenly appeared. Watching a few women leave and head over to the female emperor ancestor's side, Lin Yun was in no hurry to leave. Instead, he watched as their appearance brought Ji Xiao back to her senses, then served her to bathe and dress. Only then did Lin Yun breathe a sigh of relief. At least they won't be coming to get themselves killed for a while, but she tastes really good. Pity. I don't know when the next one will be. It's probably in the fairy world. Lin Yun didn't dare to go to his death now anyway. It was too late for him to escape. There was no intention of going back to his room. Phoenix Hair is still inside now. Coming to the top of the tallest peak of the floating island palace, Lin Yun raised his eyes. With his eyesight, he could already vaguely see a huge mountain range ahead of him. Looking down from a high altitude, it was like a fiery phoenix with wings spreading. Countless golden palaces were densely packed. There are even more citadels out there. A huge walled border gate stood at the border. But for the Immortal Sect battle, this kind of thing would just be for show. It's also just a weekday defense against some wild animals and old people. Unconsciously, the floating island had already entered the range of the Divine Phoenix Imperial Dynasty's ancestral court. The armies were left behind. But this is the palace of the Palm Supreme, Lord Demon. So naturally, there is this bottom line. Below, outside the Imperial City, countless armies of Imperial Dynasty cultivators looked up at the island above. The faces were all a bit horrified, but they still held their war spears tightly in their hands. As an army of cultivators from the Divine Phoenix Dynasty, they had their own legion titles, the Fire Phoenix Guards, and the highest level, the Immortal Phoenix Guards. Actually, they're strong, especially in legion combat. It was enough to crush all the great immortal sects, especially when there was still Old Man Phoenix Ling Tian present before. It could be said to be the most powerful force within the Tian Yuan realm. Even the Yin Yang Sacred Sect was no match for it. After all, the territory of the Divine Phoenix Dynasty was simply too large. The population is in the tens of billions. The probability of the birth of a cultivation genius could not be smaller. Even if most of the geniuses had been scooped up by the great immortal clan families, the number of celestial pride willing to serve the Imperial Dynasty would also be a very large number. The huge floating island covered the sky. It actually has a name in the outside world. That's the Black Sky Palace, because once this palace appeared, it also meant that the great devil of the demon sect had appeared, which means it's dark. The Black Sky Walking Palace slowly descended until it was floating in the void 1,000 meters above the ground, below the row house, and even across the street. It was all a human wall made up of the Divine Phoenix Dynasty's army. They either rode heavenly horses with 4 hooves on fire, or flew in the air with their demon-slaying swords. Uniformly, they all wore crimson battle armor. a high human wall was formed. Even though they knew they would not be defeated, they still did not retreat, because behind them is their families and Her Majesty, the Queen, who is admired by all. Please stop. The Divine Phoenix frontier ahead is off limits to gods and demons. A great general of the void-breaking realm stepped forward and shouted in a neutral voice, Divine Phoenix frontier ahead. Gods and demons are forbidden. The countless Divine Phoenix armies shouted in unison. The gas rises to the sky. The clouds in the sky were all directly torn apart by this sky-rushing aura, but the black sky-walking palace didn't stop at all. Still pressing forward slowly but surely. That's right, it's crushing away. The huge floating island also looked somewhat small in front of the millions of Divine Phoenix armies, but its aura was so magnificent that one couldn't help but be shaken to the core. A powerful aura of the Ascension realm was no longer concealed in the slightest. It was directly separated from the Divine Phoenix army. The few generals at the forefront gripped their weapons tightly in their hands. Palms are starting to sweat. That is, until now. Facing this now the greatest devil in the world head-on, they realize how much courage it takes. No wonder the 9 immortal sects needed to join forces to have the guts to do so, but also crippled. Chapter 40, a loud bang in the sky, and Rao shines. Black Sky Palace. At the highest point on the Point Man's platform, dozens of figures stood. Lin Yun was wearing a black and gold devil's robe, his long hair flying recklessly, and his aura was monstrous. Even the many protector elders behind him wanted to not help but sweat. It was a good thing that this devilishly flaming man was on their side, otherwise they don't even know what they should face. Yun Shueji was in the middle of the crowd, looking at Cloud at the moment. Ying Ying's beautiful eyes were colorful. To think that not so long ago the two were entwined. Couldn't help but get a little hot in the small of my back. He couldn't help but blush. Next to them, Ling Xuanxue had sensed something strange. She glanced at her master with some suspicion. Another glance at the Sectmaster. There was something strange in his mind. Lately, she always felt that her master was hiding something from her. Especially, how the master has glowed. That face looks like a peach blossom. It made her a little envious. The youngest sister on the side thought the same as her. But junior sister Lu Sueki's watery eyes turned, not knowing what came to mind. Her face flushed and she bit her lip. Grunting, hatefully, he glanced at Sectmaster's back. To actually sneak around and do that kind of thing with the master. Lu Sueki was a little jealous in her heart, but it's not good to have an attack, only to swear in his heart. In the future, we must train the master teacher. Obviously she was the one who confessed her feelings first. She's always been first. As a result, looking at this situation, it seems that one is going to end up Lu Sueki glanced at senior sister Frost Snow again. Heartbeat. If you yourself are with your senior sister, surely it can make the Sectmaster beckon, right? The bold idea took root in her mind as soon as it popped up. Stealing a glance at the cold as ice senior sister, Lu Sueki was also a bit of a rebel. When the time comes, join yourself in following your senior brother. Let's see how high and mighty you still are. The youngest sister got a little excited in anticipation. It doesn't matter if senior brother is a Vajrabhati or not. Eat or not eat. Lin Yun inexplicably wanted to sneeze a little. And who is thinking of me? Master Sect Leader. Our army will all arrive in half a quarter of an hour. Ling Xuanxue took a few steps forward and came to Lin Yun's side and said, she served as the Grand Elder of Supervision and the Grand Elder of Punishment. It is natural to be aware of these situations. Well, it's all right. I'll forgive them if they don't dare to make a move. Let's wait for the disciples to arrive before launching a general attack. Lin Yun said indifferently with his hands behind his back. As the Palm Supreme, Lin Yun is actually quite competent, especially protective of the shortcomings. In fact, speaking of which, most of them from the Yin Yang Sacred Sect were children from poor families, or a desperate teenager. Just like Lin Yun back then. After all, no one was born wanting to deal with the infamous demon sect. Of course, the imperial dynasty that the holy sect was affiliated with could also provide a lot of good seedlings. This is the part that belongs to the basic disc. There's usually not too many surprises either. Those true heavenly pride demons often came from the bottom, one step at a time, slowly climbing up the ladder. Usually, the path of their growth was accompanied by various chances, and they all had some secrets in their bodies. And this kind of genius was the one that all the great immortal clan families grabbed for. The addition of such a son of chi could invariably grow the clan's chi as well. However, blessings and curses come together. There was also generally a kind of karma and trouble in the body of this kind of heavenly pride disciple. It may even attract covetousness. This leads to some strife in the Li. Lin Yun had once been such a heavenly demon. Jealousy by the Holy Sun's personal disciples of the great immortal sects. With the beating of the young came the old, and then the old man came out. The enmity is also deepening. But these are just excuses. The real purpose was to obtain the cultivation secrets and treasures on him, as Lin Yun who climbed up from the bottom. Naturally, He knew that it was not easy for the disciples, that's why they were purposely given a chance to take revenge. At the same time, it's their chance, after all. The gold belt for murder and arson. The previous siege by the 9 immortal clans was won though, but the sacred sect also suffered numerous deaths and injuries. Among them were naturally many of the disciples' friends and relatives, or even a beloved dog. They have repressed anger and grief in their hearts. It may be nothing for a short time. After a long time, I'm afraid that the Taoist heart will have problems. It's easy to go to extremes. I'm afraid that the sacred sect will become a true demon sect by then. That wasn't what Lin Yuan wanted to see. It is also his heart and roots. If it weren't for the thought of all this, with Lin Yun's current realm, he could have just killed his way in single-handedly. Who under the sun can stop him? As more and more sacred sect disciples arrived, they converged together, their hate-filled gazes looking towards the Divine Phoenix army on the opposite side. Now they also knew that the Divine Phoenix dynasty was actually the mastermind. It was the mastermind behind the conspiracy of several great immortal clans. This amount of hatred was rightfully mostly counted on the head of the Divine Phoenix imperial dynasty. Have they all arrived? Lin Yun asked softly. Well, they've all arrived, removing those who are recuperating from injuries and those who stayed behind in the sect, totaling 760,000 disciples. Ling Shuangxue reported from the side. Lin Yun nodded slightly. It's his turn to perform. Lin Yun raised his head slightly and glanced at the cloudless sky. Within the pupils of his eyes, there seemed to be a flash of purple lightning. Immediately afterward, thunder rose from the flat earth. A sudden thunderclap rang out from heaven and earth. A huge 100 feet wide 9 heavenly thunder appeared out of nowhere. A deep pit was cleaved out between the open spaces where the two armies faced each other. The earth shook and everyone was shocked beyond words. Immediately afterward, it was too late for them to react. Lin Yun's tall figure then appeared in the outside world. He stood above the void, right above that deep pit. There seemed to be dark lightning and demonic clouds surrounding them. The void made a crackling sound, as if the space couldn't bear to crack. This was the way he had just figured out how to utilize it. Full of light pollution and lightning effects. Lin Yun felt very cool. That's what I'm talking about. As the saying goes, a man is an iron pussy. A day without pretending to be hungry. There was nothing present but the armies of both camps. The surrounding area was also densely filled with watching cultivators, looking at Lin Yun, who was at this moment like a demon god descending from the earth. They all couldn't help but widen their eyes. Sure enough, it's the rumored Demon King. Look at that pitch-black lightning. What kind of great magic ability is this? It can actually manipulate the power of thunder. Just his aura alone was enough to suppress an army of 1,000,000 cultivators. Is this the might of the Ascension realm? Or was it the power that belonged uniquely to the Supreme Demon Sect? Otherwise, those Ascension realms recorded before didn't seem to be so imposing. For example, Old Man Phoenix Ling Tian, Lin Yun's aura was no longer concealed, and his chi directly connected with heaven and earth. At this moment, it was as if he was heaven, representing the will of heaven and earth. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Yun. The heart was shaken and filled with awe. Lin Yun looked around the circle, his eyes tinged with indifference. This seat is here to ask for an explanation. So idle people, please retreat a little farther, lest you get into trouble. The words fell. Numerous immortal sect lineages, even including those Devil's Way cultivators, all of them huffed and puffed and backed up hundreds of miles at once. Those who could come here were naturally not idle. So too was still able to observe the scene ahead. Lin Yun gently waved his hand. Only a row of magic treasures emerged in front of him. That's right, everyone present was shaken to their core. Those are all the innate magic treasures of those sect leaders of the righteous immortal sect. All Jin's pupils shrank in disbelief. Also, that's the identity token of Phoenix Ling Tian's old ancestor. There was also an uproar within the immortal Phoenix dynasty. What does that mean? The crowd knew it in their hearts. Sure enough, Lin Yun announced the results of his battle. Shen Tian Gang, Lei Xiao, Dao Wu Duan, Jian Wu Ji, and Master Yuan Ju, that old thief Phoenix Ling Tian, have all been ambushed under the seat. His voice resounded through heaven and earth. Let the millions of troops be silent at this moment. There was a deathly silence. The Divine Fiend, 9 Imperial Dynasty, premeditating to overthrow my sacred sect, has already committed an unforgivable crime. The other 8 clans, prepare a sincere offering within 3 days of the deadline, or there will be the calamity of clan extermination. Lin Yun directly sentenced the Divine Phoenix dynasty to death. Blood must be paid for blood. As for the other 8 great sects, including the previous Hao Ran school and so on, all of them had to show the sincerity of the clan, at least a large part of the treasury collection. It's the only way to break the bank. Lin Yun didn't want to go straight for the big kill. Killing too many people has too much karmic obstacles, which will adversely affect his ascension catastrophe. And that's not necessary. They're all ordinary cultivators. It is nothing more than being encouraged by the top brass to be hot-headed. And the crime is not mortal. And if we kill them all, how can we kill the millions and millions of cultivators? You can't kill it for months, and I'm afraid it's going to cause outrage, not to mention The Heavenly Tao might not even be able to look at it and directly send down the Great Tribulation in advance. So Lin Yun thought of such a compromise. It can be the best of both worlds. After announcing his resolution, Lin Yun looked across the room with indifferent eyes again. His eyes skimmed over the countless wandering Divine Phoenix armies. It was as if he saw that Queen's Majesty hidden within the Imperial City. Kill! Lin Yun's voice was not loud, but it seemed to explode in everyone's ears. This simple word has determined the life, death and fate of countless people. Chapter 41 Her Majesty, did you miss me? As Lin Yun's words fell, countless sacred sect disciples clattered and rushed out at once. They are orderly in their chaos. Follow the teams that were planned earlier. 2 pairs of 5 groups of 10. Then group after group, articulated in turn. They complement each other's strengths and make up for each other's weaknesses, forming a legion. At my command, all armies attack. The Divine Phoenix army on the opposite side also let out a heaven-shaking hiss. Looking at the demon army that rushed over in great numbers, several generals glanced at each other. They knew that the time had come to give their lives for the dynasty. As the saying goes, it takes 1,000 days to raise an army. Kill with me, an eye for an eye and blood for blood. Give back my senior brother's life, the glory of the dynasty, 10,000 deaths. The various slogans were like the last echoes of life. In the Tianyuan realm, it had been tens of thousands of years since a cultivator battle of this scale had occurred. It was as if the heavens were weeping. Countless blood chi and fury chi as well as the grievances of the dying were stirred together to form a ferocious fury. In just a few moments, it was as if this piece of heaven and earth was plunged into an apocalyptic cataclysm. Countless flying swords and magic treasures were emitting a piercing light, and then fell eerily. The cultivators on both sides were even more like rain, constantly falling down. Some of them still managed to get up and then continue to fly up and keep fighting. Some of them fell straight to the ground. The broken limbs are even more tragic. The blood flowed, and it was only a matter of moments. Look at this tragic scene. Even Lin Yun was a bit intolerant. He closed his eyes slightly, but it would have been the greatest mercy for him not to strike directly. Behind him, junior sister Lu Sueki grabbed his sleeve somewhat nervously. Senior brother, they are all so miserable. Should we? Lu Sueki couldn't say the next words. Blood was seeping out of her lip as she bit it, her eyes reddening a bit. But anyone with some humanity inside, all would not be able to bear to witness the misery of this hell on earth. Ling Xuanxue and Master Yin Xueji, however, had already killed their way out. He fought with the other party's void-breaking realm general. The youngest sister was still injured, plus she wasn't the bloodthirsty type, so Lin Yun let her stay. This is the nature of the world. Is it cruel? But the path of immortal cultivation is meant to be like this. It's stepping on other people's bones to reach the top. If we had lost, the sacred sect would have long since become ruins, with countless disciples' corpses and bones. Lin Yun said in a light tone, from the time you embark on the path of cultivation, you must be prepared to die. This was a realization that Lin Yun had come to after countless killings. Lu Sueki pursed her lips and seemed to be about to cry. Well, I know. I'm sorry, Sectmaster. Lin Yun turned to look at her. You wait here until I return, and you are not allowed to step out of the floating island. Do you understand? Okay. Lu Sueki obediently nodded. Looking at the awe and compassion in her eyes, Lin Yun's heart softened. She wasn't meant to embark on this path on her own. It was herself who led her down this path. It's not like I've suffered much or experienced any setbacks in all these years, except for being willing to fight for himself and to kill for his brother. She usually sees an injured bird and can't help but rescue it. It's fine. After this time, there will be at least 10,000 years of stability. At that time, elder brother will take you to ascend to the immortal realm together. Okay. Lin Yun pinched his little sister's tiny nose, somewhat spoiled. This yellow girl who had been on his ass back in the day, now out of the water, he certainly wouldn't abandon it. Okay. Lu Sueki nodded obediently. The heart is like honey. Remember what elder brother said. No matter what happens, elder brother might be out on something, but be sure to come back, okay? It occurred to me that I might have to run for my life next. Lin Yun gave his little sister a precaution in advance. Unlike senior master and senior sister, junior sister had actually been raised under his care. The mind hasn't been through that much of a grind, so Lin Yun was a bit uneasy. If one really disappears for decades or even hundreds or thousands of years, will she die of depression? That was by no means the outcome Lin Yun wished to see. Well then, I know. I'll be waiting for you, Sectmaster. Lu Sueki was a bit strange in her heart though, but still dutifully agreed. Only then did Lin Yun nod in relief. Then the figure slowly dissipated. In an instant, he arrived in the depths of the palace. This is Her Majesty's chambers. The outside world has killed the sky and blood flowed into rivers though. But it was quiet here. Watching Lin Yun appear, all the palace maids cowered and shrank away. The guards were just about to come up and risk their lives to stop it. Her Majesty's voice rang out in time. Let him in. A few of the personal guards' backs were covered in cold sweat, and they hurriedly left as if they had been pardoned. Who really wants to die if they can? Lin Yun might as well be the gate. Looking at his ex-girlfriend who was kneeling and praying on top of the futon in front of him. Her figure is still outstanding. She knelt on the ground, her forehead pressed against the top of the futon, and from behind, that waist was extraordinarily slender. It was extraordinarily plump, or it should have been. Lin Yun glanced right above him, at a goddess sculpture. This was the ancestor of the Divine Phoenix dynasty, the first founding Empress, and legend has it that she was also the one who made the pact with the Immortal Phoenix. It has long since ascended for an unknown number of thousands of years. What's the point of trying if begging God works? You're always pinning your hopes on someone else, Lin Yun said indifferently. Phoenix Rinyu's delicate body trembled slightly. She slowly got up and turned her back to Lin Yun. You know all about it. Her voice was calm. Well, but I want to hear you say it again in person. Lin Yun walked behind her, one hand on her shoulder. Phoenix Rinyu shivered. No turning around. Am I wrong? I'm also trying to protect myself. Why should I be a cauldron? A plaything? There was some misery in Phoenix Rinyu's voice. Ha, the queen with infinite scenery. Who knows? She's just a hearth for someone else to cultivate. Lin Yun was unmoved, gently pinching a strand of her long dark hair and playing with it. That's no reason for you to lie to me and betray me. We could have faced this together. It was your choice. It's what led to this. Phoenix Rinyu shuddered slightly again, clearly not at peace in her heart. Moreover, since you feel injustice for your own fate, why did you push Phoenix Hair into this path again? Phoenix Rinyu had no way to refute it at all. She bit her lip, her voice shaking a little. That's right, I arranged it all. I sent her to you. I want you and that old monster to lose both, preferably together. Or, after you die, because of the hosting of the Demon Destruction Chiluk Plus, she will accelerate her growth and break through the realm. By then the old monster's gaze will naturally shift to her. Once I betrayed you, but also because you were still too weak to make me give up everything. Are you satisfied? Phoenix Rinyu seemed to have gone out of her way. Do you think you're wrong? Lin Yun's eyes were a little complicated. She is indeed both lucky and miserable in this world, but it's all her choice. She could have enjoyed supreme glory with herself. Once upon a time, I was so simple myself, almost thought she was hers for life. Turn around and face me. Phoenix Rinyu took a deep breath. In order to cultivate into an immortal, what was the humiliation at this point? In fact, she regretted it in her heart and even had feelings for Lin Yun, but she was actually a good candidate for practicing the emotionless way. That kind of emotion simply wasn't enough for her to make a sacrifice. Tell me, are you wrong? Lin Yun looked at Her Majesty, who was kneeling in front of him. She reached up and cupped her round, jade-like chin. Make her look up at herself. Phoenix Rinyu closed her eyes as if resigned to her fate. But where did Lin Yun let her have her way? Look at me. He pressed his fingers slightly harder. Phoenix Rinyu's eyes were filled with humiliation. The corners of his eyes were a little red. Noble Majesty, King of 10 billion subjects. At this moment, he became a prisoner of old Devil Lin. A trace of blood seeped from Phoenix Rinyu's lips. I was wrong. After saying these words, it was as if Phoenix Rinyu had used up all her strength. Lin Yun still cupped her chin. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yun laughed out loud. Do you recognize mistakes too? Tell me out loud that you're wrong. Lin Yun gently patted her white cheeks with a humiliating meaning. I was wrong. What are you going to do? Are you going to kill me? Phoenix Rinyu seemed to be angry as well. She gritted her teeth and stared at Lin Yun dead in the face. Never believe he would kill her. Hey, come on, temper and tough. I feel as if you're not mistaken. You're afraid that I'll kill you or take away your immortal Phoenix Yuanin, right? A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yun's mouth. Now he was no longer the hairy guy he once was. Immediately afterward, his eyes changed. The harsh and grim gaze caused Phoenix Rinyu's face to change. It was as if he was recognizing Lin Yun for the first time. A flash of panic finally appeared on Phoenix Rinyu's face, but she still had her killer weapon. Moreover, she now had a new additional target, which was the identity token of the Phoenix Ling Tian ancestor. According to the Divine Phoenix Dynasty's Empress inheritance, that thing plus its own Empress seal, it seemed to open some ancient teleportation array deep within the Imperial tomb, so she can take all the humiliation she can get right now. I don't know how much of this woman's current behavior is real and how much is not. Lin Yun looked at the pitiful Her Majesty. Her delicate and stunningly beautiful face was familiar and unfamiliar to him. Lin Yun finally exploded, pinching her chin and making her beautiful eyes look up at her. A flash of fire was hidden deep within Lin Yun's gaze. To ask what is the best way to get back at a woman. I'm sure everyone knows that. Live. Sometimes it's more painful than death. Chapter 42, Yoon. You're shameless. Inside the Great Hall, in front of the first founding queen. Some of it is ridiculous. Phoenix Rinyu felt her cheeks go a little numb. She looked at Lin Yun. The beautiful eyes were full of pleading. Lin Yun didn't have a soft heart. After all, what she had once done to herself could not be described as kind at all. Oh, it tastes pretty good, doesn't it? Lin Yun's eyes were filled with teasing. Phoenix Rinyu pursed her lips. No talking. Lin Yun gently cupped her chin. Tell me, old devil Lin asked softly, but with a coldness that could not be denied. Phoenix Rinyu had infinite shame and humiliation in her heart. The jade lips lightly opened and said with some difficulty, yummy. Only then did Lin Yun nod in satisfaction. Spinning around, he grabbed her hair again directly to get her up and down her delicate body. There was some satisfaction in his eyes. No way. If that's the case, I'd rather die for you. Phoenix Rinyu covered her chest, a face full of panic and pleading. Cautiously, he looked at Lin Yun. Cloud, you do know that the technique I cultivate cannot break my body until I become immortal. If not, I would not have endured the humiliation for so many years. Don't you push me. Coldness permeated Lin Yun's eyes. So what? You die for me now. I can't wait. Lin Yun didn't believe that this woman would be so decisive, but he also knew in his heart that if he really wanted to seize her Yuan-in, he was afraid that it would be a bit difficult. This woman, her Taoist heart is incomparably strong. It could even do the kind of thing it just did. She can sacrifice everything, but the only thing that can't be done is to destroy her path to fulfillment. But the more so, the more interested Lin Yun became. Look at her face full of determination. Lin Yun was also thinking about it. Phoenix Rinyu had previously threatened Phoenix Ling Tian in order to threaten him. She used the power of the immortal Phoenix bloodline to plant a prohibition on herself. Once the body is broken, it also means broken. It would self-destruct in a heartbeat. By then, I'm afraid my little brother will be blown up. That's why she was able to stay together for so many years. In order to appease old man Ling Tian, she even adopted Phoenix Hair, was carefully groomed to be her understudy. She doesn't seem to have the slightest warmth or affectionate love or anything like that in her heart. All he wants is to become immortal. From among the legacy left behind by the Ling Tian ancestor, Lin Yun did find something. It would ease her into this arrangement. But how much success is unknown, and the stakes are high. Lin Yun was also a bit hesitant. After all, Erdi can't joke around. Lin Yun slightly lowered his head and sniffed between her neck. The queen poured on the scent. It's beautiful, too, especially that body and temperament. What a shame, if it's just going to die like that. In Lin Yun's mind, he had actually sentenced her to death. Everything now was just to torture her too. Do you think I can't do anything about you because you're like this? Tell me if you want to die or live. Lin Yun let go of Phoenix Rinyu. Directly and nonchalantly, she sat down on the throne that belonged to her alone. Phoenix Rinyu bit her lip. Of course I don't want to die, but do you really want me to die? With your qualifications, you can definitely cultivate into an immortal. When the time comes, won't I still be yours? I promise you, I am your woman alone. Phoenix Rinyu bit her lip, her eyes watery. You liked that taste just now, didn't you? And I'll have plenty more. You wouldn't want to kill me, would you? Phoenix Rinyu said in a somewhat flirtatious manner, but Lin Yun knew. She's just acting for herself. Though the acting is good because she is so delicate and cold-looking. Make that ingratiating face when you do. There is a great contrast. It made old devil Lin a bit unable to hold on. A superb woman indeed. It's just snaky. He wouldn't dare bring this kind of woman to his home. I'm afraid I'll poison all my other women to death by then. Lin Yun was in a dilemma. Moreover, he had another idea in his mind's eye. Wanted her to go and try it for herself. That was the ancient teleportation array within the Imperial Tomb. Phoenix Ling Tian had mentioned a guess. That would be something that might require the Queen's legacy. He has a plot to usurp the throne. Don't really know much about these, so there is that speculation. But Phoenix Rinyu had been upset with him all these years. It's even more avoidable. Wouldn't be alone with him at all and didn't want to talk to him. There was no way for Phoenix Ling Tian to force her. Most of all, this teleportation array was of little use to him. It's not worth the risk, so didn't bother trying to communicate with Phoenix Rinyu. But Lin Yun had another worry in his mind. If it was true that the Queen's inheritance could be used to open that ancient teleportation array, what if Phoenix Rinyu runs off first without you? Wouldn't that be a big loss? But if you don't, how will you run away later? Was it directly slapped to death by the Empress ancestor? Old devil Lin was in a tangle, but it's just speculation at this point. Come here, Lin Yun said in a cold voice. Phoenix Rinyu lifted her gorgeous skirt. Coming to Lin Yun's side, he lay obediently in his arms. Fragrant jade is full of it. Lin Yun wasn't polite either. Phoenix Rinyu bit her lip. Tighten your teeth. This aggravating pain is nothing. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a somewhat cozy manner, if you want me not to kill you, that's fine too. You have to promise me a few things. Tell me your heritage first, then we'll talk about something else. When the time comes, I want you to abdicate to Phoenix Shear, how about that? Lin Yun pinched Phoenix Rinyu and said. Phoenix Rinyu exhaled a breath of aroma, a little uncomfortable. Well, either way, whatever, I can step aside. I'll give you the inheritance as well. But actually Phoenix Hair has the complete inheritance now. But in case you don't believe me, I'll give it to you now. Phoenix Rinyu knew that Lin Yun was also suspicious by nature. That was why he had taken the initiative to hand over all of the Divine Phoenix Dynasty's Empress legacies to Lin Yun for a look. Lin Yun glanced at it, and a glint flashed in his eyes. There was actually a real record of that teleportation array in it, but there wasn't much detailed information, just that the Divine Phoenix Order plus the Queen's Seal would activate it. I see. No wonder that old ghost Phoenix Ling Tian has been unable to do anything. However, she actually didn't hide it. This was a cross-domain teleportation array. Doesn't she want to run? Or did she think she didn't know? Lin Yun didn't move. Keep your doubts to yourself. And then, the other thing. I'm not very happy right now, Lin Yun said as he pinched Phoenix Rinyu's chin. I'm okay. Phoenix Rinyu begged for mercy as she looked at old Devil Lin. Lin Yun had a wave of conquest when he looked at her pitiful appearance. Her Majesty, once a queen, is now a prisoner, then whispered something in her ear. Phoenix Rinyu's face turned a little snowy, seemingly frightened, and she looked at Lin Yun with a face of incredulity. There was shock in his eyes. Cloud, why are you so shameless? Lin Yun snorted coldly. Prisoner, do you still want to resist my orders? If not, I will grant you death now. Your choice. Lin Yun looked at Her Majesty the Queen with good grace, not the least bit worried that she'll be dogged. That would have saved him a lot of trouble. Straight up hand to hand. Chapter 43, The Perfect Exes with Their Own Agenda. As a cultivator, to the point where they are now in this realm, it's long since been disavowed. So naturally, Lin Yun had nothing to avoid. Immortals are clean inside and out, so a tea is fine. Besides, Phoenix Rinyu didn't have a choice at all. The two men walked out of the inner sanctum. Lin Yun had an evil smile on his lips. That's nice, out of the way. If it was a normal situation, she wouldn't have agreed to it. So it's pretty much a blessing and a curse. It's kind of a windfall. Are you still not willing to let me go? Looking at Lin Yun, Phoenix Rinyu hated it in her heart. This dog man, I can't believe you're so shameless. Watching her walk ahead, her posture squirming a bit. Hey, it's still a shame. Lin Yun sighed once again in his heart. Who would have thought that such a queen would be a woman like that in private, so obedient and well-behaved? I don't know if it's really true, or if it's just a disguise for pleasing myself. Show me your royal tomb. Lin Yun knew that this woman had too many thoughts. Just talk to her directly about anything, otherwise it will be even more troublesome when the time comes. Phoenix Rinyu wiped the sweat from her cheeks and chest with a handkerchief. To do what? Inside is that old monster's territory, and I'm not very familiar with it. There's the treasury and everything. There's the treasury. It's all yours. Phoenix Rinyu doesn't seem to want anything right now. However, she had actually packed a lot of goodies in her storage ring. Lin Yun seemed to have subconsciously overlooked this point as well. After all, he had a big family and wasn't here for a robbery. So naturally, they don't care too much about these possessions. Cut the crap and go when you're told. Lin Yun directly slapped down. Some Q-tips. Phoenix Rinyu bit her lip. Her face flushed. Okay, I'll take you. Whirling around, he walked ahead, his body swaying. Phoenix Rinyu frowned, cursing Lin Yun in her heart as she did so, a little happy on the side, because she knew that waiting was her chance. She had already thought of a reason. When the time comes, we'll lie to him that it's the key to unlock the treasure trove, and then in a hurry you can just escape with your life. To other worlds. The sky is the limit. Still not left to its own devices. The supplies she brought with her were enough to cultivate herself into immortality, although the process may be a little convoluted. Naturally, it's not as easy as being queen, but it's better than being his Ngo. That feeling just now, though, was a bit marvelous, but Phoenix Rinyu still felt a bit humiliated. Oddly humiliated. He himself will definitely get this back when the time comes. Both men had something in mind for each of them. Secretly it actually clicked again. Only God knows. The two are now in the same boat. It's all about escaping with the help of that teleportation array. Lin Yun couldn't do anything about it. It was the easiest way. Ancient cross-border teleportation arrays like this were only available to the once immortal Phoenix dynasty. As for the method, it was lost long ago. This kind of large-scale cross-border teleportation array involved very deep spatial rules, and it was a true immortal law. Perhaps the legendary immortal Phoenix may have only left behind this legacy. Follow Phoenix Mercy Moon. Lin Yun naturally knew that the risk was high, or even let her get away if you're not careful. But what is that compared to your own life? And it all came close to being its own Triton. It's kind of revenge back, not so much hate for a while. Lin Yun looked at her figure and actually missed it a little. But nay, I would have illuminated the moon. Akatsuki's conscience, however, was eaten by a dog. Undeniable. The two used to be happy together. A match made in heaven. Lin Yun sometimes remembered those times. First love. How could I forget? Sighing inwardly, Lin Yun's gaze was complicated. This is cultivation. Everyone walks their own path. Soon, under the lead of Phoenix Rinyu, the two came right before the royal tomb. Before going in, Lin Yun glanced outside, the war showing no signs of ending. I'm afraid it won't end until I finish venting the hatred in my heart. Lin Yun didn't bother to intervene. The two walked into the royal tomb. From the sky, this position is exactly where the heart of the fire phoenix is. An entire hill has been hollowed out. Lin Yun wasn't afraid of Phoenix Rinyu pulling something. If there's an organ here that can deal with itself, why would that old thing Phoenix Ling Tian need to hide overseas? Immediately afterward, the two saw a huge pool of blood. The countless blood channels were like formations and blood vessels, bringing the blood together and flowing it into a huge pool of blood. Phoenix Ling Tian was once immersed in it, maintaining their youthfulness with the heart blood of countless descendants. At the same time, it can also hide from heavenly searches. Oh, your imperial dynasty is so bright. The righteous immortal sect. This is the righteous immortal sect. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yun laughed somewhat sarcastically. Spinning around, he used a shadow-retaining stone to record this scene. When the time came that he was no longer around, he would be able to leave the holy sect with a countermeasure. Phoenix Rinyu watched the scene, her face expressionless. It was something she had known for a long time, even acquiesced in. How could the disappearance of so many blood relatives be hidden from her? So this is all happening under her watch. Lin Yun looked at her silence. I knew this woman knew everything. I'm sure it's hard-hearted. Lin Yun was also a bit wary of her in his heart, the most poisonous woman of all. It's a good thing I didn't just take pity on myself. The two visited along the way. Occasionally, Phoenix Rinyu even explains a bit. Against the immortal Phoenix inheritance that he had acquired, Lin Yun also had some gains. There are even some treasure troves of potions and such. Lin Yun all packed his bags directly. Phoenix Rinyu looked at this scene and didn't say anything. These are all out of body for her. At the same time, she was suddenly nervous, for the two came to the depths. There is an ancient teleportation array here, but it's not obvious on the surface. It was just a small altar shape with no formations or anything like that. The energy source also seems to be connected to the royal tomb. What is it? Lin Yun asked deliberately. It was because Phoenix Ling Tian had once topographed this place in order to study this thing, and took it to the outside world's formation masters to study it, so he recognized it right away. Phoenix Rinyu's heart fluttered, knowing the opportunity is there. This is the passageway to the resting place of the immortal Phoenix Patriarch. Phoenix Rinyu said calmly. The resting place of the immortal Phoenix? Lin Yun revealed an interested expression. In his heart, he was cursing. Nima, this woman can really make things up. Well, I've never been there either, and I don't know what's in it. Phoenix Rinyu revealed a curious expression. Lin Yun took a deep breath. Can you show me? I'd like to see if the legendary immortal Phoenix really exists. Phoenix Rinyu was a bit hesitant. That's okay. But, saying that, she glanced at Lin Yun, seemingly not wanting to bring him in to disturb the resting place of the ancestors. But what? Lin Yun seemed to be a bit impatient. Chapter 44. So what if she runs away? Sooner or later she will fall into my hands. Phoenix Rinyu frowned slightly. Seems to be really thinking. Lin Yun was almost amused by her acting. What? You're about to abdicate and you still care about that? Lin Yun took the initiative to help her speed up some of her progress. Phoenix Rinyu seemed to be spoken for. She pursed her lips. Well, it's fine to take you in, but I hope you don't disturb the peace of the ancestors. I won't let you in if you don't promise me. Phoenix Rinyu's acting skills at the moment were straight out of an acting empire. Lin Yun all admired it. If you can't do anything, who can? No wonder you planted yourself. Fine, I promise. Cut the crap. Lin Yun had a look of impatience on his face. You give me Phoenix Ling Tian's identity token. Here are the keys. Phoenix Rinyu forced down the joy in her heart. Although teleportation was risky, it was better than losing your life if you weren't careful. She had keenly sensed Lin Yun's killing intent, so can't wait to get out. Oh, is this it? Here. Lin Yun pulled out a token and threw it to Phoenix Rinyu. That's what that divine phoenix order is, right? But what is the Queen's seal again? Lin Yun was a bit curious. As soon as she was sure that the formation could work, Lin Yun was ready to make his move. Even if she immediately blew herself up, Lin Yun wouldn't hesitate, only to see Phoenix Rinyu receive the token. She took it in her hands with a solemn face and looked at it carefully. Then, under the gaze of Lin Yun, it was placed directly on some protrusion. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun watched with full attention, observing every detail, because he didn't really know how the thing was going to work. I don't know if it will work either. More than that, I don't know how it needs to fit. That's it? Lin Yun stared nervously and expectantly, but there's been no response. he was instantly a little disappointed. The gaze that looked at Phoenix Rinyu was also somewhat dangerous. Are you ting me? As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. A cold light shot out from Lin Yun's eyes. Wait, I don't know. I'll try again. Phoenix Rinyu seemed to be startled, but in reality, she was testing Lin Yun's reaction. Seeing him like this, he's a bit overexcited in the slightest. It's hard to believe that he knows what he's going to do. Phoenix Rinyu was a bit skeptical. Don't worry, I'll think it over. It's that step that's wrong. Phoenix Rinyu held her breath. It seemed to be struggling to remember something. Lin Yun saw her in such a state. The heart couldn't help but rise again with hope. Even if you run away, activate the teleportation array for me. Lin Yun wouldn't risk his own little life because of a woman. I'll try again. Didn't I give you my inheritance as well? And didn't it say I wanted the Queen's seal? Phoenix Rinyu seemed to suddenly remember something. Unsolicited disclosure. What's that? Lin Yun took the initiative to ask. This Empress seal is actually something like Imperial Dynasty's chi, and if Phoenix Hair becomes the Empress at that time, maybe it's also possible. Phoenix Rinyu took the initiative to say. At the same time, he observed Lin Yun's micro-expressions. Can Phoenix Hair do the same? Lin Yun was vaguely relieved in his heart. It was keenly detected by Phoenix Rinyu. She knew at once that he probably knew what she was planning. But to reveal so much information yourself, it was just to reassure him that with Phoenix Hair, he shouldn't be so nervous. This was Phoenix Rinyu's young plot. The only reason the other party dared not make a move on her now was because they wanted to get themselves tested, confirming the suspicion in his mind, even at the risk of letting himself escape. In response, Phoenix Rinyu knew that this was her only chance, but she wasn't sure how fast it ran and if it would be interrupted. However, she had another calculation in mind. She bet that Lin Yun wouldn't dare. For whatever reason unknown to himself, he seems to care about this teleportation array. Phoenix Rinyu was certain of this in her heart, so you can take advantage of this mentality of the other person. Lin Yun, however, did not dare to bet, so he could only watch what Phoenix Rinyu was manipulating. Stay away. Your mana breath is too strong. It might damage the array pattern. Phoenix Rinyu tried again. Lin Yun took a deep breath, not knowing if what the other party was saying was true or not. Good. All he could do was take a few steps back. Watch this scene. Phoenix Rinyu's heart was delighted. Wait, how is Phoenix Hair supposed to become the next queen? Lin Yun was practically playing his cards plainly. Phoenix Rinyu hesitated. Just hold the great sacrifice to ascend to the top, and the Imperial Dynasty's fortune will naturally be added to it. Oh, got it. Neither one poked at it. Lin Yun wanted to see if this woman was really so lucky. At the same time, the mind expects it to work, or else you're in trouble yourself. Under his gaze, Phoenix Rinyu stepped directly on top of the platform. Then she looked at Lin Yun nervously. Don't you move, or you might damage it. Both men now seemed to know exactly what the other was doing, but neither pokes. No wonder the two used to be a couple. It's not a family. Good. Essence emerged from Lin Yun's eyes. Phoenix Rinyu took a deep breath. A mark slowly emerged on his forehead. It was a fire phoenix totem with spreading wings. Lin Yun's heart fluttered. Phoenix Hair seemed to have revealed this mark last time. That reassured him a bit. Phoenix Rinyu was also a bit nervous. She didn't know what would happen next. However, the two waited for a while and nothing seemed to happen. Lin Yun didn't even feel the slightest fluctuation of mana. The two men looked at each other. What's going on? Lin Yun asked. It's hard to believe that God is going to kill me. I don't know. Phoenix Rinyu said with some confusion. There was some misery in his heart. Can't you change your fate after all? Didn't you screw up? Lin Yun asked unwillingly. Phoenix Rinyu just wanted to speak. Then there was a flash of white light and her figure simply vanished. Lin Yun was confused. He looked to the small altar. You got a sneak attack on this thing? I'm not ready yet. Lin Yun was furious in his heart, and then he was overjoyed. Sure enough, it works. But how does it feel like you're being tricked? Lin Wan thinks about throwing a leg kick but thinks better of it. No one may be able to fix a broken kick. Spoil your big plans when the time comes. I also don't know if this thing is random or fixed. Lin Yun carefully recalled Phoenix Rinyu's previous actions. Noticed that she seemed to have slightly rattled a few small stones or something. Immediately, Lin Yun went to take a look, and then realized that the one little rock actually shattered. This is disposable props. Coordinates? Lin Yun looked at which there were still two broken small stones in the slightest. So there's no way to get to her on your own? It's so good, but there's only one immortal world. I'll see where you can run. Besides, you're done having fun yourself, and now it's found a way back. It's better not to be angry on this big day. It was now imperative to let Phoenix Hair inherit the throne first. Then think about how you're going to say goodbye to your master sister, junior sister, and the others. Did you collect them all before you left? It also has to be done in secret. Moreover, Lin Yun had some expectations for the unknown new world. His own cultivation level today, once he appeared in the middle of another world, still not immediately invincible. That shall not be surrounded by beauty. Chapter 45, The New Emperor's Accession to the Throne, the beginning of farewells. Come out from among the royal tombs. Lin Yun didn't hesitate. Directly, he turned into streams of light and arrived at the battlefield outside the city in an instant. Lin Yun's figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the battlefield. The aura of the Ascension realm was released in an instant, directly suppressing all the millions of people on the spot. In an instant, all the magic flying swords seemed to go out. The melee that had just been shouting and fighting to the heavens became directly silent. Lin Yun's aura enveloped the four directions. It was as if space had frozen. The war is over, and the Divine Phoenix Dynasty's female emperor has been ambushed. Lin Yun's calm voice resounded between heaven and earth. Everyone wondered if their ears had misheard, especially those cultivators who already knew that Lin Yun and the Empress were having an affair. Is this old devil Lin really that ruthless? First love, white moonlight, and all that? Not bad for a demon. The numerous imperial armies fell silent, and a deadly silence enveloped them. They held the blades in their hands in a death grip. The eyes had long been blood red from killing. Is it possible that the Divine Phoenix Dynasty, which had lasted for tens of thousands of years, was going to die? Not waiting for the crowd to react, Lin Yun announced immediately afterward, by the Queen's last orders, this seat declares that Imperial daughter Phoenix Shear has taken over the Queen's throne, and with immediate effect, she will become the Queen of the Divine Phoenix Imperial Dynasty. As Lin Yun's voice fell, a huge golden light suddenly shot out above the sky, shine on top of the floating island. Immediately afterward, Phoenix Shear suddenly appeared in the eyes of the millions of people present. She didn't seem to have come around to what was going on. Lin Yun was also a bit confused. Is this the luck of the dynasty, or is it favored by heaven? No wonder Phoenix knew she could also cultivate so smoothly. But Phoenix Hair had lost her Yuan now, so I didn't know if the impact would be great or not. Forget about it. The big deal is that you're going to be a great mixer later. Come and get her back. Lin Yun looked at the dazzling Phoenix Hair at this moment. Transmitting his voice, he said, from today onwards, the Divine Phoenix Dynasty will be in your hands, and I will answer your questions later. Stabilize the army first. Phoenix Hair returned to her senses. Looking at Lin Yun, there was some excitement in his heart, not expecting this moment to come so quickly. She had thought that at best she would become a canary to be kept by him. I didn't realize that he had allowed himself to inherit the Queen's authority. This was a super ancient dynasty with tens of billions of people. The power in it is so great that it knows no bounds. Well, I know what to do. Phoenix Hair whirled around and immediately began to give her testimonials and take a stand. And he decided to work together with the Holy Sect from now on. Leave all grudges unavenged. It ends here. Lin Yun also stated his position immediately. The two families have been allied ever since. This dramatic scene made everyone's brains spin a bit. The last moment there was a bloodbath of bodies piling up. And the next moment, you're a couple? If we were to follow common sense, of course this would never happen. Don't say that the Holy Sect side kills the Red Eye and disagrees. It's within the Imperial Dynasty that there is a struggle for power. But under Lin Yun's strong pressure, everyone suppressed the hatred and doubt in their hearts. It can only be accepted first. Otherwise I'm afraid I'll be killed on the spot. Under the supreme authority of Lin Yun, the sacred sect disciples began to retreat in an orderly fashion. The spot was left full of broken limbs and countless pieces of magic treasures. I'm afraid it'll take more than half a month to clean up the battlefield here. That wasn't Lin Yun's concern anymore. He couldn't wait to verify it now that he had found the back way. But the first order of business was to stabilize his side of the situation first. Lin Yun found Master Yin Shueji and senior sister Ling Xuanxue and the girls. I'm going to stay over here for a few days, so you guys go on back. You're coming back with us. Lin Yun looked again at the somewhat reluctant junior sister Lu Sueki. In the face of life-threatening events, Lin Yun was also too lazy to engage in all that childish sentimentality. It's not like there's no chance. Moreover, the Empress ancestor must not be allowed to react. If she knew she was going to run, I wonder if I'll go crazy. Lin Yun couldn't afford to gamble on that risk, so it could only be to hide it from the master and the girls first. Of course, Lin Yun would follow up by leaving sound retaining stones for them respectively. Explain the situation. Good, then you have to come back quickly. Lu Sueki was reluctant to leave, taking one step and turning back 3 times. Ling Xuanxue didn't think much of it, but just then, the voice of the Sectmaster's brother rang in her ears. Keep an eye on her for me. Don't let her wander, but don't restrain her. She's dangerous. Ling Xuanxue naturally knew who Sectmaster brother was talking about. The only woman worthy of such attention is her. She nodded slightly. Today she doesn't realize that this goodbye could be hundreds of years. Lu Sueki seemed to feel something in her heart. Turning around again, he looked at the Sectmaster, as if to firmly imprint his figure in his heart. She didn't know what was wrong with her. It's just suddenly a little hard. Wanted to jump into elder brother's arms for a hug. Lin Yun's heart ached as he looked at his little sister's tender expression, but he knew he couldn't show himself. Otherwise, with Ji Xiao's intelligence, maybe they'll find out what's going on. You'll be in danger yourself then. Master Yun Shueji also couldn't help but look at Yuner a few more times. Lin Yun smiled, watching them step inside the floating island of the Black Sky Walking Palace. Even if you leave by yourself, with the power of the Yin-Yang Sacred Sect, it was also enough to gain a foothold. Not to mention that there was now the Divine Phoenix dynasty. Moreover, the leaders of the righteous Immortal sect were all killed by themselves. Don't dare to have any dissent for a while. Plus, they can't confirm where they are. After all, it was normal for people who practiced cultivation to be in seclusion for decades and hundreds of years, so Lin Yun basically wasn't too worried. Watching the sacred sect disciples begin to retreat in an orderly fashion, Lin Yun also felt some emotions in his heart. Immediately, he turned around and flew directly into the palace. The time came to the third day. In yesterday, the ceremony of the new emperor's enthronement was over. The imperial dynasty's chi was added. The power of humanity descends to recognize it. Phoenix Shear had officially become the new Queen Majesty of the Divine Phoenix Dynasty, and truly the Queen's Majesty with the hardest background ever. Others said that this wanted the Divine Phoenix Dynasty to be sad. It's going downhill from here, but others see it as a new beginning, coming to a new peak. But for Phoenix Hair, it's a whole new life. In the bedchamber, Her Majesty was drenched in fragrant sweat, hair against the forehead. She looked up suddenly with a look of disbelief at Yun Lang. Are you really leaving? Why? Lin Yun didn't hide anything and talked to Phoenix Shear about his plans to leave. After all, her own arrangements required her cooperation and execution. Gently patted her back. Lin Yun's voice was calm. I have my business. I'm going to make preparations to ascend to the upper realms. Don't worry, you're my woman. I'll come get you. Lin Yun didn't mind her beads of sweat and gave her a gentle kiss on her forehead. Also, do one more thing for me? Give these jade slips to my senior sister and junior sister and the girls. Lin Yun pulled out a few jade slips and solemnly handed them over to Phoenix Shear. Phoenix Shear subconsciously took it. Only then did he realize that Lin Yun wasn't joking. Her eyes reddened instantly. Chapter 46. It's easy to say goodbye but hard to see. New map opens. Gently wiping away the tears on Phoenix Shear's face, an indescribable emotion surged in Lin Yun's heart. Plans can't keep up with change after all. He was supposed to be over here for another 20 days or so. A lot of things can go to lay the groundwork. You can even go ahead and pacify the youngest siblings first. Give them a name and hope. Lin Yun even thought with some sadness. If one's mix in the immortal world is not as good as one imagines, then wait for the day when you finally become a big shot yourself. The time to come down to the world to find the once great redheads. Could it have turned into a pile of yellow dirt? This possibility is not to say that it is not there, but it should be small. They were all cultivators who almost stood at the peak of this world. Even if it was the youngest senior sister, at least she still had 10,000 years of life left. If this does happen, that's too much to mix yourself with. It may be that there is a systematic force mixing the worst, but Lin Yun always felt, this system still has things to hide from itself that it hasn't powered up yet. Are you really coming back? You wouldn't want me anymore. I'll be waiting for you, in the royal tomb. Phoenix Hair had a sad face. Lin Yun was currently standing on the ancient teleportation array. The token is ready. Next up was Phoenix Hair's Queen Seal. Well, it's definitely coming back. You are my woman, Lin Yun said with a serious face, without the slightest intention of joking. You are my woman for the rest of your life. You hear me? Absolutely not allowed to have an affair with anyone. Lin Yun didn't want his head to be green. This is a woman he recognizes. Not all that mess. Hearing old Devil Lin speak so harshly, he actually suspected her. A flash of anger surfaced on Phoenix Hair's face. What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Listen to me. I'm your woman for the rest of my life, and it will only be your woman. Phoenix Hair's eyes were red. Well then, I know. Of course I trust you. Lin Yun also saw that the atmosphere was too sad, which was why he deliberately said so. Well, it's too late, so get ready. By the way, don't forget to give them those jade slips. They'll know what I mean, and will treat you as one of their own. You can trust them too. If you run into any difficulties, you can go to my master or elder sister and the others. Lin Yun said somewhat verbosely. Okay. Phoenix Hair wiped the tears from her eyes. Can't you just stay away? Lin Yun was silent for a moment. He was actually okay with staying a few more days, but he's scared. I'm afraid I'll be unable to give it up. That's why this is a direct and decisive departure. It's the hardest thing to get rid of. Go back and face your cute little sister, the high-flying senior sister, cold and caring for her master. Can you still be cruel? Lin Yun did not want to face that kind of scene, so just do it and forget about it. Just don't meet with them yourself. Looking at the tear stains on Phoenix Hair's face, Lin Yun felt the words stuck in his throat. can't tell you how. He was actually very reluctant to admit it. Being a very sentimental person myself, I have reasons why I have to leave. Lin Yun said with a cruel heart. Be good, do as you're told, and I'll miss you too. Lin Yun said softly, a creature like a woman. Once she's given you all of herself, almost the next day you'll be pouring your heart out to you, and then the love roots run deep, like right now. Before, he hated it so much that he couldn't wait to bite Lin Yun to death, but now, fetishized again. Phoenix Hayer saw Lin Yun's resolute appearance. He knew at once that his mind was made up. Then be careful out there and don't get your hands dirty again. Humph, sure to be dishonest again. Phoenix Hayer said with a pout. Lin Yun touched his nose. Aha, got it. Am I that kind of guy? Old Devil Lin was a bit vain. Phoenix Shear also knew that this man could not be kept, so it began to condense the Queen's seal as per the records in the inheritance. Don't worry, I'll get along with them. I'll keep an eye on them for you, too. There were two layers of meaning in this statement from Phoenix Hayer. Both will take care of them, or each other. It also keeps an eye on them and prevents a branch of red apricots from coming out of the wall. Lin Yun understood, and he nodded. As Phoenix Shear's Empress seal appeared, the teleportation array was finally activated. Silently, a subtle spatial fluctuation filled the air. Phoenix Hayer seemed to sense something. The tears that had been held back for so long finally came out. We'll all be waiting for you. You have to come back early. Lin Yun only had time to say two words out loud. Wait for me. Then his voice disappeared. But he didn't notice that there seemed to be a crack in one of the formation lines of the teleportation array. Looking at the empty teleportation pad, Phoenix Shear also felt a heart empty. It's been a few days for her. It was better than anything she had experienced in her life. A man himself at last. Or rather, with a husband that she likes. The two have also accomplished good things for a long time, though the first time he was sort of bullied by him. But the back, all on their own initiative. But she didn't expect the separation to come so quickly, as she envisioned it. Brother Cloud is already invincible. You can take her on a trip to the mountains, then live happily with your sisters. She can also double up with her husband. Dry your tears. Phoenix Hayer once again looked at the teleportation platform in silence for a while. Spin ordered the place to be permanently sealed off. She was going to prepare to pay her respects to the Inyan Holy Sect, then recognize the sisters. Give them the jade slip that Cloud left behind. As for Lin Yun, this was the first time he had experienced such a long-distance cross-border teleportation array. He felt a little dizzy. The dizzying sky is spinning. He just felt like he couldn't see anything within his gaze. Time seemed to be slowed down. All is a blur. Lin Yun could only try to close his eyes and use his divine soul to feel it. It turned out to be even harder. Suddenly, he felt a flash of light in front of his eyes, as if some great white light had flashed by. It even made Lin Yun feel like his sea of consciousness was illuminated. Is this getting there? He was a little agitated. Then, Lin Yun felt super nauseous. The sky was spinning, and he seemed to have been thrown off. What's the situation? There can't be a problem with the teleportation channel. It was the burst of white light just now. Lin Yun subconsciously thought of that one bright little sun-like precious light. The cross-border teleportation was directly interrupted by some inexplicable influence. Lin Yun fainted directly after being thrown out. This was a cross-border teleportation, and how powerful the energy in it was. Even Lin Yun couldn't stand it. But again, the situation doesn't seem to be as dire as one might think. Lin Yun's travel identity seems to have done the trick. The world's chi began to favor him. Lin Yun fell directly into a natural spatial prison, beyond the space barrier. It was an endless storm of spatial turbulence and sharp blades. If Lin Yun had fallen in the outside world, it was certain that he would be torn apart in an instant. Not far from Lin Yun, there was an irregular crystal the size of a human head glowing faintly. It seems to be the same thing that just affected the spatial teleportation. Spatial laws so thick that they could not be melted filled the air. In this land of chaos, deep in the void, the spillover energy of this one space god crystal opened up this rock-solid island, and Lin Yun, trapped in it. Life and death are unknown, and he is in a coma. A new map will be opened and a new heroine, the white-haired girl, will appear soon. Chapter 47, Seeing the Words and Regretting Not Having You. In the middle of the endless void. This is within subspace. It's an absolute no-go area for life. This is a realm that only true immortals can relate to. And it's also prudent. If you're not careful, you could be torn apart by the space storm. And true spatial rules, spatial aptitude spells, could already be called true immortal arts. It is the realm of the immortals. Even if Lin Yun was now the number one person under the immortals, it's still too dangerous for him too. But fortunately, Lady Luck seems to have favored him after all. Here, time seems to have become a symbol that no longer has meaning. And in the Tian Yuan world, Phoenix Hayer finally arrived squarely at the Yin Yang sacred sect. In fact, heard her coming over to visit. Several women were having a bad feeling. The Empress ancestor hadn't seen this sinful animal. Lin Yun, for several days, not to mention, there was actually some discomfort in the mind. Those days though he was pissed off at him every day, even more excessive. But in the past few days the other person suddenly disappeared from his life. Ji Shiyao was a bit frustrated. In fact, her psychic sense was so strong that she already vaguely knew what was going on, ever since Lin Yun disappeared from this world. But she wasn't sure, until he saw Phoenix Hair come alone to visit the holy sect. It took her a moment to vaguely understand what was going on. Of course there is still some disbelief. Phoenix Shear found Yun Shueji, who had the highest status. According to Lin Yun's instructions, I heard her say that Cloud had left this world. Yun Shueji's face was unbelievable. Straight away, he had people arrest Phoenix Hair. You servant girl, what have you done to Yuner? Impossible. How could you possibly be a threat to Yuner? You must have used something. Come on, Cloud, what's wrong with him? Yun Shueji had an anxious look on her face. She knew that it was too big a secret for outsiders to know. Otherwise the sky will fall on the holy sect. Something is going to go terribly wrong. So only Ling Xuanxue and Lu Sueki were notified. The two women soon caught wind of the situation. All of them immediately put down the matter at hand without the slightest delay. Soon, the four women gathered together. Immediately after that, Ji Shiyao unexpectedly came uninvited as well. In the sacred sect, she had a somewhat special status and was free to come and go as she pleased. This was what Lin Yun had once specifically ordered. What are you doing here? Yun Shueji looked at Ji Shiyao with some caution. Is it possible that he left? Ji Shiyao had no interest in making false pretenses with these mortals. Asked directly. When this statement was made, several women were stunned. The youngest sister let out a wow cry all of a sudden. Bean-sized teardrops fell down like kites with broken strings. I knew it. I knew it. Elder brother, you suddenly said those things to me. Lu Sueki remembered those somewhat inexplicable instructions when she parted from her senior brother. Now that I think about it, it is so fitting. Whoa. I was so stupid that I actually didn't get the message at the time. Otherwise he must have been dead set on sticking to elder brother. Ling Xuanxue was somewhat silent. It was like being turned into an ice sculpture all at once, but the clenched hand betrayed her. She bit her lip, and all at once blood oozed out. Then he looked over his shoulder at Phoenix Hair. What the hell is going on? Master Sect Leader is already invincible. Why would he suddenly leave? Ling Xuanxue asked everyone's question. They did not doubt the authenticity, because it's impossible to joke about such things. Phoenix Hair also sobbed. I don't know. This is what he asked me to give you. Saying that, Phoenix Hair took out a few jade slips. It's yours, yours, and yours. Phoenix Hair remembered Lin Yun's explanation and didn't get it wrong. Each jade slip had a name engraved on it. Immediately afterward, Huang Shir looked towards Ji Shiyao, who had been silent the entire time. Is this his woman too? She's so beautiful. It's like something out of a painting. He said that if you came too, he would give you this as well. With that, Phoenix Zeal took out another oversized jade slip. It's as huge as a slate. It could have smashed someone. This was the jade slip that Lin Yun had once taken out to allow Ji Shiyao to inscribe her feats, being taunted by Ji Shiyao in a good way. Ji Xiao's eyes flickered slightly as she subconsciously frowned, but took it anyway. She was rather curious. What would the damn mole say to himself? Is it a plea for mercy? And how he ran. Are you that afraid of yourself? A coldness surfaced at the corner of Ji Xiao's mouth. After glancing at the several women once again, he directly turned around and left. She came and went freely from the chambers of the Supreme Master. It was just as Lin Yun had guessed. She wasn't going to take it out on these mortal women. Losing her mind again, the Empress ancestor had her own pride. Yun Shueji looked at the engraved snow character on top of the jade slip, and tears came out at once. This handwriting, it's Cloud's. Ling Xuanxue also recognized the handwriting of the Sectmaster. She knew that the other woman wasn't lying. Shidoshi really left this world. Enter Mana. Lin Yun's voice rang in her ears. See the words as they are. Dear sister, I'm sorry I didn't finally have you. Followed by some garbled words. There was even some teasing. Ling Xuanxue laughed as she listened. And then, laughing and crying, rolling tears slowly slipped down. When I get back, the voice fell, and the jade slip resumed its dimness. Ling Xuanxue held the jade slip tightly, as if holding the most important thing in the world. As for little sister Lu Sueki, she had already been crying loudly. Yun Shueji walked forward and hugged her youngest disciple. Be good, little Yuki. It's not like your brother isn't coming back. Yun Shueji cried herself as she spoke. Master and disciple hugged each other. Yun Shueji, Ling Xuanxue, Lu Sueki, all three have the word snow in their names. These were also the three most important people in this first half of Lin Yun's life. It's the three names that have been used throughout his life, and also the woman he had identified in his heart. The sobbing never stopped. Soon, Phoenix Hair also joined the group. They are like pets abandoned by their masters, unable to find their way home. On the other side, Ji Xiao bit her lip. He really is as damned as ever. I can't believe I was told to wash myself properly and wait for him to come back. And he said something about how he would definitely make himself his woman willingly in the future. Ji Xiao raised her hand and was about to smash the jade slip, but the raised hand paused again, still holding back. Just toss it aside. She couldn't even use her space ring right now. Just run. And where can you run to? With his talent, he was eventually destined to become an immortal. Even if you eat and drink every day without practicing, can't stop it either. I'd like to see that when the time comes, you have what it takes to escape from my father's hands. If I catch you, you shameless, nasty and despicable humble mole, I will make you beg for your life. Ji Xiao tilted her head and slightly closed her eyes. Long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Unawareness. Surprisingly, 2 lines of tears flowed down. The moment. She had mixed emotions. Chapter 48 I Brown. It's a space god crystal. Lin Yun walks out of the message. It became the biggest secret of the Yin Yang sacred sect, as the most popular of the holy sect, the most prestigious palm supremacy. Lin Yun's disappearance didn't cause too many waves. Everyone took it as a normal retreat. Before that, anyway, some of the day-to-day stuff on weekdays. It was also the two of them, Grand Elder Yun Shueji and Grand Elder Ling Shuangxue, who were in charge, and little sister Lu Sueki. It was also as if they had grown up overnight, started practicing hard. It is also trying to be a good role model for the younger generation. Became a certified virgin. She had a little thought in her mind. That's to work on your own practice as well. Even if, elder brother, in case he doesn't come back, cultivate yourself to become an immortal. Then go find him. Ask him why he left himself behind. If that's the case, why did you pick yourself up then? As for the Divine Phoenix dynasty, it had also become the staunchest ally with the sacred sect, with mutual help. The fundamentals are rock solid. Some of the previous opposition had long since been killed by Ling Yun's smooth hands, and one early morning, Ji Xiao actually found herself recovering her mana ahead of schedule. She burst out laughing in exasperation. That ing mole. I can't believe I left it here. Sure enough, this son must not be kept. Ing heartthrob. Shady little man. The big liar who deserves to die. Ji Xiao added a few more charges to Lin Yun. Then, Ji Xiao took out her immortal artifact treasure boundary breaking stone. It was about to directly break the boundary and leave. After returning to the immortal world, she would be able to completely unseal her cultivation, then set up a dragnet, waiting for that man to ascend. Ji Xiao's figure lurched as she looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar room. She has left so many tears and sweat behind here. It also leaves too much shame. It's all because of that man. For a while, the Empress ancestor had some mixed feelings. This is the starting point for your own new house. After all, she had lost the most important thing of all. In a sense, she had become the wife of that damned man, as much as she hated to admit it. Ji Xiao touched her belly and frowned, hesitant to refine them all. Immediately afterward, she left a line as well. I have left. Do not seek, and I will return when he returns. Then the figure directly disappeared in a burst of white light. Return to the immortal world. Continue to be that supreme female fairy king. The maid who came up to bring the meal realized she was gone. The news came to Yun Shueji the first time. These few attendants were all considered to be her beloved ones, so the message is very confidential. She called Ling Shuangxue and Lu Sueki again. The 3 women silently looked at the handwriting left behind by Ji Xiao. What the hell is she? Yun Shueji suddenly asked. Neither Lu Sueki nor Ling Shuangxue said anything. In fact, they all had a guess in mind, but it was a terrible guess. Even the Palm Supreme might just be avoiding her. So, it's better to keep this secret to yourself. The 3 women looked at each other. Both understood what was going on in the other's mind. After all, she really does look too much like that one. This would also explain why the sect leader suddenly broke through the realm all of a sudden. It's a good thing, isn't it? At least this proves that Cloud he's really okay. He'll be back. Yun Shueji suddenly said with a smile. Lu Sueki and her senior sister looked at each other. Both nodded silently. I'll go practice then. Looking at her little sister in this state, Ling Shuangxue was a little heartbroken. Elder sister, she'll be alright, won't she? It's okay, she just can't accept it for a little while. She's too attached to Cloud. She's the girl who grew up on Cloud's ass. It's good to work hard on your training now, in case you can't keep up later. Yun Shueji was open-minded about it. Well, then I'll have to work hard on my training as well. Ling Shuangxue nodded. Otherwise, what would one do when the master teacher is an immortal? And the other side, in the depths of the void, The endless spatial turbulence seemed like it would never come to a rest. The space prison seemed like an island. It loomed large no matter how much the space storm whacked at it. And one of them is Lin Yun. Suddenly, he moved his fingers slightly. He finally woke up. The first thing you do when you wake up is yell. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what's happening? It hurts. Lin Yun rubbed his head and sat up, looked around and then for a split second was confused. Where is this? Where did I me? Is this still in world? What a hell of a place. Lin Yun winced. Inexplicable danger loomed over him. Looking at the countless space blades outside, Lin Yun certainly recognized this kind of thing. The sharpest attack in the world. Lin Yun stood up. It finally dawned on me where I am today. So, is it all this? Lin Yun got up and came to the stone to scrutinize it. A suspicion grew in his mind. Feeling the spatial fluctuations around them, Lin Yun suddenly let out a yell. Asterisk 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 asterisk, such a large spatial boundary. This is a spatial god crystal, right? No wonder the invisible directly distorted the teleportation channel. But where is he now? How do I get back? Back where? Where am I going? Another series of questions popped up in Lin Yun's head. Lin Yun laid back down somewhat deflated. Some want to swing for the fences. Even time seems to be suspended here. No color, no beauty. Everything interesting is not there. Thinking of this, Lin Yun suddenly had a movement in his mind, and his consciousness connected to the spatial ring. Take out a gourd of fine wine and a few spirit stones. Looking at the extreme spirit stone that suddenly appeared in his hand, Lin Yun was relieved in his heart. Otherwise one will be consumed alive here. After all, to live is to consume. How can you do that without a supplement? But as the sect leader supreme himself, he had robbed those few leaders of the righteous Immortal sect and Phoenix Ling Tian. A large portion of the dynasty's treasure trove had also been moved by itself. That's why Lin Yun now had an incomparably rich collection on him. It could support his cultivation to the peak of the Ascension realm. That was the only self-help plan in his mind right now. And, Lin Yun looked at the huge space god crystal. A bold idea loomed in his mind. You can comprehend the laws of space yourself. Although he hadn't become an immortal yet, it was barely possible. By then, having mastered some of the spatial laws, one's hope of escaping out should be greatly enhanced. Moreover, one wouldn't get lost, and could choose a world close by and break straight in, and then ascend to the immortal world in that world. Although the process is a bit dangerous, if you're not careful, you'll get lost, and then the mountain will directly exhaust its origin and starve to death in the void, or run into a powerful space storm and get directly strangled. Still, it's better than waiting here to die. Lin Yun made a decision in his mind. That would be to cultivate well and then enroll in the laws of space. This is a unique condition. You have to grasp it firmly. That said, somehow, how is this not your own invincible immortal destiny? Such a large space god crystal. I'm afraid it's not even in the immortal world, and I don't know how it was born. I can't believe I ran into it. At that time, one would be considered to have a powerful bottom card, and this thing is good at running away. Hey Yao, she even more don't want to catch herself. The more Lin Yun thought about it, the more he felt that this was his great opportunity. Chapter 49, Space Act becomes, Goddess of the Void. Time is long. Cultivation has no age. Lin Yun had long since lost the concept of time. All he knew was that the cultivation resources piled up in his storage ring were becoming less and less, and his cultivation realm had unconsciously arrived at the middle ascension stage. Conversion. Follow your own thousandfold talent. I don't know how long it's been. I think it's been measured in years, though the cultivation has improved. However, Lin Yun did not have the slightest bit of joy, because day in and day out, in this hellhole, Lin Yun felt awful. Loneliness is okay. Old Devil Lin's state of mind wasn't that fragile and vulnerable, but the fear of the unknown tortures the mind even more. In fact, Lin Yun knew it from the beginning to the end. Your own plan is the plan, but exactly how far it can be implemented has been an open question. For example, would he or she be torn apart by a space storm as soon as he or she got out? Or, one can get lost and not find the world coordinates. All of these situations were buried in Lin Yun's heart. Occasionally surfacing and appearing would cause some annoyance in Lin Yun's heart, but he didn't dare to vent either. If one breaks the space prison, it is not an innocent death. The current him's comprehension of that space god crystal was still just scratching the surface, but it hadn't reached the point where one could walk in the middle of the void turbulence, in the presence of the great law of Space Avenue. Even Lin Yun's thousandfold talent was somewhat inadequate. After all, for some immortals, people look at a retreat according to hundreds or thousands of years, and it mostly depends on whether you have the qualifications for it or not. Otherwise, all the effort will be in vain. Everyone has their own unique cultivation talent. For example, the most common 5 attribute talents, more advanced, variance, ice, thunder, light and darkness, even life and death destruction and so on. With the slow passage of time, Lin Yun began to wonder if he didn't have the talent to cultivate the power of space. But there is no better way. It could only be to meditate in front of the space god crystal, continuing with the boring cultivation. It was good that he had enough cultivation resources inside his spatial ring, otherwise that would be true despair. Occasionally, when Lin Yun was sober, he would miss the days when he used to be the sect leader supreme in the holy sect. I don't know how she is doing, whether she has practiced properly. Is senior sister still cold and icy looking in, only smiling at herself alone? Master G, she should be as elegant and voluptuous as ever. Phoenix Hair should be a mature Empress Majesty by now. Lin Yun was drinking a fine wine. Generally think freely. Female Emperor Ancestor Ji Shi Yao, she should have rejoined the upper realm a long time ago. Probably still hates himself with a passion. Lin Yun fiercely drank a large mouthful of peach blossom brew. Continue to begin the seemingly never-ending practice. He didn't find out. The word's thousandfold talent on the top of his own system, which was of little use, seemed to be glowing faintly again. Apparently, some kind of mysterious metamorphosis was taking place. Maybe that system went too smart at the time. None of the instructions were left behind. Lin Yun suddenly felt as if his ears had cleared. The rules of space, which were somewhat obscure, became clear at once. This instantly made Lin Yun happy. Straight away it was dry. It's time to take advantage of this flash of epiphany and write it out. Even his cultivation had unconsciously arrived at the late stage of the Ascension realm. He was all completely oblivious, completely immersed in the comprehension of the laws of space. That one space god crystal that was originally the size of a human head. The volume is also shrinking, until it came to the size of a pigeon egg. Lin Yun's comprehension began to slow down. Moreover, in the end, Lin Yun discovered that there seemed to be countless spatial prohibitions within the core of the divine crystal. Lin Yun was shocked to realize that this seemed to be the complete spatial inheritance. It's hard to believe that it wasn't born naturally. Instead, it's a decoy left behind by some big shot? A bigot like that shouldn't be dead already. Maybe it's still alive now. It was also possible that this was the crystallization of the origin of some mysterious void race that he had inadvertently bumped into. But Lin Yun couldn't care less. Now it's time to cultivate and save your life first. Moreover, one was already facing the crisis of the female emperor ancestor's pursuit. It's not so bad. Within Lin Yun's perception, these spatial prohibitions had countless permutations and combinations. It could be composed into various powerful spatial aptitude spells, and almost all of them were at the level of immortal law. There were even some that even Lin Yun wasn't able to comprehend right now. That was beyond the imagination of his realm today. For example, directly traveling through the endless void with a physical body, realizing the freedom to come and go from one world to another. To Lin Yun, traveling within the world was the limit. But even though it couldn't be used now, it could be engraved down in the sea of consciousness first. By the time the realm is reached, it will be naturally comprehended. As the space god crystals became smaller and smaller, eventually, it turned into a white aura that directly transformed into a complex silver-white mark. It was branded on Lin Yun's forehead, as if it were some ancient contract. Lin Yun didn't even react, only feeling some heat on his forehead. He hastily took out a mirror. Looking at the image of himself inside, it was a bit scruffy after so many years of not cleaning up. Bearded. But what the hell is that silver mark on the forehead? It looks cool though, but was he or she being targeted by some being again? In the upper realm, a certain mysterious void secret realm, in the midst of the spatial turbulence, a huge silver-white Taishu sacred dragon suddenly opened its eyes. Its body was thousands of meters in size after spreading its wings, but not in the least bit bloated. That perfect streamlined shape with silver-white streams of light flickering instead looked incomparably delicate and full of beauty. Immediately afterward, a white aura flashed. The huge ancient dragon body actually transformed into a stunningly beautiful young woman. She had a curvaceous figure and wore a long purple dress with a hemline that looked like it was strewn with countless twinkling stars. The face was exquisite, so absolutely beautiful that it was somewhat unreal, but the pupils of her eyes took on a strange silvery white color. Within the eyes, it was as if countless spatial runes were flickering. The old ancestor's sacred divine crystal that was lost out there back then has actually been refined? Who is it? What a nerve! That's a holy relic of my Taishu sacred dragon clan. It contained the complete laws of the Space Avenue. It was the life crystallization of the strongest old ancestor after he was besieged to death by many powerful enemies tens of thousands of years ago. It is the most precious legacy, but due to the attribute of space law that comes with it. Plus, the battle at that time was too intense, creating countless spatial turbulence. So straight away, I don't know which layer of the void I fell into. They, the Taishu sacred dragon clan, had searched for countless years without finding any traces. I didn't expect it to be perceived by her now. Wherever you are, whoever you are, I will find you. the current patriarch of the Taishu sacred dragon clan, the most mysterious void goddess in the upper realm. Ancient Morning Star muttered. And Lin Yun didn't know right now that he had invariably incurred another incomparably powerful ancient group. Although the other party was not thriving nowadays, every head was a strong immortal king or above. Patriarch Guchenxing was even an unfathomable great immortal exalt. Lin Yun was still immersed in the complacency of having comprehended the laws of space. Next, he can finally escape. Chapter 50, Space Lost. Desperate. In the middle of a void prison, Lin Yun walked around with some excitement, but the decision was delayed. Is it time to leave right now, or is it time to take a break? Lin Yun paused, rubbing his chin with his hands on his chest. It was at this time that he suddenly realized that his cultivation realm had actually unknowingly arrived at the late ascension stage. One more preparation and you're almost ready to fly straight up. Lin Yun felt some emotion in his heart. How many years have you been practicing here yourself? I also wonder how the outside world is doing. Another glance at the space ring. The cultivation resources inside were basically all pretty much used up, but there was a small pile of spirit stones. The next normal expenses should be enough as well. You can still sell some things if you can't. Just return to the normal material world, with his own through and through cultivation. Isn't it the first class to casually go to the 3000 lower realms, in case of going to the world of awesome? Not to say that the world is invincible, then it is also the second in the world. When the time comes, the little life will still be a good one. The mark on the forehead of the child. Lin Yun also scrutinized it, and it didn't seem to make much of an impression on him. It looks good. It's got a coolness to it, but jerking around, it seems a bit like a dragon type, but none of that matters. Anyway, that space god crystal had all been refined by himself now. The owner wants it back and can't hand it over. Either that or take him with you and offer him up as an ancestor. And once again, he checked all the magic treasures that might come in handy next, mainly those of a defensive nature. Lin Yun familiarized himself with all the spatial aptitudes again. After all, the next step was to face the void turbulence head-on once one was exposed to appear outside. Maybe there's even a space rift. This thing can be strong or weak, and it's really hard to say exactly how powerful it is, so no amount of caution can be too much. Lin Yun didn't want to die here for no reason, and by then, it was estimated that no one would find out for tens of thousands of years. Take for example the space god crystals from before. Looking out into the raging void, Lin Yun took a deep breath. Mana running. Here, all other divine abilities were basically useless in the slightest. Only the laws of space can be used. With Lin Yun going all out, the divine seal on his forehead suddenly emerged slowly. It flickered slightly. Lin Yun suddenly felt as if his spatial power had suddenly been augmented. At least it was spiked by more than 50%. Is this the efficacy of that mysterious seal? Lin Yun's heart was delighted, but there was also apprehension. Can one afford such a powerful inheritance? But that's for later. Let's get through this first. Taking another look at this one space prison, it was actually a small secret room. Lin Yun was in a hurry to leave. It was because of the discovery of the disappearance of the space god crystal at any time. This chamber seems to be getting more and more unstable as well. There's no telling when it will suddenly break. When he was caught off guard, he was afraid that it would be even more dangerous. He wasn't the type to sit around and wait, so it's natural to be proactive. Arcane spatial law fluctuations filled the air. It was as if an invisible spatial shield had been placed on Lin Yun. Lin Yun was going to go out before sensing the spatial coordinates. Although this place was safe, it also isolated Lin Yun's senses. If you're lucky, you can find a nearby great world sooner. Then he can leave. It's also possible that he was unlucky and never found the right world. It's possible to get worn out straight away. So Lin Yun was still a little nervous in his heart. I hope Lady Luck continues to favor me. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Lin Yun looked at the chaotic void outside. There was a sense of helplessness of being alone against an endless sea, but it was a step he had to take. Otherwise, there is little hope of survival. Lin Yun looked back once more. This should be considered a brand new starting point for yourself. But, with his own departure, it should soon be gone as well. Lin Yun took a deep breath and put away all these have-nots' disappointment. Wrapped in the power of space he was. Reach out and touch the space barrier. It went through easily. Feeling the speed at which the chaotic spatial turbulence in the outside world was corroding his shield, Lin Yun was also calculating the consumption in his mind. At this level of normal attrition, plus the occasional emergencies encountered, dodging danger, and then there's a 30% margin to keep. One should probably last about 30 days or so, no more and no less. It depends on how lucky you are. Calculate clearly. Lin Yun no longer hesitated and directly took a step out. This step is a sea of stars, a legend of invincibility. It's the immortal way. Lin Yun looked back once more, righteously marching toward the unknown. The figure was instantly obscured by countless spatial turbulence. If it wasn't for having the power of space as a shield, Lin Yun didn't even dare to imagine it. With all of his own means, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold out for even a quarter of an hour before he would be torn apart. Lin Yun relied on his meditative intuition, weaving quickly in one direction. While releasing his spatial perception, he searched for spatial coordinate nodes. This was the method he had obtained among the space god crystals. As if it were a spider's web of spatial perception and tentacles, it spread out for an unknown number of thousands of miles in an instant. This was already the maximum range of his perception. Within this range, if he were in the outside world, he could move at will. It's also known as the legendary transient. But here, it's just a sprinkle. With the passage of time, Lin Yun's heart also began to slowly sink. He's got nothing. However, a large portion of his own energy had already been depleted. Keep this up. It comes to a very dangerous tipping point. Lin Yun felt his heart beating faster. It's been a long time since he's had a breath of fresh air. He longs to go outside and experience the beauty of nature. This is definitely not going to work. Lin Yun carefully recalled the spatial inheritance he had received. He had a guess in mind. Maybe his own range is a desert of nothingness. So the only way one could get to the void where civilized worlds existed was to leave this place. Therefore, Lin Yun quickly made a decision. Directly using a tenth of his strength, he launched a space leap. His figure disappeared in a flash. It's a big gamble. It was also Lin Yun's only chance. Arriving at the new void, Lin Yun couldn't wait to release his senses. Then the face changed. Or not, but that's to be expected. It can't be that coincidental. So move on. Lin Yun recognized a direction and his spatial perception was on fire. I don't know how long it's been. Lin Yun's reserve mana had been reduced to a critical point. Suddenly, his somewhat ragged figure lurched. Immediately afterward, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Found it. A giant world of life. Lin Yun's sensory tentacles firmly grasped that one spatial coordinate. Without hesitation, he used all of his remaining mana. No more finagling. Just find that weak spot. Just go straight ahead and reckless yourself. Mighty Miracles. Chapter 51. Escaping from life and being saved by an ignorant girl. Within Lin Yun's consciousness, the mass of that world in the distance is huge. It's like a glowing light bulb, like a firefly in the dead of night. It should also be a high-level immortal cultivation world. This is the best fit for your needs. Surely, there would be some strange and powerful race inside, or a force that is a threat to you just might. But he had no other choice now. He had only enough strength left to search for this one straw to save his life. In fact, Lin Yun knew that he was still too weak. If you were stronger yourself, none of it needs to be looked for. A direct random punch blast could pierce through the barrier between the void and reality. But he's nowhere near that, obviously. Among the records, the most powerful ones could even directly fold up endless space, like a piece of paper. The flat surface looks big. What about if it folds up? It shrinks infinitely with each fold. For an existence that had mastered this spatial avenue, the entire void was similar to a toy. That was also Lin Yun's unattainable dream. As it gets closer, Lin Yun seemed to have sensed the existence of the world barrier. But Lin Yun didn't relax at all. Breaking through the barriers of a world can be a dangerous thing, especially one such as himself who traveled through the deep sublime void. Technically speaking, Lin Yun was now equivalent to being in anotherly world, not in the midst of the real material world. So the price to be paid grows geometrically. Lin Yun's spirit was highly tense, and all of his strength was called upon. Even all sorts of magic treasures were taken out directly and unceremoniously to ward off the dangers of the world barrier itself that they might face next. All sorts of 9 heavenly storms of divine lightning would surely pour down later. The repulsion of space itself is also deadly. But it's come to this. Lin Yun didn't believe he would fail. He was tough on others, but even tougher on himself. Tianqian Realm, 10,000 Demon Mountain Range. This was the largest mountain range in the Tianqian Realm, enough to take up 1/7 of the entire world, because this is the land of the demon race. Of course, it's not exactly an absolute no-go area for humans, especially for many powerful cultivators. It's also a huge treasure trove, possessing countless heavenly treasures. Even many demonic beasts were precious materials. The demon race, on the other hand, and the human race were generally at peace with each other, because the demon race also had the constraints of the demon emperor. The demon emperor didn't want to, nor did he have the strength to go to war with the human race directly. This is a powerful world of immortal cultivation. It wasn't weaker in the slightest than the heavenly Yuan realm that Lin Yun had been in before. Even more exciting in a way. This is the outskirts of the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range. The moment. There was a merchant caravan traveling on top of one of the winding ancient roads. There were several wagons in the procession. Most were hauling cargo, covered by black cloth. It was guarded by guards with swords and weapons. Apparently there's some precious stuff in there, too, in the very center of the line, with a luxurious carriage. It's like a little mobile house. Inside the carriage, a clean white fur carpet was laid. The fur used was precisely the fur of demonic beasts that originated from the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range. The carriage was smooth, not a single bump. Obviously some kind of brilliant technique or formation was also used to maintain stability. Inside the carriage, there seemed to be a faint scent of medicine. On top of a soft couch, sitting there was a young girl who looked to be 15 or 16 years old. Of course, in this world, her real age must be much more than that. She is the pharmacist. He was the first genius of the Pill King city, the Pill family. Nowadays, he was actually a 6th grade alchemist. There is another name for alchemists, which is Danshio. Comparing it with the cultivation realm, that was also equivalent to the heavenly elephant realm, though the fighting isn't exactly powerful, but it could be much rarer than cultivators of the same realm, and all of them were the guests of all the great immortal clan families. As for the 7th grade alchemists, they were actually a watershed, and the pills they refined even had a robbery pattern. If they reached the 8th grade, they would be saint apothecaries. As for the 9th grade, that was a status comparable to the void-breaking ascension realm, but in the entire Tiantian realm, there were only 2 such pill refiners. He was the pill emperor who was respected by the entire world. Even the demon race was respectful and didn't dare to make a move. After all, if their demon race wanted to perfect their transformation, there was also a shortcut, and that was the transformation dan. The higher the grade of the transformation pill, the better the effect. Although, their demon race's inner pills were also the best medicinal herbs in the eyes of many alchemists, but because of the existence of the transformation dan, so the demon race also acquiesced to this mutually beneficial relationship. As for the genius pill refiner of the pill family, Pill Master, who had come to the 10,000 demon mountain range this time, naturally, he had also made a deal with the demon race, purchased a lot of precious herbs. Many of these precious materials were too fragile to even be stored in a nascent soul, so it can only be transported in this primitive way. And with this batch of medicinal herbs, the pharmacist master was confident in completing the 7th grade alchemist's examination. When the time comes, let's see who dares to come to the house to propose marriage to those shameless ones. One doesn't even look in the mirror. Where is it worthy of the beautiful Shirshir fairy? Just then, the many spirit horses suddenly all stopped as they sensed an instinctive danger. Let out a disturbed hiss. What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? A middle-aged man in the shape of a leader hurriedly ran over from the rear to inquire about the situation. I don't know. Look, there seems to be a man lying under the tree in front. That seems to be a person, doesn't it? Yes, it was Lin Yun who was lying under the tree. The hallowed Sectmaster Supreme, late stage of the Ascension realm, was now in general with a ragged beggar. It was because he had exhausted his entire cultivation. Even the meridians throughout the body were cracked. The sea of consciousness is drying up. It can be described as a real gas out of gas. And the reason he was here was that he had used up the last of his strength. He came straight out of the sky. I don't know how many bones in my entire body were broken. It also smashed right out of a big crater just like the meteorite. But Lin Yun knew that his presence at the bottom of the pit would definitely cause people to come and investigate. It will be dangerous then. I'm afraid I'll just be taken in and dissected or something. It's not even possible to die for no reason. Then he might become the most unjustly dead Ascension realm ever. That was why Lin Yun used the last of his mana to launch a random range spatial instant. It also directly caused his already overburdened meridians to directly break. It became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Lin Yun instantly fainted. His current body was no different than a mortal's, even more fragile and vulnerable. It's as if it's going to break if you touch it. And as Lin Yun fainted to death, the broken body seems to have finally caught the attention of the system. Prepare to save lives, or activated something. Those big golden words of 1,000 times more talent. It directly turned into the words voided innate chaotic god body. Turns out, there's no such thing as 1,000 times the talent. It's just an invincible cultivation physique. The only innate chaotic god body in all the worlds was born today. Chapter 52 Chaotic God Body Awakening. White-haired lowly saved me? Due to the presence of Lin Yun, the many spirit horses that had been purchased at great expense had refused to move forward. As beasts, their perception of danger could be far more powerful than humans. Even though Lin Yun was just an ordinary mortal at the moment, but that aura on him still made the intuitive spirit horse not dare to go any further. No amount of appeasement will help. He's supposed to be dead. Is it hard to believe there's some kind of plague on him? It doesn't necessarily look like it's dead, but it's definitely hurt pretty bad. The captain was a bit speechless as he listened to his men's murmuring speculations. Think with your pig brains. Can someone who can appear in the 10,000 demon mountain range alone be an ordinary person? All of you come with me and give me a hand and see what's going on. The captain greeted and went up alone to check out the situation. Soon, the pharmacist was also alarmed. A little curious, she lifted the curtain and stepped out. What happened? A voice as clear as an aureole rang out. Her appearance was accompanied by a strange medicinal fragrance. It was as if it had a calming and tranquilizing effect. Even the restless spirit horses quieted down. Reporting back to 7th Miss, a dead man has appeared ahead, causing the spirit horses to be frightened. Pharmacist is the 7th youngest in the family, also known as Miss 7. She was born extremely well and was born with a kind nature, coupled with an exceptional talent. The pill family was also a prestigious family for millions of miles around, or a pill refining family. Yukushi can be said to be a talented young girl known far and wide. The matchmakers who came every day to ask for marriage even broke the threshold of the medicine family. But the pharmacist looks like he's still a kid. Where's the hurry to get married? Moreover, her single-minded pursuit was also the path of pill refining. Naturally, it never looks good. This time, he also took the opportunity to come out in search of medication and followed along for a break. But of course, the pill family wouldn't be relieved, so they also sent a team of guards over. The cultivation levels were not particularly high. Most of them were at the upper and lower condensed Dan realm, but it's enough to deal with some robbers and outlying demonic beasts and such. Not to mention that the pill family, as a pill refining family, didn't have any grudges on a regular basis. A dead man? A look of shock appeared on the pharmacist's face. How can there be dead people here? In less than a day, a night will go straight to being eaten by termite beasts and the like, right? This is the 10,000 Demons mountain range, a place where countless demonic beasts thrive. Let's see. As simple and kind alchemists, the pharmacist's instinct to save lives made it impossible for her to sit back and watch. 7th Miss, he seems to be alive, the captain who had gone to check out the situation earlier said at the moment, looking at Lin Yun's slightly heaving chest. But he's too badly injured, and it feels like he shouldn't be an ordinary person either. Otherwise it would have been dead a long time ago. Probably ran into some kind of demonic beast swarm or something. Rather a true man to have lasted this long, the captain said with some admiration. The injuries on Lin Yun's body felt heart-stopping at his initial glance. Bones are broken in unknown numbers. The breath was even more breathless and weak. It was also impossible to see the cultivation realm, and I don't know if I'll ever recover. It's a miracle that he's still alive with such injuries. Don't move him, I'll take a look. The pharmacist hurriedly stopped the few guards who were about to move Lin Yun. She took a step forward, carrying a medicinal fragrance with her, and arrived in front of Lin Yun. The guards all backed away in a hurry, nor did he dare to look at Miss 7 more than once. The other party was just too beautiful. It puts oneself to shame. The medicine man couldn't care less about the hem of her skirt landing on the dirty dirt as she crouched down, carefully scrutinizing Lin Yun. At a quick glance, he appeared to be a youth, 20-something looking, though looking ragged and even bearded. But based on the contours of the features, it should look pretty good. As the saying goes, the pharmacist's eyesight is naturally excellent. The clothes on the other side, the material was also very special. It's woven from some kind of fine silk. When it's not damaged, it might as well be a vestment. But now all spirituality has been lost. Also, he seems to have broken all his limbs. The ribcage sternum is pretty much broken too. Look at his slightly heaving chest. With this tenacity, the pharmacist couldn't help but be a little touched. Of course, she didn't know that this was the physical body of the Ascension realm, even if it means leaving him here unattended. After a while, Lin Yun will also wake up. With his scent, no beast would dare approach. Of course, it would be even better to be found and rescued, especially when it was a beautiful white-haired girl who saved him. The pharmacist carefully released a few wisps of psychic energy, sensing the situation within Lin Yun's body. But what made her wonder was this. The other party's meridians were basically severed though, but she couldn't find out anything useful. Whenever she wanted to go further, it would be blocked by a hidden energy. Is it a special technique? The pharmacist guessed. This is also common. Certain lineage clans do this in order to keep their Gungfu inheritance secret. Looking at Lin Yun's side face, the pharmacist suddenly had a marvelous feeling. The more you look at it, the more intimate it becomes. It always felt like I had to bring him home to do it. She didn't know that this was actually the Chaos God body spontaneously awakening. As the first divine body of chaos, it innately possessed all the attributes and was able to cultivate all the laws, being the source of all the rules. Naturally, it will be somewhat approachable to those who are in deep contact with it. Her mana came into contact with Lin Yun and was infected in an instant. Bring him to my carriage. I'll try and save him. The pharmacist himself commanded the guards to move Lin Yun carefully. This was old Devil Lin, who looked like a puddle of mud, and the most vulnerable and pathetic old forest demon ever. The pharmacist ignored the objections of the escort leader and directly moved Lin Yun to her fragrant carriage. There was even a bathroom inside, and 2 maids of honor. It's her personal maid. Well, move on. The escort leader was also a bit helpless. You're a famous yellow girl. What a thing to bring a strange man into your carriage. Of course, you're a pharmacist, so it kinda makes sense. In the carriage, the pharmacist couldn't help but blush as he looked at the ragged Lin Yun's face. Why don't you guys come over here and help me and change his clothes? Lighten up. The 2 maids were also red in the ears. After all, even though Lin Yun was severely injured, the invisible might and masculinity of his body, still very masculine, Final stage. The pharmacist was a little afraid to look, but it couldn't be helped. With the cooperation of the two maids, he wiped Lin Yun's body again, then changed into a clean set of clothes. It was from the escort side, plain men's clothing, and let the maid carefully shave the beard on Lin Yun's face. The three were also tired and sweaty, but looking at the Lin Yun who was refreshed at the moment, all three of them had their eyes glazed over. A maid covered her mouth. There was only one thought left in his mind. He's so good looking. Yakusho couldn't help but freeze as well. Lin Yun, who had been in a high position for a long time and whose cultivation was unrivaled in the world. The aura that naturally emanated from her caused her to have a strange color in her eyes as well. As for Lin Yun, his main soul consciousness was still in deep slumber at the moment, but his psychic sense was actually still there, but he didn't sense any danger. Plus the chaotic god body was slowly awakening. The process can be lengthy, so he slept heavily. Very reassuring. Chapter 53, Come and See. Miss, he's moved. 10,000 Demon Mountain Range. Ancient road within the forest. The treasure where wagon traveled very smoothly. Inside amongst the wide open spaces, the internal compartment, which was originally intended for the common maid to live in, it was now occupied by Lin Yun. With the curtain drawn back, the pharmacist could see directly into Lin Yun's condition. It was now the third day without realizing it, but this mystery man has shown no signs of awakening. The pharmacist looked at Lin Yun's face, stunned. These days she would wipe Lin Yun's body every day, because every day, Lin Yun has to be given a medicinal bath. It was used to recover the injuries to Lin Yun's physical body. Not to mention, it had some effect. It accelerated the process of Lin Yun's injuries healing themselves. Of course, with old devil Lin's fleshly body, ordinary elixirs would definitely not play a decisive role, so it's still up to him. But first we have to wait for him to wake up. That's why the pharmacist is so important to Lin Yun. Not exactly a lifesaver though, but still, it's a big favor. After all, just that beggarly look he had before, with the status and position of the pharmacist, and being so young and beautiful, willing to receive him and save him. You can imagine the kindness. Moreover, the medication that was now being used on Lin Yun was the top of the line that she could get her hands on, but with every medicinal bath, the medicinal properties in it would be absorbed cleanly by Lin Yun. It was enough to see how severe the injuries to his physical body were now, or rather, hunger. In fact, the most crucial thing was that Lin Yun's physical body was broken. The situation is critical, directly activating the chaotic god body in advance. Originally, this was for Lin Yun's physical body to go through a metamorphosis after he ascended to immortality. It is only then that the path to invincibility awakens naturally. So this was where Lin Yun was most embarrassed right now. His physical body was extremely hungry for energy. It caused his divine soul to fall asleep. If he'd come to his senses, things would have been a lot easier again. After all, most of the spirit stones in his spatial ring were depleted though, but there are a few more bits and pieces, and there were still a whole lot of various heavenly materials and treasures as well. The various medicinal herbs that Lin Yun had collected over the years. If the little ninny, the pharmacist, had seen them, probably going to pass out from happiness. The pharmacist propped up his chin, somewhat dumbfounded. He looked at Lin Yun. She hadn't bothered to meditate for the past 3 days. It's always been about taking care of Lin Yun, the vegetable. Even the two personal maids felt a bit incredulous, especially, actually rubbing his body. That kind of thing. Miss Seven is still a virgin. If this kind of thing gets out, how can I get married? This world, compared to the world Lin Yun had once been in, seemed to have more secular power. A lot of the red tape is also more complicated. The line between cultivators and ordinary people seems to be somewhat blurred. The various immortal cultivation clans were like stars in the sky. The high and mighty clans would not seem so unattainable. Thus, many of the rights of the world have been passed down, plus the threat of the demon race. There are also evil practitioners running amok, so there is also more unity within the human race. So, things like door-to-door marriage proposals happen all the time. What the hell is he? The question. It has always haunted the heart of the medicine man. After her careful observation, she was already certain in her mind that this was certainly not a plain, ordinary person. It's a monk, and maybe a very powerful one at that. Otherwise it wouldn't have been so badly injured. Then, that nascent ring on his hand was also very advanced. Looking at the almost transparent nano ring on Lin Yun's ring finger, Yukushi also realized it when she was rubbing Lin Yun's arm. When are you going to wake up? Another 10 days of traveling and we'll be home. If you're still like this, I'm going to have to place you outside yet. Otherwise Grandpa wouldn't have let me bring an unidentified invalid into the house. Though in my eyes, you're just a patient who needs help. The time came to the 5th day. Yukushi was mumbling to Lin Yun again. She didn't notice that Lin Yun's fingers seemed to move slightly, extremely subtle, and in Lin Yun's sea of consciousness, above the spiritual platform, Lin Yun's divine soul. At some point, suddenly the eyes opened. Lin Yun's eyes were a bit confused. Spinning around, the memories hit like a tidal wave. Damn, labor has finally returned. This world. Then Lin Yun froze. I'm a vegetable now? Lin Yun looked at his palm with some incredulity. He could feel the outside world now, even sentient. However, his physical body still had no way to awaken and move, because the energy needed to reboot his physical body was too huge. Moreover, there was still the Chaos God body now competing for the origin power. It leads to a deficiency in the origin of the physical body. Simply put, Lin Yun is now losing power. The kidneys are weak. Lin Yun was silent for a moment. It seemed as if he suddenly remembered something. Was it the rambling little girl from the outside world who saved herself? By the sound of his voice, he shouldn't be too old. And the smell, it's delicious. It also smells like medicine. So, is it a pretty young little healer? Lin Yun subconsciously thought. Well, even if it's not young and pretty, it's a dirt village girl. Lin Yun also acknowledged and accepted her favor. When the time comes, she will surely be given a heavenly creation. It's the equivalent of saving a life. Great cultivators like Lin Yun valued karma the most, especially after reaching the ascension realm. If you want to ascend, you have to be all light. If one's karma is entangled in karma, the power of the heavenly tribulation is exponentially increased. Feeling weaker than I've ever felt before, Lin Yun was in deep thought. What was this about himself? Seventh miss. His eyebrows seemed to have moved. The maid called Little Green called out in some surprise. Ah, really? The pharmacist dropped the medical book in his hands and rushed over to check it out. Really? His eyebrows just really moved. Xiao Qing also said in a hurry. The pharmacist came over and looked carefully at Lin Yun's token. Breath was about to hit Lin Yun in the face. It made Lin Yun, who was meditating on the spirit platform, raise his head. This rich scent with a medicinal aroma. What is she doing? Oh yeah, I seem to have forgotten something. Lin Yun then remembered that he didn't seem to have gone to see what was going on with that system. Then, took a look. Lin Yun clasped his hands over his chest and fell into deep thought again. 1,000 times more talented before, and now it's turned into a chaos god body? Is this the reason why one falls into weakness? Side effects of not having enough cultivation realm to force a metamorphosis. Regarding this legendary physique, Lin Yun, as a traveler, had also heard a little about it. I didn't think it would actually be my turn. Seems like I was wrong about the system before. This kind of invincible god body was basically a ready-made path to invincibility, though the road is winding. But after all, there is a way out. And what is a monk's greatest fear? I'm afraid I can't see the road ahead, and then run out of lifespan. Chapter 54. There is no way to return the favor, so I can only return the favor with my body. Chaos God body. It is rumored to be innate with all attributes. 100 poisons are invulnerable, and fire and water are not to be feared, and the cultivation talent roots are terribly strong. If you want to practice anything, you can get big fast, and the scariest part is its affinity. As Chaos' own son, any treasure or heaven and earth spirit root or anything like that, all would prioritize choosing the sons of Chaos as their masters. And in one way, even the womanizing will be horribly good, because that charisma value is all-encompassing. Take for example the current pharmacist. The more gifted a person was, somehow, the more they fit into the innate Tao. That was why they could feel the rules and auras more clearly. So, too, is the instinct to be closer to chaos. Of course, if one was hostile to Lin Yun, not to mention that they would not be able to feel this affinity, they might even have bad luck. The reason why the former female emperor ancestor had forgiven him again and again. It's hard to say if that relationship is in there, though it hadn't been completely awakened before. But as an Empress Immortal King, how sharp was Ji Xiao's spiritual sense? It may be invisible and influenced. What a 1,000-fold talent. What a chaotic god body. Lin Yun muttered. Might as well call it the asshole god body. This physique is too much of an asshole. What's the point if you can't wake up yourself? Moreover, at the rate at which he was awakening now, he was afraid that it would take 1,000 years for him to wake up. It will be cold by then. The flesh must be stimulated and awakened. Even if it was only for a moment, one could take out a portion of the treasure or elixir to nourish the physical body. With a source of power, one would not be sucked dry when the time came. Although, it may still be inoperable, but at least it won't be lying around like the living dead. What to do? Lin Yun fell back into deep thought, but thinking about it, he was only in the state of a divine soul now, and it was sealed within the spirit platform of the sea of consciousness. There's no way to get out. The physical body had been weakened to the extreme. Even if there was an ounce of power, he could think of something. So now the question is back to square one. A closed loop is formed. It fell into a deep sleep because it had no power. There is no power because of the slumber into which it has fallen. What to do? Old Devil Lin grabbed his hair and went a little crazy. And on the outside, Yakusho suddenly realized that he seemed to be frowning again. Yay, it's like he's actually moving. The pharmacist's face was one of joy. But why is he frowning? Is it the pain? Or is that uncomfortable? Yakusho cocked his head and thought. There wasn't much she could do about the situation inside her flesh for now. If it's a little uncomfortable, then take a bath. The thought of it struck a chord in the pharmacist's mind. Seems like it's time for the once-a-day medicated bath again. Well, let's move it up 2 hours today. You guys go prepare hot water, or use the same medicine bag from yesterday, the pharmacist ordered. Aha, okay, we're on our way. The two maids, Little Green and Little Green, hurriedly went to make arrangements. Soon the steaming tub was ready. They have become familiar with this in the last few days. The most difficult part is actually this next step, to move Lin Yun inside the bathtub. Lin Yun's physical body didn't have any mana right now though, but it's still heavy as hell. The three of them, little girls, were still struggling a bit without using their cultivation. However, he was afraid of hurting him by moving his cultivation, so basically it's three women working together to accomplish this step. Of course, they were also directly enclosed to carry Lin Yun over. Let them remove Lin Yun's robe right outside. It's still too hard for them. Lin Yun suddenly sensed something. The expression on his face got a little weird. Then it became overwhelming. Is this her bathing herself? Holy, what's the deal? There's this kind of treatment? Why is she so nice to herself? Old Devil Lin was moved. This one was really a bit touching. When he came to his senses and regained his cultivation, he must swear to be the best in the world to her. Who dares to hurt her? I'll exterminate his 10 clans. Moreover, Lin Yun was feeling marvelous right now. He could feel some changes in his flesh, and sense touch, like water temperature. Like, for example, white palms gently tracing over themselves. That tingly feeling. It made Lin Yun's soul tremble. Here it comes. That's what it feels like. Stimulate a little more strongly. You might have woken up yourself. A miracle doctor. Lin Yun got excited, but soon, he was a little disappointed. Still not enough excitement. His physical body still hasn't awakened. What to do? But after having this experience, hope also surfaced in Lin Yun's heart. A couple more times, maybe it'll get better. However, immediately afterward, Lin Yun's face changed drastically. It became overwhelming. So it's not over yet. The pharmacist watched as all of the medicinal properties within the medicinal bath bucket were absorbed cleanly again. The dark hot water had become clear again. You guys go down and carry her out. At the command of the pharmacist, the two maids entered the tub together. Together, they joined forces to pick up Lin Yun. Their saris were soaked and wet the moment they hit the water. Tightly clung to the body. Then stretching out his white arms, he set up Lin Yun on the left and right. It doesn't matter what men and women are doing. He didn't wake up anyway. Under the heat, both Green and Little Green blushed a little. For them to be able to follow the seventh young miss, they were naturally one in a million stunning colors. The appearance was not to say overwhelming, but it was also clear and beautiful. The body is also in excellent shape. Lin Yun, who was in his divine soul state, couldn't help but flicker a little. If it were possible, he felt sure he was excited now. The water temperature brings out the touch. Fantastic experience. Lin Yun felt it carefully. Okay, leave it to me. You guys go clean up the bathroom. He heard that familiar clear, girlish voice ring out. Then, it felt like I was in another embrace. Himself seemed to be held directly by her. Lin Yun never thought that he would actually have a time when he was princess hugged. She's so warm and gentle. Lin Yun was moved to the point of tears. Now the most vulnerable time. Ran into the little medical fairy. Is this fate? But, what shocked Lin Yun was yet to come. Because, well, he's still wearing his wet clothes now. What to do? Changing clothes? Of course. The question arises, who will replace him? Little Dr. Fairy. What about before changing clothes? Wipe him down. Lin Yun felt the soaked clothes being removed. He actually froze. Lin Yun had forgotten how long it had been since he had been touched by such emotions. He's killed people over the years and his heart is as hard as iron. So is she really a fairy? Why be so kind to a stranger like yourself? How can I repay her later? Except in the form of a body. Lin Yun couldn't think of a better way. He would never allow her to be bullied by anyone. Well, not by myself. Chapter 55 Excitement. Awakening. I'm going to be in a wheelchair? Wagon. The faint aroma of medicine filled the air. But now, there seemed to be an extra air of charm. Although this action has been repeated many times, still, the pharmacist was a little shy. After all, people aren't out of the house yet, and no sweetheart. In fact, originally, she could have arranged for two maids to carry out this step, but, somehow, the thoughts surfaced in his mind. She subconsciously declined, so it was better to personally wipe Lin Yun's body by himself, dry him off and then put clean clothes on him. The process, not to mention gentle and delicate. It's like a gentle and virtuous little lady taking care of her husband. It moved old Devil Lin. And, this process is really amazing. Lin Yun hadn't awakened to consciousness yet though, but it is perfectly possible to perceive all the perceptions of the physical body. It's like looking at someone through a door. Finally, it's time for the hardest part again. The pharmacist blushed. It took a moment of mental construction to work up the courage to do it, saving the dead and helping the injured. There is no man or woman in the eyes of a healer. Yakushi sure bit her red lip and muttered. Lin Yun only felt a coldness in a certain area. His expression was suddenly wonderful. And then, it gets better and better. Incredibly wonderful. The pharmacist was very detailed and gentle. The fingers are soft. Wipe every part for Lin Wan. And then, a marvelous scene took place. Lin Wan went to the head. The pharmacist screamed with an awe. The other maids who were in the back room were taken aback and rushed to come over. What is it? Miss Seven, stay back guys, nothing's going on. The pharmacist shouted in a hurry. She was breathing heavily, a little sweaty all of a sudden. I didn't realize that it would be so, but doesn't that also mean he's already reacting to the awakening? The medicine man was ashamed and happy in his heart. Emotions are somewhat mixed. Lin Yun couldn't help but blush in his old face as well. Suppose he could blush. In live all these years, it's the first time I've been so humiliated. Still in front of the little girl. But it's not my fault. I'm not even awake yet. It's a damn instinct. Lin Yun wanted to cry. However, he was also pleased immediately afterward. It shows that the flesh really does react after experiencing this kind of stimulation. A few more times. Wouldn't that mean it would wake up? But apparently that level is not enough. The pharmacist waited for a while and saw that it subsided. Only then did he continue to change Lin Yun's clothes again. She patted her chest. She just scared the out of me. That's scary. The pharmacist bit her lip. Somewhat angrily, he glared at Lin Yun. You bad boy. You're restless even when you're asleep. She didn't notice that she sounded a little pouty and pouty-like. And where was the real anger? Lin Yun was a bit groundless, but life is finally hopeful. Just a little longer, a little more amplitude, and you should be able to wake up yourself. Thinking about this, Lin Yun was a bit ashamed. I didn't realize it was still up to my own little girl. It's true, the sky is the limit. But anyway, this little girl is really going to be a big favor to herself. Immediately after, 2 more days passed. Lin Yun occasionally has some subtle movements of expression. This made all 3 women feel happy in their hearts. 7th Miss, he seems to be waking up soon, but it seems like every time it comes up short. Green and Green said, well, go ahead and put the hot water on. Maybe this will actually work. The pharmacist commanded. Aha, good. The 2 personal maids were now incomparably familiar with Lin Yun. Even if Lin Yun really wakes up, they were probably the ones who took care of Lin Yun the most on a daily basis. Therefore, Lin Yun kept all this in mind. The fate of the 3 of them had quietly changed at this moment. This time, it remains the same as before, cooperating in giving Lin Yun a bath. After the end, it was still the pharmacist who wiped Lin Yun clean alone. Lin Yun was also somewhat looking forward to it. Every now and then, it became the only thing Lin Yun looked forward to lately. Just hope you'll wake up with a start. Then in an instant, he himself first took an extremely high-grade elixir among the 9 grades. It should be able to maintain the status. Follow up with some attention and it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Then wait for the chaos body to fully awaken. Wait for strength to slowly return. One could then regain one's invincible cultivation. Now, his cultivation level was at the late ascension realm. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is invincible. Therefore, Lin Yun had also prepared for a protracted battle. It might be a long time before he would be with this little healer. Lin Yun was somewhat looking forward to this. At this rate, he felt that he would almost be awakened in another 10 days at most. Within Lin Yun's perception, finally it's time for another final step. The pharmacist bit her red lip. Suddenly, I remembered that Green had just said that it always felt a little bit worse. Was it close? Yakusho muttered. Her face was getting redder and redder. Then, Lin Yun sucked in a breath of cool air. Time slips away. The pharmacist was dripping with fragrant sweat as she wiped it away. Bad guy. Yakushi scolded with a somewhat pouty laugh. She didn't realize it was still physical work. But why haven't you woken up yet? The pharmacist was a little disappointed. But she doesn't know. Lin Yun has actually woken up, but he doesn't dare wake up. It's so humiliating. Right at that moment, Lin Yun had woken up. No way. It's too strong. The flesh woke up straight away from the extreme stimulation. The moment he awoke, he used his divine mind to take out an elixir. The pharmacist was a little afraid to look, so he closed his eyes. So he didn't even notice that Lin Yun opened his mouth and ate a pill. Lin Yun's physical body began to slowly revive. Under the effect of the elixir, a rich aura fluctuation slowly spread out. Lin Yun now had 2 choices. Continue to pretend that he hadn't awakened, then continue to be ministered to and continue to be, or just open your eyes now at the right opportunity. Lin Yun thought about it. You shouldn't be so animalistic yourself. And he wanted, so badly, to open his eyes. See for yourself. what the little healer really looks like. It doesn't matter if it's beautiful, even if it's ugly. Lin Yun also admitted it. He'll go to the best dancers in the sky, refine the most powerful beauty elixir for her to take. It's fine if she doesn't want to. After becoming immortal, remake your physical body. It's naturally beautiful. Anyway, Lin Yun was relying on others. Deadly shameless to rely on this little girl who was kind to the point of excess. Lin Yun himself couldn't figure out what he was capable of. Is the chaotic god body that powerful? Phantom god body, I think. However, immediately afterward, Lin Yun discovered a new problem. Wake up yourself though, but it seems like, still can't move. Only the fingers could move slightly. He glanced at the progress and realized that the chaotic god body awakening was only 10%, at least 60% to be free. You can only be 100% awakened after you become an immortal. What to do? So, wheelchair bound for a long time to come? Lin Yun was suddenly a bit speechless. I didn't think that my own hallowed old devil Lin would have this day. Is this going to be taken care of to the end? How can I pay off this beautiful debt of gratitude later? Chapter 56, moving on after opening my eyes, the absolutely beautiful little medical fairy. The pharmacist came to the inner compartment, washed my hands, washed my face again. She was dripping with fragrant sweat and blushing. Seventh miss, what's wrong with you? The personal maid asked curiously. Why does it feel like it has a strange odor? Just conditioned him. I thought he'd wake up. The pharmacist was a little helpless. Secretly hated Lin Yun for not being competitive. She's all that. Really, it pisses me off. There's something cute about Yakushi puffing up. She didn't know why she did that. Why would you be so nice to him? She just felt like spending more and more time together. It seemed that he himself, without realizing it, had someone else in his heart. It was sudden and strange feeling, but the feeling seems to be good too. One night, she looked at Lin Yun's face and thought about many things. She knew that she might be falling for this motionless stranger. She didn't know his name, and I don't know where he came from. More than that, I don't know what he is or if he's a good guy. All she knew was that she wanted him to get better sooner rather than later. Then it's up to him whether he stays or goes. As a Dan cultivator, the pharmacist could be said to have no great ambitions. Her only wish now was to quickly advance to become a 7th grade alchemist. Then you can stop dealing with the nasties. In time, her own position would be enough to allow her to do what she wanted. And there will be no shameless ones coming to the door to propose marriage. She didn't like those so-called young handsome people in other people's eyes. 7th miss, when we go back, will we still follow you? Green hesitated. Suddenly, he asked. Of course, don't worry, the family won't give you a hard time, or I won't agree. We kind of grew up together, and have been like sisters for so many years. Although your slavery in the family has not been removed, I will find a way. No one can take you away from me. Cousin, he's just trying to threaten me with this too. I won't let him. The pharmacist's face changed, his tone suddenly a little serious. Don't you guys get any ideas? It's all with me. Well then, thank you, Miss 7. Little Green said with some emotion. We've heard that the Grand Master is not a good man. Aha, he's. The pharmacist couldn't have been more approving of this. She had also heard that some of the maids had been tortured to death by him. There were even some with his bone and blood, all of which he drugged and knocked out straight away. The Pill family's Grand Duke, Pill returning dust, could be considered infamous in this region. It made countless young girls from good families turn pale at the smell of it. Lin Yun, who had already woken up, silently listening to the conversation in the background. There was also some calculation in his mind. It seems that the first thing that happened as soon as he woke up was already there yet. I can't believe there's this. Hitting on your own sister's maid of honor. Perhaps the real target was still his own little medical fairy. This is simply a crime. To dig up the bones and extract the soul. In old devil Lin's eyes, he directly sentenced the death penalty to the Grand Duke that he had never met. And it's still the kind that dies horribly. Himself can't move now though, but his own divine soul power was still there, so he had the power to defend himself. Plus, there were still some of his own various magic treasures, although fending off the spatial storm destroyed a large number of the topmost treasures, but some of the existing ones, at any cost and by any means necessary, against some heavenly elephants or even transitional succession, one was sure of defending oneself. It's a little harder to break the void. As for ascension, it's not like it's a cabbage that's everywhere, so Lin Yun should now be the strongest plant person in the entire world. So what if you can't move? You can still talk. I'm a man of my word. A sword came. Directly, thousands of swords rained down, zap you straight into a hedgehog. But this kind of power, too, had its limits. After all, Lin Yun was still very weak right now. At the critical moment of transforming into a chaotic god body, Of course it was impossible to casually use a powerful force. If the metamorphosis was interrupted, Lin Yun would have to cry. As he was thinking, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Lin Yun hurriedly closed his eyes. The pharmacist came to the bedside, looking at Lin Yun's face in a daze. Suddenly, she held out her hand. It caressed Lin Yun's cheek. Her hands were cold, but soft. Lin Yun felt that with such jade hands, one should also be a little beauty. When are you going to wake up? Otherwise, I can't afford to keep you in this state with me all the time. What to do? The pharmacist said with some distress. The family, too, seems to have some issues with me, but I'm not going to listen to them to get married. I don't like that Mr. Zhou. I hear he's no good either. Why else would I be hanging out with that big brother of mine? But grandpa, he's old too, and the Zhou family is powerful. The pharmacist began to mumble again for the day. It seemed to take Lin Yun as a confidant. A wave of anger rose in Lin Yun's heart as he listened, and then a wave of pity rose. However, I've brought a lot of precious herbs with me this time. The pharmacist's tone changed and became a bit more delicate. Once I've advanced to a 7th-ranked alchemist, I'll be able to share Grandpa's worries. Lin Yun felt that this little girl also seemed to be under a bit of pressure right now. One shouldn't be so selfish anymore. Thus, Lin Yun's lips suddenly moved. Under the gaze of the pharmacist who covered his mouth in shock and couldn't speak, Lin Yun let out a somewhat dry and hoarse voice. Where is this? Did you save me? After not speaking for a long time, Lin Yun's voice was a bit hoarse, but still spit out the words clearly. Yakushi looked at Lin Yun, who had opened his eyes. Suddenly his eyes reddened a little. The pupils of his eyes were so deep, as if they hid countless stories. After opening his eyes, he looked even more handsome. You're finally awake. Are you thirsty? Would you like some water? I'll get you some water. The pharmacist suddenly blushed a little. She got a little flustered, even excused himself to get water. Lin Yun's eyes rolled slightly, but alas there was no sight of her. He can't move his neck right now, just a glimpse. Surprised to be surprised, Lin Yun's heart was also greatly determined. Sure enough, she was a beautiful little medical fairy. The dainty pharmacist, neither as noble and cold as the Empress, beautiful to the core, nor was it as enchanting as Master Yun Shueji. It was even less like senior sister Ling Xuanxue, who was cold on the outside and cold on the inside. It is also different from the quirkiness of the youngest sister. She is a unique beauty. She is kind and clear. It's as if it can heal all the wounds of this world. Lin Yun at this moment, incredible certainty. Another person in his own heart has been there ever since. A beautiful, kind, little healer who couldn't do enough for herself. He, old devil Lin, swore that he would protect her for the rest of his life. She is the tenderness and light within herself. Lin Yun never considered himself a noble and dedicated person. Sometimes, it's hard to help yourself. As the saying goes, a hero is a hero. By the way, still don't know what her name is. Miss 7? Chapter 57. What's your name? The wagon is huge. Next door. The pharmacist covered his chest. She gasped a little due to hyperventilation. She hadn't thought about it. Lin Yun unexpectedly woke up suddenly at this time. When he locked eyes with Lin Yun, the pharmacist then panicked. His eyes were so deep, as if they were a deep pool. Yes, I have to go pour water myself. After a while, the two maids, Little Green and Little Green, also came next to Lin Yun. The two men looked at each other with some surprise. That male really woke up. The two had taken care of him for so long that they were familiar with him. Seeing that the other party had really awakened, he was naturally very happy. Do you mean you still can't move now? The pharmacist asked tentatively. Lin Yun's eyes rolled. Well, yeah, it might be a while. Lin Yun was also somewhat speechless. I never thought I'd have this day. Is this retribution for killing too much a while back? The experience, though, was somewhat of a novelty for him. Just as well, think of it as a different kind of journey. It was also able to calm down and properly comprehend the space rule avatar. You two help him up, the pharmacist commanded. Aha! The two of them nodded and hurriedly came over, one on the left and one on the right to help Lin Yun sit up. Noticed that the male seemed to have some lack of strength to remain seated, then simply let Lin Yun lean directly against himself. Lin Yun couldn't help but feel a little hot in the face as well. Himself is so humiliated now. If those former enemies saw it, they would die of laughter. But for the Chaos God body, it was all worth it. Not to mention the fact that one can come to the living world alive in that desperate situation. It's been a blessing in disguise. Lin Yun didn't have any more complaints. And to have 3 such young girls to look after you can be very lucky. It's better than being alone and paralyzed on the ground. I'll feed you water. Do you want porridge? Thanks. Lin Yun was still a bit hungry. It had been a long time since he had felt this kind of hunger after he had cultivated to the point where he had been able to dispel the valley, probably because of the physical deficit. Moreover, there was no intention of quitting such things as the desire for mouth and stomach. Lin Yun had no intention of quitting. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun leaned on the two maids. The pharmacist sat in front of him. Spoon by spoon, he fed Lin Yun water, then feed him the medicinal porridge. Lin Yun suddenly realized that this feeling seemed to be good. It was as if he had suddenly become a large baby himself, being taken care of by three beautiful sisters in no uncertain terms. It's a wonderful feeling. The other maid couldn't help but be a little shy, being pressed tightly against her chest by such a strange man. The strong scent of manhood made their hearts beat faster. It didn't feel like it before. Now that he had woken up, he realized that this male had a unique aura, the regal air that occasionally reveals itself. It seemed to be even more majestic than the old patriarch and the grand elder in them, obviously of unusual status. The pharmacist blew on the steaming medicinal porridge in his spoon. Then it was handed to Lin Yun's mouth. Lin Yun felt that this was the most wonderful food he had ever eaten in his life. Sure enough, people are cheap. If it was once, Lin Yun wouldn't even look at this thing. Now it's a feeling of immense beauty, but he couldn't tell the difference. It's the people that are beautiful, or the flavors, or both beautiful. My lord, does this medicinal porridge taste alright? I purposely added snowflake fish to it. It should be very tasty, Pillmaster softly asked. It's good, the best porridge I've ever had. Lin Yun's heart fluttered as he looked at little medical fairy, who was close at hand. Ask the question that has been weighing on your heart for so long. This girl, you, what's your name? Lin Yun's gaze was soft, causing Medicine Master's ears to heat up a little. My name is Pharmacist Master, and I'm an alchemist. We accidentally found you on the side of the road and took you with us, the pharmacist said lightly. Green couldn't help but interject at this point. Gongzi, you have to thank our family's seventh young miss. If you met someone else, you might not care about you. Our seventh young lady is the kindest of all, and it's been so nice to you these days, doing everything yourself. We haven't seen when Miss Seven has been so attached to outsiders. Green followed suit. The pharmacist's face flushed as if he had been poked in the heart. Don't talk nonsense. I am also a pharmacist. Of course I have to save lives. The pharmacist looked at Lin Yun with some embarrassment. Don't you listen to either of them. I only saved you because I'm a pill refiner and it just happened to happen. The pharmacist's explanation is a bit of a stretch, but Lin Yun didn't care. Probably the little girl was a bit shy, or maybe he's afraid he'll misunderstand something. A small Dan cultivator? Lin Yun had some plans in mind. With his own family's wealth, it shouldn't be difficult to train her to become a 9th grade pill refiner. Dancho's path isn't too good either, especially since it takes a huge amount of resources, and the vast majority of it will be wasted as dregs. But the position is also unique. After all, everyone is going to get high, so also highly respected. The general evil cultivators will not have nothing to do to go on to harm Dancho. At most threaten to make a robbery or something. If you learn it yourself, with your qualifications, it should be quick. Then she could feed back and teach her to become a peak 9th rank pill refiner. From being her student, she became her teacher. The process seems interesting too. Lin Yun instantly found his next target. It's kind of bittersweet, and it works both ways. So you're a pill refiner. No wonder. Then you should be pretty good too, right? It was too late for the pharmacist to speak. Little Green then said from the side, of course, our young lady is the youngest 6th order pill refiner. It's not far from the 7th rank. Little Green added, 6th order? Lin Yun had a number in his heart. It seems to be facing the watershed of breaking through the 7th order. Isn't it time for your own chance to return the favor? Let's bring it up at some point. Actually, I'm not that great. Yakusho's face was a little red, but her flinty expression and bright eyes betrayed her. Apparently, she was feeling pretty good about herself, too. Lin Yun looked at this innocent look of hers and wanted to smile, but nay, he was still a facepalm right now. I'm guessing I'll be able to move above the neck tomorrow or the day after. The hardest part is probably the lower body, basically unconscious except for his little brother. This peculiar situation made Lin Yun feel doubly helpless as well. Even wondered if it was the doggone system that was messing with it. It could be the meridians though. After feeding Lin Yun the kanji, helping Lin Yun lie down again, the pharmacist thoughtfully stayed to the side and chatted with Lin Yun. The two mates went off to work on something else, but the pharmacist has now discovered another big, serious problem. This gentleman has woken up. So what about the bath later? The thought of that situation, she just couldn't help but feel some heat in her face. And, shouldn't be that way. The pharmacist glanced at a certain part. Chapter 58, Adding Bells. If you don't have strength in your hands, use your feet. The red-faced pharmacist is adorable, with a touch of innocent flirtation. It was a pity that Lin Yun was unable to see this scene of inept pettiness, but the good thing was, he'd already washed it today, so he might as well wait until tomorrow to worry about that. Besides, I don't think he'd want a male to serve. The pharmacist was sure of this. If you can't, just Just do what you always do. The big deal is that you take a loss. Anyway, it's all over, so I don't care about that. Let me give you a massage. It might help with the recovery. The pharmacist volunteered again. Lin Yun hadn't even had time to make a sound yet. Medicine Master then stretched out 2 pairs of small white hands to knead on Lin Yun's arms. It's a bit of a sensation. It's quite comfortable. Lin Yun didn't refuse. He just couldn't make a move. It's not like he lost consciousness. You've been so good to me. How can I repay you later? The pharmacist, who was in the middle of a serious massage, looked up. There's no need to repay you. It's fate to meet. Wait until you're better. She'd never thought about it anyway. Am I okay with this intensity right now? The pharmacist asked as she massaged. Well, it's pretty good, but it's a little uncomfortable in my clothes, Lin Yun said somewhat brazenly. Great healthcare. Lin Yun was also a bit nostalgic. Why not take this opportunity to reminisce? The pharmacist's face reddened. Stealing a glance at Lin Yun, he found his eyes slightly closed, but the expression seemed somewhat soothing. She clenched her silver teeth and made up her mind. It's all touched there anyway. It's just a rehab massage, so you don't have to think about it too much yourself. Oh, what about this? Immediately afterward, Lin Yun felt somewhat cold and soft little hands. Hiss, harder, come up a little. Old Devil Lin naturally had a thick skin, not the least bit embarrassed. Straight away, he used people's little healers as if they were technicians. The pharmacist bit her lip. Is this the place? Now what? Well then, here it is. Lin Yun felt that this stimulation did have some effect. The flow of mana seemed to have gotten faster. There's actually some science to it. Then Lin Yun enjoyed himself even more peacefully. I don't know how long it's been. The pharmacist was feeling a little tired. Fragrant sweat. The cheeks are flushed. Quietly glancing at Lin Yun, he realized that this guy seemed to be comfortably asleep. He was not in a good mood to give another squeeze. Are you asleep? She asked in a small voice. Lin Yun softly hummed. No yet. What's wrong? My fingers are a little weak, pharmacist said with some aggravation. She was also a little confused. Why should she be so obedient? However, one seems to be unable to refuse any of the other's requests. Being in close contact with Lin Yun for so long, she had long ago been invisibly affected by the affinity of Lin Yun's chaotic godbody. Lin Yun was enjoying himself, and it felt like he was recovering a little faster. It's not a good idea to run out of steam now. Lin Yun thought about it. If you don't have strength in your hands, don't you have feet? Lin Yun didn't need to look to know that the expression on the other party's face must be very humiliated right now. The pharmacist bit her red lip. This guy is getting too far ahead of himself. Aren't you afraid I'll throw him out? If it weren't for the fact that you're a patient, I'll just ignore you. The pharmacist glanced at her slender jade legs under the hem of her skirt. She'd never thought it was possible to do such a thing with her feet. One would do such a thing oneself. Why, don't you know how? I'll teach you. You take off your shoes and just use your feet. I feel like you're having a good massage yet. I seem to be able to move my neck a little now. With that, Lin Yun twisted his head slightly. The pharmacist was instantly a little surprised. It seems like it's actually moving. I'll try again. She still didn't use her feet and insisted on pressing Lin Yun with her small hands for a while longer. First the arms, then the lower back and shoulders. An hour later, the pharmacist was dripping with fragrant sweat again. She wiped her sweat, her long hair plastered to her cheeks. Her face was flushed with heat. Well, is it okay? The pharmacist asked with some anticipation. Well then, but it feels a little short of that. Lin Yun felt as if his neck had some strength, but it was always a bit of a shedding feeling. Don't you have any strength again? Lin Yun took the initiative to ask. Well nah, I've run out of energy then, Yakusho said with some aggravation. It was the first time she had been treated like a maid. Then, how about trying with your feet? Lin Yun seemed to be like a demon luring an ignorant girl at the moment. It's so close, come on. I'll give you a little present when I can move. Okay. It was as if old Devil Lin was holding a lollipop and tricking a white rabbit. Yakusho bit her red lip, really unable to believe that scene. I'll get them to help you, okay? Lin Yun was naturally not happy about it. They're not as good as you are. This time I'm just a little bit close. Next time I'll let them come. Lin Yun is a bit oblivious. It wasn't long ago that he was thinking that he would never bully his little medical fairy. Now it's time to start bullying people. The pharmacist was on the verge of tears. She looked down at Lin Wan and then at her legs. I'll try then. Lin Yun was overjoyed. Well then, you're the best. Don't worry, I'll protect you when I'm better. I'm actually pretty good at it. Lin Yun started to draw a big pie. Oh, how awesome is that? Is it better than my asshole big brother? I'm the most powerful in the world. Lin Yun said without hesitation. Don't believe you. I feel like you're bullying me. You can't even beat a pig beast now. That's all the bullying I can do. The pharmacist herself didn't even notice. It was as if he himself was being pampered. How could I bully you? You're helping me. I'm really good at this. Lin Yun said very seriously. Oh, well, You'll be awesome enough to show me later, the pharmacist said, already removing his shoes and socks. There's something cute about showing little white feet. How do you do it? I don't know yet. The pharmacist's face was filled with shame. But what's done is done, and there's only one thing to try. That kind of thing is done, let alone a little massage. Just roll me over, clothes up, and then hold on a little so you don't fall over, and step up barefoot. Oh yeah, don't put the medicated oil on. I'm afraid you'll slip. Lin Yun's heart was filled with anticipation. Okay, I'll try then. Yukushi gently rolled Lin Wan over, then lift up the back of the shirt. Looking at the back with strong muscular lines that he had rubbed himself many times, the pharmacist always felt a little embarrassed. His face was red to the point of dripping blood, but eventually, the pharmacist bit his lip and gathered his courage. Massage Lin Yun with his cute little feet. That touch, it's unbeatable. Lin Yun only felt like sucking in a breath of cool air. It seemed to have been opened up all at once. Chapter 59. So, it turns out that Prince Yun is really powerful. Lin Yun's days now, except for not being able to walk around freely, it's almost as if it's a quickie. Eat and drink and be fed and be able to lean on the little beauty. Not left and right though, but there's a little healer in front of him to feed. Ever since that time of giving Lin Yun a massage, the pharmacist will now have just one more task to do every day. Sometimes they even asked the two personal maids to join them in providing massage services for Lin Yun. It's a little embarrassing, but it's okay. The most overwhelming thing was actually when giving Lin Yun a bath. It's not the same as before. This gentleman is awake now. How embarrassing. But after the first time, the second time was just as natural. Another few days have now passed. Lin Yun, besides not being able to walk around, his legs still had no strength. You can move your neck and head. Even his right hand could move, but Lin Yun didn't show it. Otherwise there will be no little beauty to feed. It was the kind of little life he wanted to enjoy a lot more. Speaking of which, he himself had been a palm supreme before. There were many maids in the palace, and the holy maidens could have captured many of them. How come I didn't think it could be played like this? Probably wasn't such a loser himself back then. It simply can't be done so extravagantly. The day arrived when it was time to be served another bath and dressing. Lin Yun was now looking at both of those personal maids more and more smoothly. Earlier, I heard them seem to say that they were being looked at by that big male who wanted to go over and spoil it. Old Devil Lin was now the first to say no. It's one of their own. He'd like to see who dares, who was tired of living and dared to bully his people. Inside the tub, Lin Yun closed his eyes comfortably. Occasionally, I opened my eyes to look at them. The water, even with clothes on, is something else, but nah, the pharmacist is still out there. But things like washing your hair and face, it's the pharmacist himself. Her movements were gentle and delicate, making Lin Yun feel the ultimate service, almost falling asleep in the tub every time. Immediately after that, it was time to rub or even change clothes. Every time we get to this step, it's when the atmosphere is at its most charming. It was a good thing that Lin Yun had some self-control now. It's not like it's going to scare people's little girls. Such intimacy is actually similar to a maiden serving her husband. Between the two, it was hard enough to describe them as strangers. Mr. Cloud, do you want us to take you out for a walk? Lin Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. All this time, he had actually been in the carriage. It was also known that there was a huge convoy out there, but he wasn't really interested. For him, it's just a very simple journey. It was enough to know this little healer. Well, there are also those two little maids are not bad. They are good sisters. Well, take a walk then, but how am I going to get out of here? Like this? Lin Yun was a bit curious. The pharmacist's heart rejoiced. She had long wanted to take Cloud out to bask in the sun. However, it is feared that the other party will not be happy. After all, I'm afraid it would hurt his pride if he was like this now. She had underestimated old Devil Lin here. Lin Yun's chaotic god body awakening progress had now reached 20%. It's already possible to exert some strength. We've prepared this for you, a wheelchair that can be operated with divine thoughts. The pharmacist rolled out a wheelchair that looked somewhat dignified and quaint. She carefully observed Lin Yun's expression. I'm afraid the other side won't be able to accept it. Lin Yun, however, smiled. I never thought Lin Yun, would have a day in a wheelchair. That's rare. How does it work? I'll try it. Seeing that Lin Yun did not have the slightest bit of displeasure on his face, the pharmacist was also relieved. Come on, I'll hold you. Since Lin Yun couldn't move, Yakusho bent down, ready to hug Lin Yun and sit on him. When Lin Yun took a look, an ancient poem could not help but appear in his mind. It's a different kind of scenery. The two are now so variously intimate that such is nothing anymore. In fact, the pharmacist was somewhat aware of it, but other than the redness of her cheeks, there was no rejection either. It seemed to be a habit. After all, snuggling is normal now. And she was sure of it now. He had already unconsciously fallen in love with this mysterious cloudy prince. It's like a teenage girl's first love affair. One shot. Then, the reward he promised himself last time. She had thought it was a joke. As a result, he didn't expect that after finishing massaging her with his little feet, Lin Yun really gave her a small gift. It was actually a 10,000-year-old firelingji. This was the main ingredient of a 9th grade elixir, and he just casually threw it to himself like that. That's a side note. Mr. Yun is indeed mysterious. Of course, she hadn't expected anything in return, so reluctant to accept. That was until Lin Yun took out a few more even more precious herbs. It was only then that the pharmacist covered his mouth in shock, somewhat disbelieving. She then realized that, as it turned out, Prince Cloud was really a very powerful and awesome person. Unintentionally, he seems to have saved a great man. At that time, she was a bit intimidated and distant from even Lin Yun. It wasn't until later that the two had to make various contacts again. This is what broke the invisible barrier and restored the relationship to what it was before. And because of sharing secrets and knowing each other's backgrounds, they became closer. Unconsciously, Lin Yun had completely acknowledged this little girl in his heart. He even wished that the journey could have been longer. Oh yeah, I can move this hand too, Lin Yun suddenly said, then wrapped his arms around Wastemaster's waist. It's slim. The pharmacist bit her lip. Well then, I already knew that. Then you're still feeding me? A smirk surfaced at the corner of Lin Yun's mouth. Humph, I'd love to. Why? Then you'll do your own bounty today, the pharmacist said with a bit of a pout. No, I still like it when you feed me. It's more delicious. Lin Yun had a wonderful feeling in his heart. Always feel somewhat happier, as if falling in love with a little girl. I didn't realize that it was a blessing in disguise, but I had this amazing experience. A blush appeared on the pharmacist's face. Get your hands off me. All of this and you're still not honest. Lin Yun laughed. Are you 7th in the family? My 7th lady. Aha, yeah. Are you going to take me to your house? Lin Yun asked again. So are you going? Do you dare? Yakusho said, biting his lip. There seemed to be some anticipation and some nervousness in the watery eyes. Lin Yun reached out for a hand, but it was empty. The little healer jumped out of the way. There was some derision in her beautiful eyes. I'm guarding against you now. Lin Yun touched his nose. You haven't answered my words. The pharmacist came forward again. She bent over slightly and leaned against Lin Yun, smelling the faint medicinal fragrance of her body. Lin Yun stretched out his right hand and wrapped it around her small waist, ears rubbing together, foreheads resting against each other. Looking into her eyes, Lin Yun knew that she needed an answer. The relationship between the two is a little subtle now though, not poking at it, but really, they all know it by heart. The tipping point between friendship or doctor-patient relationship has long been breached. Moreover, both of them knew by heart how Lin Yun woke up. Lin Yun actually felt a little guilty. The pharmacist is a very typical juvenile face. The body is also somewhat petite, overly kind and a little different from his path. Perhaps it was this kindness that attracted the demonic depths themselves. So, he loved it. Chapter 60. Is such a wastrel worthy of Miss 7? There was a moment of silence. Gently rubbed her hair. Lin Yun smiled. He felt as if he should confess something. For this kind little healer, one should not deceive her. She is the little angel of redemption. I thought I told you. I'm good. What wouldn't I dare? But what about you? Have you thought about the consequences? I'm a handicap now. Lin Yun hadn't finished his words. It was then covered by Medicine Man's small hand. I forbid you to say things like that. You're the best. The best. It's going to be okay. I'll get you the best potions and I'll massage you every day. It's always going to get better, isn't it? The pharmacist looked at Lin Yun with some nervousness and anticipation. A mist of water actually floated in his eyes. Apparently, she didn't have a clue in her mind either. She didn't know what was going on inside Lin Yun right now. Lin Yun gently took her into his arms, with only one hand. It's inconvenient, but it's enough, because the pharmacist is well behaved. She was snuggled in Cloud's arms with a blush on her face. Well, it will be. I just had a little accident on my way to practice, Lin Yun said softly in her ear. The exhaled breath made the pharmacist blush. Well, that's good. If there's anything I can do for you, just let me know. Yakusho didn't know what came to mind. The ears were red. The corner of Lin Yun's mouth curled up slightly. Looked at the delicate, flower-like little medical fairy. It's fine just the way it is. Good things should be savored slowly. And Lin Yun was not the kind of person who rushed to his bed. So how about we go for a walk now? After a while, it took two people to separate. Both of them were a bit enamored. Let go of this petite, soft little angel. Lin Yun gently nodded. Well, get out in the sun. Well then, I'll go arrange it. Medicine Master hurriedly went to order Little Green and Little Green, who were hiding in the back and didn't dare to come over to disturb them. By the way, he took a small blanket to cover Lin Yun's legs. Lin Yun was a bit helpless, but he didn't want to reject her kindness. How do you make it sound like you really are the same as a kidney-deficient male? You're not afraid of the cold yourself, but this situation seems really kind of funny. It's just a unique experience. Think of it as before your own ascension, going through a red earth refining of the heart. Ever since he himself became the high and mighty Palmist Supreme, it's been a really long time since I put my head down and looked at the world below. The caravan then stopped at the order of the pharmacist. In plain sight, Yakusho pushed Lin Yun out of the luxurious row of shelves, being illuminated by the light. Lin Yun squinted slightly. It's been a while since I've seen the sun outside, probably because of the weakness in the body. Lin Yun's face was a little pale. There was now more than a hint of femininity than there had once been in the heroic and unassuming. His long, inky black hair was carefully tied back by the pharmacist, wearing the white brocade clothes that Little Green and Little Green had specially sewn out in the past 2 days. Although there were still many changes of clothes in Lin Yun's nascent sphere, but they are all excellent vestments. That was the vestments of the sacred sect of Inyang Sectmaster. I'm afraid it's going to scare people when I wear it out. So Lin Yun heartily accepted the good intentions of the two maids. Lin Yun took a deep breath. The outside air is really a bit different after all. While inside the carriage house, there was only the faint scent of medicine and the ghostly scent of daisies on them. The many guards, looking at the Lin Yun, who was rejuvenated at the moment, were also a bit dumbfounded. When I picked it back up on the side of the road before, it was still as good as begging. Now it's actually turned into a nobleman, despite being in a wheelchair. That aura, it's still impossible to ignore. One look and you know it's by no means a pool. This was still because Lin Yun's physique had now transformed into the chaotic god body. The breath had been completely internalized. As the saying goes, the path is simple. Otherwise, with that aura Lin Yun had before, these people are afraid that the first thing they'll do is scare the out of them. What are you all looking at? Go and police the perimeter. The captain froze as well, but be the first to come back. Hastily chortling, he told all the many guards to go stand guard and go. This gentleman, Villain Wanli, is the head of the guards. Congratulations to you, and I wish you a speedy recovery. Wanli's face was a little dark and looked a little honest and naive, but the really honest ones are probably long dead in some unknown corner. Lin Yun nodded slightly. Many thanks. Thank you. Seventh Miss, is there anything you can order? Wang Li looked at Pillmaster again. At the same time, his mind was speculating about the origin of this noble gentleman. Actually, 10 or so days had now passed since Lin Yun had been rescued inside. Everyone is also guessing what's going on right now. For such a strange male to have been inside the lady's palace, they also had some ambiguous guesses in mind. Now take a look at this gentleman's temperament. More and more, he was sure of what was in his mind. But can he protect Miss Seven with this weak look? Or does he deserve it? Miss Seven is the first genius of the medicine family in 10,000 years. Even if Miss Seven is willing, would the elders within the family and the old patriarch be willing? But they also had to admit it. This male gentleman does look like a good match for Miss Seven just from his appearance. Even, at a jolt, it seemed that Miss Seven was still somewhat unworthy of it, but they all thought it was a hallucination. It's okay, you guys go about your business, we'll just walk around. By the way, how far away is Pill King City now? The pharmacist suddenly asked. Lin Yun couldn't help but perk up his ears as well. Wang Li pondered in his mind for a while before saying, according to today's speed, it will probably take another 7 or 8 days. The pharmacist's nice eyebrows frowned slightly when she heard that. Okay, I got it. Immediately, the pharmacist pushed Lin Yun towards the other side slowly. The two of them, Little Green and Little Green, followed behind. Watch this scene. The many guards were also filled with amazement. It seems like it's really coming true, yeah. What a rarity. If this goes back to the family, I'm afraid it's going to be a good show. Of course, they don't mean any harm. It's just a spectacle. It's human nature. After all, Lin Yun's current appearance was indeed something that forced people to think more. Is there 7 days left? Tell me about your family. Lin Yun suddenly said. As a man, it is natural to take responsibility in such situations. Unless he was willing to leave little Dr. Fairy right now, Lin Yun is definitely getting serious. Otherwise, the pharmacist might be aggrieved. The pharmacist was baffled for a moment, spinning his face into a smile. My family, my grandfather is the clan leader. My parents disappeared deep in the 10,000 Demon Mountain range when I was a child, and then I'm 7th in line, so they call me Miss Seven. By the way, I'm pretty good too. I'm a genius, the pharmacist said with some delicacy. Chapter 61, Doubtful Clouds, Calamity Coming? The pharmacist pushed the wheelchair. The two made their way to a small hill. Look at the sea of flowers below. Seems to be in a better mood. Her voice drifted a bit. Doesn't seem to care much about the family either. So was trying to remember. Hoping to give Cloud some more information. Lin Yun also listened attentively. Though for him, such small families, it can be extinguished with a wave of the hand. But Lin Yun didn't want to take that approach. People still have to use their brains sometimes. Besides, isn't it good to think of it as a game? Of course, the most important thing is, before the chaotic god body completely metamorphosed, Lin Yun wasn't going to make a big deal out of it. It's better to be careful in a strange world, just in case the gutter is over. There are countless such stories. Don't pretend that you're having a good time, then suddenly jump out an old guy from the Ascension realm to do it to yourself. That would be a laugh. That's why Lin Yun was prepared to take his time with the draw. More importantly, it was little medical fairy's family. To be able to raise her to be so simple and kind, it even allowed her talent for refining medicine to be unleashed. At least on one point Lin Yun was certain. That is, in this family there is not just a cold conspiracy of interests. Someone must be loving and caring for her. It kept her from experiencing all the bloody intrigue. Nor did he worry much about cultivation resources, to be able to raise her so well. So at this point, Lin Yun was still grateful to the medicine family. He guessed that it was the old matriarch, her grandfather, who had been very good to her, and only in his position does he have that stance and strength. But, did her parents actually disappear together in this mountain range? Lin Yun keenly smelled the scent of intrigue. Perhaps there was no sudden accident in it, but that's just a guess on its own. If you let yourself find the clues, just don't blame yourself for showing no mercy. When the time comes, I'm afraid there will be bloodshed. Lin Yun had always made a clear distinction between grudges. Don't look at Phoenix Rinyu now that she's far away. But when the time comes, it will be hard for her to die. Lin Yun had long ago laid out a backhand on her. She wanted to cultivate into immortality so badly. At that time in the upper realm, as soon as the two of them got close, they would be discovered by him. With Lin Yun's current qualifications and talent, coupled with the spatial rule aptitude, even to the immortal world, Lin Yun was also the most plucked demon. And Phoenix Rinyu, who should have said no, has some small talent, plus with her heart, definitely moving up as well. The topmost circles are always small, so the two will always meet. What big brother of yours? Isn't that annoying? Lin Yun suddenly asked. Oh yeah, he's a big asshole and tried to take Green and the girls over. The pharmacist had a look of displeasure on his face. I'm not going to agree to that though. Big deal. I'll tell Grandpa. Lin Yun thought for a moment and suddenly asked a seemingly insignificant question. Is your grandfather about to pass the throne to your eldest? The pharmacist was baffled. That seemed to be the beginning of the end. I don't know but it seems like that was the plan some years ago. Some of the elders are in favor of the eldest. Eldest uncle is now a 7th-ranked alchemist then. The pharmacist got a little bitter. What can be done about it? She's not stupid either. Being pointed out like this by Lin Yun, he knew that he was afraid that something was going to go wrong in the family. Why don't? Let's not go back? The pharmacist's eyes suddenly lit up. The words that came out made even Lin Yun cry and laugh a little. Why? You're going to run away with me? The pharmacist blushed. It's not impossible. Anyway, with my ability, I can support you all. We alchemists are rich too. It's great to make money. I can go sell potions. Listening to her somewhat childish words, Lin Yun's heart warmed a little, but she can be unintelligent. As a man, Lin Yun naturally couldn't be so irresponsible. Don't worry, there's still me. I'll clear all the way for you, and then make you a real queen, Lin Yun said in his heart. Well then, Cloudy, you're good too. I believe in you, Yakushi said as she used her small hands to press Lin Yun's shoulders. The two watched the clouds roll in the sky. Time slips away without realizing it, but neither was bored. Enjoy this rare quiet escape. Right at that moment, between the endless sea of flowers and grasslands below, in the distance, a loud and clear wolf howl suddenly rang out. As soon as the pharmacist heard the howl, her face changed and she lost her color. The face went a little pale all of a sudden. Oh no, it's the silverback demon wolf pack. Green, quick, tell them to prepare a defense formation. Lin Yun raised an eyebrow. At this point in time, a powerful group of demonic beasts suddenly appeared? What's the situation? Mr. Cloud, we're going back. This silverback demon wolf pack is the most powerful demonic beast pack in the outer reaches of the 10,000 demon mountain range. Each head is equivalent to a Dan condensation realm cultivator. The leader, the silver-winged demon wolf king, is even equivalent to the heavenly elephant realm, especially since they all appear together in thousands at least. The biggest disaster on the outskirts of the mountain range. We may be in danger. The pharmacist didn't expect to run into the greatest calamity of all. The group of guards she had brought with her were certainly no match. What to do? And Mr. Yun, what about him? Several people quickly returned to the caravan. Everyone had grim faces and had taken up defensive positions. 7th Miss, what should we do? This demonic wolf pack, they all act in groups. Wang Li was also tense. All he expected now was that it was a coyote pack. Then there might be hope for them. If there was an existence like the silver-winged wolf king, I'm afraid that all of them will be buried in the belly of the wolf. It's strange, they should all be on the other side of the prairie breeding their offspring at this time of year. Little Green's murmur made the crowd's hearts flutter as well, but it's too late to think about that. Let's take a look first. If it's not possible, Miss 7, you guys break out. We'll pad behind you. Wang Li is also very decisive. To be able to serve as the captain of the escort, he was naturally a close friend of the pharmacist's side, so there was absolutely no thought of escape. As the saying goes, a man will die for a friend who understands him. He hadn't been favored by the 7th young miss on a regular basis. I don't know how many of all kinds of elixirs have been collected. Lin Yun was protected in the center. This left him somewhat helpless as well. I didn't realize that one day I would be a drag. He touched his nose. There was little panic in his mind. But this thing, too, is really a bit weird. It was hard to believe that some people were going to make a move against their own little medical fairy. That would be a real crime. Thousands and thousands of demonic wolves. It's quite an effort to start such a beast tide, and it's entirely possible to blame bad luck for being unlucky enough to run into wolves. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. His right hand gently clasped the armrest, and he wanted to see it. It's something demonic. If the situation was critical, then it would have to be the invalid himself personally. I hope they're not too surprised. Chapter 62, Will You Die With Me? Pharmacist as the genius of the pharmacist family. The rows for traveling are naturally not too small. This convoy was equipped with an escort of over 300 men. It can be very large, but the captain with the highest cultivation realm, Wang Li, it was also just the avatar realm. In general, it's actually enough, but against the wolves that were far more numerous, that would be somewhat inadequate, especially with this kind of demonic wolf. Most of the spell attacks, if it wasn't an attack 2 realms higher, it basically couldn't break their skin, and the real deal rushes in to do it. Can they match their lightning-fast wolf claws? Although the Wolf King's realm was also the heavenly elephant, there was instead a cultivator of the same realm in the group. That would be Miss 7. But Miss 7 is a pharmacist. Saving lives is fine. Let her go charging in? Don't even think about it. The combat power of an alchemist was almost negligible. Even if it was poisoned, it's too late for that now. The most powerful of the alchemists would be the alchemy blast furnace, which was somewhat powerful, but there's no such thing as that now. Hundreds of meters of guards layer after layer. A circle was formed, protecting Miss 7 and Lin Yun in the very center, since there was nothing to lean on in the back either. And the wolves, you can't guess which way they're going to attack, so it can only be that they are forced to adopt this formation that spreads out the fighting forces the most. The pharmacist had a determined look on his face. It even took out an exquisite magic sword. But this sword looked pretty good though, and the grade was high. But then it's not for fighting. Lin Yun gently held her hand. Medicine Master lowered her head, thinking that he was nervous. She whispered, Yun Gongzi, don't be afraid. I will protect you. If the pharmacist hesitated, remembering that worst-case scenario, eyes couldn't help but get a little red. If you die with me, are you willing? At those words, Lin Yun smiled somewhat bitterly. Of course I don't. Medicine Master bit her lip and looked at this negative man. Lin Yun, with some exasperation. Why should we die? We won't die. Don't worry. There's still me. Lin Yun squeezed her palm to comfort her. But again, the pharmacist didn't know what he was about. So where could he relax? Don't worry. I'll die before you. Seeing this stubborn little ninny looking like she was going to die to make her point, Lin Yun couldn't help but be a little moved. Aha. Well, work on that. But don't you think it's strange? How is it that there are still swarms of demonic beasts of this level here? The pharmacist was baffled for a moment. I don't know, but they're not supposed to be here, and it's a very safe route for travelers. There hasn't been an accident in years. The pharmacist seemed to have some guesses in his mind, but couldn't believe them. When Lin Yun looked at her appearance, he had an idea in his heart. It seems as if it really is man-made. But what was the threat of a heartless little girl like her? Because of talent? It seems that being overly good can be a sin. Lin Yun also knew that the Apothecary Master had actually come out this time to prepare for breaking through to the 7th rank of Apothecary Master. It seems to have struck a nerve with some people because of this. Is that why you want to strangle her? That is, this little girl, the pharmacist, if it is a normal sword cultivator, body cultivator and so on. I'm afraid it's not so well calculated. The silverback demon wolf pack's running speed was extremely fast. I just heard the sound 100 miles away. The rumbling could be heard now. Howl instead and die laughing. But the more you do, the scarier it gets. This means that the Wolf King is hiding in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to move. Demonic beasts that had reached this level had long since evolved their intelligence, even smarter and more cunning than many. With a shake of the ground, some of the large trees in the surrounding area that were hugged by one person were all directly destroyed in the turn of an instant. It was visible to the naked eye, as if a tornado had passed through. A mess. And countless pairs of green eyes were staring greedily and ferociously at the crowd. Apparently the group was treated like prey. In the twinkling of an eye, all the obstacles in the circle near the caravan were removed, and it was straightway an empty flat bottom. Lin Yun was also somewhat impressed with this demolition ability. These sinful animals are quite smart, and he's really strong. One is bigger than a buffalo. That size, it's almost as big as an elephant. No wonder the group was so nervous. In the Tian Yuan realm, there had long since been no such large-scale groups of demonic beasts. Maybe there was one a long time ago, but it had been slaughtered and harvested by the human cultivators long ago, so the world is somewhat interesting. I wonder if there are any demonic beasts that have taken form, or little vixens or something like that. Lin Yun didn't mind experiencing an exotic flavor. It was rumored that the nine-tailed sky fox that had long been extinct in the Tian Yuan realm for tens of thousands of years. Each and every one of them is a redoubtable scourge of the world. Warning of a demoness. It is said to have been born that way, but unfortunately, old Devil Lin had never seen it. He even went on a special search for a while. Hundreds of meters of guards were also all a bit shaky in both legs. Looking at this group of demonic wolves that were as huge as brute bulls, how does that fight? As far as the eye could see, there were already thousands of heads, and out there seems to be a steady stream of runners. Even if his own group were all battle-hardened warriors, it can be 1 against 5. It's also a little underwhelming. And there's the Wolf King hiding in the middle of it. Also, there's a reason why this pack is called Demon Wolves. They can spit ice spikes from their mouths. Silverback Demon Wolf was the common name because they had silver fur on their backs, and they were actually all Frost Demon Wolves. There was a long-range attack, not to mention the melee was also a long-range same-realm cultivator. No wonder it's called the greatest disaster of all time. After hearing Shao Qing's explanation, Lin Yun also understood, but immediately afterward, he was a little skeptical. Can a force of such high caliber be directed from within the medicine family? Such power was all enough to overthrow a not-so-small immortal sect, right? Think of the thousands and thousands of invincible beast tides of the same realm. Still, it's a magic martial arts dual cultivation. It would take tens of thousands of cultivators at least to withstand the first wave of attacks. Lin Yun couldn't help but flicker a bit within his eyes. You can't use the power yourself right now either. The meridians aren't even connected yet. What is the best way to defuse this crisis? And in the distance, 100 miles away, a few youths were walking leisurely and slowly. Brother Zhou, you said you're making too big a deal out of this. Just deal with those stray fish. As for that, this stream of wolves should be your Zhou family's hidden underlying power. The Pil family's Grand Duke, Pil Gue Qin, asked tentatively. The Zhou family's Zhou Hang glanced at Pil returning dust. Humph. Don't try to test the power of my Zhou family. Our Zhou family has the backing of the upper sect. It's not something a country bumpkin like your Pil family can compare to. Zhou Hang had a haughty look on his face. If it wasn't for the fact that his sister is not bad looking, especially the mindfulness physique, the seven-knuckle mind, to the best of its ability. Moreover, she was still a virgin, and was an extremely gifted alchemist, which made her very suitable as a Taoist couple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden this bottom card from the family. This is enough power to overthrow a city. Chapter 63 Icefield. The Silver-Winged Wolf King appears, the Grand Duke of the Medicine family. Medicine to dust. At first glance, it looks like the body has been emptied by alcohol and sex. The brow was full of pleasing, but in his heart, he was calculating his own little plan, this time with the other side. Naturally, it's about preserving their extravagant and unchecked lives. Ultimately, the source of one's wealth is all one's father. If father becomes the patriarch this time, then one's own little life will be even more nourishing in the future. If you have a crush on any girl, you can just take her away and bring her home to play with her. Those maids of honor at home are in the bag. And the seventh sister, blame it on her bad luck. If she had a more mediocre talent, she would have been able to live with it. It's okay to be gifted with a demonic talent. The bias was extremely well-born, and even he, as the elder brother, looked at it with an itch in his heart. It has threatened the father's position at this critical time, so it has to be gotten rid of. But it's not easy. It can only be inside out. The Zhou family was the city lord of Greenwood City, the largest county within 1,000,000 miles. It was even an affiliated force of the Immortal Dao's upper sect, the Green Jade sect. At the same time, Greenwood City was also the largest recipient of commerce and trade from Pil King City. Moreover, this Zhou family's young master is also licentious and shameless by nature. The two can be a stinker. It was a straight shot. Since ever having met a pharmacist once at an auction house, Zhou Hang, that was astonishing. It's been haunting ever since. Lost interest in all the mediocrity. So the two got together and plotted this beastly attack. As far as the plan goes, it's seamless. Pil returning dust had long since gotten the list of Pil Master's escort, this time through the family side, learned of the detailed deployment of armed forces. Then it was handed over to Zhou Hang. In the eyes of both men, this operation was foolproof. It's straight up lopsided. crushing power. There is absolutely no way the other team can flip it. Kill all the people when the time comes. This is the 10,000 Demons mountain range. It's not unusual to have an accident. No one can say anything. Even if they were suspected, they couldn't find the evidence, and the next day the body was gone. As for the pharmacist master, he was naturally taken away by Zhou Hang. Probably won't have the chance to appear in front of outsiders for the rest of his life. Become the canary he keeps. As for that other well-behaved and clever maid, Great Duke Medicine enjoyed it himself. Those other guards, naturally, all became prey and were buried in the belly of the wolf. The besieged Yukushi master and his party were also a bit strange at the moment. This wolf pack clearly had the absolute advantage. How to surround and not attack. 7th miss. What should we do? Should we take the opportunity to break out now or, as a monk? Above the condensed Dan realm is where one can fly in the air, but it's not really that easy to escape. These devil wolves ran extremely quickly, no less than flying away. Jumps easily up to hundreds of meters and can even float briefly. Also, they have ice spikes as long-range attacks, not to mention the Silverwing Wolf King that might be hiding in the shadows. The speed of a Wolf King could be much faster than a human cultivator. Such a large number of demonic wolves. It is the rightful king of this mountain range. Yukushi tightened her grip on Lin Yun's hand as she bit her lip. Tough choices in the mind. If it was just her, she could have tried running alone first. After all, she did have some spells to stall for time. However, there was no way she could abandon the two personal maids off. And she wasn't the kind of person to be greedy. 7th miss. There's no time. Make your choice. There's the Wolf King. The wolves are already starting to unleash the Frost Domain, and by then our strength will be limited. Wang Li shouted with some anxiety. The Frost Domain, a hunting domain formed by the gathering of frost demon wolves. Numerous ice-attribute demonic wolves converged together. Each demonic wolf was equivalent to a formation node. Within a short period of time, it could affect the environment of this side of heaven and earth. The earth becomes tundra and even freezes. It will also get colder and colder all around, and even frost will fall. This is a fatal blow to all flesh and blood beings. What's even scarier is that there will even be a unique force field affecting the space. The speed of the cultivator was also greatly reduced as a result. This is a must-have technique for wolves. Once unleashed, that's a sign that there's absolutely no immunity. And it also suggests something else even more frightening. Because of the domain skill, this was an authority that belonged solely to the Silverwing Wolf King. Therefore, the powerful and cunning Wolf King was hiding somewhere at the moment, was gazing at the crowd icily. The reason why the attack was not launched immediately, it's just to wait for the field to be completely molded. After all, they were demonic beasts. Once they were injured it would be troublesome, and the probability was that they would be eliminated after being disabled. So minimizing the casualty rate as much as possible was something the Silverwing Wolf King had to consider. This group of humans, their strength was still not to be underestimated. Really hard fighting. Leaving hundreds of demon wolves behind was still not a big problem. That's no small loss for the Wolf King. Pharmacist's lips were biting out blood. I'm not leaving. I'm staying. I'm fighting with you. The pharmacist took a deep breath, somewhat stubbornly. It's not completely out of the question. Let's break out together. The many guards sniffed and tightened their grip on the weapons in their hands. It's instinctive to be greedy and fearful of death, yes. But Miss Seven, with her $1,000, can be so willing to give up her life? They are paid to do so, so naturally they have even less reason to fear death. 7th miss. Let Prince Yun return to the carriage, Xiao Cheng whispered from the side. The pharmacist woke up like a dream. Ah, yes, you take Mr. Cloud back. Saying that, she looked at Lin Yun with deep affection again. Cloud, if you are not defeated, I will go in and accompany you on your last journey. You will not be alone, the pharmacist said with some determination, as if it were a final goodbye. Lin Yun was inwardly touched, but somewhat helpless. It's like they're all dying. It's too late. Wang Li stretched out his hand to catch the frost floating down from the sky. The frost field has formed. The piercing cold turned to envelop the crowd in an instant. It's like gangrene on the bone, cold to the bone marrow. It was as if the mana was going to be frozen and the flow became slow. Lin Yun didn't feel much about it. The essence of his physical body was the Ascension realm, so he naturally wouldn't be afraid of the cold in the area. Not to mention that he was still a chaotic god body. But for the many guards, at this moment, the strength could only be utilized up to 70%, and there's no more backtracking, because the ground is starting to freeze. Lin Yun was watching the scene with interest. This kind of demonic wolf pack was interesting. It's still a full-scale tactic on land, sea and air, and the strength of the physical body was also immensely powerful. No wonder it could become the overlord of this mountain range. It was at this point, perhaps because the field had taken shape and could rest on its laurels, the long-hidden Wolf King has finally appeared. Only a huge one was seen as if it were a small mountain. The demon Wolf King with silver wings on his ribs appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Chapter 64. Even if half of his body is paralyzed, he can still suppress everything with one hand. With the appearance of the Wolf King, the temperature between heaven and earth seems to have dropped again. Numerous guards began to chatter their teeth. A powerful demon king aura was even more intimidating. The silver-winged wolf king could already be called a true demon king. It is said to have been able to take form and spit out human words. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the majestic giant wolf. It was also a big surprise. There's something else about this world. A demonic beast of this grade would have long gone extinct in the Tian Yuan realm, right? It's huge and beautifully shaped, that neat and clean and smooth fur, especially those huge eyes with turquoise pupils, and that graceful gait body shape. It looks, well, aesthetically pleasing. This wolf king, it can't be a female, can it? A thought suddenly popped into Lin Yun's mind. This would probably make the crowd cry if they knew about it. What a time. Still thinking about all the has-beens. Just as Lin Yun was still speculating, the next moment, his thoughts were confirmed, because she mouthed off. Humans, you put down your weapons and surrender. This king can let you die a painful death. You don't want to be torn apart by my people either. Surprisingly, it was a somewhat cool female voice. Lin Yun tilted his head slightly, looking at her slender and graceful physique. This thing seems too big for a pet. I don't know if I can shrink it. And, can it take form? Being the king of wolves, you should be good at licking. Maybe it's even mean. And it's got wings. I don't know if it still has wings when it's incarnated. Lin Yun pondered. A demonic beast transformed into form should have an extremely hot body as well. Silverwing Wolf King, or Silver Moon, was the name she had given herself? Suddenly she realized that there seemed to be one sight in particular among the group of molehills below her that was particularly repulsive. The huge pupils of Silver Moon's eyes looked towards Lin Yun, who was protected in the very center. A trace of doubt could not help but flash through his eyes. A cripple? Seems like a pretty good-looking male by human standards. Immediately after, she then seemed to sense a deeply hidden aura on Lin Yun. It made her subconsciously actually feel alarmed. And then, again, some want to submit. This immediately made Silver Moon's heart flutter with who he was. Who's this guy? It's so scary. As a natural-born and bred demon race, their sensitivity to crisis is innate. It's also their survival instinct. Otherwise, they would have died a long time ago in the law of the forest where the weak are the strong. Why don't you do it yet? Just then, Zhou Hang's voice resounded within Silver Moon's mind. This was a contract she had signed with an upper immortal of the Green Jade sect back then, because the other person had helped her once. Voice she promised she could strike 3 times for the other side, and these 3 precious opportunities were bestowed upon the Zhou family by that elder, because his original name was Chao. Shut up, it's not your turn to tell me what to do. Silver Moon was not so polite to Zhou Hang. She chortled outright. Any more nonsense and I'll tear you apart first. Silver Moon was very cautious. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible for him to grow from an ordinary demon wolf into a wolf king amidst countless killings. Zhou Hang, who was hidden dozens of miles away, grimaced. Damn it, how dare you disobey orders. When the time comes, I'll have the old ancestor refine you into Rao's Star Fury. Zhou Hang was aware that this wolf king could take shape, and the body is hot and the looks are even more sultry. Lin Yun's heart fluttered. She seemed to have found herself yet. Have you thought this through? This king will give you 10 more breaths of time. Although Silver Moon said so, her gaze had been secretly watching Lin Yun. This human, there's something wrong. And Lin Yun looked away again at this time. There seems to be 2 more molehills over there. Is that what's behind it? The aura on one of them seemed to be somewhat similar to the one on Little Medical Fairy. So, is this the big son of the medicine family? The other one's aura seemed to be a bit stronger and, moreover, seemed to have vaguely established some sort of connection with the Wolf King. How powerful was Lin Yun's spiritual sense? It wasn't even necessary to use divine sense at all. The situation had been analyzed clearly, and it was true that someone was playing a trick. How about this? Have you guys thought it over? I give you permission to cut yourselves. Silver Moon asked again. It seems to be a sure thing, and the wolves were getting restless. It seemed to be ready to attack at any moment. The pharmacist took a deep breath and was about to speak. Lin Yun suddenly squeezed her palm. Let me do it, Lin Yun said softly. The pharmacist was baffled and unsure. You don't go risking your life. You don't want to go back even when you're told to. You just know how to fool around. Yakushi seems to be a little angry. Lin Yun rubbed his nose. He had actually been taught a lesson by a little girl yet. It's fine. What? You don't believe me? Lin Yun's voice suddenly became somewhat calmer. The change in his tone also calmed the pharmacist. What are you going to do? She asked in a small voice, a little aggravated. It was like he had just been mean to her. I'm going to meet that Wolf King. After Lin Yun finished speaking, he controlled the wheelchair to move forward. The crowd was tense to the core, and there were great terrors between life and death. Just in the nick of time, Lin Yun's movements caught everyone's attention. Even Pill returning Dust and Zhou Hang, who were observing the place from the outside, had discovered Lin Yun. Who is this invalid? Why is he with your 7th sister? It looks to me like they have some kind of dysfunctional relationship. Zhou Heng suddenly turned his head toward Pill Returning Dust with a gloomy expression. His eyes were like they were about to burst into flames. This punk seems to have gotten a head start. Was he green by a cripple? In his heart, he had long since made the pharmacist his forbidden domain. Now to actually see her intimate with another man, and a cripple. It's just a strange shame. Can't stand it. Pill Returning Dust was also a bit confused. He had just seen it too. The two were holding hands before, and little sister seems to care about him a lot. Clearly there is an unusual relationship between the two. What else is there between a man and a woman but that kind of relationship? Especially for a genius like the pharmacist. Even less likely to care so much about a common irrelevant person. Maybe it could be a misunderstanding then. Maybe it's her distant cousin. Pill Returning Dust said weakly. He was a little weak now, too, and there was a surge of anger. Little hands that he hadn't even held himself. It's outrageous to let a loser touch it. In front of the two of them, a small mirror was suspended and was displaying the image over there. I'll watch your mom. You think I'm easy to fool? Johan suddenly exploded. Brother Joe, calm down and take a look at the situation first. Pill Returning Dust pulled back Zhou Heng, who was about to rush up, and on the other side, Silvermoon was also highly nervous as she watched Lin Yun's movements. What this man is going to do? Why did he have such a strange aura about him? Obviously, she couldn't feel any mana fluctuations, so why did it give her a feeling of intense heart palpitations? Lin Yun raised his head slightly and looked at the majestic Silverwing Wolf King. Under close observation, the other party's intimidating pressure was like substance. It's hard for these guards. They're all loyal subordinates. All of them were also Little Medical Fairy's trusted core minions. It would be a shame to die. Lin Wan is ready to stand up for his little girlfriend. What bull ****** Wolf King. I, Lin Yun, even if I'm half paralyzed, even if only one hand can move, but I can crush all of you with one hand. You, who is it? The Silver Moon Wolf King looked down at Lin Yun, who was as tiny as a mole cricket. At those words, Lin Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, flashing a ray of coldness. Is that how you're going to talk to me? Lin Yun's tone was somewhat teasing. I've heard that you demon kings are supposed to be able to take shape, right? I wonder if it's as enchanting as the rumors. Lin Yun didn't answer the question and was not the least bit vain, but also had to let the other party take shape before conversing again. This scene directly stunned the crowd. This gentleman, he wouldn't have broken his brain as well. Is this molesting the demon king? Righteous Father's brothers, give some 5-star praise, okay? Out of the ratings, only 6 points. The sky is falling. Fill up my little score with your big 5-star reviews. Chapter 65, Silver Moon Transformation. Little Medical Fairy's shame. Looking at Lin Yun's cloudy appearance, there was a moment of eerie silence in the scene. Even the irascible wolves seemed to be a bit brain-dead. This is a demon king. There are still thousands of demon wolves watching. No, man, you're too much of a pretender. I'll admit you're good at flirting. Took Miss Seven down straight away with ease. But this is a battle. You're in a wheelchair. Don't joke about it. Hundreds of people plus thousands of demon wolves. They all looked at Lin Yun in unison. If it were an ordinary person under this kind of gaze, both were scared straight into peeing their pants. But Lin Yun still didn't change his face. This cloudy appearance directly caused the crowd to be somewhat impressed. Other than that, this determination, they couldn't do it. Even the captain, Wang Li, was nervously gripping the lance in his hand. I'm afraid that the Wolf King will get annoyed later. Why is this Cloud Duke even molesting the Wolf King? People can take shape, but not for you to enjoy. The pharmacist also sweated. She didn't expect Cloud to be so bold. Though I know he's always been bold and likes to take advantage of himself, but I didn't expect him to be so bold in such a time of crisis. Silvermoon was also stunned. This damn human, is this a molestation? Let yourself morph and talk to him? The moment of humiliation made her forget her scruples. Cautious is cautious, but you've got to show strength to prove it. Otherwise, as a demon king, she won't care so much about you when her wildness comes up. You humble griffin, or a cripple amongst griffins, how dare you talk to this king like that? The Silver Moon Demon King was angry. The consequences are dire. A chill began to rise between heaven and earth. Temperatures have dropped dramatically. The crowd's hair is starting to frost over. However, the crowd suddenly noticed a strange scene. That is, this extreme frost didn't seem to have the slightest effect on Lord Cloud. There were all cultivators present, and probably not necessarily how talented they were, but the observations are all there. All soon noticed the phenomena. Silvermoon was also in a state of mind, playing God. I'd like to see what kind of tricks you're up to. Go on, tear him apart. Zhou Heng's voice, which was so jealous and angry that it was twisted, also resounded within Silvermoon's mind at this time. He hated the invalid now. I can't believe he had the audacity to move in with the woman he'd booked. He's just noticed that in the entire caravan, there's only one carriage that can be occupied. This loser had apparently lived with the pharmacist before. Besides, he's still a cripple. How does he clothe? feed, house, eat, drink and bathe all this? Just thinking about this was going to drive Zhou crazy. Shut the hell up. If you dare to say anything more, this seat will tear it apart first. Silvermoon directs his harshest warning. It made Zhou instantly become even angrier, but dared to be angry. Immediately, the Silvermoon's enormous pupils looked towards Lin Yun. You may have some discipline, but, in the face of absolute power, it's no use pretending you're a god. With that said, the Silverwing Wolf King's huge body slowly twisted and dissipated in a burst of white light. A silver-haired woman appeared instead. Heaven and earth seemed to be eclipsed all at once. The transformed Silverwing Wolf King was truly enchanting. Simply a stunning beauty, and there's a wildness to it. One can't help but feel the desire to conquer. Only the woman was tall, at least 1.75 meters, and that silver hair, long and waist length. There was a silver crescent moon mark on his forehead, adding a mysterious and bewitching touch. The face is delicate and three-dimensional. The nose is high and the lips are somewhat thin. His brows were full of cold arrogance. There is a wildness to looking at that is hard to tame. It's even cooler to wear. The thin gossamer veil only just managed to cover the key areas, revealing her slender jade legs and slender waist. The snow-covered mountains are even more of a call to arms. Looking at the silver moon demon king that came out in form, the crowd that was originally cold to the bone couldn't help but surprisingly feel a little parched. Even the pharmacist, a girl, couldn't help but blush a little when she looked at it. Sure enough, it's a demonic beast that knows no shame. I can't believe I'm wearing so little. Watching the guards under his command staring straight in their eyes, she couldn't help but be a little spiteful. So he looked at Cloud again, which was a quiet relief, because Lin Yun didn't seem to be any different. In fact, Lin Yun was somewhat appreciative, but what he appreciated was the wild aura of the other man. As for the beautiful figure, he was used to seeing it as a palm supreme. Good-looking skin, that's just the foundation. The inner soul is what intrigues him. For example, the goodness and purity of the pharmacist. Uncompromising care and dedication to yourself. That's the precious thing that will impress him. The Silver Moon Demon King had transformed into a form though, but still towering over the crowd, especially Lin Yun. This seat has taken form. How is it? Does it look good? But, with your appearance? Saying that, Silvermoon glanced at Lin Yun's legs with some sneer. All in a wheelchair. What are you going to do when you're given the chance? As a demon king, Silver Moon spoke more directly. In order to prosper, this was a normal thing amongst the demon race, but hearing it in the ears of the crowd, they couldn't help but all blush a little. That's a little too blunt. Yakushi also looked at Silvermoon with some anger. It's just intolerable. How dare you taunt her clouded son? You shameless and shameless demoness. Don't slander my son. If you want to fight you can let your horses come over. Even if we die, we will make you pay a heavy price. My lord is not something you savage demoness can afford to climb. Moreover, this young lady is the one who has the most say. You, a district demoness, don't know how to educate yourself. My son doesn't see it. The pharmacist came directly to Lin Yun's side. She looked at Lin Yun with some concern, afraid that he would be wronged. To know that cursing is not revealing. This damned demoness is also too hateful. Besides, he's pretty good. Her hands were sore last time. Lin Yun rubbed his nose and was somewhat speechless in his heart. I can't believe I'm being despised. Hey, but it's nice to be cared about. Lin Yun looked sideways at Little Medical Fairy. Seeing the other party's concerned face, though her face was scarlet, she didn't know whether she was angry or ashamed. Stand up for yourself in such a public forum. It's kind of the most romantic confession ever. Lin Yun was somewhat moved. Now he was a wreck in everyone's eyes, but only in the eyes of Little Medical Fairy. He himself was her priceless treasure. Silvermoon was also a bit confused by the scolding for a while. This dainty little woman calling herself an unenlightened, unashamed siren? A cold light emerged from her eyes and she was about to attack. What's the use of verbal arguments? This seat won't play house with you guys. All of the demon wolves began to close in on the encirclement at every step. The atmosphere became oppressive all of a sudden. Just then, Lin Yun suddenly laughed softly. Cloudy laughter once again drew the crowd's attention. Both wondered if he had lost his mind. Baby, here's this little toy for you. You just throw it at the wolves and then there will be pretty fireworks. Lin Yun pulled out a purple orb and handed it to the pharmacist. This was a specialty of the Purple Sky Sect, the Thunderstorm Spheres, and in Lei Zhenxiao's nascent sphere, Lin Yun had found a bunch of. All of them were his trophies, and the most suitable disposable mana for the current situation. No need to consume your own mana. When activated, one of them is expected to cleave a large area, incredibly powerful and easy to use. It is a must-have for killing, setting fire and robbing homes. But the pharmacist was still reeling from what he had just said. Mr. Yun actually called me a baby. He called me a baby. The pharmacist was full of joy. Even if we were to go to the afterlife today, we would feel no regrets. She didn't realize in the slightest that she was holding some kind of Jedi weapon in her hand. Chapter 66. damn, two jumped up clowns. The pair of dogs, Duke Show, who was watching this scene from afar with the water moon mirror, was simply furious. She actually admitted it. Jo Hang's lungs simply exploded with anger. It's so hard to look at a woman on your own. I can't believe I got mixed up with another wild man. That's even so. And such a high-profile show of affection. That wild man is surprisingly still an invalid. What is he then? Scraps are worse than garbage? You know he's harassed the pharmacist many times. Each time the other person was indifferent to him. Now she was actually being so defensive of an invalid. Pill returning dust was also a bit embarrassed at the side. He also swore before that the seventh sister was still like a blank sheet of paper. And Brother Joe could splash ink as he pleased. Now it's a slap in the face. I can't stand it anymore. I have to go and meet the wild couple. I'm going to humiliate that invalid in front of her. Let that punk watch me bully his woman. Jo Hang didn't know at this moment that he was on the verge of death. Death is beckoning him now. Hey, don't. We're not fit to show our faces. Pill returning dust was about to stop it in a hurry. But where did the angry Joe Gungzi listen? And it was also heckled a few times by the demoness as well. He's all fired up now. Nothing went right today. Lin Yun suddenly raised an eyebrow. Why did those two guys run over? Is this a show of force? Exclusive to the winner. But aren't they getting complacent too soon? Silver Moon was also aware of it. Unable to help, he also cursed in his heart. What's this rice bucket doing here? It would have been messy enough right now. She looked at the small, ordinary orb in the pharmacist's hand. It always feels like the heart and mind are jumping. What is this? Is it hard to be a threat to yourself as well? She knew that what the human race was best at was refining all sorts of strange magic treasures. There are some treasures that are surprisingly powerful. At this point, the demon race was only envious. Originally she was ready to attack, but the employer is now suddenly going to show up in person. Silvermoon couldn't help but pause in her actions as well, though she despised that rice bucket with all her heart. But there's still some face to be given. Otherwise, it's not going to be easy to deliver when the time comes. Besides, it's good to have him try to test the waters. Silver Moon, as the Wolf King, naturally had a bad stomach. Just then, the wolves stirred under the wary gaze of the crowd. There is a gap in the encirclement. Everyone's eyes were also drawn to it. Two figures suddenly appeared. The pharmacist's face paled for a moment. Surprisingly, it really is Big Brother. Medicine returning dust. It's really you. How dare you? Pill Master shouted angrily. Aren't you afraid Grandpa will find out? But her voice was anything but fierce. It sounds unintimidating. Oh, my good sister, why are you so naive? Medicine returning dust looked graceful, though it looked a bit listless and hollowed out. As long as you're all dead, who's going to know? By the time my father becomes the clan leader, no one will naturally care about these things. Just like your parents did back then. Pill returning dust was somewhat complacent, as if he had accidentally spilled out a huge secret. Father and mother? The pharmacist's lips trembled, and his face swished and became bloodless. She seemed to understand something. Tears came to his eyes all at once. Damn you all! How could my medicine family have sinful animals like you? You, all of you shall not die. The pharmacist had become somewhat incoherent. Always kind and simple, she was. In this moment, one finally knows that the human heart is dangerous. Turns out her parents weren't due to an accident back then, and because of internal power struggles. After all, her father, too, was excellent, or he wouldn't have given birth to such a gifted daughter. But because of that, it also threatened his older brother's position as young patriarch. So the only thing is to go and die a death. Pill returning dust also reacted and shut up in a hurry. How did one say such a hidden secret all at once? Lin Yun held the pharmacist's hand with some heartache, but for a moment, he didn't know how to comfort. But those two guys across the street, they're dead. Their whole family is dead. Old Devil Lin finally got angry. Jo Hang, who was next to him, was a bit surprised. Your family is really disgusting. How dare you lay hands on your fellow clan members? Even he was a little hard to look at. Their Joe family is very united and friendly. If such a thing occurs, it will certainly be pursued to the end. Go to heaven and earth to find out what's going on. And with the backing of the upper sect, it was even more unlikely that this kind of unconscionable evil would occur. Moreover, if you expose this matter now, then won't I have to watch this little lady even more closely in the future? Or, just get tired of playing and kill it? Jo Hang glanced at Pill returning dust with some displeasure. This was also a brainless one. Then he was happy soulful pharmacist again. Humph, Pill Master, you're also blind. Actually looking at such a waste. In what way am I, Jo Hang, inferior to him? What are you looking at? You punk! Jo Hang looked at Lin Yun again. It's the fault of this ING loser, who didn't even need to show up himself in the first place. There is no doubt that the risk of exposure has now been increased. They, the Zhou family, were scheming for the entire medicine family. It's a move that looks like it helped the other side sit back. But then again, what's not to take hold of? When the time comes, you'll still be able to just rub each other's noses in it. If I were in your shape, I would have cut my own throat long ago. Punk! Zhou Hang looked at Lin Yun and inexplicably felt some fear in his heart, so to bolster his courage, so he cursed even more. Besides, what makes this wastrel so handsome? Lin Yun looked at these two jumping clowns with cold eyes. The mind had already sentenced them to death. Whatever the consequences, whatever the cost, both of them, they must die here today. Even for yourself there is a little bit of risk. After all, the follow-up would surely lead to insane retaliation. But now he couldn't stand it anymore. Oh, wonderful, just wonderful. Silver Moon couldn't help but laugh as well. You humans are disgusting. You just know how to harbor. But today, you will be able to die as well. Silver Moon took a long, slender stride. The air is a little more vague, and 2 steps forward. Numerous demon wolves were foolish enough to narrow the encirclement together, as if the next moment, it would pounce, then tear the flesh and blood of the crowd. The faces of the many guards were tight. They knew that they would certainly not survive to hear such a hidden secret, so the will to fight is instead at an all-time high. The pharmacist was still trembling slightly in her petite body. And lost souls. Apparently it's hard to be calm inside for a while. Lin Yun mentally sighed. People. And what is worse than people? Chapter 67, Nine-Tailed Demon Fox? Seems to have found a new prey. Be good. It's okay. Watch me avenge you. Lin Yun gently patted the back of the pharmacist's hand. Saying that, Lin Yun glanced at Zhou Hang who was still sneering. And the flaunting Medicine family's Grand Duke. Medicine returning dust. It's a good name, too. It seems to be really returning to dust. Silver Moon looked at Lin Yun's calm eyes. A strong instinct of danger suddenly screamed through her. A shock went through her mind. Couldn't help but stop in his tracks. The wolves also stopped rounding up at her whim. Wait to die you. I'll whip your soul out. Let you watch me toy with her. Zhou Hang was not so perceptive. Go on, tear them apart for me. Seeing the wolves stop, he couldn't help but look at Silver Moon with some displeasure. Don't forget that your Demon Emperor and our Green Jade Sect are in cooperation. Silver Moon disobeyed him 3 times. Zhou Hang was also a bit tolerant. However, Silver Moon didn't care about him in the slightest. Instead, he stared at Lin Yun with a deadly stare. If she didn't have no idea what to do in her heart, she would have to just sneak in now. Let's get rid of this scummy pretender first. Lin Yun didn't pay attention to Zhou Hang or Pill returning dust for a single word from the beginning to the end. It was as if in his heart, these two were just insignificant ants. He just looked at the two indifferently. Then, under the alarm bells ringing in Silver Moon's mind, directly as fast as lightning, he threw out a thunderstorm spell. Under the manipulation of Lin Yun's thunder law intent, it was enough to maximize its power. Silver Moon's eyes widened. Only a booming, earth-shattering sound could be heard. Thunder from the flat earth. The sound of exploding thunder made the crowd deaf and dumbfounded. A huge deep pit appeared where Pill returning dust and Zhou Hang were standing, only to see countless lightning bolts suddenly appear as if out of nowhere. Huge arcs of electricity and swimming dragons swam around. All of the demonic wolves in that area were blown up in blood and flesh. It was cleared straight away. At least dozens of strong adult demon wolves were left with no bones left. All kinds of mincemeat all over the place. It's still clattering down. It was like a rain of blood. This was the equivalent of a full-strength strike from the transitional realm. How horrible the power is. Even Silver Moon wasn't able to carry it hard. The pharmacist would have been immersed in grief that was difficult to overcome. It was also directly stunned by the scene. Looking at the two people and a large swath of demonic wolves that disappeared in place, she glanced again at the small orb she had just had shoved into her hand by Cloud. Suddenly I felt my hands shake a little. Is this thing so powerful? What's this? But they seem to be dead anyway. However, Lin Yun knew that those two weren't dead. At the moment of the explosion, the protective magic treasures on both of them were activated, resisted most of the onslaught, but it's just a way to stay alive. Both of them were directly blown apart in their flesh. It fell to the ground like rotten meat, mixed with the blood and flesh of the demonic wolves. Miserable, especially Pill returning dust. Both legs directly disappeared. Chowan is also missing an arm. Both of them were wailing in pain at the moment, mixed with the howls of the demonic wolves. Numerous were the guards were petrified. Look at the hell on earth in front of you. It was all a bit overwhelming. Wang Li gulped. Is this really the formation made by the wheelchair-bound Yun Gongzi? That's too scary. What the hell was that? It's actually still a lightning attribute. It's the most lethal and furious power of all. Cultivators who have mastered this power, no matter what the realm, all of them are considered the best in their realm. It's much more powerful than the power of cold ice. The regular 5 elemental forces were even more incomparable. Watching his many subjects all turn to mush at once, the Silver Moon Demon King's eyes were going red. Her eyes filled with murderous aura looked at Lin Yun all of a sudden. You, damn it, I will kill you. Though she said so, the pupils of her eyes looked into the hands of the pharmacist, because she was holding an identical one in her hand. The pharmacist saw the killing intent in the demon girl's eyes, directly and subconsciously. He stepped forward and blocked in front of Lin Yun. Demonis, don't even think about hurting Mr. Cloud. With her strength, she would be able to block it for a while. This little bit of time was enough for Lin Yun to unleash other means, but Lin Yun would not hide behind a woman. Wouldn't that make you a real loser? Sure fu, stand behind me. He spoke softly, but with an air of non-refusal. The pharmacist froze, biting her red lip. Still obediently, he stood behind Lin Yun. She didn't want to upset Lord Cloud, and he's proven he can. Lin Yun naturally had a reason for being so bold. He naturally didn't lack active defense magic treasures. For example, the Golden Bell of Master Yuan Jue, which was previously collected from the ancient temple of Daming. As a Palm Supreme, the benefit of having a high status was that there was no shortage of all sorts of things, though most of the premium goods were used earlier when resisting the space storm. But it was enough for the present occasion. You're going to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have it in you. After Lin Yun finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to the Silver Moon Demoness who was struggling internally. Instead, Wang Li, the captain's escort leader on the captain's side, said, "Please go and cut that two noisy people down." What Lin Yun was referring to was naturally medicine returning Dust and Zhou Hang, who were wailing not far away. Not only was their flesh broken, but they were also struck by lightning and burned by fire. The skin was all burnt. It's literally worse than death right now. If it weren't for its vitality, it would have died a long time ago. Wang Li had some hesitation in his heart. That's two Grand Dukes. The Grand Duke of the Medicine family will not be mentioned. The other one was still from the Zhou family, which was an even stronger family than the Medicine family. But, if you don't do it yourself, I'm afraid I'll be the next to die. He knew that this was really his pitch. If one does not dare, then there is no point in living. The many guards understood this in their hearts. Both looked at their bosses in silence. From their point of view, they were hoping that the boss could be ruthless. Otherwise none of them, not one of them, would survive. Not to mention that it was unfortunate that he wasn't buried under the claws of a wolf right now. What happened after that? Naturally, was that the sky collapsed and a tall man went to take care of it. Maybe Mr. Cloud has great powers. Wang Li gritted his teeth. Carrying a knife in full view of the crowd, he came directly in front of the wailing pill returning Dust and Zhou Hang. "Bold dog slave, how dare you!" Zhou Hang still had the strength to shout, dragging his body on the ground as he did so. The desire to survive is unusually strong, but pill returning Dust was now worse than death, and hated to give in. "Kill me now." Wang Li looked at the miserable state of the two men and was also in awe, spinning his hand up and down. Two great heads rolled off like watermelons. Death is not an option. The divine souls were all directly decimated by Wang Li's blade chi in passing. "Seventh Miss, Mr. Yun, I am honored to be here." Wang Li came straight to Lin Yun and bowed. Lin Yun had already established his own majesty in the hearts of this group. "Well, with pleasure." Lin Yun nodded. The pharmacist bit her lip, her eyes red. She knew that Lord Cloud had done all this for her. She was also willing to bear the risks in the future with Lord Cloud. The Silver Moon Demon King had been coldly watching this scene. There's no organization. In fact, she's lost a lot of money now. Until we get to the bottom of this one, she wasn't going to take any chances. Besides, the employers are dead. The mission has failed. At her will, the wolves began to withdraw. The frost domain also cancelled its release, and the temperature between heaven and earth began to rise back up. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. "Did I let you go?" His voice was not loud, but it made the hearts of everyone present jump. This mysterious clouded male has left a psychological shadow on everyone. Silvermoon looked down at the man in the wheelchair below. He looked a little clean-cut, as if he had no hands, but it left her feeling a sense of powerlessness, especially the other party's unfathomable abyss-like eyes. Who knows what secrets are hidden? "Don't go too far. If you push it, you may be fine. But what about them? Where's your woman?" Silvermoon said through clenched teeth. The corner of Lin Yun's mouth curled up slightly. "Are you threatening me?" "No, I'm just stating the facts." Silvermoon's chest rose and fell, obviously not so calm inside. She had also thought about either trying a direct sneak attack to try for a one-hit kill, but her instincts told her that it wouldn't work. The Demon King's intuition was sharp. She trusted her psychic senses. After thinking about it, she already had her backup and didn't want to dwell on it. "I'm the Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor's person. If you move me, you'll have to consider the consequences as well. You've already offended the Pill family and the Zhou family, as well as the upper Sectmaster sect behind the Zhou family. If you offend another Demon Emperor, it won't do you any good." Lin Yun's interview remains unchanged. However, the people who heard the name Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor all changed their faces drastically. The Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor is actually the Heavenly Fragrance Demon Fox, said to be of the nine-tailed Heavenly Fox bloodline. It is one of the three great demon emperors of the 10,000 Demon Mountain range. The pharmacist whispered beside Lin Yun. Silvermoon also had a proud face, obviously proud of it. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yun's heart was suddenly aroused. It's amazing that there really is such a race. Isn't this long overdue for extinction? It's rumored to be the red face that turns the world upside down and wreaks havoc on the world. He'd like to see how beautiful, how special. If you say it's the Heavenly Fragrance Demon Fox, I'll be interested. Chapter 68. Stop it now. You soul, little sky fox ah, Lin Yun muttered. It should be beautiful. The pharmacist glanced at Cloud with some suspicion. Why did it feel as if his clouded son was a bit distracted? Lin Yun looked towards Silvermoon. Come and go as you please. Do you think I run an inn? Even if you're opening an inn, you have to leave something behind, right? Lin Yun wasn't the least bit afraid of those strong ox-like demonic wolves around him. Also, he now had it in his mind. This little wolf girl. There seemed to be some scorn in his heart. Already afraid to make a move. Old Devil Lin has weathered the storm for so many years. Having the advantage, it is natural to not let go of this opportunity to knock on the door. Silvermoon was furious in her heart. I'm obviously the one who came to round you up. Now how come it seems like I'm the victim here? Subconsciously, she glanced again at the small orb in the pharmacist's hand. One or two of these things and she might be able to get around. But look at the clouded look on that damn man's face. She was now really elusive in her mind and had no bottom in her heart. In case a dozen or two come along. His own tribe was just straight up wiped out. Yeah, she's bringing in some elite today. All that's left over at the lair are the old and the sick. Right at this moment, several huge demonic wolves directly shifted their figures for a while. It actually directly transformed into a human form as well. They are both male and female. Boss, we're not afraid to die. Fight him directly. That's right, we've lost so many brothers and sisters. We can't just let it go. A few of the transformed wolves spoke to each other. It's as if they all feel at home with death. Lin Yun looked at this scene with some amusement. The demon race in this world seems to be highly developed then. That's rather interesting. It also seems to have developed its own civilization. There is a demon emperor. So is there a demon emperor. Or you can go mix up a demon emperor yourself for fun. Lin Yun looked at the group of werewolves and pondered in his heart to take in the different exotic flavors. All shut up. Silvermoon bellowed. That's what quieted it down. I'll take the clansmen and retreat first. Silvermoon directly ordered. What about you? A female clan member asked in a whisper. I'll be there later afterward. Silvermoon knew that the man was targeting himself. Shouldn't care about his own people. Moreover, looking at the other party, it seemed that they had no intention of threatening themselves with their own people. She'd like to see how long this man was going to play God. Well then, be careful, big sister. So much nonsense. Get lost quickly. Silvermoon droned without a good mood. She couldn't guarantee now that the man would change his mind later. Lin Yun watched this scene without making a move. Wingley seemed to want to say something, but hesitated and didn't speak. In his mind, it was either that or let the other guy go. Either that or threaten the other party with the kind of wide-range killing magic treasure just now. He felt, though, that maybe he wasn't at a high enough level. That's why it's impossible to understand what Mr. Cloud is thinking. Until all of the demon wolf clan had left, leaving only a field of wolf corpses. The blood flow gathered into a stream. The medicine man wrinkled his nose, disliking the smell. But she's going to stay by Cloud's side. Little Green and Little Green also came behind Lin Yun. The many guards, all of them, were filled with awe. Can we talk now? Lin Yun looked at Silvermoon. This wild woman, she was in excellent shape, especially with the extensive exposure. It made Lin Yun, who hadn't known the taste of meat for a long time, feel a little hot under the collar. In the midst of the void turbulence, Lin Yun himself didn't even know how many years he had stayed. Before that, with the pharmacist, it was also shallow, and in his own state, he was genuinely embarrassed to do anything. Looking at Lin Yun as he looked himself up and down, there was some disdain in Silvermoon's heart. Not still no different than those smelly men. Under the pharmacist's watchful, guarded gaze, she came directly to Lin Yun. Aren't you afraid I'll just go straight for you? You shouldn't be able to resist me in this condition, should you? The many guards all clamored and raised their weapons. Lin Yun waved his hand slightly, signaling everyone to be at ease. You wouldn't dare. Lean forward a little more, Lin Yun said directly. Silvermoon was a bit baffled, so a few more steps forward. She'd like to see how bold this man was. It seems to have become a psychological game. The pharmacist's palms were sweating with nervousness, but at times like this, she knew she couldn't interrupt. Silvermoon came directly in front of Lin Yun. The two are less than half a meter apart. Everyone's hearts were lifted. I'm afraid that this demon girl will suddenly rise up. Lin Wan is sitting in a wheelchair. Silvermoon was already a bit tall, so he's going to look up slightly. Is that how you talk to me? Lin Yun's words seemed to have some déjà vu. It made Silvermoon, who had been a bit foolish, calm down in a flash. What do you have to say to me? Nothing, and I'll leave. She was suddenly a little afraid of this man now. The other side seems to be on cloud nine or strategizing about everything. This feeling of being seen through and taken down made Silvermoon inwardly fearful. If you leave now, don't blame me for not warning you. Lin Yun's voice was calm, as if he was talking about something perfectly normal. Silvermoon gritted her teeth and stared at Lin Yun with a deadly stare. Damn, it's that feeling again. He was threatening himself again. I don't like looking up at people and saying, Lin Yun said softly. This was said in a way that made those guards in the back sweat. It seems that in the future, it would be better to bow down in front of this gentleman. Moreover, what on earth was he basing himself on to directly threaten this demon king, and trying to keep the other side down? This domineering scene filled everyone with admiration. Other than that, just this aura is enough to convince people. Silvermoon's mouthful of silver teeth were about to be clenched. What does he mean by that? She had a mind to just turn around and leave. Just don't believe he can really do anything to himself. But then she suddenly remembered that humans seem to have a very large number of various weird spells. Other than that, can one run away from that kind of powerful flying sword? She wouldn't dare bet on it, though the man looked harmless, but in Silvermoon's eyes, it had become a humanoid demon. It was even more terrifying than that demon emperor who was always colorful. Under Lin Yun's calm gaze, Silvermoon crouched down in front of Lin Yun, as well behaved as a puppy, but she's the Silverwing Wolf King. Well, that's the attitude to admit you're wrong. With the crowd shocked beyond belief, Lin Yun actually reached out and touched the Silvermoon Demon King's head. It was as if they really thought of each other as little wolf dogs. Silvermoon was also a bit unresponsive for even a moment. This wretched human being, what the hell is he doing? But how could one suddenly have a very comfortable feeling? The tingling sensation made Silvermoon's eyes curve. Does himself desire to be touched on the head? Silvermoon was suddenly a little confused in her mind. Lin Yun rubbed Silvermoon's long hair, which felt soft and silky. It made the pharmacist a little jealous. Mr. Yun, what is he doing? Looking at her a bit overwhelmed, she seemed to be frozen in her little demonness. Lin Yun reached out and touched her little erect ears again, and curiously fiddled with it a few times. It's soft and Q-tip. Silvermoon was going to crash. Her pale face reddened rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's a sensitive part of a person's body. Stop it, asshole. Chapter 69, Female Emperor Ancestors Wanted. The atmosphere was suddenly a little weird. The crowd looked at the Banshee King who had just been towering over them. Now how come you're as good as a puppy? It was all a bit of disbelief for a while. A smile slowly surfaced at the corner of Lin Yun's mouth. Sure enough, it was pretty much what he suspected. This chaotic god body of his own had a strong affinity for the demon race. Once there is direct contact, for realms below their own, it was almost as if it was a bloodline suppression. I wonder what that heavenly fragrance demon emperor is like. You can go to the meeting then. Think about it. Lin Yun flexed his fingers. A white light flew into the Silver Moon Demon King's forehead. This also caused the Silver Moon Demon King to wake up all of a sudden. What have you done to me? She leapt back hundreds of meters at once as if by reflex. Panic filled his face. What just happened to myself? Surprisingly unresisting. It's like dreaming, now like a dream. It's nothing, a little band to make it easier for me to find you. It's okay, you can leave now. Lin Yun said as if nothing had happened. Let's go back. Whirling around, he added to the pharmacist next to him. Yakusho gave him a somewhat sultry look in her eyes. But still, he dutifully pushed his way back into the carriage row. Green and Green followed along. Look at him just leave like nothing. Silvermoon was a little anxious. You tell me exactly what that is. Anyone who had somehow been left with a prohibition in their body by someone else would be a bit flustered, especially if it's still left behind by sinister and cunning humans. Who knows if it will suddenly explode and die? But Lin Yun had no intention of replying. As a matter of fact, that was indeed a tracking prohibition. But of course it's not that simple. Tracking is just the most basic of these features. That was actually still a sword chi. It was the specialty sword pill of the Taiching sword sect, which was obtained from killing its sect leader Jian Wuji at that time. If it erupted from within, it could churn her into mush in an instant. Silver Moon's spiritual sense sensed a great menacing crisis, but see that the other side doesn't care. She also knew that she was kind of planted. I should have known better than to hesitate. I should have just walked away. But now that she thought about it, she realized that she had been in the other's rhythm from the beginning, then led around by the nose. From start to finish, he hadn't even launched a decent attack himself. It's as if you're just sending yourself to be bullied. Thinking about this, Silvermoon felt more and more out of place in her heart. It's better to go back and beg the Demon Emperor's sister to rescue herself first. There must be something she can do. Back inside the wagon, Lin Yun was also feeling a bit tired. The encounter seemed simple and uneventful. In fact, there are all sorts of psychological cues in games. That's what kept that demon girl in her shadow and afraid to move. Otherwise, the group of guards were afraid that at least a large portion of them would die. Anyway, the group met themselves and reach out for help. There's always some good karma going on. Lin Yun also didn't want to see them buried directly in the belly of the wolf. Besides, they were all little medical fairies' beloved ones. It would be a shame to die. Mr. Cloud, are you tired? Medicine Master saw Lin Yun frowning slightly, asked in a small voice. She was getting a little cautious now, although he knew that Mr. Cloud was extraordinary, but he didn't expect that he could actually play a great demon king in the palm of his hand. Then, go get hot water. I want to shower. It was just out there in a blood-soaked environment. Lin Yun felt some blood on his body as well. Aha, good. Pharmacist Master hurriedly ordered Little Green and Little Green to go to the back to prepare the medicinal bath. I don't know if something came to mind. A blush rose to her face, and on the other side, the upper realm. This was the territory of the female emperor's ancestor, Ji Xiao. It's the fairy realm where she was ordained. Here, she is the supreme empress. It's a territory that doesn't know how many thousands of miles. There were countless living beings and lineage clans. They all look up to the blessings of the empress for their survival. And there are numerous other immortal domains like this one in the upper realm. Ji Xiao, as a demonic heavenly pride that had ascended from the lower realms, was very dazzling among them though. It made the many immortal realm celestials pale in comparison, but it is limited by the fact that the years of cultivation are still short, so still not quite the pinnacle of power. At this moment, inside the imperial palace, Ji Xiao was dressed in a gorgeous fairy dress. She was seated on a throne high above her. The whole thing is gorgeous. It makes you afraid to look straight. At this moment, she had regained the honorable majesty of an empress. As a peerless immortal king, she was renowned throughout the immortal realm, and her reputation for voluptuousness is even more widely spread than her natural talent. There were even good people who said that she was the #1 beauty among the contemporary young generation. In the upper realm, age years have lost their reference. If you don't enter the immortal emperor, you will always be a late learner, and above immortal emperors, that would be true legendary emperors. Each one of them was a truly supreme king emperor in a large world. Billions of sentient beings have only heard of it, and it is impossible to have an audience with it. Ji Xiao looked coldly at the kneeling female immortals below. Still no news? What she was inquiring about was precisely the news of that sinful bastard, Lin Yun. By her reckoning, by now, the other party should be almost ready to ascend to the upper realms. But strangely enough, there was no news at all. With the other person's talent and character, once he ascended, he would surely stir up trouble in that area. Although there are numerous ascension platforms in the upper world, the major immortal domains also do not interfere with each other. But the news is still flowing fast. In order to catch Lin Yun in the first place, Ji Xiao had almost dispatched all the power at her disposal. Whether it's an overt or covert manpower, all of them were monitoring the major ascension platforms in real time, especially the immortal realm where he had ascended in the first place. According to her prediction, the other side should be this one as well, or the ones in the neighborhood. She now knew deep down that with the other party's demonic level, if one came to the immortal realm, it would be a fish leaping over the dragon door, the sea and the sky. If we do let him get away with it, 1,000 years would be just a snap of the fingers, and by that time, I'm afraid I wouldn't be his match. Will he let himself go when the time comes? Thinking back to the torture and abuse that sinful animal had inflicted on him in the immortal realm, that wantonness that defied his pleas over and over again, Ji Xiao's icy gaze trembled slightly. Even, the face was inexplicably a little hot. Immediately after that, there was boundless anger. It's a shame. She definitely didn't think that was her true self. That's all the dirty tricks of that scumbag. One would never let him off the hook. Death by 1,000 cuts is hardly enough to quench the hatred. Feeling the heavenly might above, the kneeling female fairy shivered a little. Reporting back to His Excellency, there is still not the slightest relevant message. Occasionally, there are demons that have ascended up, and after comparing them, it was confirmed that none of them are the sinners that Your Excellency is looking for. Ji Xiao took a deep breath. That damn 1T die in the lower world. Go on, keep your eyes on me. Yes, sir, the female fairy said respectfully. Immediately afterward, she hesitated for a moment, but still took the initiative to say, my subordinate still has something important to report. A major event has occurred in the Eastern Domain recently. Oh, Ji Xiao was a bit puzzled as to what the big deal was. The Taishu Sacred Dragon Clan has suddenly come out of the world, seemingly in search of the clan's holy relics, and their goal seems to be to focus on these immortal regions that you asked us to monitor. My lord, their clan is strong and domineering, causing many forces to be disgruntled. So at the invitation of the immortal king of the 9 infernities, they are prepared to join forces in protest, and this is the invitation to Your Excellency. Saying that, the female fairy handed out a letter with a flashing red aura. Ji Xiao, however, did not even look at it. Tear it apart directly with mana. This father doesn't have time, so you can back off as well, Ji Xiao said indifferently. Yes, the female immortal bowed and retreated, and her heart was a little frightened. As expected, His Excellency still doesn't have much goodwill towards the 9-yen immortal king. Although that immortal king had a powerful background and had even openly expressed his admiration several times, but how can an adult look at that kind of 2-bit man? Besides, who in this world is worthy of the Empress Sama? Chapter 70. Old Devil Lin is cheating little girls again. As the female fairy officer retreated, silence once again returned to the imperial palace. Ji Xiao's gaze was distant, seemingly seeing through the long river of time. She was caught up in some kind of memory. Wherever you escape, I won't even let you go, even if you have to die. You can only die by my hand. You ing asshole. A flash of flushing appeared on Ji Xiao's stunningly beautiful face. How can one let go of that kind of thing? She had actually been used as a furnace by her descendants' disciples. However, why did the Taishu sacred dragon clan suddenly come out of the world? Did something big happen? Ji Xiao fell into deep thought again. This is something, in her opinion, that can be big or small. The Taishu sacred dragon was one of the most powerful races in the upper realm. As soon as he was born, his body carried its own spatial Dao pattern. When the Taishu sacred dragon clan reached adulthood, the least talented was an immortal king. The better ones are immortal emperors, or even immortal emperors. And it was rumored that the legendary, magnificent matriarch was in this realm. There might even be stronger ancestors within their clan. Such a powerful and invincible race, even human cultivators could only avoid it. The good thing was that although the other party was individually powerful, their numbers were extremely scarce, otherwise the world would have had them as protagonists long ago. The 10,000 races of the heavens, after all, were still dominated by the human race. The reason why Ji Xiao was somewhat concerned about this matter, it was because of that matriarch, who was also a ruthless character she admired. On the other hand, the information that her subordinate had just said made her keep an eye out. The territory they searched overlapped somewhat with their own search for that sinful animal. Could this be a coincidence? Could it have anything to do with that? Ji Xiao frowned slightly. Somehow, her instincts told her that it wasn't that simple. As for that one invitation letter, Ji Xiao directly didn't put it in her heart. As the number one beauty on the Heavenly Maiden list, the world is full of jumpers who admire her. It was well known that the Heavenly Maiden list put out by the Smoke and Rain Building, the largest intelligence organization in the immortal world, only included female immortals under the immortal emperors, and Ji Xiao was the leader of them all. That bull ********9 Inferno Immortal King is nothing more than a bungler, but it was just relying on the obscene authority of his father, the immortal Emperor Obsidian. That's what makes you a bully. Otherwise, Ji Xiao wouldn't even bother to look at him. If it wasn't for his powerful background, Ji Xiao would have even wanted to make a move against him directly. Triple harassment and rumor mongering. Ji Xiao was overwhelmed, but the good thing was that she was now close to breaking the boundary. At that time, as an immortal emperor himself, even against an immortal emperor, he would not be so powerless. There will be no need to hold back when the time comes. No matter how demonic her natural talent was, compared to those old monsters who had been cultivating for hundreds of thousands of years and millions of years without moving, it's still a bit underwhelming. And naturally, Lin Yun in the lower realm didn't know about this. His own Empress ancestor had her own troubles, and was even missed by many clowns. In his heart, the female emperor ancestor Ji Xiao that was his most important woman. Lin Yun will get those toads even if he can find a way to do so. However, he was now afraid that it would take some time before he could ascend. It couldn't be helped. There was too much delay in the void, and now it was at the critical moment of the awakening of the chaotic god body. But if the current one ascended, he would surely be another level of qualification. With the depth and strength of the chaotic divine body, killing the enemy across the ranks was no big deal. With spatial aptitude, one could still run away at any time. At this moment, Lin Yun was comfortably soaking in the tub. It didn't care in the slightest about killing the heirs of the Pill and Zhou families. If you really want to find them, just destroy them, in a huge tub. Except for Lin Yun. And naturally there are three little beauties, all dressed up though, but Lin Yun was still very cozy. Green and Green were even cooler, wearing only their belly buttons. The two of them served Lin Yun on the left and the right. For them, they have been taught these ministries from childhood, so much more relaxed, though as a yellow girl, it's still a bit shy, but it's acceptable. After all, it was the Cloud Duke, and they had water in their eyes. At one time Lin Yun hadn't felt anything when he was unconscious. Now it was a bit charming, but the good thing is that Yun Gongzi won't move his hands as those little sisters said before. I guess I couldn't move even if I wanted to, except for a certain part. Their cheeks reddened even more as they thought about it. Yakushi is in front of Lin Wan, rubbing him gently. Her face was flushed with heat, not sure about a few shynesses either. His forehead was covered in sweat. Fragrant sweat. Her heart was pounding now. It was a good thing that Lin Yun was enjoying himself with his eyes slightly squinted most of the time. Otherwise she'd be embarrassed. It's clothed, but it's snug when it's soaked with water. And she wasn't wearing much. It's just a thin-lined bustier. Lin Yun felt that his awakening progress seemed to be slowly increasing again. Sure enough, this damn chaos god body comes with the master right. Likes to be a rogue right. Thinking of this, Lin Yun's heart stirred. Will he or she be able to awaken to 50% before returning to the medicine family? It won't be so passive when the time comes. Think about it. Lin Yun reached out with his right hand and directly wrapped it around Medicine Master, bringing her into his arms. Just hug it out. Little Green and Little Green were both startled, but both had red faces and didn't dare to say anything. I just don't know where to look with my eyes. They were supposed to be the equivalent of a common maid. In ancient times, it was necessary to serve the bed together, especially when it's inconvenient for the lady, that's when they take over. The pharmacist let out a gasp. Spinning around, he blankly glanced at Lin Yun without any good reason. Mr. Cloud. She bit her red lip, eyes full of watery mist. Kiss me, Lin Yun said directly. If he hadn't been so immobile right now, where would he have needed all this trouble? Pharmacist was breathing a little hard, but she'd made her feelings known in front of so many people before. She already thought of herself as Lord Cloud's woman, though shy in mind. But still, he slowly approached Lin Yun. Lin Yun was a little moved to tears in his heart. How many years has it been since I finally knew the scent again? Little Green and Little Green looked at each other, both with some watery eyes. Unconsciously, they all leaned tightly against Cloud's body. It made Lin Yun exclaim. The spiritual energy in his body was also active at an unprecedented level. Finished showering and dressing. It's time for another massage session. Lin Yun, however, was somewhat unsatisfied with this. That said, is that Zhou family powerful? Lin Yun suddenly said. The pharmacist's fingers gave a slight lurch. Well, it's the most powerful family in this region because their family's old ancestor is the Grand Elder of the Upper Sect's Green Jade Sect. Speaking of which, there was also some concern in the pharmacist's eyes. It's okay, don't be afraid. It's not that there's still me, Lin Yun said softly. Well then, having you is enough. Yakusho whispered. Saying that, she bent over and gently leaned against Lin Yun. But, I'm like this now. I'm afraid I'm a bit unable to fight. What should I do? Lin Yun finally revealed his fox's tail. The pharmacist was a little puzzled. I could actually get better faster. Would you like to help me? Lin Yun said seriously. Yakushi was smart enough to quickly remember what was going on. That's how he woke himself up. Just do it like last time, Lin Yun said cheekily. The pharmacist's heart trembled. He really does know everything. His face was instantly red as if he was about to drip blood. You know all about it, you big bad boy. Pharmacist somewhat shyly buried her small head in Lin Yun's chest. I'm afraid to meet people. Lin Yun had a smile on his lips as he whispered something in her ear. Good girl, when it doesn't work, rub a little oil on it, and then watch me make a killing. Those jumping clowns, I suppressed them all with one hand. How could I watch something happen to you? You're working on our future now, too. You're the best. I can't go to Xiao Cheng and the others. Lin Yun made a killer move. I'll try, the pharmacist said with a red face. Old Devil Lin shamelessly coaxed Little Medical Fairy. Chapter 71. The progress of awakening reached half. The remaining days. Every day Lin Yun cajoled people's little girls. Lin Yun was floating away. The divine body awakening progress came directly to 50. It's a jaw-dropping speed. I also wonder if the little healer is suffering from old age. Even, on a couple of occasions, the two little maids had to be dragged over to lend a hand as well. Green and Green were both shy and about to cry. But, Mr. Cloud is really something. What made Lin Yun a little difficult was what to do with the two little maids in the future. Something like a pass-along girl was also new to him. Forget it, just continue to let them all accompany Little Medical Fairy in the future. It's the same with threesomes, just leave more cultivation resources for them. There was some intimacy after all. As the saying goes, one man gets the job and the dog gets the job. It's natural to be considerate of people who are somewhat close to you, a few days down the road, and the pharmacist was completely letting himself go. There will even be some innovation, but never wanted to play Stimulus Battlefield. There wasn't much Lin Yun could do about it. She said not until she was better. Lin Yun felt that the later it got, the progress of the chaotic god body should get faster and faster. It was because of the origin spiritual energy in front of it as a medicine. It's hard to start everything. The backside has basically reached inner circulation. Just be patient and wait. Lin Yun, who was now half awakened. The upper body is finally free to move. Can't get off the ground and walk on my own yet though, but it's always so much easier. At least both hands can be used left and right. It also makes for easy kissing and cuddling. It can be a colorful journey. Lin Yun also didn't expect that he would be able to have this experience again before he ascended. It seems that this heavenly way is still too good for him. As it got closer and closer to the border of the 10,000 Demon Mountain range, people are starting to show up too. The pharmacist was also growing a little silent and uneasy. Lin Yun knew what the other party was worried about, but there was nothing he could do to prove it. One can only take one step at a time. It's just a matter of who jumps out and gets it done. As strength slowly returns, Lin Yun also didn't want to count anything anymore. Just run over it. The Pill King City's Pill family had a somewhat depressing atmosphere these days. It's because the Medicine family's Grand Duke, Medicine Gue Chen, had his life tablet shattered at the shrine. Everyone knows what that means. That infamous Medicine Duke, did he really die just like that? Everyone was a little incredulous. Numerous retainers, especially those who had been bullied. It was all a heartfelt relief, but neither dared to show it. It was because this was the only heir of the Pill family's next patriarch, Pill Hongji. He's now on the board to be the next patriarch. The old patriarch had been in his current realm for too long, and was looking at the end of his lifespan. There was no other choice but wait a little longer, and Miss Seven seems to have a chance. But this involves family infighting, and people don't dare to talk nonsense. Did you find out what's going on? The Pill family's current old patriarch's eyes were starting to cloud up a bit. He was also an old man, but several sons, except for his youngest son who died. Now it was the eldest son in front of him who had the most to offer, but he had always been somewhat displeased with the character of the eldest son, especially that big grandson. He was charitable all his life. I didn't expect to be old enough to give birth to such a latecomer with bad character. All those lackluster things that medicine gathering dust did on the outside. He had naturally heard about it, but it was his eldest son's own family business, and he couldn't interfere too much. Plus nowadays I'm old myself. If you don't want to see the medicine family have no successors, it would have to be a compromise. It's just a shame about the most talented youngest son. He'd been a bit skeptical over the years, but there has been no evidence. Medicine Hongji's face was gloomy. What could he say? The good oldest child was originally sent out by himself to assassinate the little pharmacist. I didn't expect to miss. That's even if it's not enough. But it actually got the one from the Zhou family on board as well. That's the sky's the limit. He couldn't even grieve in time, because the Chow family will be looking for trouble soon. After thinking about it, he couldn't carry something this big. It's better to be honest for a change. Father, returning dust. He was out with that Grand Duke of the Zhou family. The two traveled to the 10,000 Demon Mountain range together before something happened. The Zhou family might not stop, Medicine Hongji said in a hard tone. His father had been eccentric since he was a child, and he had no respect for his old father. The 10,000 Demon Mountain range. Again, the old patriarch closed his eyes in some pain. Immediately afterward, there was some clarity in his mind. He's old though, man, but the heart is ageless. The most outstanding descendant of the Pill family. Pillmaster was in the 10,000 Demons Mountain range. What were these two untalented ones doing in the 10,000 Demon Mountain range together? It couldn't be to cultivate, so the answer is crying out. They're there for trouble. And then I don't know what the accident was, but they were actually countered together. But a new problem has arisen. His own favorite granddaughter knows herself. Xiao Qi has been kind-hearted since she was a child, and her talent in Dan cultivation is the only thing she has ever seen in her life. But there was no way she could have that kind of strength. Especially 7, she had almost zero combat experience. The escorts that were sent out didn't have that power either. Not to mention the fact that there was the Zhou family joining forces. It must have been an absolute crushing advantage for them to dare to make a move. What the hell is going on? The old patriarch was also a little shaken in his heart, and he was also a little worried about his little granddaughter's safety. This is his true heir. It's the true inheritor of the medicine family. It was also the only direct line of the medicine family that he recognized. More than that, it was the only bloodline left of his youngest son. However, the granddaughter's fate card showed no signs of decay at all. Instead, the fire of life seemed to be getting more and more vigorous. He opened his cloudy eyes and there was a flash of essence. Hongji, can't you wait that long? He looked at his oldest son rather fondly. If he could, he would not wish to pass the throne to him, but time was running out. Without the seventh order, it's impossible to sit in this position, nor can it sustain a large medicine family. Medicine Hongji slightly lowered his head without speaking. He knew that, but for any other choice, the old man would not choose himself. But right now, the medicine family still needs him, so he's emboldened. Someone is coming from the Zhou family's side. Go ahead, you make your own trouble. You fix it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the ability to lead the medicine family. The old patriarch suddenly looked up into the distance. His youngest granddaughter suddenly showed signs of rising this time, making him change his mind a bit. Hearing the old man's words, Medicine Hongji raised his head suddenly. The medicine family isn't the same as before. Do you think you can still take the helm? Coldness filled his eyes. He hasn't been eating his words all these years. The core top echelon of the Pill family is already full of his people. Sinner, I may be old, but I'm not that useless. Get the hell out of here. The old man's cane stumbled heavily on the ground. The hard limestone floor directly shattered into cobwebs. And at that moment, the Zhou family's people came ragingly to Pill King City to raise hell. The young master of their Zhou family couldn't just die in vain. That was the old ancestor's favorite scion. Chapter 72, Shifu. Your house seems to be bustling with activity. Pill Elder Monster, don't come to greet the old man. A loud cry like thunder rang out outside the medicine family compound. The Pill family was the largest family in Pill King City. Countless palace courtyards cascade down. Occasionally there would be the sound of an explosion going off. That's another person's alchemy blowing up. The number of cultivators who traveled thousands of miles to the medicine family every day to seek pills was even more numerous. Next to the Pill family was the largest pill chamber, the Pill King Pavilion. It is the medicine family's own business specializing in pills and herbs. It was renowned throughout the entire Tianqian realm. It's not enough to describe it as a day-to-day business, and the profits from it are not known to be coveted by many people. But the most valuable thing in the the Pill family wasn't the pills. Rather, it was that multitude of alchemists. So there's nothing you can do about eye candy, especially since the medicine family has a green thumb though. But there was also a later generation genius pharmacist who seemed to be ready to turn this situation around. As for that heir of the medicine family, Medicine Hongji, the real level is actually not very good. Drunk on power and intrigue all day long, how could one have any real achievement in the path of pill refining? No one dared to underestimate the Pill family's heritage, especially if they were true alchemist bigwigs. They were all making friends all over the world, but connections are that much harder. Maybe it'll shake out some great big shot. Old Monster Pill, also known as the old patriarch of the Pill family, was originally known as Pill Huishang. As you can tell by the name, there were high hopes back in the day. As a Dan cultivator at the peak of the late 7th stage, Pill Returner could even skillfully concoct an 8th order elixir, which was an elixir of the void-breaking realm. Even for ascended greats, they are treasures. If it weren't for his age, his chi and blood longevity would have been lost long ago. Otherwise, he would have been able to impact an 8th order alchemist a long time ago. In fact, he should have returned to dust a long time ago, and had been hanging on to his breath by virtue of the elixir. Such a legendary alchemist. One can only imagine how extensive his connections are. I don't know how many cultivators were pulled back from the Ghost Gate by his elixir, and how many cultivators had broken through the realm and were reborn because of his elixir. That's why the Zhou family didn't dare to take it lightly this time. It was led by the patriarch himself. This time, they are also square, because they rely on moral righteousness. Otherwise, they would never have dared to turn on the medicine family. Otherwise, I'm afraid that there will be no room for their Zhou family under the sky. It would be spurned by countless cultivators. For another, they were well aware of what the medicine family had done in private, so the medicine family is definitely at a disadvantage. Infighting to the point of laying hands on your own genius would have been laughable enough. As the saying goes, a family's shame should not be publicized. So the Zhou family made up their mind this time. They had to knock it off, to ramble on. It's the young lord they're dying for. It's no contest, but it's a raise. Or this isn't over. The Zhou family came in force. A full 3,000 people came, all of them elites, and the lowest cultivation level was at the condensed Dan realm. The leader was even in the Avatar and Celestial Image realms. As for the Zhou family patriarch, Zhou Yiming, he was even in the ferrying realm. But the most scary thing was the upper sect behind the Zhou family. That was the Green Jade sect that had several void-breaking realm bigwigs. It had a pivotal and transcendent position in the entire celestial star realm. The medicine family is still open for business at the moment. This group of people from the Zhou family surrounded the Pill King Pavilion at once. The turnaround caused a commotion. But seeing that the other side was strong and powerful, they also held their breath. This is clearly a conflict coming to the door. Let's see what the pharmacist does with it. Brother Zhou, what do you mean by that? Medicine Hongji hurried over. After coming out from that old undead side, he also knew that his old father was quite disappointed in himself this time. Maybe it's going to activate some kind of backhandedness. If you yourself can't handle the Zhou family this time, that's a mess you've caused yourself. I'm afraid that those high-ranking elders of the medicine family would also have a problem with themselves. After all, it's the whole family that's being hurt. How to plot and scheme for infighting, the clan elders could care less. But if they are not capable of leading the clan, then they're not cuties either. Self-interest is everything. The world of cultivation is so realistic. Humph, you still have the face to come out. Medicine Hongji, tell me what you've done. Saying that, Zhou Yiming directly threw out his good old shattered life brand. The crowd of onlookers all stared at the sight. It signaled the death of his family's eldest son. This is a blood feud. If it was this kind of conflict, even those cultivators who were friends with the medicine family would not be too good to step in. Still have to see what happens first. This was the result that the Zhou family wanted to see. They don't want to risk universal condemnation either. Thousands of people from the Zhou family were either flying through the air or standing on the green stone ground. A glance seemed to fill the sky, directly surrounding the entire Pill King Pavilion. It's still very oppressive. Enough to wipe out the vast majority of immortal cultivation families. Medicine Hongji's face turned blue. How can such things be said in the open? He himself, he was screwed. The other guy just made up his mind, betting that he wouldn't dare tell the truth. Then the medicine family would inevitably have to eat this dumb loss. It's not up to them to decide how to compensate. The truth of the matter is what the situation is. And as you know well, Brother Zhou, my family's eldest son has likewise shared the Yellow Springs. Tell me what you really want. Pill Hongji saw that there were more and more cultivators on the sidelines. Many Pill family elders were also watching from afar. He knew he couldn't put it off any longer. The crowd around them began to clamor a bit. What's the situation? What happened that actually made the two families' great dukes all souls together? Numerous eaters were drawn up in curiosity. Things started because of your medicine family. You can't deny that. Can you? My Zhou family's young master can't just die in vain. Your pill family must give me an explanation. No one knew that Zhou Yiming had actually come with the decree of the upper sect, that void-breaking ancestor of their Zhou family at the Green Jade sect. Long ago, he had looked at the boundless profits of the Pill King's pavilion. Although it is heartbreaking to die late in life, if it is a good death, the death is heavier than Mount Tai. Then there's nothing wrong with it. So this time, his goal was clear, the ownership of the Pill King Pavilion. Or rather, in the future, all the profits of the Pill King Pavilion will have to be shared out by a large portion. Cultivating immortality. In the end, the competition is about resources. As the saying goes, wealth is the most important thing. Of course, it's okay to have awesome dogs to eat softly with. It's the sunny way. For example, old Devil Lin forcibly hugged the female emperor's thigh, our young patriarch, but the future pillar of our Zhou family. Young lord is still the old ancestor's most valued scion. Your medicine family has committed a heinous crime. The many clan elders of the Zhou family also spoke as if the medicine family was in trouble this time. The people who were eating were a bit baffled, but they also sensed the seriousness of the situation. Pil Hongji's face also became increasingly ugly. The more the other party highlighted the importance of that early death ghost young lord, the greater the appetite. Thousands of miles away, a caravan of merchants moved forward quickly as if they were levitating on an official road. Inside the huge, luxurious carriage, Lin Yun was holding a yellowed volume of an ancient medicinal codex and savoring it. He had suddenly become somewhat interested in alchemy recently. Behind him, the pharmacist was gently squeezing his shoulders, and the two maids, one on the left and one on the right, were kneeling and crouching next to him, obediently squeezing his legs. It's a nice little life. Suddenly, Lin Yun left his gaze from the ancient book, looking towards the Pill King city in the distance. That exuberant life force and elixir scent. I think that's her house. But there seems to be something going on right now. Sure show. Your house seems to be buzzing right now. Lin Yun had already sensed a multitude of cultivators gathering in piles over there. Obviously it's not going to be good. Chapter 73, Appearance. Who is this demonic youth? Words. The pharmacist froze. What is it? She had just been lost in thought. What will Yun Gongzi do when he arrives at the medicine house? If the Zhou family's side comes looking for them? Or if something happens on the eldest uncle's side? What to do? She's never experienced this before, so the mind is in turmoil and a bit overwhelmed. The family on one side and the man you love on the other. Are you worrying about things again? I told you, just leave it to me. Lin Yun was now almost able to exert 20 to 30% of his strength, enough to deal with these minor annoyances. The Cho family, they should be right in front of your house right now. We're catching up. Based on the scent, Lin Yun's initial estimation was that the strongest one over there seemed to be a transitional succession. You can suppress it directly yourself. If it was the void-breaking realm, it might take a little more effort, but it wouldn't be much of a problem. Nowadays, he could even utilize some rudimentary spatial aptitudes with a single thought. This is for the lower world cultivators. It's simply a descending blow, horrible as it is. What? How did they get here so fast? The pharmacist was in shock. It was the family that had given birth to her and raised her, and for so many years she had been protected in an ivory tower. So the impression of the family is still good. It's natural to be a little anxious nowadays. Lin Yun couldn't help but smile. Take it easy, little girl. I'm here. The intimacy made the pharmacist blush. I'm worried about Grandpa. He's actually long past his prime, the pharmacist said with some concern. Well, let's speed it up a bit then. Lin Yun still had some goodwill towards that old patriarch. After all, it produced such a watery little girl. Although there is some disagreement about some of his practices, but he actually understood. He himself was someone who had managed a super large sect, knowing that there are some things that you can't help but do. For certain assholes, unless it is a special case, it can only be cleared out by thunderous means directly all the way, as he had done before the war. Sometimes a big picture of stability is overwhelming. At the command of the pharmacist, the caravan began to accelerate. After all, they were not ordinary people or carriages. It was still fast when the formation was activated, and outside the Pill King pavilion of the Pill family. Now it's the swords that have been drawn. What did you say? You want 80% of Pill King Pavilion's profits? The Zhou family patriarch's words caused an uproar. Isn't this just plain robbery? The Pill King Pavilion could be more than just this one. With branches in numerous ancient cities, the daily flow of water is massive. Moreover, all of them were cultivation resources that could be utilized immediately. I don't know how many storms I've gone through over the years to get to where I am today. It has been standing for a long time. In addition to the word-of-mouth signboard, there are also the efforts of several generations of the medicine family. This is impossible. Pil Hongji was shocked. How could he not expect that the other party would actually Leoneize him to this extent? That's the real lifeblood of his medicine family. Let alone him, even if it was the old man, the old patriarch, he didn't have the power. This is the 10,000-year-old foundation of the medicine family. Humph, compared to the pain of losing a son. What are these extraneous things? We came to talk about compensation with goodwill, and this is the sincerity of your medicine family? Zhou Yiming looked at the medicine family guards that were gradually gathering, and his face was grim. Alchemists aren't good at competing though, but they've got money, so they've got a whole bunch of thugs. Of course, the true masters don't bother with such things. That's why the Chao family is emboldened. As the two sides confronted each other, the atmosphere was dangerous. You Zhou family, don't bully people too much. Just then, the crowd dispersed, and an old man with white hair and a cane came in front of the crowd. The person who came was none other than Pill Elder Patriarch Pill Returner, the spiritual pillar of the Pill family. He had been the head of the medicine family for thousands of years. Step by step, he has led the medicine family to its present size. He deserves all the credit, the most respected predecessor of all medicine men. Even those consecrated pill masters who had been invited from the outside had incomparable admiration for medicine old man. Humph. I respect you as a highly respected senior, that's why I made peace with it. Or do you draw a line in the sand? The responsibility lies with your medicine family, is that okay? Facing this esteemed old-timer, Monday Ming was also cautious. The medicine elder patriarch looked at medicine Hongji with a somewhat cloudy gaze. He let out an angry sigh. The medicine family looks like it's really going down the drain. However, the Pill King's pavilion was something that could never be lost, at least while one is still alive. As for after you close your own eyes, then you can't care so much. Seeing the old man's look of disappointment, medicine Hongji knew that things had gotten big, so he kept his head down and didn't say a word. You sinner, you did what you did. Are you going to say it yourself, or are you going to let me, an old bone, come personally? At those words, Pill Hongji raised his head at once, his eyes full of disbelief. Is this to tell all those embarrassing stories about the medicine family? It was important to realize that the Pill family was not just a business, but also a highly respected pill refining family. Most of all, I care about these reputations. Gramps, are you crazy? Men, quickly help the old patriarch back. As the words fell, several of the personal guards immediately arrived in front of Pill Old Man and were about to take him away. They are all dead soldiers that Yak Hongqi has been raising for thousands of days. I'll see who dares. Pill returning Spring's eyes glared and his whiskers flared. I'm still in charge of the Pill family now. Old patriarch, you are old and delirious. Please go back and rest. The several clan elders looked at each other and seemed to understand something. There are some things that they know by heart. You can't afford to smash the sign of the medicine family. You ungrateful sons and grandsons, do you really want to go backwards? Medicine backs angry, withered fingers trembled. Each and every one of you are profit-minded. So much for disregarding the future of the medicine family. Have your consciences been eaten by dogs? He pointed at the clan elders and raged. Each of the many clan elders bowed their heads. They're kind of what the old man watched grow up, but one can't help it. Outside, the crowd of onlookers was also growing. One by one, they all wore a thoughtful expression. It doesn't look like it's going to be easy. This ancient pill refining family with an inheritance of 10,000 years seem to have imploded. What are you waiting for? Quickly take the old patriarch back to rest. Medicine Hongji snapped. If the things he did blew up, he wouldn't have to hang around. He knew the old man had long been old and decrepit. It's forcing an elixir to hang on to your breath. Once you forcefully invoke your mana, you will inevitably not live to see the next day. So he bet that the other side wouldn't dare to move. Although if the old man exploded, it was estimated that there weren't really many opponents here. The Zhou family members all watched this scene with cold eyes. It seems to have been expected. Pill Returner closed his eyes as the mana in his body began to revive. He was absolutely unable to tolerate this group of sins destroying the 10,000-year-old foundation of the medicine family. But just then, a clear but angry female voice came through. I'll see who dares. Grandpa, I'm back. The faces of everyone present changed drastically. It's Miss 7. Seventh Miss is back. Great. We all listen to Miss 7. Pill Master is the most outstanding genius girl among the younger generation of the Pill family. The popularity is hard for outsiders to imagine. It was also the direct cause of the sleeplessness that made her eldest uncle, Medicine Hongji. The breath within Pill Returner's body also slowly calmed down. His only tie is back. It's good to be back. As long as she was still around, the medicine family's legacy would still be there. But immediately afterward, some strange colors flashed across his cloudy gaze. Who is that demonic young man? As the crowd disperses, Medicine Man pushed Lin Yun out of the crowd. Lin Yun was also holding an ancient book rolled together in his hands. Looked civilized and weak, but everyone's eyes, unconsciously, gathered on him. Even the pharmacist behind him seemed to be ignored. Who is this demonic young man in a wheelchair? It looks like it's pretty awesome. Why is the Honorable 7th Miss so close to him? At this moment, the same question surfaced in the minds of everyone present. Feeling the somewhat frozen atmosphere, the corners of Lin Yun's mouth turned up slightly. It looks like it's time for you to overwhelm the crowd again. That said, it's fun to play the occasional abuse game. Blame them for their own bad luck. Chapter 74, Are you done talking? Then go to hell. The scene was suddenly silent, looking at the two people who suddenly appeared. Everyone's eyes were suspiciously gathered on Lin Yun. It couldn't be helped. As cultivators, they were the most sensitive to sense and such, although Lin Yun didn't have the slightest cultivation aura right now, but at first glance, it is by no means a pool. Moreover, looking at Miss Seven's appearance, the relationship between the two was clearly extraordinary. Grandpa, I'm back, don't be mad. The medicine man looked at Cloud, a little hesitant to leave to check on his grandfather first. You go. Lin Yun was saluted by many people though, but not in the least bit false. As far as he was concerned, there was no difference between these people and mole crickets, and what do you care what the ants think? Well, be careful then. The pharmacist glanced at the head of the escort, Wang Li, and Little Green and the others. Then only then did he run to the old patriarch with a sense of relief. Grandpa, are you okay? There was some anxiety on the pharmacist's face. Did you just use your cultivation? As the topmost pharmacist, she keenly sensed that the vitality in her grandfather's body was rapidly dissipating. This dissipation is irreversible. That means Grandpa's big day is coming. The pharmacist's eyes reddened instantly. Medicine returning life somewhat kindly took his little granddaughter's hand. It's good to be back. It's Grandpa who is useless. Grandpa didn't protect you. It's good to be back. From now on, the medicine family will be in your hands. Grandpa is very relieved. Pillback's voice was undisguised. The many medicine men around them heard it. Is this the time to pass on the throne? What about Medicine Hongji, who has been acting as the patriarch? All the members of the medicine family fell silent. It was as if they knew a storm was coming next. The pharmacist, however, is not alone. In the medicine family, her prestige was still very high. The only thing missing is that the base and the grade haven't broken through yet. Once she reached the 7th rank as well, there was simply no one in the pill family who was a match for her. Even now, she was the de facto first person of the medicine family. Everyone knows this well, so it all went a little silent. The several clan elders who were harboring evil intentions all looked a bit ugly after glancing at each other. They were vaguely aware of Medicine Hongji's previous actions. It's all well known about that, but it's good to know that it's not directly involved. Now it seems that not only are they losing ground, and got the Chow family's son killed too. How did this soft little girl do it? As we all know, cultivation realms sometimes do not represent actual combat power. Powerful magic treasures and rich combat experience, and the cultivation of Gongfu aptitudes all took an absolutely dominant role. Crossing the ranks is not just exclusive to geniuses and demons. There are a lot of people in the gutter, too, but Miss Seven shouldn't have that kind of skill. All the many gazes once again coalesced around Lin Yun. After eliminating all possibilities, the one remaining option is even more incredible. It could also or could not be the truth. So it's the young man, who looks a bit strange, who changes the final outcome. Gramps, what nonsense are you talking about? Medicine Hongji's face was gloomy. Looking at the pharmacist, there was even more undisguised malice in his eyes. But still, he squeezed out a false smile. Shao Qi, it's good to be back. You stand down. Leave this place to the eldest uncle. The other party was now not only his roadblock, but also his murderer. And of course, one is her enemy. As relatives, they turned out to be blood feuds with each other. It's child's play, but it's what really happened. Yakushi looked up, her eyes filled with tears. She was sad now. Grandpa is approaching the end of his days. But, facing the 10 evils of the great uncle, she was still holding back her grief. Grandpa, will you leave it to me next? She asked softly, her tone full of determination. Well, Seven has grown up. By the way, tell Grandpa, is that your choice of dowager? Pill returner looked at Lin Yun. He was old and dim, but what a lifetime of experience. Have eaten more salt than anyone else has eaten rice. He could tell at a glance that this backwoods boy was definitely not an idle one. My granddaughter has met a nobleman, but he had some new worries in mind. Would his own little granddaughter really be happy with such a demonic figure? He was now the death of man, so his sense of the heavenly ways of the underworld was also extraordinarily keen. Therefore, he had already discovered the earth-shattering power hidden in Lin Yun's body. Once it erupted, it was feared that everyone present would have their souls scattered, and the contempt for life in Lin Yun's gaze, the disdain for the crowd. It also let him know that this youth was afraid of some demonic nature, but the way he looked at his little granddaughter seemed tender. I hope I'm overthinking this. Well then, Grandpa, he's the cloudy man I rescued on the road. He's very nice and powerful. He's been good to me, the pharmacist said softly. Her words were tantamount to directly admitting her relationship with Lin Yun. The crowd of onlookers was in an uproar. Even those outside who were eating were shocked. Is this delicate flower of the medicine family going to have a master? But this young man in a wheelchair, what right does he have? Pill Reclaimer keenly sensed that the little granddaughter seemed a bit uneasy. Is it because the other side is too powerful and mysterious? Lin Yun saw the old patriarch looking over. He also smiled slightly. But unfortunately, the other party was approaching the end of his life. It was a longevity limit, and there was nothing he could do about it now. It's a miracle I've survived this long. Good. Grandpa will have a few drinks with him then. Pill Returner's move was tantamount to also recognizing the other party's identity. The many younger generations of the Pill family were all looking at Lin Yun with some hostility. Apparently, he's now become the public's love interest, but the occasion is not right now. Otherwise I'm afraid something else is going to happen. The pharmacist's heart grew a little happier as he received his grandfather's approval. Spinning around, she turned to look at her eldest, whose face was a little alarmed. Uncle, you didn't think I'd make it back alive. And you show family, you're shameless. Together, you all joined forces to collude with the demon wolves to ambush me, in order to put me to death. Luckily, we escaped death, and the two indolent sins of your family died as well. How do you have the face to come back and demand compensation now? Do you really think that my medicine family are all cowards like him to be bullied? Saying that, the pharmacist's gaze was also somewhat icy as he looked towards his eldest uncle. His own parents, unsurprisingly, should have been victimized by him as well. When this statement was made by the medicine master, it directly shocked the four directions. Everyone was in disbelief. Has the medicine family already had internal strife to this point? The clan's most gifted and demonic offspring are all to be strangled. This is the sign of extermination of the clan Ah. Monday Ming also had a gloomy look in his eyes. When he saw this little girl appear, he knew that something bad was going to happen. But there's one thing about this, too, that doesn't make sense. Yellow-haired girls don't believe what they're told. You said we teamed up and colluded with the demon wolves to ambush you. So may I ask how you survived? Family Master Zhou's words also caused the crowd to fall into deep thought. They were well aware of what strength the demon wolf pack of the 10,000 demon mountain range was, so it's a pretty obvious logical flaw. So they all looked at the pharmacist with some suspicion. Little Seven, you're so bloody-minded to slander the elders of the clan. Do you know that this is a felony? I can expel you from the clan. Pil Hongji also drank in a hurry. The pharmacist's face was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Elder, are you worthy? Your sinful son has already said everything. My parents disappeared in the 10,000 demons mountain range back then, and it was also arranged by you. When this statement came out, the crowd even directly exploded. Has this medicine family been messed up to this point? I'm so incompetent that I've made everyone laugh. Pill Returner also had a face of pain and anger. Although he had guessed it, he still felt boundless grief now that it had been realized. It's his fault for not being able to teach his son. Bold, don't talk nonsense. Come men, take this rebel down. Medicine Hongji was alarmed, but no one moved. All of them looked at him silently, with different eyes. There was disdain, indifference, and murderous intent. Even the Zhou family members who came to fight the autumn winds looked down on him a bit. But this was the scourge of the medicine family, so they just watch for now. Just then, Lin Yun slapped the scroll in his palm. Well, are we all done? And when we're done, we can go to hell. His voice came out of nowhere. What was said was even more arrogant to the point of no return. It left the crowd a little unrecovered. This young man is out of his mind, isn't he? All in a wheelchair, and still so arrogant. That leg is the previous pretend to be broken. Countless gazes looked at Lin Yun in unison. Chapter 75, Blood stains the vault of heaven while laughing. Around the Pill King's pavilion, there were at least 100,000 cultivators gathered now. They were flying through the air, densely packed to the point of covering up the sky, layer after layer, forming a giant Colosseum-like inverted conical funnel in general. And at the very center, right in the middle, was Lin Yun. All eyes were on him at the moment. This strange youth, what is he talking about? Are you going to start a murderous rampage? So many people, in full view of the public. How dare he? Besides, where is it his turn to speak as an outsider here now? Yukushi Master was also hastily about to come to Lin Yun's side again, but halfway through, Medicine Hongji stepped out directly, right in the middle of the road. I don't care where you brought this wild man from. My medicine family will not recognize this invalid. Moreover, you are now also guilty of a crime. Now immediately go back to the criminal law hall to listen to the punishment. This is a preemptive strike by Medicine Hongji. His many cronies also began to move. The entire medicine family seemed to be about to fall apart at this moment. You have no right to do this. The pharmacist was great. Seeing that the numerous offerings had appeared from nowhere, they directly formed an encirclement, surrounding the pharmacist master even with the medicine elder patriarch. This scene also caused an uproar. The medicine family is going to be an internal mess. Sinner, what are you doing? Oldney isn't dead yet. Pill Reclaimer was also furious and his whiskers flared. Are you trying to make the world laugh at my medicine family? Medicine Hongji also went out on a limb. This time, he had no other choice. Either succeed in becoming the patriarch and then slowly cleanse the interior. It's good to discuss with the Zhou family, but if you don't succeed in taking this step, he's going to be a prisoner immediately. The entire medicine family split into two groups of people in an instant. Numerous cultivators who had been favored by the medicine family. At this moment, he also silently stood out and came behind the Pill Elder Patriarch. Quickly look, that is a loose cultivator flying dagger Shangren. I heard that a hand of flying dagger out of the gods can be thousands of miles away to take someone's head. That's Taoist Master Liang, an old Taoist master of the Eternal Life Taoist Temple. Numerous cultivators who had once been favored by the Medicine Elder Patriarch stood out. Many of them were famous and powerful cultivators. The scene was also a treat for the many people who were watching. The Zhou family is now directly on the wall as well. Of course, if the situation was really critical, they would probably support Pil Hongji directly. You eat your heart out. Do you really want to be so bent out of shape? The Medicine Elder Patriarch didn't expect to be at the end of his life, and to go through such a great calamity. Please also ask the old patriarch to step aside and give way. Pil Hongji slowly said after a moment of silence. You are simply a sinful animal. The Pill Elder Patriarch was on the verge of losing his head in anger. Grandpa, don't be angry. Taking care of your body is important. Pill Master hurriedly took out an elixir and gave it to Grandpa. The old man's face reddened a bit at that. Gramps, you make the call. We're all behind you. Big deal. We've made a pass. Numerous cultivators also made their positions clear directly. Do you all support this sinner as well? The old master looked again at those in the first line of the medicine family. Old patriarch, you're already old. The Pill family needs to go longer term, a clan elder said after a moment of silence. Lin Yun pulled out his ears, feeling like they were getting calloused. Okay, don't ink. Right and wrong are in the eye of the beholder. Now that you've all taken a stand, it's a good thing. Lin Yun's voice once again made the state atmosphere seem a bit comical. There's no place for you to talk here. You're not even in the medicine family yet. Medicine Hongji was already a bit embarrassed right now, and was just angry. Seeing Lin Yun jump out 3 times, he pointed at Lin Yun and said with some forbearance, even if the other party had some skills, this place was full of experts now. There's no reason to be afraid of him at all. Lin Yun's gaze looked towards the pharmacist and was instantly relieved when he saw that little medical fairy was currently in a relatively safe position. Then, he slowly raised his hand. The fingers were long and thin and white and seemed to look better than a girl's, but it's such a hand that doesn't know how much blood it's been stained with. The crowd was a little uncertain. However, Pil Hongji was in a state of shock, as if he had seen a ghost. He realized he couldn't move, and even the mana in his body seemed to be frozen. It seemed to be holding something. Lin Yun gave a slight squeeze. Only a popping sound was heard, as if a watermelon had exploded. Medicine Hongji's entire body directly exploded. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, straight to the soul. The scene that was so noisy 1 second turned into a pin drop. Everyone was looking at Lin Yun with a face full of shock and disbelief. Who the hell is he? He's so strong. Lin Yun whirled around and looked at the group of rebels again. There seemed to be a silver-white light flickering in his gaze. It's the power of space brewing. Lin Yun is ready for a small test. In the lower realm, dying at his hands would be considered that this life had not been a wasted trip. There just seemed to be an invisible death wielding a scythe. It's the sharp edge of space reaping life. With Lin Yun's realm, these bottom cultivators couldn't sense it at all, and it was too late to react. On the medicine family's side, blood flowed in a flash. Dismembered limbs spilled out. The scene became a hell on earth all of a sudden. It was only then that the crowd seemed to react. The encirclement broke up at once, as if they were all living ghosts. The Zhou family members were frozen in place, somewhat at a loss for words. On the medicine family's side, thousands of people died directly in this instant. Basically just stepped up and gave that a head start. All of them were harvested by Lin Yun in an instant. With his cultivation at the Ascension realm, even if he could only exert a trace of it, plus the attainment in the power of space, it's also scary as hell. Under the broken void, there was almost no power to fight back. Quiet now. Lin Yun's voice sounded again. For once, there were no snickers or looks of amusement. Everyone's eyes were filled with awe and horror. This is a great cultivator that came out of nowhere. It's at least a void-breaking realm cultivation. And, most frighteningly, there's no way of knowing what he's using. It's the power of space. This person has actually mastered the power of space. Suddenly, someone shouted as if waking up from a dream. The crowd came back to their senses. That's right, that shadowless and invisible but sharp and incomparable power was the power of space. But is such a power supposed to be in this world? The blood flowing under their feet told them that this was really happening. It's not make-believe. The Pill Elder Patriarch was also shocked. He had expected Lin Yun's divinity, but this was too strong. Would such a person really be willing to become his medicine family's son-in-law? Little medical fairy Pill Master's face was flushed. Mr. Yun is too good. Her gaze towards Lin Yun was filled with admiration. There was nothing more than his figure in his eyes. The drug family rebellion, in a flash, ended in such a dramatic way. The Zhou family's group had now become incredibly zany. This senior, I am Zhou Yiming, a late learner of the Zhou clan of the Qingyu sect, and I am here to salute you. The Zhou clan patriarch bowed with eyes full of horror and fawning. Lin Yun didn't even lift his eyes, but the fingers tapped slightly on the wooden armrests, making a clattering sound, as if conforming to some heaven and earth rhythm. Lightning seemed to swim between heaven and earth. Thousands of people in the Zhou family were silent. The late generation will leave first. Under this deadly silence, Zhou Yiming was sweating profusely. They began to pull back slowly. It's the Grim Reaper. We have to run for it. They don't look so many people here, but not enough for the other side to move their fingers off. Did I tell you to leave? After a pause, Lin Yun continued. You already have the way to take your death. Some of the calm voices seemed like catalysts. When Lin Yun swept his gaze, all of the Zhou family members shuddered a little in both directions. Senior, my family's elder ancestor is the supreme ancestor of the Green Jade sect. Zhou Yiming knew something big was wrong. One could only pin their hopes on the old ancestor. Hopefully the other side can give a, oh, so what? Get on the road together. Lin Yun's words had just fallen. Only a picture of a huge thunder formation suddenly appeared out of thin air, with piercing purple thunder. In an instant, it enveloped all of the Zhou family. Above the 9 heavens, there was a sudden explosion of divine thunder. Countless thick thunder dragons fell. It's like a heavenly calamity coming down. The Zhou family was as if they had angered the heavens at the moment. Countless screams rang out. The sound of magical treasures bursting in various divine abilities flashed. But in front of the brilliant heavenly power, useless. If cultivators had sufficient means against thunder, they wouldn't have been unable to take the heavenly tribulation. They could only carry it hard. But this was clearly a lightning punishment that exceeded their realm by too much. Elder, spare my life. We don't deserve to die for our sins. The pleas for mercy were loud and clear, but Lin Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was watching a bunch of clowns jumping around. In the world of cultivation, there are no innocents. That's how everyone came to be. It's either you or me. A dozen or so breaths of time passed, and all of the Zhou family's thousands of people were turned into charcoal in general. Like dumplings, they kept falling to the ground and turning into pieces. The crowd, which had already retreated tens of thousands of meters, once again fell back dozens of miles in unison. They were all looking at the harmless jade-faced youth with terrified faces. Inside, the panic had gone to the extreme, but they didn't even dare to leave straight away. Just in case the other side says again, did I tell you to leave? Lin Yun clapped his hands, turning to look at Little Healer. How about that? Your man is awesome. After slaughtering tens of thousands of people, Lin Yun was as good as nothing. He looked at the Pill Elder Patriarch again. Master, am I qualified to be your granddaughter-in-law? It was also the first time that Lin Yun had come to his woman's family openly. There is something new about this feeling, but there's something to it. When the time comes, the wedding night can also be bright and honorable not. And there are 2 pass-along maids. It was not a wasted trip to this world. Chapter 76, I will only be Lord Cloud's woman in my life. Pill King's Pavilion. The scene was full of broken limbs. It's like a living hell on earth. But that demonic youth's smile was so bright, as if none of this mattered to him. He seemed to have created this bloodshed with a simple wave of his hand. These aren't livestock, not even ordinary mortals. They were all powerful cultivators who could fly through the sky. However, it was so fragile in front of this youth who looked even a little clean-cut. It all withered away in an instant. Everyone was filled with fear inside, not to mention the Pill family members. Even those cultivators who were on the sidelines were now too scared to squeak, even more afraid to leave the scene so easily. Otherwise, with this demonic youth's killing speed, it was feared that they had just lifted their front feet, and the next moment they would be lying on the ground in pieces. Why aren't they talking? Won't you invite me in for a cup of tea? A wicked smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yun's mouth. It's been a long time since I've killed so freely. All those little emotions that had been building up inside these days seem to be released all at once. It's still a bit inconvenient to compare what it's like to be in a wheelchair. Although Lin Old Devil has long had a heart as clear as ice and the sky collapsing, but there are still 7 emotions that should be there. Grandpa, the pharmacist warned in a whisper. It was only then that the medicine elder patriarch woke up as if from a dream. His heart could no longer be described as shocked. It's fear, complete and utter fear. With the insight he's gained from living for so many years, the strength of this youth might be beyond everyone's imagination. And what's even more frightening is this. He still seems to be in an injured state. Together with the Tao methods he controlled, it was surprising that they were all of the highest order. It was something that ordinary cultivators would never come into contact with in their entire lives. This meant that not only was the other party's cultivation high and profound, but probably their status and position was also incomparably honorable. Who the hell is he? Surprisingly, he himself had never heard of such a person. This gentleman, your guest has come to the door. I hope I'm not to blame for not being able to welcome you from afar. If you don't mind the humble abode, please come inside and sip a few cups of nothing, the Pill Elder Patriarch invited with a solemn face, though the other guy seems to be having some trouble with the youngest granddaughter. But first time on the doorstep, the proper etiquette is still in place. Chattering then, Lin Yun smiled faintly. The other party is an elder anyhow, since he gave himself face. Of course there is still a need for humility. Sure. Quickly take this gentleman back to the mansion. Hey, good. The pharmacist had a happy face. Grandpa, he seems to be very happy with Mr. Cloud as well. It's more than satisfying. It's a shock. The numerous Pill family members were all filled with respect at this moment. The densely packed crowd directly and spontaneously made way for an avenue. Originally, he was still a little jealous of Lin Yun hooking up with the seventh young lady before. It's all celebrated now. Only a man of such caliber would be worthy of having Miss 7A. Moreover, next, the seventh young miss was probably the nail in the coffin as the next head of the family. Who dares to be unconvinced? I'm guessing it will be a unanimous vote when the time comes. The group that opposed it had just been slaughtered. So even though Lin Yun slaughtered the Pill family, but not only are they not hated, instead, they were honored enough. These are the ground rules at the bottom of this world. Heaven and earth are not kind to take all things as ruminants. The only thing that lasts is strength. Seeing that demonic godlike man finally disappear into the compound, the many cultivators in the outside world all breathed a sigh of relief in unison. That's what dared to leave the scene. And what happened here spread in an instant. 100,000 miles away from here is Greenwood City, inside the city lord's mansion. At this moment, the atmosphere was as heavy as if it were dripping water. Numerous Zhou family elders and core sons and daughters all gathered together. However, the highest seat of the Lord is vacant. Their family, just moments ago, had gone to heaven. That's even so, but the family he but also took a large part of the elite disciples in the family. Now it's actually all sunk in. The Zhou family is now in name only. It came to a critical point of almost extinction. Let's talk about what to do. After a long period of silence, a grand elder then said with a hard voice, "This is a great calamity for our Zhou family. If we can't cross over, the Zhou family will be finished." All of them bowed their heads slightly. Although the situation is critical, but why wouldn't they have their own little agenda? The deaths are many, but there's a lot of empty seats and resources. Has there been no reply from the old ancestors' side yet? Another person asked. Zhou Qing, the Zhou clan's oldest ancestor, was none other than one of the supreme elders of the Green Jade sect. He was one of the 5 founding ancestors of the Green Jade sect. There were only 3 old ancestors left now that still remained. So powerful. Along with that, the Zhou family is also growing in popularity. But at this great time of the year, I'm afraid that the Zhou family's old man will also rise up in thunderous anger. The clan has replied. Old ancestor is in the process of refining a furnace of great medicines, so it might not be so fast. Then wait for the old ancestor to come out. The crowd was silent. It was the only way. Otherwise it's pointless for as many of them to go and die. The tragic situation over there had already been circulated through the shadow-retaining stones. It can be a real hell on earth. It's a good thing no one videotaped Lin Yun's murder. That line is effortless, like an artful process. Otherwise, I am afraid that it will cause even more uproar and everyone will be in danger. And the one who caused all this, Lin Yun. At the moment it was in a garden that covered dozens of miles. This is the core inner courtyard of the medicine family. The mountains were clear and beautiful, and all kinds of spiritual plants competed to bloom. The air was filled with the faint scent of grass. The pharmacist pushed the wheelchair. The 2 delicate-looking personal maids followed a few steps behind. Yun Gongzi, you're so scary when you're angry, the pharmacist whispered. But why are you so good? I feel like I don't deserve you anymore. The pharmacist seemed to be a little afflicted. One's own talent seemed somewhat worthless in front of Duke Yun. No, under the sun, I'm number 1 with you. Lin Yun wasn't wrong about that. In this strange world, Lin Yun was originally the best with Little Medical Fairy. The pharmacist was filled with joy. Mr. Cloud, do your previous words count? She came in front of Lin Yun, her big clear and delicate eyes full of anticipation. What words? Lin Yun asked knowingly, all the while reaching out. Little Medical Fairy obediently and gently snuggled into his arms. She was very petite, but luscious. It has a tantalizing light medicinal scent. Lin Yun slightly lowered his head, lifted her long hair, and inhaled deeply between her delicate neck. I felt a little refreshed. It was as if the body's recovery progress was active. Bummer, that's what you just said. The pharmacist squirmed a little shyly. It made Lin Yun feel a surge of interest. Oh, the line where I say I'm your man? Lin Yun had a smile on his lips. This little girl still cares about these sweet words. Aha. Yakushi snuggled into Lin Yun's arms like a kitten. Comfort squinted slightly, and small crescent moon. Then will you be my woman? Lin Yun held her small hand, lowering his head to rest his forehead against hers. I do. I'm 10,000 times willing. I'll only be Mr. Cloud's woman for the rest of my life. Yakushi moved to tilt his neck, offered his red lips. The two maids watching this scene from the back were blushing. Chapter 77, A Private Engagement. Revealing the Heart. In the garden, under a peach tree, the two were snuggled together in a death grip. Her body was very soft. Ryoko, pharmacist, felt like he was already going to run out of breath. She lightly pounded Cloud's chest, trying to push him away. Only then did Lin Yun let go of little medical fairy with some intent. Lin Yun licked his lips. A kiss without a letter is a kiss for nothing. This is Lin Yun's purpose. Mr. Cloud, what kind of person are you? There was a faint mist of water like mist in Yakushi's eyes. Looked like it was moving. Her face was even more scarlet. She asked softly as if she were raving. Lin Yun gently squeezed the back of her neck, slightly harder, making the little healer tilt her head and look at herself. Lin Yun loved looking at her big, clear, pure eyes, watching her look at herself with attachment and adoration, eyes full of submission. A wave of fulfillment would rise in Lin Yun's heart. What am I? What do you want to know, little baby? Lin Yun gently touched her small crystalline ears. Somewhat hot. Do you like me? The pharmacist asked a silly question. Love it, and you saved me, Lin Yun said with some favor. Yakushi pouted and arched in his arms. Actually, I know you'd be fine even if I didn't take you, right? The pharmacist isn't stupid. These days of exposure have also made sense. He himself is just the icing on the cake. There's no way anything can happen to the other side. Why did such a powerful cloudy prince end up in that situation? The pharmacist got a little worried too. How did you get hurt? Yakushi wrapped his arms around Lin Yun and lay on top of Yun Gonzi like a kangaroo bear. It's a good thing the wheelchair was designed okay, or else it wouldn't have been able to accommodate two people showing off like that. The two maids at the back of the room were a bit blinded. Both of their faces were scarlet. The sour stench of this love affair. It's a real crowd pleaser. In particular, they also seemed to know their future destiny. The gaze towards Lord Cloud was also filled with inexplicable emotions. There was awe and admiration. To them, this man is their true master. They have to do whatever they're told to do, even if it means letting them die the next moment, and they don't hesitate for a second. He himself is the private property of Lord Cloud. It's an item he can do whatever he wants with. Unlike the sisters who were forced, they did it willingly. To be able to serve a great man like Lord Cloud, it's their good fortune. How I got hurt is a long story. But what about not being man-made? I don't have enemies. It's the irresistible power of heaven and earth. Lin Yun knew that little medical fairy was worried about herself, so no cheating on her. Don't worry about it. Your man is awesome. Lin Yun smiled evilly. Yakushi let out a petulant cry. Can I come to your room tonight? Lin Yun whispered in her ear. The pharmacist's petite body stiffened. It seems to be intimidated. Is it still this far? Seems a little fast, but it seems like you're looking forward to it inside yourself. But what to do with Cloud in this state? Yakusho still looked like a teenage schoolgirl though, but let's not forget that she was a serious 6th-ranked Dan cultivator. What about the equivalent of the heavenly image realm? Naturally, she's not one of those little girls who doesn't know anything. She knows everything, so know what happens next. But she didn't refuse. Aha! The pharmacist's voice was as thin as a fly. Lin Wan has good hearing, so the heart rejoices. Good boy. The reason he was in such a hurry. There's a reason for that, too. Next, that whatever is going on over at the Zhou family is definitely not over yet. As the saying goes, if you hit the little one, you hit the old one. To be decimated once and for all. But if we were to face that kind of immortal sect ancestor with a complete legacy, in my own state, I'm afraid I'm still at a bit of a disadvantage. Not to mention the question of whether or not you will lose. It's always going to be a bit of a mess. So Lin Yun wanted to awaken his god quickly. In fact, he had figured it out by now. The power of those two big moves of his own just outside. It exceeded Lin Yun's prediction. The power was at least more than 3 times greater. Is this the bottom of the chaotic god body? And that's without the effects of a fully awakened state. If fully awakened, doesn't it mean that one's strength can still be increased by more than 10 times? The already invincible self is 10 times more powerful. What a great body of God this is. Being invincible in the same realm had long since ceased to be Lin Yun's pursuit. Crossing 1 or even 2 great realms to kill the enemy was Lin Yun's goal. Grandpa's calling us to the Great Hall. The pharmacist suddenly pressed Lin Yun's hand and said. Lin Yun paused. Well, let's go check it out then. Grandpa is at the end of his rope. Do you have any ideas? The pharmacist looked at Cloud with some anticipation. Lin Yun pondered slightly for a moment, then shook his head. I can't do anything about it. The old man has long since reached the end of his lifespan. And if I'm right, I've been relying on pills to hang on to his breath all these years, and that's because the old man has been blessed with good deeds for so many years. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's not allowed by the rules of heaven. Lin Yun also didn't have the means to go against the grain and directly increase a cultivator's lifespan. Perhaps there will be such treasures in the immortal world, but in the lower realm, there was simply no word of treasures that could increase the longevity of high-level cultivators. This is the limitations imposed by the heavenly Tao on cultivators. Otherwise, how could there be so much aura to feed so many cultivators? As an alchemist, Apothecary was actually clear in his heart, so just a little disappointed. Got it. She spread a smile and gave Lin Yun a kiss on his forehead. Come on, I'll take you to see Grandpa. I suppose he has some things to explain. You have to be ready. Yo, the pharmacist said with some mischief. The gaze that looked at Lin Yun was full of love and attachment. Lin Yun smiled. Yeah, that old man, perhaps, was going to give his little granddaughter, who was the most put out of his mind, to himself before he left. Of course he would say yes himself, but how long can one stay in this world? Lin Yun doesn't know. It's just that among the walk, everything will be arranged. Gotta find a talisman for little healer fairy to do that. Otherwise, you can't let go after all. It was as if it was the divine Phoenix dynasty that he had left behind for his master sister, junior sister and the girls. Together, the world is invincible. Moreover, on Phoenix Hair's side, there were people who were trustworthy. Only in this situation could Lin Yun be at ease. Wait until you're strong later. They were all received into the immortal world to have fun together. Phoenix Sheer. Chewing on this name in his mind, Lin Yun suddenly had a movement in his heart. Is it possible to find a similar person in this world yourself? A name surfaced in Lin Yun's mind. Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor. Seems like a good choice then. And it's also one of the oldest bloodlines of the demon race. It's the Foxes again. I think it's also a woman of great beauty and splendor. Now that you've let yourself be met, how can you not be in the room? As the saying goes, if there is a flower to be folded, it must be folded. After making up his mind, Lin Yun's heart was relaxed. Chapter 78. A little bit of peach blush full of spring colors. The moment. The deepest part of the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range, there was a royal dynasty of a demon tribe called the Green Hills. Although it was said to be a tribe, it was actually a kingdom of demons altogether. Its scale was completely no less than the main city of the human race, even more huge. For countless years, a perfect demon civilization had been formed within the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range. Numerous transformed demonic beasts lived peacefully in it. They don't even want to step outside if they don't have to. There is also no interest in the outside world. The boundless 10,000 Demon Mountain Range produced enough resources to supply countless demon clans, even rich enough to sell a large portion of it to the public. It is used to exchange for things of potion on the human side. One of the most lacking things was naturally the various extreme transformation pills. However, its price was high and not something that ordinary demon clans could afford. So many demons are actually in half-orc form. Once you've earned enough money, you can go and exchange it for the transformation pill. As for why they are so obsessed with incarnation, according to ancient texts, although the human race was innately weak, they had infinite potential in their afterlife. It is the living being between heaven and earth that most closely matches the great Tao. Its 5 viscera and 6 bowels are in accordance with the principle of the 5 elements in 6 directions. The cultivation method that centered around the spiritual mansion meridian sea of consciousness was even more implicitly aligned with the heavenly Tao. Therefore, when the countless races of the heavens cultivated to the later stages, they were all human forms without exception, though it will also retain its unique symbol of racial talent. Even certain astral races with immense bodies have additional humanoid avatars. And at this moment, in the deepest part of this city of 10,000 demons, with a nondescript log cabin, inside, the Silver Moon Demon King of the Demon Wolf clan was humbly kneeling on the ground. Her sexy body was plastered to the wooden floor, squeezing out deep grooves, but at the moment, no one appreciated the scene. Are you saying that your wolves were shocked by a strange human, and you've been planted with some kind of mysterious restraint? Above, a delicate and incomparable female voice rang out. Just hearing the voice made one's animal blood boil and one began to fantasize about what a stunningly beautiful voice the other person was. Reporting back to His Majesty the Demon Emperor. Yes, my subordinates were so defeated that they didn't even dare to make a move. The Silver Moon Demon King was now not as proud as he used to be, only because of what was in front of her. It was one of the 3 most powerful people in the demon race, one of the 3 great demon emperors of the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range. She was the Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor, Immortal. It was rumored to be the only remaining bloodline of the nine-tailed Skyfox clan, but the bloodline concentration seemed a bit thin. Otherwise she was the well-deserved Demon Emperor. Immortal was wearing a light pink-colored sarong. Her wonderful delicate body was hidden. It makes you want to explore. She reclined on top of the soft couch. The long sari slipped off, revealing snow-white calves. Underneath her, there were a few snow-white, fluffy tails that hadn't been retrieved. Its posture was even more delicate and charming, so that people could not help but feel their blood spurting at a glance. Her face, as if it had gathered all the beauty in the world. A pair of foxy peach blossom eyes is even more so that people have to fall into one look and become reskirt. The long, black, ink-like hair gave off a faint luster. Skin as warm as jade. Even Silver Moon, who was also a yokai, couldn't help but gulp when she looked at it. The Demon Emperor is getting more and more beautiful. Even he was a little hot under the collar, let alone a man. As a member of the nine-tailed Sky Fox clan, the higher one's cultivation level, the more stirring one's own beauty becomes. No wonder the other two Demon Emperors were incompatible. They all wanted to obtain the favor of the heavenly fragrance Demon Emperor as well. But nay, Sue Myrtle couldn't look at them. The man who could make her serve willingly must be the most powerful man under the sky. Sister, come over here and let me take a look, Sue Myrtle said softly. Silver Moon hesitated for a moment, before gently taking a few steps forward, kneeling down in front of the Demon Emperor's sister. Sue Myrtle raised her hand and gently cupped her chin. Sister Silver Moon is getting more and more tempting too. Sue Myrtle's voice was a bit teasing. As the nine-tailed Demon Emperor, few people knew, she actually likes women a little bit. Maybe because none of the stinky men ever caught her eye. Well, sister, do you think the restraints in my body can be undone? Can you see that it's for something? Silver Moon said a little nervously. What's a little advantage by your sister compared to risking your life? Though she didn't have that kind of fetish, this was why she generally didn't want to come and face the Demon Emperor Sama. Come here and let me check. Sue Myrtle laughed softly. Silver Moon gritted her teeth and climbed onto the soft couch as soon as she had the heart to do so. She couldn't do anything about it anyway. I don't know how long it's been. Silver Moon's forehead and chest were covered in sweat. Sister, how is it? Can you find out anything? Sue Myrtle's good-looking eyebrows were slightly furrowed. The forbidden one in her body was actually a sword pill. One does not dare to touch it easily. Otherwise, Silver Moon's sister's delicate body was afraid that it would turn into mincemeat in an instant. This is a sword pill made by a sword cultivator with high cultivation, and there is no way for this seed to undo it. Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor Sue Myrtle said truthfully. Just when Silver Moon was a bit desperate, Sue Myrtle added softly, "Don't worry, sister. Since he asked you to come back, it means he will come back for you. When the time comes, my sister will give you a piece of her mind. I'd like to see who has eaten the guts of a bear and dares to do this to my people." With that, she picked Silver Moon's chin again. On the other hand, the Medicine family come out from inside the council hall. The pharmacist's eyes reddened a little, much like what the two had expected. Elder Medicine had already explained the aftermath, and solemnly handed his little granddaughter over to Lin Yun, though he couldn't see the demonic young man. But one thing he could see was that the other party was powerful and overbearingly protective. That's enough to ensure the future happiness of your little granddaughter. It's also a talisman for the Medicine family. Be happy, we all have to die, but I'll be good to you for the rest of your life. Lin Yun for coaxing this kind of untouched little girl. It's still very much in hand. A few words restored the pharmacist's bright smile. She also knew that there were some things since they couldn't be changed, so just go with the flow. She was happy to have Mr. Cloud by her side now. Time passes quietly. The seventh young lady's compound. The pharmacist's heart was beating faster and faster. Mr. Yun, the bath is ready. Xiao Qing came to Lin Yun's side and said in a well-behaved manner, "Well, you guys can join together." Lin Yun glanced at the clear and delicate two, placed outside. These two maids were also first-class beauties, whom both women gave a soft It wasn't the first time this kind of serving a male in a bath had happened anyway. The two were shy in their minds, but also vaguely expectant. The pharmacist was in the bath at the moment. As usual, Lin Yun finished bathing and dressing under the service of the three women. The three women's faces were all flushed from the heat. Some of them are so cute that you want to bite into them. The body was even wetter. Exhausted sweat mixed with hot water. The long hair was tied up. After wiping Lin Yun's body clean, Medicine Master suddenly jumped into Lin Yun's arms. The atmosphere was getting more and more charming. She was already in love. "My lord, what am I to do? Teach me." An evil smile surfaced at the corner of Lin Yun's mouth. "Gonzi, I can't move, but you can." A touch of petulance surfaced on Yakusho's face. She seemed to be understanding something. "I don't know how long it's been." The pharmacist's voice trembled a little, calling his two mates together. Listening to the seventh young lady's voice, the two of them couldn't help but tremble in their hearts as well. Chapter 79 Incorporation, Giving Names to Two Daughters. "I don't know how long it's been." Yakushi leaned against the corner in a fragrant sweat. Inside, Lin Yun was ecstatic, because unsurprisingly, his awakening level came directly to 70%. Amidst the shocked stares, Lin Yun rolled over. "Mr. Cloud, you can move ah." The pharmacist had a look of surprise on her face. Looking at the majestic Lin Yun at this moment, the peach blossom eyes were filled with shock and joy before. It was followed by a stammer. She had been exhausted long ago, otherwise they wouldn't have called the two maids over. The three women's long dark hair was wet against their foreheads, cheeks and smooth backs. This time, old Devil Lin was ecstatic inside, so he was a bit excited, so there was no mercy in the slightest. In the days to come, 7 days and 7 nights, Lin Yun was all immersed in it, as the saying goes, night and day, directly drying up the awakening level of the Chaos God body to 90%, until no more inches were gained. Again, he reluctantly commanded them to make various attempts to learn something new. The other maids were very well behaved and obedient. At their mercy, driven by them, little medical fairy was also half-hearted. But the final progress is still stuck at 90%. Only then did Lin Yun stop. He knew that this should be the final hurdle, so it's not something that can be achieved by speculation. But his own strength was now fearless of any existence, and on the day of his awakening, there was a vague rush of air over at the 7th young lady's compound. The Pill family members and the many cultivators of Pill King City who sensed this scene couldn't help but have their hearts and minds shaken. This powerful aura was like brilliant heavenly might. It's so desperate. Under this aura, they couldn't muster the slightest resistance. Originally, there were still some stubborn people on the Medicine family's side who were unwilling to let Miss Seven be the head of the family. At this moment, he was also dumbfounded. Lin Yun unintentionally shocked everyone directly. Inside the boudoir, the three women waited on Lin Yun to bathe and change. With this relationship, Lin Yun looked at them differently, especially the two maids. They're well behaved. Old Devil Lin had some favorites. Although his status is humble, his talent is also fair. The looks and posture are all upper class. 2 more maids would be nice. Let them all follow little medical fairy from now on. It's kind of another level of companionship and acceptance. Come here. Lin Yun suddenly called out to the 2 women. Both were well behaved and snuggled over, leaning close to Lord Cloud. The water ripples. Nowadays there's no need to bathe with your clothes on. Lin Yun enjoyed this feeling, gently pinching Little Green's chin. From now on, your name will be Baguio. Immediately after that, he took Xiao Qing's jade hand again. From now on, your name will be Qingqiu. Both women were a bit unresponsive for a moment. After coming back to his senses, all of them were filled with joy and emotion. Many thanks to Mr. Cloud for the name. We will certainly do our best to serve your excellency in the future. Yukushi watched the scene from the sidelines with some indescribable feeling in his heart. But again, it seemed like the best way to go. Otherwise, I really can't hold it up. And they have long been as close as sisters themselves, so it's not too much of a rejection. She also knew that she was different in Lord Cloud's heart. Well, why bother with later? Just now, Lin Yun smiled evilly and gently patted Qingqiu's little face. As a cultivator, she was able to keep her breath shut in the water for a long time. Lin Wan is being ridiculous here. On the other hand, the Green Jade sect was in an uproar. It was because the Supreme Elder was out of the gate and had demanded that the Pill family be taken to task as soon as he was out of the gate. The Green Jade sect's inner and outer sect miscellaneous disciples added up to hundreds of thousands. Countless palaces layered over mountain range after mountain range. Even the cafeteria is big enough to seat tens of thousands of people at once. And at this moment, on top of the huge, leveled square, countless figures stood densely packed together. They wore green-colored vestments. In his hand, he held the demon-slaying Dharma sword. Divide the camps according to one parish and form a square. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 300,000 people. Cultivation levels ranged from high to low, from elders at the Heavenly Image Realm Transition Realm to inner disciples at the Avatar Spirit Platform Realm. The outer disciples were even more numerous. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of people gathered. The cohesive aura rose to the sky. Even the clouds in the sky were torn apart. Countless gazes all gazed in unison at the middle-aged man with a face like white jade on the Immortal Ascension stage. He was none other than the Zhou family's old ancestor, Zhou Daoling. It was also the Supreme Elder of the Green Jade sect. He had the right to mobilize all the resources and personnel of the sect. After learning that the Zhou family had almost been exterminated and all of their elites had been massacred, Zhou Daoling wasn't that angry. On the contrary, he felt that the opportunity he had waited 1,000 years for had come. He had been at the shackled bottleneck of the void-breaking realm for thousands of years. It has not been allowed to advance an inch. He thought it was his own lack of chance. As for the Pill family, it was rumored that there was some sort of extreme elixir, the 9 Revolutions Creation Gold Pill. It is a 9th grade elixir. It is rumored to have been handed down from the ancestors of the Medicine family. Nay, that old thing Pill returning to life didn't have this blessing, and with his cultivation realm, he simply didn't have the qualifications to enjoy it. But for yourself, this might just be the fire you've been missing. A golden elixir swallowed into the belly. My life is up to me and not to God. At that time, one could definitely break through directly to the Ascension realm. This secret was only known to Zhou Daoling himself. None of the Chao family had any way of knowing. Even the pharmacist wasn't sure. Perhaps, Elder Medicine was also conducting his final test on Lin Yun. Perhaps before sitting down completely, is not going to reveal the secret. Zhou Daoling was wearing a green coat, immortal in style. He looked at the countless disciples below. There was also some bravado in his heart. With so many people, I still don't believe that I can't take down your little family. Even that mysterious evil cultivator youth. Can you kill all these people again? Even if he could, would he dare? The Pill family has been taken over by evil cultivators, wantonly slaughtering our fellow disciples. As the upper sect of the Immortal Tao, I, the Green Jade Sect, should support justice in the world, and get rid of the demons and defend the way today. All disciples, follow this seat to Pill King City, and we are bound to kill the evil demons in crooked paths handily, respectfully following old ancestors' decree. Countless disciples all cup their fists to receive the order. This kind of event is also a vast experience for them. It even feels a little petty. A small family in the district, or a pill refining family. Why all the fuss? How could they have known that they were just being used as cannon fodder to test the waters by the old ancestor? As the saying goes, a general is a skeleton. That immortal Tao ancestor or devil Tao giant, all crawled out of a mountain of corpses. And what they're up against, it is the most terrifying existence in this world today. Chapter 80, The World Shakes. 10,000 demons come to the palace. This day, the entire cultivation world shook. The Green Jade Sect surprisingly had all their elites pouring out, and the goal wasn't to attack some demonic clan. It's not even a clan, a mere family of the world, and it's also a medicine refining family. This is undoubtedly absurd. The other Immortal Tao upper sect and demon sect that knew this information, it all felt as if Joe Dowling had gone crazy. Have you gone off the deep end? Waging a war of this magnitude, just for a cultivation family? How ridiculous is that? Some of the old ancestors of the Holy Land, however, had some vague guesses in their hearts. It's hard to believe that the legend is true. Does the Pill family really have that kind of 9th grade elixir? That kind of thing if it really exists. Why can't the old man take the medicine back to life? Though it might not be much of a boost to his realm, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem to survive another few thousand years. And this time the Green Jade Sect acted. Nor did he inform the other Xiantao upper clans. So bent. In fact, it had also caused the discontent of many palm supremacies. If everyone messes up like this from now on, wouldn't the world be a mess? Joe Dowling was indeed a little crazy. He couldn't wait any longer. If you don't take advantage of this opportunity, in the future, there would be even less reason and excuse to take action against an immortal cultivation family that had stood for 10,000 years. This was undoubtedly something that would be boycotted and condemned by many sects, and might even be besieged. He's playing for time now. Surprise the whole army straight away. Use the fastest speed to take down the medicine family directly, then laughed at all the treasures. Capture that pill refining genius alive again, forcing that old thing to give the golden elixir to himself. And then it's done. At that time, he himself broke through the realm and became an ascended power. And who can stop themselves? How dare you say you're not? Directly all extinguished. As the Green Jade Sect acted, countless Immortal Tao Sect members also caught wind of the situation. All wanted to witness the biggest war action in 10,000 years. People who cultivate the way are usually solitary. Launching an offense on a large scale like this, it was also exciting for countless people. That's true for all of Sento. Those in the Devil's Way became even more excited. When the time comes, countless blood, souls and grievances are all good materials. The whole world seemed to move at once. Even the side of the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range had received news from the outside world at this moment. The 3 demon emperors were all a bit shaken. Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor Myrtle arrived at the top of the cloudy mountain. Below her, it's a myriad of mountains that wind like dragons. Countless demon races live in it. She was wearing a pink sari. The whole person seemed as if she did not look like a person in the red dust, like a fairy above the 9 heavens. The gentle mountain breeze blew through, making the sarong cling to her delicate body, reveals a wonderfully evocative appearance. That delicate curve, it literally makes your mouth dry just looking at it. Myrtle's gaze flickered, gazing into the distance. Behind her, there seemed to be a vague silhouette of 8 fox tails emerging. Her bloodline had actually reached 8 tails now. If it reached 9 tails, it would be a true immortal beast 9-tailed sky fox. It was a secret she had never revealed to outsiders. In the midst of outside intelligence, the Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor was only 7 tails. That pill family, it seems to be the same family that Xiaoyu lost out on last time. I can't believe it caused such an uproar. Is that demonic youth with the silver moon mouth really that powerful? Will he be able to withstand this wave of calamity? Myrtle didn't know why. Every time I think of the young man I've never met, the heart just fluttered a little. The power of the bloodline seemed to be active. This meditative whim, it made Myrtle's heart somewhat inexplicably afflicted. Even cultivation had become a bit distracted lately. Why don't we just take this opportunity to get in on the fun? 2. Myrtle thought so. As a bloodline orphan of the 9-tailed Skyfox clan, she actually has a natural skill in meditation. Confrontation. That's being able to predict the future. Although it works on and off and is generally not very useful. But Su Myung was solemn, because this time the perception was unusual. It seemed to have something to do with the mystery of his own bloodline. It was an opportunity to raise himself to the nine tails. When this meditative inspiration appeared, the heavenly fragrance demon emperor could no longer sit still. She's going to get in on the fun too. Go see what's going on. But it was a bit unsafe for her to go to the human hinterland by herself, so it was still necessary to call the other two demon emperors together. One more must be called. That golden-winged demon emperor who was interested in toadstools wanting to eat swan meat would definitely be willing to go out with himself. Forget about that lazy old turtle. He was the oldest demon emperor, and at the same time, the most unquestioning demon emperor, but its own strength is unfathomable. After making up your mind, Su Myrtle then made her move. Anyway, since it was related to the advancement of one's bloodline, then one must not sit idly by. And how does she know? This was actually because Lin Yun's chaotic god body was on the verge of being completely revived. For an honored demon race like hers that was blessed with heaven, chaos is the source of their power. As long as we get Lin Yun's life essence, get enough favors then, her bloodline power could evolve directly. Lin Yun was the equivalent of a walking human-sized medicine. Drinking his blood and eating his flesh, all of them can directly have the qualifications to become immortal. It is even more powerful than the most precious elixir on earth. Even immortal kings, immortal emperors, had no way to resist his temptation. However, this was also because Lin Yun was currently in an awakened state and had no way to control his own breath. This was what allowed the heavenly fragrance demon emperor to unintentionally perceive a hint of breath. Wait for Lin Yun to completely awaken. Naturally, there is no such exposure crisis. Otherwise, he was afraid that if he had just ascended to the immortal realm, he would have been directly captured and used as a medicinal slave to draw blood. The Pill family, on the other hand, also received the news at this moment as an afterthought. The entire medicine family was in a panic. It's the end of the family, the group of people who had been respectful to Lin Yun before. Now all at once they blamed him again. It's his fault for striking so hard. Now you're in trouble. You're in trouble with your own family. What a way to go. That's what beings look like. Greedy and self-serving, but greedy for life. But any chance they get, they will not hesitate to pounce on you and rip off a piece of flesh and blood. That was why Lin Yun had always been somewhat averse to beings. The vast majority of them are not good people anyway. It's all just a matter of using each other. This was also the reason why he appreciated the simple and kind little medical fairy so much. He was supposed to be busy getting away with it. Lin Yun had also compensated for all of his previous loneliness in these days. Day and night it's an obsession. No aesthetic fatigue in the slightest. But there were some changes in the Pill family that he also sensed. The heart was also a bit upset. As for what the outside world says about that great disaster, he was a little out of his mind. Just in time. Just exterminate them all and save yourself the trouble of looking for them one by one. Wait until you destroy the Green Jade sect yourself. The true protector of the immortal sect sanctuary of this world will reveal itself, right? At that time, one could blatantly borrow this world's immortal ascension platform, and save yourself the trouble of negotiating. So Lin Yun was happy about it. Chapter 81 Opportunity arrives. Enemy troops will arrive. Demonis has arrived. Inside Little Medical Fairy's boudoir, grandfather has called us to the council hall. Yakusho was red in the face though the whole man had lost the slightest bit of his strength, but still softly reminded. The room's ethereal scent grew stronger. Lin Yun was also in a somewhat unattractive mood when he was interrupted. This damn Zhou family, and that Tai Ching Yu sect. It's better to come a few days later to die. Haven't had enough fun myself. Well, go. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Go take a shower first. Ah, slow down. The pharmacist let out a cry. As soon as Lin Yun picked up Little Medical Fairy, he headed over to the bath. Bagyo and Xingqiu followed behind with red faces. It was as if he knew what was going to happen next. And in the Pill family's council hall, the atmosphere was a bit dull at the moment. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of the seventh young lady and that medicine family's son-in-law. After all, they're the ones who started the whole thing. Moreover, that young man was also the one that the medicine family relied on so much. But many of the clan elders were still somewhat unhappy in their hearts, or terrified. In the face of the great terror between life and death, they are also shameless. Old patriarch, why don't we just surrender? At least our medicine family's 10,000-year-old foundation can still continue. On the seventh young Mrs. side, just have her draw a line with that youth. Everything that happened has nothing to do with my medicine family. We can compensate. A clan elder who had some previous dealings with Pill Hongji suggested. According to this scheme of his, it seems to be somewhat operational as well. That's why many of the clan elders and confessors present nodded slightly. Of course, the only ones sacrificed were Miss Seven and Lin Yun. Watching this scene, The pill returner sitting at the very top had some sadness in his heart. Humph. How can you people who are greedy and afraid of death represent our pill family? Yes, we'd rather die standing than live on our knees. If you want to sell out, you can go ahead. We swear to follow the seventh miss to the death. It's a good thing there's still hot-blooded justice among the many young ones. This made pill returner's heart feel a bit relieved as well. One has worked so hard for so many years, rather forgot to clean house. The family spirit is getting corrupted. But for the next great cataclysm, there was still some uncertainty in pill returner's heart. Besides, he knew what the other guy wanted. Now he has gone to hang on to his last breath. I was going to explain it to my youngest granddaughter sometime. Daring, what do you juniors know? Staying green is not a worry. The eyes of the great hall were all of a sudden noisy. The medicine elder patriarch closed his eyes a little wearily. Let's just see what that cheap granddaughter-in-law has to say. If he is sure, his own old bones, this stormy medicine family will accompany him to gamble, so what? It was at this point that the scene became drop-dead silent, because Lin Yun walked over. The crowd was in a state of shock. Lin Yun, since regaining his mobility, it's always been about being happy with them in the dim day and night. This was the first time it had been shown in front of the crowd. It's amazing that he can walk freely. Being in a wheelchair is so scary. Wouldn't it be even scarier now that it's back? The group of wallflowers shrank back. Yo, you guys seem like you're afraid of death. Who said that just now? I could hear it. Come forward on your own accord, or I'll call the roll. Lin Yun was dressed in a gorgeous black robe. This was his own Dharma robe, the Dharma robe of being the Yin-Yang Sacred Sect Sectmaster Supreme. It is emblazoned with an ornate gold-trimmed pattern. From time to time there were flashes of light. One look at the texture and you can tell it's absolutely extraordinary. He had a wicked grin on his face. The eyes, however, were calm, as if they were devoid of the slightest emotion. Behind him, the pharmacist and the two women also attracted a lot of attention. What poisonous eyes they had. They could see at a glance that they had all lost their bodies. All of a sudden, there was some envy in his heart, and there was some contempt in his heart. This guy, he actually collected 3 at once. Can you eat it? How not to hold you up? Grandpa. The pharmacist came to the first seat on the left. That would have been her place, but she didn't take her seat, presumably because she wanted Lin Yun to do so. But Lin Yun wanted to solve a little trouble first. How dare you cricket him behind his back? I just heard as if you were the loudest, right? Lin Yun's ice-cold gaze looked towards the clan elder who had just screamed the loudest. The man was so frightened that he fell straight to his knees. My lord, spare my life. I was just confused for a moment. Many people were looking at them with some sneers. As a cultivator, he was so greedy and afraid of death. Poof. Lin Yun just snorted coldly. And I don't see how to move, only to see the man's head explode right off like a watermelon. White and red spilled all over the place. The smell of blood filled the air at once. Killing someone in public like that, or a clan elder, should have caused outrage. But the scene was plunged into an eerie silence. Who else is there? Go kneel outside at your own risk and get out of the way. Lin Yun's tone was flat, but the words that came out were simply bone-chilling. No one has the guts to try to challenge his authority. Soon, a dozen clan elders walked out silently and knelt in a row at the door. There was a flash of green and white on their faces, but it's still better than having your head blown off. The scene was much cleaner all of a sudden. The rest of them are considered to be on Miss Seven's side. Well, I don't talk much in front of the old man, but this seat will carry all the rest, and since you have made your choice, you are lucky. You guys made the right choice, so enjoy the show next. Lin Yun's gaze looked around the circle, and no one dared to look directly at him, but the hearts were filled with shock and incredulity. Is he actually going to face an army of hundreds of thousands of cultivators on his own? There were even numerous transition and void-breaking realm ancestors among them. How dare he? Let's adjourn. Everyone stabilize the situation and do what you need to do. If anyone disturbs the army or creates any trouble, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Yun directly and unceremoniously declared the meeting adjourned. The crowd glanced at the silent old man. All of them were silent in their hearts. This evil youth was too powerful, but it was so good that at least there was still a chance to put up a fight. They certainly didn't believe that the other party could really change the heavens and the earth with their own power. See that the crowd has left. It was only then that Pill Returner waved kindly at his little granddaughter. Grandpa has something he wants to explain to you. Lin Yun nodded at the old man, directly taking Baguio and Qingqiu away. At this most critical moment, people might have family matters. Still half an outsider himself, he stayed out of it. An hour later, Lin Yun looked at the jade box that the pharmacist master had handed over to him, looking at the 9 revolutions golden pill in it. With a slight feeling of the aura in it, Lin Yun felt as if every cell of his body was craving for it. Lin Yun's heart was also a little shaken. I can't believe the medicine family wants more of this good stuff. This is a heavenly elixir for the Ascension realm. If this thing was taken by himself, he was afraid that he would immediately be able to make up the last trace of his realm. Straight away, you can fly in daylight. Is this one's own luck? The medicine family actually has such a chance. Straight away, you can save yourself decades, then the rest of the program has to be accelerated again. The pharmacist does not yet know that because of his love, he would have been able to spend another 10 years with Cloudseer. The pain of that parting was now opened early by his own hand. This is for me? Well, it was passed down from our medicine family ancestors, and this is the only one left. Grandpa let me make my own decisions. There was some shyness on the pharmacist's face. It was certainly the equivalent of her dowry. Good, I like it very much. This great gift, I accept it. Lin Yun had a solemn face. One cannot take such a great gift for nothing. It's a big karma deal. Not to mention that he was never going to stay out of it. But next he's going to get serious. The medicine man, he bailed. And for the medicine family to stand on top of this world, the void 100 miles away from Pill King City suddenly rippled. A group of figures with powerful auras suddenly appeared. Is this the Pill King City of the two-legged beasts? An eagle-nosed blonde youth looked at the ancient city ahead with some disdain. Reporting back to Lord Demon Emperor, this is Pill King City. A lot of our pills are produced here. Oh, that's somewhat interesting. This blonde-haired, hawk-nosed youth was none other than golden-winged demon emperor Jin Huangtian. With that, his gaze looked to the other side with naked greed. There was also a group of demons over there, but women predominate, led by a magnificent woman. Her long hair was waist-length, and underneath her pink sarong was a tantalizingly luscious body. Sue Myrtle's beautiful eyes were filled with amazement and seemed to be a little confused. She looked ahead at the ancient city. That premonition in his heart grew stronger. It was as if the most important thing in one's life was in it. The gears of fate began to turn. Chapter 82, Living Like an Immortal. The army is pressing in. Pharmacists. Lin Yun inexplicably looked up at the outside world. How it felt as if someone was spying on them. This elixir. Lin Yun wasn't prepared to take it now. Instead, wait until you are fully prepared for the ascension. That's when it's most cost-effective. Mr. Yun, we really going to be okay? Yukushi was held in Lin Yun's arms. She asked cautiously, craning her neck. Looking at her white neck, Lin Yun couldn't help but lower his head to plant a strawberry for little medical fairy. The pharmacist felt an itch on his neck. Couldn't help but giggle. Bugger. People are asking you questions. Are we going to die? The pharmacist didn't seem to have much fear. It's just a bit of a bummer. The two had only recently achieved good things. Although every day, day and night, we get tired of each other. But that's not enough. She wants to be with Cloud for 10,000 years. Don't worry. I'll tell you secretly, this young master is invincible. Lin Yun said with conviction. I'll protect you. Trust me. Seeing as how he said it was a bit of a flirtation, the pharmacist was half convinced in his mind as well. Well, I received intelligence that the people from the Green Jade Sect are close to arriving yet. I'm going to run the show, so you can play with them for a while, the pharmacist said with some reluctance. But now Grandpa is like a candle in the wind. The medicine family always needs a top man to coordinate things. Well, go ahead and just relax. I'll be there when the time comes. Lin Yun didn't have any sense of urgency crisis in his heart. He didn't believe that the ascended old monsters of this world would take a shot at him. It's not even certain that there are any such old monsters. Even if there was, it was still the same kind of waste as the once Phoenix Ling Tian. Where would it be a match for yourself? Although he himself can't fully utilize his strength right now, but it's enough to deal with. Witnessing little medical fairy leaving, Lin Yun arrived at the small pavilion in the middle of the garden. Pull out a recliner and settle in. It's the calm before the storm now. The entire medicine mansion had a somewhat depressing atmosphere. A lot of people feel like it's the countdown to life, but Lin Yun is now enjoying life in a beautiful way. The two personal maids, Bagio and Qingqiu. One was held in Lin Yun's arms up and down his hands. One fed him crystal grapes on the side. The days go by so well. Bagio is a bit more voluptuous. Snuggled in her male's arms, she was blushing. Her eyes were closed, her long lashes fluttering slightly. The exhaled breath seemed to smell good. Lin Yun withdrew his hand and ruffled her long hair to play with it. The bow on the little bib had long since been undone by him. Duke. Bagio suddenly made a small wooing sound. Lin Yun closed his eyes and felt it. Freshly baked white bread. Spinning around, he waved to Qingqiu next to him. Qingqiu blushed. Dutifully, he leaned in. She knew what she had to do. Lin Yun took a deep breath, gently touching her delicate and well-behaved little face. Open your eyes and look at me, Old Devil Lin said in a domineering manner. It was different from the charming atmosphere in this small compound. Outside, the entire Pill King City was on alert. The city lord of Pill King City had traditionally been the Pill Elder Patriarch, so it didn't create any chaos. There are just still a lot of people taking advantage of the chaos to get out, but most people are also in the mindset of watching. Anyway, it's not a matter of concern, but after all, The Green Jade sect had come out in full force this time, so there is also panic. Outside the city gates, numerous medicine family guards and cultivators were also slowly converging, enough to have more than 100,000 people as well. A meeting of this magnitude, the city was clearly out of place, and many people feel that there will not really be a massacre. The Green Jade sect is the upper sect of the Immortal path. There were even more onlookers in Pill King City then. There are more than 1 million of them, but one is hiding far away, especially the group that had the previous experience from the Pill King Pavilion side. They don't want to be caught in the crossfire. That demonic youth, who knows if he will do anything unexpected again. The Citadel. The pharmacist stood beside his grandfather. Did you give it to him? Elder Medicine asked. Well then, I gave it to him. We can't use it anyway. Grandpa, do you think we can get through this? Medicine Master was a little unsure in his heart. Elder Pill's eyes flashed with a wise light. He actually took advantage of his granddaughter-in-law. That one 9th grade elixir was the opponent's target. Now it's in his hands. Naturally, there was a direct conflict with the Green Jade sect. Can't really talk about utilization though. Ben is all about alignment of interests. He just deepened that connection. Is he still in the mansion now? Elder Pill asked without answering. Aha. With your 2 maids? Aha. The pharmacist bowed her head slightly, a little embarrassed. Pillback frowned a white brow. He really didn't know how to talk about such things, but it will have to be left to the latter. Who wasn't a flirt when they were young? Did he say anything? Elder Pill knew that the key to this crisis, it's still up to this cheap granddaughter-in-law. If the other party was also unable to do anything, then the medicine family was afraid that they would really be finished this time. It's not a massacre, though, but all the various benefits must all be handed over. After all, the other party so risked universal condemnation to raise an army. It's impossible to come back empty-handed. Prince Cloud, he said. Feel free to rest assured that he will make a move. Medicine Master bit his lip. That elixir, did he say anything? Elder Pill nodded and asked again. He said he liked it. The pharmacist said truthfully. Well, that's good. Elder Medicine probably had a number in mind. The bottom line is a lot better. The reasoning is simple. It was because the other party could recognize that 9 Revolutions creation gold pill. That would already indicate some kind of horrible speculation. This youth, he should also be at the peak of the void-breaking realm. It may even have been alive for more years than he was, but as a monk you don't look at that. As for the Ascension realm, he didn't even dare to think about it. How many years had it been since a mighty cultivator of this realm had appeared in the Tianqian realm? The golden elixir that had been passed down from his own ancestors hadn't even come in handy. Just then, a powerful storm of destruction swept all the way from the distance. The Qingyu sect's army has arrived, the pharmacist said a little nervously. Well, no harm done. Elder Pill seemed to be suddenly energized at this moment. The aura on his body seemed to have reached its peak, but the pharmacist knows. After this one, Grandpa, his old man, will be gone forever. It's a flashback. It was Grandpa's last glory. On the other side, a group of great demons from the 10,000 Demon Mountain range who had been hidden by the heavenly fragrance demon emperor with their divine abilities. At this moment, his face was also solemn. With such a large army, I'm afraid that it will be a bit tricky to cope with even if we start a beast tide. But it's still dirt. A wisp of sternness flashed in the eyes of the blonde, hawk-nosed youth. All this time he had hated humans. It was the most hostile to the human race of the 3 major demon emperors. Chapter 83, Want to kill old Devil Lin to do God's will? Gazing ahead, Sue Myrtle slightly frowned her pretty eyebrows. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of cultivator armies of the Green Jade sect, the heart was also a bit shocked. So many monks. The human race is still powerful. You have to realize that this is just an immortal way upper sect. There were several other great immortal Dao sects like this one. Silver Moon stood next to the demon emperor's sister, still dressed full of ambitious seduction. The small leather skirt reveals long, slender, snow-white legs. Seeing so many human cultivators, there was actually some trepidation in her mind. But it was good that the ones from their demon clan who came this time were all bigwigs. There are 2 demon emperors. There were even a whole lot of demon kings. So if the bigwigs on the human side aren't fed up, shouldn't be able to take a shot at them, even when they exposed their shape. Moreover, the heavenly fragrance demon emperor's concealment aptitude was notorious. As the 9-tailed Sky Fox clan, their bloodline talent was illusion, which then included stealth and seduction. It can be true or false. The more powerful the cultivator's desire obsession was, the more embarrassing it tended to be against her. Unless your Taoist mind is clear and eternal or your realm is far above hers. Otherwise, one may even develop a heart demon that will affect one's path. This was also the reason why the Golden-Winged Demon Emperor had not dared to make any move even though he had coveted the Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor for so many years. Watching the many human cultivators turn into a torrent of water weaving through below themselves, it seemed oblivious to the presence of itself and others. The gazes of all the demon kings looking at Myrtle were filled with awe. This hand of concealment aptitude of the Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor was out of this world, and it was an eye-opening experience for them. Jin Huangtian was also becoming more and more fearful of Myrtle within his heart. This woman, it seems, is getting stronger and stronger. It develops like this. When will you be able to have a kiss yourself? His gaze toward Myrtle was filled with naked possessiveness. It made Myrtle frown and look over. Fellow Daoist Jin, please also control yourself and don't expose your breath. What you said, Tian Xiang. Jin Huangtian smiled sarcastically. In front of the Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor, he never looked like a licking dog. Myrtle's real name had never been revealed. That was why the outside world was calling her the Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor. As for the reason, it's simple, because wherever she appears, there must be an unusually nice scent around. It was like an ethereal fragrance emerging from the void. The Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor was also named for this. The huge and ancient Peking city had existed for more than 100,000 years, built against the 10,000 Demons mountain range. Beyond the gates was a huge plain that could not be seen at a glance. The edge of the plains was the outskirts of the 10,000 Demon mountain range. And now, the place had been occupied by densely packed human cultivators who took up almost all of the site. Countless disciples of the Green Jade sect came here under the banner of suppressing the evil sect. They all had somewhat relaxed expressions. After all, the advantage is mine. Moreover, they didn't think that the Pill family really dared to go to war with them. They even feel like it's just going through the motions. It's the equivalent of putting on a play. And then they also get enough clan contribution points. What's not to like? Besides, even if there was a fight, there are so many other senior brothers and grand elders out there. There was even a great elder of the Supreme Elder who pressed the issue. No fear at all. On this side of the Pill family camp, seeing that huge army of cultivators, the faces were all a little pale. That's at least 5 or 6 times the number of people on their own side, and it's still the regular army. They were disciples of the upper sects of the Immortal Path, and without exception, they were all the pride of the heavens. His own side is frankly a civil power, though the Medicine family was no soft touch, but compared to the Immortal Dao Great Sect, it still wasn't enough, though it may not be that far off in terms of financial resources, but the underpinnings are ultimately so much worse. The other party even had more than one Supreme Elder supposedly. Now coming as the leader was none other than the old ancestor of the Zhou family. Millions of cultivators converged. The aura that rose up to the sky made this side of heaven and earth seem to gradually change. The atmosphere was oppressive as if it were gasping for air in the depths of the ocean. Countless clouds were torn apart. Whether it was the sky or the ground, all of it was occupied by an army of cultivators. Even if he didn't do anything, just this aura alone was enough to scare people to death. The many people who were eating felt like the Green Jade sect was crazy. So giddy. The resources mobilized and consumed alone are astronomical. What do they want? A lot of people are starting to think about it. The mere death of a clan leader is not so much of an outpouring. It's too big a price to pay. Afterward, it would even become a handle to be firmly grasped by other immortal sects. Brother Pill, goodbye. Zhou Daoling crossed over in the air and arrived directly in the middle of the confrontation between the two sides. Today, it is a bit saddening to see. You and I are also considered to be friends for 1,000 years, and now I am afraid that it is the last time. Look at the color of the medicine back to life today. Zhou Daoling then knew that the other party was returning to the light. It's also true that there are some feelings in your heart, but it also strengthened his resolve. If you don't break the realm yourself, in the future it's the same thing as this old thing. Brother Zhou, what do you intend to do with such a large army? You, the Zhou family and I and the Medicine family, are friends with each other. Why is it so bad? Elder Medicine took a step forward, directly from the citadel to the void. The two men stood opposite each other. What Brother Pill said is very true. It is not my wish to make a big deal out of this, but your Pill family is bullying people too much. The head of my clan can't die in vain. Thousands of people from my Zhou family can't just die in vain. I've come to ask for an explanation and an account. Naturally, Zhou Daoling would inevitably never admit his true intentions. Must need a crown. That's because your Zhou family members were the first to show off and try to use their power to suppress others. I don't think my Medicine family has any faults. As the saying goes, those who kill will be killed. And your Zhou family even tried to interfere in controlling my Medicine family's head lift. It's even more of a plot for my Pill King Pavilion's 10,000-year-old foundation. And what do you, the Zhou family, intend to do? Elder Medicine was already old and dim-eyed though, but the words are still sharp. In 3 words, the cause and effect of the matter was made clear. Numerous fellow Taoists, you may judge. After saying that, Elder Pill arched his hand in a bow to the surroundings. Zhou Daoling's face was a bit ironic. This old thing is dying and still so articulate. no matter how you turn black and white. It's a fact that thousands of my Zhou family members died in your medicine family, right? Old Monster Joe was ready to directly use his power to suppress people. The old thing knew exactly what he was up to anyway. If the other side doesn't give in, then it's a big deal to fight. He couldn't believe that the other side could still be so tough-talking after tens of thousands of people had died. You, the Zhou family, came to my medicine family to flaunt your power. Shouldn't you die? Pill Returner didn't budge at all. He knew that if he had backed down, then his granddaughter-in-law would not be able to find a reason to make a move. So he must have straightened his back. Bold. Your medicine family is murderous and has entered an evil path. Old ancestor, there's no need to waste your breath with these evil demons. We of the Green Jade Sect are going to do justice to heaven today. Numerous elders and disciples of the Green Jade Sect began to snap their hats. One is more righteous than the other. Straight away you have to take the place of heaven. Sendo is the best at this. Lin Yunzin Yang Sacred Sect had once suffered greatly from this. Chapter 84, Old Devil Lin. I heard you were looking for me? As a family of alchemists who do good deeds, the medicinal family is of immense merit. It was vilified as evil. It's just a strange shame. Elder Pill's face was also becoming more and more unsightly. Before the end of his days and the complete closure of his eyes, he was naturally unwilling to see the Pill family smeared in such a way. My medicine family has been passed down for 10,000 years, refining countless medicines and even creating numerous stand formulas. It can be said to be blessed by all beings, born dead and even saved countless people. I, the medicine family, am not ashamed of my heart, and I am not ashamed of the great Tao of heaven and earth. If you, the Zhou family, persist in your insistence, you will surely be abandoned by the heavenly Tao. Elder Pill's generous speech echoed between heaven and earth. Numerous wild cultivators were shouting out loud. That's right, the Pill family is the premier family. Right and wrong are in the hearts of men. You, the Green Jade Sect, being the upper sect, don't use your power to oppress others. Eyeglass reviews seem lopsided, but Zhou Daoling's face did not change at all. He realized a truth a long time ago. Bigger fists are better. What's the use of being a mouthpiece? If cursing can lead to immortality, what's the point of practicing? What Brother Pill said is very good, but the people of my Zhou family cannot die in vain. The countless disciples and grandchildren of my Green Jade Sect do not agree. Give me an account. If not, I will step on Pill King City. Zhou Daoling oiled and salted. Not even reasoning with you anymore. Elder Pill looked deeply at Zhou Daoling. You want an accounting that I can't give. Zhou Daoling's heart stirred. I think you give it away. That was a clear enough hint on his part. His purpose was the resources of the Pill family and the 9 Revolutions Golden Pill. He didn't think the other man would not understand. Oh, can't give it away now. My medicine family isn't run by an old man now. Saying that, Pill Master flew to Elder Pill. Fellow Taoists, this is the next patriarch of my medicine family. There will be a big banquet for the 4 directions, so I hope that all of you can raise your glasses to celebrate together. Look at that radiant, delicate young woman. Numerous cultivators were awestruck with their gazes. I had long since heard of this talented young girl that the medicine family had snowed under the radar. I saw it today, and it really lives up to its name. Well said. Congratulations to Pill Elder for having a successor with an immortal legacy. Numerous cultivators who had once been saved by the Pill family's favor were speaking out to help. On the void, looking at the petite and lovely pharmacist, a hint of lechery flashed in the golden-winged demon king's eyes. This little girl looks delicate, so she must taste good. He licked the corner of his mouth. The mind wondered how to abduct this little girl later. I don't know that he had the idea when he had it. There is already a way to take death. The pharmacist took a deep breath. Take a few steps forward. Grandpa had discussed it with her before this, to take this opportunity to push her out. She knew that Grandpa was only a few days away at most. Grandpa, who had held up the fort for himself, was leaving. To reassure his grandfather, the pharmacist agreed without hesitation. From then on, she was the backbone of the medicine family. It will hold up for the medicine family, elder ancestor of the Zhou clan, as well as the many fellow disciples. I won't elaborate much on what happened. In my capacity as the head of the medicine family, I now formally inform you all, my medicine family has no shame in this matter. It's you, the Zhou family, who was at fault first and bullied people too much. If you want to fight, then fight. The scene fell silent as soon as the pharmacist said this. It's as if everyone didn't expect it. This dainty little girl would be so ironically determined. A lot of people didn't even expect to actually fight. The fact that things have come to this point has taken a lot of people a little bit by surprise. Zhou Daoling's gaze chilled. Little niece, can you do it? He looked to Medicine back to life again. As for Elder Medicine, he was silent at the moment. It was as if everything was up to the little granddaughter. From that moment on, he let go of all power. Looking at his little granddaughter, his gaze was somewhat gratified, and he can leave without fear. I can't make the call. This unhesitating response from the pharmacist was another shock to the crowd. What's going on here? Everyone was a little confused. Your old patriarch couldn't make the call, and neither can you. the new patriarch. So who's the one who's in charge? The tragic scene from not too long ago suddenly surfaced in many people's minds. That demonic youth. It's him. It must be him. Oh, but the Taoist friend who laid a harsh hand on my Zhou family not long ago is the real one in charge? Zhou Dowling also reacted. But I didn't expect the other party to actually have such a big role in the Pill family. Fellow Daoist, please still come out and meet me. If you can't give this seat a satisfactory explanation, don't blame the seat for being impolite. Zhou Dowling didn't bother to pull any punches. Brother Pill, what I want is simple. Give me the golden pill and half of Pill King Pavilion's proceeds, and I'll leave right now. I can guarantee that I won't come back from now on, and I can even guarantee that the medicine family will remain immortal for 10,000 years. Zhou Dowling directly transmitted a voice to Pill Returner. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Pill Returner's mouth. Sorry, I don't have the stuff anymore. Hearing Elder Pill's voice transmission. What? Zhou Dowling's face changed greatly. The stuff is gone. That's where. Right. It must be in the hands of that ING guy. You struck out at my Zhou family members that day. Why are you hiding and pretending to be a turtle now? Aren't you afraid I'm going to take your little daughter-in-law right away? Don't blame me for being unkind when the time comes. Anyone with eyes can see that. The medicine family is treating that man as their granddaughter-in-law and backer. So Zhou Dowling directly opened his mouth to threaten. There has been no response. The atmosphere was also a little weird. Humph. That stinking man is really something. Actually letting his woman come out and show her face. The death-hungry guy. He can't have escaped already. This side of the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range. Silvermoon sneered with some disdain. She didn't have a good feeling about Lin Yun. Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor Su Yao also frowned. What's going on here? And for some reason, her heart was somehow beating a little faster now. It always felt like something was about to happen. The crowd is here waiting for the main character to come out. Lin Yun, however, was slowly and methodically arranging his robes in the courtyard. You can't just run out of there unclothed. He, old devil Lin, also wanted face. As for the screaming old thing, it's a death sentence. He dared to threaten himself with little medical fairy. Moreover, Lin Yun also sensed a strange aura. It seems to be a powerful demonic aura. That's interesting. Under the ministrations of Baguio and Qingxiu, Lin Wan is fully dressed. Would you guys like to come along for the ride? Lin Yun asked casually. Both girls have peach blossom faces. It seems to have just been moisturized. Concubine is at your command. The two women glanced at each other, both somewhat happy. It's naturally excellent that His Excellency is willing to take them with him. Together. Then, Lin Yun was naturally not afraid of people gossiping. Why should he care what others think when he does things? Anyone who dares to chew the cud is taking the road to death. Lin Yun just got away with it again. It felt like its own chaos god body had reached some sort of tipping point, suppressing an old, undead void breaker. It's still a handful. Those hundreds of thousands of cannon fodder depend on the mood. If it upsets him, just bury them all. Quantity, in front of a truly mighty cultivator, didn't have much practical significance. That's where the word mole comes from. I heard you were looking for me? Outside the city, millions of eyes were watching. As the cloudy voice rang out, space rippled. Lin Yun's figure seemed to appear out of nowhere. Behind him, there were two other stunning beauties. Both Baguio and Qingxiu were a bit nervous under the gaze of so many people. Both of them carefully came behind Miss Seven. The pharmacist glanced at the two women, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and said nothing more. It's something that was decided a long time ago. In fact, she had always known in her heart that Lord Cloud was no ordinary man, so she subconsciously wanted to please Lord Cloud. Looking at the dainty three women, all the people's gazes started to look a little strange. Then they became envious. This guy, not to mention other things. This woman's skill can be really powerful. Ah, what a blessing. The many eaters smiled the smile that all men know how to smile. And Zhou Dowling was there the moment Lin Yun appeared. Looking at this demonic youth, he couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. Surprisingly, he didn't sense the other party's aura or cultivation realm. Is this a secret technique to hide your strength? That must be it. As for whether or not the other party's cultivation was higher than his, he had never even thought about this possibility. And in the meantime, the heavenly fragrance demon Emperor Su Miao, who was hiding within the void, had her gaze instantly glued to Lin Yun. Her heart couldn't help but start racing. The alabaster-like delicate fingers clenched tightly. The body even trembled slightly. It's him, definitely him. This was the man she had waited 10,000 years for. Chapter 85. How could there be such an enchanting woman in the world? With the appearance of Lin Yun, countless gazes coalesced on him. There was prying, there was wonderment, there was sarcasm. However, It seemed that everyone didn't think that Lin Yun could change the heavens and the earth with his own power. The only one was Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor Su Myo. Her gaze was dead set on Lin Yun. Looking at this strange but handsome youth, Su Myrtle felt every drop of her blood, every cell screaming. It was as if he had met some irresistible sustenance. The evolution of self seems to rest on this man. She didn't understand what kind of principle it was, but there must be something on the other side that she needs. The golden-winged demon king seemed to have sensed something. Turning his head, he glanced at the Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor whose face was all slightly flushed up. Another glance at the clouded human. From the first moment he saw him, Jin Huangtian knew that he hated this guy. This damn two-legged beast is too good at pretending. Even the Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor seemed to be affected by him now. Look at her like this. It's hard to believe that the two knew each other before. Jin Huangtian looked back and forth at the two of them with some astonishment. Su Myrtle also realized that she was a bit out of sorts. Hastily, he held his breath and collected himself. Better to see what happens first, in case he was going to be in a life and death crisis if he couldn't resist. When push came to shove, he stepped in to save him himself. Whatever, all must be verified themselves. This could be his only chance. What the world didn't know was that her bloodline power hadn't advanced an inch for thousands of years. It seems that 8 tails would be the limit, but without breaking the 9 tails, there was no way she could become immortal in her life. It just doesn't matter how hard she tries. None of them had the slightest solution, as if this was some kind of bloodline shackle. Probably because she was born with a deficiency. If there is no special chance, this life is destined to be unable to break through the 9 tails to cultivate into immortality. Lin Yun, as the person with the highest cultivation level present, Su Myrtle's concealment technique fooled others, but not him, especially that rich demonic aura. It was the bare coordinates in his eyes, not to mention that Lin Yun cultivated the laws of space. No trace or unusual fluctuation could escape his eyes. Lin Yun's gaze seemed to look straight through the prohibition, looking at the magnificent and stunning woman. Even Lin Yun, who had read countless beauties, felt his eyes light up, couldn't help but look at it more. Up and down her perfect petite body, staring straight at her stunning face again, Su Myrtle couldn't help but feel a jump in her heart. It's like he saw himself. The many demon kings also looked at Lin Yun in unison, because he's acting so obviously now. It's already spotted them. He seems to have seen us, Silver Moon said cautiously behind Su Myrtle. Yes. Su Myrtle was more certain of this than her subordinates, because the implication in the other woman's eyes was all too familiar to her. It was nakedly possessive, and unbelievably pure. It was as if he had become the other man's forbidden property. This made Su Myrtle a little unhappy in her heart. Another stinking man who doesn't know what he's doing. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're a little bit good at what you do? This seed is not one of those vulgar women. As for Jin Huangtian, he was even angrier at this moment. This ing mole, actually looking at the Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor with that kind of gaze. It's practically suicide. So what if he finds out? Let's strike together and directly kill them all. The Golden-Winged Demon Emperor now had a violent aura in his heart, desperate to strike and kill. Although they didn't have many demon kings here nowadays, but killing 100,000 or so is definitely easy. Their 2 demon emperors could even directly suppress the entire scene. That old ancestor of what's his name, the Green Jade Sect, he could have blocked it alone, seeing that Lin Yun had been ignoring himself. Instead, his eyes looked the other way. Zhou Dowling glanced at that void with some suspicion, but not the slightest hint was found. Junior, are you the one who has offended my Zhou family? Do you know that blood debts are paid in blood? Zhou Dowling's peak void-breaking realm aura pressed towards Lin Yun. It was as if he wanted to make Lin Yun embarrassed in public. However, Lin Yun seemed to have no feelings at all. It's like a fresh breeze on your face. It was just that the robes were somewhat hunting, proving that Zhou Dowling had really struck out. Lin Yun looked deeply at Su Myrtle. He was now convinced that this should be that whatever the Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor was, because Silver Moon was right there with her. It's really a messy redhead. Such a woman, such a siren. It's amazing that there are such enchanting women in the world. This little sky fox, he wants it for himself. He hadn't tried this kind of top demon girl yet. I also wonder how it will be different from the human race. Will it be more enchanting and mesmerizing? Lin Yun was looking forward to this. This world, it's kind of the right place. In return, kill fewer people later. Retract your gaze. Lin Yun looked towards Zhou Dowling and the army of cultivators behind him. With so many elite disciples, it should be considered a large clan. It should be no better than the 8 immortal Dao clans that had once besieged his demon sect. Lin Yun nodded secretly in his heart. Such forces, rather, it qualifies as the chicken that makes an example of the chicken. If you take care of these people afterward, there shouldn't be any jumped-up clowns coming in front of you with big little yells. Old thing, if you want to seek wealth and kill people, just say it directly. Don't play those false tricks. This father can still look at you highly and leave you a whole body. Tell me, how do you want to die? Lin Yun spoke in a calm tone. he didn't make a sound, but the moment he spoke, he made the countless cultivators in the room all have their jaws dropped a bit. Why doesn't this kid follow the rules? Is this not dead? How dare he speak so boldly against the Green Jade Sect's supreme ancestor? Zhou Dowling also froze for a moment. How many years had it been since he'd been abused like that? It's been a couple thousand years at least. He laughed instead of being angry. Ha 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 ha. Junior, you have a lot of courage. I just don't know if your strength is as hard as your mouth. With that, he looked at the Pill Elder Patriarch again. Is this what your medicine family relies on? Don't make a fool of yourself. Although Medicine Hui Shang also has no bottom in his heart, but naturally he will not grow others' ambition to destroy his own wind. Even though my old age is approaching its end, I can see that your Green Jade Sect has run out of gas. After saying that, Elder Pill stopped talking. The pharmacist stood beside his grandfather. Although Elder Medicine was like a candle in the wind, his last remaining heat could still shine on his own little granddaughter. Ha 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 ha. Well, is this your medicine family's choice? Since you want to drag the entire Pill King city along with you, then don't blame me for not being polite. It's just a pity for the 10,000-year-old inheritance of this Pill Dao lineage. However, you fellow practitioners can rest assured that the old man will give all the Dan formulas to all the Dan cultivators in the world to observe free of charge. Zhou Dowling wasn't stupid either, knowing that if you destroy the Pill King family, it would surely cause dissatisfaction amongst the world's alchemists. At that time, he was afraid that his Green Jade Sect would be infamous and would have to find no alchemists to make pills, so he's ready to pull everyone down with him. It can be described as a Jedi scheme to get rid of the problem at the end of the day. Chapter 86. The human heart is vicious, but my sword is even more merciless. Zhou Dowling said this. There had been some fight for the medicine family. The moment also weighed inwardly. Lin Yun noticed the scene. The heart was in the right place. Rather, he could take this opportunity to properly teach the simple and kind little medical fairy a lesson. Lin Yun has long known that the people under this sky there would be nothing worse than a human being, especially these immortal hypocrites. Day in and day out, all that comes out of his mouth is the righteousness of the world. When it's time to really sell out, run faster than a rabbit one by one. Not to mention the outsiders. Don't these people in the medicine family want to run or surrender? If he hadn't suppressed it strongly before, maybe the medicine family is now directly split again. And even if they want to surrender, they need people to be willing to take them in. This seat gives you a chance. If you change sides now, I can forget about it. This seat is only targeting the Pill family. It has nothing to do with you outsiders. Zhou Dowling's move was undoubtedly murderous, in order to push the medicine family to their limits, and take the moral high ground yourself. The Immortal Dao Great Sect was the best at this kind of tactic. Even on the Demon Clan side, the Silver Moon Demon King couldn't stand to watch. These despicable human races are so scheming and brazen. Thanks to this lady who thought he was something before, Silver Moon also figured it out. No wonder this old thing didn't kill himself before. It turned out to be to make himself work for his Zhou family. Grandpa, what to do? The pharmacist was a little anxious. Watch, don't you trust the man of your choice? Elder Medicine wasn't going to say much. Since one's days are numbered, one must trust the choices of one's offspring. But, the pharmacist bit her lip. She was simple but not stupid. Knowing all this going down, it's going to be divisive for sure. I'll only give you 10 breaths. Seeing that there was some commotion on the Pill King city side, Zhou Dowling issued an ultimatum. There are still the last 5 breaths. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. Under the pressure of this great threat of death and the temptation of dividing up the Pill family's treasures, finally, numerous streams of cultivators and family confessors chose to turn their backs on the Pill family. Watching this scene, the millions of people who were watching were all somewhat contemptuous in their eyes. But there are also numerous monks who think this is a wise choice. Good. Those who know what's good for them. Seeing at least tens of thousands of people, close to a small half of them have been directly converted to the enemy. The pharmacist was about to cry in a hurry. She bit her lip and looked at Cloud's back. There was some aggravation. Why are they so bad? Obviously the medicine family didn't treat them badly either. Weekdays are good food and drink served. Pills and spirit stones are also issued on time and in full every month. Now he actually betrayed the medicine family directly. I'm ashamed to be in your company. The escort leader Wang Li was also furious. The heavens have eyes, and you will be rewarded. You shall not die. Numerous cultivators with a conscience cursed. In fact, they are afraid inside, but they still can't get past their hearts. It can only be a choice to take this way of relieving stress, firming up your heart. Ha 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 ha. See, that's where the hearts are. As the saying goes, those who gain much help lose little. Your medicine family has run out of gas. Zhou Dowling was smug. His purpose had been achieved. In that case, no one can say anything against him. After all, that's what everyone wants. Lin Yun, however, ignored his small-mindedness. In his mind, the man was already dead. He turned to look at Little Healer. See, that's the heart. The world is bustling with interest, Lin Yun said indifferently. The pharmacist bit her lip and nodded slightly. However, my generation of cultivators, but seek a conscience, in order to get the great way to repair the lone life. Now that you have made your choice, then it's no wonder I'm merciless in my outbursts. I hope you can be honorable people in your next life. Lin Yun's purpose had also been achieved. Though the hearts of men are treacherous, his sword is even more merciless. Since these people were looking for death, it was no wonder he was on a killing spree. Ha 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 ha. Junior who doesn't know the heights of heaven. I'd like to see how you're not polite. All disciples listen to the order. Tread down Pale King City. Joe Dowling waved his hand. There is no turning back from the bow. Since the other party is not willing to give it, then this seat will come and get it by itself. The tens of thousands of cultivators on the Pale King City side all revealed a look of death. Prepare to fight each other to the death. Even Elder Medicine was nervous. Yakusho squeezed his sleeve so tightly that blood came out of his lip. Although she believed in Lord Cloud, but how could she be assured in this situation of 9 deaths and no chance of survival? But it's good to die together. It's kind of bitter. Bagio and Qingqiu, both holding hands, stood beside the medicine master without taking a step back. The great battle was imminent, or rather, countless cultivators were about to collide together in the next second. Everyone was on tenterhooks, terrified of missing a moment. Even the Green Jade Sect side was not expecting to actually fight, but the advantage was so obvious. It's just a crushing innings, not much to fear, and there was some excitement in his heart, as if he had already seen the countless treasures and pills in the Pill family's treasury. Seeing that the aura between heaven and earth began to riot, all of them were secretly transporting their energy. The Dharma sword exuded a powerful sword aura. Lin Yun's eyebrows lowered. A powerful aura suddenly covered 10,000 miles around. He no longer concealed his cultivation. The aura was so powerful, it came so suddenly again, so much so that the millions of cultivators present did not react. The breath. Who is this? Everyone's hearts were beating wildly and their legs were shaking a little. It's as if there's a machete around his neck. Cold sweat broke out all of a sudden. Him. It's him. The medicine family's son-in-law. This aura. This is a mighty ancestor of the Ascension realm. There were cultivators with high levels of cultivation who were scared out of their wits in an instant, and then desperately began to flee out of the room. This demonic youth was actually an ascended ancestor. It's scary. Joe Dowling was also a bit confused. No, it can still be played like this? The old man has been in seclusion for 1,000 years, and it is not easy for him to come out of seclusion to do a big job and then wash his hands in the pot of gold. How did you run into the Ascended Master? Isn't it true that there are no more Ascension Realm ancestors in this world? Out of nowhere, the Pill family's side was even more shocked, followed by ecstasy. Duke Yun was actually an Ascension Realm ancestor. The medicine family is saved. And the rebels, their faces went snow white with a swish. It's like a death of a mother, worse than a death of a real father. They're dead. There's absolutely nothing left to live for. It is well known that traitors are the most disgusting and unforgivable of all. The group of great demons hidden in the void also froze. Sue Myrtle's seductive peach blossom eyes were all of a sudden differently colored. So it is. I told you, my Su Myung's eyes can never be wrong. He really is a top man, but the cultivation seems a little too high. Will he listen to himself? What to do? Thinking back to the naked possessiveness of the other man as he looked at himself, Sue Myrtle seemed to have thought of something. His face couldn't help but blush. Chapter 87, No More Pretending. I'm an Ascension Realm big brother. Lin Yun no longer concealed his cultivation. It was the center of attention in an instant. There were even some quick-reacting eaters who had already started to run away. The golden-winged demon emperor also had a hellish expression on his face. This damned human was actually a big shot in the Ascension Realm. What to do? You might not be a match for yourself. He turned his head to look at Sue Myrtle and saw that her face was like a peach blossom, and the golden-winged demon emperor's eyes were filled with viciousness and resentment. The damn woman can't be moving. Jin Huangtian held back his inner jealousy. No, it's still important to stay alive. He himself is not in direct conflict with him now. The other side won't do anything to him either. Taking a deep breath, the golden-winged demon emperor suppressed the jealousy and hatred in his heart. If you can't do it, then you have to play the grandchild. Good thing there's no direct contradiction. Otherwise he'd be ready to run too. Silver Moon was even flushed and her delicate body was trembling a little. She hadn't expected the human who was so fluffy and liked to take advantage of people. Surprisingly, it would be the most powerful being in the world, and he himself had presumed to take a shot at him before. It's a walk in the ghost. Thinking back to the restraints he left inside himself, the Silver Moon Demon King's beautiful eyes were filled with fear. She's finished. No one in this world can save themselves anymore. He seemed to have some interest in himself, though. I wonder if he'll let himself go if he wags his tail and begs for mercy. The Silver Moon Demon King already had a spirited and wild personality, and her thoughts instantly shifted. The gaze towards Lin Yun was suddenly different. However, after noticing that the heavenly fragrance demon Emperor's sister also seemed to be somewhat moved, she was instantly a little shaken inside, and there are no words to describe the vibrations within the pharmacist. The little man he picked up on the side of the road was actually the most powerful man in the world. No wonder he kept telling himself to relax. Humph, Mr. Yun is bad. You didn't tell people earlier, causing them to worry for nothing. Little medical fairy's gaze towards Lin Yun was affectionate and full of adoration and love. The two girls, Bagyo and Qingqiu, also had red flushes all over their delicate faces. Yun Gongzi, he is surprisingly so powerful. Thinking back to how much Lord Cloud used to love them, both women were trembling a bit. Elder Medicine was finally relieved that the Medicine family was going to rise. His eyes were full of relief. The youngest granddaughter is truly a blessing to the Medicine family. I just don't know if a man like that can be grasped by a young granddaughter. Elder Medicine took another look at his youngest granddaughter and the two women behind her. If that's the case, it should be able to hold a place in his heart. He counted on seeing it. This cheap granddaughter-in-law is a bit of an elusive character though. It seems to be both good and evil, but there's still a very disciplined bottom line to doing things, so he can rest in peace too. The eye sees the ugliness of all beings in 100 different ways. The corner of Lin Yun's mouth curled up slightly. I'm not pretending. I'm an ascended master. What's going on? You guys weren't so cocky just now. Now what? 9 heavenly applicable elemental thunder sound pursuing harmonization Tianzuan. Lin Yun's whisper seemed to resonate in everyone's ears. This was a secret great divine ability within the 9 heavens thunder section proper law. It seems to be an honorific. It was also the strongest wide-range lightning technique that Lin Yun had mastered today, enough to cover hundreds of thousands of people. Whether it's life or death depends on the individual, but those who were viewed by all of Lin Yun, that was dead. As Lin Yun's voice fell, the atmosphere between this heaven and earth seemed to have shifted all of a sudden. A powerful and brilliant heavenly might suddenly appeared between the hearts of the crowd. The crowd subconsciously looked up into the sky. Nima, is this a heavenly calamity? Is this still human? It can actually summon a heavenly calamity. Countless dark clouds seemed to appear out of nowhere. The countless lightning bolts of thunder seemed to fill the entire sight at once, with the first clap of thunder resounding between heaven and earth. Old Devil Lin's thunder god's wrath began to baptize the earth. Mercy, my lord, we know we're wrong. Please spare our lives for the sake of our 1,000 years of service to the Medicine family. Old ancestor. The many traitors simply gave up their resistance and fell to their knees. They knew that they could not resist. There's no way to live. Lin Yun watched all of this with cold eyes. Not only is there no net, instead, they just raised their hands. Only a huge handprint coalesced out of thin air. A direct slap in the face. In an instant, thousands of people directly became mush. There was blood slowly oozing from the ground. I should have known better. There are no wasted lives under his hand. It's all about the people who deserve to die. Such a ferocious scene shocked everyone, and the wide range of thunderbolts made a mess of the whole scene. The thunder dragon that rushed into the sky was like a divine punishment from the heavenly Tao, wandering through the crowd. Each impact caused thousands of cultivators to fall. Bodies in rain fall down. More were directly turned into flying ash. Not even a complete corpse was left behind. Countless disciples of the Green Jade sect cried out. How could they possibly use their physical body strength to resist the great lightning magic aptitude of an Ascension realm powerhouse? It would last a dozen breaths at most, just unwillingly turned into coke. There were some elders and personal disciples with high cultivation. Lin Yun's gaze would look over and instantly be strangled by the invisible power of space. It was turned into a well-proportioned froth of flesh, and was torn apart along with the divine soul. Zhou Dowling fell silent instead. Look at this hell on earth. He knew that the jig was up. As the leader with the highest cultivation level present, he was more able to comprehend his opponent's powerful and invincible realm. In his opinion, this strange Ascension realm ancestor was like a cat playing with a mouse at the moment. It didn't play to its true strength at all. His targets included himself, because he had felt the lock if any on his body. Everyone here has even a 1 in 1,000 chance of survival, but the only one who is not alive is himself. The supreme elder of the Qingyu sect, Zhou Dowling, the Zhou clan's oldest ancestor, closed his eyes in some despair. Immediately, the aura on his body became incomparably dangerous. Lin Yun frowned slightly. One has always had a firm lock on this old thing. I didn't realize he was going to blow himself up. It's also good to save yourself a lot of wasted effort. It still took some means to deal with a peak voidbreaker. Yakuso, your Yakuso family is lucky, but the old man is not convinced. If there is an afterlife, let's be rivals again in the next life. Zhou Dowling looked towards the Medicine Elder Patriarch and Medicine Master who were hiding in the back. Elder Medicine was silent. It was true that the Medicine family had good fortune, but how could this not be the heavenly Tao's compensation for the Medicine family's good deeds and virtues? Where this cheap granddaughter-in-law came from, the youngest granddaughter also told him. It was a reward for her good thoughts. Only an earth-shattering explosion could be heard. The peak void-breaking ancestor was actually forced to self-detonate. This was the first time in 10,000 years in the Tianqian realm. Zhou Daoling's self-detonation indiscriminately and directly took away tens of thousands more cultivators. Countless blood rains fell. It was as if the world had become a real hell. A mountain of corpses. Countless screams and agonizing wails resounded through the heavens and earth. Watching the scene, the pharmacist's eyes reddened. A little too much for his own good. But then she glanced at Cloudy, who slapped a large number of people to death every now and then, swallowed back the words of persuasion, then the wailing of beings. She was more afraid of making Dukyun unhappy, and she didn't want him to think she was womanizing and unproductive. What Dukyun said just now was undoubtedly teaching himself as well. These people deserve to die. The pharmacist turned his head sideways not to look away. A cold smile suddenly surfaced at the corner of Lin Yun's mouth at this time. This old thing. I told you how he could be so kind as to save himself the effort. It turned out that he wanted to fish in troubled waters, and then the spirit fetus divine soul disappeared, cultivating to the realm that the other party was in today. Even if he went to take over his body, he could quickly return to the top again, or just seal the memory reincarnation. Another genius is born in the next life. But don't forget that Thunderbolt is the greatest nemesis of all ghostly, lecherous and evil things, including spirits. As Lin Yun's mind moved, 1,000 miles away, Zhou Daoling looked at the battlefield with a grateful face. Humph, ginger is still old and hot. After you ascend, let's see how old me concoct your guardian medicine family. I want your little dainty wife to become old me's plaything furnace boiler. Zhou Daoling had a resentful face. It would take at least 1,000 years to cultivate back again. It also costs countless heavenly materials. Die, punk. Lin Yun's somewhat icy voice suddenly rang in his ears. Zhou Daoling's divine soul was horrified. Only 100 feet of thunder dragon was seen charging directly over. This entire hill was directly blown to a flat bottom, and as if that wasn't enough, there were countless more lightning bolts washing the ground. Not a single fragment of the residual soul was left behind. Zhou Daoling generation of ancestors, completely dead Taoist soul flying away. I don't know how long it's been, maybe just under half a quarter of an hour. The outside of Medicine King City was already a hell on earth. A mountain of corpses is not enough to describe it. Countless grievances and dead chi were purified on the spot by the power of thunder before they had a chance to take shape. Many cultivators had gone straight to their souls. It can be tragic. Everyone in the Pill family was dumbfounded as they watched this scene. There was no need for them to make a move at all. All the traitors, not a single one left, were all slapped to death by Lin Yun's wide-ranging and indiscriminate slaps. There is no end of trouble for such people to stay. Of course Lin Yun wouldn't leave a mess for little medical fairy. On the side of the Green Jade sect, a large portion of them were dead or injured. At least 300,000 disciples died and their souls were scattered. It's not how strong they are that survived, but how lucky they were to not be viewed in a focused way. Of course, it was also because Lin Yun hadn't rushed to the end. It was natural for Lin Yun to leave these people behind, not because his hands were soft or his strength was not enough, not letting those of them with broken moral hearts live. Who's going to spread his awesome name next? These people were already scared out of their wits, and there was no one with particularly outstanding talent. There's no threat, so keep it. It was also regarded as an explanation that he had given to the will of the heavenly origin of this world, doing things to leave a thread, and did not rush to the end of the world. After all, he still had to borrow the precious land to ascend, and they are more valuable alive than dead. Next, the Green Jade sect was expected to be even more of a mess with this group of people going back. The remnants of the soldiers who had survived were seen cowering on their knees and trembling. Old Devil Lin ignored it. He stood on top of countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood, not stained with the slightest bit of blood. With a wave of the hand the sky falls apart and the earth mourns. But it doesn't end there. Lin Yun gazed into the depths of the void. The stern gaze shot straight at the group of great demons hidden within, and the enchanting and stunning pink-skirted woman. Guests of the demon race, have you gained anything after watching for so long? Do you want this seat to personally invite you out? Lin Yun's voice once again shocked the hearts of the people present after the robbery. What? The demon race from the 10,000 Demon Mountain range actually came as well. It's hard to believe that they're also going to take this opportunity to plague our human race. Chapter 88. I'll be a bully. What's wrong with that? Lin Yun said this. The crowd's hearts all snapped at the words. Even now there are countless deaths and injuries, and the scene is as gruesome as hell. But it still wasn't enough compared to the incoming demon race. After all, if it's not my kind, it's not my kind. There's still a sliver of leeway in how your own people can fight and kill. Demon beast tide that's really alive and eating people. But those 3 demon emperors have allegedly signed a non-aggression friendship pact with the human race's great cultivators. How did it suddenly appear in the human land? One that can hide its form from the eyes of so many people. A name surfaced in the hearts of many cultivators, the heavenly fragrance demon emperor. However, It was a good thing that they had an invincible existence here, so the crowd couldn't talk about much fear. More like curious, being stared straight at by Lin Yun's undisguised gaze. A group of great demons were also feeling some trembling in their hearts. This one's a real slugger. Surprisingly, it was a human powerhouse of the Ascension realm. Before the person showed his face, the delicate voice came out first. Please don't be offended by this fellow Taoist. The young lady is polite. With the crowd watching, only to see a group of great demons suddenly reveal themselves. Surprisingly, there were more than 20 whole demon kings. Some people counted and couldn't help but be a little shocked. I'm afraid that a large portion of the demon kings of the 10,000 demon mountain range have come over. The woman, too, attracted all eyes in an instant. She's so beautiful. Such thoughts surfaced in everyone's mind. It was hard to describe the beauty of the heavenly fragrance demon emperor in words, because it's actually some kind of intention. It's a racial gift of the Fox clan, and as a nine-tailed sky fox, this bloodline talent would naturally be utilized to the extreme. Simply put, it's the general equivalent of a chimera. The invisible charisma she exudes is enough to make people willingly do what she wants under her skirt. Lin Yun looked at Su Myrtle. There was also a moment of amazement in his heart. This woman, if there was anyone else who could beat her in terms of femininity. In Lin Yun's heart there was only the female emperor ancestor. It's an invisible aura and attraction. Nothing to do with looks and all that. It is the temperament brought about by the realm of cultivation and personal character. What a great redhead. Lin Yun had a moment of surprise and sinking in his heart. Then in a flash, clarity returned. Come down and talk to me. Lin Yun looked at Su Myrtle, directly ignoring those demon kings around her, and even that blonde-haired youth whose cultivation seemed to be quite good. Su Myrtle was a little shaken in her heart. He was actually immune to the power of his own charm all of a sudden. What a powerful soul and mind this is. One should know that she had just launched a targeted soul skill against Lin Yun. According to her idea, how could this man be so much more favorable to himself and then treat himself with courtesy? I didn't realize that he wouldn't eat it at all, and it doesn't follow the rules. It was a downer right out of the gate. But in conjunction with the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, countless wronged souls underneath him, his words and actions are full of conviction. Even this group of great demons of theirs were now incomparably fearful. A group of great demons slowly landed at a height parallel to Lin Yun. Concubine heavenly fragrance demon emperor. From the 10,000 demon mountain range, meet this immortal lord. We meant no offense. It just happened to coincide. Su Myrtle looked at Lin Yun. As the two got closer, the faster her heart beat, because she felt as if this man was attracted to her. It was as if every inch of herself was craving his caresses. That's what's going on. Su Myrtle got a little flustered. It was a little different than she had expected. She now felt as if she had run into her nemesis. Why was the other person so attracted to her? Even having dominion over myself in general. This caused some fear to rise in Su Myrtle's heart. She had been cultivating for so many years, but she didn't want to actually be captured and become someone's pet. But the man in front of me was so powerful. It was so powerful that even she was no match for it, and it was difficult to resist. Who'd believe it if you just happened to be passing by? What are you guys up to? Lin Yun hadn't said anything yet. The pharmacist then ran over. There seemed to be some hostility in her eyes, because she direction Yin Gonzi seemed to look at this foxy woman for several times, but she also had to admit it. This heavenly fragrance demon emperor was really as magnificent and charming as the legend. That body, it seems a lot sexier than her own. Little Dr. Fairy is the more petite and delicate type in terms of speed, but Su Miao that is completely go sexy imperial sister style. Even the height is quite a bit taller. Su Myrtle looked at the little tigress-like current matriarch of the medicine family. This aunt she didn't want to offend. Let's not talk about the fact that she is the woman this man is openly in the open with. The Pill family was also a key partner of their demon clan. After all, they of the demon race could not concoct pills, but their need for elixirs was just as great. Think about it. The heavenly fragrance demon emperor's heart fluttered. Why not take this opportunity to directly formalize an alliance with the medicine family? The medicine family would have been in a state of disarray even now. You can count yourself as a snowflake. Su Myrtle didn't know that her move was exactly what old Devil Lin wanted. The one he couldn't let go of right now was little medical fairy. If after one's ascension, what about her being bullied? After all, the medicine family is rich and powerful, and everyone understands the reasoning behind harboring a jade, countless pills and precious herbs, even Dan formulas, as well as numerous alchemists. All of them are rich enough to make people desperate. Just killing a Zhou Dowling might not be enough. Having made up my mind, Su Myrtle's heart was greatly determined. There was panic among the many demon kings. That's if you don't want a good excuse to come. I'm afraid I'm going to be unable to leave. The golden-winged demon emperor on the side couldn't help himself. My name is the golden-winged demon emperor. I've met this fellow Daoist. We don't mean any harm. Please forgive us. Lin Yun slightly glanced at Jin Huangtian. He looked at the other man and got a little upset in his mind. This ungrateful one seemed to have some nasty thoughts about the heavenly fragrance demon emperor as well. It's almost as if there's already a way to take death. Who's a dog with you? What are you? Lin Yun hadn't been this aggressive in a long time, but the woman you're looking at yourself, and how can we allow others to covet it? Besides, the demon clan side themselves needed to establish authority. Jin Huangtian froze, and his face directly rose to a pig's liver color. He didn't expect the other party to be so faceless. He was a hallowed demon emperor himself. Fellow Taoists still shouldn't joke around. Jin Huangtian's tone was also a bit grim, although the other party's realm was higher than his, but he thought that his own bloodline talent was extraordinary. It's still possible to get through a few moves. If they really couldn't, the demon race wasn't easy to bully. Moreover, his speed was known as the world's first extreme speed. It was rumored that he had a trace of the bloodline of the golden-winged roc. Whether it's true or not is unknown. Even if there is one, it's an unknown number of generations removed. Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor, where are these kittens and puppies from? Why are there no rules at all? Lin Yun looked directly at Su Myrtle. The words were full of sarcasm and disdain. Anyone with eyes could see that the big man was clearly up to something. The many great demons were all a bit at a loss for words. Jin Huangtian couldn't help himself. Don't you dare bully me too much. Lin Yun's eyes were indifferent. I'll bully you too much. What? No? At this moment, there was even a killing chance flickering in Lin Yun's eyes. Chapter 89, Still Underestimating the Heroes of the World. Lin Yun's words fell, not to mention this group of demons. Even the Pill family's side and the many cultivators were somewhat at a loss for words. The remaining Green Jade sect disciples were also secretly relieved. These great demons have come just in time. Draws fire on them. They all ran silently across the vast battlefield, the fire and the fire to rescue the brothers and sisters. Many of the disciples were not dead, but they were also dying from serious injuries. The medicine family watched this scene without stopping it. Some kind-hearted alchemists even wanted to come to the rescue, but a glance at the man above him, who was like a demon god, was still held back. And neither the Pill Elder Matriarch nor the 7th Miss, now the matriarch of the clan, had even called the shots yet. Doesn't your excellency think you're going overboard? Is this how the human race treats its guests? Jin Huangtian couldn't stand it anymore, especially in front of the woman you like, to be taunted and ridiculed like that. And there were numerous Demon King subordinates. How can you hold your head up in the future? If he became a shrinking violet this time, there would be no way to mix in the future. Jin Huangtian was already high-minded, but where he's smart, keeping his voice down and being an outsider right now is the optimal solution. Even Silvermoon could see it. The other party was clearly deliberately targeting the golden-winged demon emperor, maybe just waiting for him to jump out. Su Myrtle also understood in her heart, so she wisely didn't intervene. Moreover, she originally didn't like the unruly golden-winged demon emperor, not to mention the fact that the other person had also harassed her 3 times. It's good to make him suffer. Thinking of this, Su Myrtle secretly transmitted her voice to Lin Yun. My lord, the golden-winged demon emperor possesses the world's greatest speed. Please be careful. Lin Yun was expressionless, but he was a little surprised in his heart. How did this little fox backfire so quickly? Or is she trying to use herself to exclude dissenters? But none of that matters. Lin Yun was ready to strike anyway, and in his heart, this little sky fox was one of his own. What guests? But just flat hair. Lin Yun's words directly and deeply stunned the golden-winged demon emperor. The several flying bird demon emperors also looked a little unsightly. Unbridled. This emperor will let you see how powerful you are today. Jin Huangtian directly exploded. This was no longer a provocation, but a naked insult to him. How could he, who was already of a high and violent character, endure it? The corner of Lin Yun's mouth curled up slightly. Stepping out, he blocked in front of Little Medical Fairy. Protect yourself. Nah, I know. Little Medical Fairy bit her lip, still glancing at Su Myrtle with hostility. That's before retreating to the rear. Su Myrtle laughed a little bitterly, but she also knew the reason. Golden-winged sky-breaking slash. The golden-winged demon emperor, as his name suggests, was a large golden bird, divinely handsome. As his mana revolved and his divine ability was unleashed, a gigantic golden bird silhouette appeared behind him to cover the sky. Endless demonic chi swept in all directions. This aura seemed to be even more powerful than the Zhou clan ancestor Zhou Dowling just now. It made the hearts of many cultivators a little shocked. Was this the golden-winged demon emperor who was known to have the strongest battle power among the 3 great demon emperors? It was well known that of the 3 great demon emperors, the heavenly fragrance demon emperor was known for her beauty and intellect. The golden-winged demon emperor, on the other hand, represented killing and violence. As for the other demon emperor, he was very mysterious, with little information circulating. Rumor has it it's a little old man who doesn't ask questions. Jin Huangtian used his palm instead of a sword, a direct palm strike. One could only see the endless golden fronts converging to form a blade that was 100 feet wide and 1,000 feet long. With an unrelenting might that tore everything apart, it slashed down towards Lin Yun. It even included the medicine family crowd at the back in the attack. Lin Yun's gaze flickered. This demon emperor still has something. It was actually still a golden divine ability. The attack power was considered the strongest among the same realm, and also mastered some sort of haste aptitude. No wonder he could be the demon emperor. But when he ran into himself, he was considered unlucky. As the head grand demon of the Yin-Yang sacred sect himself, the Yin-Yang Xian Huang sacred canon was cultivated to the highest level. In the Xian heavenly realm, it was known that what he was best at was crushing his opponents in a hard and fast manner. Where else did he get his brutal and domineering image? His mana was already incredibly thick, and was once more than several times that of a cultivator in the same realm. Now that he had awakened the chaotic god body, it was more than a dozen times more. All of the same realm had no power to fight back at all in front of him, not to mention one realm below him. Even for the demon race, the innate body meridians were stronger than the human race. That's just a way to stay alive a little longer. Time flowed as if it had slowed down. Lin Yun looked up at this shocking strike, his gaze calm, his face unchanged, just calmly raised his hand. A huge pitch-black palm suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was like substance. Even the palm lines seemed to be clearly visible. A strong counterforce rushes up to the sky. It collided with the golden 1,000-foot blade awnings. Heaven and earth seemed to be silent for a moment. A loud sound like the Zhou clan's old ancestor blowing himself up before resounded once again. Endless golden auras and pitch-black demonic clouds stirred the four directions. The void all seemed to be cut apart. All the people present hurriedly sacrificed their protective astral energy or magic treasures to avoid being affected by the disaster. Jin Huangtian's face also changed drastically. It's bad. He was impulsive, but not stupid. So this strike was already the strongest strike. Otherwise, it wouldn't have just revealed even the true body of the demon soul directly behind it. I didn't realize that the other side had come after me. Straight away, he caught his own killer blow hard and fast, not to mention, and it looked as if it was a casual hit. Own miscalculation. But it's a good thing you still have your own crushing tricks. That's running away. Seeing that demonic godlike man turn his cold gaze on himself again, Jin Huangtian knew he couldn't hesitate any longer. And you can't keep your hands off. You have to fight for your life, or you're afraid you won't be able to escape. The golden-winged demon emperor directly bit through his tongue. The demon blood in his body began to burn. A drop of golden essence blood was condensed. This small drop of essence blood was as dazzling and piercing as a jewel. Lin Yun's face changed. He actually felt a terrifying aura in it. It's a little thin though. Luckily, his chaotic god body counteracted this aura shock with a slight movement of his chaotic god body. He didn't know that it was a thin drop of golden-winged rock bird essence blood. It is a true divine bird clan, and even in the immortal realm, this clan has long since disappeared. Its speed can be said to be one of the best in the world. You can directly travel through the void to shrink the earth. Even compared to the power of space, it was no better. Lin Yunzhong had been warned by Su Myrtle, so he had originally guarded against this, but now still underestimated the heroes of the world. The layers of spatial barriers he had laid down were directly broken through by a giant golden bird. It transformed into a piercing golden light, extremely fast, and in an instant, it was directly out of sight. Even Lin Yun directly couldn't perceive the slightest hint of the other party's aura. Apparently it had already disappeared for an unknown number of thousands of miles. Lin Yun couldn't help but be stunned. One is still careless. You've underestimated the heroes of the world. However, you can't escape from a monk. I'd like to see where you can run to. As long as he's still in this world, he's dead. Moreover, he could just take this opportunity to go to the 10,000 Demon Mountain range. That would be a good way to put a name to it. There's sort of a reason for it by mistake. Lin Yun turned his gaze towards the heavenly fragrance demon emperor. Chapter 90 Pale Elder returns to heaven. Going to the 10,000 Demon Mountain range, Lin Yun waved his hand slightly. Mana surged, turning the violent and chaotic heaven and earth aura to be pacified in an instant. A clear sky was once again restored between heaven and earth. There were just still countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood below. The exchange between Lin Yun and the golden-winged demon emperor was extremely fast. A lot of people haven't reacted to what's going on. Jin Huangtian knew he couldn't be defeated and directly fled for his life. But he's gone this way. That group of great demons was a bit embarrassed, and there was some fear in their hearts that they wouldn't be taken directly next. The many demon kings all looked at the heavenly fragrance demon emperor with some expectation. The only person they could rely on now was this Lord Demon Emperor. Su Myrtle also didn't expect Jin Huangtian to be so useless. Was expecting to go a few rounds and then she spoke up. In fact, it was still Lin Yun's strength that was too powerful. After thinking about it, Su Myrtle took a few steps forward. Ying Oda Bao. Lord Immortal is mighty, but please be clear, we're not all the way with that golden-winged demon emperor. We're here to talk about cooperation with the medicine family. Sue Myrtle has a distinctive voice. Some of the doll's voice seems to be, with Lin Yun's understanding, it is some clip sound. But look at her sexy petite body and imperious face. This contrast made old devil Lin a little foolish as well. I don't know if it's the same when you gasp. Cooperation? Lin Yun revealed a strange color. It's trying to sleep and having a pillow delivered. Well, I can represent the 10,000 Demon Mountain range and form an offensive and defensive alliance with the Pill family. From now on, the endless medicinal herbs from the depths of the 10,000 Demon Mountain range can be directly supplied to the Pill family by our demon clan. The Pill family provides the pills and supplies we need in exchange. Sue Myrtle's words came out. The medicine family was ecstatic. This was something that many pill refining families had dreamed of for countless years. But it's not like humans and demons have different paths. The human immortal sect side didn't even want this to happen either, because that would lead to a particular clan or family getting bigger outright. The power swells more than 1,000-fold. This will undoubtedly affect the internal balance of power. But things are different now. The medicine family had a son-in-law from the Ascension realm as a backer. On the demon race's side, it was also the heavenly fragrance demon emperor who personally requested an alliance. Even the strongest of them, the golden-winged demon emperor, was directly defeated and fled for his life. Does anyone else dare to jump out and say no in this situation? That's just a lot of food for thought. Medicine old man sitting on the eunuch chair had already run out of oil back to the light, almost cannot hold on. But after hearing this proposal from the heavenly fragrance demon emperor, the cloudy eyes let out a bright light all of a sudden. This could be the greatest chance the medicine family has ever had. If he achieves it, he will die without regret. Facing his ancestors in the 9 springs, he could also proudly stand up his chest. From then on, the Pill family was the true Pill Emperor family on the continent. World famous and irreplaceable, Pill King City could henceforth be renamed Pill Emperor City. Sure. Elder Medicine shouted with some excitement. The medicine man hurriedly took a few steps forward and shook the old man's withered hand. Grandpa, I'm here. The pharmacist's face was a little complicated. She knew what Grandpa was going to say. But then, that woman, wouldn't she be getting closer and closer? It wasn't what she wanted to see. But for the sake of the medicine family, for the greater good, do you have a choice? And maybe that's what Lord Cloud wants. There was some bitterness in the pharmacist's heart when she thought about it, but she also knew, sooner or later, this kind of thing happens, so she even took both of her personal attendants with her in order to delay it. I just didn't expect it to come as fast as it did. Elder Medicine knew and could figure out this kind of doorway in it. He looked at his favorite little granddaughter with some heartache. The youngest granddaughter also had a hard life. At birth, she was burdened with a blood feud and the future of her family. You've been wronged. Pill Returner felt some guilt in his heart. Just a gentle pat on the back of his little granddaughter's hand. Grandpa can see that he really likes you and wants to be good to you, but he will leave one day, and at that time, the medicine family will be in danger. So, Grandpa he should be hoping to find a protective umbrella for our medicine family. It's just aggravation. Pill Returner naturally knew that since ancient times, heroes were hard to get rid of. Facing a stunning beauty like the heavenly fragrance demon emperor, how could this cheap son-in-law, who was already invincible, possibly hold it? Besides, he himself is not the kind of person who is all righteous and upright, so the outcome was already predictable. The pharmacist bit her lip and nodded softly. Well, I know it then. I'll take care of the family. Don't worry, Grandpa. He's good to me, and I know it. I'm not that pretentious when it comes to us monks. I'll take care of myself, and I'll put the medicine family on top of the world. The pharmacist cried as he spoke, because Grandpa's breath is getting fainter and fainter. He would have been hanging on by a breath. Now that the dust has settled, the medicine family is preserved and has a promising future, and he'd have no ties, and the will to live goes down. Then Grandpa will be relieved. Good granddaughter, take good care of yourself. Pillback's voice grew fainter and fainter, but still holding on to a strong breath. Seems to be waiting for something. Just then, Lin Yun's figure suddenly flashed to the old man's side. He didn't hesitate and directly held Elder Medicine's other hand. Old master, just don't worry. I'll arrange everything. Sure is my woman. I'll take care of it. Elder Medicine smiled in relief. Cloud boy, hard work. Shao-Chi is in your hands. Elder Pill knew that this cheap son-in-law came from a mysterious background, but that didn't matter. Lin Yun had proved his heart and his own strength. Elder Pill was now completely in the capacity of an elder. He placed the pharmacist's hand in Lin Yun's palm. A smile played at the corners of his mouth, and then there was no more sound. The last vestige of life died with the wind. Medicine Master threw herself into Lin Yun's arms and cried, crying for air. There was also a wave of sadness in the medicine family camp. Fine cries rang out in sheets, even the many eaters, tens of millions of cultivators. There was also some sadness welling up in his heart at the moment. Pill Elder go all the way. Countless cultivators shouted in unison. There was suddenly a great light between heaven and earth. In an instant, it dispersed the heavy aura of bloodshed. As the leader of the Dandao who has spent his life doing good deeds and virtues, Master Medicine has done countless good deeds in his life. Even the heaven and earth avenues seem to be sending the old man off. Watching this bizarre scene, Lin Yun also felt some emotions in his heart. The 3,000 avenues have their own splendor. Looking at the rivers of blood and corpses below, Lin Yun suddenly felt something in his heart as well. Today, the old man of the Medicine family has passed away, which is considered a happy funeral. This seat will not make much of it. According to Elder Medicine's legacy, you may all leave on your own. From now on, the feud is over. Lin Yun's calm voice resounded through the land. After all, the Medicine family would still have to prosper in this world in the future, so Lin Yun wasn't prepared to drive them to extinction, not to mention that a good chunk of the deaths were enough. Thank you, Lord Xian, for your mercy. The many surviving disciples of the Green Jade sect knelt down and kowtowed in gratitude, and their hanging hearts were finally released. Lin Yun gently patted the pharmacist's back. Good girl, I'm still here. Babies don't cry. Lin Yun was as good as coaxing a child. In fact, he couldn't coax anyone. After all, no one had ever coaxed him either. Ooh, with Grandpa gone, you're all I have left to be nice to me. The pharmacist's face was full of tears, eyes red. Well then, I'll always be good to you. What about her? Medicine Man asked, suddenly looking at the group of great demons in the distance. Lin Yun was a little embarrassed in his heart. I don't know. I'm ready to agree to her alliance. Don't you think? If you don't think so, I'll think of something else. Sooner or later I'm going to ascend. I don't feel comfortable leaving you guys behind. Their demon clan is powerful and can serve as your protection. Lin Yun spoke from his heart. It was the same as what Elder Medicine had just explained. The pharmacist bit her lip. She knew that this was not the time for her to be capricious. Well, I listened to everything you say. Medicine Master rubbed against Lin Yun's chest. Good, then leave it to me to make the arrangements. Lin Yun gently rubbed her little head. You and the lady will go back first, and you'll discuss what comes next. Stabilize the situation first. Lin Yun looked towards the two girls, Bagio and Qingqiu. Okay, we'll take care of the lady. The two women assisted the pharmacist master, and together they returned to the large rear of Pill King City. The next thing was some closing chores, and those things would have nothing to do with Lin Yun. He trusted little Dr. Fairy to take care of it herself. Lin Yun came in front of Su Myrtle. Both of them walked out alone at this moment, standing opposite each other in the air. Looking at this woman from a close distance, Lin Yun felt more and more somewhat stunning, and it seemed to really smell good. It was a strangely sweet scent. It makes for a very pleasant smell, not at all cloying. No wonder it's called the Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor. Being looked up and down by Lin Yun, the Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor felt as if his gaze carried knives, and it's see-through, as if seeing through itself, not without a pinkish color coming to his skin. Lin Yun was stunned. Was it so extreme? Surprisingly sensitive. I granted your request for an alliance. But next, speaking here, Lin Yun paused. I want you to take me on a trip to your demon clan's imperial dynasty. Lin Yun's gaze was full of aggression and possessiveness. Somehow, Su Myrtle's heart pounded. Her gift of precognition seemed to have told her what would happen next. So, is he really going to wait to possess himself? Well, let's get together. And please come to my palace. Su Myrtle suppressed her inner turmoil. Waving his sleeve, he released a huge heavenly fragrance palace. Well, it comes with its own boudoir. Chapter 91, Will You Be My Woman? Ascension Realm powerhouses come out of the world. The Green Jade sect was defeated. With many deaths and injuries, the Golden-Winged Demon Emperor fled, his life and death unknown. Rise of the Pill King City Pill family. These few pieces of news spread throughout the entire Heavenly Star Realm with a thunderous momentum. The entire cultivation world shook 3 times. The messages were more shocking one than the other. Ascension Realm mighty cultivators hadn't appeared for how many tens of thousands of years. There may be 1 or 2 lingering ones still hiding. Those were also old monsters who were eliminated from daring to cross over and ascend. But this senior who has now appeared, that's peak condition. Otherwise there is no way to directly turn the tide with one's own strength. Everyone knows that. The Green Jade sect is going down. Even if there was still an old ancestor within the clan, strength will also be in tatters. But what was even more disturbing was that the Demon Emperor of the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range had also come out. And there's a deal with the Medicine family. The rise of this Medicine family is unstoppable now. That golden-winged Demon Emperor, I'm afraid he's in danger. 9 times out of 10, it's hard to escape death. In front of an Ascension Realm powerhouse in peak condition, it was tantamount to facing the pursuit of a true immortal, and there would be no surprises. The pattern of this heaven and earth seemed to have changed all of a sudden. The next 10,000 years, The main characters are all only likely to be medicine men. The Pill Emperor is about to be born. Numerous immortal clan families have started from this moment. The disciples and their descendants were sternly warned not to mess with the Pill family, and immediately started organizing the staff. Have the elders bring generous gifts and prepare to travel to the medicine family. On the one hand, he attended the memorial service for elder medicine, and on the other hand, he congratulated the medicine family for taking off from there. With the endless supply of medicinal herbs from the 10,000 Demon Mountain range, it could be imagined that in the future, the Pill family's pills would show a blowout trend. This is also a great thing that blesses the cultivators of the world. Now is naturally a good opportunity to talk about cooperation in trade. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't have a chance if I'm late. And they also wanted to come and pay their respects to that mysterious ascended powerhouse. It's rumored to be the son-in-law of the medicine family. It would be even better to be raptured. There was no doubt that the other party should be the strongest in this world right now. Maybe they'll ascend to immortality someday. It's now or never. And the medicine family after the other party's ascension was not destined to weaken immediately. No one will even dare to mess with it. After all, the Pill family still had the 10,000 Demon Mountain range behind them. Moreover, the rising Pill family would inevitably enter into offensive and defensive alliances with numerous immortal Dao sects as well. When the time comes, we'll all benefit and we'll all lose. Lin Yun's plan finally materialized. Only now he had his mind back on the demon girl in front of him. The heavenly fragrance palace was suspended between heaven and earth. Heading in the direction of the 10,000 Demon Mountain range, he moved forward unhurriedly. Didn't seem to be in a big hurry to get there. The many demon kings were scattered around. Inside the palace, there are now the most honored guests. They don't have that qualification to go in, and they don't want to go in. After all, not everyone has that kind of guts. There are only 3 people in there today. Tianxiang Demon Emperor Su Miao, Lin Yun, and then there's Silver Moon, who is the equivalent of a maid of honor. You can serve tea in water, and she still had the sword pill band planted by the other party inside her. So naturally, I would like to take this opportunity to lift it. Inside the palace, there are other places. It doesn't look too big on the outside though, but the inner space is equivalent to a cave. There are even mountains in water. In the middle of an elegant courtyard, inside the gazebo there was a stone table with an ancient shape. The two of them, Lin Yun and Su Myrtle, sat opposite each other. The boiling water on the table was steaming. The Silver Moon Demoness was making tea for her guests. Don't think she's dressed a little wild and spirited. The slim waist was showing. There was also a side-splitting jewel at the belly button. But this work of waiting on people, she also did it with honor. After pouring tea for the two, Silver Moon respectfully took a few steps back and stood aside to wait for orders. A little apprehensive inside. She didn't think that the sickly wheelchair-bound youth from before would actually be an Ascension Realm bigwig. This is just going to scare the out of the baby, okay? The thought that he had tried to sneak up on him earlier. Silver Moon then felt like she had gone to hell and back. It was conceivable that if he did pay for the action, he would surely die a horrible death. A quiet glance at the two masters. It was an unexpected realization that the two seemed to be a good match. Lin Yun gently sipped his tea. A light grassy aroma runs through the mouth. There also seemed to be some unique wood-attribute aura that instantly cleared one's ears. The heart was also a little refreshed. This is the Rain Mist Spirit Tea that is a speciality of the depths of our 10,000 Demon Mountain range. May it still be to your taste. Su Myrtle raised her slender hand to refill another cup for Lin Yun. Well, it was okay. Lin Yun nodded slightly. He carefully surveyed the stunning woman in front of him. The most unique thing about her is those eyes, as if it could talk, and with a deeply flirtatious twist. It's not intentional, it's all over the place. Is this the unique charm of the demon fox heavenly maiden? The eyes skimmed over her cherry mouth. Slender swan neck. Lin Yun's gaze was somewhat reckless. Su Myrtle was also a little nervous in her heart. She naturally wouldn't be a match for this demon king, so now the little unrealistic thoughts have been put away. Smart as she is, very good at judging the situation. My lord, you're looking at my concubine like this, but it's making my concubine a bit terrified. The light of Su Myrtle's eyes flowed within her beautiful eyes. It's already seductive without being intentional. Oh, it's also the first time I've seen another strange woman like you in this world. I heard that you are of the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox clan? There was some appreciation within Lin Yun's gaze. It's pure appreciation of the good things. Back to your lordship. Yes it is. The little woman is probably the only nine-tailed demon fox left in the world. Of course, whether there are any more of my people in the upper world or other worlds, I don't know. Lin Yun nodded slightly. The nine-tailed demon fox clan was known in the world for its extreme beauty. It has always been the prey of certain powerful people. It's normal to fade into obscurity. Perhaps there are still your people living in peace on some worlds, just as I didn't know that so many demons existed before. Not to mention the fact that there's a stunning beauty like you off to the side. Lin Yun said indifferently. There really weren't any established demon clans left over in the Tianyuan realm. At those words, Su Myrtle's heart stirred. This strong person who suddenly appeared was really not from this world. world. No wonder he had never heard of him before. For someone so strong, this is quite out of character. His path of growth must have been accompanied by mountains of corpses and countless glories. Immortal Lord, it really is from the outside world then. I'm sure that in the other world, Your Excellency is also formidable, Su Myrtle said with a light smile. The more she looked at Lin Yun, the better she looked at him as well. This powerful man, the closer he gets, the more it seemed to make her feel close. Looking at her delicate appearance with eyes like autumn and face like peach blossoms, Lin Yun directly held her jade hand. It's very soft in the hand, as if holding a piece of nephrite. Will you be my woman? Chapter 92, It's bad. I've become a male chimera. Lin Yun asked a bit abruptly. Caught off guard, it was directly in his large hand. Su Myrtle was also a bit at a loss for words, though it was vaguely in her mind. After all, she was a demon. The higher up you cultivate, the tougher it gets. And there was also the fear of being captured as a plaything by some evil cultivator on a daily basis. If you can meet a great cultivator who is in love with both of them, that's a natural request. This was also a shortcut recognized by many female cultivators of the demon race. Even though she had reached the pinnacle of this world, she was not exempt, especially since she did feel it. The time when his own chance for advancement lay with this man, Su Myrtle faltered inwardly. She's been a keeper all these years. Now it was the first time that a person of the opposite sex was in direct contact with their skin. Some of Su Myrtle's gifts seemed to have been touched. The whole thing became watery all of a sudden. The atmosphere was somewhat charming. She bit her lip and winks. It made Lin Yun look at it and he couldn't help but get a little hot. My lord, this is too sudden. Let me think about it. Lin Yun's gaze was steady and fiery. Yes, but when I kill that flat-furred demon queen, you must give me an answer, and I forbid you to refuse, Lin Yun said in a somewhat overbearing manner. What he had worked so hard to cultivate so far, for the sake of not just following your heart. As a strong man, he was entitled to enjoy all the most wonderful things in this world, and of course the stunning siren. Well, concubine can't run away. Su Miao listened to the other party's domineering and unreasonable proclamation. There wasn't the slightest bit of anger inside. Instead, there was some delight. Then this seat will be waiting for your good news. Lin Yun did like this stunningly beautiful demonic girl though, but there's no rush. After all, it wasn't long ago that he had been attentively served by the two women, Bagio and Qingqiu, and there's business to be done next. The 10,000 Demon Mountain Range had been viewed by Lin Yun as the next target to conquer, and as a backer of the medicine family, it has to be stable. My lord, aren't you curious as to why I gave up my resistance so easily? Su Myrtle said deliberately. There are some things that rather than making the other person suspicious, might as well make yourself clear ahead of time. This is where she embodies her own cleverness. Oh, wasn't it you who wanted to be the only demon emperor? In Lin Yun's opinion, this might be the starting point for the other party. This is a demoness with ambition. If he suppressed the entire 10,000 Demon Mountain Range, and it was impossible for himself to personally control this endless demon race, so naturally, an advocate is needed. Under Lin Yun's gaze, Su Myrtle shook her head. This is just a small fish pond after all. The concubine's eyes have looked to the stars and the sea. Lin Yun leaned forward a bit. That's interesting. It's amazing how ambitious this woman is. But a woman like that is worthy of her own heart. Otherwise it's just something to play around with and forget about. The outside world knows that the concubine already has 7 tails. But, my concubine already has the 8 tails then. Speaking of this, Su Myrtle seemed to hesitate a bit. The next thing she was going to reveal was the most sensitive and secretive thing of their 9-tailed Skyfox clan. My lord, please look. Under Lin Yun's somewhat awestruck gaze, several snow-white fox tails suddenly appeared behind Su Myrtle. Furry and fuzzy, the foxtail trembled slightly, and it seemed like it could wrap Su Myrtle's entire body. Lin Yun subconsciously reached out and touched it. Su Myrtle's face instantly turned red. Gonzi, please don't touch it freely yet. Su Myrtle gasped. In this state, her ears also turned into animal ears, fluffy and somewhat cute. Lin Yun simply loved it. Ah, the Beast Master. Fury, it's so beautiful. It's true. Such a special thing can only be enjoyed by yourself. Lin Wan wanted to reach out and touch her little ears. Thought better of it. Don't wait for the next one to get out of hand. Save the good stuff for last. Finish business first. He wasn't in a hurry to ascend anyway. Enjoy it first. After all, when you get to the immortal world, who knows if you'll have to struggle all over again, and you have to face the hunt of the female emperor's ancestor. But escaping was not his style as an old demon of Lin, so these good days are getting fewer and fewer. Seeing that Lin Yun didn't act excessively, Su Myrtle was also relieved. "My lord, today my concubine only has 8 tails, but if you want to ascend to immortality, you have to break through the 9 tails. It's just that my concubine's innate nature is flawed and her bloodline power is not enough. So if nothing goes wrong, there is no possibility of becoming immortal in this lifetime." Speaking here, Su Myrtle looked seriously at Lin Yun. "But the appearance of the male has given me a sense of opportunity. My Fox clan is actually proficient in deduction, and there will be some foreknowledge in the underworld. I don't know what I need in a male, but if I'm with you, Gonzi, I can definitely break through the bloodline shackles." Speaking of this, Su Myrtle was also a bit excited. The cheeks were flushed. Lin Yun was also stunned, looking at the delicate and incomparable demon fox little heavenly maiden. Lin Yun seemed to understand something. Does one's chaotic god body still have this kind of effect? Think about it carefully. Chaos, as the root of all spirits, was the mother of all the spirits of heaven and earth. This should be especially true for the demon race. It doesn't seem surprising that it has this effect. "Do you look at me and feel close, wanting to be close to me?" Lin Yun suddenly asked. He wanted to be sure of one thing. From the first sight, yeah, Su Myrtle was dumbfounded. Then a slight nod. "Well, the first time my concubine saw His Excellency, it was as if she understood something. It's as if I feel some kind of warmth and immense peace of mind in the Duke." Lin Yun took a deep breath. "That's interesting. This bastard chaos god body, is he trying to turn himself into a male chimera? What can we do from now on?" But, when you think about it, it seems like there's a great deal to be gained. 2. If he came across any powerful innate spiritual roots, or treasures with spiritual intelligence, wouldn't they all just throw in the towel? Moreover, if he meets a powerful female cultivator, is it possible to hold his thigh and eat soft food? Taking a step back, would it also work on the Empress ancestor? Lin Yun's mind instantly thought of countless possibilities, so it seems like this trait is still useful. In terms of fighting for heavenly treasures, or even certain special circumstances, or in terms of eating soft food, it's all artifact level. That's a lot of dividends to eat, so to speak. It seemed that he could stir up trouble in the immortal realm himself. Lin Yun didn't know at the moment that the upper realm had now caused an uproar because of him. Ancient Morning Star, the female imperial patriarch of the Taishu Sacred Dragon Clan, had already made a strong strike. "I think I probably understand what's going on. I'll help you when the time comes, but be good." Lin Yun's lips moved slightly and he seemed to say something. Su Myrtle's ears turned red. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Yun somewhat incredulously, somewhat alarmed, even shame. Still, a good-natured nod was given. "Well, I'll eat it. I'll do whatever the prince says." She was submissive. Chapter 93, Mystery of the 10,000 Demons. Opportunity to become an immortal. Silver Moon, who was watching the scene from not far away. "It's almost as if I can't believe my eyes. When did Sister Demon Emperor become so gentle and sweet? She's actually pouting. But after your lovemaking is over, tell me about the restraints in my body." Silvermoon was a little anxious in her heart, but don't dare to come up and interrupt. Don't say outsiders. Even she was seeing for the first time that Lord Demon Emperor actually had 8 tails now. The heavenly fragrance walking palace was still flying unhurriedly, and deep within the 10,000 demon mountain range, a golden light broke through the air in a swift manner. It directly landed in the golden-winged demon emperor's opulent palace. Afterward, Jin Huangtian, whose face was pale and there was some panic in his gaze, revealed his figure. He is now facing the biggest life and death crisis ever. "I should have known better than to be so impulsive. I didn't expect the other party to be so powerful and invincible. I had thought that I would be able to maneuver around even if I was undefeated." The result was that he was almost killed as soon as they exchanged blows. Jin Huangtian's face was bloodless. A body's blood was refined for the most part before a drop of the golden-winged rockbird's faint essence blood was condensed. That's how he used it to unleash his natural aptitude, directly breaking through the void and shuttling to escape back. But it's not over yet. He had a feeling that the other side wouldn't let him go. Moreover, the heavenly fragrance demon emperor that must have already thrown her arms around her. What Jin Huangtian hated the most right now wasn't Lin Yun. Instead, it was Su Myrtle. In his opinion, things started because of this. If it wasn't for her, she wouldn't even be in the middle of the mess herself. Moreover, as the same demon emperor, she sat back and watched her defeat. It's even a pleasure to see it. How could this not make him hate in his heart? "Your Majesty the demon emperor, you're back. My concubine missed you." Numerous demonesses surrounded it. "Get out of here, all of you." Ignoring the many enchanting maids in the temple who were dressed in revealing clothing, Jin Huangtian went straight to the treasury. After heavy validation, he directly swept away everything of use within the treasury. "It's getting ready to run, but the world is so big. Where can I run to? With the other party's ascension realm cultivation and might, when the time comes an order is given. I'm afraid I have nowhere to hide." After thinking about it, Jin Huangtian was ready to take another risk and try again. The other demon emperor was actually the true first demon emperor of the 10,000 demon mountain range. The other guy has been alive for I don't know how many years. Even he didn't know the other party's origin and roots. just know that it seems to be an old dragon turtle. The Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor, on the other hand, was the third Demon Emperor. The power is actually the weakest. But this first Demon Emperor, tens of thousands of years ago, began to not ask questions. It has always been secluded in the deepest part of the mountain range. I don't know if I'm on a mission or what. It's usually easy to stay away. As long as the 10,000 Demon Mountain range wasn't attacked on a large scale, he wouldn't have come out and intervened. Even he and the Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor were actually unearthed and nurtured by that mysterious first Demon Emperor, Jin Huangtian and Su Myrtle. In fact, did not know the origin of their birth. No parents or relatives either. They had been in the 10,000 Demon Mountain range for as long as they could remember. Even the cultivation techniques were given to them directly by the first Demon Emperor. That's why Jin Huangtian is now trying to grab the only straw that saves his life. In his opinion, this mysterious old Demon Emperor might also be in the Ascension realm. This possibility is very high. Otherwise they would have died of old age long ago. If he was willing to help himself, then he would be saved. Think about it. Jin Huangtian no longer hesitated. It directly turned into a golden light and flew towards the deepest part. It soon came before a deep green pool. This one deep pool, unfathomably deep, is said to lead straight to the East Sea. Next to it are ancient trees, huge branches and vines and pythons snaking and twisting. And that old turtle, he likes to be in the deep pool on weekdays, or sunbathe on top of a smooth boulder off to the side. This first Demon Emperor, no one knew his name or his race, nor does he covet wealth and power. There wasn't even a cabin, let alone a luxurious palace. Jin Huangtian was lucky. The old man with white hair was seen on the green stone next to him. "Senior, please still save me." Jin Huangtian saw that the other party seemed to be sunbathing with his eyes closed. Without hesitation, he cried out as he fell to his knees. The old man's long whiskers shook. Right hand pinch, didn't even open his eyes. He then seemed to have understood something. "It's hopeless, wait to die." There were some jokes, but it was incomparably terrifying in Jin Huangtian's ears. He knew that this mysterious senior was actually very good at deducing heavenly chances. "You could say it counts for nothing. Now you're saying you're hopeless? How? Elder, what's going on? Isn't there a ray of hope?" Jin Huangtian's face was hideous. "No, because I'm going to kill you too," the old man in hemp clothes said indifferently. Jin Huangtian was a bit incredulous and couldn't believe his ears. He got up in a hurry and was about to fly away to escape. The old man suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was a bit cloudy, but at the moment there was an essence flickering. The old man in hemp clothes flexed his fingers. A dragon binding rope shot out electrically and directly bound Jin Huangtian. "Senior, you are the first Demon Emperor of my 10,000 Demons clan. Why are you doing this? I'm the one you watched grow up." Jin Huangtian's face was twisted full of fear. "I thought it was a ray of hope, but I didn't realize it was a self-inflicted ghost gate." The more he struggled, the tighter the bindings became. It was soon strangled right into the flesh and blood. It was a bloody mess in no time. "This is the dragon tendon of a certain deceased dragon king of the Eastern Sea Scaly Dragon clan," and Jin Huangtian was caught off guard and hit. Naturally, there is no way back. Everything is destiny. The hemp-clothed old man pinched and showed no mercy. A turquoise symbol flickered on Jin Huangtian's body. His entire cultivation was being extracted. A golden demonic dan formed on top of his head. His breath was getting fainter and fainter. The curses were also getting smaller, until there was no more sound. The hallowed golden-winged demon emperor, Jin Huangtian, who was claimed to be the number one in terms of battle prowess, the figure directly disappeared into nothingness. The entire person was refined into a golden demonic dan. The old man looked away, his face expressionless. "My clan has waited for tens of thousands of years for this opportunity. How can we let you destroy it with your own selfish desires? This demonic elixir as a thin gift should be able to make the other party smile. And that girl, Tian Xiang, shouldn't miss it either. When the time comes, as soon as she ascends to immortality, the sealing contract of this one cage in the 10,000 Demon Mountain range would be lifted, and after wasting so many years here himself, he can finally regain his freedom." The old man thought in his mind. Spinning around, he continued to close his eyes. So many long years had passed that he had long since grown tired of all the pleasures of the world. He just wanted to end this boring life early to rejoin the demon world. To him, 1,000 years is just a snap of the fingers. By then, the descendants of the nine-tailed skyfox should have already cultivated into immortality after receiving that person's mercy. The thing about fate is that it's marvelous. He couldn't understand Lin Yun's destiny either, but he knew that this person was an anomaly, only befriending, and it involved Su Myrtle's chance of becoming an immortal. More than that, it was the only opportunity to lift the blockade of the 10,000 Demon Mountain range. The reason why this one world had a demon race that flourished so well was actually because it was a cage. It was a chastisement sent down by a certain great power in the upper realm in a fit of rage. Trap a certain large tribe of demons all to death. The pact will not be lifted until a demon is able to go against the grain train and cultivate into an immortal. And this secret is known only to him who is the caretaker and at the same time the blood of sin. On the other hand, the speed of the heavenly fragrance walking palace was getting faster and faster. Lin Yun was currently sitting on top of the throne, looking down at the kneeling silver moon demoness below. Her entire body fell to her knees. 5 bodies, hips high in the air, breasts squeezed against the ground, revealing a somewhat exaggerated bodyline and cleavage. She's here to ask for forgiveness, but she didn't know what she'd be facing. There was some trepidation in his heart at the moment. Looking at her fiery body and spilling silver hair, her pale jade-like skin, Lin Yun's gaze flickered slightly. How about charging some interest first? You can't miss out on this superb product. Chapter 94, The Silver Moon Queen is going to break down. The atmosphere was somewhat silent. Silver Moon's heart was filled with panic. This was a bedchamber within the Heavenly Fragrance Palace. Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor Sung Yo was not present at the moment. She ended up just mentioning the Silver Moon thing. After all, it wasn't like she could order Lin Yun to do anything. She was now herself ready to offer her loyalty. Concubine knows she's wrong. I also ask Immortal Lord to spare my concubine. Silver Moon's delicate beauty trembled slightly, seeing that Lin Yun had been silent, so that was all she could do to beg for mercy. Lin Yun looked at her marvelous figure. There was some slight fire in his heart. Oh, where were you wrong? He said somewhat teasingly. It's not often that you can get a woman to admit she's wrong. Silver Moon saw Lin Yun finally speak up. The heart was relieved and at the same time more nervous. Sister Demon Emperor said he wouldn't make things difficult for himself, so it shouldn't be a problem. After all, they're all sort of on their own now. Earlier within the garden, she had the feeling that Sister Demon Emperor had reached some sort of tacit understanding with this person. Maybe even that kind of relationship. As for where she went wrong, Silver Moon didn't really recognize where she went wrong. The biggest mistake was not to run into such a ruthless person. It's just bad luck. Blame the damn Chow family. My concubine should not have offended your majesty. Silver Moon couldn't even raise her head. Just a whisper with his head down. Lin Yun had a faint smile on his lips. Look up at me. Silver Moon's delicate body trembled, her heart filled with shame, but there was nothing to be done about it. Looking up at the man who towered over him like a demon god. You didn't offend me. You just tried to kill me. Lin Yun's voice was calm, but the more terrified Silver Moon became inside. Concubine wouldn't dare. That was all an accident, she said in a hurry. The slave girl knows she's wrong, and I hope that your Immortal Highness will spare the lowly slave girl. If this charge is confirmed, I'm afraid that Lord Demon Emperor can't even save himself. That's why Silver Moon couldn't care less about his dignity as a demon king. I can't believe I'm calling myself a slave girl. This caused Lin Yun to have some strange feelings in his heart. You don't know you're wrong. You know you're going to die. Lin Yun's somewhat teasing voice completely broke Silver Moon's defenses. The sword pill inside her was like a magic sword hanging over her neck. It could fall at any time. His own life is at stake. It was not easy for her to become a demon king after so many years of cultivation. It was even the pride and all the hopes of the Demon Wolf clan. If one dies, the Demon Wolf clan was a pack of wolves without a leader. Not to mention that they were afraid that they would be divided up by other demon clans. Bastard maid doesn't want to die. Please also spare my life. Lord Immortal. Silver Moon's delicate and somewhat exotic face was covered in tears in an instant. She cried, hoping the adults might have mercy. In fact, she knew that she had committed a sin before. It's already a capital offense. Although it didn't work, there's no doubt that the starting point was to assassinate Lord Shinzuan and his woman. So her heart was filled with trepidation. Old Devil Lin saw that she was actually so vulnerable. The mind is also a bit bored. He doesn't think about it either. Anyone else would be no better. But look at that pearly, delicate look of hers. Lin Yun wanted to tease her again. Crawl over. Lin Yun's eyes teased. Somewhat lazily, he leaned back in his ornate chair. Words. Silver Moon froze. Is this outright humiliation, or is he trying to tease himself? But look at his cold expression. Silver Moon knew she had no room to bargain, so it had to be done. She didn't get up. Look at her humble and pleasing appearance. Lin Yun was in a good mood. Reaching out, he cupped her chin. Make her look up at herself. Her eyes were pretty, but now they were full of fear. Pretty face too. The skin is delicate. Just crying pears. Lin Yun's fingers gently brushed over her red lips. Silver Moon subconsciously opened her mouth. Well, Silver Moon whimpered, unable to speak. She knows. He wanted to please him like a puppy, to atone for my sins. So she gets it. She humbly let her face rub against Lin Yun's palm. Full of pleasing, Lin Yun gently stroked her little head. So good. At those words Silver Moon worked even harder. Turn out your ears. Lin Yun suddenly thought of something. Silver Moon's face was filled with redness and embarrassment. But still, he bit his lip and did as he was told. Lin Yun only saw a pair of small, furry, silver-colored fluffy ears pop out. There was a moment of surprise in his mind. It seems like all the demon girls have this cute little accessory. Lin Yun curiously reached out and touched it. Silver Moon instantly winced. The whole thing went limp at once. Lin Yun came to be interested. Come here. Silver Moon hesitated for a moment. The eyes were full of supplication. Don't! I don't want to. Don't touch people anywhere. She has the most sensitive little ears. Lin Yun frowned and said again, come here. Silver Moon knew that this could be the last level. Past that, then it should be forgiven. So she bit her silver teeth. Still obediently, he climbed up and jumped into Lin Yun's arms. A scented breeze hit the room. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. Although it was a frost demon wolf, there was no odor on Silver Moon. Instead, it has a distinctive fresh scent. Her long silver white hair was like frost. There was an icy aura about it. Even the skin was icy cold. Lin Yun liked it somewhat. The hair was even colder and silkier. Lin Yun played with her long hair. You want to die or you want to live? Lin Yun asked softly. Concubine. Bastard servant wants to live. Silver Moon looked at Lin Yun pitifully. Oh, that's good. So do you know how to do it? Lin Yun liked this, letting her make her own choices. Otherwise it always looks like you're a bully. Concubine will be your cheap servant from now on. Silver Moon had wanted to say the word puppy, but it was hard to say. He himself is a noble silver-winged demon wolf. Well, that's good. Where are your little wings? Turn them so that my father can see them. Lin Yun was also playful. Silver Moon's watery eyes were full of pleading. Definitely either. Well, cut the crap. Lin Yun slapped her unceremoniously. Silver Moon took a deep breath, forced himself to hold back the shame in his heart. A pair of small, white-as-snow wings appeared out of nowhere behind her, with a hint of glacial blue veins. It looked demonic and had a unique beauty. And the tail. Lin Yun scrutinized it with some dissatisfaction. Silver Moon was cracking up. Not like this, but under the lustful authority of Lin Yun. She had to give in. The ears of the beast, the wings, the tail, all of it. It was as if Lin Yun had discovered some new continent. It also makes Silver Moon make various gestures. Lin Yun also recorded it with a shadow-keeping stone. He feels like a photographer now. This demon queen. It's actually what's really superb. Lin Yun decided. No more killing her. There was no threat to myself anyway. Come here, he ordered again. The tear tracks on Silver Moon's face had dried up, but the scars in his heart are getting deeper. Chapter 95, Jealousy with Demon Emperor Sister? Snuggle into this demon's arms again. Silver Moon felt a surprisingly inexplicable sense of security inside. She couldn't help but rub her cheek against Lin Yun's chest. Lin Yun rubbed her little head with his hand. Silver Moon narrowed her eyes slightly. It seemed to be enjoying itself. From now on, you're mine, okay? Lin Yun suddenly said. Well, concubine, bastard made nose. Silver Moon didn't think he'd come this far, but it has to be said. After leaping out of the hardest step in your heart, she also felt much more relaxed. Lin Yun played with some of her icy cold hair. Well, this seat won't treat you badly. In the future, you will be the next demon emperor. Sooner or later, Tian Xiang, she'll have to ascend as well, and Goldwing will die. The other one, I always felt something strange. Maybe he wouldn't be a good choice. That's why you're the best in this seat's mind. You will take Tian Xiang's place and guard the medicine family for me. By then, my woman should be almost ready to ascend as well. You can then come to me together. Got it? Every word that Lin Yun uttered. Silver Moon then shuddered inwardly. Isn't the beautiful blueprint that the other side paints the same thing that you aspire to? Concubine knows. Concubine will not disappoint your excellency. Silver Moon's heart was filled with joy. The reward had come too quickly. She didn't think that she would have the chance to ascend to immortality one day. The throne of the demon emperor was something she did fantasize about once in a while. Well, but that's all an afterthought. Now you're going to behave yourself, okay? Lin Yun had always been generous to his own people. Silver Moon blushed and nodded. That prohibition within the concubine's body. She asked tentatively. I'll untie you. Lin Yun certainly wouldn't use such underhanded tactics, although in his heart, right now, Silver Moon was not considered his real woman, a concubine at best, but not so much as to scandalize him. Lin Yun reached out and gently pressed his hand on her slender waist. It's not the first time we've been in contact, though, but Silver Moon still couldn't help but feel a shiver in her heart. The whole thing was a little tingly. Even the heavenly fragrance demon emperor couldn't withstand the aura of Lin Yun's chaotic god body. Not to mention her. She instantly went limp in Lin Yun's arms. Silver Moon didn't know yet how great his chances would be in the future. That's a real chance to become immortal. Lin Yun's mind moved. The turn of the clock made the sword pill ban in her body lift. This short moment, Silver Moon was actually sweating a bit, but even the sweat was cold. Lin Yun was a bit surprised. Cupping her chin, he made her watery eyes look up at him. Doesn't it feel weird? Silver Moon nodded. Does it feel like you like this seat? The corner of Lin Yun's mouth curled up slightly. That outrageous physique buff is still somewhat useful. At least you can bring a lot of trustworthy female subordinates to the table. Silver Moon's face reddened. Even she found it a little strange. He himself was obviously full of rejection of him at first. The proximity is also due to fear. But now how is it that the mind is at ease? Even some dependence. I'm probably the maid. Just love it when you do that to me. Silver Moon couldn't think of a single thing. being looked at with some shame by Lin Yun's teasing gaze. So after panicking, he buried his head in Lin Yun's chest. Lin Yun laughed out loud, breaking her face over to look at herself. It feels somewhat unique, but just as sweet and savory. And the other side is more active. Old Devil Lin was very happy. The kiss was heavenly, and I don't know how long it lasted. Silver Moon was dripping with fragrant sweat. Lin Yun looked down at her. Do you know now? Feel anything yet? Silver Moon hadn't looked back. The smell was a bit baffling. Lin Yun frowned. Feel the change in your cultivation. According to his guess, he or she is a walking medicine. Kissing should also work somewhat. Silver Moon saw that he was a little upset. It also got serious in a hurry, carefully feeling the changes in his own cultivation. Then her eyes lit up. It's too late to be coquettish. The operation of one's mana actually sped up several times. That's what's going on. If it stays in this state, he was afraid that it wouldn't take long for him to break through the realm. She looked at Lin Yun with some strange eyes. This man, in the end, what is the origin? Is he a fairy medicine cultivated into essence? My lord, can't it be that you are also a demon race, reincarnated as an immortal medicine? Silver Moon asked directly as if she was somewhat less intelligent. Lin Yun gave her a slap in the face with some tears and laughter. You're the one who's reincarnated as an elixir. But there's something special about this seed is all. Now you know why the heavenly fragrance demon emperor is also willing to follow me, right? Lin Yun said somewhat smugly. Silver Moon gulped, some fear in her heart. If that's the case, wouldn't he or she have to compete with the demon emperor's sister for favor in the future? What a way to go. And just kissing has that effect. If Silver Moon didn't dare think about it. I'm afraid I'll break through a few more times myself. Silver Moon's gaze towards Lin Yun was a little different, eyes filled with longing. Humph. What? Want to eat this seed alive? Lin Yun had a teasing look on his lips. You can only have what I give you. Understand? Silver Moon's heart trembled. The lowly servant girl knows, and I hope that the Lord will have more mercy. Silver Moon obediently placed Lin Yun's palm on her cheek. Well, that's good behavior. Lin Yun was secretly happy in his heart. Come here and accept my reward, Lin Yun said in a somewhat overbearing manner. Silver Moon instantly let out a cry of refusal. Both were a bit involved and oblivious. It seems to have gone completely unnoticed. Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor Su Myrtle came to the side at an unknown time, watching these two cling to each other. It was a lie to say that Su Myrtle didn't care in her heart. Well, I asked you to beg for mercy, and you ended up begging in my man's arms. Silver Moon's flavor qualities were known to her. It's cold and soothing. Su Myrtle's heart was a little sour. I don't know if it was jealous of Lin Yun or Silver Moon, or both. Haven't even had that kind of intimacy myself. I didn't realize Silver Moon had gotten there first. Su Myrtle was dying of anger. No, I need to speed things up myself. Otherwise wouldn't it be just a small one in the future? She can't take it. Lin Yun naturally knew that Su Myrtle was right next to him, but it made him move his hands even more recklessly, as if that's more fun. Silver Moon may not know. So, the two men came back to their senses. Looking at the heavenly fragrance demon emperor standing right next to him, Silver Moon panicked all of a sudden. Lord Demon Emperor, she was on the verge of tears, and should have cried straight away. Lin Yun gently patted her back. It's okay, good girl, why are you here? Lin Yun turned to the absolutely beautiful Su Myrtle. The Demon King's sister has done so. Wouldn't Sister Demon Emperor be even more delicious and invincible? Chapter 96, Surprise, Fire and Ice. There seemed to be some coldness on Su Myrtle's stunningly beautiful face. Looking at the somewhat disheveled two, her heart suddenly and inexplicably puffed up a bit. Lin Yun looked at Su Myrtle's expression. He was also a little displeased in his heart. No, you can't tell the difference between the big and small kings, can you? Who to give a face to? You haven't even entered my Lin family yet, and you're so grumpy. It's not going to be easy. Even though you're good looking, that's no reason to be proud. In front of me, old Devil Lin, all of them can only be concubines, especially before it really gets to me. That's even less of a license to throw a tantrum. Who told you to cry? Lin Yun frowned, pinched Silver Moon's chin over hard. Make her look at herself. Why are you panicking when I'm here? Lin Yun's voice was a bit cold. It made Silver Moon's mind panic all of a sudden. Bastard servant didn't. Bastard servant is just a little nervous. I don't know how much of her performance was real and how much was fake, but Su Myrtle looked at this scene and became even more uncomfortable. Besides, if you do, won't you make him even more unkind to this palace? Su Myrtle began to think seriously. Silver Moon's sister, this can't be on purpose, so that Cloud would think he was small-minded. Although he did get a little angry himself, but as a demon race, their culture was already more open. So Su Myrtle quickly adjusted her mindset as well, and she'd seen this day coming. You're just in time. Come here. Lin Yun gently patted his left side, signaling Su Myrtle to lie over. Su Myrtle blushed. Pursed lips did not speak. Lin Yun raised an eyebrow, also looked at her without saying anything. The atmosphere seemed a little stiff, and Silvermoon was getting a little scared. Su Myrtle suddenly spread a smile. This smile was flavorful. It was as if the entire bedchamber had brightened up. You're really good at this, Mr. Cloud. It is the concubine who has come at a bad time. Sister Silvermoon, congratulations. Saying that, Su Myrtle waved her long sleeve with a graceful gesture. The long white dress slipped, reveals a fitted line sorry. Then rarely naturally, he gently snuggled up on the other side of Lin Yun. Mr. Cloud, is this still satisfactory? She leaned her head against Lin Yun's chest. Lin Yun smiled. Wrap your arms around her waist. Good, now that's his kind of forbidden girl. Otherwise, if he's jealous day in and day out, does he even want to live? Though he also knew that it couldn't be achieved in a day or two, but it's better to try to harmonize. In the life of old Devil Lin, the only one who could suppress him was the female emperor ancestor, master and sister, and he wasn't the least bit abashed. What's done is done, do what you want. When he thought of his master teacher's sister, little sister, Lin Yun's heart suddenly felt like a pot of cold water had been poured over it. They're looking forward to it now. He himself is still in a tender place, still need to work on it some more and catch the ascension, then mix it up. I'd like to take them all with me. You're going to ascend afterward, too. Let Silver Moon take over your shift and continue to guard the medicine family. My woman can't be bullied by anyone. This was a sort of explanation from Lin Yun. Su Myrtle nodded slightly. Well, my concubine understands. That is indeed a good idea. Sister Silvermoon is also a very good candidate, and it's absolutely gorgeous, too. The heavenly fragrance demon emperor looked at Silver Moon, and a meaningful smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Cloud, doesn't ice taste good? Su Myrtle suddenly exhaled in Lin Yun's ear. Lin Yun's heart fluttered. Oh, you knew that too? He came to be interested. Could it be that? These two demon girls still had that kind of hobby. Sometimes, the heavenly fragrance demon emperor smiled somewhat flirtatiously. Silvermoon blushed scarlet, a little embarrassed. Sister, don't make fun of me. She squirmed. The fragrance of the heavenly fragrance demon emperor filled the air. All three were a little mesmerized. Yun Gongzi, aren't you curious about my flavor? Su Myrtle took the initiative and said. She licked her red lips, her peach blossom eyes full of ecstasy. Lin Yun cupped her chin. Think, of course. Lin Yun felt incomparably sweet and moisturized. This nine-tailed sky fox, it really lives up to its name. If it wasn't too late now, he's going to right now. Both women were a bit cozy with him. It made Lin Yun a little happy as well. The speed of the heavenly fragrance walking palace seemed to have accelerated without realizing it. Lin Yun pinched Silver Moon's slender neck. Look at the pleading in her watery eyes. He looked at the innocent-faced Su Myrtle again. Suddenly, I'm a little unsure which one to favor. Just then, a commotion came from outside. Lord Demon Emperor, something big has happened. A banshee outside shouted in a panic. Su Myrtle frowned. What's the panic about? She chortled. The golden-winged demon emperor, he's dead. The contracts he left on the demon kings before are all broken, the banshee said with some alarm. At those words, Lin Yun also stopped his hand and pinched and rubbed against Silver Moon's pretty face. Another gentle pat was given to Su Myrtle to make her sit back down. Let's pick up the pace. I'd like to see who's up to no good. Lin Yun was a bit strange in his heart. Who is it that dares to rob me of my loot? Who under the heavens now didn't know that they were in the Ascension realm? Is there anyone else so bold? The demon emperor that he himself had crippled was actually shortchanged and killed by someone else. It's certainly kind of a naked slap in the face, too. Su Myrtle's slender legs were resting on Lin Yun, with no intention of moving away. Her long hair was cascading as if she were a lotus flower, spread over the throne. On the other side was Silver Moon's ice-cold silver hair. Lin Yun even had an illusion of ice and fire. The passion of the heavenly fragrance demon emperor was like fire, and the frost that came with Silver Moon. Mr. Cloud, it may not be what you think. My concubine does have a guess, but I don't know if it's accurate. Su Myrtle's slender jade hand drew circles on Lin Yun's chest. Lin Yun looked at her with some curiosity. Oh, tell me about it. It might be the first demon emperor striking out. There was some reminiscence in Su Myrtle's eyes. The first demon emperor, it's very ancient. We're all actually considered descendants. One might even say he cultivated it. And the origin of the 10,000 demon mountain range is actually somewhat mysterious. Truly, he is the true master of the 10,000 demon mountain range. So, Goldwing, he's definitely going to go to him for help. But for whatever reason, the one killed him outright. Perhaps it is to show you favor, my lord, although he always stays out of the world. His strength, my concubine guesses that perhaps he is also at the Ascension realm, but he never interferes in my decisions with Goldwing, so you can rest assured, my lord. Su Myrtle carefully looked at Lin Yun's face. Deep down, I'm afraid he's a little upset. Her slender jade hand gently brushed Lin Yun's face. Silver Moon dutifully leaned against him as well. It was the first time she had heard of the Demon Emperor's secret. The heart was also a bit surprised. Lin Yun was also calculating in his mind. Sounds like there's some story to this world. No wonder there were inexplicably so many demon clans cut off. But see one and you'll know. Big deal. We'll fight and do a battle to see who's the big and small king. Lin Yun didn't believe that there was anyone else in this world who could compare to himself. In that case, wouldn't that mean that there's no hurry to get over there? Lin Yun suddenly muttered. The matter of the 10,000 demon mountain range didn't seem to have too many ripples anymore. The two women seemed to understand what he meant when they heard him. Both were breathing heavily and blushing. They looked at each other with a slightly puzzled look in their eyes. There seemed to be some anticipation and hostility. Lin Yun, however, suddenly reached out and hugged Su Myrtle tighter. Chapter 97, Subjugating Heavenly Fragrance Silver Moon. Profound Confession of Love. A corner of the bedstead. Su Myrtle was dripping with fragrant sweat. There was a stirring shyness on her stunning face. The eyes were watery, swirling with surprise and longing. The time had now come to 5 hours later. The heavenly fragrance palace suddenly became slow. There seemed to be no hurry to go to the 10,000 demon forest. Su Myrtle was happy, because Lin Yun ended up choosing her first. It's been a couple of hours. She felt a joy she had never felt before. Moreover, she realized that her nine-tailed skyfox origin was really strengthening. That was why her gaze towards Lin Yun was full of obedience and desire. Lin Yun hooked his finger. Su Myrtle obediently snuggled into his arms, worthy of being the heavenly fragrance demon emperor. Really fragrant. There were times when Lin Yun felt like the air was full of sweetness. Well, Lin Yun gently hooked her chin. Look at her rosy cheeks. Well, the refinement has been felt. Su Myrtle blushed. The foxy eyes were filled with love. She loved this man now. It even suddenly felt as if cultivating into immortality wasn't that important anymore. She wanted to be with this man forever. Su Myrtle realized that she seemed to be moving, is truly in love with him. Tales of fox demons have been passed down since ancient times. Not exactly empty words. Fox demons are actually the most affectionate. Once you're in love, you'll live and die together. Su Myrtle couldn't help but rub her face against Lin Yun's chest. Yun Gongzi, I feel like I'm falling for you. What should I do? Her voice was soft and dainty. Su Myrtle's sudden confession caused Lin Yun to freeze a little. Is this conquered by himself? If you like it, I like you too. Lin Yun placed a gentle kiss on her red lips. Su Myrtle was a little dissatisfied as she hooked her arm around his neck to claim a kiss. I mean, I love you. Su Myrtle gazed at Lin Yun. It didn't seem like a joke. Fox girls are much deeper. Lin Yun had also heard about it, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. After completely dedicating myself, has the gift of infatuation been activated by yourself? Lin Yun looked at her with adoring eyes. The heart couldn't help but be a little happy as well. The thing that makes a man most fulfilled is naturally the adoration and loyalty of a beautiful and wonderful woman. Good, I love you too. Lin Yun wrapped his arms around her waist, looking at her slender white swan neck and perfect body. Lin Yun was a little bit impressed again. Mr. Yun. Su Myrtle's voice was sweet and greasy, like launching an invitation. Even, she couldn't help but unleash her bloodline aptitude. Fox demon seduction. Lin Yun felt as if he was on drugs. Between the lingering fragrance of heavenly fragrance demon emperor Su Miao, the delicate 8 fox tails suddenly emerged, covering the space. Madness, constant madness, tireless. The two were entwined against each other. I don't know when it started. A somewhat illusory 9 tails seemed to be slowly solidifying. Su Myrtle is close to succeeding, so she worked even harder. But she's also very well behaved, completely handing over the initiative to the Cloud Duke. Incredibly submissive, the ultimate in tenderness and sweetness. Lin Yun felt that he himself had been sublimated. I don't know how long it's been. The 9-tail silhouette had become more and more solid. Su Myrtle was feeling like she was about to die. She finally started begging for mercy. Outside the palace, Silvermoon seemed a little sullen. Naturally, she knew what was going on inside, but it's actually normal. After all, Lord Demon Emperor was first, though she felt that it was actually in terms of looks and posture. It's not much less impressive on its own. He still has wings of his own. The tail has its own and the fluffy ears have no heavenly scent though, but it's cold and cuddly on its own. So Silvermoon was a bit unconvinced though, but she didn't dare show it. The many fellow demon kings saw her face cold. It's all about not coming at your own peril. 3 by 3 around the perimeter. Some even went straight back to the depths of the 10,000 demon mountain range first. Lord man, I can't. I'll go get Silvermoon to come in. Okay, Su Myrtle said softly. The voice was incredibly gentle and sweet. I'm going to practice. I feel like I'm almost there. Myrtle felt as if her bloodline power had suddenly received the mercy of some mysterious power. The turn was boiling over. The ancient power from the nine-tailed Skyfox clan was awakening. As long as the nine tails succeed in transforming into a solid body, she could then step directly into the Ascension realm. When the time comes, you will be able to ascend to immortality. Good. Lin Yun gently patted her back. Will concubine be your woman even after she ascends in the future? Myrtle didn't rush to ask Silvermoon to share. Instead, they want to warm up. She was a little afflicted in her mind now. Myrtle felt Lin Yun's crazy favoritism towards her, but it's still a bit of a pain in the ass. It always seemed that this man was too mysterious, too powerful. With the more contact, the more she felt the man's inscrutability. Myrtle also knew that she might have been invisibly influenced by some mysterious force, but she doesn't mind. She loved it. Myrtle knew that she had completely and utterly fallen in love with this man. The heavenly fragrance demon emperor was even willing to die for him, not to mention doing something else. She can be unashamed and not want all decency, just want to be with him. Lin Yun's heart was inexplicably a little heavy. So much love that it is a little ashamed of itself, but such a siren, with her sizzling emotions. Isn't that exactly what one wants? Myrtle, listen carefully, you will always be my woman. You are mine in life and in death. Satisfied, Lin Yun pinched her white tender chin and said in a domineering manner, well then, slave will always be your servant. Myrtle was satisfied. That's what I call Silvermoon. Silvermoon, who was a bit shy outside, heard her demon emperor sister's voice transmission. The whole thing froze at once, and also is he made of iron? It's been a couple of days since then. Silvermoon was somehow reminded of Yukushi's petite size. No wonder she had to bring 2 more maids. Silvermoon's face reddened, but would one refuse? Of course not. The wolf race was also a demon race that possessed an ancient bloodline inheritance. The Silvermoon Skywolf was the source of her bloodline, so she was now looking forward to her own metamorphosis as well. Looking at the young girl with silver hair walking towards her, an evil smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yun's mouth. She seemed to be taller, but it's not as rich as Tenka. Fragrant and sweaty, Silvermoon's silver white hair was wet against her forehead and chest. Would you be jealous? Lin Yun gently patted her little head. How is a lowly servant girl qualified to be jealous? Silvermoon rolled her eyes. When she finished, she turned directly away, with his back to Lin Yun. Lin Yun laughed out loud. Strongly, he rolled her over and made her look at him. It's not enough. You have to work hard, or you'll have a hard time becoming immortal. Don't say I don't want you when the time comes, Lin Yun said fiercely. Chapter 98, Silvermoon's Metamorphosis. Silvermoon Celestial Wolf. Another 7 days passed. Sumian even came for 2 days during that time as well. The 2 women served to the best of their ability. It can be said that all means and knowledge have been exhausted. What can be thought of? What can't be thought of? The human side, the demon side, all kinds of special flings. Lin Yun's chaotic god body had unexpectedly become somewhat weaker as well. How incredible is this? His current recovery progress had actually reached 95%. The remaining 5% is estimated to be only successful in crossing over, become a true immortal body. It's only possible to completely transform 100%. At that time, even though Lin Yun was a true immortal at the lowest level, but a heavenly immortal wouldn't be a match for him. If they put their lives on the line, immortal monarchs could also fight. True immortals, heavenly immortals, immortal monarchs, immortal kings, immortal emperors, supreme emperors, eternal emperors. Immediately unfolding the immortal plot, the realms should be very distinguishable. Inside the heavenly fragrance palace, snow-white frosty feathers, suddenly out of nowhere. In a flash, it took over the entire view. Silvermoon's finally started to evolve. Lin Yun's handsome face actually had a sense of weakness. He's been overworked for a while, but Kung Fu was not a good idea. Finally, these 2 were forced to the door of the Ascension realm. Silvermoon hadn't come up in the realm yet though, but there is already potential for ascension. Just practice slowly. Sooner or later, he will reach the Ascension realm. By then, it's pretty much synchronized with the pharmacist. Lin Yun wanted to repay little Dr. Fairy. It can be a sacrifice of self-innocence. Of course, he's getting what he deserves. Myrtle and Silvermoon, even in the demon realm, that was the first sequence of demonesses. Call it the demon race's little heavenly maiden. It's a bargain, so to speak. The 2 women's talent potential should not have much of a bottleneck under an immortal king. Further up, you'll need other chances. For example, the inherited power of the clan. Looking at the silver moon that was even somewhat holy at the moment, Lin Yun was also filled with a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Looks a little familiar. Those white wings, isn't this an angelic beast? The corners of Lin Yun's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. These 2 women are now on his mind. It made him all a bit happy. It's been days and nights. Well, the 2 women didn't disappoint her and gave it their best shot. Mr. Cloud, I really succeeded. The Frost Demon Wolf Clan should now be the Silver Moon Skywolves. There was even something holy about Silver Moon's aura, as bright as the moonlight in the sky. Silver Moon was full of surprise, but the gaze that looked at Lin Yun was filled with love. So many days together and no shame. The two have long been close. If this situation does not completely conquer her heart, Lin Yun felt like he'd been hanging around for so many years for nothing. Assisted by his sweet words and chaos god body, Silver Moon's heart and mind were now filled with Lin Yun. She had completely and utterly treated herself as Lin Yun's servant girl. My concubine is so happy. Silver Moon's face was a bit saintly, but the words that came out were full of temptation. Concubine is your big dog. Silver Moon rubbed her face against Lin Yun's palm. Don't look like that. You're a noble Silver Moon Skywolf. Lin Yun was a bit strange in his heart though, but still corrected. He didn't want his woman to be so humble. Well, concubine is your Silver Moon Skywolf. Silver Moon seems to have some sort of idea that runs deep. Lin Yun couldn't do anything about it. Tell me, do you have any special talents? Lin Yun was a bit curious. The talent of the nine-tailed Skyfox clan he knew. What it all boils down to, really, is unusually strong spiritual power. Sue Myrtle's divine soul was powerful. Her aptitude favors mind control, such as seduction, and even foreknowledge of the future. The most powerful attacks are also soul attacks. That said, it's not weak, but the downside is also obvious. Melee is toast, and the attacks are all easily targeted. For example, if you come across a powerful soul defense magic treasure, she wouldn't be able to do anything about it. You can only be a fish out of water. So Lin Yun was still a little worried about Sue Myrtle. Silver Moon thought carefully. She knew this was the time to show her potential. Otherwise one might not be able to keep up with the Duke in the future. In that case, she's going to end up alone, after having Mr. Yun. She will never look at another smelly man in her life. I am, in your human terms, probably a melee mage. Silver Moon organized his words carefully. Melee mage? Lin Yun was dumbfounded. Was there still such a saying in this realm? But it's really somewhat apt. Concubines have strong physical bodies, fast melee speeds, and sharp claws, can also use a variety of weapons, and then concubine has various Frost divine ability attacks. A lot of bloodline inheritances have inexplicably appeared in my sea of consciousness, and I need to slowly comprehend them. Silver Moon leaned over Lin Yun's chest. Slowly explain the characteristics of your own heritage. Lin Yun was also slowly getting clearer. Sure enough, it was a powerful demon emperor race. Speaking of which, she and Sue Myrtle really complemented each other somewhat. Sue Myrtle's mind control, coupled with her sharp attacks, even if they were 1 or 2 realms above them, they still had the power to fight. If we count the once gold-winged demon emperor, it's still unbeatable. Lin Yun had also discovered now that many of the demon races in this 10,000 demon mountain range seem to be extraordinary. That made him a little curious as well. So many demon clans with excellent bloodlines. Why are they snail-paced in such a lower world? The word cage inexplicably surfaced in Lin Yun's heart. Perhaps the world is somewhat unique. Lin Yun unconsciously slid his palm gently over Silver Moon's back. Mr. Cloud, I still want it. Silver Moon suddenly said in a somewhat petulant manner. My hair can turn black now then. Want to try? Silver Moon jumped a little. Lin Yun froze. Oh, try it then. Under Lin Yun's astonished gaze, Silver Moon's head of snow-white hair suddenly turned black as ink in an instant. Just as delicate and arrogant as a human girl. It's less of a chill, but looking more like a noble frost goddess. How's that? Does it look good? Silver Moon asked with some nervousness and anticipation. In this state, my mana will actually be somewhat weakened. Oh, then don't use this state in the future. Lin Yun said with some favor. I won't let anyone but you, my lord, see me like this. Silver Moon nodded curtly. This is a privilege that belongs exclusively to Prince Cloud, because this way she's actually vulnerable. Except for this man who has her dead to rights, no one else has that qualification. Lin Yun loved this kind of exclusive privilege. At once the heart, which had cooled down a little, was on fire again. Now for a different modeling. It should feel different too. Lin Yun was a bit eager to try. Looking at the stupid Cloud Duke, Silver Moon smiled. A nice smile with 2 dimples. The silver mark on her forehead flickered slightly, somewhat demonic, but looking at it adds a flavor in vain. I love you so much. Silver Moon tilted her head, and between her long hair fluttering, she said so. Lin Yun was too late to respond. Chapter 99. The first demon emperor is already an immortal? As a result of the food and drink, Tianxiang Xing Palace has been stalling though. But finally, he slowly drifted deeper into the 10,000 demon mountain range. The heavenly fragrance demon emperor reappeared in front of the many great demons. All the great demons were taken aback. the Demon Emperor Sama seemed even more stunningly beautiful. Obviously, the cultivation should all have refined quite a bit. What is Lord Demon Emperor doing these days? How is it that in just a short period of time the progress is so obvious? Taking an elixir in general, how could they know how hard Su Myung was working? In Lin Yun's words, both of them women are as average as juicers. He's the one who really works hard. And after the Silver Moon Demon King appeared, all the great demons were stunned. The Silver Moon Demon King seemed to have broken through. Their demon race had a much sharper sense of strength, because generally it's all about bloodline power. The stronger the bloodline power, the stronger the upper limit. This is a well-known consensus. Of course, there are some who have been born mediocre against all odds. Even a blade of grass, a lotus plant, could become a demon emperor. It's just that that's an old legend now. Look at Silvermoon's current state. This is already a nail in the coffin to book the position of the next demon emperor. Immediately afterward, a scene that shocked people to the point of pupil earthquakes appeared. When Lin Yun's figure appeared, their most respected demon emperor lord actually owed his body together with the Silver Moon Demon King, the two great demons. At this moment, both seemed to have turned into small bird-like little women. Although it had long been known that this demonic youth was powerful, but I didn't expect it. He had actually conquered both the Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor and the Silver Moon Demon King. The many great demons were not blind. The scene was too obvious. They obviously have good things going on in the row these days. No wonder the cultivation is refined. Numerous great demon rivals glanced at each other. All of them put away the jealousy in their hearts, and some of the female demon kings were a little envious instead. But nay, in the demon race, the best looking ones are the fox demons and wolf demons, and these, of course, certain flower demons and such would be nice. It's all in line with human aesthetics. Greetings, Lord Immortal. Greetings, Lord Demon Emperor. The many great demons all bowed respectfully, and coincidentally, they put Lin Yun in front of them, obviously both making certain positions clear. As for the Silver Moon Demon King, she wasn't even on top yet. The ranks of the demon race are very strict. Aha! Lin Yun nodded slightly. Being used to being a human being, Lin Yun was still easily able to deal with this kind of small scene. The current him had effectively become the uncrowned king of the 10,000 demon mountain range. Just then, an old man in hemp clothes suddenly appeared. The many great demons all looked at the old man in shock. The first demon emperor. He actually showed up, the true demon emperor of the 10,000 demon mountain range, the oldest demon emperor. Some even say that he is the only king. Just years of not asking questions. That's what allowed Jin Huangtian to reign supreme. Your Holiness has come to visit. I apologize for my loss. The first demon emperor seemed to be very respectful. This scene even caused the many great demons to stare in disbelief. Lin Yun also narrowed his eyes slightly. I didn't expect the other party to actually come to my door so actively. He hasn't even looked there yet. Here's why again. When things go wrong, they go wrong. So he'd like to see what the fuss is about. Lin Yun always felt that he seemed to have formed some kind of karma with the demon race. Of course, he had taken the very best of the Demon King's blood into his room. 2 more collected at once. That's a lot of karma. It could be said that Lin Yun was now the equivalent of a son-in-law of the demon race. At that time, even in the upper realm, a multitude of affairs would surely find their way to the door. This is the demonic pills of the golden-winged demon emperor, a thin gift from the district. It is not a token of respect. Please accept it with a smile. Not waiting for the crowd to come back to their senses, between the hemp-clothed old man waving his hand, a large golden dan appeared in front of him. It exuded a piercing golden aura. All of the demon clans involuntarily gulped. This thing was a real good thing for their demon race. It was no less than the 9 Revolutions creation gold pill that Lin Yun had obtained earlier. Straight away, it would allow them to have the qualifications of a demon emperor. Lin Yun was also a bit surprised. He beckoned, and the demonic pills floated directly to him. Lin Yun's body pinched up and felt the majestic demonic power within. Even if you refined it yourself, you could still transform out quite a bit of origin power, but it's a drop in the bucket for yourself. Not to mention the fact that he was about to ascend. There's no shortage of that, but it was just right for Silvermoon. Just the right amount of time to make up for her years of cultivation. But in that case, would it be possible that when the time came, she would have ascended and the pharmacist would not have? Lin Yun pondered for a while. Decide that you should trust your woman. When the time comes, they'll talk it over themselves. Definitely left behind. The woman who could be seen by himself was naturally not stupid. Lin Yun was still trustworthy on this point. Silvermoon's eyes were also a bit fiery and eager, but she was silent. No words were volunteered, not even a glance over. Just one look at it and forced down the longing inside. She knew that this kind of thing could only be left to the will of the cloud. He can give it, but he can't take it for himself. After Lin Yun made up his mind, directly in front of everyone's eyes, he handed the Golden Demon Emperor Great Dan to the Silver Moon Demon King. Here, this will be of some use to you. Lin Yun's cloudy appearance was as if this was just an ordinary elixir. But this was the lifetime cultivation of a demon emperor who was once even more powerful than Immortal. And it wasn't even an ordinary demon emperor. It was a top-tier demon emperor with a golden-winged rock bloodline. It could be said that Silver Moon, who had obtained the demon emperor Great Dan, was now in a position equivalent to a demon emperor. Even Immortal was a little misty-eyed, but she knew that Silver Moon needed it more than she did, so she was just a little envious. Both are now Cloud's women. It's okay to be jealous on a regular basis, but when it comes to matters of principle, it is natural to be in harmony and unanimous. The hemp-clothed old man also couldn't help but let his gaze flicker a bit. This human demon was really something. Moreover, the chi on the other party's body was actually impenetrable even to him now that he was observing it from a close distance. However, he could be certain that the other party was a true son of Heaven's mandate. It directly broke the curse of the 10,000 demon mountain range. He sees it now. Both Immortal and Silver Moon already had the potential to become immortals. In particular, the heavenly fragrance demon emperor had already reached the tipping point of breaking through the ascension realm. It also meant that it wouldn't be long before he was free either. To imprison 10,000 demons with the demon race itself, how cruel was this? As a former supreme being of the demon race, he spent every day in torment within his heart. So naturally, he was in no mood to pay attention to foreign affairs. It's always been a retreat in a deep forest. However, both demon emperors were also silently nurtured by him. Even the royal bloodline he snuck in. It took 10,000 years to hatch and gestate. Now, at last, it is harvest time. Human exalted lord, can I borrow a step to speak? The hemp-clothed old man's voice was a bit pale, but all of the demon clans present had incomparable respect for him. Lin Yun nodded and bid farewell to the two women. With a flash of their figures, the two disappeared directly in front of the many great demons. At the deepest part of the 10,000 demons mountain range, at the edge of the deep green pool, simple stone tables and benches, Lin Yun and the hemp-clothed old man sat opposite each other. I am what the outside world calls the first demon emperor, but do you know who I am? There was a jade cup in front of each of them. The liquid in it was turquoise, like agar, and emitted a strong fragrance. Lin Yun felt his ears clear when he smelled the fragrance. The mana seemed to be active. This is good stuff. This old demon emperor really came from an uncomplicated place. Lin Yun didn't say anything. Feel the joy in every cell of your flesh after drinking it straight from the bottle. His own realm seems to be somewhat refined. Glancing at the cup in front of the other party, Lin Yun's gaze moved slightly. If you like it, just take it. The hemp-clothed old man's face twitched a little. This human junior seems a bit shameless. Then I'm welcome. Only then did Lin Yun unceremoniously take it straight over and drink it all in one go. At this moment, Lin Yun felt that he himself was getting closer and closer to the critical point of ascending to the immortal realm. If we add that golden elixir of the medicine family, I'm afraid that I won't be able to suppress the power of the ascension traction soon. I don't know what Senior is looking for me for. Lin Yun had received such great favors from others, so he was naturally returning the favor now. I am the Demon Clan's Phantom Water Venerable. Junior, you are right to call me Senior. The old man in hemp clothes smiled mysteriously. Lin Yun frowned. Laborers respect the old and love the young. Respect you a little bit. How to still rely on the old. The heart was getting a little upset. Immediately afterward his eyes widened, because from the old man, a powerful aura rose up. It's a flash in the pan, though, but it still made old Devil Lin startled. He was actually immortal. This kind of aura was something that Lin Yun had only ever felt in the female imperial ancestor. It's amazing that there are fairies in the lower world. Who is he? Chapter 100 Offended the immortal emperor before becoming an immortal? Lin Yun's gaze vibrated. Inside, he was filled with disbelief. Elder, what are you? He asked a little cautiously. Nima's in the lower world how to meet this kind of big brother awe. Old Devil Lin's philosophy of dealing with the world was to avoid its sharp edges. Not to mention this awful old man. Can't afford to mess with it. The old man in hemp clothes, also known as the demon race's venerable phantom water. Seeing Lin Yun with such an attitude, he was a little surprised in his heart. He was so unruly just now. Seems like it's not for nothing that this kid is capable of great things. This temperament of being able to bend and bend is what many geniuses and demons can't do. In the upper realm, the last thing that was lacking was geniuses. But you again, genius, encountered the cultivation of hundreds of thousands of years of old ancestors not also have to directly on the spot to establish the grave. There's no need to be polite. Little friend, this place is just one of my avatars. The old man in hemp clothes waved his hand. Lin Yun froze. It's just an incarnation. So what's the point of being arrogant? Old Devil Lin immediately squinted at him. Incarnation. So what do you want with me? This seat is a busy one. In addition, this 10,000 demon mountain range, In the future, I will have the final say. Do you have any opinions? Lin Yun stopped pretending and showed his cards. The corners of the hemp-clothed old man's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He retracted the thought he just had. This kid is the kind that doesn't know what he's doing. But he wasn't here to argue with him today. There was a pause. Only then did the old man in hemp clothes straighten out his anger. 10,000 Demon Mountain Range. Do you know what it is? Lin Yun made a face that was all ears. This is the demon paradise, all right. But have you ever wondered why there would still be such a thriving demonic sanctuary in the lower realms? This was also a very strange question for Lin Yun. Generally speaking, the vast majority of demon clans in the lower realms were not climatic. To put it bluntly, they were all mortal demons who had their bones taken by human alchemy. There are barely even many legendary bloodlines. But this side of the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range seemed different. As soon as he came in, he already sensed various legendary races. So what exactly is the secret to this? There's no harm in speaking up, Senior, Lin Yun said indifferently. The hemp-clothed old man was also somewhat speechless. How it seems like you're upstaging yourself, but it does seem to be true. This, in fact, is a prison. The hemp-clothed old man paused before he said in a heavy tone. Lin Yun's heart fluttered. Surprisingly, it's pretty much what one would have guessed. And you're not surprised? The old man saw Lin Yun's cloudy appearance. Couldn't help but ask. What's surprising about that is, to be honest, long guessed. Besides, it's none of my business. My woman is going to ascend later anyway. Lin Yun didn't want to mind his own business. Anyway, Myrtle Silvermoon and the others would have ascended and left. Words. The hemp-clothed old man revealed a meaningful look. Do you really think this is none of your business? Lin Yun frowned slightly. How does it feel as if I've fallen into a hole? Please also be frank. Senior, if I can use what I have, I will naturally not shirk. Lin Wan said it beautifully. After all, he had taken in two of other people's extremely talented demon girls of national colors. It's only right to do something. My son-in-law still has a lot of work to do on his first visit. Then do you know that if it wasn't for you, they wouldn't have had the chance to ascend to immortality in their entire lives? The hemp-clothed old man stroked his beard and said meaningfully. Lin Yun frowned, as if understanding something. Was it because his arrival had broken some taboo? Elder, you mean that because of me, they have the opportunity to ascend? So that changed some of the arrangements? Lin Yun did not hide his doubts. Since there was a chance now, the old man looked quite kind. Then naturally it's better to figure it out. The children are teachable. The hemp-clothed old man was now looking at Lin Yun in a favorable light. This kid is so enlightened. A little goes a long way. So smart. No wonder he could cultivate to a realm he couldn't even see through. He couldn't even fathom what this kid's power base was now, but it always felt like he had a connection to the demon race. So, the matter of defiling the blood of the two great kings of the demon race was forgotten. Maybe it's still bonding, or rather, it has been tainted with the destiny of the demon race. Well, does it have any effect? Lin Yun speculated in his mind, somewhat puzzled. There's no effect for now. There are more prisons like this one, and it's not just the demons either. The hemp-clothed old man's gaze was deep, as if he had recalled some heavy memories. Oh, and what are the repercussions later? Lin Yun keenly noticed that the other party was talking about now. Since this is so specifically about this, surely it can't be empty. Lin Yun didn't want to get into any big trouble before he even ascended. Now that there was an Empress ancestor chasing after him, it was already enough of a headache for him. He still didn't know that there was another Taishu sacred dragon clan that was even more difficult than the female emperor ancestor who was also looking for him. There will be some trouble. It mainly depends on how your excellency takes it. Let me ask you, if Tian Xiangyin you and the others were in trouble, would you stand by and do nothing? The hemp-clothed old man seemed to already know the outcome, so the eyes were a little teasing. Lin Yun frowned in silence. One's own woman? One certainly wouldn't stand by and do nothing. Of course I don't care. They're my women. I'll see who dares. Lin Yun said in a cold tone. Elder, don't even try. Just tell me what's going on. I'll take it all. As the saying goes, the word color is a knife in the head. Since you yourself are not minding the lower half of your body, then one has to bear the karma of it. And he has no regrets. The taste of it in Myrtle and Silvermoon is worth it. These two extreme sirens opened the door to a new world for Lin Yun. That was why Lin Yun was willing to take the blame. Besides, if you can't protect your own woman, what's the point of cultivating an immortal? Why don't you go home and plow the fields and grow spiritual rice? He, Lin Yun, even dared to forcibly taint the female imperial ancestor. It could be considered bold. It's nothing really, it's just that you might have offended a certain immortal emperor. The hemp-clothed old man spoke easily. At those words, Lin Yun's heart skipped a beat. I haven't even ascended to immortality yet and I've offended the immortal emperor who can slaughter immortals as if they were mortals? Or one of the oldest immortal emperors? The old man in sackcloth added another slash. Lin Yun's eyelids fluttered. Is it too late for me to run away? What do you think? The old man said with a smirk. You don't want your woman? They will probably be even more stunning after they cultivate into immortals. When the time comes, it will be truly upside down. It's not impossible if you give it up. When the time comes, the old immortal will go and find them a good mother-in-law. Some immortal emperor's heir or something like that. It's kind of a safeguard. Lin Yun's face changed again and again. Old thing, you don't have to provoke me either. This thing, I'll do it. My woman, if you dare to get any ideas, don't blame me for tearing your old bones apart. Isn't it just the immortal emperor? I'll kick the immortal emperor like a ball from now on. Lin Yun suddenly remembered that he had the inheritance of the Space Tao ancestor. There was also the Chaos God body that was invincible in all realms, and that 9 Heavenly Thunder technique seems to be an immortal emperor inheritance as well. What fear there is. Chapter 101, Passing on the Demon Emperor Scripture, which can control 10,000 demons. Good. Old me appreciates young people like you who have guts. Truth be told, there are countless stunningly beautiful women in my demon clan. When the time comes, the old man can introduce you to one or two. Are you interested in the 100-flower fairy? Who has become the essence of immortal grass? Would a gentle, watery, pliable demoness whose body can transform into a water-shaped body be of interest? The aging man has sort of found out. This kid is oil and salt, but the only thing he's interested in is female sex, and extremely discerning. But his demon race doesn't have much else. But the red faces are endless. Lin Yun's face looked a little strange. When the other side says that, it seems like it's pretty interesting, haha. That water demon. Can it change between beds as well? Lin Yun's eyes glowed a little. The hemp-clothed old man's face twitched. I don't know, old man, but you can try it yourself when the time comes. But don't blame me for not reminding you. This water demon is an innate elf, and you're afraid that your strength is a bit inadequate. He had undoubtedly dug another hole for Lin Yun here. Want to get these stunning colors? First of all, one has to be strong in oneself, and one has to be tainted with certain karmic consequences. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yun's mouth. Cultivating immortality to cultivate immortality. For the sake of not being free, he sought only great ease in this life, so try whatever comes to mind. Water demon. He, Lin Yun, made a note. I'm not sure what it feels like to be waterlogged inside and out. Maybe it's still transparent. Lin Yun suddenly got a little excited. But nah, it's just a thought. Flower demon or whatever. I guess it's also fragrant and soft. Lin Yun was really piqued. Why don't you mix yourself up with a demon emperor in the future? Old man, you haven't said what will happen here after they ascend? Lin Yun put away those unrealistic thoughts. The few women here now were enough to burn him out. The old man in hemp clothes had a straight face. By then, the 10,000 demon mountain range will cease to exist. The true demon race, I will take them all. And this place will exist in name only. So it's only natural that you, as the culprit, would be missed. But the other side shouldn't be able to bully you in a big way either. And it's not certain if they'll even come after you. But you can't take any chances. Any random descendant heir under the other party's seat is not something you can afford to mess with. Lin Yun's face was a bit displeased. What can't be messed with? Can't you see that this seed is also very strong? The old man in hemp clothes smiled meaningfully. Your potential is strong again, but your cultivation years are too short. Old me suggests that you should find a strong background first, or else with your character, I'm afraid you'll be too rigid and easy to break. When the time comes, won't your woman be cheap for someone else? The old man in sackcloth was well-intentioned though, but Lin Yun was not pleased. Okay, cut the crap. I have a rough idea of what's going on. That's not for you to worry about. Do you have any more good things here? You're not much use anyway, so why don't you turn it into strength for me? Lin Yun still had some cravings for the kind of agar jelly he had just had. The hemp-clothed old man's face twitched, still underestimating the shamelessness of this guy. No more. That's the old man's collection from these tens of thousands of years. That's the 10,000-year-old Earth's mine milk from the 10,000 Demon Mountain range. I've only saved these 2 cups over the years, so I'll give them both to you. Lin Yun looked at his expression with some suspicion, somewhat half-heartedly. So there's nothing else? What can be good for the old man who wears the guilt? Lin Yun's gaze flickered. What demon secret method is fine? You don't want me to just die when the time comes. I'm now the son-in-law of your demon clan, and I might even be the future demon emperor. Lin Yun said loudly. The hemp-clothed old man couldn't help but be startled as well. Be careful what you say. The emperor cannot be insulted. Just now, He had a sudden whim that nearly scared him to death. A true demon emperor would have died long ago. The reasons are somewhat complex. This is also the root cause of the decline of the demon race. It was even the root cause of the many demon races that were beaten into sinful blood. But when Lin Yun said such treacherous words, he actually seemed to have a strange intuition. It was as if they were really witnessing the birth of a supreme great emperor. He scrutinized Lin Yun, his gaze a little strange. This kid can't be for real. If that was the case, then the demon race would really have to throw their blood down the drain. What? You don't believe me? Lin Yun fatally revealed a hint of the Chaos God body's aura. The hem-clothed old man's face immediately changed. It's this air of supremacy. Why does it seem to have a mood of the origin of all things in it? Was this the reason why the heavenly fragrance demon emperor and the silver moon girls could break through the realm? In order to reap some benefits, Lin Yun was kind of bloodthirsty, going out of your way to reveal a hint of the underbelly. The other guy couldn't figure out what it was anyway. How about it? Want to invest in this male now? Otherwise there won't be a store after this village. At that time, this seat will be the one you can't afford to climb up to. Lin Yun can be described as somewhat unaware of the sky and the earth, but the hemp-clothed old man, also known as Venerable Phantom Water, was silent, as if really thinking hard about it. As soon as Lin Yun saw something, he knew that this old thing might actually have something good on him, so there was no rush. There was a moment of silence. The hemp-clothed old man seemed to have finally made up his mind. Just as well. You're right, since you're already considered the son-in-law of my demon clan, and it's tainted with karma, too. I do have something good here. Just afraid you won't dare to take it. What? Lin Yun's heart was agitated. There's no favor under the sun that I wouldn't dare ask for. The old man in hemp clothes sneered. The demon emperor's once existing technique. You dare to have it? That being said, this is only the first stage of feats, but it still contained many demonic secret arts, and could even harness 10,000 demons. Lin Yun gulped. What? Demon Emperor's Kung Fu? That's at least on the same level as an immortal emperor. Yes, why not? Lin Yun had the look of a mongrel who would take it if you dare to give it to me. This is the Demon Emperor scripture, and the Demon Emperor scripture. After that, it's up to your own chance. If there is a destiny, you can go get it yourself, the hemp-clothed old man said meaningfully. With that, he pulled out an ancient, pitch-black jade slip. This was something that was actually in the hands of several venerable members of the demon race. They each participated in their own enlightenment, and they all gained something, but none of it is really practiced. If you don't succeed in your cultivation, then it means that your brat has no destiny with my demon clan. If you succeed in your cultivation, you will be a true demon emperor from now on. It can harness 10,000 demons. No one in the world's demon race dares to disobey, the old man in hemp clothes said with a solemn face. In fact, it was kind of a big gamble on his part. After all, he didn't know now how the other person's character was and whether he could be trusted. But the other party was right about one thing. He was already considered a son-in-law of the demon race. Lin Yun directly snatched the jade slip over. Cut the crap. How do you know I can't cultivate? What Lin Yun didn't say was, Raoul is the only chaotic god body, innately able to cultivate all laws. Chapter 102. How about that? Your man is awesome. Lin Yun didn't avoid it either. After getting the hand, directly after the consciousness to disappear into the jade brief read up, the old man in hemp clothes didn't bother. Just a flicker of eyes and another careful deduction. But soon he was deflated. The other side seems to have a million karmic consequences that don't add up. Not the slightest useful clue or fate could be projected at all. You should know that he was the demon race's most skillful high priest in deduction. His original body was a holy turtle that had lived for a long time. This was the first time he felt so frustrated in front of a junior. That was why he was willing to bet on Lin Yun. As the saying goes, the Tao begets one, one begets two, and three begets all things. The Great Way is 50, the heavenly diffusion is 49, and one of them is vanished. Heaven is not complete, let alone all beings. Then the one that vanishes is the variable, and the variable has all the possibilities. In the opinion of the old man in sackcloth, Lin Yun is this variable. It's an extremely risky investment, but the future may bring rewards 1,000 times over. Not to mention that it was just a district feat, and it wasn't a substantial benefit. The only inputs right now are really the two prominent backwoods demonesses. It's a score that he's clear in his calculations, but it was also a good deal for Lin Yun. It doesn't cost anything now anyway. After a while, it was only then that Lin Yun opened his eyes. There was an inexplicable glow in the pupils of his eyes. This demon emperor cultivates a gong method. It's true to its name, divided into upper and lower parts. This one in his hand now was the Demon Emperor scripture, which could be cultivated up to the Immortal Emperor realm. But it's enough. Immortal Emperor was still too far away. Maybe that would be another chance. Although Lin Yun did not lack feats, but this kind of powerful top-level technique that can suppress a clan's chi, it's still worth practicing. The demon race wasn't some underhanded race either. It is a truly powerful clan of the 10,000 realms. At one time, It could even be a tie with the human race. The demons themselves are powerful, not to mention, the rate of reproduction is also the only race that can be on par with the human race. To the human race, demon pills, all over the demon race are treasures, under the competition between the two races, so there was too much feuding going on in there as well. There was some nastiness, which Lin Yun could understand, but as a human himself, Lin Yun did not have any hard feelings. To him, I don't care if you're human or demon, what's wrong with my woman being a demon? He would have crossed over, though in general, he still had a conscience, and was even kinder than the vast majority of cultivators, but when it comes to self-interest in crisis, he'll be transformed into old devil Lin. Little friend, how is it? Venerable Phantom Water asked with some anticipation. Lin Yun frowned. This gongfu was more profound than any gongfu he had cultivated. It's comparable to the space god crystals, but much of it he didn't have to learn. It was just that there were some secret techniques and divine abilities in them that he was more interested in. For example, you can harness all the demons, can disguise itself as any demon race. This can be walking in the Jianghu to rob the house necessary good whether it's gathering intelligence, opening up forces, or running away from a critical situation. Lin Yun could even imagine 10,000 usage scenarios. Even, one's own flesh will become stronger. Some aspect of ability, presumably, can also be enhanced. Lin Yun was satisfied with this. Yes, a small gain. Good. Lin Yun nodded. Neither is it hidden. He stretched out his hand, and a strand of demonic chi unexpectedly appeared flowing from his fingertips. The hemp-clothed old man had a hellish expression on his face. So fast. What a guy this kid is. Even if it was the demon emperor reborn in the world, it was impossible for him to be initiated so quickly. Back then, he had cultivated for several decades before he was initiated. You kid comprehended it in a few hours, and still in a human body. He was genuinely shocked, even intimidated by this. Lin Yun looked at his expression and realized that he seemed careless. Seems a bit sensationalized, but it's done and there's nothing to be done about it. The other side shouldn't be able to harm him explicitly anyway, or don't blame him for being unkind. You are the most demonic person that I have seen in all my endless years. Now I suddenly feel that my demon clan might be making a big profit. Also, you should try not to display this heaven-defying talent in front of people in the future. Otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to accommodate you. Venerable Spectral Water reminded with a solemn face. Lin Yun was also stunned for a moment. I understand. It's not close to your demon race, or do you think I'm stupid? The other party reminded himself so solemnly. Lin Yun was also a little more favorable towards this old man. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll go and keep my little lady company. I'm busy. Lin Yun got up and prepared to say goodbye. And wait, take this thing. Lin Yun was a bit surprised. Can this old man still pop gold coins? The hemp-clothed old man solemnly and very carefully handed a pair of tortoise shells to Lin Yun. This is a holy relic of my clan's ancestor. It can hide heavenly chances. After a pause, he remembered that the boy seemed to come with this feature on his body. You probably won't be able to use it in that regard. However, this holy relic can also conceal your breath and cultivation realm. It's valid until the Immortal Emperor. I suppose that would be practical for you, he said meaningfully. Lin Yun's heart fluttered. It was really true. With one's own talent, crossing the level to challenge for a kill must be as simple as eating and drinking water. Definitely invites a lot of jealousy. If one sees one's true cultivation realm, I'm afraid there will be countless troubles. Okay, thanks senior. Lin Yun didn't make a fuss either. This stuff is really so useful. It seemed that he had been recognized by this old miscreant. Lin Yun also had a rough idea in his mind about his own heaven-defying qualifications. The chaotic body hadn't even been fully revived yet or so heaven-defying. You're not allowed to take off after you become an immortal. Lin Yun was looking forward to it. Go on. The old man will leave you young people alone. In the future, we may see each other again if we have the chance. An old man and a young woman stood at the edge of the deep pool and looked at each other. Both nodded silently. To Lin Yun, this was a chance, but at the same time, the responsibilities seemed invariably heavier. But anyway, it's all kind of a windfall. Lin Yun looked at the turtle armor in his hand. The method of use was simple. Just directly inject mana. Lin Yun instantly realized that it was as if he himself was just like an ordinary person. It's not just a simple turtle breath trick or a blindfold. Rather, it's really covered up. It's a real good one. Though, Lin Yun was somewhat satisfied and obliged. His figure flickered. Then he came to the heavenly fragrance palace, caught off guard by Su Myrtle, straight around her waist. Just leaned down and kissed it. Su Myun was still shocked in her heart, after feeling the aura of the Cloud Duke. At once, he parted his jade teeth obediently. Allow yourself to be savored. Lin Yun was naturally unceremonious. Even, a hint of demonic aura was revealed. It made Su Myrtle amazed as well. It was also more and more obedient and well-behaved. The sari slipped right off, revealing a wonderfully endless array of delicate backs. Lin Yun hugged her and then walked towards the bed in the depths. As the saying goes, the upside down is right here and now. Good times are today. I don't know how long it's been. Sue Myrtle's several snow-white foxtails, a whole 9 of them, wrapped around Lin Yun. It is like a soft bed of clouds, the two snuggled together in it. Sue Myrtle was dripping with fragrant sweat. It was already a heavenly scented physique, and now it was becoming more and more scented. Her long hair was wet against her chest. Gorgeous. Snuggling in front of Lin Yun, her delicate fingers drew circles on his chest. How come you know my demon clan's techniques? Did he pass it on? Sue Myrtle's heart was filled with surprise and joy. This made it even more lovable for the man. Lin Yun proudly picked her beautiful chin. How about that? Your man is awesome. Lin Yun laughed cheaply. Sue Myrtle blushed. People are dying. She pouted and blankly glanced at Lin Yun. The shyness is infinite. It made Lin Yun stupid again just by looking at it. This is the best of the best. The best of the best. It's his woman. Well, let's have Silver Moon's sister come over. Concubine. Sue Myrtle was gagged again before she could speak. Chapter 103, Sue Myrtle and Silver Moon's Apprehension. A good fight. Lin Yun was satisfied. I wonder if it's an illusion. It feels like after practicing this whatever demon emperor scripture, all of your own combat power seems to have increased. Demon. Too demonic. Another 3 days were spent on this side of the 10,000 demon mountain range. It was also just 3 days and 3 nights of fighting at the human pass. Lin Yun was happy though, but know this. Still going back. The medicine family side. It's been 10 days now, but Lin Yun, who hesitated the most powerful and relied on the most, did not return. So a lot of things have been put on hold. Even Elder Medicine hasn't had his funeral yet, but now the pill house is full of guests. All the great Immortal clan lineages, and even the rumored strongest Holy Land, the White Jade capital. All of them were led by a Grand Elder himself. This is scaring the hell out of the crowd. Bai Yujing's position here was equivalent to being the supreme emperor of the entire cultivation world. The Tian Yuan realm where Lin Yun used to hang out. None of them are so authoritatively holy. Maybe there was before. Their Yin Yang sacred sect was such a holy place before it was called the Demon Sect. But although so many distinguished guests have come, but due to Lin Yun's absence, they all had to be stranded in the medicine family as well. Their purpose is also simple. That was to meet with this Ascension Realm senior. Lin Yun was the only Ascension Realm bigwig currently active in the open. Moreover, based on judgment, it might even be in the late Ascension Realm. It was still at the peak of the Ascension Realm. Look at the other person's recent behavior and attitude. Nor did he look like the kind of halfwit who didn't dare to cross the threshold to ascend. Rather, it's the kind that is sure to ascend to immortality. So in the eyes of many cultivators, this son-in-law of the medicine family is already the number one in the world in plain sight. Even among the Holy Lands there might be the same realm, but odds are it won't be a match for this rich and powerful drug son-in-law who is at the top of his game. In the middle of the deepest backyard of the Pill family, the two maids, Bagio and Qingqiu, were combing medicine master's hair. Since being with Lin Yun, pharmacists then rarely cloak their hair. Instead, they turned on the coiled-up hair, like a woman with a husband's family among mortals. No more hair extensions. That way, people will know you have a husband and family at a glance. Pharmacist still looks a bit childlike. The body is also lusciously petite. Looked just like a teenager, but with her hair up, it's an extra touch of flavor. The pretty brow was full of spring. If Lin Yun saw it, maybe an evil fire will come out right away. Is there any news of Lord Cloud in the outside world? Yakushi also seems to be suddenly maturing these days, no longer indecisive or simply ignorant. With the death of Grandpa, the eldest was also killed by hand. Some of the events of that year are coming to the surface. The pharmacist hadn't been idle for the past few days. She straight up bloodied all of her eldest's line. Clean and dry, no chickens or dogs left behind. By the lustful authority of Lin Yun, the medicine family did not utter the slightest sound of opposition. The major side branches were incredibly cooperative, reporting back to Miss, not yet, and there's nothing strange on the side of the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range. Moreover, that's the depths of the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range. Even if something happens, it would be difficult to spread out. Bagio and Qingqiu explained as you spoke to each other. The two maids went through Lin Yun's loving care. It's also getting more and more watery. It was no better than the holy daughters of those immortal sects. They had all been nourished by Lin Yun's chaotic god body essence, so their physiques had changed in some way. Even, in the future, it might be expected to become an immortal. Lin Yun didn't think of any good ways at the moment though, but certainly won't forget either of them. The kind of night that you meet a little bit in person is even better. This is his own nightly pass-along maid. Naturally, I will not give it up. In the depths of the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range, a traveling palace suddenly flew out. It is the Heavenly Fragrance Palace. Lin Yun is going back to the medicine family. The Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor Sumyo and Silver Moon were naturally unwilling to give up in a million ways, so it's also more straightforward. They, the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range, were going to sign an agreement with the Pill family anyway. It makes sense to go together. Lin Yun also readily agreed. The ride was naturally fun again. What's not to like? In the beginning when Sue Myrtle brought it up, she was a little apprehensive and nervous, because that's the territory of the medicine guy. Sue Myrtle didn't want to clash with her. She also didn't know whose position was more important in Lord Cloud's heart, so don't dare take a chance, otherwise it would definitely be her fault when the time came. After all, that young lady from the medicine family had been kind to Mr. Yoon in the first place, and then he fell in love with Mr. Yoon before her. With Sue Myrtle's vixen-like intelligence, she naturally wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Silvermoon thought the same thing. Both women are demonesses. To say the least, there is a bit of an inferiority complex in the heart of it all. It was natural to be proud in front of humans on a regular basis, but in front of a true human pride like Lord Cloud, still a little less confident. Though the Cloud Duke showed love and affection for both of them, almost every day. Two people are required to serve the bed, but they are still a little afflicted in their minds. Lin Yun's figure had truly walked into both of their hearts, taking root. They can no longer live without Cloud. All my life I wanted to get tired of being with Lord Cloud. Even the idea of becoming immortal faded a lot. It's kind of like being a greedy redneck with no ambition, but Cloud is going to ascend to immortality, so they have to work at it too. It's just a somewhat unique endeavor that's trying to drain the Cloud. It is then turned into its own natural potential. The three of them can be a hit or miss. The water and the milk are mixed together, except that the mountain is not a cloud. Lin Yun came to the highest part of the palace. He was just casually draped in an ornate black and gold robe, revealing a sturdy chest. A belt was tied around his waist. Sue Myrtle was wearing a pink-colored sarong. Her wonderful delicate body was hidden. Her long hair was spread out, and she snuggled up next to Lin Yun, stretching out her pink lotus root arms, her delicate hands caressing his chest. Mr. Yoon, then will Miss Seven dislike us? Sue Myrtle had some uncertainty in her heart. Yeah, you can put in a good word for us. Silvermoon hugged Lin Yun behind him, chest pressed against his back. She was wearing a very light white dress. The body is tall and marvelous. The long silver hair was even more seductively shiny. Silvermoon has now evolved to its limits. The whole thing is gorgeous too. Just from the looks of these, it was no less than the heavenly fragrance demon emperor. But Sumyan as the nine-tailed Skyfox clan, that seductive and heavenly charm can't be learned by other races. But Silvermoon's frosty aura was equally endearing to Lin Yun. The two women are like one ice and one fire. Let Lin Yun immerse himself in it and enjoy it. He now kind of knew why some of the old undead were just dead set against taking risks. This kind of life is more pleasurable than that of a real god. Anyway, Lin Yun felt like he had lost a few pounds. Chapter 104, returning to the medicine family to preside over the big picture again. Listening to the two women voice their concerns, Lin Yun was a bit amused. How does this still have a sense of palace drama? Little Dr. Fairy shouldn't be that kind of woman. She's so well behaved. But Lin Yun had the opposite concern in his mind as Sue Myrtle and the others. He was even more worried that little medical fairy would be sad. After all, she was so simple and kind. Perhaps she would not be the least bit displeased in her presence. It will even be open to it. But the heart might be hard to say. If that was the case, Lin Yun would be heartbroken for her. Lin Yun had real feelings for little medical fairy inside. That was when he was at his lowest. The little healer who had never given up on herself. Although this is not a long time, but to Lin Yun, it was also a very memorable experience. In the middle of that wagon, Lin Yun was like an invalid, unable to move his hands or speak. It was all under the close care of little medical fairy and the two maids. It was only then that he was able to awaken so divinely. Think about it. Lin Yun looked into the distance. She's the younger sister, so you guys have to give in to her. She's the one I'm most comfortable with. Lin Yun said frankly. He wasn't afraid that these two demon girls would be jealous or anything. If they couldn't even tolerate little medical fairy, Lin Yun wouldn't have any feelings for them. The original purpose of the beginning, admitting them, was to protect the little medical fairy. Although right now, Lin Yun felt that these two demonesses were not bad. It's also starting to be genuinely accepting. But the status was always a bit worse than little medical fairy. Of course, it's all his women. Lin Wan is all equal to some extent. Upon hearing this, Sue Myrtle understood something in her heart, though there was some envy for that seventh young lady. But she wasn't really jealous or anything like that. It just rubbed its blown cheek against Lin Yun's chest. It was as if he was showing his favor and heart in this way. You're going to treat her right after I leave. Leave some trusted great demons to station at the medicine family. Lin Yun commanded again in advance. Well then, we know it. Sue Myrtle obeyed. Silvermoon didn't say anything, just hugged tighter. Lin Yun looked at the distant skyline. It seemed that he saw the route he took all the way from the 10,000 Demons Forest to the medicine family. It's a journey that has also seen him truly rise to the top. The revival of the Chaos God body. It meant that he was truly qualified to stand on the same starting line as those Emperor sons, even far beyond them. Lin Yun's ascension was imminent, and his heart was actually a little nervous. After all, it was another vast and strange world. However, he also had expectations in his mind. Empress ancestor. He misses her. This is one of the most memorable women in Lin Yun. Lin Yun was infatuated with her and guilty of it. The Empress ancestor was completely manipulated and forced by Lin Yun, being backstabbed by him. She was so beautiful and regal. Thinking back to those days within the chamber, Lin Yun's heart was inexplicably on fire again. Su Myrtle. Lin Yun wrapped his arms around Su Myung, who was on his side. Hold her in front of you. The two rested their amorous foreheads against each other. A long kiss so deep it was hard to breathe. As the saying goes, it's all about the mood. Lin Yun gently patted Su Myrtle's little head. It was as if Su Myrtle understood something. A brow full of love. She loved Cloudy, willing to give everything, just to make him happy. Silver Moon came to Lin Yun's side, taking Su Myrtle's place. The heavenly fragrance walking palace flew towards the Pill family. It's like a shooting star. Fleeting. The medicine man compound. Have those guests been behaving themselves lately? The pharmacist asked softly. Back to you, miss. They're all very disciplined. They wouldn't dare offend Lord Cloud. Baguio puffed out her chest with some pride. Yeah, how dare they? Xingqiu said so as well. In the eyes of the two little maids, Lord Cloud is the sky. He is everything to them, even if it means letting them die. And they don't hesitate for a second. A smile tugged at the corners of the pharmacist's mouth. You guys, don't you miss him too? Both women's faces turned a little red as they sniffed. They didn't dare to lie in front of Miss Seven. Both nodded petulantly. I miss him too. When will Brother Yun come back? The pharmacist's face was filled with longing. She knew that Lord Cloud wouldn't have much time left in the lower realms. Naturally, I would like to spend one more day together. Just then, the incomparably familiar and somewhat badass voice rang in the ears of several women. I did hear you guys say you missed me. Lin Yun's figure suddenly appeared. He's just showing up alone now. The two demonesses. It's better to slow down a bit. It was only proper to pacify little Dr. Fairy and the girls first. Mr. Cloud. The pharmacist was in a state of surprise. It directly lunged towards Lin Yun. With a fragrant breeze, Lin Yun hugged him directly. Little Dr. Fairy was lusciously petite, but had a lot of meat where it should be. Lin Yun directly hugged her in a circle. The silver bell-like laughter made Lin Yun's mood better. Yakushi hugged Lin Yun tightly, fear that he would leave in a moment. Lin Yun gently patted her back, stroked his long silky hair. Why do you still have your hair up? It's pretty. Lin Yun suddenly cupped her small face. Straight up kisses. This dressed up little medical fairy. Lin Yun hasn't tasted it yet. Little Dr. Fairy gently pounded Lin Yun's chest. Protests were expressed, but Lin Yun didn't care about that. It took 10 minutes before he let go of the sweet-smelling, soft and sticky little medical fairy. I miss you too, my treasure. Old Devil Lin spoke meaty words of love. How's it going? The house is doing all right these days. Lin Yun wrapped one hand around her slender waist. One hand gently cupped her chin. It was as if he was going to make light of her at the drop of a hat at any moment. The pharmacist blushed, a frown full of love. Her red lips flicked up. Well, all is well at home. Grandpa is still at the ancestral shrine, and we're all waiting for you to come back and run the show. There are many other distinguished guests, and the White Jade capital Holy Land has also come. All want to meet you. The pharmacist whispered about the situation he was now facing. Lin Yun gently nodded his head. Hard work, baby. I'll take care of all the rest. Lin Yun placed a gentle kiss on her white forehead. Reaching up again, he pinched her hot, lovely earlobe. Only then did Lin Yun look at Baguio and Xingqiu. The two little girls had been in love for a long time. Lin Yun smiled and waved. The two little girls hurriedly pounced at a trot as well. Lin Yun hugged the three at once. It's a real showstopper. Enviable. Gently patting the two little girls on the back and stroking their little heads. Look at the well-behaved and obedient girls. Lin Yun's heart was also somewhat happy and joyful. What more could a man ask for in this life than to have such a delicate daughter? Let's go to our room. I missed you guys, Lin Yun suddenly said. Upon hearing this, the three women glanced at each other and all nodded their heads a little shyly. Spinning around, he buried his little head in Lin Yun's chest. Su Myrtle and Silver Moon, who were hidden in the void, looked at each other, watching this warm and harmonious scene. It was all as if they understood something. It's hard to shake the status of this medicine family's young lady. Chapter 105, Several women meet. Sisters called sisters. Watching the Cloud Duke and their silhouettes dissipate in place, Su Myrtle and Silver Moon were both silent for a while. It seems like they're really close. Silver Moon suddenly said, yeah, but it's nothing. Let's just do our own thing. Su Myrtle was looking on the bright side. Will he just want us to guard the medicine family before accepting us? Silver Moon hesitated. Su Myrtle frowned. Why do you think that? He's been loving you all these days. Have you forgotten? Sometimes I'm a little envious of you. Lin Yun often saw his senior sister Ling Xuanxu as Shadow in Silver Moon. He missed his elder sister and his senior sister, Shizuan, and the others. That's why Lin Yun sometimes pampered her extraordinarily. Su Myrtle reached out and pinched Silver Moon's white and tender little face. You, don't think too much. When the time comes, you take my place, and then you can ascend and be together again. And, ascending to immortality, something I didn't even dare to think about before. Silver Moon got a little flustered. Sister, I didn't mean that. I just love him so much. Silver Moon used the word love. I'm afraid of losing him. This is something quite unbelievable for the demon race. Well, sister understands. And why shouldn't my sister? On the first demon emperor's side, it seems that he has made some kind of deal with Duke Cloud. He seems to be getting more and more involved in our demon race. Don't worry about it, sister. Yun Gongzi can't spare us. He won't not want us. Haven't you noticed? Yun Gongzi is a particularly domineering man. How could he let us go into someone else's arms? Su Myrtle was still confident about this. Moreover, with the talent and charm of his own nine-tailed skyfox, she couldn't believe that there was a man in the world who wouldn't want her. We all worked so hard on the road. How is he still so energized? Su Myrtle said again with some bitterness. Silver Moon's face reddened, but as soon as Lin Yun saw that seventh miss of the medicine family just come alive again, the two women were also somewhat helpless. The pharmacist's boudoir, a piece of harmony and beauty. As the saying goes, a small farewell is better than a new marriage. And outside, the entire medicine family was suddenly in a bit of a mess. The news that the medicine man's son-in-law is back. Still, the word is out. Numerous immortal sect ancestors took action, only to be told that people are being gracious. These old ancestors who had lived for thousands and thousands of years were all black in the face. They naturally know what good things are being done, so all the more reason not to bother. As the saying goes, a little goodbye is goodbye. A dry fire meets a dry fire. It wouldn't be unintelligent to interrupt someone's pleasure now. Maybe it'll just be a slap in the face. The bubbling hot bath. There are still some red petals floating around, white spiritual water, and milk-like. The blue waves can be something else, and I don't know how long it was, until noon on the second day. Only then did Lin Yun change into his robes under little medical fairy's weight. A group of people appeared in the crowd's line of sight. The pharmacist was dressed full of nobility, though the face is still a bit babyish, but no one dared to underestimate the newly appointed matriarch. During this period of time, she had cleansed the various factions and mountains within the medicine family with an iron-blooded approach. The many immortal ancestors were looking forward to Lin Yun's reception, but to their dismay, Lin Yun was going to take little medical fairy and the girls to meet with Su Myrtle Silvermoon first. That's the real big deal. Everything else is small. It wasn't that Lin Yun didn't give those immortal sects face, it's because they don't deserve it. The courtyard, with its small bridges and flowing water, is like a paradise. Su Myrtle and Silver Moon were a little nervous. It was because Lin Yun had sent them a message. The elders let them meet and get acquainted. After all, they were each other's most trusted sisters for many long years afterward. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared not far away, both women subconsciously stood up. Lin Yun walked ahead in the center. Next to him was little Dr. Fairy Pill Master, and a little behind them were Baguio and Qingqiu, a line of four. Su Myrtle and Silver Moon both greeted them ahead of time. There was not the slightest toleration. Mr. Yun. The two women first owed Lin Yun a greeting. With a spring in her face, the love between Ying Ying's beautiful eyes could not be concealed. The pharmacist took one look and knew in his heart, that's a sister in her own right. She pursed her lips, although it was expected, but the scene really came together. She was still a little sad inside. Just then, Lin Yun suddenly held her small hand. He squeezed slightly harder. Let me introduce you. This is my precious little medical fairy, Pill Master, the seventh young miss of the Pill family, the current head of the Pill family, the proud daughter of heaven, and the one I love. It was the first time Lin Yun had used so much rhetoric to explain a woman. This was undoubtedly revealing little medical fairy's position in his heart. The flicker of aggravation that had just surfaced in the Yakushi's heart faded in an instant. Her heart was a little touched. Women are just so easy to coax, especially in this world of the weak and the strong. These are the two little sisters she grew up with. This is Baguio and this is Qingqiu. Lin Yun pulled the two women out again and introduced them. The other little girls were all a little surprised and nervous. I didn't realize that Mr. Cloud still had them in mind. Both of them have always had some low self-esteem because of their origins, so none of them actually liked appearing in front of outsiders with Lord Cloud. Lin Yun was also clear about this, but in the future, there should not be this agony in the immortal world. Just change to a new environment. These two little girls, who were so devoted to pleasing themselves, could be said to do whatever they were told to do. It made him feel the ultimate pleasure, and there was a lot of respect for the seventh young lady pharmacist. As always, Xiao Hexian was treated as the main mother. Miss Seven, never the slightest hint of overacting. The bed is also dominated by Miss Seven. Lin Yun was naturally very satisfied with them and would not treat them badly. What about this nationally colored sister? She's the heavenly fragrance demon emperor. The words of the 10,000 demon mountain range nowadays. Her name is Su Myrtle and she's my big baby too. You guys can just call her sister. This sister, who looks a bit cold, you know each other, but the past is the past. Her name is Silver Moon, and she is the next demon emperor of the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range. They will all be your medicine family's most trustworthy allies in the future. Lin Yun for this moment. It's kind of a painstaking effort. I'm just afraid that something will go wrong then. He would be uneasy even if he ascended to the immortal realm at that time, but now it seems to be in pretty good shape. Lin Yun was seated within the gazebo. The two women, Bagyo and Qingqiu, served at the side, squeeze his shoulders and pound his legs. Not far away, the two women, Little Medical Fairy and Myrtle Silver Moon, were together. They seemed to be negotiating something for some cooperation between the Pill family and the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range. It's all set now to determine the 10,000-year immortal foundation of the medicine family. During this process, they were all glancing at Lin Yun from time to time, as if just seeing that man, and they have a backbone. Chapter 106, Shock and Awe. Invitation from the Lord of the Holy Land. It's all worked out, right? Lin Yun looked at the two women, Little Dr. Fairy and Myrtle Silvermoon. Well, it's actually pretty easy, yeah. The pharmacist bowed her head slightly in some embarrassment. Compared to a great demon like Su Myung, she still felt a little juvenile. It was good that Myrtle didn't mean to make things difficult for her. Straight away, he signed into the agreement drafted on the medicine family's side. It even added some clauses in favor of the medicine family. It can be very sweet. It's a classic case of being an elbow greaser. Well, that's good. Then let's go meet the ramblers outside. It was also time to meet the topmost forces in this world. If you know what's good for you, we'll all be fine. If you are not aware of the situation, then it's just a matter of making them decent. Are we going to? Myrtle hesitated or asked. Well, why don't you go? It's going to be bright. Lin Yun directly took Myrtle's small hand and dragged her over. All together, he looked at Silver Moon again and said, he wants everyone here to know that this is his woman. Take it easy from now on. And to hell with all the talk about people and demons being different. He, Lin Yun, didn't need to follow the rules when he did things. Both women were a little happier. Thought Mr. Cloud would hide it. Immediately, the group of people headed towards the Pill family's council hall. With the arrival of Lin Yun's group, all of the Immortal Sect lineage elders stood up in unison to greet them. See Lord Immortal. As the saying goes, the one who achieves is the first. Even though Lin Yun was not yet an immortal, but it's kind of a terrestrial god. In the lower realms, one can afford to be called Lord Immortal. Lin Yun nodded slightly. Rest for the ladies. Straight to the main seat above. Spinning around, he sat down with a big horse. Numerous Immortal Sect elders. Their eyes were somewhat straight. That turned out to be that heavenly fragrance demon emperor. The woman next to her was a bit of a stranger, but apparently it was also a great demon. So, is the alliance between the Pill family and the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range already a fact? Moreover, it seemed that the relationship between this honorable lord and these two magnificent demonesses was not simple. That's a real blessing. The beautiful name of the heavenly fragrance demon emperor could be heard in this world. I don't know how many immortal sect masters have dreamed of it. It's more than just beauty. The other party could still represent countless resources and immortal medicines from the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range. There were also uncountable armies of demonic beasts. Powerful. Whoever wins her heart, it's a direct step up, so to speak. But now it seems that her heart has been captured, and also allied with the medicine family. Is this a willingness to be small? Everyone looked at Lin Yun a little differently. This defense of women, it's a real crown. 2. Congratulations to Lord Immortal, and I wish Lord Immortal an early ascension to immortality. The Grand Elder of the White Jade capital Holy Land once again paid his respects, with him taking the lead. The many Immortal Sect elders followed suit. Lin Yun had an evil smile on his lips. Are you guys hoping that I'll leave earlier so that you can suppress the medicine family? Lin Yun's words were a little blunt and a little heartbreaking. The faces of the many Immortal Sect ancestors all changed. Lin Yun scanned the circle. The powerful pressure turned around and suppressed the entire hall. The atmosphere became heavy and dangerous all at once. Gentlemen, what is the purpose of your visit? Is it just to pay homage to my father? Lin Yun was also too lazy to talk to these old things. Open up the sky. After that was done, Lin Yun was going to start his daily drunkenness, until the limit of the Ascension realm, and then ascended to the immortal world. The many immortal ancestors looked at me and I looked at you. Don't even really know how to open up. It was only natural for them to come this time and show their faces to pay their respects to the big man, but they also have their own agenda. That is, to find out what this big man who came out of nowhere really thinks. It was reasonable to say that with the other party's realm, straight away, ambitions could expand then command the entire cultivation world. Simply put, it's a unification of the world, but then it might just be life and death again. The tragedy of the Green Jade sect was still fresh in his mind. Being one of the several great upper clans, he was directly crippled. It is estimated that it will not recover for thousands of years. Lord Immortal, I'm from the Bayou Jing Holy Land. Dare I ask if your Immortal Highness has any arrangements for the future? The Lord of the Sacred Ground has asked me to invite Lord Immortal. If it's convenient, would you be able to go to a gathering? The White Jade Capital Sanctuary was the leader of the Immortal Tao in this world. The number of disciples is small. One might even say that the talent is dying, and it's not much of a reputation, but it was the undoubted leader of the Immortal Way. It's because the Ascension platform is right in the middle of the White Jade Palace. As the only Ascension platform in this world, it can greatly increase the probability of ascension and reduce the danger of crossing the threshold. It's a lot better than just finding a random place to cross over and ascend. And that mysterious lord of the Holy Land, it was rumored to be an old monster of the Ascension realm as well. Every Xanadu convention, the disciples of the White Jade Palace were all powerful enough to win the top spot, to prove the name of the Holy Land of Bayou Jing. So if Lin Yun goes to the White Jade capital and reaches some kind of agreement, tacit understanding, the many immortal Dao clans were also relieved, not to be terrified all day. Lin Yun smiled faintly. Why doesn't he come himself? Is the seat unworthy? He's not that easy to invite. The White Jade capital's elder's face changed. This honored one is really a bit difficult to deal with. Please forgive me, Immortal Lord. My Holy Lord is actually not in a position to leave the Holy Land. He bowed slightly and said, this is actually something that is well known. The other party was actually the protector of the Tao who guarded the flying immortal terrace. It's also sort of the guardian of this world. Even in the fairy world, it's all on file. Naturally, it won't be easy to leave. Lin Yun nodded slightly. Then choose a day. Besides, this honored one doesn't have much interest in any kind of unification of the world. No thoughts on that crap from your clan either. All put your hearts in your stomachs. However, saying this, Lin Yun paused. The gaze was a little deep and cold. Sternly, he swept his eyes at the many immortal sect ancestors. If you dare to get your hands on the Medicine family's property, don't blame me for being impolite. Even if I had ascended, I would have come down. At that time, this seat will slaughter your entire clan up and down. Lin Yun nakedly threatened. The many immortal sect ancestors were all shocked in their hearts. Given what this one had done to the Green Jade sect, he was clearly capable of such things. But threats alone are apparently still not enough. So this is the deterrent power of the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range. I, the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range, have formally allied with the Pill family, and from now on, we will advance and retreat together. To violate the Medicine family is to violate my 10,000 Demon Mountain Range, and from now on, there will be no end to death. Myrtle also stepped forward at this time. The aura on his body revealed itself. Surprisingly, it seemed to be in the Ascension realm as well. This one scared the hell out of everyone. Chapter 107, The Young Plot, Going to See the Ascension Terrace. Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor. Myrtle had been moisturized by Lin Yun these days. Finally the ninth tail was born. Had successfully touched the threshold of the Ascension realm. It's so close to being clinical. It could be called a half-step Ascension realm. With such a strong protector, coupled with the countless demon race armies in the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range, the pharmacists are high on the list. The many immortal sect ancestors knew that the big picture had been decided. They have only one way to go at the moment. That's rallying around the Medicine family. There is no other option. We honor the teachings of Lord Demon Emperor, Lord Immortal. From now on it will be the Medicine family that will be honored. I dare not take the slightest offense. They bowed and clasped their fists in unison. This is an expression of submission. Lin Yun nodded slightly. The Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor retreated back to Lin Yun's side after displaying some of his skills. All she wanted to do now was to be Lord Cloud's little woman. Moreover, looking at those immortal sect ancestors who had always looked down on their demon clan in normal times were now trembling as if they were walking on thin ice. There was also some pleasure in her heart. All of this was given to her by Lord Cloud. Yakusho knew that it was time for him to step in. As the saying goes, a slap in the face gives a sweet date. The Pill family as a pill refining family. The future Medicine royal family. There are so many benefits that can be given. The interests represented in it are also too huge. Seeing the new patriarch of the Medicine family walk to the front of the stage, it was as if they saw countless elixirs beckoning. Although the pharmacist didn't have the same cultivation level as Myrtle, naturally there is a charm and poise that is uniquely hers. The Medicine family doesn't need to intimidate the world. Convincing people by virtue is what their Medicine family is all about. Of course, if the other side is unreasonable, then they know a little bit about boxing too. Pillmaster looked at the expectant gazes of the many immortal sect ancestors below. Her voice was crisp and polite. From now on, the pill output of the Pill family is expected to expand more than tenfold. But it's all because of the support of the Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor's sister. That's why priority should be given to supplying the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range. Secondly, according to the levels of the covenant between each of the great immortal sect families and the Pill family, it will be supplied on demand at an internal price. The remaining pills and herbs, etc., are all uniformly sold to the public by the Pill King Pavilion, and the covenant hierarchy, which will be announced later. So hold your horses. The pharmacist whirled around and began to preside. There were maids of honor who handed down a jade slip. Various articles of the covenant are recorded in it. One even has to take a heavenly oath. All these things were undoubtedly drummed up by Lin Yun. The purpose is also simple. That's tying everyone to the medicine family wagon. We're all in this together. Lin Yun profoundly knew a truth. Intimidation is only temporary. Last night the monastic people, in order to become immortal, rode. There can be few people who are interested in profit. It's normal to be afraid of death, but to be afraid of death in front of a chance deserves to be turned into white bones by the side of the road. This is the simple value of the entire practice community. Only the common good is eternal. It's the only way to ensure that the medicine family will be there after you leave, still thriving and standing. Ensure little medical fairy's peace of mind until she too ascended to the immortal realm. Or wait for him to come down and get her. Lin Yun's thoughts could be described as very thoughtful. Even in the worst case scenario, the great demons of the 10,000 demon mountain range were not something to be messed with. Look at the various clauses in it. The faces of the many immortal sect ancestors changed again and again. It all seems pretty harsh though, but the stakes are huge. As they say, the more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. They have no reason to refuse. Once you refuse this time, you won't get that chance next time. Directly would be excluded from this huge interest group. That was a huge loss that even the White Jade capital Holy Land couldn't afford. It's nakedly phallic. If you don't join, someone else will. After we return to the clan, we will immediately convene a general meeting of elders to discuss the signing of the contract. The many immortal sect elders did not directly agree though, but no doubt that's because they don't have that access. This contract needed to be sealed with the clan or family's chi as a dao. It's a gamble on your life. No harm done, but only for 10 days. After more than 10 days, the Pill family will close the covenant channel. The sound of the pharmacist's voice caused the crowd to blush again. I was going to stall for a bit to see what the other dogs chose. Now it looks like it's too late for fear. If the time came and his clan didn't get on the bus, it would be over. Undoubtedly, all these ghostly ideas are the handiwork of Lin Yun. Hunger marketing. Simple and easy. Time is running out. We'll return to the clan to report to the sect leader supreme. The many immortal sect elders all began to take their leave. There are some far away. It's 2 or 3 days on the road. That doesn't leave a lot of time. Not half a quarter of an hour. The great hall, which had just been bustling with activity, emptied. Only the old man from the White Jade capital Holy Land remained. Having just fudged with a group of old monsters, Apothecary Master's forehead was sweating a bit. Tired. Lin Yun took out a handkerchief and gently wiped little medical fairy's forehead. It's a blatant show of affection. Make no eyes. Well yeah, tired, but happy. Our medicine family won't be bullied at last then. The pharmacist was a little excited. Fulfilled his grandfather's last wish himself. Grandpa would be happy in heaven. Fool, I'll see who dares. Lin Yun somewhat pampered and pinched little medical fairy's little face. Smooth and warm to the touch. The pharmacist blushed. There's another guest down there. Watching this scene, Sue Myrtle and Silver Moon both had a bit of a sour taste in their hearts, but the feeling was fleeting, because they knew that Lord Cloud had a real fondness for them as well. I'm going out on a trip that will take a day or two fast, maybe 2 or 3 if I'm slow. Lin Yun got up. He was ready to choose his day. Just hang out together today at the Shurikatsukiyo Sanctuary. When it's done, it's a complete end to all this trivia. The Ascension platform. Lin Yun also wanted to step on it. Previously, over in the Tian Yuan realm, this thing seemed to have been destroyed a long time ago. Surprisingly, this thing can reduce the karmic obstacles on a cultivator, reduce the power of the heavenly tribulation, but one's own chaotic god body should be one where karma doesn't add up. But it's better than nothing. Now that you have it, you can certainly give it a try. Maybe even have a chat with that old monster. Maybe there's something to be gained. The other side might have a connection with the upper world as well. One can inquire about the upper world in advance. For example, is there anyone squatting and looking for people? Then it must be the female emperor ancestor looking for herself without a doubt. If that's the case, Lin Yun is about to plan. That would mean that the immortal ascension platform in this world, it was still within the sphere of influence of the Empress ancestor. Then you're in danger. Lin Yun looked down at the White Jade capital emissary below. Let's go. This seat will take a walk to your holy land. Lin Yun whirled around and bid farewell to a few women. Be good. It's just a trip. I'll be back soon. Little medical fairy pulled on Lin Yun's sleeve with some reluctance. You won't just fly up to the immortal realm without us. Little Dr. Fairy's eyes misted up inside. There was some inexplicable worry. Lin Yun cried and laughed a little. How? Chapter 108. This big bad guy scared the baby to death. Inside the temple. It's all their own nowadays. Bai Yujing's people also consciously waited in the outside world. Seeing this reluctant appearance of little medical fairy, Lin Yun had some warmth in his heart, and all the women were a little afflicted. Mr. Yun is going to the White Jade Palace. I'm afraid he'll just soar away when the time comes. It's also just the little healer who's better for pouting. Lin Yun cupped little medical fairy's face, directly and deeply kissed. For a while, the pharmacist was out of breath. She gently patted Lin Yun's chest. Lin Yun didn't even let her go. Another good while. Only then did Lin Yun spare her. Watching the scene from the sidelines, Su Myrtle bit her lip, her face peachy red, eyes full of shame. Lin Yun took a look at the beauty. It was a good time to come to the table. There's no rush anyway. Then let's indulge one more time. Lin Yun directly waved his hand and released a spatial boundary restriction. Outside, after waiting a full 5 hours, it was almost dark. The emissary from the White Jade capital was also a bit helpless. There was also some envy in his heart. This young man, he's got so much energy. And that's all national colors. It's a good thing you're so lucky. It was expected to be over before dark, but this messenger didn't expect it. It was early the next morning again. Dawn. It's still not over. Until morning. It was only then that Lin Yun appeared before him in a refreshed state. Just some vague back pain. The chaotic god body could barely carry it. Go. You lead the way. Ignoring the somewhat odd look in the other's eyes, Lin Yun directly set up his recluse. No foul space aptitude was used. That would be too scary. Lin Yun was using the thunderclap. Although this thunderclap was also a bit beyond the scope of the program, it was still within their understanding. The two turned into streams of light and passed away in an instant. In a flash, it disappeared into the sky. Inner sanctum. Little Dr. Fairy was dripping with fragrant sweat. The hair was soaking wet. The skin was a tantalizing pink color. Cover your petite body with a thin blanket. Su Myrtle's gaze flickered with some sort of inexplicable rhyme. Silver Moon was instantly a bit helpless in her heart. Just now when Mr. Cloud was still around, everyone is still at peace with each other. It's just that Su Myrtle has some occasional liveliness, but Lord Cloud seemed to like her like this as well. Pleasantly surprised. It's getting happier and happier. Lin Yun doesn't know yet. His own backyard is in disarray, but that's fine. Old Devil Lin was delighted. As long as nothing happens, it's all fling anyway. Halfway there, Lin Yun resented the other party's slow speed. The coordinates were requested directly. Turning into lightning, a thunderclap rang out in the sky and earth, carrying the other party at once without knowing where they were. In an instant it was already 10,000 miles away. Not much longer. Just come as if you are in another world. This place was actually a bit different from what Lin Yun had imagined. There's no famous upper river. It's not a fairy tale either. Instead, it was a bit barren and silent. I should say this is the wilderness. Not a single tree. Don't say bird. It was as if there was no life. Lin Yun's gaze was a bit strange. Your Baiyujing Holy Land is in such a hole? Don't be surprised. Immortal Lord. This place was caused by the predecessors crossing the Great Ascension Tribulation. Lin Yun instantly understood in his heart. That makes sense. For countless years, there would always be people with demonic talents who would cross the threshold to become immortals. More times than not. Naturally, the place is directly destroyed into a barren land, so we opened up a secret area straight away. This way, Immortal Elder. The two came together to a bare hill. The White Jade capital emissary took out a jade tablet, make a series of hand seals. In fact, as soon as he came here, with Lin Yun's spatial attainments, he had already realized that there was something else here. The spatial fluctuations here are unique. Only layers and layers of ripples were seen rippling through the void. It was as if the door to another world had been opened. Lord Immortal, this is the entrance to our Holy Land. Lin Yun nodded slightly. Immediately, the two of them tacitly flew up together. With a single step, his figure disappeared into the spatial ripples. The familiar laws of space caressed around them. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. He had arrived in a secret place with beautiful mountains and water. It's full of old, gnarled trees. The aura was too rich to melt. With Lin Yun's eyesight, he could still see numerous spirit beasts and immortal medicines below. He nodded darkly. A place like this deserves the name of a holy place. What the hell was all that barren land just now? Senior uncle, you're back. Did you bring me something good to eat? A small female cultivator in a white Dao robe bounced over. That's right, bouncing. She looked a little cute with her balled up hair. There's still some meat on his face. Lin Yun's gaze was a bit strange. This little girl, her physique is very translucent. Surprisingly, his cultivation had also reached the heavenly elephant. Looking at this root and bone appearance, the age is estimated to be not too old. I'm afraid it's some kind of special physique too. The little girl was curiously all surveying Lin Yun. It was the first time she'd seen an outsider come inside the sanctuary, so there is some curiosity. Shanine, don't be ridiculous, this is the most honored guest. The old man's face changed. What's this girl doing out here? What if this lord takes a liking to this? He now knew how despicable this lord was. If you really look at this little girl, well, that's a tough one. However, this girl is a seven-knowledged girl with the keenest sense of the human heart. Shouldn't like this kind of evildoer. He was a little more relieved in his mind. Lin Yun sized up the little ninny who seemed to be called Xianyin. This little girl is weirdly cute. I wonder what it's like to pick up and kiss. A thought couldn't help but pop up in Lin Yun's mind. It's worthy of being old devil Lin. Xianyin, on the other hand, looked Lin Yun up and down. She frowned. Then, for a split second, she blushed. You big, bad man. She jumped back and away in direct shock. Xianyin sensed the terrifying thought that Lin Yun had just had. That scared the hell out of her. This bad guy actually tried to slight her. Still want to do that kind of bad stuff. Scared the out of the baby. Xianyin, do not speak rashly. The messenger's face changed in fear as well. That's not a good thing to say. And, how it feels weird. Big bad is not a good word to use. Lin Yun touched his nose in some embarrassment. Looking at the other party's big, clear, pure eyes that were filled with vigilance in them, he looked at himself. Lin Yun also seemed to understand something. This little girl could actually vaguely perceive what was going on in other people's minds, especially as it relates to herself. The perception is expected to be extraordinarily strong. So Lin Yun got a little embarrassed. But with his thick skin, this is naturally nothing. It doesn't matter. Xianyin is it. The roots are good. Lin Yun had the appearance of a man of the world, looking the little girl up and down, but Xianyin clearly wasn't buying it. She clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes full of caution and disgust. Chapter 109. You're an outsider, aren't you, little friend? Lin Yun is a former senior. Naturally, he wouldn't really have a problem with a little girl. Faced with the little ninny's abject dislike, Lin Yun also just smiled indifferently. She would soon change her opinion. Please don't be offended, Lord Immortal. This girl was adopted by the old Holy Lord, pure of heart, and has never gone out into the secular world. The messenger explained carefully, just afraid of displeasing this murderous demon. Even within the sacred land of the White Jade Palace, they weren't sure they could stop such a terrifying figure. Lin Yun waved his hand. He didn't say much, although old devil Lin was not a magnanimous person, but it's not some narrow-minded person either. Now that this is still the periphery. This way please, Lord Immortal. This elder is leading the way. And while describing the buildings along the way, Xianyin's little ninny quietly followed behind. She thought she was hiding from the world and wouldn't be found out, but with her tender Taoist skill, how could she hide it from the two big brothers in front of her? The two didn't bother to break her down. Lin Yun was also just here as a guest, and wanted to know a few things in the meantime. Naturally, I'm not in the mood to make a fuss. Xianyin's heart was actually filled with curiosity towards Lin Yun. The reason she suddenly appeared. It was actually her 7 orifices Linglong heart that suddenly sensed Lin Yun's chaotic godbody. She was originally a super physique of the perception class. The psychic sense is incomparably sharp. Lin Yun's chaotic godbody was in her eyes. It was as dazzling as a firefly in the night. Even if Lin Yun hadn't deliberately revealed any aura, I thought it was some kind of a high achiever. But Xianyin quickly sensed that this big brother seemed to be a big rascal. It took her by surprise. It cast a psychological shadow on her simple young mind. There are some afterthoughts though, but couldn't stop the curiosity in my heart. So just be careful about morphing into a heel. Lin Yun carried his hands behind his back. The two of them wouldn't be able to fly recklessly within this holy land. Lin Yun also found out, the scope of this holy land is not really that big. Just a few palace complexes, a few peaks, a not so small square. Not many disciples either. There seemed to be only a handful of hundreds. This was really a bit inadequate for a cultivation clan. Be aware of the general bulk. The disciples are in the hundreds of thousands. There were even more than 1 million disciples of the Yin Yang sacred sect. The Green Jade sect, which had been pitted by Lin Yun, was estimated to have 1 million to 800,000 people. But with Lin Yun's vision, these disciples were rather all celestials with good aptitude. But it's still a bit far from being a demon. Only the little tail hanging back now counts as a demon. But that little girl, she didn't seem to have much experience. It's not certain how far it will go in the future, but it was a gift of ascension. Lord Immortal, that wooden house is where Lord Sacred Lord is. Holy Lord can't leave. Please forgive me. Lin Yun raised his eyes. A small hill, or more appropriately a small mound, lay ahead, under a large, leafy tree, a lone cabin. Lin Yun couldn't help but be a little surprised. The lord of this hallowed ground. That's a pretty sketchy condition, even call it grueling, but this place has a nice mood. Moreover, it seemed that Holy Lord also claimed to be a true cultivator. Lin Yun put away his jokes in his heart, getting positively colorful. Whatever. Facing a true pinnacle among such a world, all should be treated with genuine respect. It has nothing to do with being interested in who it is or what their name is. It's a sign of respect for the strong, and he came over this time. It's a bit of an exaggeration to say that there was a request, but also to borrow your precious land for a while. Almost close, as the wooden door creaked, an old man in gray cloth and linen clothes appeared in Lin Yun's line of sight. Your guests have come to the door. The old man is much inconvenienced and has missed the welcome. Please forgive me. The old man seemed to be very old. The creases on his face could pinch a fly. It looked even more of a big deadline than the old man of medicine before. But the old man's eyes were uncharacteristically gleaming and sparkling. This showed that his spiritual world, the power of his divine soul, was much better than his physical body state. This is a typical appearance of a higher cultivator. Fellow Taoist is too polite. I am the one who has ranted and raved, and I would be grateful if you would not hesitate to enlighten me. Lin Yun saw it at a glance. This old thing really is also in the Ascension realm, and it's also late peak, but the true fighting strength is unknown. Compared to yourself, it should be slightly inferior. Fist fear of the lesser fighter doesn't generally apply in monks though. The longer you live the more powerful you might be, but that's not entirely true. Suppose the flesh decays and the lifespan runs out. That naturally meant that it was no match for someone in the same realm with a full blood chi. It's just that this old thing, in general, also has all sorts of powerful killer undercards, and no one usually makes a nuisance of themselves to get them in trouble. Most of them also find a feng shui place by themselves and sit quietly. That's how the Immortal Edge inheritance in those caves came about. Both were sizing each other up. This old holy lord was named Xianju. Xian is the highest character in Bai Yu Jing's lineage. In the midst of Xianju's perception, Lin Yun was like an oven that was about to explode at any moment. The exuberance of its blood chi made him feel a heart-stopping terror. This young man, I'm afraid, has a long lifespan and is at his peak. No wonder it has such an aura. It's the time of youthful exuberance. Moreover, Xianju also sensed that Lin Yun seemed to have some sort of powerful and mysterious strength in him. The heart couldn't help but be a little cautious. Just as both men were sizing each other up, a quirky little girl suddenly jumped out. "Grandpa, I came to see you," Xianin called out delicately. She ran behind the old man, showing only her small head. Probing his head, he looked at Lin Yun. Xianju gave a kind smile. "Little Xian Ina, are you here to see Grandpa or this big brother?" Grandpa Xian Yin's face reddened and she shook her grandfather's arm as if she was pampered. Well, Grandpa won't say much. It was evident that the old Saint Master doted on this little girl. "I guess it is also treated as if it were my own, and I really love it as my little granddaughter. Grandpa has a guest here. Will you make the tea?" the old man said with a smile. Looking at his lively little granddaughter, the rottenness in his body seemed to dissipate quite a bit. "Yeah, I'll get the fire going." When you say you're making tea, you're really making tea over a fire. Everything here seems to be back to basics as it were. The humble house is simple. Please don't be offended. "Little friend." Shenju made a gesture of invitation. The two of them sat down on a stone bench directly under the ancient tree. "You're an outlander, aren't you, little friend?" But next, the old sacred lord's first words almost gave Lin Yun a dry break in defense. Chapter 110, Joining Forces. Old Holy Lord's Commitment. Outlander. The word seemed to Lin Yun. There are two interpretations. The first layer of meaning was naturally that one was from the heavenly Yuan realm, not a native of the Tiantian realm. And the other layer is a little scary. That is, Lin Yun is a traveler. To Lin Yun, this was a bit creepy. Old Devil Lin's face was expressionless. In his opinion, the other party should probably mean the first level. The other side acts as the protector of this world. For the top cultivators within the world, it should be as good as it gets. Your own kind is as if it came out of nowhere. It's natural to alert the other side. Well, you could think so. Lin Yun nodded slightly. He was ambiguous in this answer as well. Cultivators are actually quite fond of fighting wit when they talk to each other. It's all about half-talking and understanding it for yourself anyway. After all, people without enlightenment can't walk the path of cultivation either. No wonder. So it's an exotic mighty dragon. But little friend, you have committed a bit too much killing. Xianju didn't avoid the question. In his opinion, the other party had now caused the fall of hundreds of thousands of cultivators. This is already heavenly karma. They are all damned. I never go soft on killing the damned. Besides, I've already shown mercy. Lin Yun has no intention of reflecting on his repentance. The hand in Xianju's sleeve robe trembled slightly. That's a tough guy. There are a lot of monks who kill people like that. But killing hundreds of thousands of people while moving like that is still par for the course. That's the real depth of the demonic nature. Xianin, who was burning the fire and making tea on the side, was also frowning. She burned an unknown branch. There's not much smoke. Instead, it has a light fragrance. The water in the copper kettle is also well water drawn from the ancient well next to it. You can't kill innocent people just because you have a high cultivation level. Jen, In couldn't help but interject. Every person, every little life, has the right to live. Lin Yun smiled. He didn't come here for a political lesson. And it's the kind of thing that can't be argued out. The word is different for everyone. As the saying goes, each has its own reasoning. My way is that if people don't offend me, I don't offend them. If they offend me, I will kill them. There is no need to say more. Whether I am a bloodthirsty and murderous person or not, you should know clearly in your hearts. Lin Yun waved his hand. indicating that he didn't want to carry on with this topic. Both of them went silent. Lin Yun was right. Those cultivators, they all offended this one first. It's not wrong to say that there is a way to take death. Of course, it's usually shock and heckle. It wouldn't be a straight-up wide-range aptitude to make corpses clatter like rain. Outside of Pill King City, there was still a heavy aura of death even now. Xianyin had something in mind to say though, but as naive as she wasn't stupid, so opened his mouth or said nothing. Better get a good fire going. She pouted. Dare I ask you what you plan to do next? Xianzhu asked another vital question. Even Xianyin couldn't help but prick up her ears and eavesdrop. This person doesn't seem to be from this world. His coming here is the equivalent of a foreign invasion. So what does he want to do next? It becomes crucial. The knowledge inheritance that Xianyin received was obviously a bit different from the outside cultivators. She seems to know a lot of things, know some of the nature and grading of this world, so it wasn't the least bit surprised by an outsider like Lin Yun. Lin Yun stared in thought. It was a question that had occurred to him long ago on his way here, while in the Pill family's council hall. Actually, it probably said what it thought. I'm just a passerby after all, and I have no intention of leaving any traces, but there are also already people here that I value and want to protect. I'll make sure they're safe. With that precondition met, I will do whatever it takes. Lin Yun knew that the old man across from him, it would basically represent the high-end cultivators of this world. Just agreeing with him, then there will be no surprises next. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will still be a problem. After all, there were still numerous immortal Dao clans and great families. You can't kill them all one by one yourself. There are more than billions of beings in a world. You can't exterminate them all. Xianzhu didn't say anything for a while. The Pill family's affairs, of course, he understood them very well now. This outsider means what he understands. It's also very simple. The other side just wants the medicine family to stand. The main purpose was still to protect that seventh young lady of the medicine family, the current head of the medicine family. Actually, that's a good thing to say. It was equivalent to having a powerful son-in-law in the heavenly star realm. But the matter of the 10,000 Demon Mountain range was a bit of a nuisance. He knew it better than anyone. The special nature of the Tianshan realm. He actually existed to watch over the demon race. But now, his mission is accomplished, so he won't be in this world much longer. He had reached the limit of ascension long ago, just chosen by the clan to fulfill this mission. That's how you get down to the world. And once you're here, it's a long time. Some of his current thoughts actually coincided with Lin Yun's. Lin Yun has a hold. He has too. Xianzhu glanced at Xianyin. This little girl is, in fact, his own granddaughter. No one knows this secret. In the course of the long years, he also moved his mortal heart, but his wife was just an ordinary cultivator who had long since returned to dust. But it also left behind a large cultivation family. Xianyin was the most demonic descendant among them. There was even another mission in her, the seven-knuckle heart. That was the physique of the Xian family's oldest ancestor at one point in time. Xianzhu suddenly released a soundproof boundary. Lin Yun was stunned, but did not break. Fellow Daoist, I don't think there's anything wrong with what you're doing. I'll assist you in notifying all the Immortal Sect world families. But the old man also has an unkind request. I also ask that you, fellow Daoist, be able to fulfill it. Xianzhu said with a straight face. Oh, but there's no harm in saying so. Lin Yun paused, somewhat curious as to what else this old thing could have to do to directly help. He's supposed to be the most powerful man in the world. The matter over at the 10,000 Demon Mountain range. I'm guessing you've come into contact with it as well. That was my mission too, but now it's been broken by you. The moment Xianzhu opened his mouth, he surprised Lin Yun again. It seems that this world that I have randomly chosen is quite something. So, I'm about to ascend as well. But there are people I can't let go of, and I think you can understand that. Lin Yun glanced at the little girl next to him who was curiously surveying this side, and he nodded slightly. Apparently, this little girl was the one he couldn't let go of. So was this an attempt to borrow his own setup and help him take care of this little girl in the meantime? You should have guessed what it was about. Xianzhu's eyes bubbled with light, obviously very concerned about the rest of the conversation. Chapter 111 Empress Ancestor is blocking the spring water. Lin Yun thought carefully, with the setup he left behind. If he added the gold standard of the White Jade capital Holy Land, undoubtedly, it is like a tiger with wings. There's no extra stress either. It's just a matter of keeping watch when the time comes. This old guy, I guess, is just relieved to have an extra layer of insurance. Okay, I promise. Lin Yun agreed flatly. The 10,000 Demon Mountain range and the Pill family's side, I won't lie to you, are all my women, so it won't be a problem on my end. On the contrary, this one in your house, you'll have to convince him not to get me into trouble. Lin Yun also said frankly. At those words, Xianzhu's gaze was a bit strange. It's all his women. He won't be There was a bit of a blush on his face. And I'm supposed to convince? I'll convince my little granddaughter to be your little? It's downright deceptive. Look at the other side's face getting harder and harder. Lin Yun also knew that he seemed to have made the other party misunderstand something. It was also a bit awkward. Dude, you may have misunderstood. I mean, you have to tell your granddaughter not to mess around, to cooperate. Naturally you have to trust each other. Otherwise if it's a nest egg, there's no point, Lin Yun said with a serious face. Only then did Xianju's face soothe. I've made you laugh, fellow Daoist. After a pause, he added, fellow Daoist, you are still at ease. There won't be any problems on Little Voice's side. This girl and the one from the medicine family are actually pretty much the same. Both are kind-hearted. I think they'll be good friends. Actually, she's always admired the seventh miss of the medicine family. If I hadn't stopped her, she'd have gone out to meet the seventh young lady she admires most. Xianju spoke about this matter, apparently also to bring the relationship closer, but Lin Yun believed it, for he could see at a glance that the little girl did. The other person's physique is that gift of knowing right from wrong, good from evil. It can't be some bad guy. Good, let them meet then. Lin Yun nodded. I have a few questions for you as well. For Lin Yun, it was only now that the main course began to be served. There's no harm in speaking. Little friend, I will certainly know everything, Xianju said solemnly. Ascension Terrace, there's nothing wrong over here, is there? Lin Yun asked an irrelevant question first. Little friend, don't worry, everything is normal. With your strength, there is actually not much difference whether there is an ascension platform or not. Xianju, however, knew that this little friend was very good at lightning techniques. This is supposed to help with the crossing. Plus Ben was in peak condition, so naturally there was no problem. Dude, are you connected to the upper world? Lin Yun hesitated for a moment, but still asked the question he was most concerned about. Xianju was silent for a moment, then a slight nod. Lin Yun's heart fluttered. This is what he tried, and he didn't expect it to be true. After all, the other party said that they were also there to watch over the demon clan, so it should be a figure similar to that first demon emperor, Venerable Phantom Water. But it looks as if this one is a lot less pushy, probably just little jailers or something. I also wonder if I know some news from the upper world. Lin Yun still wanted to ask with a trial and error mentality. It's also good to have a good idea of what's going on. The means to run away can be prepared in advance. If it's convenient, please also introduce which immortal realm in the upper realm one goes to if one ascends from this world. May there be anything that needs attention. This is very important to me. Please teach me, Taoist brother. Lin Yun clasped his fists and asked solemnly. Thanks to the soundproofing junction, Xian Yin was in a hurry, but she doesn't know yet that she has been sold by her grandfather. When the time came, it would be time to take a trip to the medicine house with this big brother who scared her a little. Xianju frowned. That kind of thing isn't exactly a secret, so the soundproofing ban was revoked. Only then did a smile appear on Xian Yin's small face. She seemed to have been isolated in this little world for too long, so enjoy listening to others. She carried a small teapot to Lin Yun's side, her body carrying its own strange body odor. It seems to purify the mind, but Lin Yun didn't have any evil thoughts in his heart right now. Thanks. Lin Yun tapped his fingers next to his teacup. You're a guest, so you're welcome, Xianin said with a pout. Xianju smiled at the scene. This is a fine rainy day tea. Little friend, taste it. Lin Yun wasn't polite either. It really brightened up after a sip. Good tea. The tea that the old Saint Lord treated his guests with naturally wouldn't be anything mundane. It is a Taoist tea. After receiving the praise, Xianju also revealed a smile. In this place, drinking tea and fishing is his only hobby. That wasn't even my cooking, Jenin muttered. Lin Yun and Xianju both smiled at each other as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. Let's move on to the last question then. Xianju was clearly in a good mood now as well. The world we live in today is known to be called the Celestial Star Realm. There are actually numerous other lower realms that begin with the word heaven, but they are actually all under the same jurisdiction of the Central Immortal Region. The Central Immortal Region, as the name suggests, is actually just a shortened version of the richest place in the Immortal Region. It's a place among the upper realms where true immortals are as full as dogs, and where immortal kings all frequent. So we're actually kinda lucky. If it's one of those borderlands, it would take a lot of effort just to walk to the Central Immortal Region, and it might even be dangerous. Xianju spoke eloquently. Lin Yun also listened quietly. Even Xianyin was listening with great interest, though she still had a long way to go before she became immortal. See, that's how important homeschooling is. At her young age, she had already been exposed to the immortal world. Even Lin Yun is only now getting into it, so poor information can really determine a person's future a lot of times. Lin Yun actually heard all belonged to the same great immortal domain jurisdiction. The heart went cold. The heavenly Yuan realm, apparently, was also of the heavenly character generation, so if he himself ascended, he would really be still within the range of activity of the female emperor's ancestor. Xianzhu was also coming to his senses. Once we ascend and undergo the baptism of flying immortals, we will become immortal bodies and our lifespan will increase by anywhere from hundreds of thousands of years. After ascending to become a true immortal, above that is the heavenly immortal, then the immortal monarch and immortal king. Further up, it's hard to reach in general. Xianzhu's gaze was also somewhat longing and respectful. Generally speaking, when we become a true immortal, 1 to 9 immortal Tao rules will be born within our bodies, 1 being the most basic and lowest level of potential. The long years to come are about cultivating the immortal Tao rules, so that they grow stronger and stronger, and you can keep breaking through the realm. Then Grandpa, how did this immortal Tao rule form? Xianin asked a crucial question, and Lin Yun looked at the other party, wanting to know the answer. The 5 elemental spiritual roots, earth, water, wind, fire, thunder, lightning, and other special forces, after comprehending them to a certain realm, can all be cultivated as rule Tao, until finally, it metamorphoses into the true origin of the great Tao. Xianzhu said this and glanced meaningfully at Lin Yun. Fellow Taoist, you have unlimited potential. In his opinion, Lin Yun could at least condense more than 5 immortal Tao rules. That would be the posture of an immortal king, or even an immortal emperor. Lin Yun's heart fluttered. He was a chaotic god body, so there didn't seem to be such a restriction. We'll see when the time comes. And the upper world, is there anything that needs attention these days? Lin Yun asked another question he was concerned about. Xianzhu frowned slightly. There seems to be some furor, and it's rumored that some ancient race has suddenly come out of the woodwork, looking for someone or some sort of item. Lin Yun nodded slightly. Suddenly there was a bit of a whim. It couldn't be something to do with myself, could it? Lin Yun inexplicably recalled that space god crystal. Dare I ask what race is so unscrupulous? Well, it seems to be some kind of Taishu sacred dragon clan. I'm not really sure. It's a very ancient and powerful race. Xianzhu didn't seem to dare to make any presumptuous remarks. Lin Yun memorized the name, and when the time came to ask around, he would know. But is there anything else? Lin Yun asked somewhat undeterred. Xianzhu glanced at Lin Yun somewhat suspiciously. Anything else? That's going to be a matter of luck. Xianzhu also seemed to be a bit embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Sometimes, one may come across some evil organizations that specialize in capturing or luring ascended newcomers, but it's not usually life-threatening. The corner of Lin Yun's mouth twitched. Sure enough, this stuff is just like the usual pit bulls at the train station, specializing in newcomers who don't know their way around. So even after ascending to the immortal world, is it still a naked dark law? Xianyin was also a bit stunned. In her imagination, shouldn't the immortal world be wonderful? But Lin Yun felt that he shouldn't be that unlucky. Oh yeah, there seems to be a certain power looking for a man among the various ascension platforms lately. It's said that it's been searching for years, and that fairy hasn't given up, so it's a bit touching. Xianzhu seemed to suddenly remember something, said also with some sighs. I didn't realize that she had ascended and was still thinking of her husband in the lower realms. When he said this, he glanced at Lin Yun somewhat suspiciously. It can't be this kid. Lin Yun's eyes twitched. The first instinct that comes to mind is a gut feeling. That undyingly infatuated female immortal was the female emperor's ancestor, Ji Shiyao. She was really plugging the springs. You're not going to die for me. What are you looking at me for? You don't think you're looking for me? Lin Yun shrugged as if nothing had happened. In fact, there was something strange in his mind that seemed to make him a little happier. She sure hasn't forgotten me. As for what happens if you get caught, well, that's another story. He's a one-man operation. Since he did that heavenly thing to people, being hunted for 10,000 years is par for the course. It's just that he's not the same person he was back then. The show is about to begin. Chapter 112, You're the one she's looking for, aren't you? The atmosphere got a little weird. Xianzhu and Xianin were both looking at Lin Yun with some suspicion. This guy was so up for inquiring about the situation. It's very suspicious, especially Xianin, but she could vaguely sense the thoughts of human hearts, although the perception was a bit blurry because of the cultivation gap, but also suddenly sensed that Lin Yun's mood suddenly fluctuated a bit. That said, with her interfering with the Ascension Order so recklessly, is there no one to stop her? Lin Yun asked as if nothing had happened. Xianzhu was such a person. Having lived for so many years, his mind was that penetrating, but it doesn't come apart. He glanced at Lin Yun with a smirk. To say that female immortal, is the Immortal Alliance's #1 female immortal king. Rumor has it, it's already an immortal emperor seated player. Lin Yun rubbed his nose. Of course he knew that the female emperor ancestor was strong. And what is the Immortal League? Lin Yun asked with some curiosity. Sounds like some kind of big power. As the name suggests, is the Sento Alliance. It's just, do you still have to do this even after you've become an immortal? But it was normal. The upper world was nothing more than a larger jungle. Lin Yun slightly sipped his tea. Immortal Alliance. Xianzhu's gaze was a bit grave. He looked at Lin Yun and Xianin, very solemnly. the Immortal Alliance is the biggest power in the upper realm. Without one, it's the top. There are several Immortal Emperor Lords in plain sight. That's an emperor who can poke a piece of Immortals to death with a single finger. Even, rumor has it that above the Immortal Emperor there is the Supreme Heavenly Emperor Lord. Xianzhu actually heard about it from hearsay. Those great existences were too far away from the bottom-tier lesser immortals. Lin Yun also listened attentively. These are useful information for him, but according to his understanding, since there was such a thing as the Immortal Alliance, the reason why they were able to coalesce together, are there also powerful external hostile forces? Sure enough, Xianzhu spoke next. In addition to the Immortal Realm and the Upper Realm, there can be the Devil Realm and the Demon Realm, and there are even rumors that there are evil demons in the Outer Realm. But in the Upper Realm today, there hasn't been a war for tens of thousands of years. If little friend is going to ascend in the near future, it's a good time to catch up. Xianzhu actually wanted Lin Yun to ascend earlier. Don't go on hokum. Lin Yun smiled faintly. I may stay a while longer. Lin Yun was prepared to dedicate some time to spend more time with little medical fairy and the girls. It's got to be a decade or 8 at least. And then the ascension. The Empress ancestor wasn't bad for this time anyway. Just let her keep waiting. Little voice, this is the most powerful existence in this world today. Don't come over to pay your respects. Xianzhu looked at his youngest granddaughter again. Be prepared to sight it. It's good to get acquainted with each other. Oh, my little daughter, Xianyin, pays her respects to Senior Lord. Xianyin pouted a bit reluctantly. Little voice is a bit stubborn. Please don't be offended, fellow Daoist. Xianzhu's gaze at Xianyin was full of kindness, and there was even some sort of expectation in the depths of his gaze. Lin Yun shrugged. According to what you're saying, you want to wait for me to ascend and then you'll leave too, right? Lin Yun asked directly. At those words, Little Voice was abruptly startled. All at once, he was in a hurry. She rushed to Xianzhu's side and crouched down. Grandpa, don't you want Little Voice anymore? Did I do something wrong? I'll never be naughty again. Xianzhu reached out and gently patted her shoulder. The voice was unhurried. You should know, Little Voice, that Grandpa was meant to have his own mission, and it's time for Grandpa to go back and resume his duties. After Grandpa leaves, you have to practice hard, and this senior, he has left behind a sufficiently strong guardian force, so when the time comes, you will also go along to pay your respects. With the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range and the Pill family, along with the power of the White Yujing, the three parties watch over each other. In that case, Grandpa is relieved. Xianzhu didn't hide anything and directly informed Xianyin of his arrangement. Xianyin pursed her lips, slightly bowing his head. He was a little down in the dumps, but soon she adjusted. Yeah, I know. I'll take care of myself. Not so fast, though. This big brother, he still seems to have a very strong attachment. Xianyin looked at Lin Yun and directly called up Big Brother. Lin Yun touched his nose. It doesn't matter. Say, little girl, are you able to sense what I'm thinking? Is this some kind of talent or special physique? Lin Yun asked with some curiosity. Xianzhu's eyes stared. This was a secret on Xiaoyin. Lin Yun wasn't vain and directly locked eyes with Xianzhu. If we're going to cooperate, we naturally need to know some of the bottom line. Otherwise it's not just anyone who qualifies for my attention, and I wouldn't feel comfortable leaving her with the ones in my house. Lin Yun said frankly. He couldn't do something like luring a wolf into the house. Himself is now well laid out. It doesn't matter if there's a Shiratama Kyoto or not. Not to mention, the White Yujing's strength directly halved by more than half when it left this old Saint Lord. It's also just a name left. Xianyin frowned. Grandpa, I'll do the talking. She looked to Lin Yun. I can slightly perceive the thoughts of all living things. If the other person is willing, we can communicate mentally. If I am not willing to make contact, I can also vaguely perceive good and evil. Of course, the stronger the opponent is, the weaker my perception becomes. It may even backfire. So I don't usually make a point of snooping on anything either. That's a huge risk, and it's not fun. You should know how evil most people's inner worlds are, and I don't want to go through all that disgusting stuff. Xianyin explained it clearly. Lin Yun nodded slightly. It was more or less what he had imagined. Otherwise it would be outrageous. It's actually a form of telepathy. One might even say affinity. It was just like the affinity of one's own chaos god body for the special physical qualities of the spirits of heaven and earth. I see. That's something. This little granddaughter of yours is quite talented. Dao brother, when the time comes, just come with me to the medicine family and get to know a few of the sisters. Lin Yun said directly. Xianzhu looked to his little granddaughter and saw Xianyi nod. He flashed a smile as well. Good. Then let's follow Dao brother's arrangement. A fresh breeze blew through. The branches and leaves of the ancient tree made a clattering sound. Lin Yun was currently standing on top of a mountain. Not far from him was a white jade platform that emanated an arcane aura. This is also known as the Ascension Terrace, which doesn't look very big. His eyes flickered slightly. Look into the void above. Will he be caught by the Empress ancestor as soon as he appears? Not necessarily, I guess. I've got a lot of tricks up my own sleeve. What Grandpa said, the person that the female fairy king is looking for is you, right? I sense your mood swings. A clear and ethereal voice sounded from behind Lin Yun. Chapter 113, how about you follow me from now on? Words. Lin Yun didn't turn around. Humph, why are you ignoring people? Xianin suddenly appeared from nowhere. Just now, after Lin Yun and the old Saint Lord had talked for a while, the other party pointed him directly in a direction. Just tell him to come over and check it out himself sometime. Actually, Bayukio is a very loose organization. There aren't that many rules and regulations. Shenju is also just the spiritual leader. And things like the Ascension Table, a bunch of people can't use it. Useful, and there's nothing you can do to stop him. So naturally it's not considered an unseen secret. Even Jenin rolled on it as a child. Hey, what are you thinking? Xianin saw that Lin Yun had been silent, so it crept a little closer. Did your grandfather ever teach you not to just probe people's thoughts? It's a dangerous thing to do. Lin Yun suddenly spoke. This little girl, in fact, didn't mean any harm, just too well protected. Xianin bristled. Of course I said and not I want. I am also naturally more sensitive. And I don't talk nonsense. Xianin really didn't mean it. She's just more sensitive to emotions. If combined with certain scenes, it's natural to make a lot of guesses. That's why she's especially suited to be a leader. Anyone under her hand who had some dissent could not be hidden from her. But such people, in fact, can be intimidating. Everyone has secrets in their hearts. It would certainly be dangerous to let it be known that someone can detect your innermost thoughts. This explains why the once previous seven-knobbed heart died a horrible death. So look, do I have any ideas now? Lin Yun suddenly turned around. Look at the little girl. This ninny actually has her hair tied up. Plain white vestments, somewhat wide. It's like being a little Taoist nun. But that green, soft face, white swan neck, it makes you want to peek inside the wide robe and see how wonderful it is. Lin Yun had a bad smile on his lips. In his heart, it was a miserable old moment for the little girl. Jenin's expression was just a little off at first. The face was full of some redness. Immediately after, she was full of incredulity. The eyes were full of horror and shame. You big, bad, horny bastard, I'm going to ignore you. I'm not going with you. You're bad. Xianin hastily jumped back and looked at Lin Yun. Her mind was full of complications. In fact, she was somewhat close to Lin Yun. The reason why her physique's spiritual sense was so sharp was because it was innately attuned to the Great Tao. It's not just hearts and minds. Even the laws of the Great Tao were incomparably clear in her mind. That was why her cultivation speed was so fast. Only, it also meant that while she fit into the Great Tao, she was also very close to chaos. That's why I can't help but want to come and see Lin Yun, but untouched she is. And where was he a match for old Devil Lin? Lin Yun was actually just a small test just now. Think of some images in your mind. Part of it was deliberately not hidden in the slightest. That part should have been perceived by her. That's why she reacted the way she did. But the last part of the most over-the-top conditioning encrypted itself and did some masking. She should not have sensed it. Otherwise the reaction might have been more than 10 times greater. Lin Yun also had a number in his mind. This girl probably doesn't realize that her situation is actually dangerous. But whenever a powerful cultivator discovers it, for such strange people, there will only be two options. It was either snuffed out or taken in. No wonder the old Holy Lord was uneasy. Even Lin Yun actually had some scruples in his heart. But after just testing it, he did relax a bit. As long as you don't know everything, as long as you can't peer into your own innermost thoughts, then it doesn't matter. Otherwise he'd be thinking about what to do with this little ninny right now. If only the old man had a big heart too. Aren't you afraid that you'll be close to the water? And, just in case if you have any ideas, just get her killed. This was something that Lin Yun couldn't figure out. Actually, from Xianju's point of view, he's gambling. Lin Yun was unclear because Lin Yun did not understand his mission, nor do they understand the hidden things behind the 10,000 Demon Mountain range. Lin Yun still underestimated himself. In fact, Old Man Xian was looking for a bodyguard for Xianyin. Someone like Lin Yun who had directly broken the taboo. It's the chosen one beyond destiny. In him, anything is possible. Moreover, he had vaguely seen some of the arrangements of that old man from the demon race. As it was, he took a big gamble too. Straight away, he took the hopes of his entire family and used his young granddaughter to nest. Just bet that Lin Wan is a vulgar man. Bet he takes off in the future. If the bet is right, then it will be a one-man show. Moreover, Xian Yin's kind of physique. Seriously, Old Man Xian was a little scared himself. It was probably only people like Lin Yun who had traveled across the world and were not in the midst of destiny who were not the least bit afraid. Otherwise even an immortal emperor would be jealous. Let's hope that in this life, she can really grow up. Xianju also did his best. Come here a little. Lin Yun waved at Xianyin, with a wary look on her face. Xianyin instead stepped back again. Lin Yun lost his smile a little. Little girl, do you realize you're special? I don't suppose you have any friends? Lin Yun directly poked people's little girl's heart. She has this gift of finding the darker side of someone's heart if she's not careful. How can you have a friend? Also, it's easy to say the wrong thing and make people jealous of her. That's why things like friends are a luxury. Imagine you peeked in the shower of the widow next door when you were a kid. It made her say it all at once. You're as good as dead. Xianyin bit her lip. What are you doing talking about this? I'm happy myself. The little girl said a little stubbornly. Don't think you can digress. You're the big rascal. Although Xianyin's cultivation had all reached the heavenly elephant and was in the same realm as little medical fairy, but the personality these are still the same as a teenage girl. In a way, it's a bit like the pharmacist. But the pharmacist master is obsessed with refining medicines and is not in touch with the world. But one thing is the same, they are both well protected. Oh, but I'm not afraid of you. Big rascal, don't you want to be my friend? Lin Yun was like the big bad wolf who snubbed the white rabbit at this moment. When the time comes, I'll be waiting for you in the immortal realm. How about that? Lin Yun took a few steps forward. Little Xianyin's gaze became a bit confused, until Lin Yun came to her. It took her a moment to respond. In fact, she knew that she was probably the devil in many people's hearts. It's a demon that snoops on people's hearts. That's why she restrains herself and doesn't exhibit this talent. But it also meant that she was lonely. Even once she was exposed, she might be swarmed. In this state of mind, she is actually vulnerable inside. Besides, she's just a little girl now. Lin Yun reached out and gently rubbed her little head. Xianyin raised her head and looked at Lin Yun. No ducking. Little girl, how about you follow me from now on? Lin Yun smiled faintly. Chapter 114, it seems destined to be a companion. Lin Yun spoke a bit abruptly. Jenin was a bit unresponsive. Follow you? She said subconsciously. Well, I guess I'm the only one in this world who is restraining you. Try it. Can you even spy on my thoughts now? Lin Yun's left hand rested on her somewhat thin shoulders. Xianyin didn't seem to notice. Or, subconsciously in the bottom of her heart, she actually didn't have much rejection for Lin Yun. At that, a strange light flashed in her eyes. It was the first time anyone had ever offered to let her have a peek inside. Really? If I really feel it with my heart, maybe your secret will be known to me. Oh. Jenin tilted her little face, somewhat expectantly, even forgetting the mortification he had just felt. For her part, she had always tried to restrain herself, otherwise she could easily fall in herself, caught up in the complexities of human nature. Even snooping is addictive. When the time comes, it's all over, until it causes a disaster. Well, you try. I have a lot of secrets, even the biggest in the world. Try oh so hard, and I won't blame you if you succeed. Lin Yun's mouth was tinged with a strange smile. If she really knew that she was a traveler and had a system. And what about the chaos god body? Then it's just a matter of saying I'm sorry. To Lin Yun, this little girl, too, was a great threat, so now he had to seriously confirm it. That said, you really can't underestimate anyone in this world. Such a harmless little girl. I can actually just topple myself. Once his secret was exposed, Lin Yun didn't even dare to think that there would be an existence above the immortal emperors to hunt him down. Lin Yun also began to reflect on the death. Himself has been a bit bloated lately. It would be ridiculous to gut her up. Then I'll give it a try? Xianyin said with a leap of faith. Unbeknownst to her, this is also the moment when she is facing a life and death crisis. Far away in the cabin, the meditating Xianju suddenly opened his eyes. There was some struggle in his eyes, but soon, he closed his eyes again. If this is her destiny, then now is the only chance to crack it. After getting permission from Lin Yun, Xianyin's gaze became a little strange. The pupils of her eyes suddenly turned the color of 7 colors. Just staring straight at Lin Yun, there seemed to be some pain on her delicate little face. Lin Yun also had a solemn expression on his face. The void trait of the chaotic god body was run to its limit by him. Little girl, I hope you have a good life. Lin Yun's gaze was somewhat dangerous. He carefully watched the expression on Xianyin's face, not missing any clues. 3 breaths and 5 breaths, soon a dozen breaths passed. Xianyin's colored pupils returned to normal. She looked at Lin Yun with some confusion. She had just given it her all. For the first time in her life she had worked so hard to unleash her gift, but also, for the only time in her life, she had nothing to show for it. Surprisingly, not a single message was acquired, and even the emotions seemed to be blank. It was as if there was nothing in front of me. It's a total chaotic nothingness. Xianyin looked at Lin Yun, her face filled with confusion, but, immediately afterward, something seemed to dawn on her, some more surprise on his face. I really can't tell what you're thinking, so does that mean you're not afraid of me at all? Xianyin asked with some joy. Lin Yun quietly sighed in relief. Looking at her, it doesn't look fake. Sure enough, he was her nemesis. But what use was there for this little girl? Lin Yun stroked his chin and thought, undoubtedly, she's still worth her weight in gold. It can be used as a military advisor, a right-hand man. However, one has to suffer some sort of great karma. For example, suffer the consequences of using her, to protect her, to face her enemies together. Is it worth it? She was like the sharpest spear, but she happened to have a shield that restrained her. Lin Yun didn't want to think about it anymore. That's probably a long time from now. Too, right, so it looks like the two of us are the perfect combination then. Lin Yun reached out and rubbed her little head. The little girl was a bit short, not quite on his shoulders. Although he was good looking, Lin Yun really didn't have too many evil thoughts. It's better to talk about it later. How about you call me Brother Cloud from now on? Lin Yun brought his palm to the back of her neck, through thick strands of hair, gently squeezing her destiny. There was some panic on Xian Yin's face. Let me think. She wanted to run, but Lin Wan has control. What are you considering? You should know that you are not allowed with time. Is there anyone but me who can tolerate you? Lin Yun spoke of the bloody reality. Once your powers are exposed, everyone in heaven will kill you. The lower world is fine. What about the upper world? You'll die. Lin Yun was not being alarmist. So, I'm doing you a favor. And of course, you have to keep it a strict secret. No unauthorized use of your powers. Xian Yin's face paled a bit, as if recalling something horrible. Her small petite body shivered a little. I can do without ascension. She bit her lip, confusion in her eyes. If you don't ascend, will you die of old age in the lower realms for the rest of your life? Lin Yun gently cupped her chin, make her tilt her head back and look at herself. That's not the life you want, I guess. Even if it were me, if I could not suppress you one day, I might choose to get rid of you. Can you understand? Lin Yun's words seemed like the whisper of a demon. It made Xian Yin's face even paler. But at a certain point, she suddenly seemed to figure something out again. So I have no other choice, do I? Grandpa should know that too. Xian Yin suddenly whispered to herself. Good, then I'm yours from now on, but you can't bully me unless I volunteer. It was as if Xian Yin had changed into a different person all of a sudden. After calming down, she had understood her situation. The big brother in front of her was really the only chance she had left. Grandpa seemed to understand something, so there was no stopping myself from getting closer to him. It was as if he knew what was going to happen. But what if he fails? Will he not be killed by him? In this moment, Xian Yin suddenly became somewhat strangely detached from even her grandfather. Instead, he became close to Lin Yun. At least he was naked enough to say that if ever he was a threat to him, just kill yourself. It rather put her mind at ease. Lin Yun pinched her chin hard. The intense pain made the little girl's eyes mist up. Look at me. You are my man and you will do as I say. No using your powers without my permission. Got it. Lin Yun knew there were risks involved, but it's within control. And this little girl is actually not bad by nature. If it was possible, Lin Yun didn't want to hurt her. Besides, she's not bad looking. I know, Xian Yin said softly. Lin Yun bowed his head slightly. The two faces got closer and closer. Jenin's face was also getting redder and redder, but her eyes widened. There was no running away, no closing of eyes. Just when she thought she was going to lose her first kiss, Lin Yun suddenly released her. Flat-chested little girl, don't you think I'm a picky eater? Lin Yun said somewhat teasingly. Jenin's white face instantly turned red. You really are still the big bad guy. I'm not going to get along with you if you bully me. Xian Yin subconsciously glanced down. The facts are irrefutable. It's there too, but it's more than some gifted big sister. Apparently not enough. Lin Yun's eyes teased and suddenly clasped her slender waist with one hand. The force seemed to crush her. Chapter 115, 9 Lives of Reincarnation. 10-year Ascension Pact. Jenin was a bit caught off guard, but there wasn't much panic in his eyes. Instead, he frowned slightly at Lin Yun. With him not deliberately hiding it, Xian Yin could still faintly sense some of his emotions. Right now, for example, she wasn't feeling any lust. Instead, it was all banter, so she didn't panic much. Lin Yun also seemed to understand. So it's a bit boring. Do you get a little bored with a life like yours? Lin Yun slightly lowered his head and looked into the little girl's eyes. There are no surprises and it's also always self-inflicted. Sometimes even feel the same all kinds of malice and thoughts. It is equivalent to the divine soul being immersed in a dye-pot full of 7 emotions and 6 desires all the time. A hint of pain passed through Xian Yin's eyes. But what can be done about it? This is my life, and no one else can envy it. Not being able to control my own abilities, that's my own lack of mastery. Xian Yin didn't complain. Instead, it feels like a gift from God. Some approval flashed in Lin Yun's eyes. Good, if you can think like that, then I think highly of you. You're going to surprise everyone with your future. Lin Yun gently patted the little girl's shoulder. If you are poor, you are alone. But if you are rich, you can help the world. First have the power of self-preservation, then seek the rest. After your grandfather and I ascend, you will be one of the most powerful people in this world. Plus the wealth of the Pill family, the resources of the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range and the large army. I hope you can assist them. Soar together soon. This little pond in the lower world is still too shallow for you. Lin Yun had already assessed the other party's physical talent in his mind. It felt sick, especially in certain scenarios. Cultivation talent aside, it was also first class. Adding such a demonic young girl to his camp, Lin Yun was still happy to see it. From now on, old Devil Lin then truly recognized her. Xianyin nodded slightly. This man is scary. Call it horrible. No wonder Grandpa was willing to give himself a try as well. Himself was just a little curious at first, but I didn't expect to get caught up so quickly. But he has a point. The upper world is one's true stage, but before that, one has to arm and hide oneself. Lin Yun stayed in the White Jade capital for 3 days. That's one more day than expected, mainly because I ran into this little girl. Before you leave, Lin Yun once again came under that ancient tree. The wooden door creaked open from the inside of the lone cabin. Shen Zhu appeared in front of Lin Yun once again. Fellow Daoist, but you're leaving. Shen Zhu glanced at Xianyin who was behind Lin Yun, eyes inexplicable, but it's as if there are no surprises about it. If there was anyone in the world who could hold her down, then it must be the man in front of me. He also took a gamble. I didn't think it would be a good bet for him. Not bad for a Destiny Voider. This is Lin Yun's title, Nothingness, which means that from 0 to 1, anything is possible. Well, I'm going back. 10 years from now, I will come back to cross the threshold and ascend. Lin Yun nodded. A man can't hide in a tender place all the time. The world outside is more exciting. There's still a long way ahead for myself, too. Becoming immortal is only just beginning. After not seeing him for 2 days, Lin Yun felt that this old thing seemed to have aged a lot all of a sudden. It's also a little strange. Fellow Daoist, are you alright? Obviously the day before yesterday was still radiant, though pale, but the eyes are gleaming. Shen Zhu smiled slightly. It's not in the way. The old man is just mission accomplished and it's almost time. Don't worry, I can still hold out for 10 years. Of course, if I can't hold out, I'll go ahead. In the upper realm, we will naturally meet again if there is fate. Shen Zhu was very frank. Lin Yun even felt that this wasn't also an incarnation or something like a doppelganger. A world of your own random choice. I didn't realize there was so much involvement with the upper world. There was the nine-tailed skyfox, not to mention a demon like Xianyin. That's a pretty amazing fate. Fellow Daoist, can you let me speak to Little Voice alone for a few moments? Shen Zhu's kind eyes looked at Xianyin, though by blood, the other party was his little granddaughter. But in a certain essence of life, it could even be said that Xianyin was his old ancestor. Of course, that was a few lifetimes ago. I don't know how many lifetimes ago. Everything is starting over for Xianyin now, so Shen Zhu didn't want to mention those things again. If she herself fully awakened later, that would naturally be another matter. I'm afraid I'll die again without awakening. How tragic is the suffering of the 9 reincarnations. Lin Yun nodded and walked straight down the small hill. It's still a nice place to be. Lin Yun was ready to measure the earth with his feet. Grandpa. Xianyin helped Shen Zhu sit down. Are you projecting the course of his destiny? Xianyin knew that his grandfather was overdrawn as soon as he took a look at his appearance. Even the divine soul and life essence were drying up. Well, but nothing. He is the legendary Void Fate, the Destiny Voider. This is a strange destiny that hasn't really appeared since ancient times. That's why Grandpa condones you going near him. Your fate, though just as twisted and bumpy, is still small compared to his. He may be the only one in this world who can ferry you. He's like a big ship riding the waves, and all you need to do is cling as a passenger to get through one calamity after another. The cloudy pupils of Xian Zhu's eyes seemed to clear up again all of a sudden. He looked at Xianyin seriously. This time, it's your last chance. You've already experienced 9 reincarnations. If you still can't succeed in transcending into the Tao, you will truly die and your soul will be dispersed, your soul seed shattered, your life mark dissipated, and you will never enter the wheel of reincarnation. At those words, Xianyin's expression changed. It seemed that something had suddenly awakened within her. A mysterious and powerful aura suddenly drifted out. Xian Zhu, you talk too much. I know. Xianyin was in this moment, although she looked like she was still a little girl, but the voice was one that seemed to mature. The eyes also became wiser and deeper, but only for a moment. The next moment, Xianyin blinked her eyes in some confusion. Grandpa, what did you just say? Xian Zhu's gaze was a bit complicated. He had just unleashed some sort of secret art and communicated with the other party's reincarnation imprint. Unsurprisingly, the other was still awake. That's a good thing, and not entirely. It all depends on the next creation. It's okay, you go out with him and be all careful. See more, hear less, and be yourself. Xianyin nodded. Well then, I know. I'll control myself. She knew that her grandfather was afraid that she would be contaminated by the 7 passions and desires of the earthly world. Chapter 116, Xianyin's entry into the world. Togetherness. Foothills. Lin Yun had a branch in his mouth that he had gleaned from nowhere. At the time when old man Xianju awakened the Xianin Grand, Lin Yun looked up a little strangely at the side of the mountaintop. The scent. Some of them look like that little girl Xianin, but not quite. That's a little strange. But Lin Yun didn't take it to heart. This world is full of all sorts of avatars and doppelgangers and such, even various means of hiding your identity. The reason why Lin Yun was still in the mood to be dashing right now, it's because he's got a similar tactic, or a very advanced one. Even when the Empress walked in front of him, probably didn't know him either. This bottom card was the weakened version of the Demon Emperor Scripture. The Demon Emperor Scripture. Since he can control all demons, he can naturally transform them. Lin Yun could mimic the scent of all the demon races under the sky. You can even directly change the corresponding facial features. For example, horns grow on the forehead and tails grow on the tailbone. A scaly face is not enough. At that time, he didn't believe that Empress ancestor Ji Shiyao would still recognize him. Although the two have been together so many times, both were incredibly familiar with each other's scents. That's just a hint of what's going on in the underworld. Surely you won't be able to determine it's yourself straight away, with this undercard in hand. So Lin Yun didn't have much pressure in his mind. What really worried him was actually something else. Old man Xian was talking about the Taishu Sacred Dragon Clan. Lin Yun couldn't help but feel a jump in his heart when he heard those words. It always seemed to have something to do with myself as well, and he thought about it carefully. Hadn't even seen the race myself, and hadn't crossed paths much. The only possibility was that space god crystal. It struck him as odd at the time. There was actually a complete space Dao inheritance in it. Now that I think about it, it seems like a pretty good chance that it's something that got lost in someone else's house. Moreover, the word Taishu is very powerful at first listen. Or a holy dragon. That's even more impressive. So Lin Yun couldn't help but mutter a little in his heart. That thing refined itself. Can't hand it over? Either. Lin Yun's forehead had a silver dragon-type mark flickering faintly. Marvelous spatial fluctuations filled the air, and the surrounding void seemed to have become somewhat unstable. Earlier he had felt that the mark looked like something. Now that I look at it, it really does look a bit like some sort of dragon-like creature. Hey, whatever. It's a blessing that can't be avoided. Lin Yun shrugged. Continue to the bottom of the hill. It's not too late to ride the recluse after leaving the secret realm. The White Jade capital Holy Land wasn't that big though, but it can't be helped by the small number of people. Lin Yun froze and didn't see a single shadow. Another half hour of walking. It was only then that Xian Yun's voice sounded behind Lin Yun. Wait for me. Xian Yun's clear voice like an oriole rang out. Well, is the old man dying? Lin Yun asked casually. Xian Yin rolled her eyes. He said in a bad mood. Do you have to curse people like this? My grandfather is fine. It's just that the state is a bit weak, so maybe it will go to the upper world before you. Xian Yin now seemed completely unaware of what had happened before, full of longing for the outside world. Oh, what did that old thing do to suddenly become weak? It wouldn't be counting on me, would it? Lin Yun glanced at the little ninny with some suspicion. Count on you for what? Put your own granddaughter on the line? Xian Yun's tone was a bit strange. Lin Yun touched his nose. It's not like I've made you my little daughter-in-law by saying that. Oh, is there any difference? Xian Yin sneered. Lin Yun shook his head slightly. There's a big difference. A young daughter-in-law has to serve her bed, and you can't, and I'm not interested in a tablet. Lin Yun's gaze looked little Xian Yin up and down. There was derision in his eyes. Xian Yin simply exploded with anger. This lewd look. Again, if you dare to talk about me like that again, I'll set your harem on fire, believe it or not. You know, I've got this. Xian Yin proudly puffed out her chest. Only then did Lin Yun somewhat collect himself. She's right, she's got it. Listen to the mind once in a while and sense each other's emotions. Then go to the archfire. How simple. It's practically a tour de force for her. Okay, scared of you. Lin Yun also stopped teasing this little nymph. Though this ninny's age might as well be in 4 figures, but there are no years in cultivation. It's all in the mind of the individual. For example, Lin Yun. Anyway, he had always felt that he was young and youthful and thirsty for beauty. Then it's always the youngsters. So never change the image. What about Xian Yin? Because she hasn't experienced anything. It's been in the ivory tower that is Bai Jing. So it's always felt like I was the little girl who didn't grow up. Come on, say, how long are you going to play out there? Lin Yun asked. Xian Yin thought for a moment. I don't know. Stay longer if you're happy. Go home early if you're not happy. It's up to you. If you can't entertain me, I'll go back tomorrow. Xian Yin said with some arrogance. Lin Yun shrugged. Whatever, make it sound like I depend on you more. I'm not going to ascend until 10 years from now anyway. Lin Yun seemed to be somewhat relaxed in front of this little girl, maybe probably both are somewhat demonic in nature, plus physical complementarity and suppression. Even Xianyin was invariably much more lively. So do you want me to stay with your woman? Xianyin asked with a somewhat odd expression. Whatever, you're in the same realm now, but you might be able to cultivate faster. Lin Yun seemed to have remembered something and added after a moment's hesitation, but not necessarily. He suddenly remembered. Have yourself nourished and taught. Little Dr. Fairy might have upgraded her talent qualifications. When the time comes, it will be no better than those special physiques. And feel free to get high. It's really not necessarily slower than this little girl. Oh, are you that confident? Do you know how many years this girl has only been practicing? Xianyin seemed to want to surprise Lin Yun. How many years? Lin Yun was also a bit curious. Less than 500 years. People aren't even 500 years old now, Xianyin said with some pride. Lin Yun's figure gave a start. This was truly a bit of a shock. I would have thought it was over 1,000 years old anyhow. I didn't realize it was just under 500. What a concept. Heavenly Elephant Realm one has spent close to 1,000 years After that, there are the three major realms of transmigration and breaking the void and ascension. One is tougher than the other. It seems that he had underestimated her a bit. How would Lin Yun know? This little girl is a reincarnation. There was no cultivation bottleneck per se until one cultivated to the previous realm. Comparing yourself to her is asking for trouble. How about that? I'm good, right? Xianyin seems to finally have something to hold. It's possible to suppress this man. Keep up with me if you can. Lin Yun was a bit unconvinced in his heart. What makes this little girl cultivate faster than herself? The figure disappeared in a flash. He also didn't think about it. The previous him didn't have any chaos god body nor a system. Chapter 117 Duke Yun picks up a little girl? Jenin froze in place. Why did this big piggy run away all of a sudden? You're a peak ascension realm and still the best at speed, big brother. Comparing speed with me, a small celestial phenomenon? Xianyin stomped her foot, a little angry in her heart. But this moment, Lin Yun's aura had all but disappeared from her range of perception. And it's too late to think about it too much. She also directly transformed into a 7-colored stream of light. In an instant, he disappeared into thin air. On the other hand, Lin Yun had already flown out of the White Jade Capital secret realm, came to that barren land in the outside world. He looked around, found out that it really is a bird's eye view. So straight away another flash was dozens of kilometers away. That said, the space law is just great. I just don't know how well it works in the immortal world. The laws in space of the upper world are more solid. It would be difficult to tear through the void. Unless it's an immortal emperor big shot. In an ancient city 10,000 miles away from the White Jade Capital, Lin Yun found a restaurant, was enjoying the wine and food beautifully. Lin Yun looked up at the street below, said to the passing junior, another pot of peach blossom brew and a few pieces of osmanthus cake, a serving of medicinal food as well, and a few pounds of random dishes for drinking. Holler this lord, right away. The store assistant arched his hand somewhat flatteringly. Before long, the puffed-up Xianyin sat in front of Lin Yun. Cheapskate, she said hatefully, not modest at all. Neither will wait for other girls. Xianyin glared at Lin Yun, hate to pinch him. She had thought that the other party would at most be waiting for her outside the secret boundaries. I didn't expect to come straight over here to enjoy myself. If it wasn't for the fact that he even left a trail on purpose along the way, couldn't even find him by himself. Ha ha ha, don't be mad. I'll buy you dinner. Try this peach wine. It's not bad. This cinnamon cake and medicinal food are both ordered for you too. Lin Yun smiled without feeling guilty at all. Jenin put the glass under her nose and sniffed. The little face soothed a little. Well, it's not bad looking. I haven't had a drink yet, he said and took a big sip. There was some happy squinting of little eyes. The prelude is a sweet flavor. So this is what drinking tastes like. Immediately afterward, he was spiced up and stuck out his little tongue. Hurriedly, he picked up another piece of cinnamon cake and stuffed it into his mouth. That's what slowed it down. You have to drink it slowly, sip it slowly, like I do. Come on, cheers, invited Lin Yun as he raised his glass. The two men clinked their glasses. Xianyin followed Lin Yun's example and carefully took a sip. Take your time to reminisce. How's that? Not bad. Eat meat. I'm not eating it. This girl is a vegetarian. Xianyin was a bit disgusted. Lin Yun didn't mind. He liked eating meat anyway. It's long since been disavowed, though, but the desire for oral sex was something that Lin Yun was not prepared to give up. Otherwise, what's the point of living? Both of them had excellent image and temperament, and they also wanted to attract the attention of many fluttering gentlemen and young ladies, but none of the naiads had the courage to come over and strike up a conversation. Lin Yun had directly eaten hundreds of medium-grade spirit stones in this meal, a big client so to speak. The most expensive of them were the several medicinal meals and the jugs of spirit wine, but the checkout was awkward. Lin Yun realized that he didn't have anything like spirit stones anymore. The ones that had piled up before had long since been used up during the retreat within the void turbulence, but there are quite a few things of value. For example, the generic nourishing Yuan Dan, returning Yuan Dan, detoxification Dan, and other conventional elixirs. Lin Yun directly threw out a few checkouts. This scared the hell out of the shopkeeper. You can't fake this kind of stuff, so there's no trouble. To Lin Yun, all of these things actually had to be consumed before ascension. The immortal world can't even use it. The immortal realm used more advanced immortal crystals and immortal pills, so there's no heartache. Xianyin, this little girl, naturally didn't have any of these things. She was cleaner than Lin Yun on her body. The two of them went out the door and then wandered around casually. Only then did they walk out of the gates together. Inside the city, you can't fly according to the rules. Although Lin Yun is the #1 in the world, but also into the country don't want to break the rules. Mainly because I don't want to be a conspicuous bag. Let's go. This time my lord will give you a ride. Not waiting for Xianyin to understand what a hitchhiker is, she quickly understood. Lin Yun's mana directly wrapped tightly around her. The silhouettes of the two disappeared in a flash. Xianyin was startled. Subconsciously, he jumped into Lin Yun's arms, tightly hugging Lin Yun's waist. The strong masculine aura caused little Xianyin to become a little dizzy. How fast Lin Yun was. Almost in the blink of an eye. It was already 100,000 miles away. Jenin's heart pounded. Slightly opened his eyes to look. Outside it was all streams of light and furious air currents. He was so shocked that he closed his eyes again. That's when she realized how terrifying this man was. Pill King City. At this moment, Su Myrtle and Silver Moon were also still there. Su Myrtle's cultivation was profound. Quickly sensed what was going on. Her beautiful eyes looked into the void with some surprise. Silver Moon also understood something. Is he back? Su Myrtle nodded slightly. Silver Moon instantly looked delighted as well. Although only separated but just 3 days. But both are missing each other a bit. Only the void in front of them rippled. Nope. It was two figures slowly solidifying. Su Myrtle and Silver Moon were both a bit surprised. How's that for two? Who is that petite, white, little girl? But it's too late to think about that. Well, nothing happened. Lin Yun asked as soon as he appeared. Aha, everything's fine. The two of them withdrew their gazes from Xianyin. Missed me, ha ha ha. Lin Yun's face was filled with smugness. Su Myung nodded slightly. Not much longer. The pharmacist also rushed over. Mr. Cloud. Well then, come let me see. It's all skinny. Lin Yun directly hugged Little Medical Fairy and spun around a few times. Little Medical Fairy's face turned red with shame. She lightly pounded Lin Yun's chest. It's only been 2 or 3 days since I've seen you. What are you babbling about? Lin Yun laughed out loud. A kiss on the pharmacist's cheek. That's when he looked at the crowd. By way of introduction, this Xianyin is in the same realm as Sure, the young granddaughter of the Holy Lord of Baiyu Jing. Might have to stay at our house for a while. Next, it's also considered our ally, so you guys have to get along. After I ascend, you are the ones who trust each other, Lin Yun said solemnly. Several people nodded at that. Yukusho looked at Xianyin with some puzzlement in his heart. This pretty little girl, is it really that simple? Why did she feel that there seemed to be something unusual in it? Xianyin has met several sisters. You can just call me Xiaoyin. Interrupting next, it was also as if Xianyin had now become well-behaved all of a sudden. She owed a greeting. You're welcome, sister. I welcome you on behalf of the Pill family. This is the Heavenly Fragrance Demon Emperor, and this is Sister Inu. Medicine Master took a few steps forward and took little Xianyin's hand, looking up and down with a kind gaze. Lin Yun was also relieved to see this. Getting through life together is better than anything. These next years, work on yourself. Aim to get them off the ground within 10 years. Chapter 118, 10 years, a snap of the fingers. Happy times always go by fast, but you can't go wrong with beauty and good wine. In the blink of an eye, time had come to the 10th year of Lin Yun's arrival at the Pill family. Over the years, the medicine family had simply undergone radical changes. First, in the 3rd year, Pill King City was officially renamed Pill Emperor City at the behest of Lin Yun. There are 2 levels of allegory in this. One of them is naturally literal. The city of medicine kings is a thing of the past, not worthy of today's medicine family. Also, that would naturally be the harmonic demon emperor. It was because it was well known that heavenly fragrance demon emperor seemed to have been living in the Pill family for a long time. The story of her and the real man of the medicine house. It had also become a topic of private discussion for many cultivators. Envious eyes are red. You know that apart from that heavenly fragrance demon emperor, there was also a silver moon quasi-demon emperor. That's also the color of the country. And the 7th young lady of the medicine family was becoming more and more magnificent. Originally, the Pill King Pavilion was also going to change its name to the Pill Emperor Pavilion along the way, but little Dr. Fairy thought about it and didn't agree. She wanted to leave some memories of her grandfather. That's what Grandpa fought for all his life. It was also the honor of the medicine family for 10,000 years. She didn't want the last traces of her grandfather erased. There was no Pill King's Pavilion that Grandpa had once built up. There would be no medicine family as it is now. Lin Yun naturally had no problem with this, even joyful. The little medical fairy he adored was indeed still so pure. and by the 5th year, the Pill Emperor's name had then completely resounded throughout the entire celestial star realm. Every day, there were numerous pill refiners who came from thousands of miles to make the pilgrimage. There were even countless pills sent from the Pill King Pavilion to all over the world. The entire world's elixir business was almost monopolized by the Pill family. Not to mention those ordinary cultivator family clans. Even the Pill family's own people felt a sense of fear. The profits are just too huge. There were countless piles of spirit stones every moment. The pharmacist was also a bit flustered. One night, she snuggled up next to Yun Gongzi in a fragrant sweat, speaking up about his concerns. The medicine family has too much now, more than enough to make your heart flutter. I don't know how many clans and sects are staring. Once Lord Cloud has ascended, it's hard to say if these people will be desperate. Lin Yun gently stroked her back. 3 things were said. First, gather all the agents of the medicine family. It was also the big clans of those sects that had signed a contract with the medicine family. Take back pricing authority and harmonize pricing. However, anyone who disagrees or privately raises the price will terminate the partnership and never be hired. Second, lower the prices of all pills by 10%. This move is called concessions to the world. Adoption of a completely new distribution system. What is produced is used by the people. As for why it's only a 10% downward adjustment, the pharmacist asked with some curiosity. You know that the profit of the elixir is hundreds and thousands and millions of %. Mediocre herbs are transformed into elixirs. The price would have shot up thousands of times. It was collected from the 10,000 Demon Mountain range by many demon clans. It can be said to cost almost nothing. The only cost was the need to supply a portion of the elixir to the demon race for free. Even all the expenses of the 10,000 Demon Mountain range, the Pill family took on all of them. Lin Yun smiled inscrutably and faintly. I don't know if you've heard the saying. Oh, the pharmacist twisted a little inquisitively. Lin Yun gently rubbed her little head. You remember, as the saying goes, the risen rice is the enemy. You give too much and they take it for granted. By the time you give less, they'll come for it themselves. That's why you can't overfeed a dog. Lin Yun seemed a bit sinister looking at the moment. Little medical fairy thought for a moment and nodded with seeming understanding. Then suddenly it dawned on me. So Yun Gongzi, do you not let us have enough to eat either? Little Dr. Fairy seems to have turned bad as well. After being stunned for a moment, Lin Yun was in a happy mood. Ha 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 ha, where is it? My lord will continue. Don't. You haven't said the third thing yet. The pharmacist was unforgiving. Only then did Lin Yun square up. This third thing, that would be to open a carnival day at the Pill King's Pavilion, aka the shopping festival. Seeing that little medical fairy was still a bit confused, Lin Yun could only explain slowly and patiently. For example, set the 11th day of the 11th month of every year. All pills in Pill Wanker are discounted by 70%, and 500% off for every 10,000 spirit stones. I'm just a ballpark figure. For example, the specifics of the operation. Your own thoughts. Lin Yun's words came out. There was so much information that the pharmacist froze. For the first time, she knew that business could be done this way, and it soothes those restless hearts. Let's all look forward to this day. As the saying goes, there's a place and a time and a place for all of them, and there's a good reputation to be had. From now on, the medicine family could truly stand, and it also solves the crisis. Mr. Cloud, you're too smart. You're amazing. Little medical fairy was a little excited and gave Lin Yun a kiss on the cheek. Just a kiss? The other side too, Lin Yun said with a bad smile. The pharmacist rolled her eyes. A kiss on the other cheek as well. Lin Yun was still not satisfied. More. Little Dr. Fairy blushed. There aren't many places to kiss, but looking at Cloud's bad smile, Little Dr. Fairy's heart was also filled with happiness. The following day, the pharmacists released these 3 rules. The entire Pill family, Pill Emperor's city, was in an uproar. Soon, the entire Heavenly Star realm then stirred, because the first Pill Emperor festival was just 10 days away. At that time, all the Pill King pavilions under the sky. At the same time, all 20% off, and 1,000 off a full 10,000 spirit stones. There are also a variety of special offers that stack up. Some smart cultivators made a calculation. The end result was a horrible one. I can't believe it's half price. Everyone was thoroughly excited. What's the difference between something being so cheap and robbery? Some of the stockpiles at the pharmacy were all just completely emptied out as well. There had been some unfavorable whispers against the medicine family. It also seemed to vanish into nothingness all at once. In this way, the size of the medicine family grew to its limit. All over the world, the cooperating sects even included all the upper sects of the Immortal Way. Even Bai Yujing became an honorary board member. The wind is at its peak. Lin Yun began to have the medicine family recruit the world's capable people again. All kinds of loose cultivators, all under the door. You can't just have rice. you have to have force. And just like that, time suddenly came to the 10th year. The entire Pill family had developed into a behemoth in the Tianqian realm. It was more powerful than any immortal Dao sect, and it's still crushing on all fronts. Medicine Emperor City are constantly building new ones and growing to the 5th ring. The core of the once Pill King City is now an entire area that belongs to the Pill family. The cultivators that the Medicine family feeds have all reached 1 million. All the alchemists under the sky belong to the Medicine family. By this time, Lin Yun was also relieved. This bit of a head of a giant, even if all the rebels under the sky were united. It's not something to just nibble on, either. At the very least it takes a long process of waiting for internal corruption. It's only then that there may be a chance to take advantage of it. Chapter 119, I miss him. Do you, too? As we get closer to the 10-year appointment, in the middle of the Pill family's core residence, the women were also getting sad, because it means it's going to be 2 worlds apart. 10 short years. The world has changed so much, and the changes in them, that's even more. And all of this was brought about by Lord Cloud. It was hard for them to imagine a day without Cloud. How are we going to live from now on? So it was also clinging to Lin Yun more and more. It's almost like not moving an inch. As for Lin Yun, he was also somewhat silent. From time to time, I look at the sky and stare at it. It's been the 10th year since he came to this world. Ah, Master Sister, little sister. Are they okay? And how is Phoenix Hair's Empress Majesty doing? Did they miss me? I'm about to ascend then. It seems a little later than expected, but also more powerful. There is also more certainty about the future. But as far as the lower realms were concerned, Lin Yun was still clueless, powerful as the female emperor ancestor. The lower realms were also assassinated by themselves, enough to see the danger involved. And what if one flips out in the immortal world? That Master Sister Junior Sister Phoenix Shear, plus the current little medical fairy girls, wouldn't they all be widowed? Sue Myrtle was now the least stressed. She had completely condensed the 9th tale. It could be said to have locked down the Ascension realm. Take some time to practice properly. Naturally, one can ascend to the immortal world. Lin Yun was satisfied with this. And then there's Silvermoon. Her credentials are getting better too, and it's also growing more and more enchanting and beautiful. Although he hadn't broken through the realm yet today, he was close. There is already a foundation for immortality. Lin Yun had actually spent the most effort on the pharmacist. I wonder how much she was fed. Make her eat it all every time. It was with this relentless effort on his part. Pharmacist also managed to break through the realm a few years ago, became a 7th grade alchemist, and with their own qualifications underlying roots, they are also expected to become immortal. It's come to this. Lin Yun was finally relieved. As for Baguio and Qingqiu and the others, there was still some gap. That could only be something they could think of later. Lin Yun wouldn't give up on any of them anyway. And Xian Yin, this girl is the least of her worries. She'd long ago made relationships with several of her sisters over the course of the decade. Her cultivation qualifications were beyond the reach of even Lin Yun at one time. Naturally, there was no need to worry about her. This little girl was probably the second one to ascend after Sue Myrtle, and 3 years ago, Shenju had then sent word. He couldn't hold it up. It's already an early ascension to the immortal world. He originally belonged to the upper realm, and naturally there was not the slightest impediment to his ascension. Jenin didn't seem too sad about it. After 10 years in the Red Earth, the little girl is also getting more mature, out of the way, but she's never been shy with any other man. Words don't even bother. The only man who could make her smile, there's only one, that's Lin Yun. Therefore, Sue Myrtle, little medical fairy, and the girls, in fact, had long since treated her as a little sister. But Lin Yun was not doing anything practical, because this girl has an unusual physique, can't do anything rash, at least for now. He hadn't seen through the other side, but there was always a feeling that there seemed to be a terrifying power within the other party. If you do go and get your hands dirty, I'm afraid I'm going to die a horrible death. And what they all don't know is this. Before Xianju ascended, he actually went to the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range, a meeting with the first Demon Emperor. No one knows what they said. It was just that Xianju seemed to have a smile on his face when he left. The two old things seemed to have come to some unanimous agreement. It wasn't hard to tell that I was afraid that Lin Yun had something to do with it. And in the heavenly Yuan realm that Lin Yun was attached to, it doesn't seem to have changed much these days. The only change was that the Divine Phoenix Imperial Dynasty had completely entered into an alliance with the Yin-Yang Sacred Sect. All aspects are beginning to integrate with each other. Her Majesty, the Queen of the Day, the vast majority of the time, it's not in the palace. Instead, it's on the side of the Yin-Yang Sacred Sect. A lot of people know what that means. This Empress, I'm afraid, has also become the forbidden domain of that old Lin demon. A mere 10 years is a snap of the fingers for a cultivator. One of their retreats might be hundreds of years. No one doubted that at this moment. Lin Yun had already left. Lin Yun had already killed all the cultivator clans in the entire world with his great power that time. Not to mention that the Holy Sect now had the support of the Divine Phoenix dynasty. Every year, numerous talented disciples were recruited, fresh blood replenished. It was foreseeable that the future would be the world of this once devil sect. Now no one dared to explicitly call it the demon sect either. All of them are honored as the Holy Sect. Time seems to have gone back tens of thousands of years. The Holy Sect at that time, too, was revered by the world. In the depths of the Holy Sect at this moment, in the midst of the courtyard of the chambers that once belonged to the Palmist Supreme, this place is absolutely off limits. Even all the maids had all been expelled long ago. Now this place became Lin Yun's master, Yun Shueji, the meeting place of fourth sister Ling Shuangxue and junior sister Lu Sueki. And, of course, there's the addition of the current queen, Her Majesty, Phoenix Heir. The four girls meet here every month. It's a habit that's been going on for 10 years now, but they never get bored, because that's what he wants to see. They have to support and help each other. In a world without him, a few of their daughters keep watch, especially Phoenix Heir. She knew that she had a heavy responsibility. It was actually difficult to control a large Divine Phoenix dynasty, especially since there was once a grudge against the Holy Sect. So many people have been killed. Among them are other people's families and loved ones as well. How can such a grudge be removed so easily? Today, a few of the women are back as usual. They meet, naturally, and they don't exactly have nothing better to do. We will also share some insights with each other. If you encounter any difficulties, you can also discuss with each other. However, the one with the most problems was still the Divine Phoenix Imperial Dynasty's side. Why? Is that cousin of yours still jumping up and down a bit? Isn't he afraid to die? Ling Shuangxue was dressed in a white dress, cold and proud as frost. She was still as cold as ever. Phoenix Shear was wearing the gorgeous Queen's Phoenix crown cape. Gorgeous, but frowned slightly at the moment. Once when Mother was around, she didn't like him very much. I hate him too. This person was the former Phoenix Wu Dao, Phoenix Ling Tian's lapdog. It's also by far the biggest tumor. It's okay, I'll arrange for someone to get rid of him. The sooner the better. We can't delay until he gets stronger. Master Yun Shueji seemed to be more voluptuous, only with some sadness between her brows. Well, I'll cooperate. Phoenix Heir nodded. In a few words, the few women of them decided the fate of Phoenix Wu Dao, who was now under one person. On the other side, a somewhat thin figure looked into the distance alone. She doesn't seem to have much interest in them. Lu Sueki misses her senior brother. Very much. She often woke up in her sleep after dreaming of her Sectmaster's departure. Yun Shueji stepped forward and gently hugged this youngest disciple. Why? You miss him again? Well, I miss him. Do you guys too? Lu Sueki seems to have lost some weight. More compassionate. If old Devil Lin saw this, he would probably be heartbroken. Chapter 120, Preparing to Ascend to the Immortal World. Pharmacists. The day seemed to be like any other, but in the core mansion, the Pill family was in the courtyard of the current patriarch. The atmosphere was a bit depressing, because Lin Yun is leaving. Today is the day of the Zodiac. It was the day Lin Yun ascended to the immortal world. He couldn't put it off any longer, although there is nothing wrong with a year or two, or even a decade or a century. But Lin Yun didn't want to go on like this. He had to go forward. This time, Lin Yun didn't really want to take them over to Bai Yujing either. They'll have to come back then, and it's a pain in the ass. The main thing is, he didn't want to go through the sorrow of another parting. Then let's split up here at the medicine house. Lin Yun first came to Su Myrtle's side, looking at this nine-tailed sky fox who was as beautiful as a heavenly fairy and demonic beyond words. She's so beautiful. So much so that Lin Yun was often obsessed with tenderness. You'll treat them well after I'm gone. Help me guard this. Can you do that? After a moment of silence, Lin Yun said. Looking at Lin Yun, Su Myrtle was a little red at the end of her eyes though, but still, she gritted her silver teeth, nodded vigorously. Well, even if I have to lay down my life, I will guard this. She knew that news of Duki Dongyun's ascension had leaked out. There's definitely going to be some changes in the beginning. Some people will be stupid, and all one has to do is to suppress the incipient wave. Suppress everything with the power of thunder. Okay, I believe you. I'll wait for you over there. Lin Yun stretched out his arms and hugged her tightly. The two were speechless for a long time. It took a while to separate. Lin Yun looked at Silver Moon again. Silver Moon, you have to work hard too. Next, it's your home turf. The 10,000 Demon Mountain Range needs a new master, and you will carry on your Su Myrtle's mission to guard it all. Can you do it? Lin Yun reached out his hand and gently caressed Silver Moon's face. Silver Moon bit her lip, were oozing blood. Well, I'll do it. For her, this man changed her fate completely. Takes her from being a normal frost demon wolf, evolved into a Silver Moon skylark. It already has the appearance of becoming an immortal. his shadow, moreover, had been deeply reflected in her heart. Good. Lin Yun reached out for a tight hug. After a while, the two separated. Lin Yun ended up in front of little Dr. Fairy. He hadn't even opened his mouth to speak. Little medical fairy medicine master then jumped into his arms. Straight away, he let out a loud cry. Woohoo! I don't want you to go. As in, the most powerful person in the Tatsuya realm today. Now the crying is as helpless as a small child. Lin Yun gently patted her back. Be good. I'll wait for you. Even if you big dummy hadn't descended, I would have come to pick you up. Okay, Lin Yun said with a smile, eyes full of tender favor. For little medical fairy, his emotions were the most complicated. She had touched his heart deeply. Her kindness, her beauty. She took care of herself in every way possible. Lin Yun once swore in his heart, "Will take care of her." Today, he has also largely fulfilled his promise. It made the medicine family the strongest force standing at the top. It's just that, eventually, he's going to have to leave. He doesn't belong in this world. He also has his own mission and mandate. His destiny, destined to be free. You're the big dummy. I'll be ascending too. I'll be there for you. Little Dr. Fairy raised her head, her eyes misty with tears. Look at this pearly look of hers. Lin Yun reached out with some heartache and gently wiped her face. Baby, don't cry. I can't leave when you're like this, Lin Yun said teasingly. Humph, then don't go. Little medical fairy was a bit childish. She's the only one who would dare to say such a thing. Lin Yun laughed somewhat bitterly. A kiss. Well, the whirlwind was a long kiss goodbye. The little healer is working hard, because she didn't know when she'd be able to meet up next. Both were a bit oblivious. Watching this scene, the women were all a little touched and a little sultry. Eventually, Lin Yun looked at Bagyo and Qingqiu. You guys have to work hard too. Don't slack off, and I won't leave you behind. Lin Yun opened his arms, gave both men a big hug. Leave from the medicine house. Lin Yun didn't startle anyone, only Xian Yin was with him. The two figures disappeared into the sky in a flash. The empty compound returned to cold silence all of a sudden. Several of the women got busy. It seemed to be the only way to forget him, not to think of him, with Lin Yun going all out. The two soon arrived at the White Jade capital. On the way, Lin Yun was somewhat silent. This pain of parting, even old Devil Lin was somewhat unable to withstand it. Xianing gently took Lin Yun's hand. Why? You said goodbye to all of them. How come you didn't say goodbye to me? Is it because I'm not your woman? Or am I not pretty enough? Xianing said somewhat irrationally. How do you get someone out of the last emotion? It's simple. Get them into the next one. Jenin is a master at playing with emotions. Lin Yun froze for a moment, and was indeed diverted. Stop it. You're destined to ascend. And besides, you're only destined to be with me. I'm the only one who doesn't mind, you know. Lin Yun rubbed her little head. Xianing looked at Lin Yun with some disgust. Say it like you don't have a single thought about me. Do you think I don't know? The occasional thought in your mind is wicked. And say you don't like this one of mine. Obviously happy as hell inside. And talk about being the Lolicon gospel. Humph, big rascal. Jenin was wearing a long double ponytail today, kind of like Hatsune Miku. It was the same thing that Lin Yun had let her zap once before. She just fell in love with the hairstyle. Lin Yun touched his nose in some embarrassment. Well, I do have a bit of a crush on you. Alright, are you going to the medicine family next? Or are you on the White Yujing side? Lin Yun sidetracked the topic, not wanting to talk about such shameful things. Of course you're over here on weekdays. You're not even here anymore. What am I going for? But I'll still go over to see senior sister often. Xian Yin and little medical fairy seemed to have a particularly good relationship. The relationship with Su Myrtle and the girls was a little worse. Lin Yun didn't bother with that. Well, whatever. So what if you're going to be alone too? Take care of yourself. Yo, now you know you care about people. Late. Unless what? Lin Yun looked at the little ninny with some curiosity. Unless you give me a kiss. Xianing stood on her tiptoes and pouted, tilting her head back, revealing her white neck. Provocatively, he looked at Lin Yun. Where can the old demon Lin stand this? It's all going away. Well, let's get it stamped first. Confirm ownership first. It's just a kiss. It's not like you're losing out. Lin Yun wrapped his arms around the little ninny's slender waist. Sweet little girl. Lin Yun still likes it. Then another half hour was wasted. Lin Yun looked at his palm with some surprise. This little ninny looks so petite. I didn't expect that, but it's quite something. It's just a shame when he tries to go overboard. Just inside her she felt a horror about to revive. Lin Yun also hastily withdrew his hand. The little girl's face was scarlet and she looked at old Devil Lin with some grudges. That's not fair. That's a foul. Say yes to just a kiss. Chapter 121 Ascension Cataclysm, where no one has gone before or since. Lin Yun this time, just trying it out. Actually, his psychic senses told him, there seemed to be a powerful force within this little ninny, and it seemed to have the same roots as her. This made Lin Yun a little curious. Combined with certain old legends, Lin Yun suspected that there was an old grandparent or something hidden inside this little ninny. No wonder this girl is so contrary. Turns out it comes with its own extras too. Just now he deliberately had his hand in the dirt. Violation of the virgin fruit. Sure enough, a warning was issued at once. That power seemed to be at about the same level as the power that the female emperor ancestor had once unintentionally unleashed. This left Lin Yun somewhat appalled. That's a pretty big hangover. How long do you feel it will probably be before you ascend? Lin Yun walked ahead. The little Shenin girl walked on his side. At that, the little girl cocked her head and thought carefully. I have a feeling that it will be 1,000 years if it's fast, and maybe 1,500 if it's slow. The corner of Lin Yun's mouth twitched. Pretty fast. He wasn't much of a shut-in these days. Otherwise 100 years at a time for closure to start. Time really does flow like water then, so 1,000 years really isn't much. This is why it is clear that many cultivators seem to have thousands of years of life left in them. It did all start to get antsy and go off the rails. That's because there's not much time left for him to be awake. Maybe die inside one of the retreats. It's natural to indulge like crazy while you're still sober and free. You'll be faster than any of them if you ascend. Don't forget to help out when the time comes. Otherwise I'm going to get you in trouble if you come up and run into me, Lin Yun said in a pretense of relaxation. Humph, I know. I'm on good terms with senior sister alright. Xianin, that was the truth. Due to her keen perception of the nature of the heart, she could detect the goodness deep within the medicine man. So much like this sister, Jenin felt comfortable when he was with her. And those two demon sisters, though it's not a great evil either. But ultimately, it's a demon. There was something in her heart. After all, she had grown up in a sacred place of the human race like the White Jade capital, more or less biased. Well, that's a relief. Lin Yun was actually a bit sentimental in his heart. After all, this go. I don't know if I'll be able to come back. Can oneself in the immortal world really have a wide sea and a high sky? Will it just roll over? He really didn't have a clue in mind. Both had something on their mind. So there was some silence along the way, until they came to the ascension stage. There were already numerous disciples of the White Jade capital waiting here. My lord, I wish you immortality forever. It was the same messenger elder from last time who came forward and said, I wish your excellency eternal prosperity in the immortal Tao. The many disciples bowed in obeisance. This is a big day for ascension. Although the old Saint Lord before him had also ascended, he hadn't actually passed through the ascension stage. He seems to have been already immortal. Without going off the beaten path, it went straight back to the upper world. Mr. Lin thanks you all. Lin Yun also clasped his fists. There is no grudge against each other, and it's mutual. Lin Yun didn't mind giving the other party a bit of face. Moreover, it is a holy place that protects a pure land, worthy of respect. Senior uncle, Xianin stepped forward. Well, Yuan, watch well. This is a rare chance. At the time of ascension, the way was first revealed. Many insights that are rare on a regular basis will bubble up like a tidal wave. For many disciples, this was a once-in-a-lifetime great opportunity. And this is the exclusive treatment for disciples of the White Jade capital. This was why there were always so many demons in Baiyujing. Aha! In fact, from now on, little Shenin was already the new generation of Saint Masters, although her cultivation was not enough, but at her rate of cultivation, in a few hundred years it will be way ahead. Moreover, it was a directive left by the old Holy Lord, for the sake of general stability. Naturally, Lin Yun once again glanced at the great mountains and rivers. The only regret is, instead of ascending in the Tian Yuan realm, it was the Tian Shen realm. According to the reminder, once he started to ascend after that, the Great Ascension Tribulation would be brewing. When the time comes, it's a direct rotation of heaven and earth. This side of space will transfer to the outside world. Otherwise, Baiyujing can't afford this kind of huana. This is why the outside world is barren. I don't know how many times it's been split since the beginning of time. Lin Yun slightly closed his eyes. Get yourself in peak condition. Before coming here, Lin Yun had already handed over all of the extraneous objects on his body to Little Medical Fairy, various magic weapons and even disposable consumables. These things alone are worth a lot of money, enough to arm the drug family to the teeth. If converted into spirit stones, it would be worth more than $100 billion. But little Dr. Fairy wasn't much happier. It was just solemnly all collected. To Lin Yun, these treasures can still be of some use in the lower world. In the upper world, it would all be crap, and it might all be splintered and damaged during the crossing. So naturally, I'm not carrying anything. That's why the recently ascended immortals were so poor, in the eyes of all present. At this moment, Lin Yun seemed as if his entire being had become one with the heaven and earth great Tao. An unimaginably powerful aura was slowly but surely reviving. Lin Yun was also looking forward to it inwardly. How powerful a full-bodied chaos god would be. The old Holy Lord said that after ascension, the laws of the great Tao would be born within the body. The average ordinary lesser immortal is just one, a little more powerful 2 to 3 courses, and only those with 5 or more lanes are called demons. It meant that the other person had extreme potential in a certain path. What about yourself? The chaotic god body was the strongest in the heavens. What will surprise yourself? Lin Yun had some expectations. Suddenly, the sky and the earth are in a state of flux. A cold, icy gaze of powerful defiance suddenly looked down on the crowd. It was the power of the heavenly Tao watching this way. Under this power that takes all things for granted, everyone felt a choking fear. But Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes, calm as water within the eyes. In an instant, heaven and earth shifted, and the crowd suddenly found themselves in the outside world, originally a few feet in size. The ascension platform. It suddenly turned into more than 1,000 feet. It is like the great seal of the square sky. Lin Yun stood on top of the ascension platform. It only felt like he had been locked by the power of the heavenly Tao. An intense life and death crisis suddenly surfaced in his heart. The sky became black as ink all of a sudden. 10,000 miles in a circle turned into blackness in an instant. And it's spreading. Endless thunder surged and flickered in the pitch-black void. The scale of this, it's actually so huge. Surprisingly, it turned to cover more than 100,000 miles in a circle. The many white jade capital disciples were shocked. You know that in history, the strongest certain old ancestor was only 10,000 miles square. This scene is simply unprecedented. What kind of god is this immortal lord? Even Xianyin. In this moment, her eyes suddenly became a bit strange. Some shock and amazement. It was as if a certain being was peering at Lin Yun with the help of her. Chapter 122 Extreme Sublimation. Chaotic god body completely revived. Under the splendor of heaven's might, Lin Yun's robes hunted. He had his hands behind his back, as if to provoke the might of this heaven and earth. The strong pressure caused the many disciples of the White Jade capital to retreat again and again. Even Xianyin was a little too much to handle, until some sort of white light emanated from within her. That's what allowed her to stand the entire Tianjin realm. In this moment, all the cultivators felt something in their hearts. They looked up into the void in unison. Someone has become immortal. Pill Emperor City, Pharmacist Master and the ladies of the Myrtle Silver Moon, all were sitting on their knees, each praying, I hope that Mr. Yun will pass through the great calamity safely. Such a horrific scale of cataclysm. It's unheard of. It's not even in the annals of history. Lin Yun's feelings were a bit strange. Surprisingly, there wasn't the slightest bit of fear inside. Instead, he was getting excited. It seemed that every cell was trembling, in a craving for some kind of power. Is it a longing for the baptism of the power of the upper world? Lin Yun had some clarity in his heart, accompanied by an increasingly terrifying pressure. The sky seemed to have turned into a sea of thunder. Countless thunderbolts were surging. A random thunderbolt was 1,000 feet in size. It was as if a thunder dragon was roaring. With this scene alone, one could see why some people didn't dare to cross the threshold, rather die of old age in the lower world, and don't dare take a gamble. Lin Yun recited the mantra in his heart. The arcane power of the Nine Heavens Thunder Section orthodoxy spread over every inch of itself. In this moment, it was as if he had transformed into a lightning rod. That's right, Lin Yun doesn't want to avoid it. He's going to be baptized with the strongest. Otherwise, what do you call ascension to immortality? He wants to be extremely sublimated, fade away completely from the physical body. This is a rare opportunity. The opportunity to be able to grip the wool of the heavenly Tao was not something that old devil Lin wanted to waste. Lin Yun's behavior at the moment seemed to be provocative. 100 feet wide thunder dragon struck down without warning. Lin Yun also felt a tingle in his flesh. The gorgeous vestments turned into pieces in an instant. Luckily, the mana was still there, so he directly used his protective astral energy to cover up one or two things. It's actually redundant. No one could even see clearly what the scene was like at the center of the great catastrophe. Even Jenin could only see a blurry shadow. Lin Yun felt as if an extremely weak force had drilled into his flesh. The chaotic god body awakening speed that hadn't moved for a long time seemed to have finally moved. He was overjoyed. It's that kind of power. He wants it all. Lin Yun looked somewhat greedily at the sea of thunder above him. His actions made some sort of god seem angry. Countless heavenly punishment thunder dragons swooped down in an instant. Lin Yun's pressure multiplied, but there was no fear in his heart. Instead, it was filled with ecstasy, because he felt his flesh rejoicing. God's soul was trembling. The chaotic god body hungrily absorbed the countless immortal realm energies. What Lin Yun didn't know was, the transformation of the Ascension Cataclysm was the greatest metamorphosis in a cultivator's life, and the next such metamorphosis was to go to the Immortal Emperor. How many decent cultivators can reach Immortal Emperor? So the Ascension Cataclysm is the greatest evolutionary pathway for the vast majority, 99.999%, of cultivators in this lifetime. And with his Chaos God body, he waited for this day, although he had recovered to 95% before. These last few evolutionary points are more than 10,000 times greater than all the previous ones combined. Countless thunderbolts flooded down. Lin Yun's flesh was scorched by the splits over and over again. Then numerous scabs fall off. But he exclaimed, and it doesn't feel like enough. He had the direct audacity to keep soaring upwards. It seemed to be going straight into the sea of thunder. In the eyes of the crowd, a ball of light was seen, moving upward. Is he crazy? The existence of the one within Xian Yin's body all felt the shock within. This is the might of the heavenly Tao. If you are so provocative, are you really not afraid of death? The scale of this one would have been appalling enough. It was as if some sort of will had detected Lin Yun's demonic nature, didn't want him to grow up at all. This was because the growth of a demon was accompanied by countless bloody storms and plundering of resources, which would surely cause damage to heaven and earth. This million-mile-wide catastrophe, it's the best proof. However, Lin Yun didn't carry any fear at all the way up. It directly rushed into the depths of the robbery cloud. This seems to have completely enraged some kind of will. The countless seas of thunder actually contracted violently. It turned from 1,000,000 miles to 100,000 miles in an instant. But the internal power is directly increased by hundreds of times. Lin Yun couldn't help but let out a miserable scream as well. The hair was directly all turned into coke. Layer after layer of muscular skin fell off. The bones seemed to be carbonizing. It was a good thing that the Chaos God body seemed to have been energized to its potential as well. The blood dried up and new divine snow was constantly being born. All the organs seemed to have changed over and over again. Lin Yun inwardly screamed. He was still a bit arrogant. He felt as if he was experiencing a lynching. The musculoskeletal bones were replaced over and over again. Each new birth is more than several times stronger than the original. Lin Yun's soul trembled, strongly enduring the pain that burned through his soul, only to be stronger. He knew that every metamorphosis was the strongest chance in this life. In the most dangerous moments, Lin Yun's entire body had directly transformed into a constantly bouncing ball of meat. It has lost its human form, but the countless thunderbolts still didn't spare him. It even directly transformed into a thunder slurry pouring down. It's as if they don't stay alive. Lin Yun's will and soul were indestructible. Always stay clear. He had lost track of how many times his physical body had been destroyed. All he knew was that he was horribly powerful now. The spiritual energy in his body had all been transformed into some kind of powerful force. The physical body was more than 10,000 times more powerful compared to before. A true immortal's body is not even remotely comparable. I don't know how long it's been. The first rays of bright light seemed to suddenly appear between heaven and earth. Everyone knows that. It's over. Did he make it? At this moment, the entire celestial star realm was expecting something. A huge white light suddenly shone down. It echoes the ascension platform below. A silhouette suddenly appeared in the crowd's line of sight. He was so divinely handsome. Lin Yun, after being baptized by endless thunder, finally and completely shedding the mortal flesh. Nowadays, he was a true chaotic god body. Even with his physical strength, he could kill an ordinary immortal with a single punch. But what made him strange was that there didn't seem to be any rule chains appearing within his body. Instead, it coalesced into a 7-colored chaos crystal. Lin Yun was a bit surprised. It seemed to have sensed Lin Yun's doubts. That 7-colored crystal turned into 99 rules and gold chains directly in an instant. Lin Yun's gaze flowed out with a burst of essence. Sure enough, labor is invincible. Even in the immortal realm, Raoul is still invincible. 99 channels. It didn't seem to be enough, and in an instant it directly transformed into 3,000 more channels. 3,000 avenues. Lin Yun's gaze calmed down instead. With a thought, it transformed into a 7-colored crystal again. This is the root of his power, his Tao fruits. Lin Yun didn't know that the Tao fruit he was condensing at the moment was a Tao fruit that could only be displayed above an immortal king. It is the formlessness of all the great paths made tangible. From this point on, the Self Avenue has a place of trust. Chapter 123, The Immortal World. Ascension Platform 986. Lin Yun felt the strength of his physical body. And hungry. That's right, Lin Yun was feeling incredibly hungry right now. After completely metamorphosing into the chaotic god body, Lin Yun's body was now empty. Except for his physical strength, there wasn't an ounce of mana left. Moreover, he felt as if he could swallow the entire Tiantian realm. It seemed that the only way to get replenished was to reach the immortal realm. But such a huge void. Can the immortal side feed itself? Lin Yun found himself facing a new dilemma. If one's strength is not even able to be filled, then one is always in a state of weakness. How else can we practice? Rely on yourself to slowly cultivate and absorb the power of heaven and earth. That's going to be a monkey's age. You can't even eat enough in 10,000 years. How can you talk about breaking the boundary? He's an example of this. 2. Just because he's so powerful, replace it with an ordinary ascended true immortal. At the moment there were at least half a dozen cultivators, instead of being empty like him. But fortunately, after arriving at the immortal realm, the immortal realm's great powers also took this situation into consideration. So there will be ascension pool baptisms. This is the meeting gift from the immortal world to the lower world's lesser immortals. It can replenish the power of true immortal law, greatly shorten the time it takes for a true immortal to break through to a celestial immortal. Only, they hadn't considered freaks like Lin Yun either. I don't know what the fuss will be about later. Lin Yun glanced somewhat lingeringly at the earth below. The eyes swept over countless living beings. It stayed in by Yu Jing for a moment, especially on Xian Yin. Lin Yun seemed to lock eyes with the existence within her at this moment. He nodded slightly. Hello, please don't forget our agreement. A somewhat familiar voice suddenly resounded in Lin Yun's heart. Somewhat similar to Xian Yin, but not exactly the same. Well, watch them for me, Lin Yun also demanded. Good. The clear female voice sounded again. Lin Yun turned his gaze to the distant Pill Emperor city again. Look to your own woman. Little Dr. Fairy suddenly burst into tears. Lin Yun's voice rang in her heart. I love you, my baby. I'll be waiting for you. Come on. Some spoiled voice. It made the little healer break her defense in a flash. She was in tears, biting her lip dead center and nodding her head uncontrollably. Lin Yun looked at Su Myrtle and Silver Moon again. Bagio and Qingqiu, be well, all of you, and I'll be waiting for you. Several of the women were involuntarily in tears. The mind responded. Lin Yun couldn't bear to look this way anymore. His eyes looked deeper into the 10,000 Demon Mountain range. Lin Yun looked at the hemp-clothed old man. It seemed to see a terrifying Xuanwu giant tortoise, whose limbs were so thick that they seemed to be able to lift the sky. The thick tortoise armor looked like the sun and moon were flowing. The clouds were floating beneath him. This old thing really isn't simple. Old thing, isn't it a surprise anymore that Little Master is so powerful? The first demon emperor smiled faintly. That's nice, but you've got a long way to go. Be sure to be careful not to be exposed. Don't forget the turtle armor the old man gave you. The wind will destroy the wood that grows in the forest. The hemp-clothed old man commanded gravely. He didn't want this rare selected junior to fall like this. This was the first time he had landed in tens of thousands of years. Don't want to fail just like that. Don't worry. Ah yes, I'm very weak now. Do you have any treasure troves or something in the upper world? Let me make it up. Lin Yun said cheekily, starving miserably. The corner of the first demon emperor's mouth twitched. Where do I have a treasure trove? It's more like you came to the demon realm. But don't worry, there will be an ascension pool to replenish your power when you reach the immortal realm. But you only have an hour to replenish. The first demon emperor kindly reminded. Lin Yun's eyes lit up when he heard about it. There's such a thing as a good thing. Well, I'll be damned. Okay, I'll see you around then. Lin Yun once again glanced at the ladies. Take note of their voices and smiles. Immediately, a white light flashed, and Lin Yun's figure completely disappeared into the celestial star realm. At this moment, even the distant Tian Yuan realm, a few women from the Yin Yang sacred sect. It also seemed that he had a feeling in his heart and subconsciously looked up into the void. Has he ascended? Is he coming back? Spinning around, he cultivated even harder. Immortal World, Ascension Platform 986. It is well known that as long as the Ascension Platform is numbered within 1,000, it's all in the core hinterland of the Immortal World. It is squarely within the fifth ring. All the caves inside were more than 10 times more expensive than the outside. And of course, the effect that was overwhelming. The concentration and activity of immortal veins were not comparable to any of the remote immortal domains. There are even times when you are in the outside world if you come across as from the same ascension platform. It's all straight up hometown. It invariably feels somewhat intimate. After all, that means your hometowns are close together. But for the natives of the immortal world, as powerful as you are, you're still a hillbilly from the lower world. But of the immortals who ascended in the lower realms, there are actually a lot of bigots. So it's rather clear that you don't dare to engage in this kind of confrontation. After all, people have cultivated from mortals to immortals step by step. It's not something that can be compared to those immortal second generation in the immortal world whose origins are the chi gathering and condensation spirit platform realm. It was said that there were some powerful races that were even born as true immortals. At this very moment, there were no other ascenders on the 986th ascension platform. After all, it wasn't easy to cultivate into an immortal in the lower realms. Generally speaking, it would be nice to have an ascender in 10 or 8 years. That's why the guards of this ascension platform are also very idle. It's all hairy places, so to speak. There's absolutely no grease to be had, but it's possible to do something a little off the beaten path, being a shady agent. After all, those who had just ascended up had only been struck by lightning, and each had pockets cleaner than their asses. Where are the immortal immortal crystal treasures, poor as a dime, and they all understand. So it usually helps to introduce a little bit of work. We all get what we want, like going mining, being a medicine slave, or something like that. Mining is fine, it just requires you to work, not kill you yet. If you're introduced to being a medicine slave, that's just really tragic. That's experimenting directly on you, maybe even drawing blood. Plant the seed of medicine in you, then the elixir sucks your flesh and blood to grow. The mana from your cultivation can't yet supply the demand for immortal pills, and your realm hasn't advanced an inch, not to mention, it might even get weaker. There are some insidious immortal medicines that might even suck your soul. It can be a miserable experience, although the treatment is also exaggerated, but only if there is a life to take. At this moment, several celestial soldiers in silver armor, they are all official legions of the Immortal League, prepared. Not a great department here though, but also idle. Occasionally you can have a bit of a small business. It's not like there's much risk, so don't look at the Guardian of the Ascension platform as a clear water government office. If you don't do it, someone else will. I'm telling you guys, be honest these days. That first female immortal king who ascended up from the lower realms seems to have gone mad recently. She seems to be patrolling our side of the world these days. An alpha-like squad leader somewhat drunkenly lectured his junior. Just then, the alabaster gate that stands between heaven and earth, the center suddenly flickered. Ha, boss, look, it looks like someone has ascended up. I don't know which unlucky person it is. It's been a rough side lately. Yes, it seems like the Taishu Sacred Dragon Clan has been pitted against that Emperor Obsidian. It's not a bad thing to be a fish in the water. The young chief shook his head inside. Chapter 124, Coming to the Immortal World and Running into a Black Broker? Ripples suddenly rose between the alabaster doors, as if connected to the coordinates of a location. A tall figure suddenly emerged, but what was surprising was that he actually had a faint demonic aura on him. There was also the demonic silver mark on his forehead. Even his hair had become a long blonde hair. Look closely at his face. It seemed to be somewhat similar to a certain golden-winged demon emperor Jin Huangtian who had died a miserable old death. Obviously, it couldn't be the golden-winged demon emperor with the bloodline of the golden-winged rockbird. Then there is only one truth. Lin Yun's gaze was a bit confused, looking at this huge platform in front of him. This is the world of the immortal slash. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun winced. Suddenly, he sensed the rich immortal spirit chi of the immortal realm. The richness and quality of this aura was more than 100 times that of the lower realm. Practicing in a place like this, I'm afraid a pig could become immortal. Lin Yun felt like he was breathing through every pore, greedily absorbing the aura. The feeling was soothing enough to make Lin Yun squint slightly, but it's still too little. Right, didn't that old man, the first demon emperor, say that there was an ascension pool? You can soak it for an hour. Where is it? Lin Yun looked around. That's right, nowadays. He was using the demon transformation avatar from the demon emperor scripture. Directly, he transformed himself into the appearance and aura of the golden brilliant sky. Only then would he be able to escape the first wave of the female emperor ancestors' pursuit. Moreover, he still had the tortoise armor given to him by the first demon emperor. It can mask the breath and the sky. It can be considered foolproof. But if one were to face certain supreme treasures of the deduction Tao, I'm afraid it's still not enough. Therefore, Lin Yun still had a strong sense of crisis in his heart. Hey kid, what are you looking at? Get your ass down here. The chubby little chieftain looked at Lin Yun, who was looking around in a bad mood. Boss, why does this guy seem to be a demon race? The sidekick warned. Whatever the clan, it's a dragon that comes to be coiled. The little brother was a bit speechless in his mind. There was a desire to warn about something, but I didn't know what to say. If the demon clan were to ascend, by all rights, that should be to the demon realm as well. Demon clans that ascended up from the lower realms, that's a rarity. This meant that this was a demon race in the middle of a world dominated by the human race in the lower realm. To be able to cultivate to this point, one could see his talent. It's been thousands of years since something like this has happened. The fat chieftain though seemed to have a bit of a bad head on his shoulders and a bit too much to drink, but still fulfill their duties. Brat, come over here and register. From where? Name it. Lin Yun glanced at a huge alabaster-like platform below, and where he was a portal suspended above. He thought about being honest for a moment. After all, life is unfamiliar. First, claim your newbie pack here, and then run away. Lin Yun hurriedly dashed to the bottom, even a little bowed down. My lord, little fairy has just ascended and doesn't know the rules. Lin Yun had a sword hanging over his head right now. Naturally, I don't want to cause trouble, but sometimes, it just doesn't work out that way. Cut the crap and answer the question. Lin Yun could even smell an odor of alcohol when he got closer. It's a blatant groping of the fish for these shrimp. Drinking at work. I don't know if I can complain either. I'm from the Heavenly Star Realm and my name is Jin Huangtian, Lin Yun said with a smile. The Celestial Star Realm? Several heavenly soldiers and generals glanced at each other, looking up and down at Lin Yun. Demons? Yeah. Lin Yun nodded. His current identity was that of the demon clan. I didn't expect your demon clan still produced a character like you, but this is a long way from the demon realm. The entire upper realm, in its broad conception though, could be called the immortal realm. After all, it is dominated by immortals, but there are actually some geographic divisions in it. The smaller ones could be called fairy realms, the bigger ones would be called boundaries. The world dominated by the demon race was naturally called the demon realm. There is even a powerful demonic realm. It is the mortal enemy of the immortal world. It's okay, I can take my time traveling, Lin Yun said without a care in the world. Oh, you probably have no concept of the distance to the upper world. I'm afraid you won't be able to get there even if you fly for 100 years. Besides, do you have any money? Got any immortal crystals? What did you eat and drink along the way? Lin Yun froze for a moment. What were these buddies babbling about? It's actually trying to pull a private job. After all, it's hard to come up with a new person. Something has to be contributed. Introduce them to the mines and such. Take a commission brokerage fee. The productivity of an immortal is powerful. If you go mining for a couple 100 years, then they all have to have a good amount of commission. An example. Simply put, it was originally 30 immortal crystals a month. Those who were introduced by them would only be able to take 15 immortal crystals. The rest went into their pockets. So don't look at just one person. This builds up over time. It's a lot of money. Look at Lin Yun's somewhat dumbfounded appearance. The brothers were a little disdainful. Those who come up from the lower world just don't have any knowledge. A bumpkin. Please also give me some guidance, my lord. Lin Yun also knew that these few people were afraid that they were playing some kind of trick. But the situation is stronger than the people. Better to go along with the act first. Now this situation is actually good news for him now. At least there weren't any people who ran into the female imperial ancestor right off the bat. But now this should still be the area where the Ascension Terrace belongs to. I wonder what's going on in the outside world. As far as Lin Yun's eyes could see, nothing could be seen outside in the fog. It seems to be a separate little world here. Let's put it this way, this seat sees you as a bit of an eye candy. Otherwise you'll be afraid to move an inch when you first arrive. Just a chance to introduce you to a good job. At that time you can have the capital to go to the demon realm. This nascent sacred ring, consider it as a meet and greet gift from old brother to you. With that, the fat chief snapped his fingers and a small, dark point of light flew over. Lin Yun reached out and caught it. The divine sense probed and found that it was indeed a nascent sacred ring. The space was huge, more than 10 times larger than the space rings in the lower realm. Now it was given to him casually. It seems that this upper world is just rich. How sharp was Lin Yun's spiritual sense? Soon he found something fishy within the nascent sack. This thing can also locate its own position. So, it's a fear of running away. Lin Yun sneered in his heart. You guys were still drinking milk when labor was pitting people. He pretended not to know. Thank you, my lord, for your favor. If there is a good errand, I am naturally willing to serve your excellency, Lin Yun said with some flattery. This was nothing embarrassing for a devilish cultivator like him. Everything is just a means to an end. Moreover, these few lesser immortals, Lin Yun had already silently assessed them. In his current weakened state, it was a bit difficult to deal with. Of course, that's not the most important thing. Most importantly, if it causes trouble, it would definitely be detected by the Empress ancestor. It's going to be a pain in the ass when that happens. She's sure to associate herself with it. Chapter 125, Who walks in the Jianghu without a few layers of disguise? Seeing that Lin Yun was so sensible, the fat chief was also a bit smug. Good, you kid really is someone with a great chance. The future achievements are unlimited. Come over here and check in, as per usual. Afterward you can go to the Ascension Pool to practice for an hour. A few people are not really overly exploitative, and they still give what they need to give. After all, who knows among these rednecks, will a big man suddenly appear? Lin Yun took a few steps forward. Then I'll take care of a few lords. Lin Yun watched as the other party took out a small book and opened it. Then he took out another white jade pen and sketched something in the void. 986th Ascension Terrace Initiates. Today a true immortal has been reported by the demon race of the lower heavenly star realm. It's called. Saying this, the other party paused and glanced at Lin Yun. My name is Jin Huangtian, Lin Yun said with a sarcastic smile. The name is Golden Brilliant Sky. As the last stroke fell, a line of large, golden letters emerged in the void. Then it was reflected in the jade book. Lin Yun felt a little strange as he watched the scene. It seemed as if the name Jin Huangtian was really bound to himself. Can it be that this thing is still some kind of heavenly contract? Well, leave a wisp of you behind. The other party saw that Lin Yun was fuming. Again, he urged. Do I still have to leave my breath? Lin Yun was a little less happy in his heart. Or what? Our immortal world is now under the control of His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. Formalized management, all with rules, Come on, don't ink it. There's nothing binding about this thing. Just an ID. You can use it or not. It just might be useful for certain organizations within the Immortal League. Lin Yun hesitated. The Demon Emperor scripture in his body was running at full strength. That's not enough. Another direct launch of the Chaos God body. A strand of true demonic aura evolved. It is important to realize that chaos is supposed to nurture all beings. The district's demonic aura was naturally nothing. It could be said that this was completely the true demon origin aura. Lin Yun now realized. This Demon Emperor scripture was a perfect match for his own chaotic god body. Watching Lin Yun record a wisp of breath, the Jade Book did not show the slightest reaction. A few of the celestial guards were also relieved. This indicates that the man came from a regular source, not some demonic assassin. Here, this is your identity token. Don't lose it. I'm going to need it for the Ascension pool later. You go to certain large cities, or large organizations within the Immortal Alliance, such as the Apothecary Guild, the Foundryman's Guild, or something like that. It's all used. Don't blame me for not warning you. The fat chief threw a white jade token to Lin Yun. There seemed to be some kind of arcane aura flowing on it. Looking at Lin Yun seemed a bit uneasy. The other person was kind enough to clear up the confusion again. After all, this is their client. Don't worry. This thing is certified by the Heavenly Tao. It doesn't have any other functions. It won't be locked and tracked or anything. If someone can do it, and that is a great being, is there any need to use such small means? Lin Yun heard this as well. Spinning around, he anxiously put the token away, but uneasily placed the token directly next to the tortoise armor. This turtle armor given by the first Demon Emperor was also very peculiar. It was as if it had become one with itself. It can be incorporated directly into the sea of consciousness. This can be a characteristic that only the finest treasures have. Alright, with this token, you can go to the Ascension pool to be baptized. After you come out, you can go and try to make money to return to the demon realm early. The chief patted Lin Yun's shoulder and encouraged him. There's a map in the nabe. Consider it my gift to you. It's labeled, so just go ahead and report. Lin Yun was touched and nodded. I'll never forget the favor of lifting me up. Spin asked again. Where is the Ascension pool? He was already a bit impatient. Lin Yun was now a little dizzy with a burst of hunger. The immortal veins and immortal bones in his body were now starving to death. Mana saturation is only 5%. In other words, Lin Yun was now 95% weak. The strength can only be utilized by 5%. But even so, Lin Yun also felt that these few minions didn't seem to be too much of a danger to him. Predictable, if it's at full strength. Lin Yun, a true immortal who had just ascended, was afraid that he would be able to directly cross over and kill someone as simple as chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Here, over there, just go over there and stick the token in. A silver-armored skirmisher nudged toward one side. It was too late for Lin Yun to say thank you. Doesn't want to pretend. He's tired. Straight away, he arrived 10,000 meters away with a flash. It's frighteningly fast. Several people blinked. This guy is fast. I'm afraid it's some kind of demon race that naturally specializes in speed. That's right, the demon race all have various racial talents. A few people nodded, not caring much more. This kind of thing is a breeze for them. Even Lin Yun really ran away in the back, didn't go to the mines for black labor. It's not really too much of a loss for them. That space ring is just wholesale from the outside market. It's the lowest of the low. 3 immortal crystals apiece. Does not come with any protection or other special features. The more powerful ones can even be violently broken. The other side. Lin Yun looked at a one-person tall white jade pillar in front of him. There is an opening at the top. Looking at it seemed to be about the same size as that token. Lin Yun took out the token and looked at it a few times. It was also a bit of a bummer. Could it be that he would have to carry the name of Jin Huangtian on certain occasions in the future? It's not that it's not good. It even exaggerates the name a bit. It's too conspicuous a bag. It doesn't fit Lin Yun's style. In fact, Lin Yun was completely overthinking himself. It's something no one really cares about. Who among the many immortal Dao colleagues didn't have a few out-of-body avatars or disguised identities? How else can you get along in the immortal world? Who didn't rob a house and get rich? The roads are full of people who are just fighting and killing each other at the drop of a hat. Use your real name, in case you're cursed by something. Wouldn't it be hilarious to give a spell across hundreds of thousands of miles? That's why everyone's real name is not really revealed easily. Of course, if you make a name for yourself, naturally you don't care about that. Lin Yun stopped thinking about it. He's starving. Insert the token directly. There was only a flash of golden light. An illusory portal suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yun. Lin Yun used his spatial aura to sense it. After making sure there is no danger in it, no hesitation, take a direct step. Spinning around, he came to another space. As soon as Lin Yun appeared, it just felt as if he had arrived in the depths of the immortal vein, comforting and relaxing in every pore. The aura here, it's really thick. It's more than 1,000 times the size of the lower world. Lin Yun felt a strong desire to devour that he had never felt before. Immediately after, his gaze exploded with essence, for he saw the little pool not far away. Chapter 126, Accidentally Draining the Ascension Pool, Rioting and Killing. Lin Yun was so excited that he was trembling a little. It feels like I've been starving for centuries for a horny ghost. Suddenly, he saw a couple of stunning dancers. That kind of hunger. Lin Yun directly couldn't wait to pounce. Lin Yun directly jumped into the ascension pool where the power of the immortal spirit had condensed into a substantial liquid. Actually, this ascension pool, it's just liquidized aura, controlled by the formation traction without solidifying into immortal crystals. But the rich spiritual energy in it wasn't too far off from the medium-grade immortal crystals. It is a meeting gift from the Immortal Alliance to newcomers who have ascended up from the lower realms. It also helps stabilize the big picture and unearth talent. More than that, it improves the newcomers' cohesion and gratitude towards the organization. Of course, there are exceptions when it comes to certain people. For example, Lin Yun, who had now transformed into an old devil of the forest. As soon as Lin Yun jumped into the ascension pool, it feels like the whole thing is going crazy. The chaotic god body seemed to be out of control. Straight up, full horsepower. Lin Yun didn't bother controlling it. He was now completely in a state of insanity. Cultivation mana and rocketed up. 10%, 25%. 30%. Lin Yun's immortal body was rapidly filling up. The endless mana caused Lin Yun to fall into extreme ecstasy and expansion. Not even the slightest regard for the consequences. He didn't notice. Within the ascension pool, a vortex had formed. The many liquidized spiritual energy was being consumed at a rapid pace. The formations that maintained the ascension pool next to it seemed to have become somewhat unstable. Lin Yun's absorption was simply too fierce. Directly, vortexes and aura storms were formed, as if it were a black hole. Outside, several of the guards also suddenly came to their senses at once. It was because the formation center in their hands was frantically alarming. The ear-piercing sirens almost made their immortal souls explode. What's going on? What's happening? Is this a foreign invasion? Is the demons fighting up again? A few of the guards were scared, but had no idea what was going on. Boss, could there be a problem with the ascension pool? One of the guards suddenly had a bright idea. When the crowd heard this, they all looked over at the ascension pool together, only to see that the white jade pillar was actually becoming illusory, as if it would dissipate at any moment. The crowd was in a state of shock. That's right, there's something wrong with the ascension pool. The entire ascension platform was actually a magic treasure. The ascension pool was actually considered the source of power for the ascension platform, maintaining the entire ascension platform. Now that the power has dried up, it's natural to call the police frantically. A few of the people had ugly faces. Who the hell is that kid? He's in big trouble. The Ascension platform was the Immortal Alliance's standardized magic treasure. There is no room for error. And it's still the gateway to the upper world, connecting the worlds. If something goes wrong, it's a big crime. Quickly send a message to the Lord and tell him that a demonic infidel may have appeared to cause mischief. The fat chief didn't hesitate to give the order. It was too big a thing for him to carry. It can only be upwardly requested. But the Ascension platforms are all remote. It will take time for the adults to get here. Let's hope it's not too late. And that guy, for sure, only just ascended. If a few of his own people had taken him down directly, maybe we can take credit for the crime. Caught spies alive. There's even a reward. A few people looked at each other and all began to silently set up. The Ascension Terrace is indeed a relatively independent space. It's too late to call for help. Originally, the Ascension platform was originally a powerful magic treasure. But a magic treasure needs power to drive it too. The Ascension pool is the source of power. Now the core is destroyed. They are left to their own devices. Inside the Ascension pool, Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes. Around him was the bottom of the dry pool. Originally, half an hour ago, it was still a large pool full of spiritual liquid, enough energy to feed the Ascension platform for 10,000 years of operation. Now it was actually directly sucked dry by a true immortal like Lin Yun who had just ascended to immortality. What a horrible thing this is. But even so, Lin Yun actually still hasn't had enough to drink. It seemed that the energy needed for the chaotic god body was still not enough. Lin Yun closed his eyes and checked inside his body. It's only 60% today. If you are practicing on your own, I'm afraid it's going to take more than 10,000 years. It was hard not to be a tiny true immortal for 10,000 years, though presumably invincible in the same realm, or even a realm or two upwards, but that's still a bottom-tier fairy. How is it worthy of the Empress ancestor? Moreover, if the Chaos God body is not full, I'm afraid a lot of the marvelousness won't play out. Lin Yun clenched his fist. A powerful force splashed out. The void was actually beginning to show some signs of shattering. This is pure physical strength. One's current power should be equivalent to hundreds of the same realm. One is really still invincible. Lin Yun's heart surged with grandeur. He was still the same old Lin demon from the lower realms. Only then will he be able to guard everything he wants to guard. The many beauties of the immortal world. Empress ancestor, I'm coming. Lin Yun couldn't help but raise his voice to the sky. Subsequently, after venting a bit, Lin Yun also calmed down, looking down at the dried-up ascension pool below. What to do? The ones outside. How to fix it? They should be guarding the door by now. First of all, one leaves behind a false name and a false identity. Even the appearance has been tweaked. But the biggest problem isn't really that. He himself has stirred up such a big mess now. What happens here is sure to cascade up the chain of command. The Empress ancestor will definitely receive the news by then. Lin Yun's heart was beating violently. This is not a place to stay for long. He was sure to fool everyone, but the only one who didn't have confidence in the female emperor's ancestor. The two used to be so close. Even if he turned into ashes, Ji Xiao might still be able to recognize him. Thinking of this, Lin Yun no longer hesitated. It's not too late. He wondered if there was anything like a teleportation array here. If you get mobbed as soon as you go out, that's add up. The few guards guarding the outside world were all like enemies, because the man is coming out. Brothers, prepare for the strongest blow. We caught him off guard. The fat chief commanded. Okay, don't worry boss, we know what we're doing. Under the cold gaze of several people, an illusory portal suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Immediately after, they were wide-eyed. The last scene seen in life. It's just a lonely, unbeatable figure. An indescribably powerful energy fluctuation rushed out like a torrent. This was Lin Yun's build-up strike, because he doesn't know what's going on in the outside world. So naturally there was no holding back. This strike directly shattered 3 late true immortals and 1 peak heavenly immortal. The immortal body directly turned into pieces. The immortal souls were all directly shattered. Under the intense energy impact and the cutting of the power of space, the soul was scattered. Lin Yun, on the other hand, was only in the early stages of true immortality. Lin Yun looked at his fists a little out of breath. Was he so powerful when he could only exert half of his strength now? He quickly came back to his senses. This is not a place to stay for long. Since the other party was guarding this place, it meant that things had already been defeated. Word must have gotten out. He didn't want to face the Empress ancestor Ji Xiao directly right now. Develop indecently. Don't make waves. Chapter 127 Emperor 2. Lord of White Emperor City, Lord White Emperor. Lin Yun looked at it. The ascension platform was already empty. Not to mention living things. Dead things are invisible. It's empty. So the question is, how do I get out? Lin Yun glanced at the several guards who had been reduced to pieces. I don't know if it's too late to invoke a spirit or something to ask. Lin Yun's gaze glowed with a strange essence. Look around. Suddenly, he realized that there seemed to be a portal at the end of the left bearing. Whatever. Go ahead and check it out. Lin Yun's figure flickered. It was as if lightning flashed through space. The figure appeared below that portal in an instant. Lin Yun looked up and down. Didn't find any switches or anything. There's no way to get through it either. Immediately afterward, he was blessed with a heart. Took out the identity token. With a slight injection of mana within the token, Lin Yun took a direct step and his figure disappeared inside the portal. One step out. It's like being in another world. The sunlight in the sky seemed a bit harsh. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, took a deep breath of fresh air. Yes, this is the upper world. This rich heaven and earth aura. It's more than 100 times more powerful than the lower world. Lin Yun clenched his fists. Gathering 30% of his strength, he directly pounded out a fist. A small mountain in the distance directly exploded into pieces. But there wasn't the slightest fluctuation in space, let alone a crack. Sure enough, the space here is much more solid. Lin Yun's spatial laws seemed to be undergoing some sort of metamorphosis. The spatial laws of the immortal realm were many times more sturdy and powerful than those of the lower realm. Where to next? Lin Yun glanced around. There was nothing in the front or back that attracted his scent. If you take a random direction and go the wrong way, I'm afraid I'll waste too much time. One must quickly find the gathering place of the human cultivators first. If only there was some big city. Even, it would be good to join one of the big clans first. As the saying goes, the great hidden. If you can't, you can also just take the public exam. What about the Immortal League? Isn't that the equivalent of being a civil servant? It seems that the female emperor ancestor is also from this organization. She probably couldn't imagine she was right under her nose. Lin Yun suddenly remembered something like that. He slapped his forehead. Didn't that fat chief just say that there was a map in the ring? Spinning his mind, a jade slip then appeared in his hand. The divine sense pierced directly into the jade slip. A vast and boundless map territory appeared in Lin Yun's mind. The scope of this map was already comparable to dozens of heavenly Yuan realms, but looking at the labeling on it, this was just one of the corners of the upper world. Lin Yun couldn't help but feel a little shocked in his heart. How many beings and how many races must flourish in it? Sure enough, quantitative change produces qualitative change. So many beings. The chances of some demons appearing were greatly enhanced. Took a few more close looks. Lin Yun was a bit thankful in his heart. That old man Xianju was right. The location he was in now was considered a busy area. But where to go first now? Lin Yun was somewhat distressed. Moreover, He hadn't even filled his own immortal veins yet. What a desperate need for tons of aura. Otherwise this hunger is too much to bear. Gotta find some way to get some fairy crystals to get some money first. Lin Yun looked at the map and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. That dead fat man introduced the job as not just to go to an immortal crystal mine digging. Could he or she blend in and take it all in one fell swoop? By the time the immortal veins in it, they'll all be sucked right out of you themselves. Then surely you can reach the peak of the first realm directly, right? Even if an immortal monarch came, one had the power to defend oneself. Think about it. Lin Yun no longer hesitated. Follow the directions on the map all the way west. It's a little far away. According to his estimation, without using the laws of space, you have to fly for 2 or 3 hours yourself, and in the middle of a main city called White Emperor that was 1,000,000 miles away from this side. Inside the city lord's mansion, a man with a face like a jade suddenly opened his eyes. He had a clear face, narrow eyes, slightly thin lips, and actually looked somewhat feminine. This person was the White Emperor city lord. At the same time, it was also the uncrowned king of this square billion miles of territory. It was also one of the elder deacons of the Immortal Alliance. No one knows what his real name is. It was only known that he was at the peak of Immortal King cultivation. It may be only one step away from the Immortal Emperor, respected by the world as Lord White Emperor, and his father, rumored to be a true emperor, His Majesty the White Emperor. The White Emperor slowly got up. Just moments ago, he received a level 3 warning. Within their own territorial boundaries, there's a big problem with one of the ascension platforms. An early warning and distress signal was sent. After layers of screening and reporting, it finally reached him. The situation should be serious. Otherwise the subordinates would never dare to disturb him. A hint of annoyance flashed in the White Emperor's eyes. It had been more than 1,000 years since he had gone into seclusion this time. The eye was about to cultivate a great divine ability. I didn't expect to be disturbed out of the gate now. He himself had been cultivating at the peak of Immortal King for too long. Even certain juniors are catching up with themselves. A stunningly beautiful figure surfaced in his mind. Ji Shio, a true demon who ascended from the lower realms. If you really let her break through before you do, wouldn't one be laughed out of the room? In the future, what face will there be to meet the father who is an emperor? A high-ranking and powerful person who guards the border. No wonder my father always said he was too playful. The White Emperor's figure was illusory for a while. In the next moment, he appeared on top of the throne in the main hall. Welcome, Lord White Emperor. To the gate, there had long been a multitude of competent generals lined up on either side. Seeing Lord White Emperor appear, one by one, they all bowed and knelt down in a hurry. Humph, a bunch of wastes. What's the use of this emperor raising you? How dare you bother me with such a trivial matter? The White Emperor was a bit annoyed. Cold, icy eyes roamed below. It made the many heavenly immortals and immortal monarchs sweat a little coldly. As for true immortals, that was not qualified to enter this great hall. Reporting back to Lord White Emperor, this matter is somewhat special. An immortal monarch leader bowed warily and said, "Oh." The White Emperor's narrow eyes narrowed slightly. It looked even colder. That immortal king seems to have cast his eyes over there, and it's even possible that he's going to move there himself. Lower hand said carefully. After saying that, he hastily fell to his knees. As expected, a powerful aura was released from the White Emperor in an instant. It turned into a raging vortex of aura that swept across the entire field at once. Everyone had a sense of great distress. As we all know, that female emperor Immortal King who was ranked as the #1 beauty in the upper realm by the most powerful intelligence agency in the upper realm, the Smoke and Rain building. It was the last person that Lord White Emperor wanted to hear or see. There isn't one, especially since a lot of people are comparing the two of them. It was because the female emperor's ancestor, Ji Shiyao's palace, was actually within this frontier. It's only 1,000,000 miles away from White Emperor City, and it was still as a substitute deacon of the Immortal Alliance, overseeing White Emperor City. The two had already looked at each other in a bad way, plus power checks and balances. That's even more friction. Chapter 128. This must be the dam incoming. As the youngest deacon of the Immortal League, Elders of the Council, with her unparalleled cultivation talent and perfect image, female emperor ancestor Ji Shiyao, he won the favor of many immortal realm celestials and the older generation. Even many of the old ancestors wished that their family's descendants would fight for their honor. You can get your hands on this magnificent fairy. In that case, it would be almost a nail-biting certainty. The family or clan would have one more peak immortal emperor within 1,000 years. There was even a chance to impact the immortal emperor. The stakes represented in that would be too great. The Immortal League was not a substantial organization or clan in the first place. It was just a code name, or a group of the most powerful immortal clan families and and clans gathered together, jointly enforce the right to regulate the fairy world. As the saying goes, there are no rules, and the existence of the Immortal League was born out of necessity. There isn't really a strong enforcement of power. It was still relying on the many immortal Tao divine clans within the Immortal Alliance and those ancient lineages that had prospered for hundreds of thousands of years, the rulers of these forces. It is the true king of this world. The Taishu Sacred Dragon Clan, for example, was one of the highest holders of the Immortal Alliance, but the Taishu Sacred Dragon Clan was usually indifferent to the Immortal Alliance as well. The Immortal Alliance was the supreme honor for the vast majority of ordinary immortal cultivators, but some forces are an honor to the Immortal League. It is the coalescence of these powerful and invincible forces. It was only then that the behemoth that was the Immortal League was born. And at the moment, within the boundaries of White Emperor City, winding and coiling like a dragon on top of a huge immortal mountain, there was a palace that was as dazzling as the obsidian sun. Inside the Great Hall, Empress Ancestor Ji Shiyao was still as radiant as ever, beautiful to behold. Even if she was just wearing a long plain white dress now, even the black as ink green silk was just casually draped behind her. Her face is so beautiful. One look at it will be deeply reflected in your heart and mind for the rest of your life. It's just that this stunning beauty whose name resounded through the upper realms. There seems to be some strange expressions on his face now. It was as if she was a little incredulous and a little impatient. Are we sure there's a problem with the ascension table? Ji Shiyao's tone was vaguely anxious. The chief intelligence officer kneeling below was also Ji Shiyao's beloved. She didn't actually know why the Empress Sama was so concerned about this matter, and who was His Excellency looking for. This is a question that has actually been difficult for I don't know how many people. Ji Shiyao searched the various ascension platforms for news of her deceased family members who had ascended up. It's been leaking for a long time without realizing it. Some even said that it could be her husband and Taoist in the lower realms. The two had been in love for a long time, and now it was time for the other to ascend. The rumors are getting more and more excessive. But here's the strange thing. Ji Shiyao never stood out to explain anything, but the crowd was not surprised. That female immortal king wasn't crowned as a female emperor for nothing. The other party was condescending like an emperor high above. The invitations of the many heavenly prides and the favor of the immortal Tao ancestors were never treated with disdain. Even within the Immortal Alliance, she responded with indifference, never taking any notice of the various factional disputes and struggles for power, as if he was single-mindedly devoted to the Tao. Reporting back to Your Excellency, the news has been confirmed. Soaring Platform 986 has malfunctioned and is currently suspended. Also, the caretaker escorts have been lost, now living or dead. Also, according to reliable sources, the White Emperor City side is also paying attention to this matter, and they probably know where we are. 2. The female fairy respectfully reported all the useful information. Ji Xiao frowned slightly. Is that Sissy, Emperor White, going to be there too? In Ji Xiao's heart, she was even a bit skeptical if the other party was a woman. Jealousy aside, some of the action gestures are too girly, and target yourself at every turn. So, he'll definitely be there. As long as he knows it's something he's concerned about, he won't let it go. Definitely trying to create some trouble for myself. This seed is aware of this. Now prepare the traveling palace put. We will depart immediately. The Empress Ancestor was already a bit impatient. She's waited so many years. Finally something moves, though it's not known what's going on yet. But as long as it's them the wind is blowing, she would then suspect that it was Lin Yun who had caused the trouble. Because with the other party's character and talent, he would certainly stir up the wind and rain. Whenever something goes wrong that is incomprehensible, then there must be a high probability that it has something to do with him. This was the female Emperor Ancestor's intuition. After all, the two had been honest and open for so long at negative distance. It's natural to have some meditative perception. Right now, she felt like her psychic senses were about to explode. It must be him. That damned sinner has finally given up his ascension. If I catch it, I will make his life worse than death. A huge flying palace disappeared into the sky in an instant. Ji Xiao herself didn't even notice. Her mind was filled with thoughts of how to torture the other though, but there wasn't much resentment in her expression. Instead, there seemed to be some anticipation. Hate, that's definitely still hateful. After all, that kind of thing is unforgivable for any woman, not to mention the high and mighty Empress Ancestor. She was so high and pure. It's amazing to be treated like this. Ji Xiao couldn't wait to dig out his heart and drink his blood, but would she really let him die? Maybe she couldn't make up her own mind when it really came down to it. In the meantime, White Emperor City also had a huge sedan chair rising up into the sky. That's right, the White Emperor's flying palace was actually a gaudy sedan chair. It was no wonder Ji Xiao thought he was effeminate. The two flying palace were both top-notch flying magic treasures. Speed turns 1,000 miles. The target was pointed directly at the 986th Ascension platform. But in the end, it was White Emperor City that was closer. so the White Emperor arrived first. As a senior member of the Immortal Alliance, he naturally had corresponding authority. As he made a few hand seals, the void seemed to unfold in layers. The internal small world of the Ascension platform hidden within it was directly revealed to the crowd. But immediately afterward, the crowd was wide-eyed, because there's nothing to see, not to mention people, not a single ghost shadow. An immortal monarch leader who seemed to have some unique means stepped forward, grabbing randomly in the void, then closed his eyes and sensed it. Within moments, he opened his eyes, looked to the White Emperor. My lord, there are still traces of soul fragments in the void, and those few guards have all had their souls scattered. Based on the residual mana fluctuations, there is no sign of any confrontation. They seem to have been directly struck by a blow that blew up their physical bodies and divine souls at the same time. Saying that, this immortal monarch seemed to be a bit incredulous himself. What kind of existence can blow up several silver family guards in one blow-off? This is the Ascension stage. In other words, the other party was a newcomer who had just ascended up, a small cultivator at the beginning of the true immortal stage. Chapter 129. Is this blonde-haired demonic youth the person Emperor she is looking for? The White Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, looking down at the empty Ascension platform below. Just ascended up and could kill a cultivator one large realm higher than himself with a single strike? Even I couldn't do it so cleanly back then, I guess. Can she do it? Guess it's hard too. A stunningly beautiful figure surfaced in Emperor Bai's mind. Go check for me the most recent Ascension records. The White Emperor actually asked casually. This stuff is actually well known to everyone and is not expected to be of any substantial use, but it's better than nothing. There is always some useful information left behind. Even if it's a half-truth, there's always information there. At least the likenesses and records won't be faked. It was afraid that the other party had some means to completely disguise their origin aura. But a tiny cultivator who ascended from the lower realms. Will there be such a powerful aptitude? Okay, I'm on it. Behind the White Emperor, an immortal monarch with a position in the Immortal Alliance once again stepped out, only to see him continuously pinching. Numerous arcane hand seals struck the void. A white jade book suddenly surfaced. In fact, this jade book, which was a supreme treasure, what was now revealed was nothing more than a projection. How could a record book that registered the information of many ascended beings be given control at will? This was one of the most important treasures of the Immortal Alliance. Even in the rumors, all of these numerous ascension platforms were actually projected incarnations as well. There was only one true ascension table from the beginning, and it was also a supreme treasure. With the appearance of the white jade book, the crowd's eyes also shifted over in tacit agreement, just when it was about to open. Wait, a voice as clear as an aureole rang out. The Empress ancestor suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. She thought the traveling palace was too slow, so straight away he flew ahead of the others himself. The White Emperor's body shook as soon as he heard the voice. Did she come so quickly? It seems to really care about that person. In that case, I'm biased. He directly reached out and waved his hand, snatching the white jade book into his hands. Then he looked at Ji Xiao with a smile. Emperor Shi, what are you doing here? This is my White Emperor city's territory. Aren't you meddling a bit too much? Emperor Shi was Ji Xiao's Dao name in the outside world. As for why it's called Emperor Shi, and Emperor Bai in general, it's not like she has an emperor father. That was naturally because the Empress ancestor was at the top of the Heavenly Maiden list in the Smoke and Rain building. According to the usual practice, as long as they were in the top 30, they were all allowed to be crowned with the honorific title of Emperor. Because the other party breaking through to Immortal Emperor was the nail in the coffin. As long as you don't fall in the middle. The same was true of the Heavenly Pride ranking, which corresponded to the Heavenly Maiden ranking, but only males are included. White Emperor rounds out the top 5 of them. That's why no one really thinks of him as a woman. After all, Smokehouse can do no wrong, right? Unless it's intentional. This was the strongest intelligence organization in the upper realm, and even the Immortal Emperor gave it enough respect. Ji Xiao looked at the white jade book in the other party's hand. The heart can't help but feel a little nervous. If only the records in it were really the dam. Wouldn't it be exposed to so many people? Although Lin Yun deserved to die, he could only die at her hands, never be captured by anyone else. As the inspecting executive of the White Emperor Immortal region, I have the right to inquire into all matters of interest to me. The Empress ancestor responded forcefully, inch by inch. I'm not allowing you to flip through and check the Ascension book right now. Ji Xiao stared at the White Emperor with a deadly stare. The other party was still in a gorgeous attire, with her hair coiled into a jade crown. The face is clean though, but Ji Xiao felt a little uncomfortable looking at this face. The feud between the two was not formed in a few days and years either, so the contradiction is almost insoluble. A smile appeared at the corner of the White Emperor's mouth. I have the right to see it. You don't have that right to order me directly. With that, he slightly inputted his mana. Some kind of instruction was given. The white jade book in his hand trembled slightly, as if it would soon reveal some kind of image. Ji Shiyo was in a hurry. It's about to get straight to it. She took a step forward, exuding a dangerous aura. White Emperor, how dare you? This matter now involves internal secrets. You may view it for yourself, but have no right to show it to the public. The damage to the Ascension stage is enough to qualify as a level 2 alert. Except for Emperor Bai, all idle people retreat 100 miles away. A powerful aura fluctuation surfaced from Ji Xiao's body. Straight away we're going to start clearing out. Under her might, many people were a bit shaken in their hearts, but after sneaking a glance at the White Emperor, he forced himself not to move. Their boss hasn't even spoken yet. Now if you back out on your own, whose face is that hitting? You don't want to live. The White Emperor's face turned a bit ugly, but on second thought, the other guy was so excited. Just the more it shows the importance of the person. A tease appeared at the corner of his mouth. Finally, I've got a handle on it, I guess. I'd like to see what it's all about. It's worth letting you be so defensive. When Ji Xiao took a look at the expression on the other party's face, she was just shocked, but she knew it was too late. This White Emperor was notoriously bold. Who let people have an immortal emperor father? Without hesitation, Emperor Bai directly opened the Ascension book. Ji Xiao's face was a bit ugly. The heart was conflicted, both expecting it to be Lin Yun. Again, I hope it's not that evil bastard Lin Yun. The white jade book was activated and flickered slightly. A picture as exquisite as if it had just happened appeared before the crowd, only to see a blonde-haired youth who looked somewhat demonic and handsome suddenly appear on the Ascension platform. His expression seemed a bit confused. Looking at this silhouette, everyone present made a silent note. Is this the person Emperor she is looking for? How to look a little gangly. Ji Xiao's gaze also wavered in surprise for a moment. Is that him? Ji Xiao was a little unsure, but it doesn't seem to be a human race. Just what was that vague throbbing in his own heart? The moment he saw the youth, Ji Xiao's heartbeat seemed to slow down by a beat. Can this feeling be wrong? Ji Xiao was also a bit confused. Emperor Bai carefully observed Ji Xiao's expression, just in case you miss any details. But soon, he was a little disappointed. Not this guy? The White Emperor continued to flip through the pages somewhat undeterred, looking at that somewhat obsequious youth. Emperor she would look at this kind of man? Soon, the information registered by Lin Yun was exposed. Tianchen Realm, Golden Brilliant Sky, Demon Race. Sure enough, it's a demon race. Well, that's even more unlikely. The White Emperor felt a little bad luck, as if he had come here for nothing. But then again, something always felt wrong. Ji Xiao saw it from the beginning to the end. The expression was calm, as if it didn't care anymore, but she was already in shock in her mind. It was uncertain, but she was 30% sure. Just how did that sinister person take on the form of a demon? Even the breath and the power of the origin changed. This was the most difficult thing for Ji Xiao to understand. Besides, where is he now? As soon as he is seen in the flesh, Ji Xiao would have absolute certainty in recognizing truth from falsehood. On the other hand, Lin Yun, who had long since escaped, had arrived in the middle of an immortal vein mine. His only aim now was to get stronger quickly. The first natural thing to do was to devour enough power. Chapter 130, Starting the Road to Invincibility from Mining. Back to you, my lord. The energy inside the flying immortal pool has been depleted. Other than that, no other damage was found. Outside the Ascension stage, Emperor Bai and Ji Xiao's crowd were waiting for the results. Ji Xiao's people finally arrived at the scene as well. The Empress ancestor would not be so isolated. Here the results of the debriefing. Ji Xiao was a little surprised in her heart. This berserker? She was currently unsure if it was that sinful animal Lin Yun or not. But why did the other party drain the energy within the flying fairy pool? If it's supplementing itself, that's a bit scary, yeah. To know the energy of an entire Ascension pool, at the very least, it will keep the Ascension platform running for a few hundred years. It was actually sucked dry by a tiny true immortal who had just ascended. What a horrible thing this is. Or maybe there's some secret on the other side, desperately in need of energy. It wasn't as if this sort of thing hadn't happened before in the history of the immortal world. For example, certain great powers who have returned from reincarnation, the energy requirements of such a being would be enormous. The other thing was that there might be some sort of powerful magic immortal weapon on his body. The crowd was actually leaning more toward that possibility. After all, if it's the first one, it's also too unbelievable. Emperor Shi, what do you think? Is this who you're looking for? The White Emperor looked toward Ji Xiao. There was a searching look in his eyes. Ji Xiao's face was calm. I never said I was looking for someone. Since it's not a big deal, I'll leave this place to you. A copy of the follow-up investigation process and results were forwarded to me, Ji Xiao said, not even looking at the crowd. Straight away, he carried his many attendants and flew directly into the palace. In an instant, it disappeared into the sky. It was as if they didn't care about what happened next. This caused the White Emperor to be stunned as well. The mind got a little skeptical. Is this guy really not? Thinking back to the blonde figure, he was deep in thought. If so, she seems too calm. But could it be faking it? There was no way for him to judge. Looking at the many men who had crossed their fingers in anticipation, the White Emperor was also getting a bit annoyed. Issue a level 3 wanted notice, and report back to this seat at the first opportunity when there is a situation. The Ascension Pool will first replenish its energy and return to normal operation. Saying that, his figure also disappeared in front of everyone's eyes in an instant. Apparently there's not much of interest left either. His main purpose was to discuss Ji Xiao, since the other side's attitude is now unknown. Then there was no need for him to concern himself with the matter. Just a random setup. We'll talk when we have results. In case it really was the one Ji Xiao was looking for, then he'll make a lot of money. I'm sure we can make a big deal out of it when the time comes, maybe even hold it hostage. Although Ji Xiao and him were considered colleagues, but there's no friendship between the two. There's even some hint of bad blood in there. The other side. Empress ancestor Ji Xiao was also in deep thought. Is that person or not? Why is it so demonic? Though she had long felt that the sinful animal was not a pool animal. After all, he had successfully cultivated the Thunder Law inheritance that he couldn't even fathom in 2 days. His qualifications and talent could be said to be astounding, but as soon as he ascended up, he blew away several peak true immortals and even a heavenly immortal, and it's still a one-hit wonder. That's a little scary. If it's really a strength in itself, I'm afraid that I won't be his opponent in the future. At that time, how could one even talk about revenge? I'm afraid it would be good if he didn't capture it as a furnace. Ji Xiao's gaze flickered slightly. Thinking back on what happened in the lower world, a heart grows cold and hard again. The plan remains the same. Continue. But a search is also being made for this villain who destroyed the Ascension platform. Report back to me first with any developments. Ji Xiao decided to follow the original plan. Otherwise, once you suddenly stop searching yourself, the other party will then suspect that they have found their target. There's no such thing as a coincidence. It didn't matter if that blonde youth was that sinful animal or not. Ji Xiao first assumed he was. After all, she couldn't afford to gamble. In case the White Emperor does get a head start, she'd be in a passive position. You may be bleeding heavily by then. Yes, sir. The subordinates led the order. On the other hand, Lin Yun was still hesitating. He was standing on a hill. It's a couple dozen miles away. It's a huge valley. It's like a plain, which has numerous mines and miners coming and going. Or rather, mine slaves. Lin Yun didn't know how many of them were volunteers, how many were captured. But is one really going to take the risk? Once you really get into it, it might just be out of your body. In time, once the shackles are on, when to take it off, that's up to you. Lin Yun's gaze flickered. There is a desire to leave, but there is some reluctance to do so, because he had sensed it. There were uncountable amounts of various spirit stones and immortal crystals inside, even if one didn't have access to the most central part of the immortal vein. Just this part of the rough immortal crystal raw stone alone. It's also enough to feed yourself. If Lin Yun's expectation was correct, reasoning by common sense, here is a lower or middle grade immortal vein. Generally speaking, this kind of place should have directly developed into the residence of a large clan or lineage. But there are special cases. That is that this is a territory occupied by a large power, directly treated simply as a vein of ore. Use it as a recharger for the power to which you belong. This also sidestepped the fact that the other side was powerful. One could care nothing about ordinary immortal veins. If this place was a lower grade immortal vein, then it meant that the other clan possessed at least one medium or upper grade aura immortal vein. What exactly is the grade? Lin Yun has no way of knowing at the moment. If this was a top quality immortal vein being used as a mine, Lin Yun turned around without hesitation. This kind of large scale power, he couldn't afford to mess with and didn't want to mess with. Feel the hunger in your body. Lin Yun took a deep breath. Bet. However, I am afraid that this identity of his own is no longer very useful. Jin Huangtian's identity is definitely wanted. Lin Yun's breath surged from his body. It directly transforms into its own original appearance. He didn't believe that the female emperor ancestor could cover the sky with just her hands. There's no point in disguising your identity all the time. That would affect one's invincible Tao. He, the old devil of Lin, does not change his name and his line of work, unless forced to, and the immortal world is so big. with an endless population. There are even, presumably, quite a few with the same name, and things like appearance are the least reliable for cultivators. Now that you've made up your mind, Lin Yun no longer hesitated. As the saying goes, the rich and the famous, the more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish, if you don't take the risk. According to normal cultivation, Lin Yun didn't have that kind of patience. It wasn't like it was the realm he was missing right now. What's missing is energy. If such problems cannot be solved, what's the point of fixing the road then? The equivalent of earthly mortals who can't get enough to eat. How can they practice martial arts? Chapter 131, Not Good. This is mistakenly entering an immortal emperor level power? Inferno Heart Mines, that's the name of this one mine. Listening to the name, and then feeling the somewhat dense fire elemental power over here, Lin Yun estimated that the power within this immortal vein favored the fire attribute. It's not a problem for yourself. The immortal veins themselves didn't have any attributes to differentiate between them, but more or less because of some special circumstances, it may carry some sort of bias. Although it could also be refined and transformed into one's own cultivation, it would be a loss and a waste of time. That's why there are immortal crystals. Immortal crystals are all pure energy after special treatment and purification, but the raw ore that has just been dug out, the energy inside is not as delicate. And, often, there are numerous companion ores. It's all worth its weight in gold. An immortal vein could be said to be the most valuable resource, bar none. This was true for any race, demon or demon race. All the wars, big and small, it actually revolves around the competition for these resources. So Lin Yun was now incredibly clear how much risk there is in what one is doing. For the forces behind this mine, the very act of being ready to do it yourself today is tantamount to a declaration of war. Once discovered, it's an unending hunt. I'm afraid it's even more terrifying than the abomination of the female emperor's ancestor. So Lin Yun was also careful. He had already controlled his cultivation breath to the middle stage of true immortal. The immortal Dao laws also manifested only one, and it's still a rare lightning attribute. His current persona is one of some minor talent, but poor monks with average talent, to get money, earn cultivation resources, had to come digging. There are a lot of these people wherever they are. The bottom cultivators are the real mainstream. It is also the largest group. Lin Yun believed that the same was true in the upper world. Stop. You're looking for death. What are you doing here? This is private territory. Don't blame us for taking another step forward. After Lin Yun arrived at the door, several cold curses rang out, and the several immortal crystal cannon-like things on the citadel all aimed their cannons at Lin Yun. It's as if they're going to fire at the drop of a hat. Alarm bells went off in Lin Yun's heart. There was something scary about that blackened muzzle. This thing is feared to be a weapon of war. If he took a shot himself, he would certainly have to eat it too. Compare it with your own real strength. This thing should be able to deal with immortal monarchs. Further up can be the immortal king. That's a party of vassals. You can see the horrible killing power of this thing. Lin Yun stopped in his tracks. My lord, I came to see if there were any more men here, and I heard there had been a recent recruitment, so I came to see. Latecomers are hardworking, and have been shy lately, so they want to come over and ask for an errand. Lin Yun clasped his fists and said. The few guards above the citadel looked at each other. It's not often that you find your way straight to the door. Of course, it's not really particularly rare. There are even some who run to the mines for a temporary transition to avoid their enemies. Of course, it's not so easy to get in and get out. If you don't accomplish the mission objectives, you will have to take off a layer of skin, not to mention getting a generous reward. Just stand there and don't move. I'll arrange for someone to come and get you. Good. I'll trouble a few of the adults. When Lin Yun saw that there was a chance, he was overjoyed. Anything else is fine as long as you can blend in first. He himself had cultivated the laws of space. After coming to the immortal world, the laws of space had also been slowly metamorphosing. The power was more than 10 times stronger. If you can't escape yourself, then no one in this world can escape to escape. This was also the bottom line in Lin Yun's heart. Anyway, it's kind of a place to settle down first anyway. As for finding a major power to join to seek refuge, Lin Yun doesn't think about it for the time being. That kind of place is even more of a letdown. It was not suitable for his current bloodied and weakened state. Honestly, cultivate in the clan. When will we ever get out of this? That's why coming to the mine to loot became the best option. Lin Yun waited in place for an incense stick of time. He's also very patient. In places like this, the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. The big man must have been too lazy to talk to himself. Maybe they're all having fun, so it definitely needs to wait. You come with me. That said, have you thought this through? Once you're in this door, there are no pills of regret. According to previous practice, you have to be in there for at least 5 years before the mission is completed and you are allowed to leave. Also, your kind is considered temporary labor, and the controls will be lax, but the pay isn't much, but it's still quite a bit better than a slave. The other party saw that Lin Yun was kind and respectful, so he said a few more words. Oh, is there a hierarchy? Lin Yun asked curiously. The other party used to look at the little cutie. Like look at Lin Yun. Of course, do you know where this place is? Our own people are the regular workers, the outer disciples. There are even inner disciples among them. Even the pro-disciples come to inspect occasionally. And then there's the other part of it. And Billy takes up more than half of it is the mining slaves. They may have been relegated for a mistake. Or they may have been bought and sold as slaves. And then there are the ones like you who want money for their lives. Saying that, the opposite side squinted at Lin Yun. Such people are usually ruthless. In fact, they know it by heart. Such people are probably desperate. But their sweatshops and countless slaves have obeyed. And how could you possibly care about one of you? I understand. Dare I ask which power is here? Lin Yun asked with a hug. This time, the other party looked at him even more with a gaze like looking at an idiot. You don't even know which lord's land this is and you dare to come and make a living? You're being chased headless, aren't you? Dude, not that I'm talking about you. If you have another way in, don't come into this business. The other guy was a little direct in what he said. Lin Yun's heart fluttered. Is this treating himself like an outlaw loose cannon? Truth be told, I offended a great man and am now running for my life. Lin Yun said with a sarcastic smile. Oh, I knew that 9 out of 10 that come here are your kind. Let me tell you, this is the territory of the Nine Sons Divine Sect. It is the property of Immortal King Zhou Yin. 9 Inferno Immortal King, don't say you haven't heard of it. This is one of Emperor Yao Ri's most promising heirs. It's the youngest son of Emperor Yao Ri. The other man said carefully. You've picked a good place. It's a place where no one would ever dare to come and spill their guts. Lin Yun couldn't help but gulp at his words. Worry. How is this like breaking into a tiger's den? Another immortal king and emperor. Is that the immortal emperor? So, this is the mine of an immortal emperor level power? Do you even want to mix yourself? Lin Yun felt how he was a bit waterlogged lately. Don't be so unlucky. Lin Yun has some regrets. Is it too late to run away? Chapter 132 Ghost-faced female roommate with a pretty body? The two men spoke. Just walk inside the mine already. The huge meteorite iron gate rumbled shut on. The countless formation runes on it flickered faintly. Here we are. Up ahead is the residence of Supervisor Yen Yu. He's the rotating supervisor on our side for this cycle, the last 100 years, without the clan lord coming over. Yen Yu is our supreme leader. This little brother who led Lin Yun and seemed to be a chatterbox. Maybe it's been lonely for too long. All the way through the rambling reveals quite a bit. Lin Yun also kept this in mind silently. This is going to be fun. He himself had actually come to the Immortal King's backyard. The other side also has Immortal Emperor pops. The only thing that gave Lin Yun some solace was, if the guess is good, this might really be a top-grade Immortal vein here. That's good news. I'm sure I can't suck it up myself. Even, just absorbing a pelt can be enough to eat. Maybe you can be godless yourself. It wouldn't be directly pursued by the Immortal King. Moreover, that was a clan with the existence of an Immortal Emperor. One can only imagine how many powerful underpinnings there are, if one is really listed as a must-kill. I'm afraid that the female Emperor ancestor won't be able to save herself. Lin Yun only hoped that the rest would go smoothly. Don't make a big stink about it. Are we going to find this Lord Yin Yu now? Lin Yun asked cautiously. Oh, just you? Are you worthy? The other man sneered. I'm just giving you the basics. Oh, okay. Lin Yun touched his nose in some embarrassment. The two men passed by the small building. Lin Yun's expression was a bit strange, because the women were screaming too loud. It made him a bit confused as to whether the girls were screaming or just couldn't help themselves. Yes, it's still several girls screaming. After getting closer, Lin Yun heard clearly. It seems like the sound of a whip. Holy, that was fancy. So sick. Not bad for a slave mine. Lin Yun also smacked his lips in his heart. As the saying goes, you can see the big picture in the smallest places. It's just this kind of place that's been desultorily running this kind of show for most of the day. Can it be a good place? I'm afraid that human life is not an appropriate thing. Immortals. It's not so wonderful. Lin Yun felt some emotion in his heart. It's nothing more than a bigger molehill. Oh, you'll get used to it later. Lord Yu has some unique hobbies. And of course, we don't usually have access to him. Good thing you're not a pretty woman either. The other man said if he meant it. Lin Yun smiled sarcastically. See no evil, hear no evil. I get it. Just so you know. Just report to your overseer's side next. With that, the two made their way to another small house. No matter what, this is also an immortal's mine. It's unlikely that conditions are too sketchy, so the basic configuration is still not missing. One could even say that the living conditions are alright. You can just call Steward Yen directly later. If you have anything else outside of your body on you, you can hit the ground running. Sure, this one's up to you. The other party glanced at Lin Yun. If I had finances, I wouldn't be in this business. Lin Yun smiled somewhat awkwardly. I'll buy you a drink later. Big brother. Well, that's as far as I'll take you. Thanks to this big brother. Lin Yun clasped his fists. Anyway, people who are not related to you can talk to you so much. It was a favor he still had to take. Steward Yen, was a middle-aged man who looked somewhat shrewd. Those squinting eyes seemed to be calculating something at every moment. This person is also tall. It was more than 2.5 meters. In his hand, he also carried a whip that sparked with fire, as if there was lava dripping at any moment. Obviously, this stuff isn't for show. Lin Yun was also in awe. Whether this thing can break his defense or not is not to be considered. It must not be pleasant for an ordinary person to be smacked, and, more seriously, to have his dignity trampled on. Those slave miners are afraid of a bad time. So you're the new guy? I hear you're here on the run? Steward Yen narrowed his eyes and didn't bring a proper look at Lin Yun. Obviously didn't take this noob to heart. Lin Yun also laughed a little bitterly in his heart. He himself is still number 1 in the world in the lower realms. I didn't expect to come to the immortal world and become an ant. And it's precarious. No wonder so many old monsters are unwilling to ascend. I am afraid that they are also somewhat aware of the situation. Back to Steward Yen. I'm here to hide from my debt. A little short-handed. If we get through this in the future, there will be a big thank you. Lin Yun clasped his fists and said, he was currently in possession of nothing, or he wouldn't have minded a bribe. It's not a shame to come from a humble background, but it's a great man to be able to give and take. Oh, the quota of outsiders is full today. You'll just have to go over to the slave quarters and stay there for now. Only 2 people can share a room. The other side heard that there was no grease to be had. The expression changed at once. There was no benefit. Then he was naturally in no mood to be vain. Lin Yun cursed in his heart. This mother ***** is dead. If you are messing things up yourself, when the time comes, you'll be destroyed by hand. Lin Yun could see it. This guy is also at the early stage of heavenly immortal cultivation. 30% of one's own strength could have slapped him to death. Okay, thanks steward. Here, your token. The number on it is your name. The other party directly threw over a token. Lin Yun hurriedly caught it, or else it fell to the ground. It drew even more of a death sentence for the guy in his mind. Lin Yun took a look at the number on the top. Yo, it looked familiar. It was 9,527. Here's your room token. Get lost. Don't let me see you slacking off, the steward said and threw over another small token. Lin Yun caught it and glanced at it. No, 687. Thanks a lot. I'll retire then. Lin Yun was expressionless as he gave the other party a deep look. Remember this ing face after. Then turned straight away. Steward Yen didn't care about Lin Yun's expression. He's seen a lot of people like that. When the time comes, let him have a few lashes and he'll be honest. This is the clan's law enforcement hall of punishment apparatus. Yen poison beat immortal whip. The soul can give you draw out, not to mention. There are also inflammatory poisons in them, which are painful and ulcerate. Where Lin Yun is going next. It's compound 687, or dormitory. He followed the signs and came between rolling plains. It was strewn with countless courtyards. Each one housed 1 or 2 or even more miners. Because everyone was a cultivator, it was naturally impossible to bunch up together. The reasons for coming over here have their own stories. Many are also lazy corners. It's all dry and leave. Many of them were even originally outer disciples of the 9 Sun Divine Sect's miscellaneous disciples. What Lin Yun didn't expect was, he actually saw some people who didn't seem to be in the immortal realm. It's just the ascension or even the transition realm. No wonder after he came over, the other party didn't ask for anything more and just took it. Turns out immortals are still highly productive. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun found his place, glanced at the door number. Lin Yun didn't knock on the door and directly opened the door to the room with his token. Behind the door was actually a small courtyard with a rockery and a small pool of water, and the compound looks huge. It was more than enough for 2 people, plus a dozen more. Lin Yun's appearance was somewhat sudden. It's also a bit of a bad time, because there was a sexy, white backside in the water hole. A head of black silk was like a water lily floating on the water. Looking at this delicate and incomparable back, Lin Yun gulped. Damn, how come it's still co-ed? Is this a benefit? Or is this person hiding their gender identity? Otherwise the son of a would have given himself this treatment? Lin Yun's arrival seemed to have startled the other party. The other party did not turn around, and with a wave of her jade hand, a water sword shot directly over. The attack was harsh, but it didn't carry much of a killing aura. Lin Yun also resisted it easily. Immediately afterward, the other party took advantage of the misty water to leap out of the water as well. Lin Yun only saw a white shadow. Look over again. A woman clad in gray cloth and linen barely appeared. The white hemp clothes still couldn't hide the slim, delicate body. This outfit, in a place like this, would definitely be a disadvantage. Obviously, the other party should not be in this outfit on a regular basis. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I'm new here, Lin Yun said while raising his eyes. Then stunned, only across the room was a face as ugly as an evil spirit. Though the face was fair and the neck slender, but on the face, it was as if a scar forming. Red-spotted spider was lying on its back. At night, people might think they've met a ghost. Lin Yun had been a little stupid and hot-blooded. Now all of a sudden it was like having cold water thrown on you. Damn, no wonder no one treats her like a woman with this one. thought it was a welfare fling. It's a hell of a day. Chapter 133, Beginning Contact. So her name is you. Lin Yun subconsciously gulped. Please, is this number 687? I'm new. With that, Lin Yun displayed his identity token. Prove that you didn't break in on purpose. He didn't think there'd be a female in this hellhole, either. What Lin Yun didn't expect was, the other person's voice seemed very nice. There are plenty of rooms left, so pick one for yourself. When he finished, the other man gave him a look, turned right around and left, looking at the other party's pretty back with long hair. Lin Yun felt a great pity in his heart. I don't know if you don't see your face with the lights off, top yourself or not. Haven't asked this roommate's name yet. Based on the other person's breath, Lin Yun also came to the conclusion that the other party was a true immortal. It's in the same realm as yourself, but such an opponent of the same realm, Lin Yun could fight 10 of them alone, and there seemed to be some kind of evil energy inside the other party. It caused her to be a little weak. Maybe it has something to do with the ghostly spiders on each other's faces. Lin Yun shook his head slightly without further thought. People who can come to this place, everyone has some story more or less. Suffering child, and according to the stewards, this seems to be a mining slave area. In other words, one's cohabitating roommate is not free at all, because there was no bribe. Got myself into slavery. That steward Yen already had a way of taking his death. Pick a random compartment on the left. Lin Yun checked in. It was several rooms away from the ghost-faced woman. It's nice for everyone to stay out of each other's way. The other side. Bai Lingyu stood at the window. It's like a ghost. Through the tightly closed window, feeling Lin Yun's aura disappear into the house, her frantically beating heart began to calm down slowly. That's a first, being seen naked by a man. It's just the back though, but it still made her a little nervous and embarrassed, especially when the other woman saw her face. Her heart slowed down a beat. The fire in the other man's eyes went out in a flash. It also made her heart prickle. Sure enough, his current ugly self is disgusting to people and ghosts, but the pity that flowed out of Lin Yun's eyes immediately afterward made her even more sad. Bai Lingyu didn't want to stay in front of that person for even a moment, but she couldn't help but speak, and in her original voice. It had been a long time since she had spoken in her original voice, since the destruction of his family and his own slavery to escape his enemies, became this inhuman, ghostly form. More than anything else, she was heartbroken. Even his cultivation hadn't been able to advance an inch at all. All the extra spiritual energy would be absorbed by the ghost-faced spider poison curse. If you can't crack it, she would only be stuck in the true immortal realm for the rest of her life. Let's not talk about revenge. It's hard to live. On the other side, Lin Yun was also in deep thought. Next, one is certainly not going to dig honestly. As long as we figure out the layout of the formations and the various means of prohibition here, he can then begin to implement his plan. When the time comes, we'll be able to draw some of the power from the immortal vein without anyone realizing it. Once you've had your fill, you run straight for the hills, or you can create an accident, aura explosions and the like, direct pinning, then think about the next step. Today, this first day, one doesn't have to go digging. Feeling the aura that swam around him, Lin Yun also began to cultivate. Other than that, the immortal vein aura here was still very rich. After all, this was supposed to be a mine. It can be considered a treasure trove of cultivation, and it's a perk. The rules here are simple too. You can get your fill, but you can't take it. Once they were caught stealing raw or crystals privately, it would be hard to die. A mosquito's leg is still neat even if it's small. Lin Yun directly closed his eyes and cultivated. I don't know how long it's been. A bell rang, waking up Lin Yun. He opened his eyes and realized that the time had come to the next day. Although it never gets dark in the fairy world, there is still a calendar of hours. Standing up and stretching, Lin Wan is ready to go to work. According to the Jade Slip, each shift was 24 hours. Then you can rest for 12 hours. A minimum of 20 raw or crystals must be produced during the period to qualify. Otherwise it will be deducted from your reward. If you fail to meet the standards for a long time, you may even be chastised. So many people are choosing to voluntarily increase their working hours after failing to complete their tasks. Because of the existence of the immortal veins and the natural emanation of aura, this surrounding area had long since become an immortal crystal mine. Various precious accompanying immortal gold ores were also countless. Each of them was a precious material used in refining weapons. Lin Yun ascended a lazy waist. Opening the door to the room was a shock, for the ugly face appeared before him. Holy, you're trying to scare people to death, Lin Yun said offhandedly. There was some regret after that. It doesn't seem like one should be so demeaning to people. Those who had cultivated into immortals had long since transcended their physical bodies, so it was logical that they wouldn't be particularly ugly, and the woman had obviously run into some kind of a change of heart. This one was man-made. I'm sorry, I came to call you. We're a group. It was different from yesterday's clear and gentle young girl's voice. Now it turned into a gruff male voice. Lin Yun froze for a moment and looked up and down. And sure enough, he was already dressed up in such a way that he couldn't see the slightest bit of female features. Bai Lingyu said, putting on another rough black mask. Only one pair of eyes were showing. Looking at it like that, it seemed to be a bit of an eyebrow raiser. The eyes were clear and soulful. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't have said that. You have beautiful eyes and a great body. Don't worry, I won't tell. My name is Cloud. And yours? Lin Yun took the initiative to extend his hand and said. Bai Lingyu hesitated for a few seconds. Still, he reached out his hand and lightly touched Lin Yun's fingers. Then and immediately separated like frightened deer. Lin Yun was a bit surprised, but didn't mind. My name is Yu. You can call me 3486. This should be the number of the other party. And Lin Yun nodded. Then you can call me 95272. There is obviously no need to use your real name here. You, the word was very feminine, and it was thought that she shouldn't feel free to reveal it. I just don't know why I'm telling myself. Have you been alone before? After walking out of the courtyard together, Lin Yun asked curiously. Not really, my previous teammate died. Lin Yun was stunned for a moment. Is it so dangerous to dig a mine? There will be some powerful foreign beasts down there because of the richness of the aura. And sometimes there will be aura storms. The closer you get to the immortal vein, the more dangerous it is, but the higher the grade of the crystals. It's risky, but one piece can be worth more than 100. And as an added bonus, so many people are willing to take the risk. It's just that if you're unlucky, you won't be able to come back. Bai Lingyu patiently explained. But Lin Yun was always a little awkward listening to her male voice, especially with her shapely backside coming to mind sometimes. It gave him a sense of cutthroat. Chapter 134. Is it a curse or bad luck or good fortune? The two walked and talked. Lin Yun was also informed of many details. It doesn't seem like it's easy to do anything. This digging wasn't as easy as he thought it would be. There is the threat of the Fae not to mention. The greatest danger is actually the human race itself. In the vein below, calling it a day and calling it a day. There is no telling how many people disappear in them every day. Who knows if they've met danger or if they've been seized and split up, especially those without immortal cultivation. The wear and tear is very high. When you run into a straggler, you have to surrender a portion of your harvest every day. Think of it as protection money, otherwise it wouldn't have survived at all. Lin Yun was also listening with great interest. I didn't realize that this place was actually more chaotic than I thought it would be. That's a good thing. In that case, one is safer, and it's not easy to investigate what went wrong. When the time comes, you pat yourself on the back and leave. Chaos is good. Lin Wan loves chaos. So have you ever been robbed? Lin Yun suddenly asked. There is. Bai Lingyu said after a moment of silence. I see that your cultivation isn't weak either. Lin Yun asked with some surprise. I'm injured, and I can't even use half my strength. Oh, is it because of that on your face? Lin Yun asked directly. Bai Lingyu didn't know why she was talking to him so much. Was it that the other person had a scent that made her comfortable? Lin Yun's chaotic god body was still too perverse for a highly sensitive physique. Bai Lingyu was clearly the type of person whose talent was outstanding as well. Their Bai family, too, was a renowned immortal cultivation family in the upper realm. As an orphan, there is obviously something unique about her, but she's been held back all these years. It was important to know that she had once been a celestial pride who had been on the heavenly maiden list. The rankings just made it into the top 100 though. It couldn't be compared to the likes of the Empress ancestors and theirs, but considering her cultivation level, that would be astounding. Yes, it is actually alive and devours my power hour of every day. When she said that, her tone was surprisingly calm, obviously long since numbed. Lin Yun was also a little shaken in his heart. Damn, this is too bad. A nice, pretty girl who should have had a great future. Now the looks are ruined, not to mention, cultivation is still blocked. What kind of grudge is that, to be so brutal? In the future, Ancestor Empress wouldn't do this to herself, would she? Lin Yun couldn't help but shiver at the thought of the hatred in the eyes of the Empress ancestor. One could be worse than that. Your enemies did this? Lin Yun asked tentatively. Bai Lingyu did not speak. Lin Yun took it as her default. Is there no way to undo it? Bai Lingyu glanced at Lin Yun and shook her head slightly. It's already fused with my soul meridian, and after destroying it, I will also die. What desperation this is. Lin Yun suddenly stopped talking. This sister is really a bit miserable. Maybe it's because you haven't reached your level, so you don't have the means to restrain it. Don't despair. Maybe someday there will be light. Lin Yun comforted. Saying that, Lin Yun suddenly remembered. His own physique seemed to be the nemesis of all ghosts and evil things. It's hard to believe that her light is herself. As the saying goes, there is an antidote within 5 paces. However, he did not want to cause more trouble. He was not a living Buddha. There's no need to be nice for a guess. Thank you. I haven't given up hope. Bai Lingyu suddenly became determined. The two then arrived at a square. Numerous miners are now gathered here. Yo, ugly, you got a new teammate. Kid, you're on your own. He's already grammed a dozen of his teammates. I advise you to apply for a different team right now. This ugly bastard is cursed by the heavenly Tao. The crowd spoke up. Bai Lingyu's hand hidden in her sleeve robe was clenched in a deadly fist. She gritted her teeth and kept quiet. This kind of humiliation and ridicule was something he was used to. She is indeed cursed. Or a curse from the family line. The ghostly spider on her face is actually a curse passed down in her family. After being invaded by a foreign enemy facing extinction, she chose to accept the dark legacy of her family. But nay, she still overestimated herself. She can't change anything, and he himself has become this inhuman. Lin Yun was a bit surprised. Good lord, that's a bit of a statement. Did True Grams kill a dozen teammates? It doesn't look like a fake. That Steward Yen deserves to die. This is a way to get yourself killed. I can't believe I assigned myself such a teammate. Lin Yun actually had nothing to worry about. If one's Chaos God body was grammed to death by a district curse, that's too much of a laugh. I appreciate everyone's kindness. It's just that I've been a disbeliever since I was a kid. Also, I hope you guys are talking human. I'm not really a guy who likes to be told what to do, Lin Yun said somewhat casually. Said the man, who seemed to have a vaguely burgeoning aura about him. An aura of danger enveloped the crowd. Oh, don't toast your kid. Sort of. Good word for damn ghosts. You're on your own. One of the men with deep eye sockets said after taking a deep look at Bai Lingyu. It seems to be a minor leader as well. When he spoke, the crowd stopped talking. It was just that his gaze towards Lin Yun was filled with sneers and teasing. It was as if he had foreseen his fate. Are you guys looking for death? Sensing that the atmosphere here was not right, Steward Yen flew over with his whip. You're overstating it, boss. We exchange feelings with the newcomers. Ma Wei, don't blame me for not warning you. If I catch you messing around, you won't get away with it either. Steward Yen said sorrowfully. That's that. I know the rules. The man called Ma Wei smiled and threw over a heavy-looking bag. Steward Yen took it and weighed it in his hand, revealing a satisfied smile. Looking at this scene, Lin Yun was also somewhat speechless. Is it corrupt to this extent? And you boys better be honest. Steward Yen looked at Lin Yun again. I won't let you down, Lin Yun said with a leathery smile. The gaze that looked at the other party was calm, without the slightest bit of fear, as if looking at a dead man. This made Steward Yan's heart vaguely feel something wrong. There seems to be something evil about this kid. Spread out and do what you have to do. Steward Yen began to chortle. The infernal poison whip in his hand made an explosive sound as he swung it. The void was pumped with channels of dark red. In an instant everyone jumped out of the way in a hurry. It's a real pain in the ass when you get a little bit of this stuff on the side. Lin Yun also left in silence. After identification, the two of them received a small shovel with an inferior immortal artifact and a Qiankuan bag. Then it's time to get to work. No surprise there. The two of them had to complete a minimum of around 40 raw or crystals for this trip, or any other precious or material will do. Chapter 135 Phoenix Renew to become an immortal too? There was some silence from both of them along the way. Lin Yun was a bit curious, constantly looking here and there. This fairy world digging is somewhat interesting. I thought the little mine was coming. The results came in. Nice guy. Could drive a couple 100-ton kings. We need to get to the front faster. This side is all dug up. After a pause, Bai Lingyu continued. If you don't want to be with me, we can split up. The two flew without haste. It seems to be a random choice amongst the countless forks in the road. Lin Yun doesn't know the way anyway, but his psychic senses told him that there was a very intense crisis in the depths. Is that the immortal vein itself? Lin Yun wanted to get closer, but now didn't seem like the right time. Haven't figured out the setup and formation arrangement over here yet. Why the separation? Because you carry a curse? It's not like I mind those, Lin Yun said as if nothing had happened. Bai Lingyu was silent. Actually, that Ma Wei was also my teammate at first. He knows who I am. Oh, Lin Yun got interested. It seems like there's gossip. He was interested in me and I wouldn't comply, so my teammates were killed by him. Bai Lingyu seemed to have some difficulty in speaking, but still, it told the story of what had been. Here, too, she goes right back to her original female voice. Otherwise, Lin Yun wasn't really in the mood to listen to her story. Turns out that guy was her original teammate. In a chance encounter, he learns that his good brother is actually a daughter. It's ugly, but the body is so hot. It's not impossible to cover your face. Besides, some people just have somewhat unique hobbies. This Ma Wei has been digging in the ground for years and has long been a bit twisted. And Ben is as horny as hell. After he climbed up the ranks, the numerous female cultivators in this mine had all been spoiled by him using various means of coercion, and also in cahoots with Grand Master Yen Yu, collecting protection money and corruption. It has now become a major cancer. Any teammate assigned to Bai Lingyu would be killed by him by all means. Over time, there was also a rumor circulating that she was a teammate. Many of the newcomers were strongly urged to change when they learned about it. It is important to realize that many times there is no way for a person to go digging in certain dangerous places. The result will be less rewarding and more work to be done. That was his purpose. Ma Wei was trying to force the other party to beg him if they couldn't survive. Lin Yun was also convinced. This dude is really hungry. But, thinking back to the last time I saw her out of the shower, and that back is so beautiful. It doesn't seem to be a no-no. Lin Yun's heart was abruptly startled. It's hard not to be a bit of a pervert yourself. It really is a sin amplifier in a place like this. It's okay, I'm not one to be messed with. Besides, he can't blatantly deal with me. Lin Yun did not take it to heart. Whatever then, I'll let you know ahead of time if there's danger. After a pause, Bai Ling Yu continued. I'm not leaving you behind. She's actually been here alone for years. It's rare these days to have someone to talk to. She was still a little happy at heart. If I had been more careful, it probably wouldn't have happened. Where there's danger, just go by yourself. Tell him to wait outside. That way the other side has no way to directly cause certain accidents. It would be risky to kill someone outright. The owners of this place are not going to allow this kind of bloody infighting. Lin Yun touched his nose. How is it that you seem to have become a drag? Soon, Lin Yun realized that he was really a drag. He's been pampered for so many years, can't really do the bottom of the barrel work. Or rather, old devil Lin was not in the mood to work at all. Basically, wherever Bai Ling Yu went, he followed. It was a good thing that his mana was strong. Occasionally, he came across places that Bai Ling Yu couldn't dig. He'd crumble down a large area with one shovelful. Lin Yun also knew how these four-way passages came about. The rocks and dirt here were exceptionally hard because they had been nourished by the immortal veins for years and years. No wonder it requires immortal cultivation. Otherwise it's not really digging. Lin Yun had another role to play. It's that his psychic sense is particularly sharp. One could keenly sense the fluctuation of a strong aura in certain places. Often, there were lower-grade or even middle-grade raw immortal crystal stones hidden in them. Because this immortal vein was of the top grade, it could naturally breed medium-grade immortal crystals. Those are some good ones. Lin Yun held it in his hand and played with it, feeling the rich aura in it. The heart is a little stupid. When this large piece was broken down, it was estimated that there were at least hundreds of standard-sized immortal crystals. For many people, though, this is not something that can be absorbed directly. In fact, immortal veins can also be directly transformed into the most extreme grade of immortal crystals after being coalesced and extracted by a formation. It can also be used directly as cultivation. Even the immortal crystals of extremely high purity would be piled up around the immortal vein's body, but that would be out of their reach. Those of them were actually just the equivalent of collecting the power emanating from the immortal vein. Otherwise it's a waste. It was also a precious resource for those powerful clans. The two made their way towards the unknown depths. At first, it was Bai Ling Yu who pointed the way. After the latter discovered that Lin Yun's spiritual sense was exceptionally good, it became Lin Yun leading the way. And at this moment, the other side, the lower world, in the middle of a world called the Heavenly Gothic Realm, a grand canonization ceremony is being held. The largest cultivation sect in the Heavenly Gothic Realm was the Linglong sacred land that practiced the emotionless Tao. This holy place is for female disciples only, or a female disciple with amazing talent and a beautiful face. The only requirement is that you can't have a relationship with a male practitioner. Even more so, you can't have a dog. But on the contrary, this clan also had the tradition of entering the world to cross the love threshold. In each case, they have charmed the world and abandoned their husbands and children without mercy, causing great upheaval in the earthly realm. It can be described as playing the world's men like dogs, but they are all gorgeous and amazingly talented. There's always celestial pride who doesn't believe it's true love, want to be with each other for a long time, even proud of it. And the female cultivator of the emotionless Tao who had entered the state of love disaster was also moved with true feelings at that time. It will show extreme tenderness and love. At this stage, it can be a bit of an earworm. Can't wait to stick together every day. However, after cultivating to a certain stage, she would eventually realize that it was all an illusion. Their clan's ancestral motto is, the so-called all things sentient are all obsessions, only the supreme forgotten sentiment, only those who have no sentiments, attain the great Tao. All disciples in the sect need to break the barrier of love to break life and death. Otherwise, all the cultivation will return to heaven and earth. The path becomes empty. Such a sect could be described as the devil's way. But whether it was in the immortal realm or the lower realm, the emotionless Tao was extremely flourishing. Probably there are too many poor people in this world who are hurt by love and trapped by love. In the middle of the huge square of Linglong Holy Land, numerous women of heavenly beauty were lined up on either side. Solemnly, he looked at the palatial woman who was slowly walking towards the altar, only to see that the woman's eyebrows were like a painting. Her face was exquisite and absolutely beautiful, as unreal as if she had walked out of a painting. Her body even carried a queenly majesty. If Lin Yun were here, he would be able to recognize at a glance that this was actually that woman. Phoenix Ring Yu. After she escaped from life, she relied on the vast amount of cultivation resources she carried with her, plus the natural ability to be overly mindful. Now it's a mixed bag again. Surprisingly, he had already broken through to the Ascension realm, and now, it seemed to have become the Holy Lord of Linglong Holy Land. Phoenix Ring Yu's heart was cold. She had also been in hiding for a while since coming to this world. I'm afraid that Lin Yun will come looking for me. After feeling safe, the first thing she did was start poking around. After noticing that the most flourishing cultivation path in this world was actually the emotionless path, Phoenix Ring Yu felt that this was simply an avenue that was tailor-made for her. As it turned out, her senses hadn't guessed wrong either. With a stunningly beautiful face and an ice-cold, heartless nature, coupled with the experience of having betrayed the man she loved in a love affair, in a sense, Phoenix Ring Yu had already severed the thread of love, and rejuvenated. She was simply the chosen daughter of the Linglong Holy Land who had been waiting for 10,000 years. Cultivating the emotionless Tao's techniques was simply divine, adding to the fact that she already had a high level of cultivation. Being at the void-breaking realm, she became the strongest sacred maiden as soon as she joined the Linglong Sacred Land. Now it had even directly alarmed the emotionless Tao ancestor of the upper realm. After the seal of sainthood, she could directly prepare for her ascension to the immortal realm, and even in the upper world, she would be in a position of power. At that time, she wanted Lin Yun to kneel under her and lick her feet, just as humble and pleasing as she once was. The thought of that damned man treating himself like that, let yourself be so humiliated. Her heart was then filled with icy killing intent and hatred. Lin Yun guessed correctly that she never thought she was wrong. In Phoenix Rin Yu's opinion, the path is solo, and it is a success. Chapter 136, What to Do If You Are Ambushed. Kill them all. Phoenix Mercy Moon is ambitious. Unbeknownst to her, she was dying. The closer she gets to the immortal world, and the closer you are to death. This time, old Devil Lin had no reason to spare her. As the great sacrifice draws to a close, a milky white light fell from the sky. Phoenix Rin Yu was bathed in holy light. Cultivation aura climbed upward. The eye was actually directly imbued with the late stage of the Ascension realm. The many female disciples of the emotionless Tao were all dumbfounded at this scene. It's the gesture of becoming an immortal. The corners of Phoenix Rin Yu's mouth carried an upside-down smile. Finally, she had finally waited for this day. He must not have expected it, Cloud Old Devil. I didn't realize that after forcing myself to go far away, he had actually come across the chance to become an immortal. Now she had been imbued to the late Ascension realm. As long as one excites the immortal Phoenix origin again, it would be possible to reach the great perfection directly. Ascension to the immortal world is just around the corner. Moreover, the Linglong Immortal Palace in the upper world was actually so powerful. Surprisingly, he could directly send down favors to help himself become immortal. One can only imagine how horrible. At that time, one's ascension to the immortal realm would also be one of the holy maidens of Linglong Immortal Palace. I don't know if Lin Yun has ascended yet. If not, that would be a pity. Wouldn't he have no way to take revenge? Phoenix Rin Yu tilted her head slightly, revealing a slender swan neck. Gorgeous, but this woman has a heart like a snake. 1 year. Her elders had given themselves 1 year to digest and stabilize the realm, then immediately activate the immortal Phoenix bloodline to ascend to the immortal realm. She couldn't wait to see Lin Yun, that ING man. One day he'll know. One is not his plaything, and one does not need to be dependent on a man. If he is willing, it's not impossible to take him as a male favorite. Phoenix Rin Yu seemed to have thought of something marvelous. The corners of his mouth quirked up slightly. And in the upper world, Lin Yun was also aware of the pain of working cattle and horses at this moment. The two of them, he and Bai Lingyu, had already wandered for who knows how far into the seven-turned underground passageway, but it was always a few pieces short of 40 immortal crystal raw stones. If this goes on, I'm afraid I'm going to miss the mission. Old Devil Lin actually felt a little deflated. Below this, it was like another small world. Don't even know how wide it is. Moreover, the aura of the immortal vein was always looming ahead, but he could never find the right path. Lin Yun was tempted to unleash the laws of space and directly travel through the void. Although he couldn't travel much farther with his current realm, he was able to explore a bit. It was just that Bai Lingyu was next to him. Makes him a bit of a handful. 2. It's okay, it's still early. I can give it to you first if I can't. I'm an old man, and it's okay to have less than that once in a while, Bai Lingyu said greatly. She could see that Lin Yun seemed a little agitated. Thought it was because of that, but how could Lin Yun take such things to heart? What bothered him the most right now was the fact that he hadn't identified the pathway passage to the core hinterland of the immortal vein. In the place where the real immortal vein is located, immortal crystals piled up could be directly absorbed, not to mention, he even managed to suck in a few mouthfuls of immortal veins. Just one bite. When the time comes, it's straight up one bite at a time. That's what Lin Yun came here for. Who the really wants to get rich from mining is out of their mind. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully sensing the faint fluctuations of breath around them. No, I think someone brought it to us. Lin Yun realized that there seemed to be a few cultivators hiding in a hollow platform ahead. The scent was still somewhat familiar. The same ones who had a verbal confrontation with themselves above. Is it Ma Wei? Bai Ling Yue's face changed. Let's change directions. There's no need to get tough with them. Lin Yun shook his head slightly. Now that he's down here, he's trying to figure things out once and for all. It's hard not to stop around here for a long time. He can't afford it. And he'd also discovered that the terrain below this was because it had been dug up for thousands of years. A very complex environment has long been developed. Even if they do send someone down, don't find yourself there for a while. And externally, one might even be wanted now. So it's kind of nice to spend a little more time down there. It's out of the way. Leave it to me. I don't want to be missed by a swarm of flies. Don't spoil it for me, Lin Yun said calmly. The aura he revealed at this moment caused Bai Ling Yu to look sideways a bit. Big deal. Can it be that he came here with a purpose? Bai Ling Yu's heart stirred, somewhat uncertain. But there's a lot of them, and I don't really have much of a fighting chance. Bai Ling Yu slightly lowered her head and said with some embarrassment, "Oh, it's fine. Just take care of yourself." Lin Yun had just discovered it while digging with a small shovel. It's very solid down here. It shouldn't be a big deal if it's a quickie. At most a small portion collapsed. It shouldn't attract the attention of the big boys. Seeing Lin Yun being so reckless, Bai Ling Yu was a little anxious in her heart. Will you stop that? I'm scared. She was in a hurry. I can't believe I'm actually pleading directly. Lin Yun was stunned, looking at her quite beautiful eyes behind her mask. It's okay, I'm sure. I'll help you out. Do you trust me? Lin Yun said seriously. I believe you, but what happens when we get out? Bai Ling Yu took a deep breath. She had a feeling there might be something wrong with this one, but she also hated Ma Wei's group. The man in front of him, although he might be from a questionable source, should not harm himself. Bai Ling Yu trusted her intuition. Have you ever thought about leaving this place? Lin Yun suddenly asked. Bai Ling Yu went silent. Where would I go away from here? There might be a way to cure you, Lin Yun said without looking back. He was going to meet the little Yakuza first. It was normal for the woman to distrust him now. In his own shoes, a man suddenly appeared who said he wanted to take himself into things. It's impossible to trust each other yourself. In fact, as soon as she came down, Bai Ling Yu realized that there was something wrong with Lin Yun. He doesn't seem to have much interest in digging. Just keep checking out what's going on. At first she thought the other woman was just curious, but now she was in a bit of a panic. Why don't you go ahead and leave on your own now? She's got a blood feud on her. Can't die here for no reason. Watching Lin Yun's figure slowly disappear, Bai Ling Yu stomped her foot, followed in a hurry. This thing started on its own. Even if he really had to die, he couldn't just watch him go to his death. Boss, what if he comes? Wait and see what he has on him first. Then just get him killed and throw him in the crack abyss. Ma Wei's face was grim. This man actually lives with her. All such people must die. Lin Yun leisurely walked this way slowly. What if we get ambushed? Just kill them all. Chapter 137, A Punch to the Peak of True Immortal. This is a huge underground cave. It's a couple dozen miles of space. Lin Yun glanced around. These people had picked a good place. Come out, all of you. And don't learn to rob people if you hide your head. Lin Yun stood still and said indifferently. He had his hands behind his back. A look of I've spotted you guys, but I'm not panicking in the slightest. It was as if he alone surrounded them all. The 7 people ambushed in the dark looked at me and I looked at you. Is this man out of his mind? What's the point of pretending? If we didn't know better, we'd think we were the ones who were ambushed. Let's go. I'd like to see what gives him the right to play God. With the withdrawal of the hiding formation, Ma Wei walked out first. He had now reached the peak of true immortality and was just one step away from the heavenly immortal realm. As the saying goes, the artist is bold. He could crush this early stage guy all by himself. It's so uninformed. Following him were his 6 minions. All of them were at the early stage of true immortality. I don't know if there are any ascending from the lower realms in there. Otherwise it would be too much of a waste. Lin Yun swept his gaze. 7 people, 1 peak 6 early stage. Rather a nice setup too. No wonder you can reign supreme here. Even for myself, it would take a bit of work to clean them up. But Lin Yun no longer had the patience to spend it. He's always been a little distracted lately. If we don't pick up the pace, it's as if it's about to be a catastrophe. This unexplained premonition annoyed him a little. Old Devil Lin got annoyed. Then you'll want to kill someone. Just you guys? Lin Yun's gaze was calm with a hint of contempt. Ma Wei looked behind Lin Yun. It didn't pay any attention to Lin Yun, who was just a bluff in his eyes. In his eyes, Lin Yun is already a dead man. I guess it's a firstborn. Some redneck who came out of nowhere. You want to take on 7? What a dream. Do you think you're a demon on the Heaven's Pride list? What kind of demon would come to dig? What a joke. Behind Lin Yun, Bai Ling Yu's figure quickly flashed out. Ma Wei, what the hell are you trying to do? In her haste, Bai Ling Yu actually forgot that she didn't change her voice. That crisp female voice rang out. Except for Mei. The other 6 were stunned. Holy, this ugly is a woman. That's a long way to go. No wonder he kept his mask on. The gazes they seemed to have were suddenly somewhat pitying. There is nothing worse for a woman than to be disfigured, and it's still a female fairy. Obviously something tragic has happened. Surprisingly, none of them were able to regain their shape and appearance. What do I want? Don't you know? Didn't you know all along? Ma Wei's gaze was somewhat infatuated as he looked at Bai Lingyu. Only he knows. What a wonderful petite body underneath this white sackcloth. That delicate skin. It was as if it would drip at the slightest pinch. With a body like that, what more face? Wear a mask or a disguise. Just don't even look at it from the back. And, once in a while, it's actually kind of fun to look at it. It can even act as a time delay. How wonderful. In his vision, this is the most beautiful woman here. It was countless times more beautiful than those on Grandmaster Yan Yu's side. Bai Lingyu's body stiffened. Of course she knows, but that's not going to happen. She is now reduced to this though, but she was still proud. How can you look at such a villain? Don't be delusional. You're such a loser. Lin Yun sneered at this time. Are you worthy? She's already my woman. Lin Yun was also playful. Straight away, he wrapped his arms around Bai Lingyu who was next to him. It actually feels unexpectedly good in the hand. Lin Yun couldn't help but feel slightly excited in his heart as well. Isn't it time to get a little dirty in the fairy world? But she'd better let it go. One thought of that face, Lin Yun instantly calmed down. Bai Lingyu froze. It was the first time a male had touched her like this. Never had one. Lin Yun's strong scent instantly made her a little dizzy. You have to know that this is the aura of the Chaos God body. There's no one who can say no to that. Her body couldn't help but go limp, directly half-snuggling into Lin Yun's side. Lin Yun froze for a moment. That's when I realized that the other side was unusually well-stocked. And there's a light fragrance. The heart couldn't help but be a little bit more distracted. That's a shame. Otherwise one could have tried the wonders of a female fairy. Ma Wei watched the scene, wide-eyed, his eyes ripped open. You're looking for death. A few of the men behind him were a bit stunned. How does this seem a little off? The boss likes this woman? Like the ugly one? Big news. Definitely big news. Several people were in no hurry. Instead they all wanted to watch the show. The corner of Lin Yun's mouth curled up slightly. That's good. Tackled the thief. Oh, you're just jumping the gun. I took the woman of your dreams on my first day. Would you say you're a loser? Lin Yun deliberately provoked. With that, he wrapped his arms around her again and pressed himself even closer, and took the opportunity to rub it in. Hiss, Lin Yun couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as well. That's pretty good. He was on the verge of being a little unsteady in his own mind now. It doesn't seem to be out of the question. Bai Lingyu also came back to her senses with a jolt, struggling away in a hurry. A pair of red eyes looked at Lin Yun. You, how could you? Her voice was shaking a little. She didn't expect Lin Yun to be so bold, caught off guard and suffered a big loss. Lin Yun shrugged. Weren't you good last time? Why are you so sensitive now? Obey, or else you'll be in for it. Lin Yun intensified his words. Bai Lingyu froze, her heart filled with aggression and humiliation. There was even some secret hatred towards Lin Yun. Should have known better than to give out about him. The bastard. She is now disfigured though, but people are still yellow too. Ma Wei couldn't take it anymore. The woman of his heart was actually being slighted directly in front of him. And, still, someone I just met. Then what was he before? The other guy was right. He's a ING clown. His eyes were crimson. Want this guy dead right now. Right now. There's not much sense in caring too much. Straight out of the gate. In his mind, with his cultivation at the peak stage of true immortality, the opponent shouldn't be a one-sided enemy of his own. The 6 subordinates in the back thought so as well. So not in the least bit anxious. Coming good. Lin Yun had actually been secretly mobilizing his power for a long time. Even, a spatial field had formed around it. It's just that I'm afraid the minions will run away. Lin Yun directly threw a punch. A powerful and invincible force appeared in the crowd's perception in an instant. Too late to react. Only Ma Wei, who had made a killer move and was preparing to directly kill Lin Yun, was seen. In full view of everyone, it exploded directly in the air. Red and white sprinkled the void. Chapter 138 by Ling Yu's defection. Going to the underground abyss. A rain of blood fell from the sky. There was a momentary silence in the scene. Everyone was stunned. This, peak true immortal, Ma Wei, who had been a dominant force in the Yenqin mines for so many years, was actually beaten up. A punch, just one punch and it's a bust. Who the hell is this guy? Is this the immortal monarch? A heavenly immortal can't be that violent. Bai Lingyu also froze. She looked at Lin Yun, her eyes full of disbelief. Own nightmares, The Maui who had been harassing him for so many years just died? Lin Yun actually didn't act so relaxed. With this strike, he had used 70% of his strength. It even used the laws of space to compress the power together. Then it explodes directly inside the other person, both guaranteed to be powerful, without causing too much commotion. Those stewards in the outside world didn't even hear the slightest movement. It just felt like the aura below seemed to be a bit agitated. But this is also very common. The immortal vein occasionally moves a bit. As long as there are no aura riots, you're fine. As for those digging molehills, every time a few have gone missing, it's been minor and unrelated. Lin Yun's gaze was cold and stern as he looked towards the remaining few. Run! The 6 people who were in shot came back to their senses. A few people weren't stupid. Run directly in 3 separate directions, 2 for 2. Watching this scene, Lin Yun had a smile on his lips. This kind of true immortal with a weak foundation. It's no different than a chickadee in your own hands. His spatial laws had long since diffused invisibly. A quagmire-like field was formed. Not very strong. It would have little to no influence on the celestial immortals. But for these weaklings, just block them for a split second. It's on the line. A few people only felt that they couldn't increase their speed no matter what. Fly as hard as you can. But it's amazing how little the scenery around them has changed. It's as if the spatial scale has been stretched. And that man, that demon was getting closer and closer. No, we surrender. Cultivation is not easy. We don't want to die. A few people were begging bitterly, but Lin Yun wasn't moved in the slightest. In the midst of Bai Ling Yu's trembling, it was as if a few fireworks rang out in this empty cave. 6. None were spared. One by one, all of them were directly beaten up by Lin Yun. The sky rains blood. Lin Yun stood in the void with a thin shield around him to block out the filth. He moved his fingers slightly. 7 spatial rings appeared in his palm. One of the green-colored nano rings looked particularly exquisite. The space rings these people used naturally couldn't be too advanced. Under Lin Yun's powerful spiritual power and spatial power violently breaking it down, it was all opened in a flash. Lin Yun looked at it and couldn't help but skim. It's all clutter. Lin Yun transferred all of some of the immortal crystals that he could use into that green-colored nascent ring. All of those wastes were directly held by him in the air. The space ring burst into pieces. There was no longer the slightest trace left. Lin Yun was in a pretty good mood. Finally not penniless, just had a sweep of divine sense. Surprisingly, there were also tens of thousands of lower-grade immortal crystals and more than 100 middle-grade ones. Unfortunately, there was not a single piece of top-grade immortal crystal. But at least it's enough for emergencies. Who the hell are you? Are you going to kill me? Bai Ling Yu said softly. The two had left the scene of the crime by now. Lin Yun walked ahead. He was actually a little confused about the direction. But that place is certainly not fit to stay for long. Why would I kill you? Lin Yun said without looking back. Can I go back then? Bai Ling Yu asked tentatively. It's okay, if you want to be like this for the rest of your life. Lin Yun stopped. Bailey Lingyuet also hurriedly stopped her stance. What do you mean? Her heart was beating wildly. A possibility surfaced in her mind that surprised the hell out of her. I don't mean anything. If you're willing to bet on it, maybe I can help you. But I'm not sure. It's up to you. Sometimes a miss is a miss. After saying that, Lin Yun stopped talking. The body suddenly accelerated, dashed out in a certain direction among the psychic senses. But what annoyed him the most was that the path below this was 7 turns and no straight line. So often you need to change direction and then relock the path. Bai Ling Yu bit her lip and followed behind. She wondered if the other woman was talking about being able to lift her curse. Get yourself back to what you were meant to be. But it's just as the other side says. Would you be willing to take a gamble yourself? There's no such thing as a flat-out favor in this world. So what does one have to pay for? Bai Ling Yu did not know. Her only leverage now is herself. Does he want him? Bai Ling Yu's heart skipped a little indisputably. I don't think so. So ugly yourself. Just based on what the other party just did. The strength that was displayed. In the outside world. This person must also be a heavenly pride. It might even be a demon on the heavens pride list. The other side is obviously here with a purpose. One has only 2 choices today. Either that or back up right now and turn in. Fatalities go one way. Follow him for a bet. Both of these paths have one thing in common, and that is that they can both lead to death. Bai Ling Yu quickly made a decision. She didn't want to be this muddled anymore. Another twisty turn. Lin Yun stood still, a little grumpy. The breath broke again. Now he had several more paths before him. What surprised him a bit but was expected. The woman did follow. Good. Doesn't seem to have lost his bloodlust, though she didn't seem to be much use to herself. But after all, they are teammates. Lin Yun actually didn't have the habit of selling his teammates. He was even a little protective. The woman wasn't that bad. Her character was even a little kind. It reminded him of his beloved little healer. So there is some softness in the heart. Are you looking for the immortal vein source essence? Bai Ling Yu asked tentatively. Lin Yun looked back at her, seeing her look a little cautious. You don't have to be afraid of me. I won't do anything to you. Even if I fail, I'll get you out of here. That's right, I'm looking for the immortal vein. I'm very weak right now. I need to replenish my mana, Lin Yun confessed. At this point, there's no point in hiding it. She was no threat to herself either. Bai Ling Yu took a deep breath. I'll tell you how to get there, but you have to promise me one thing. Bai Ling Yu opened her mouth and said, her voice trembling a little. It was a hard determination for her to make. It's a step that will either open up the sea or plunge into the abyss of doom. Since then the White family has completely disappeared into the river of time. Good. Lin Yun didn't hesitate. Aren't you going to ask me what the conditions are? Bai Ling Yu looked at Lin Yun. It doesn't matter. I'll agree to anything I can do. Lin Yun shrugged. If the other side can know a valid path, he didn't mind going the extra mile to help her. My name is Bai Ling Yu. And you? Bai Ling Yu suddenly asked. Oh, my name is Lin Yun. Lin Yun said after a pause. I want you to take me away and then try to help me regain my appearance to lift the curse. Bai Ling Yu said somewhat nervously. The eyes stared deeply at Lin Yun. Yes, you can. In fact, I've got some ideas. But you might have to pay for certain things. Lin Yun's expression was a bit strange, looking her up and down, recalling the touch of not so long ago. Looking at Lin Yun's gaze, Bai Ling Yu seemed to understand something. His ears were a little red. In his heart, he also cursed the shamelessness. He was like this. Is he still interested? Yes, I'm willing to give everything. After thinking about it, she said firmly, consider it a few dog bites when the time comes. Alright then, we'll talk about it then. Tell me how to get to the immortal vein origin. Lin Yun couldn't wait. Just go to the underground cracks. There are some dangers in them. There might be powerful foreign beasts, but the immortal vein is hidden within it. It's a shortcut, Bai Ling Yu said with conviction. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. Why didn't you think of that yourself? Chapter 139, the whole world is looking for Lin Yun. The two made their way forward. Underground tunnels and cobwebs are a messy mess. Fortunately, Bai Ling Yu seemed to know the way. Otherwise, Lin Yun estimated that he would have to waste a lot of time again. How much farther is it? After walking for another half hour, Lin Yun couldn't help but ask. With their speed, half an hour could not be exerted even in this environment. That's a couple 100 miles of walking. Is the ground all empty? Lin Yun couldn't even perceive the ground anymore. Almost there, up ahead. Bai Ling Yu was actually very apprehensive in her heart. She wondered if this man she had just met was worth trusting, but she had no other choice. As soon as I heard it was almost here, Lin Yun fought inside. That ominous feeling in his heart was getting stronger. Outside, at the moment, a group of White Emperor City's officials are visiting. White Emperor City Law Enforcement Team Squad 73. Routine inspection. The immortal monarch at the head was expressionless, although this is also the territory of that Lord Immortal King. Even the backstage is an immortal emperor, but the White Emperor City can be not in the least bit false. It was important to realize that there was also a gap between emperors. The White Emperor, on the other hand, was the topmost emperor. It was an invincible figure who had once suppressed an era. Even now, it was an existence that made countless heavens beyond evil demons and foreign races fearful. It was even a powerful figure that had suppressed the imperial pass for ages. Even the Obsidian Emperor behind the Nine-Sun Divine Sect had to give face, or must give face. Yen Yu, the Grand Governor of the Yen Xin Mines, followed the White Emperor City emissary with his head bowed. Dare I ask if something happened? We haven't had any visions on our side lately. Yen Yu asked carefully. He just crawled out of the pussy. When he heard that it was the White Emperor City's coming over, he almost shriveled right up in fear. That group of people in White Emperor City are notorious for being unreasonable, just as temperamental as their city lord. Lord White Emperor, have you been hiring new people on your side lately? I think so. I'll go and bring the list over for your honor's inspection. Although they were both at the immortal monarch realm, but Yen Yu completely lowered his stance at this moment. In this fairy realm, the only nominal boss is Baidi City. Maybe add that emperor she as well. And this immortal vein was also won back by their young master from someone else. It's natural to be a little more careful when you're in someone else's territory. Dare I ask if something big has happened? Yen Yu asked boldly. It's nothing. If you guys see this person, take him down at the first opportunity and Lord White Emperor will reward you heavily. The White Emperor City emissary threw out a projection stone. A young blonde-haired man appears upon activation. It may not be long now, but it's important to control suspicious persons immediately when you see them. It's better to kill by mistake than to let go. Understand? The messenger said as he looked through the roster. Got it. I don't think this kind of character would come to a place like ours, right? Yen Yu asked with some confusion. A character who can be wanted by Lord White Emperor must be a big deal too. How can you come to suffer in your own place? Even if you are hiding your identity, it's not necessary. That's not for you to ask. The immortal monarch of White Emperor City squinted at Yen Yu. By the way, if someone from Emperor Shi's side comes over, don't be surprised, but report to us as a matter of priority if you find anything out of the ordinary, or you know the consequences. This is already considered a naked threat. Yen Yu also couldn't help but feel a jump in his heart. Is Lord Shi Huang also following this matter? Looks like this guy is really something. He took a few more serious looks at the portrait projection. This is his scent. You record it. The White Emperor City emissary pulled out another jade tablet, which recorded the origin aura of the golden brilliant sky. Yes, I will certainly do my best, my lord. Don't worry. Yen Yu patted his chest in assurance. After sending off this group of black-faced lords, he hadn't had time to breathe a sigh of relief. Another sudden visit from a group of beautiful, frosty female fairies. Yen Yu gulped. The people on Emperor Shi's side were really all as beautiful as the heavens, but can't afford to mess with it. Women are much more careful. Dare I ask if Supreme Immortal is looking for a blonde-haired youth? Yen Yu spoke directly. Oh, the White Emperor City people came by, right? Then I'll cut the crap. If you give them the people, prepare to close your place down in the future. The female immortal glanced at Yen Yu with a look of disgust. There were at least a dozen women's scents on the other side. Is this man a demon of color? Yen Yu's expression was a bit ugly. This was too unreasonable. But he grew up knowing one thing. It's stupid to reason with women. Even if they had ascended to immortality, they would still be just as unlikely to reason with you. Either you're stronger than her, then naturally you can play around. Otherwise, be honest and avoid suffering. We are lining up on our side, but there is not much hope, so I beg your pardon. How do you know there's not much hope? The female fairy gazed a little oddly. It was because Emperor Shi had explained that he would focus on searching this mine, based on the signs that the ascension pool was destroyed. The other side seems to be in dire need of energy right now, and it's a million miles around. It's also the most likely that this one mine is the most likely. As we all know, the immortal vein is the source of all power. This kind of mine that produces immortal crystals. Naturally, it's the target of choice. She recognized Emperor Shi's judgment beyond measure. Here's the roster. Your Honor, see for yourself. We haven't been mass recruiting on our side lately. Yen Yu smiled apologetically and handed up a roster. The female fairy took it and casually flipped it open a few times. Then the gaze froze. When did this youth come in and where is he now? Yen Yu took a somewhat strange look up. Seeing it was a somewhat handsome youth with sword brows and starry eyes, there always seemed to be a smile at the corners of his mouth, looking a little demonic and evil. This kind of person doesn't look like he's here to dig for talent. He hastened to call the steward to inquire. Back to your honor. This man is new. It's just under 3 days. It's said to be to hide from enemies. A steward said warily. Oh, where is he now? The female fairy inquired. There was somehow some intuition in her mind that she wanted to meet this person, and even if it wasn't, the guy's still a looker. If you can take it with you, that's fine. She's still missing a dog. In fact, she didn't think this man was the one the Lord needed to find. After all, how can there be such a coincidence? Reporting back to my lord, he has now entered the underground vein. It may not come up so soon. Okay, let's continue the lineup, and you'll bring in anyone whose name I call. Yen Yu was also somewhat helpless in his heart. These women sure are tough. I can't believe I actually had to inventory them one by one. Compared to that, the group from White Emperor City was much easier to fool. No wonder the White Emperor was made to jump by these women. It is said that Emperor White and Emperor Shi are almost incompatible. Chapter 140, like an abyss. Danger is approaching. Lin Yun's intuition was right. It's all over the place out there looking for him now. White Emperor City and Hei Huang Palace worked together. Almost all of the surrounding immortal realms were turned upside down, especially with the addition of a Taishu sacred dragon clan that was also looking for something. It was as if the world had gone epileptic all of a sudden. The three top powers were firing at the same time, not to mention the deep background of Whittier City. In comparison, the female emperor ancestor was considered to have the weakest strength background, but at the same time it's actually kind of the most powerful. It was because she belonged directly to the top of the Immortal League's direct line. It represented the face of the entire Immortal Alliance. Even if the Immortal League was only a conceptual and nominal organization, that's the supreme honor. 2. Otherwise, once that belief is destroyed, the entire upper realm would fall apart into civil war all at once. This is something no one wants to see. And the Taishu sacred dragon clan that was even more impressive. That was an ancient remnant race that was truly loved by the chaotic great Tao of heaven and earth, innately attuned to the laws of the space avenue. Bloodline excellence by birth is immortal, casually cultivating to immortal monarch immortal king. It could be said that not a single one within the Taishu sacred dragon clan was weak, were it not for the low fertility rate. I'm afraid I would have claimed it long ago, and 3 such major powers are running up today. Naturally, it caused countless immortals to start running for it. Even the bounties are getting outrageous. If you provide a clue, you'll get 1 million immortal crystals. If you catch the present, reward 30 million medium-grade immortal crystals. This reward can be said to have been heartless. In fact, it's not like no one knows the truth or the news at all. For example, Old Saint-Master Xuanjue. At this moment, in a large hall at the top of a cloudy mountain, Xianzhu was surprisingly at the Immortal King cultivation level as well, or the contemporary head of the Xian family. The Xian family was one of the oldest immortal cultivation families in the upper realm. At its peak, there were even half-emperors. Just short of the most crucial final step, the immortal emperor ancestor appeared. It's just a shame it still fell, but the unfortunate part was going down a different path. The Han family was also saved, but the price is that the Xian family is also considered to be wearing the blame, so even he, the head of the family, was hardly spared. Xianzhu's face looked a little strange. Look at the projection in your hand. The evil blonde young man. Wasn't this the second demon emperor of the 10,000 demon mountain range, Jin Huangtian? What's the situation? Xianzhu even looked around somewhat sheepishly. This guy, it must be that guy who changed. He had actually ascended to the upper realm in the guise of the second demon emperor. And it's such a big mess right off the bat. I can't believe I'm directly wanted by White Emperor City. Even the Sun Emperor seems to be looking for him. What a great thing he's done for the wrath of God. Xianzhu was also a bit curious, but that was actually right in line with his suspicions. This man is really something. Only true geniuses and demons were qualified to act as the stirrers of the times. Mediocre people are not qualified for this. 30 million medium-grade immortal crystals? That's 300 million lower-grade immortal crystals. 3 million top-grade immortal crystals. Even he's a little bit distracted. It's just that this mysterious kid with a mysterious body also involves the layout of his Xian family. So naturally he would not pick up the sesame and lose the watermelon. I just don't know if it was the right move or not. Time will tell. The flow of time between this upper world and the lower world is not the same. Soon, Xian Yin will ascend. On the other side, in the middle of the Earth's veins, Lin Yun and Bai Lingyue had finally arrived at their destination. Looking at the huge crack that seemed to swallow all life, Lin Yun was a bit reluctant to go on, but sensed the weakness in his body. Lin Yun felt that he still couldn't hesitate. Gotta fight for your life. Just jump right in like that? Lin Yun asked knowingly. Well, but be careful. There's a lot of danger down there. I might be a bit of a drag. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Lingyu still said directly, why don't I wait here for you? Lin Yun rejected it outright. I don't feel comfortable with you alone. You'd better come with me. In case there are any special circumstances, I can just take you too. Now that you've promised something, Lin Yun is generally unrepentant, unless the other person betrays him first. Bai Lingyu's heart was suddenly a little touched. Looks like this guy wasn't too bad. Let's go. You follow me. After Lin Yun finished speaking, he directly jumped down into the bottomless crack. He realized now that the 18 layers of hell were nothing more than that, right? There was actually a ground floor underneath the earth, the same as he had speculated on back in the day. What made Lin Yun a little surprised was that the bottom was actually very bright as well. All sorts of dreamlike bands of light floated about. The magnetic field and energy is very active down here, because of the proximity to the immortal vein origin, so it causes all sorts of strange phenomena, like giant jellyfish-like creatures floating in midair. The tentacles were thousands of meters long. There's even a variety of glowing mushrooms. It's like being in another world here. Careful, Bai Lingyue suddenly shouted. Lin Yun frowned slightly, reaching out his hand in the air. In his hand he caught a small colored snake, struggling in his hand. The force was actually surprisingly strong, as if it was going to break free at any moment. Lin Yun directly exerted force and crushed 3 inches in one hand. This is highly poisonous. Be careful. There have been many people who have died from the poison of this snake. They run outside sometimes. Oh, it can poison heavenly immortals? Lin Yun looked at it with some surprise. This is good stuff. It was thrown directly into the storage ring. True immortals may be poisoned to death if they're unlucky, but heavenly immortals won't be poisoned directly. Bai Lingyu explained. If it's a meddlesome one like me, I'm afraid that my little life will be lost straight away. Is that so? Then don't stray too far from me. Aha! Bai Lingyu nodded without rejecting Lin Yun's good intentions, because there's really a lot of danger down here. There are many poisons of all kinds. There are also rampaging creatures that chase people. They grew up next to an immortal vein. One could even say that it was originally a guardian spirit beast. Each one is unique in its own way. Ordinary cultivators would be in the gutter if they weren't careful. That's why there's no barricade set up here. The vast majority of cultivators come in looking for death anyway. Soon, Lin Yun also began to feel a tremendous amount of pressure. The deeper you go, the more powerful the unknown death you face. He even saw monsters that were in the immortal monarch realm. At the moment, the two were dead center. Couldn't care less anymore. Lin Yun also understood what she meant by the word procrastinator. Underneath the immense pressure of this below, Bai Lingyu could hardly move an inch. In front of the two of them, a lizard-like creature was walking as if it were in the void. The powerful aura of the immortal monarch realm on the monster's body made the two men not dare to breathe. Although Lin Yun was certain of escaping, not so much when you bring along a drag queen. There was barely a gap between the two. Lin Yun also didn't dare to use any other power with a distinctive feature. You can only use the power of space to form a shield. Hide the breath of the two men's figures. Chapter 141 Life and Death Crisis. Close to each other. The two stick together. By Ling you could almost hear her heart beating. I don't know if it's because I'm nervous and scared, or out of shyness. Lin Yun wrapped his arms around her soft waist, but it's too late to feel. He just stared at the void in front of him with a deadly gaze. Don't dare to relax in the slightest. Bai Ling Yu was a bit uncertain at first. Subconsciously, he twisted his body. Lin Yun's arms shot up and directly held her in a death grip, but there was no talking. The eyes didn't dare to leave the slightest bit from that void. Bai Ling Yu seemed to understand something as well. Followed Lin Yun's gaze. She too looked into the darkness in the distance. Only then did he realize that there seemed to be a huge black shadow moving slowly. Lean in close. A powerful force suddenly covered the area. Lin Yun's spatial shield was trembling slightly, as if it was about to shatter at any moment. This was actually an immortal king creature. Although it was probably just the beginning stage, it was still an immortal king. It was impossible for an immortal monarch's aura to be this powerful. Lin Yun bet that this was definitely an immortal king. Why is there such a powerful presence here? Apparently, it was because they were getting closer to the immortal vein. This thing might be a human-arranged guardian. No wonder it was so quiet down here, with not the slightest trace of formation prohibitions. It's heavenly with this stuff. At the same time, Lin Yun had a rough impression of the forces he was about to face in his mind. The Immortal King pet guards the immortal vein. It was enough to show that the owner behind this mine was not simple. It seems like that little brother from last time was right. This really is an invincible immortal sect with an immortal emperor as its background. Bai Ling Yu felt her soul trembling. The whole thing went limp. If it wasn't for Lin Yun's arm around her, she would have gone limp. Suddenly, two large lanterns seemed to light up ahead. The brightness was a bit harsh. Upon closer inspection, that's nowhere near a lantern. Distinctly two big eyes. Lin Yun's heart was in his throat. I also don't know if the space-down method I learned can withstand it. If you can't make it around, I'm afraid you'll have to explain yourself here. There may be a chance of survival for yourself, but then she's dead. Lin Yun felt some guilt in his heart. He tightened his arms. If he couldn't, he'd take him with him and risk running for his life. He would not abandon his companions until he had to. Of course, he's not to blame when push comes to shove. Both were holding their breath. 1 hour later, that great crisis of life and death had finally dissipated. Both were relieved. Lin Yun was feeling a little sweaty, not to mention Bai Ling Yu. She just barely caught her breath. I just tried to move, and that's when I realized that my entire body was as good as if I had been salvaged from the water. Fragrant sweat. The hair was soaking wet. Lin Yun also came back to his senses at this time. Inhaling, he found a nice, ethereal scent. Looking down, he realized her wet hair. It turns out that it was really a matter of life and death just now. Both are walking on ghosts. It's okay, I'm not going to abandon you, Lin Yun said softly, and reached out to run her hair behind her ear, while wearing a mask. But Lin Yun could see from her eyes that they were full of fear. Thank you. Bai Ling Yu's voice trembled a little. She backhanded Lin Yun, holding on for dear life. The horror of facing a real life and death crisis is not something that can be understood by outsiders. Lin Yun gently patted her back. Take a breather, or change your clothes. We probably won't be returning to it, Lin Yun suggested. Bai Ling Yu was stunned. You're not going back? So that's how it's going to be. Okay, I'll change then. She looked at Lin Yun with some desire to speak. I'll turn my back and won't look, Lin Yun said sardonically. Aha, Bai Ling Yu softly answered. She was in a sorry state and did feel a little uncomfortable. Saying that, she slightly left Lin Yun by a dozen meters, not daring to go too far, then found a corner shaded by a boulder. Begin to clean your body and change your clothes with the purification spell. Lin Yun listened to the rustling sound. There was also an inexplicable restlessness in his heart. Thinking back to her perfect back before, the two had just faced the great terror between life and death together, and were actually a little stirred. It didn't take long to wait. Lin Yun suddenly felt a flash of light before his eyes. She's still the same, but replaced with a veil, no longer an ugly mask, and wearing a long, light green dress. Long dark hair cascaded down, and no longer hide their stature and temperament, showing off the perfect body. That small, slim waist was bound by a belt. The slender jade under the light veil of the sleeve robe was hidden. Lin Yun looked a little dumbfounded. It's true that God is jealous of a redhead. I'm good. Bai Ling Yu's voice seemed to have become even better. After completely regaining her daughter's body, she seems to have changed a lot. Not only the outward appearance, but even the psyche seems to be a little different. Well, come on over. I'll take you. Lin Yun nodded slightly. Bai Ling Yu's face flushed as it meant that the two were still going to lean together. This way the mana loss was smaller, and most importantly, the target was smaller. The likelihood of exposure is less, and then it's easy to respond if there's an unexpected situation. Bit his lip. What do you care about that when you're an ugly bastard like yourself? The two approached again. Together, They headed toward a destination that seemed to be not far away. Lin Yun wrapped his arms around her small waist. The two were careful. The first choice when encountering strange creatures is to avoid them. It's really unavoidable. Lin Yun then struck a thunderous blow. If you come across a powerful one, then hide and press on for a while. Within Lin Yun's spiritual sense perception, a sun seemed to appear dazzlingly ahead. That powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy. It was undoubtedly the immortal vein proper. The two were getting more and more cautious as they got closer and closer. But what made it strange was that it was getting quieter and quieter. It was as if it had gone into the core after. The monsters all disappeared at once. It could be that there is that powerful giant snake guarding this place, so there are no other monsters instead. Bai Ling Yu whispered. Well, it's possible. Lin Yun's mood was also getting better. He had already felt the scent of countless immortal crystals. If it was possible, it would be fine to steal some immortal crystals for yourself. Immortal veins he didn't dare to hit now. He now suddenly felt as if his previous self was a bit unaware of the sky. Thanks to you. Don't worry. I'll help you. Lin Yun looked at the little person in his arms under his good mood. She was now smelling fresh. People are always impulsive after a big emotional upheaval. Lin Yun is also now. He tightened his arms and held her close directly to him, so that she faced him, a press on her backside. My way. In fact, you can try it now. Why don't you feel it first? Bai Ling Yu was caught off guard. It was then controlled by Lin Yun, trying to pout, but don't dare make too much noise. Deeply afraid of alarming certain existences. Chapter 142, Seeing the True Face of the Immortal Vein. Darkness. Bai Ling Yu's heart fluttered. What? What way? She fought back the panic that was building inside her. Lin Yun hugged her tightly. That body is really good. The skin is also fair and pink. In this case, it doesn't really matter what it looks like anymore. In fact, he already had 9 out of 10 in his mind. Using one's chaos god body as bait, one could certainly cure the disease. Lin Yun moved closer to her ear, whispering something. Bai Ling Yu's ears were getting redder and redder. She nodded softly. Lin Yun was overjoyed in his heart, but it was expected. He gently lifted her veil and kissed. Soon, she leaned on Lin Yun with a weak body, but naturally this is not the place to do business, so it's also just playing around with the experience. For Lin Yun, it was better than nothing, so he quenched his thirst first. That said, this fairy is different. It's as if you don't need to breathe. The two were tireless. A full 2 hours had passed. That's what separates them. Bai Lingyue was a bit rusty at first. Slowly it is also becoming more flexible and skillful. Moreover, she could feel that the poison in her body, which was as if it was alive, seemed to be cowering. Surprisingly, it began to dissolve a bit, and after the ablation, she was pleasantly surprised. A powerful force was actually released in it. In other words, all the power that one had been swallowed and absorbed over the years was still in it. Now once released, wouldn't one's cultivation level break through? It was more than enough to make her happy, and it got more and more active. Even Lin Yun was a bit overwhelmed. It's a good thing that he, Old Devil Lin, is a heavenly rank kissing technique that has become a great success. The initiative was soon in hand. After all, he's not the only one with a mouth. Global turmoil under the cloak of peace. As the saying goes, aspirants want to tear the veneer of peace and take control of the globe. Lin Yun is ambitious. Naturally, they come from an unusual background and are all under control at once. Bai Lingyue was now considered to have truly been seized by the lifeblood. It was like grasping the last straw. She had been groping her way forward alone in the darkness for so many years. Long ago, I was desperate. I didn't realize there was hope today. Lin Yun's appearance. It was as if it was like a beam of light suddenly appearing in the middle of her dark world. Well, is it useful? Lin Yun actually had an answer in his mind. Otherwise the other side wouldn't have been so forthcoming. Bai Lingyu nodded with a slight gasp. It's working, but it's slow going, she whispered. She was now a little afraid to look at Lin Yun. It's good that it's working. It's not like it can be fixed overnight, and you're not in any hurry. In the future, if we truly combine them together, it should be 100 times more effective, Lin Yun said shamelessly. Bai Lingyu bit her lip and didn't say anything. What? Unwilling? Lin Yun wrapped his arm around her waist. If you don't want to, there's nothing else I can do. Lin Yun's words were naturally coaxing her. In fact, there is another way. His blood naturally had the same effect. Even the effect is more powerful. It's just that he doesn't want to bleed himself out for no reason. Wouldn't that be a lot less fun? He had just come to the immortal world himself. It's nice to have a small pet with you, something to heal her up a bit. It's not a good idea. Hearing Lin Yun's question, Bai Lingyu hastily shook her head. I do. She seemed to have some difficulty in speaking. Just what? Lin Yun pursued. It's the kind of drama that makes the other person admit it in person that's really interesting. There's nothing to it. In the future, I'll still ask for your excellency's mercy. Bai Lingyu thought about it, but still didn't say anything. The mission in yourself has nothing to do with the other person, as long as he actually cured himself. What's the harm in taking yourself? Even if it was a million tortures, she recognized it. Okay, later. Lin Yun let go of his opponent. After this intimate exchange, the relationship between the two has also changed subtly. Lin Yun took her hand. Nowadays there is no diaphragm. Now she is wearing a gorgeous sari, plus wearing a veil. It was so beautiful to look at. The two continued to dive towards the depths. I don't know how long it's been, although the outside world has turned upside down, but the place was as dead as ever. But Lin Yun had already strongly felt the incomparably majestic spiritual energy. Just then, a light suddenly appeared before the two. Raise your eyes. Only a huge misty hollow appeared ahead. Upon closer sensing, where was that mist? It was clearly the power of the immortal spirit that was about to liquidize. This thick mist, Lin Yun felt that if he went to inhale it for an hour, it would probably be enough. Moreover, there seemed to be more mountains of immortal crystals piled up underneath the mists and in the depths. And it's huge. Getting rich. This was the only thought in Lin Yun's mind, but at the same time, it's incredibly dangerous. Lin Yun was extremely careful as he pulled by Ling Yu to hide in the shadows. More so, it adds another couple % directly to the shield. In front of the eyes of both men, a huge, hideous head suddenly poked out of the mist, eyes filled with ferocity. It scanned the surroundings. It's as if they've found some kind of clue. I didn't see it clearly in the dark before. Obviously, this was a Fey Augur. It has grown horns on its forehead. No wonder it had become an immortal king existence. This is going to turn into a dragon. Lin Yun's heart moved slightly. Is it hard to believe that the immortal world really has this great and heaven-defying existence of the dragon race? How else to explain the creature in front of me? This thing is afraid that it's not even remotely close to a real dragon. He just couldn't believe that the dragon clan was full of immortal kings. Don't move yet. We saw it earlier in the outside world. It means he'll be out at some point. We just have to be patient. Lin Yun transmitted his voice. The two were now close together, and there wouldn't be any mana fluctuations in their voice transmission. Plus he's got dozens of layers of turtle shells on. He also used the pair of turtle armor that the first demon emperor had given himself to hide his breath, so there is no fear of being detected. Bai Lingyu nodded slightly as she backhanded Lin Yun's waist, leaning his little head against Lin Yun's chest. The two had already established a future relationship anyway. It's okay to be more intimate these days. She was now horrified though in her mind, but by Lin Yun's side, one could find security. Lin Yun gently slid his palm over her back. Occasionally, he played with her icy cold hair with his fingers. He waited patiently. This thing sure as hell isn't going to keep guarding the place all the time, but that seems too boring. Lin Yun glanced at the person in his arms, bowed his head and whispered in her ear. Bai Lingyu's pretty face turned white. The beautiful eyes were filled with shock and incredulity. It worked out well. Lin Yun nodded. No doubt about it. Bai Lingyu's heart was filled with shame, but she would have done whatever it took to avenge her hatred. Besides, she had found out that she might actually have a bit of a crush on this mystery man. In that case, what's the point of caring so much? Lin Yun closed his eyes. He was on fire right now. Chapter 143, Immortal Vein has a backbone, directly becoming a mole. In the darkness, the two remained in hiding. Lin Yun gently rubbed Bai Lingyu's hair, somewhat helpless. Why isn't this thing out on hunting patrol or something? At this rate, he's not going to be able to hold it. Bai Lingyu was getting more and more radiant to the naked eye. The two had been hiding out here for who knows how long. Lin Yun even felt like it had been 10 days. This thing isn't leaving in the slightest. The two of them were bored and naturally played some interesting trivia games. For convenience, Bai Lingyu wasn't even wearing a veil right now. One can't help but look sideways. The hideous ghostly spider scars on her face. I can't believe it's pretty much gone. Only light red marks remain. It's like a totem, but with a sultry beauty instead. As for Bai Lingyu, she finally showed off her true blooming beauty. She was once on the list of heavenly maidens. Naturally, it's gorgeous. Nowadays, Lin Yun was also becoming more and more satisfied with her, but he had never yet said he would take her as his woman. Between the two, it's more of just a deal at this point. Lin Yun thought of himself as an elixir. Think of it as repaying the other person for leading the way. Although, he was also taking advantage of it. But he's losing money, too. Lost some life essence. The two did not dare to be reckless, and the last step was never crossed. Seeing as how today seems to be on the dot again, and that Fei Augur still didn't seem to have any intention of leaving, Bai Lingyu had a red face. Just crouch down. Wait. Lin Yun suddenly pulled on Bai Lingyu, only to see the hideous head poking out of the mist once again. This was followed by a sinuous body sliding and revealing itself as if it were continuous for thousands of meters. It's finally getting out of here. I don't know if they are out hunting or cruising, but that doesn't matter. Lin Yun's chance has come. Watching the other party's huge body completely disappear, even the breath was vaguely imperceptible. Only then did Lin Yun force down the excitement and nervousness in his heart. Stay here. I'll be right back, Lin Yun said and was about to leave, but Bai Lingyu suddenly pulled his hand. You be careful. If you die, I won't live alone. Bai Lingyu finally expressed her feelings for the first time. So many days together, the two have long since broken through some sort of boundary. Unconsciously, this man had been deeply imprinted in her heart. Her body was already completely Lin Yun's aura. It was on the verge of being assimilated by the Chaos God body. Now she had long since made herself his woman through and through, though he never said. Lin Yun glanced at the young girl with some surprise. After Bai Ling Yu's appearance was restored to the 7th degree, it looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old. Lin Yun actually likes this one, but he was in a difficult situation. How could he be in the mood to talk about love? The existence of the Empress ancestor was Lin Yun's top priority. Well, don't worry, I'll be back. I promised you that I would take you away and heal you. Lin Yun turned back again. Hold her tight. It was a while before the two separated. Watching Lin Yun's back slowly disappear from sight, Bai Ling Yu clenched her pink fists tightly. She had never been so nervous, even at that time, when he escaped from the White family's ancestral land. She hadn't even been this helpless. He'll be fine, I suppose. He won't abandon her and leave her alone. Bai Ling Yu was helpless like a child. Lin Yun didn't dare to use the slightest power other than the spatial laws right now. Some of the prohibitions here were a bit troublesome for him, but it won't stop him. Lin Yun had discovered it, and the specifications of his spatial avenue inheritance seemed to be very advanced. Many of these secret techniques were extremely subtle and exquisite. It was as if his figure was no longer in the same space and time at the moment. Lin Yun was walking in the middle of a dark dimensional spatial crevice. He couldn't keep this up for long, a quarter of an hour at the most. But there's enough time. The size of that thing, a trip away shouldn't bring it back so quickly. Lin Yun's figure slowly disappeared into the mist. At first he just wanted to take in a few more puffs of spiritual energy, but now he's changed his mind. Those immortal crystals he also took away. Take as much as you can carry. Better space ring stuffing, then find a place to slowly absorb and refine it. However, Lin Yun also had another layer of concern right now. Immortal veins are also conscious. It wouldn't resist itself. Surely that thing would find itself, but he also has a bottom line. That is, he is a chaos god body. The immortal vein serves as the root of heaven and earth for the spirit of the great Tao. Speaking of which, it's also Chaos' own son. It shouldn't ostracize itself, maybe even as a mole. Lin Yun walked carefully through the mists. At a certain point, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be a flash of sight descending upon him. Lin Yun's heart fluttered. Gulping, this should be immortal vein consciousness. Otherwise it would be impossible to discover him in his current state. Unless it was an immortal emperor big brother. Take a gamble. Lin Yun's heart was crossed, directly revealing the body, and it released a chaotic aura. Lin Yun gazed nervously and expectantly in front of him, a few dozen meters in front of him. Suddenly there was a mist that shifted dramatically, then a small white jade-like dragon coalesced out. Its big, soulful eyes looked at Lin Yun. It was a little confusing and wary at first. Immediately after that, it seemed to have recognized Lin Yun's chaotic aura. For a split second, it was as if the elf had seen a loved one. It flew straight over and fluttered around Lin Yun. Lin Yun was delighted in his heart. Sure enough, it's in play, and he's made the right bet again. He reached out and gently stroked the other man's small head, as if soothing kittens and puppies. The two were exchanging something in some form that was incomprehensible to the common man. Lin Yun's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Immediately afterward, led by the elf, his form faded into the depths. I don't know how far I've traveled. Lin Yun's eyes widened as he looked at the piles of immortal crystals in front of him. The top-grade immortal crystals were surprisingly all in a big pile. The immortal crystals were piled up like a real mountain. These were all immortal crystals that had been refined out of the power that had drifted out of the immortal veins in the last 1,000 years. But these immortal crystals were shrouded in formations. How should they be taken? Lin Yun was in deep thought. He looked over at the little thing and exchanged words again. The little thing seemed to understand something. Then it shifted and appeared directly within the formation. Then he appeared outside holding a large piece of immortal crystal. Lin Yun's eyes lit up, directly throwing his spatial ring to it. Then a dash of divine activation was attached to the spatial ring. Just like that, the piles of immortal crystals directly disappeared into thin air in an instant. Lin Yun was so excited that he was trembling a little. It's a fortune. It's a fortune. After storing the spatial ring, he had wanted to leave directly. This is not a place to stay for long. But the pixie that the immortal vein will had transformed into flew over again. It seemed to have something to say. Lin Yun's footsteps lurched, ready to see what this little thing is going to say. Chapter 144, Mind Collapse. Immortal vein leaving home. You want to leave? Lin Yun was shocked. The immortal vein actually wanted to get out of its bonds. Don't want to stay here anymore. The little thing changed for a while and actually transformed into a little girl with wings again. It looks pink and somewhat cute. He flew directly to Lin Yun's shoulder and whispered something in Lin Yun's ear. But there's no sound. But Lin Yun seemed to be able to understand. His expression shifted dramatically as he struggled a bit inside. This is a big power with a heart covering here. If you let their immortal veins go by yourself, in the future, Won't he be done with himself? Won't he be immortalized? And he also learned that there seemed to be something unique about this immortal vein as well. It was one of the largest sources of immortal veins in several surrounding immortal domains. The origin is very old, so kind to the chaotic aura he carried. In the future, it might even be possible to advance into an extreme immortal vein, which would be equivalent to the existence of an immortal emperor. There's nothing I can do to help you, Lin Yun said with some hesitation. You mean, I'll just give you a few drops of essence blood? Lin Yun seemed to be asking himself a question. So where will you go from here? Don't you know it too? Lin Yun was going to say whether he wanted to follow me and forget about it, but the other party said it had no way to take form now and that it still needed to grow. One must rely on the Earth's energy and the Great Tao to nourish them. If he became an extreme immortal vein in the future, if he had the chance, it would be possible for him to be transformed into an alternative immortal emperor who had become a Taoist. And Lin Yun, it seemed, could bestow such a chance. This made Lin Yun also look forward to his chaotic god body more and more. He felt a little naive even now. Can you keep this thing even if you do give it to yourself? What's the difference between that and carrying a time bomb? Then can you escape if I give you a few drops of essence blood? The little thing nodded, looking a little happy as it fluttered its little wings. Okay, I'll try. Lin Yun also thought it over carefully. Just made up my mind. First of all, this can hide a lot of facts. The immortal veins had all simply disappeared into thin air. It would cause even more turmoil for sure, but that would hide the existence of a little person like yourself. It's unlikely that anyone would doubt themselves. Plus, you can make good karma with this thing. It might come in handy later. Lin Yun had a vague intuition in his heart that the bond with this thing wasn't over yet. Moreover, it seemed that one's own body as a chaos god body was inherently responsible and obligated in this regard. If the other person is at peace and doesn't want to leave, so be it. Since the other party had made the request and had helped himself to obtain uncountable amounts of immortal crystals, then the karma is already set. He had no reason to refuse. Lin Yun directly forced out a few drops of origin essence blood, brilliant and piercing, like a jewel. The elf was as good as gold, directly all absorbed and incorporated, as per the deal between the two. It's not going to explode just yet. The immortal vein would even wait and use its authority to directly teleport Lin Yun out. As the Earth's veins, the immortal vein would have had that authority. Wherever its power spreads to reach, all can be teleported to in a split second. Lin Yun was also delighted in his heart. Sure enough, the rewards came too quickly. Originally he was worried about leaving on his own. Now it's straight up hitchhiking, and steady as can be. See you around. Lin Yun waved his hand. The little thing looked at Lin Yun, its eyes flickering, having firmly memorized him. Immediately, Lin Yun left without looking back. Bai Lingyu was still waiting anxiously in the same spot. It even felt as if I had been abandoned. There was some misery in his heart. When Lin Yun's figure appeared, she couldn't wait to jump up and hug Lin Yun to death. It's okay, we can leave now. Lin Yun was a bit surprised. Why is this niece suddenly like a different person? Is he so charming? Gently patted her on the shoulder. Lin Yun comforted. Well, how are we going to get out of here? Will I slow you down? Bai Lingyu asked somewhat cautiously. Lin Yun smiled faintly. How could you? We're partners. How could I leave you behind? Is it just a partner? Although Bai Lingyu's heart already knew that this was the result, but it's still a little aggravating. One has done so many shameful things for him, although he himself profited. But you're not so bad yourself. Once she regained her looks, she was confident that she was no worse than any woman, and it's a great body to own. He didn't take much advantage of it either. What should be done should not be done. Now it actually says it's just partners. Looking at her somewhat grudging eyes, Lin Yun's heart was also a bit weak. Embarrassed, he touched his nose. Lin Yun's face suddenly changed. That thing is back. Let's go. Bai Lingyu's face also turned white in an instant upon hearing this. What to do? Don't worry, I've made arrangements. Hold me tight. Lin Yun once again wrapped the two of them in spatial power. In the midst of Bai Lingyu's incredulous eyes, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared in front of them. It sucked both of them right in. It's not clear that it's connected to some unknown place. Lin Yun only said the farther away the better, to a safer place. I don't know if that little guy is listening. As soon as the two disappeared, a powerful pressure appeared right where the two of them had appeared. Huge heads appeared out of nowhere. Then it transformed into an old man with black hair. His face was a little stunned, just clearly noticed that there seems to be some kind of little mouse here. How come it's not there anymore? Immediately afterward, his face changed drastically as he realized that the immortal crystals within the formation had actually all disappeared. The discovery simply almost scared him to death. Being a guardian and stirring up so much trouble, he can't afford to carry it. But the most terrible thing is still brewing. This ancient immortal vein had received help from the Chaos Godchild. It's already evolving. Some sort of avenue unlock has been lifted, only to see the endless mist begin to contract violently. all the aura seemed to disappear out of thin air all of a sudden. Up above, in the Inferno Heart Mine, a loud alarm sounded all at once, because in the underground veins, all the aura seems to have disappeared cleanly all of a sudden. It's even starting to collapse in many places. Countless immortal miners had flown into the sky. The bottom kept exploding and collapsing one after another. Everyone was in awe. The stewards were even more ashen. Grandmaster Yen Yu was shaking like a sieve. It's over. Something may have gone wrong with the immortal vein. How should he explain himself to the 9 Inferno Immortal King? He's going to kill himself. On the other side, the two of them, Lin Yun and Bai Lingyu, only felt the heavens spinning. The two were in a deadly embrace. I don't know how long it's been. The two suddenly appeared in the middle of an ocean floor. The sound of gurgling water. Lin Yun was a bit speechless. How did he throw himself into the water? He hugged Bai Lingyu. Both of them were soaked at once. The shield had just been shredded right in the middle of the teleportation process. Even the two were now somewhat unclothed. Bai Lingyu's face instantly turned red. Chapter 145, Surviving on a Deserted Island Alone? The two of them soaked in the cold water. Lin Yun quickly came back to his senses. The astral aura formed a huge shield all of a sudden, because it's not far away. A huge megalodon-like creature had rushed forward in a frenzy, opened his huge bloody mouth and bit down. The results naturally speak for themselves. The stupid fish had a mouthful of teeth broken off and slithered away dripping with blood and gray. As for why it's a stupid fish, because it actually couldn't distinguish Lin Yun's aura. There are also some deep-sea giants in the vicinity, also eyeing the tiger, but none dared to come forward. Like a giant octopus, that thick tentacle could probably just devour a huge merchant ship, but at the moment, these deep-sea giants were all too cautious to step forward. It was because Lin Yun had already released an invisible blade of space on his body. Let's get out of here. It's too unsafe in this ocean. It was also the first time Lin Yun had encountered this situation. These giant beasts, some of them even had the aura of the true immortal realm. Now it's also just in the way of instinct, so I'm afraid to take risks. If the ferocity is fueled by the smell of blood, it may or may not be a frenzied attack. These things must have been born of the Avatar. It's not just limited to tearing. The two rise only. All at once, it rushed out to the bottom of the sea, came high above. Then Lin Yun was a bit confused. He raised his eyes and looked around. Surprisingly, I didn't see the slightest sign of land. Not to mention land, there isn't even an island to land on. At his feet was an endless sea. It's a true glimpse of what's to come. Lin Yun's eyesight and divine sense covered at least 10,000 miles around. The result is still empty. Bai Lingyu looked around, frowning slightly. It seems to be remembering something, but somehow, she frowned again for a moment, soothing her brow. It seemed to enjoy the environment instead. Here are the words. She'll be able to spend a little more time with Mr. Cloud, right? A lone man and a woman in the middle of nowhere. Thinking about thinking, she actually felt a little happy. Lin Yun's gaze was somewhat strange as he looked at Bai Lingyu. Is this woman stupid from the fall? Do you have any clue where this is? It was the first time that Lin Yun had truly appreciated the vastness and danger of the immortal world. With the power of the immortals themselves now, I can't believe I'm still lost and directionless. I didn't realize that I had just escaped from the tiger's mouth and entered the wolf's den. Speaking of which, it seems he did enter. Lin Yun somewhat missed Su Myrtle Silvermoon and the girls. However, no matter where Lin Yun was, even if there was no woman in his heart, but there must be women around, even in these days of woeful times. Bai Lingyu looked around. If I'm not mistaken, this could be the Endless Sea. Endless Seas? Listen to the simple, crude name. Lin Yun was stunned. Well, but Endless Sea is just what most people call it. It's also called the Sea of Sinking Stars or the Ancient Sea of Chaos. Bai Lingyu had previously served as the young princess of a great clan of immortal cultivation family. The eyesight and insights are naturally not comparable to a country bumpkin like Lin Yun. Legend has it that in ancient times, this was not originally a sea. It's because of the great war of some great being, countless stars fell, which smashed out countless large craters, forming this sea. Bai Lingyu's face was also a bit strange. The flow of this legend is extensive, but she was also feeling a little self-defeated. What kind of being could have such great power? At least she knew that immortal emperors weren't even this powerful. Above the immortal emperor? That was way beyond her imagination. No such being seems to reside in this world today. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. Look around again. Look at it with his understanding. Is this the ancient battlefield where the ancient gods fought? No wonder there are so many strange deep-sea giants. I'm afraid it's all bloodline mutation. That said, the world is still pretty vast. Wonderful. Beyond wonderful. Lin Yun was not only fearless in his heart. Instead, it feels like the sea is wide open. Nowadays, he seemed to have temporarily escaped the shadow of the female emperor ancestor. Could use a little fielding development time. It doesn't take much. Only cultivate to the late stage of heavenly immortal or immortal monarch. Lin Yun would have the certainty of walking horizontally in the vast majority of regions in the upper realm. After all, immortal kings don't usually go out. Immortal emperors were even rarer. Do you have a map of this place or know how to tell where to go? Lin Yun flew tens of thousands of meters up to take a look and realized that the sea level below still seemed to be the same. And no, it's not like I need to sail, and the map of the endless sea is not like any other. It's very precious. It can be used as a trade and commerce route, as well as a passenger route, which can be very profitable. It's monopolized by some giant chambers of commerce. Certain very powerful immortal sects may also have treasured maps. My white family should have had one before, but it went up in flames a long time ago. Bai Lingyu said whatever she knew. She'd noticed it. The man seemed to lack some common sense. Couldn't help but have a bold guess floating around in my mind. This gentleman wouldn't have ascended from the lower realms, would he? Otherwise, he wouldn't even know about the endless sea. Think about it. Bai Lingyu's heart stirred. If only that were true. So is it possible to shortcut yourself? With the demonic nature of this male, sooner or later, it will shine. Anyway, he was on the verge of becoming his exclusive now. Not with his words. Bai Lingyu was no longer able to look at other male cultivators. And, with your own treatment, you're still missing the final step now. Lin Yun had some toothache, although freedom is free now. But this place, listen to this girl. I'm afraid I won't be able to fly out in 100 years, mostly because you get lost if you're not careful. It may have been spinning, but you can't keep watching the skies here all the time. Gotta find a place to land first. Settle down first. One is not lonely anyway. Lin Yun glanced at Bai Lingyu. The expression was also a bit subtle. Now this situation. How it's kind of like a multiple choice question he used to do. Suppose you were stranded on a desert island. What would you choose if you could only bring 3 things? One of the options that Lin Yun must choose every time is a beautiful woman. It's better now. The beauty is there. And eat and drink. Is this a dream come true? Being looked up and down by Lin Yun. Bai Lingyu's face flushed. Mr. Cloud, let's find a place to land first. Maybe we'll get lucky and run into a merchant ship. Lin Yun nodded. Well, then let's look around and split up first. See if there's an island. I've left a mark on you, so don't worry. I'll be there to find you. Bai Lingyu nodded. Splitting up is naturally the most efficient. She's not a vase either. He himself was a dignified peak true immortal, though it still seemed to be a bit of a drag in Cloud's eyes, but she'll try to show her worth. Chapter 146 East Window. Lin Yun exposed. After the two separated, each exploring in one direction, there has been a tenuous connection between the. Once the connection starts to have a break in it, the two would then change direction again. Otherwise, if it's completely out of touch, in this hellhole, might just be really out of touch. Even an immortal can't do anything about it. Lin Yun is faster. He was almost a straight line, darting and flashing towards a purpose. He didn't use the laws of space. Instead, he used the thunderclap. The laws of space had become a kind of undercard for Lin Yun. Easily won't be exposed, in case an enemy who knows what he's doing finds out. It's not like there's no way to deal with it. There were many specially refined magic treasure array discs that were able to counteract space law cultivators. Lin Yun didn't actually have any intentions of returning to land as soon as possible right now. Over at the Inferno Heart Mine, the sky must have turned upside down. The immortal veins are presumably all gone from there, so it has become a ruin. That was an ancient top-grade immortal vein. It still seems to be the outlier among them. This was surely an intolerable loss for the Nine Sons Divine Sect as well. Moreover, the thing that made Lin Yun's heart the most unsettled was, he used his original face in it. If the Empress ancestor finds out, she must have recognized it instantly. Lin Yun didn't take any chances. Straight up worst case scenario. If anything, the Empress ancestor wasn't sure before. By now it was presumed to have affirmed that he had ascended to the immortal realm. The intensity of the means is certainly different. Now on this side of the endless sea, it was instead safer. He didn't want to be taken back by the Empress and locked up in a small dark room. What if she should think twice about it and castrate herself? As soon as Lin Yun thought of this, just winced. Lin Yun was not wrong in his expectations. Over at the Inferno Heart Mine, it's a complete mess now. The immortal vein of the Nine Sons Divine Sect had actually been stolen and dug up. It's heavenly. The storm swept over 1,000,000 miles in a circle in an instant. It's a good thing that the immortal vein is also interesting enough. It directly teleported Lin Yun to the Endless Sea, which was more than 100 million miles away. The Endless Sea is a masterless place. There is no rule order. It is also the place where he was born. That's why it was possible to send Lin Yun there directly. At this moment, in the middle of a cavernous paradise where immortal mountains stretched on, countless palaces stood. There are more than 1,000,000 disciples. The dense fire element was unusually active here. Even the sky, 9 suns were directly reflected with the formation, so it was hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. This is the 9 Suns Immortal Sect. The 9 rounds of blazing suns above the sky were actually the eyes of the formation. Rumor has it that it was set up by Emperor Yao Ri himself. A steady stream of power was released for the disciples to cultivate. At this moment, the top of the tallest immortal mountain, a young man with a head full of long hair that was burning like a flame suddenly opened his eyes. With his awakening, the air around them seemed to burn straight up. The temperature was rising dramatically. Who is it? How dare you plot against this emperor's immortal vein? This red-haired youth was none other than Emperor Yao Ri's youngest son, the nine-flame immortal king. His cultivation realm had unexpectedly reached the peak of immortal king. It was only a step away from the immortal emperor, but this one step had stuck him for thousands of years. Immortal King Nine Inferno was not angry. Rumor has it that he is violent and murderous, and takes it out on his men if he is not careful. But how could that kind of reckless person cultivate to today's realm? That's just the impression he leaves with outsiders. Or maybe he was also trying to protect himself, because he also has a really talented big brother. Nine Flame Immortal King's real name is Yen Wuhui. It was the imperial son who sat in the Nine Sons Immortal Sect, similar to the White Emperor of the White Emperor City. But the difference was that he also had an older brother who had been brought along by his father to conquer the four directions. The upper realm. It wasn't just the immortal realm and the human race. The battle for the lineage has always been bloody, even for the imperial clan. He would have been enjoying the blessings of sitting in the rear, and it's very favored, but compared to the big brother of the immortal emperor who had his hands full, he was still a bit tender. He didn't dare to act too demonic on weekdays. It's just that I'm afraid I'll be liquidated by big brother. Incoming. Yen Wuhui stood up. His body was surging with mana, just like a blazing sun descending. Soon, a flame god bird that covered the sky spread its wings. From the Nine Sons divine sect rushed up into the sky, towards the side of the Inferno heart mines at great speed. And on the spot, the White Emperor has reappeared. His face was a little hard to see. In a short period of time, something big actually happened twice. So much for the Ascension platform. The Immortal League has little to lose and won't make a big deal out of it. The Inferno heart mine was the property of that emperor's son, and it's been in business for tens of thousands of years. Sort of a rare and quality property. The two were both imperial sons. Naturally, he knew the other side's tactics. That's a bit of a problem. No investigation will be made and no explanation will be given. It's impossible to gloss over. Ji Xiao was also present at the moment, as the representative of the Immortal Alliance in this immortal region. There's no way she won't show up. The slightest expression could not be seen on Ji Xiao's stunningly beautiful face. Your people were there at the time. Do you have anything to say? Emperor Bai looked at Ji Xiao. Your people came before my people came, so why ask more questions? Ji Xiao went toe-to-toe, in front of the two people. Grand Chief Yen Yu bowed his head and trembled. Would this be too much of a coincidence? Could it be that it was also done by that person? The White Emperor coldly grunted. Maybe, but it's too early to draw conclusions today. A top-grade immortal vein is not something that is so easy to plot. Even if it's you and I, do we have the strength to do so? Ji Xiao said matter-of-factly. The White Emperor was silent. It was indeed impossible for the opponent's cultivation level to do this. Ji Xiao wasn't idle. She had already had people secretly gathering all the information. I don't know why. A terrible intuition ran through her mind. That's what that asshole did. It is not clear what means were taken, though, but it's definitely him. It was one accident after another. Who else but him could have the guts and vigor to do that? Suddenly, a divine bird hissed from the sky. A huge flaming divine bird that seemed to be carrying the immortal phoenix bloodline. In an instant, it came from the sky to the eyes of the crowd. Immediately afterward, a group of people descended into midair and stood opposite the White Emperor Shi and the others. Brother Bai, you came quite quickly. Do you have anything to explain? Yen Wuhui looked at the White Emperor with nothing in his favor, but after looking at Ji Xiao, her face became gentle again in an instant. Shi, Emperor Shi, why are you here as well? Let you labor. This little thing, no need to take it to heart. He had wanted to call Xiao, but after being warned several times, don't dare call it those two words anymore. Ji Xiao wouldn't give him face. The White Emperor, hardly anyone knows his name, so even Yen Wuhui was calling him Brother Bai. After all, the two were considered to be of the same generation. Why are you still alive? Yen Wuhui looked towards Yen Yu, his voice calm. However, Yen Yu was directly kneeling down, his two strands trembling. The head didn't even dare to raise it, nor did he dare to argue sophistically. He was greeted by huge palm prints. A hallowed immortal monarch was directly slapped into mush. Chapter 147, Peach Garden Shelter. Days of the Immortals. Seeing the 9-Yen Emperor's son fuming, everyone was afraid to breathe. Ji Xiao didn't even look at this guy squarely. Now that you're here, I'll leave if there's nothing else, Ji Xiao said and directly turned around. She's just showing up on behalf of the crown. Something specific, they can investigate it themselves. Someone would naturally come and report back to her when there were results. She's got all the recent information here now. Now to go back and take a look. It's not that asshole or not. Good. Emperor Shi, take your time. Thank you. Why didn't you come to my invitation last time? Yan Wuhui asked cautiously. Ji Xiao's face was expressionless. This seat is not available. With that, he directly transformed into a stream of light, and in an instant had disappeared 10,000 miles away. Though the hot face is on the cold ass, Yan Wuhui wasn't angry either. That would have been just his persona. He had some appreciation for this woman. It was true. It's not really possible to say how much you adore it. There are a lot of good-looking women under the sun. It's not like he's masochistic, just any other woman. He flatters and pleases like this, and I'm afraid he'll just get there. Not many women could stand up to his onslaught, so it was only possible to utilize this Emperor Shi a little bit, and for that, he had no mental burden. The other side seems to understand. The White Emperor watched this scene with cold eyes. There was some sarcasm in his eyes. Brother Yen, why are you doing this? What's so great about that iceberg? He couldn't say anything nasty because of his status, but the crowd knew who he was talking about. All are more afraid to breathe. That Empress was not something they could discuss. Humph, you don't understand. Better tell us what's going on here. Yan Wuhui was also a bit curious. He himself got this immortal vein back in the day, because the cost of migration is huge. It's not like there's a shortage yourself, so it's housed over here for now. I didn't realize I'd actually lost it now. That's weird. Shouldn't you know better than me? The White Emperor wouldn't take the blame for this on himself. That said, this is your territory, and it hasn't been very peaceful lately. I'm very skeptical of you right now. Why don't you let me have this seat? Yan Wuhui found a rare opportunity to taunt the other party. The White Emperor was the explicit ruler of this large area of the Immortal Realm, or rather, the land of his old man, the White Emperor, and Ji Xiao was the female imperial consul sent by the Immortal Alliance, and the White Emperor are separated from each other in power and checks and balances. That's fine. Let me have some fun with your position as sect leader supreme of the Nine Sons Divine Sect? The White Emperor responded with a cold smile. Yan Wuhui's face changed. That position, but he didn't even dare to move now. Brother, please also be careful with your words. The two looked at each other, each a little disdainful. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. The White Emperor was already arrogant, after seeing Ji Xiao leave, and didn't stay long. Anyway, it's a favor for him to come. How you resolve it is an internal matter for yourselves. Yan Wuhui looked at the ruins below. The face was calm. It's just a top-grade immortal vein. He was needy, but he could afford it. Just a little curious as to how this was done. Soon, a large muscular man appeared in front of him. This person was none other than the augur dragon that Lin Yun had once seen in the depths of the earth that was transformed into a dragon. It is the strongest guardian of the immortal vein. He has an unshirkable responsibility. My lord, my subordinate begs pardon. The big man directly flopped down on his knees. What is the point of being an immortal king? It was enough to see Yan Wuhui's lustful authority and fierce reputation. Get up. It's not your fault. Tell me what you know. Yan Wuhui raised his eyes. A henchman of this caliber is his true beloved. Naturally, you don't just hit and kill. But soon he was a little disappointed, because there is actually not the slightest bit of useful information. Combining all the intelligence, it seemed that the immortal vein had righted on its own and then escaped the blockade. The only doubt is that there was an accident before the ascension platform. Then Emperor by an Emperor Shi's people came this way one after another. This happened immediately afterward. Is this a coincidence? But with their status, it shouldn't be. Yan Wuhui investigated for a few days and found nothing. It's just a matter of hitting the road. On the other hand, Shi Palace. Little by little, Ji Xiao consulted the numerous information records that the Yen Xin mining ground had ever recorded. Countless lingering shadows and jade slips. Finally, the corners of her mouth quirked up slightly. A smile appeared. She looked at the somewhat gangly and evil youth at the top of the record book. It's really you. You've ascended up. Why don't you know to come find me? Don't you know? Do I think about you day and night? Are you avoiding me? Ji Xiao closed her eyes and seemed to be recalling something. The aura on his body was also getting colder and colder. You can't hide. Ji Xiao's slender jade fingers slightly clenched, and the jade book in her palm crumbled. There has been no information on this person since. To the heavens and into the earth to dig up 3 feet of ground. Ji Xiao would not let go of that evil animal that deceived his teacher and destroyed his ancestors. On the other side, the endless sea. Lin Yun finally spotted an isolated island. This island is almost a piece of land. Lin Yun was ecstatic in his heart and quickly contacted by Ling Yu. Not much longer. The two met right there on the beach. Are we going to be living here for a while later? Bai Ling Yu asked knowingly. Or what? I thought you said there might be merchant ships passing through. Lin Yun casually swept around the area with his divine sense and found that there were no traces of human activity. The heart was a little disappointed and at the same time relieved. The next step was still to cultivate and take stock of the immortal crystals, then completely stabilize the realm and feed the chaotic god body before saying anything. Both of them were immortals, and they quickly set up a small courtyard at the edge of the forest. Lin Yun looked at his Jedro and nodded as well. This kind of paradise is not bad. Think of it as a period of seclusion for a retreat, and a beauty to go with it. Lin Yun looked at Bai Lingyu with a somewhat fiery gaze, finally got busy and stabilized. Next, naturally, it's time to get down to business. Bai Lingyu's cheeks blushed. Obediently, he came to Lin Yun's side. She sat on her knees underneath Lin Yun. Mr. Cloud, but you have to completely remove the toxin for me. Well, what about it? Have you thought about it? Lin Yun raised his hand and pulled off Bai Lingyu's veil, revealing a pouty face. She has decent features with eyes like autumn water, a cute nose and a cherry mouth. There were still red marks, but they were so faint they were like tattoos. My concubine has thought it over. Bai Lingyu did not hesitate. Spinning around, the two of them were just as they always were, just like when they were in the ground. Bai Lingyu was very well behaved. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. This kind of day won't be lonely anymore. If it were in the secular world, I'm afraid a small country could be born in this environment. Chapter 148, Restoring Appearance. Good things come in pairs. By this island beach, inside the humble little wooden building that had suddenly risen out of the ground. I don't know how much time has passed. Day after day just slipped by, but Lin Yun wasn't bored at all. After all, you can practice during the day and still have a fertile field to plow at night. This morning, as is customary, Lin Yun did a morning exercise. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, holding Bai Lingyu's small face. At the moment she was dripping with fragrant sweat, her wet hair plastered to her forehead. The white cheeks were flushed. At the moment it had actually been completely impossible to see the slightest trace of the ghostly spider scars that had once been there. There's not even a trace of the mark left. A pretty face was delicate and dainty. Lin Yun scrutinized it carefully. The more you look at it, the more you like it in your heart. Then barfed a kiss directly on her cheek. Nor do they care that the top is covered in fragrant sweat. Well, Mr. Yun, your beard is sticking out, Bai Lingyu said in a delicate voice. The relationship between the two is now utterly difficult. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. It's kind of a love affair now. You're so beautiful right now, Lin Yun complimented. At this moment, Bai Lingyu was sitting in front of the mirror. Lin Yun stood behind her. Using her hand, she gently lifted her long hair, revealing her slender neck and smooth back. The body leaned forward slightly to probe the beauty. Though it's long been watched I don't know how many times, but the old demon Lin still loved it. Bai Lingyu looked at the exceptionally familiar pretty face in the mirror. Her eyes filled with joy. He didn't care about Lin Yun's small movements. He himself has now finally regained his appearance completely. The White family's bloodline curse was surprisingly lifted. Moreover, that ghost-faced spider soul poison, of which so many years in the absorption of their own cultivation, surprisingly, all of them were returned as much as possible. Nowadays, her cultivation level had also broken through to the heavenly immortal realm straight away. So many years of agonizing pain day and night. It's a bittersweet experience, so to speak, but that's really what she deserved. The real surprise was actually the appearance of Lin Yun. This man brought her unparalleled happiness. Bai Lingyu tilted her head slightly, letting Lin Yun behind her kiss her red lips. Lin Yun suddenly felt a little salty. Turns out she was crying. Fool, it's a good day. Why are you crying? Lin Yun pulled her up and held her in his arms for comfort. For this woman, his heart was actually a little complicated. This was sort of his first woman in the immortal world, if you don't count the Empress ancestor. But what about the feelings with her? For a long time, Lin Yun himself did not know. It just seems to be getting a little bit away from her. He had gotten used to having her around. The two are now on this lonely island, and they are kind of dependent on each other. Moreover, he didn't have any friends in this upper realm nowadays. She seemed to be the only person she was close to. Lin Yun decided to accept her completely. Bai Lingyu sobbed softly, her shoulders trembling slightly. Lin Yun's lapel was instantly wet. He knew that she had been repressing it for far too long. Need to vent nowadays. So he patted her back gently. Bai Lingyu hugged Lin Yun tightly. I'm so happy. Thank you, Cloud. Fool, thank me for what? Don't you think I'm the one taking advantage? Picked up such a great beauty for nothing. Lin Yun joked. Not at all. It's obvious I'm the one relying on you. I'm dragging you down. Bai Lingyu whispered. She's getting sunnier and more confident now. Had gradually recovered into the little fairy on the list of heavenly maidens that she once was. Don't you dare think that. You're fine. I like you a lot. Lin Yun gently cupped her chin. Make her look up at herself. I'm happy and joyful with you, Lin Yun said in a serious manner. Looking into those bright eyes, Lin Yun was somewhat moved. Yuli, I like you. Lin Yun said so to her for the first time. Bai Lingyu's eyes instantly turned red, and a mist of water slowly surfaced. I like you too. I liked you ages ago. She wept with joy again. Today seems to have shed more tears than the first half of my life combined. Even in her darkest moments, she did not shed a tear. But today, she was really happy and joyful. Mr. Yun finally expressed his feelings. No more ambiguity. Instead, they did recognize the words like themselves. Bai Lingyu felt that even if she were to let herself die now, there doesn't seem to be any regrets. As for the hatred of the White family, although she had the heart, she was powerless. She wasn't about to get her dog involved either. If that day does come, let yourself face it alone. One must be quiet. Lin Yun hugged the girl, his chin resting against the top of her head, smelling the faint scent of her hair. The two hugged each other tightly. It seems that from this moment on, the two are finally no longer in that transactional relationship. Rather, it's two lonely hearts that are finally starting to come closer together. She is an orphan of the Bai family and carries a blood feud. He was a lone hero who had ascended up from the lower realms and was facing a manhunt from several major powers. There is even a great mission on it. The fates of the two men begin to intertwine. Never be alone again. It's always hard to help yourself when you're in love. The only thing left to do is to get completely entangled in the madness. Day and night. Cloud, are you really ascending up from the lower realms? Bai Lingyu lay obediently in Lin Yun's arms. Hair spilled onto Lin Yun's chest. Her voice was dainty and a little sweet. Looking up slightly, her beautiful eyes were filled with contentment and love. She loved this man. It was also unknown how much influence the Chaos God body had in it. I can't believe that such a strong and independent female immortal has become a love brain. Well then, I actually just ascended up not too long ago, and then it was snubbed in the mines. Lin Yun's palm slid slightly on her back, occasionally pinching up a strand of hair and playing with it. Didn't you come for the immortal vein in the first place? Bai Lingyue wasn't stupid. She gazed a little derisively. What a trickster this man of his own is. That's pushing it. In case you didn't know, I got in trouble. I broke the ascension table, so I had to come in and hide, and I didn't realize it was happening again. After all, he had accepted this woman for himself. She's also dead to herself. Lin Yun was incomparably certain of this. Naturally, these things would not be considered secrets. So, then it seems like the two of us were made for each other. What natural pair. Outlaw lovebirds? Lin Yun didn't have the heart to pinch her slender waist. If I could die with you, I'd be happy too. You know, I thought I was just going to die in silence in that dark underground. If it wasn't for your presence, I really don't know what would have happened to me in the future. Bai Lingyu rubbed her cheek against Lin Yun. For her, he was the only light in his own life. Chapter 149, A Small Trial. Challenging deep-sea beasts, a giant tree in the sky. Lin Yun was meditating with his eyes closed. Without realizing it, it's been 10 years since I came to this island. It was the first time he had been so close as glue to a woman for so long. You could also say it's a day-to-day affair. The two had now become de facto Taoists between them, except for sometimes practicing for a few months. The vast majority of the time, the two were sweet and mushy. The two take walks and cook together. Together, we search for signs of life on this lonely island. Over the past few years, Lin Yun had turned this lonely island upside down, but unfortunately, no trace of any human being was found, even some demonic beasts. It's also very low order. It seems that this is a barren land, but the bottom of the sea is different. It seemed like another world there. Lin Yun even wondered if there was an underwater civilization. In response, he asked Bai Lingyu. An affirmative answer was received. There is indeed a siren clan, but the relationship with the human race is not considered good. They are much closer to the demon race. Lin Yun was interested in this, but this side doesn't know what's going on. Lin Yun had cruised around the sea for a long time, but he hadn't come across any real siren nobles that he could communicate with. Only undersea ferocious beasts that have lost their minds. There's no way to communicate. Lin Yun was also a bit deflated. I don't know how much longer I'll be in these waters. If it weren't for the company of a beautiful little Stepford wife, Lin Yun felt like he would have closed himself off a long time ago. Occasionally boredom sets in. Lin Yun also worked day and night. Both were more than familiar with each other. A tiny movement or look from Lin Yun, Bai Lingyu then knew how to cooperate. It can be described as an unparalleled understanding. To Bai Lingyu, 10 years was just a snap of the fingers. But for Lin Yun, his cultivation advancement made even Bai Lingyu feel terrified. If I remember correctly, didn't Prince Yun just ascend up? Nowadays, he had actually reached peak true immortal cultivation. Moreover, even his own self, who was already in the heavenly immortal realm, there seemed to be no power to fight back in front of him. Bai Lingyu's spiritual sense told her, his own man could subdue himself with the lift of a hand. And, to her marvelous surprise, after being with him himself, it seems that every time the two of them have been happy, there seems to be a slow increase in one's life essence. Bai Lingyu felt that her talent qualifications had already surpassed the person she once was. If before it was at most the posture of an immortal king, it was now expected to be an immortal emperor. As for immortal emperors, that would depend on chance and destiny. It's no longer simply a matter of talent. In response, she was also careful to ask her man. Lin Yun was somewhat perfunctory about it. Your man is the son of heaven's destiny. Are you happy that you got a little bit of luck? Bai Ling Yu was skeptical about this. That's just the way it is, and it's slowly coming to terms with that. It was just that the two of them sold out even more when they were together. Let Lin Yun reach eternal bliss. Lin Yun naturally knew that this was due to his chaotic god body, but it's his own biggest secret. Even little aware she was now her own woman. Lin Yun wasn't prepared to reveal the slightest bit of it either, both the system and the divine body. It's all about what he stands for. There is no room for error. It might even lead to killing. Even the laws of space. Lin Yun hadn't revealed them yet. Time passes. Another year has passed in a flash. Lin Yun sat on a thick branch at the top of the tree. Bai Lingyue would occasionally come to visit, but seeing that he was meditating and practicing, he was just accompanying him silently from the side. Then he himself went back to work on his training, so as not to be left behind by this man. Although he himself was now one realm higher than him, but Bai Lingyu knew what a terrifying demon her man was. She was getting a little scared in her mind now. Fear that one day I will not be able to keep up with him. Lin Yun had already given her enough immortal crystals. With the help of the immortal vein, Lin Yun directly packed away all the accumulated output of the millennium. He didn't even bother to take inventory, but when converted into lower-grade immortal crystals, it was estimated to add up to hundreds of millions of immortal crystals. In the short term, it was enough for Lin Yun to squander. So although the aura of this endless sea is thin, of course neither one was bothered by this, or they feared that times would be even more difficult. Actually, as long as it can be practiced, time still passes quickly, and it's nice to play a little bit of the things you love to do when you're sober again. The days are not so bad. On this day, Lin Yun, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. His cultivation had now reached the peak of true immortality. It's ready to break through at any time, but it's always so much less interesting. The lightning technique that Lin Yun cultivated had actually reached the heavenly immortal realm, but the laws of space, it wasn't so good to break through, resulting in being the shortest plank. So an opportunity is still needed. Ever since he absorbed 1,000,000 pieces of top-grade immortal crystals, after feeding the weak chaos god body, Lin Yun's cultivation could be considered smooth. This feeling of empowerment, it made Lin Yun feel as if he had become the old Lin demon who called the shots in the lower realms again. Stand up. Lin Yun ascended a lazy waist. Immediately after that, he took a step. It was as if there was a flash of electricity in the void. In an instant, Lin Yun had appeared on the sea level 10,000 miles away. Lin Yun gazed downwards. It was as if I saw the beast with the scarlet eyes. This giant beast, Lin Yun had discovered it a long time ago. It was clearly a giant beast of the mid-immortal monarch realm. The shape was like a giant bone crocodile enlarged 10,000 times. By all rights, a ferocious beast of this level should have been able to transform into a form a long time ago, but for some reason, the other side was still in this ugly form. Maybe it's a racial bloodline genetic lock. Lin Yun stroked his chin in dark thought. He wanted to come and verify some of his recent gains. After recovering his peak, he hadn't gone all out yet. This kind of giant beast, the strength of its flesh should be more than 10 times stronger than a cultivator. Rather, it's a good idea to verify it. Lin Yun's breath was released like a firefly in the middle of the night. Deep under the sea, a pair of giant scarlet eyes suddenly lit up. It's like two giant red suns. The sea began to boil. Countless bubbles of air rise up. Whirlpools and waves churned. The turnaround was monumental. The 10,000 mile sea was all of a sudden bustling with activity. Countless small sirens were trembling. 100-foot-high waves poured down. Lin Yun's naked provocation had finally angered this deep-sea overlord, but he still had no intention of stopping. Instead, the breath grew more and more intense. The hurricane wind blew his robes hunting. Lin Yun had his hands behind his back. The eyes stared coldly downward. A huge black shadow was coming up fast, with a ferocity that tears everything apart. On a lonely island tens of thousands of miles from here, Bai Lingyu was boiling a medicinal meal. It was prepared with some of the island's unique elixirs, and it tasted pretty good. She raised her beautiful eyes to the distance. Feel the familiar scent in it. There was a flash among the beautiful eyes. Mr. Yun, he's gone hunting again. Chapter 150, it's over. Ran into a slave catcher ship. Lin Yun's gaze was like electricity. Feet in the void, an otherwise cloudless sky. It turned dark and cloudy in an instant. Countless electric lights swam through it. Lin Yun wasn't afraid of being discovered that someone was fighting here. It's good that someone found that out. It's better than hiding here all the time. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would have to cultivate until he was an immortal monarch before he could try to leave this place and find a new way out. But there was also worry in his mind. That is, in case you meet some evil and murderous organization, there happened to be masters among them that they were not capable of defeating. I'm afraid I'm just going to have to admit my bad luck. But Lin Yun could guarantee that he wouldn't die, so he was still willing to take a gamble. Seeing that huge shadow getting closer and closer to him, Lin Yun had a cold smile on his lips. His figure drew up to 10,000 meters in the air at once. Where he had just stood, a bloody mouth had suddenly appeared. All that was heard was a crunch. Countless hideous sharp teeth clashed together. There were even sparks. That 100 feet of space was vaguely distorted. It was as if a piece of the void had been bitten off. Lin Yun raised an eyebrow. The bite on this thing is really fierce, and very fast. He himself was a master of the thunder law plus the power of space. Both represent extreme speed. His own speed was naturally not comparable to that of an idle cultivator, so he could easily dodge it. If this thing is sneaking around doing sneak attacks, the average cultivator of the same realm was afraid to suffer a great loss. But there's definitely more to this thing than just this raw power. One hit misses. This deep-sea beast seemed to be somewhat annoyed. Countless giant wolves tumbled. Then under Lin Yun's shocked gaze, 9 thick columns of water appeared out of thin air. It's as spectacular as the rumored dragon sucking up water. It connects to the clouds in the sky above and the sea below. The water element in the space turned incomparably active in an instant. It directly filled the entire space. Take a breath and it's as if you're suffocating. Lin Yun felt as if he had been soaked in water all of a sudden. If he hadn't moved fast, now it's just going to get soaked through and become a soupy mess. This is the field of water. This thing unleashes a large waterside world straight out of the gate, turning all of this side of space into a world of water. With the help of those 9 water pillars connecting heaven and earth, it accomplishes this feat directly and easily, turning the sky into an ocean. Lin Yun's heart also sighed a bit. Sure enough, you can't underestimate the heroes of the world. There's still some intelligence in this thing. Under Lin Yun's gaze, it leapt right out of sea level. Even the figure began to shrink and speed up even more. It wandered through the void. Logically speaking, with the other party's power realm, they should also be able to directly fly in the air. But this thing seems to have mutated. A different approach was taken to reach the goal. Perhaps for them undersea creatures, the sky is not so desirable. They're used to being in the water. Look at its still somewhat massive body. Lin Yun's gaze was also cautious. Each of those scales was half a meter in size and shone with a deep cold metallic luster. Defense goes without thinking. It's definitely top-notch. And that's after downsizing. This deep-sea fierce fish didn't directly launch an attack. Instead, he was in place, his tail as strong as a dragon's tail swinging gently, his huge and scarlet eyes staring at Lin Yun. This intruder into its territory. Lin Yun didn't do anything either, but the lightning in the clouds became more and more frequent. In this environment, Lin Yun actually had an advantage, so naturally he was emboldened. As the saying goes, water conducts electricity. Now this whole world seems to have turned into a world of water and gas. He didn't even dare to think about how tragic it would be when it turned into a sea of thunder later. I don't know if this thing can take shape or not. Lin Yun stared at the other party as well, perhaps sensing the danger. The other party hadn't been making any easy moves. Lin Yun's gaze flickered. You don't make a move, then don't blame me for not being polite. Lin Yun slightly raised his hand. Mana surged and a huge flying sword condensed in front of him. The sword was 100 feet in size. With a thunderbolt, it slashed directly towards the other party. This was the simplest sword-guarding aptitude that any mundane cultivator would know. But in Lin Yun's hands, it could be turned into a miracle. Powerful forces produce direct qualitative changes. The strange fish, however, did not react in general until the magic sword reached its eyes. It was only a slight movement. Under Lin Yun's dumbfounded gaze, he directly rammed his hard skull part. The two sides collided directly. The sound of gold and stone striking resonated through the eardrums. Lin Yun's divine sword was directly crumbled by the impact. There didn't seem to be the slightest scratch left. I'm brown. Lin Yun all but directly exploded in foul language. It's too much to look down on, though it was only a staged blow. Not exactly an avatar move, but scratching an itch like that is a bit humiliating. Brother fish. Lin Yun didn't know if he had read it correctly. The strange fish seemed a little smug. Scarlet's gaze was all a bit teasing, as if mocking his own lack of self-importance. Immediately afterward, countless columns of water appeared out of nowhere. It was as if there were countless flying swords. It's about throwing in the towel. Since Lin Yun's attack hadn't harmed it, it just seemed to be confident. Directly launched a wide-range attack. Lin Yun kept dodging, because he realized that the strange fish was a bit sinister, and there was a strong poison in that water column. He didn't want to be poisoned somehow, though one's own constitution is not expected to be poisoned. But Lin Yun didn't have masochistic tendencies. Seeing Lin Yun exhausted, the strange fish also became more and more arrogant. It directly chased after Lin Yun and bit him in the void. Every now and then, a tail flicked, pumping the void and distorting it, but never could touch Lin Yun's shadow. Slowly it also began to get agitated, and the 9 pillars of water through the sky that were constantly rotating also seemed to have slowed down a bit. Lin Yun had been playing a cat and mouse game based on his speed. Think of it as loosening up a bit. He even risked catching a swing from his opponent. It was directly jerked away for tens of thousands of meters. But Lin Yun didn't seem to have any injuries other than some numbness in his arms. This also allowed Lin Yun to have a good idea of the strength of his physical body. After a few more hard fights, Lin Yun finally had enough fun. This thing is all brute strength though. The defense is sick. The speed is good too. But in front of a true pervert like yourself, it's still too weak. Especially with his own speed. Lin Yun now sort of understood. Why are Space Force practitioners so infamous and notorious now? You can't touch the shadow at all. That's disgusting. No more fun with you. See you later. Grilled fish. All of Lin Yun's countless body phantom mirrors dissipated. In the sky, the power of thunder had already condensed to its limit, just waiting for Lin Yun to turn into a thunderous fury at the command. In the midst of Lin Yun's intentional movement, the clouds shifted dramatically, and the thunder hidden within them revealed its hideous fangs. Between the lightning and thunder, this heaven and earth turned into a sea of thunder in an instant. The countless mists of water become natural conductors. Lin Yun's figure was suspended within it. It was like an emperor who had mastered the power of heavenly punishment. Within the palm of his right hand, countless amounts of thunder power converged, transforming into divine punishment. Thunder transformed into a pillar of light. It is like the judgment of heaven. Extinction. With a loud boom, the earth and sky shook, and countless waves were lifted up. With a single strike, the monstrous fish's unbelievably hard head was directly pierced through. The ferocious souls hidden within were directly overtaken by the thunder. Dead as dead can be, countless lightning bolts jumped across its body. Straight away it was charred and a rich meaty aroma filled the air. Lin Yun sniffled as if it tasted good. And on the sea, not knowing how far away from here, a huge merchant ship rode the waves. Thousands of feet of waves were no different than calm waves in front of this huge ship. At the bow of the ship, there was a stunningly beautiful young woman in a gorgeous golden gown. Her Ying's beautiful eyes looked at the lightning and thunder in the distance where the sea and sky met. It was like a sea of thunder and purgatory. Is there someone fighting over there? The young girl had a delicate and pretty face though, but the voice was incomparably cold, as if it didn't have the slightest emotion. Reporting back to Miss, it should be. There are water attribute and thunder power rioting. The water attribute should be the group of ferocious beasts at the bottom of the sea, and the thunder power old slave thinks it's a human cultivator. The figure in the black hooded robe said in a raspy voice. The aura that was vaguely revealed on his body was actually that of an immortal king powerhouse. Oh, the power of thunder. Luo Shuanghua's heart fluttered. Then I'll trouble Uncle Shadow to go ahead and check it out, if that's possible. My illusory Thunder 7 star flower is still missing a top quality medicinal slave. Leave it to the old slave. The black-robed man's figure transformed into a shadow and silently disappeared directly on the deck. Chapter 151, The Might of an Immortal King is as terrifying as this. Lin Yun stood in the void, taking stock of the loot. That said, this thing should be worth quite a bit of money. How could it be an immortal monarch-level ferocious beast? Probably all over the place. Lin Yun also had some initial impressions of his own perverted strength. Once true immortal could actually cross two great realms, directly killing a ferocious beast in the middle stage of immortal monarch. Though this thing might not be as tricky and cascading as the human cultivators, but at least it proves that one's power level has been reached. But how much of a threat this pure power would be to a cultivator was not certain. After all, what if people don't cooperate? So although Lin Yun had crossed over two great realms to kill his enemies, but the mind was not in the least bit inflated or relaxed in its vigilance. Not on the side of the Empress ancestor. He himself had not long ago released the immortal vein of the clan that possessed the immortal emperor's underpinnings. It's really a matter of life and death at any moment. Lin Yun hadn't felt this sense of urgency in a long time. With a wave of his hand, he put the huge demonic beast corpse into his nascent soul ring. Lin Yun was ready to go back and find little Yu to relax and unwind. Just then, Lin Yun's figure suddenly stiffened a bit. The psychic sense was screaming and frantically calling the police. There's danger. Immortal King. This was the Immortal King existence that had set its sights on itself. Lin Yun's scalp tingled. Is it the female emperor's ancestor? Or is it that the Nine Sons divine sex side is looking for them? How can it be so fast? Lin Yun thought about many things for a moment. No, it was definitely not the Empress ancestor. The other party's aura and life mark were familiar to himself, and she won't be so. One did not feel the hate. Lin Wan got what he wanted. The good news is that it's really attracting monks over. The bad news was that the big sharks that had been attracted turned out to be Immortal King bigwigs. Undefeated himself, Lin Yun now only hoped that the other party wasn't one of those evil cultivators. Even by yourself. If you can't, you can still use the laws of space to fight your way out. But what about Ling Yu? What about her? His own woman? There was no way he would give her up. This will never waver. So the options left to him are actually running out. Lin Yun slowly turned around. Not far away, 1,000 meters away, a black-robed and hooded figure suddenly appeared. It's like the god of death in the underworld. Quietly, the moment I saw him, it was as if Lin Yun saw a large dark shadow coming towards him. In an instant, the spiritual consciousness was going to be plunged into silent darkness. Did you actually launch a direct attack? Or this insidious secret technique of defense? Lin Yun only felt a piercing coldness. For the first time, he realized that the strength of an immortal king was so mountainous. It seems that one still has a long way to go before one is an Empress ancestor. Just as his divine sense was all about to fall directly into a deadly slumber, Lin Yun's chaotic god body finally came into play. A hot stream flowed out of the marrow of his origin. The darkness and coldness were dispelled in an instant. The black-robed man, the leader of the Shadow Guards, the immortal king powerhouse who was called Uncle Shadow by that noble female cultivator. He looked at Lin Yun with some surprise. This kid, he's only a true immortal? He's not mistaken, is he? I was just too far away to probe carefully. Now that he looked at it, he was inwardly overwhelmed. This is a demon that came out of nowhere. It was actually a true immortal cultivation. It would be possible to kill immortal monarch fierce beasts. Although these deep-sea ferocious beasts had single means, their cultivation realm was real. The power was also a genuine immortal monarch's full force strike, even more brutal. He still only thought it was an early-stage immortal monarch. I'm afraid I would have been even more surprised if I had known it was the middle stage. Every small realm that was raised was incomparable. Cultivation increases exponentially or even tens of times. This kid, it seems to be a true demonic heavenly pride. Shadow 3 had already come to a conclusion in his mind, and it's also a special attribute. The Thunder Road Rule Cultivator. He himself was a practitioner of the darkness attribute. Naturally, he knew how powerful these special attribute cultivators were. Even in the future, it might all be possible to master certain unique domain aptitudes. For example, one's control of the shadows, one's mastery of the darkness. This kind of talent, if you let Miss spoil it, it's a bit of a shame. At this moment, Shadow 3 was already somewhat sparing his talent, but the lady's intentions, and he knew it, might be hard to change. That divine flower, which was a main medicine that Miss had cultivated for a long time, was a matter of great importance. It probably won't change easily. Let's just say it's the kid's bad luck. It's not good to cultivate anything but thunder law. Lin Yun saw that the other party did not make a move. He didn't dare to move. The two men sized each other up. Lin Yun now knew the gap between himself and an immortal king. It can't be measured in miles. No force at all. Even the chances of even escaping were probably smaller. But you can bet that if you disappear into the spatial turbulence, you should have a chance of survival. Just that way. What about Bai Ling Yu? What about her? It will surely be miserable. In this endless sea with no village in front of it. She's a dainty, pretty woman. If you're targeted by the bad guys, what will happen is self-evident. That was something Lin Yun absolutely could not tolerate. Kid, you're pretty good. You can actually cross two great realms to kill your enemies. Even those demons on the heavens remarks list are afraid that they are not as good as you. This world will definitely have a place for you in the future. But now, my lady has her eye on you. So come with me, and I hope you won't be impulsive. Shadow 3 said, and the aura on his body became more and more ethereal. At his feet, a dark ink-like thing was slowly spreading. It soon covered dozens of miles of emptiness. Lin Yun didn't make a move, because he knew that it would be hard for him to run away, unless he left Ling Yu behind. The eerie darkness suddenly stopped when it was at Lin Yun's feet. It seems that this is the goodwill of the other side. Otherwise it's just a toast. Lin Yun noticed that the other party was talking about his lady. That is to say, this hallowed immortal king powerhouse was actually a fighter. This must be another incomparably powerful force. However, it was normal. It was impossible for a small power to have this kind of wealth and ability to cross the endless sea. Elder, could you please open your net? The late generation is grateful. Lin Yun arched his hand and asked tentatively, you are the one my lady has her eye on, and there is nothing I can do about it. Shadow 3 didn't hold back the slightest bit of leeway, but it shouldn't be life-threatening. It's just going to be a little miserable. Just get through it. It's not good for you. After a moment's hesitation, he said more. After all, they were actually the Chamber of Commerce, and were not considered to be one of those evil cultivation sects. It's kinda a slight bottom line. Lin Yun looked at the darkness beneath his feet and fell silent. This thing seemed to be a kind of domain, a special kind of divine power. Is this an ability that belongs uniquely to an immortal king? The lady on the other side has her eye on herself. That's not good news. Lin Yun already had a guess in his mind. He had just demonstrated the Thunder Road divine ability. So, is it that one's thunder power is of use to the other party? He wasn't going to think it was the other guy who actually looked at him. If that's the case, one is not expected to be in danger for a while, but there's a chance that the power will be extracted. Chapter 152. Ling Yu is the most obedient and good girl. Lin Yun wasn't stupid. It had silenced the Chaos God body in just a moment. You can't let the other person find out your real secret. In his sea of consciousness, there was also an ancient tortoise armor floating. It actually has its own name, Deception. Big name and great ability, enough to hide something. The laws of space, too, must not be exposed. There weren't many cultivators who practiced lightning techniques, but there were quite a few. It's still sort of seeable. It won't be taken straight to slicing. Lin Yun had wanted to go out and feel it out with his opponent for a few moves. But now, he suddenly changed his mind. This senior seems to be able to communicate. That's one of the unfortunate things. Senior, this divine ability of yours, can I feel it? Lin Yun spoke directly. Shadow 3 was a bit surprised. It's hard to believe that this kid is some kind of martial arts nerd. What a time. Still thinking about enlightenment? But he was already somewhat of a talent lover, so there was no refusal. After Lin Yun received permission, he directly took a step out, stepping into the darkness, just for a moment. It was as if Lin Yun had entered another world. In the middle of a dark world, Lin Yun found countless shadows appearing around him. Each of them seemed to have strength above that of an immortal monarch. And, surprisingly, he had completely lost control of his body. You can only be passive. That's a lot of chicken. Lin Yun was a bit deflated. Is the female emperor ancestor also this scary? No, she may be even stronger. Hey, it's a long way to go. Lin Yun was silent for a moment. Then the body regained its ability to move. Thank you, Senpai. Lin Yun clasped his fists. Immediately afterward, he brightened up and reappeared in the outside world. Kid, you have a big heart, but you're still too young. Shadow 3's voice was a bit derisive. This kid is the real immortal. Just want to experience the strength of an immortal king. That is, yourself. If you run into another bad-tempered one, I'm afraid it's just going to be a big unloading. How about it? Come with me, seeing as you boys are more eye candy too. I don't want to get my hands dirty. Shadow 3 was among the 3 Shadow Guard leaders among the violent organs of the Heavenly Balance Chamber of Commerce. Sort of the mildest temperament character. Also, those people on that island over there, are they your companions too? Shadow 3 had just swept his divine sense and had already discovered by Ling Yu's presence on the lonely island. Yes, Elder, I'm fine on my own, but that's my Dao couple. May I also ask Senior to tell me a thing or two? Will she be in danger? Lin Yun once again clasped his fists. It's lucky to say the least. This immortal king is actually so nice. Lin Yun was also a bit surprised. You're a big-hearted kid, but don't worry about it. As long as you obediently come with me, your woman, the old man will keep for you. When the time comes, we'll set her up on an errand and make sure she's not in danger. Shadow 3 was a strong immortal king. That bottom line was still there. Even if it was a lady who wouldn't oppose him in such a small matter. Lin Yun was also relieved in his heart. A powerful immortal king wouldn't lie to me. Then please wait a moment, Senior. I'll go and bring her over. Go on, go on. Don't keep the old man waiting too long. Shadow 3 waved his hand indifferently. The face was hidden in the hood, rather making it difficult to see his expression. Otherwise, Lin Yun was still a bit curious. If only the strongest people in the immortal world were so good at talking. That's odd. Lin Yun's figure flashed like thunder. In an instant, it simply disappeared. But he had no intention of running away. Playing such tricks in front of an immortal king was tantamount to seeking death. Just because people are nice now doesn't mean they're still nice after you've caused him trouble. As the saying goes, a man can bend but not break. In a non-life-threatening situation, Lin Yun was not prepared to fight for his life. Mainly because there are still women of their own as well. Make him cringe. Sure enough, walking in the Jianghu is not to be a child's love. Come to that little compound. Lin Yun was somewhat emotional. I don't realize that I've been living here for more than 10 years. Rather like an old married couple. Mr. Yun, you're back. Bai Lingyu knew nothing about the crisis. Seeing Lin Yun appear, she was filled with joy. As if just seeing him, she then filled her heart with joy and fulfillment. Well then, I just slayed a vicious beast. Lin Yun looked at Bai Lingyu, who was beautiful in a white dress. He held out his arm. Bai Lingyu immediately trotted and pounced over. Lin Wan hugged him, tightened his arms hard. Feeling her warmth and attachment, Lin Yun buried his head between her fragrant hair and inhaled deeply. Bai Lingyu felt somewhat happy. It's been a while since he's hugged himself like that. Gently wrapping her arms around Lin Yun's strong waist and stomach, pressed his face against Lin Yun's chest. I made soup. Do you want to try it? Bai Lingyu whispered. Don't. I only want you now. Lin Yun cupped her face, while Bai Lingyu stammered, unable to speak. It was a long time before the two separated. What's wrong? You're a little strange today, Bai Lingyu asked in a small voice. She served a bowl of medicinal food and placed it in front of Lin Yun. Lin Wan picked up the bowl and took a big gulp and poured it all into his stomach at once, smacking his lips. Lin Yun knew that it couldn't be delayed for too long. Just kissed for 10 minutes. The fight I just had attracted people over. The other party is very strong. I'm no match. Lin Yun didn't hide anything and said directly. Ah, Bai Ling Yu covered her mouth with a shocked expression. Is the other side malicious? So what do we do now? Why don't you go ahead? I'll be fine. After a pause, Bai Ling Yu still said so. Lin Yun knew she would be like this. It's time to fight. Why do you say such things? I'm not going to leave you behind. Lin Yun didn't have the heart to slap her a few times. Bai Ling Yu had a red face, and shy and happy. So what do we do now? That senior, who is an immortal king powerhouse, is still quite talkative. The person the other side wants is me. He promised me you'd be okay. Speaking of which, Lin Yun pulled her over and made her sit in his arms. He looked seriously into her eyes. Ling Yu, remember my words. Next, no matter what happens to me, you have to take care of yourself. But, Bai Ling Yu's face swished pale. Hear that? Lin Yun repeated. I heard you. Bai Ling Yu's eyes instantly filled with tears. Well, that's being good. I don't like misbehaving women. If you want to be my woman, you have to be obedient, you know. Lin Yun gently stroked her face, gently wiping the tears from her cheeks with his fingertips. No crying. We'll be fine. Trust me, okay? Lin Yun's forehead rested against hers. The two have long been close, becoming dependent on each other. This was his first woman in the immortal world. Then, I know. I'm the best. I'm the most obedient. We'll be fine. Bai Ling Yu nodded vigorously. Lin Yun was then relieved. Another long kiss. Chapter 153, Jade-Faced Cultivator. Luo Shuanghua. Before you leave, once again, he looked at the small compound. Both of them are getting a little subtly attached to the place. After all, this was a happy little nest just between them. Wait, Bai Ling Yu suddenly folded back. A simple protective masking formation was laid down, and spirit stones sufficient to maintain the formation for thousands of years were buried. This way it won't wind up damaged. Watching this scene, Lin Yun instantly knew in his heart. She was interested in the cabin. Look at it very seriously. Perhaps a different way of looking at it. That's looking hard at yourself. There are memories of both men here. Or you thought of it. Why? You'll want to come visit later. Lin Yun joked. Well, what about later? In case we all become awesome, just be able to come over and check it out. When the time comes, will you accompany me? Bai Ling Yu hugged Lin Yun's arm and shook it as if she was pampered. Well then, it's okay. I left the space coordinates. With that, Lin Yun pulled out a jade slip. Nah, here's one for you too. It'll be easier to find when the time comes. Aha! Bai Ling Yu took it and nodded vigorously. The two men took one last look at the lone island. Lin Yun wrapped his arms around her and the two of them transformed into recluse light. Is this your Taoist couple? The kid is blessed. Shadow 3 looked at Lin Yun and his woman who had reappeared in front of him. He saw it at a glance. This girl is also talented. And national colors. No wonder he was a little uneasy. Anyone else would be relieved. I will not make things difficult for you, but I will ask Senior to take care of my Dao couple. Bai Ling Yu pulled on Lin Yun's sleeve. Watching your man bow down for you, it was a little hard on her mind. Biting her lip, Bai Ling Yu was on the verge of crying. I blame myself for being a drag. Otherwise he must have had a way out. Bai Ling Yu knew that her man had many powerful skills, but she knew that this was not the time for her to talk. He doesn't like misbehaving women. Don't worry, we are actually from the Heavenly Balance Chamber of Commerce. Are you careful to have heard of it? The three began to go after the huge ship together. Lin Yun shook his head in some confusion. Bai Ling Yu, however, had a somewhat shocked gaze. Your little girl seems to know. Did you kid pop out from which corner? One of the 10 major chambers of commerce. The Heavenly Balance Chamber of Commerce doesn't even know about it? Lin Yun smiled sarcastically. He had only just ascended up and knew nothing about everything. My husband has been practicing in the clan for the earlier years and has never gone out. This one was also due to an accidental failure of the teleportation array. That's why we're stranded here. Bai Ling Yu politely explained. Shadow 3 nodded slightly. I see. No wonder you're so accomplished at such a young age. Not in time. It's just that I hope my lady won't think anything of you. Shadow 3 was a little tongue-tied, but he can't decide certain things either. Miss? Hearing this word, Bai Ling Yu's heart stirred. The Miss of the Heavenly Balance Chamber of Commerce. That's only one person. That Luo Shuanghua, known as the Jade-Faced Shura, the young master of the Heavenly Balance Chamber of Commerce, the old president's favorite only daughter. How did she get here? And looking at your own man, Bai Ling Yu's heart was a little sad and a little frightened. This woman is not to be messed with. It was also at the top of the Heavenly Maiden list, and is most ruthless. Numerous competitors have been screwed out of their homes by her tactics. I don't know how many clans have been exterminated because of her. Dare I ask if it's that young lady? Bai Ling Yu asked boldly. Shadow 3 glanced at the little girl, who was quite pleasing to the eye. Well, your man may be suffering. My young lady has recently been cultivating an ancient immortal medicine that requires a lightning attribute cultivator as a donor. Shadow 3 didn't hide anything and said directly. Lin Yun was still a bit confused. Bai Ling Yu's face, however, became bloodless all of a sudden. She stopped straight away, pulling Lin Yun. Senior, Can there be room for negotiation? She looked at the other woman pleadingly. The other side may talk a good game, but isn't that a medicine slave? As she once was with the Ghostface curse. But the medicine slaves would be even more miserable. It's straight up sustenance. That thing is alive, and it doesn't care that much about you. You're weaker if your cultivation or native life force is weaker. It's going to be sucked straight up. The fire of the soul goes out, and endure torture day and night. It will even be forcefully infused with various heavenly materials. It then serves as a staging area before being absorbed and devoured by the parasite. It can be tragic. Lin Yun also came back to his senses after savoring it for a while. He pulled Bai Lingyu with one hand. Do you remember what I said? Lin Yun frowned. Somewhat unpleasant. Bai Lingyu bit her lip as she shook her head. I remember, but I can't find it, and I don't want to see you suffer. I don't want it. In front of outsiders, she held back her tears. Lin Yun took a deep breath. Trust me, it's going to be okay, just for a while. Behave and don't worry me, okay? Lin Yun said softly. Everything in this world has a price. Now that I've stumbled upon it, that's karma. Maybe it's your own calamity, or maybe it's your own chance, and there's no other option right now. Lin Yun was thoughtful in his heart. As for pain and all that, he didn't really care. He, old devil Lin, was even more ruthless to himself. Don't worry, death won't happen. I'll explain a thing or two to the lady. It would be a shame if you kid died. Let's go. We're in a hurry. After saying that, Shadow 3 directly waved his hand and wrapped the two of them to directly catch up with the giant ship hundreds of thousands of miles away. Looking at the huge ship that looked like an ancient city, it seems to be hovering and riding the waves. Lin Yun was also a bit confused about the principle. But this thing is fast and incredibly smooth. The point is it's really, really big. It's like a mountain. There's no telling how many goodies are loaded into it. How many immortal crystals one would have to earn on a trip like this? I'm afraid it's hard to estimate. Bai Lingyu's emotions were slowly stabilizing now, but still had a death grip on Lin Yun's hand. Shadow 3 led the two directly to the highest part of the palace. Miss, the person has been brought, but he has a Taoist couple. Shadow 3 hadn't forgotten what he'd promised Lin Yun. Oh, set you up. It seems like you appreciate this guy, Uncle Shadow. Luo Xuanhua glanced at the Lin Yun duo, turning a moment to understand something. His gaze lingered on by Lingyu for a brief moment, also could not help but look at her a few more times. What an icy woman. It's a good fortune. No wonder he's so defensive. He's a real man. He looked at Lin Yun again. Surprisingly, is it only true immortal cultivation? It's a little low, but you can get by with it. Shadow 3 transmitted something else. Luo Xuanhua once again looked at Lin Yun, looking up and down. The gaze was much more intense. Is it possible to kill a ferocious beast at the immortal monarch realm? How could this kid be such a demon? That's a bit of a shame. No wonder Uncle Shadow is a bit of a talent hater too. This is a heavenly talent. Even within the Chamber of Commerce, it would be difficult to identify this kind of demon. Looks like plans will have to change. Hopefully he won't be insensitive. Luo Xuanhua's gaze became dark. Lin Yun's face was expressionless. This woman, although she was beautiful, he knew from the first moment he saw her that she was not to be messed with. Then again, but any good-looking woman, neither is to be messed with, unless she's in love with you, like Lingyu, like Senior Sister and the others. Chapter 154, Surely you're a top-ranking rich woman. You come with me, Shadow 3 said to Bai Lingyu. There are even hundreds of thousands of people on this giant ship. It's the equivalent of a city, and it was clear that all of them were high-ranking cultivators, but a large portion of them were house slaves. The other part is the chamber's escort and core staff. Bai Lingyu's gaze was filled with reluctance. Lin Yun looked at her with a gentle gaze and nodded slightly. The two had no words though, but the gaze said it all. She should be in good hands. Lin Yun wasn't too worried about her for the time being. Next, he should worry about himself. The woman didn't say anything to him, as if she didn't care. Just a few glances up and down. Didn't even say a word and seemed condescending. Lin Yun didn't say a word either. People have to bow down under the roof. Anyway, he's just passing through nowadays, so he's not really planted, is he? The situation is not that critical. It's just going to be a little bit of a grind. Lin Yun still had a killer weapon he hadn't used yet. Luo Fenghua waved her hand slightly into the shadows. Several black-robed men suddenly emerged from the darkness. They came in front of Lin Yun and directly put chains on both Lin Yun's wrists and ankles. During this process, Lin Yun remained silent. It was as if resistance had been abandoned. Soon, Lin Yun was taken directly to the bottom of the cabin. This is the lowest level of the giant ship, both in terms of status and actual situation. It's like a giant beehive. The countless cubicles are densely packed. Lin Yun was taken all the way to the deepest part. There seems to be some special treatment. As the wooden door closed, the formation closed. Lin Yun was imprisoned in a secret room. He didn't think he'd ever see this day, and it wasn't a female grandmaster. It's another woman. It's amazing what happens in this world. But Lin Yun didn't have many fluctuations in his heart. He walked around casually, taking in his surroundings. The shackles made a clattering sound. The space here was quite large, several hundred square meters. The space is also high. There were curtains of light formed by formations all around. In the corner, there was even a small internal teleportation array, and the aura is strong. It seemed that there was a special arrangement of yuan gathering formations. Lin Yun looked around and was quite satisfied with the environment. At least it's not a small dark room, and it can be practiced. Although the process of practicing is a little less comfortable, he still had handcuffs on his hands. There were shackles on his feet, and this thing is also a specially refined magic weapon. It should be immortal weapon level. Lin Yun tried to struggle a little harder. The shackles didn't move, and there was a certain dangerous aura emanating from them. There was a quick flash of light that seemed to be a warning. Any further attempts at sabotage could be costly. Lin Yun stopped at once. He didn't have any self-mutilation tendencies. Find a clear spot in the middle. Lin Yun directly sat down on his knees. Luckily this thing didn't restrict his mana operation. It seems more symbolic than real. It also reflects the strong self-confidence of the other side, which is not at all afraid of what he might get up to. The few people who had just escorted Lin Yun over were all immortal monarchs, or the strong kind. That woman, Lin Yun, was a bit impenetrable. The other party should also have something like a supreme treasure on their body. Helped her hide her cultivation realm. Come to think of it, as the top real controller of such a large chamber of commerce, the most that could be found on the body was presumably the various magic treasures. It can be armed directly to the teeth. That's why the cultivation realm is not so important in turn. Who knows what devastating super treasures she has on her. Lin Yun was in a stable state of mind. Straight away, he began to cultivate. On the other side, Bai Lingyu followed Shadow 3, the great immortal king. Elder, will he be alright? Bai Lingyu still couldn't help but ask. Nothing will happen, but a little bit of suffering is certain, and maybe even gain no small amount of benefits. Miss is not a murderous person and is very much a talent hunter. Speaking here, Shadow 3 also couldn't help but pause, seemingly a little heartbroken. After all, Miss has the title of Jade Face Shura. Dare I ask, Senior, then where are we going? Bai Lingyu once again asked boldly. Shadow 3 glanced at the little girl. It wasn't a secret, so he said, the Great Luo Immortal region in the northern part of the Endless Sea. We have a business deal with one of the hegemonic powers. Bai Lingyu's heart stirred. The Great Luo Immortal region. Rumor had it that was also one of the largest main immortal regions, with countless small immortal regions within it. Rumor had it that some of the borders of the Great Luo Immortal region even bordered the demon realm. So it's very martial and the people are tough. Immortals here generally have higher combat power. Even the high and mighty Immortal Alliance was somewhat unpopular over here. All the will of the Immortal League was disobeyed. You can see how tough it is here. And where they were before was actually considered the south. It is the richest region in the upper world. There are as many high-ranking cultivators as there are people. I didn't realize that I would now have to go to the bitter cold north. Bai Lingyu's heart was slightly moved, but as long as he's there, it's the same everywhere you go. Shadow 3 was very trustworthy and arranged a job for Bai Lingyu to guard the medicinal fields. It's a good job. The daily consumption of this huge ship is sky high. Naturally, there are internal caves planted with certain commonly used spiritual plants. The other side, Lin Yun, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes, only to see the formation not far in front of him suddenly light up. Lin Yun didn't know how long he had been here. It should be a couple days now. Maybe it's been half a month. The formation flickered. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched. Only a pink silhouette could be seen slowly coalescing in it. It's that woman. She actually came to see herself in person. Looks like it's time to take a shot at yourself, doesn't it? Lin Yun didn't get up, just silently watching the other man walk towards him. She was wearing a pink sari. As she walked, her delicate body was somewhat hidden. Long, dark hair was coiled in an intricate bun and fell softly behind her. Every ornament embellished in the hair seemed to be top-notch phallic. The string of scented pouches hanging between the swaying waistlines also smelled vaguely of danger. Lin Yun's gaze was calm, but his heart was also a little shaken. It's true that she's a top-ranking rich woman. This one, he casually scanned, just found at least a couple dozen treasures. Luo Xuanhua moved lightly with lotus steps. With a fragrant breeze, he came straight to Lin Yun. Look at his calm, self-effacing demeanor. There was some fire in his heart for no reason. Being a prisoner? Be a little bit of a prisoner. Okay, you're making me lose face. Luo Fenghua had seen too many hardcore people, but in the end, they are all weaklings, and even lying at their feet and crying in pain is a big deal. She'd like to see it. How hard-boned is this guy? The corner of Luo Xuanghua's mouth curled up slightly. A mischievous grin surfaced. Alarm bells suddenly went off in Lin Yun's heart. Chapter 155, Conquer Me If You Can. The faint sound of footsteps was extraordinarily clear in the middle of the calm space. Luo Xuanghua stopped in her tracks when she was still a few meters away from Lin Yun. She lowered her head slightly and looked at Lin Yun condescendingly. It's not too bad to look at. I don't know why, but there was an inexplicable sense of closeness. This caused this jade-faced cultivator to be somewhat surprised in his heart. It's hard to believe that you'll come across the rumored love at first sight kind of joke. It's a real travesty. Lowly slave, why don't you greet me when you see this palace? Luo Shuanghua said coldly. The corner of Lin Yun's mouth pulled. The heart is also a little ridiculous. Who are you? Lin Yun asked calmly. He really didn't have a clue about this woman. Luo Fenghua raised an eyebrow. Is this to give my lady a hard time? Is there anyone in the world who doesn't recognize my lady? Obviously. He was mocking himself for being something. You'll find out who I am later. Luo Shuanghua's mind moved. The shackles on Lin Yun's body trembled slightly. A strand of extremely thin but impenetrable golden threads were like steel wires, turning into a dragnet that enveloped Lin Yun in an instant. Lin Yun paused. Sure enough, this thing wasn't simple. Is this a way to torture yourself? The ancient waves in Lin Yun's heart had no peace. He was the ancestor of the devil's way, and a mere torture was enough to make him submit? Luo Shuanghua clasped her hands to her chest. Good and ready to watch the show. This stuff isn't as easy as it looks. It is a torture that can be ranked in the top 10 in the world. And it's a torture specifically for cultivators with high levels of cultivation. That wisp of thin thread could target not only the physical body, but also the divine soul. And it's so pervasive that even the bones tremble. So far no one has been able to last longer than an incense stick. Lin Yun also changed his face suddenly. The tingling of the flesh was bearable, but the damn thing actually stimulates the divine soul. Beans of sweat turned up. Lin Yun felt as if he was being lynched. Soul power was being cut and torn apart. The sensation of heavenly spinning coupled with intense pain. It made Lin Yun clench his teeth in death as well. The robe was instantly wet with sweat. Nima's stinking woman. Don't fall into the hands of labor, or else you'll be in for a treat. Although Lin Yun's flesh was shaking like a sieve, but the eyes were always calm. His true soul core and life essence, it had long been hidden by the chaos god body. Or rather, only a small part of him is revealed today. Some of Lin Yun's soul power and spatial power were hidden in the depths. That's his real card. As the saying goes, the self is indestructible and immovable. District torture is but an illusion of skin. Looking at Lin Yun, although he was sweating like a pig but never had any intention of giving in, Luo Fenghua was also a bit fuming. Directly increased the output. Lin Yun's eyes remained calmly fixed on her. It seemed to memorize what she looked like. Being looked at by Lin Yun, Luo Shuanghua's heart suddenly felt a little fearful for some reason. What? You want revenge? Just you? Luo Shuanghua seemed to be trying to cheer himself up. Out of the blue, he taunted. Lin Yun's teeth were gnawing out blood. He grinned. Is that all you've got? At this moment, Lin Yun was like a true Shura. Humph. I'll see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Luo Fenghua snorted coldly. With a grip of her vegetative hand, all the formations in the torture device were activated, and the power was directly turned up to the maximum. Lin Yun's body, which had been shaking, suddenly calmed down. It seems to have reached a certain threshold. Instead, it just doesn't feel right. Lin Yun, who had slightly lowered his head, suddenly raised his head, looking deeply at the delicate, wicked woman before him. At this moment he was like an evil spirit. You managed to make me remember you. Tell me your name. Luo Shuanghua subconsciously took a few steps back. Spin reacted. He's a lowly prisoner. Why should I be afraid of him? This palace, Luo Shuanghua. Remember, don't forget to greet me when you see me in the future. She also stopped torturing Lin Yun, because she found out. This invariable torture seemed to have suddenly lost its effect. Is this man made of fairy gold? It's amazing that you can endure this kind of pain. Luo Shuanghua's heart was also somewhat in awe. Threatening me is not a wise choice. Luo Fenghua took a few steps closer. He came in front of Lin Yun, stretching out her white jade hand. She gently caressed Lin Yun's face. What a perfect man. But alas, you're going to be my pet sustenance next. Luo Shuanghua's voice was somewhat teasing. I hope you'll stick around. If you can finally satisfy me, I promise I'll let you go, and will give you a glory you can't even imagine. Oh, aren't you afraid of my retaliation? Lin Yun's voice was a bit hoarse. It was completely inaudible as his own voice. Oh, it's your skill to get back at me. Come on if you've got the balls. My lady hasn't experienced any setbacks yet. Do you know that there are millions of ants like you under my feet? Even immortal king giants have to bow down in front of this palace. And what are you? Luo Shuanghua's fingers gently picked up Lin Yun's chin. You can only live if I let you. If I let you die, you must die. Understand? Look at him up close. Luo Shuanghua suddenly had an inexplicable sense of crisis in her heart. You want to kill me? She asked somewhat teasingly. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes. I want to you up. I'll have you begging in my crotch, begging me to get you. Giggle, you've got some balls. Luo Shuanghua suddenly laughed, laughing in a flamboyant way. I'm not afraid to tell you that this lady is still a chick. Conquer me if you can, but you don't look in the mirror either. You're going to scare your slave to death, although you are considered to have some minor talent. How many people have talent? How many can become legends? Even if you become an immortal king, so what? You're still not my house slave. Luo Shuanghua hadn't been this happy in a long time. This unknowing griffin actually said he wanted to her. How ridiculous this is. The celestial pride lined up outside begging for her to take a look was like a river of carp. After all, if it becomes her initiation, that's a step up. Top-notch feats, endless resources, and powerful magic treasures. There should be everything. Lin Yun's gaze was calm. He naturally wouldn't be presumptuous. Himself is just in an awkward growth period today. Be composed. There's no point in talking tough now, but one day, she'll admit she's wrong. Let's wait and see. Lin Yun directly closed his eyes after he finished speaking. Didn't want to look at the other person's scourge face again. Now think of it as an early experience of being locked up in a small dark room by the Empress ancestor. Consider it atonement. Today, although the situation may seem dangerous, but there's practically no lethal threat. This woman, some seizure, but people have the capital and the power. Who let themselves be asked? Later she would realize what today's conversation meant. Chapter 156. So the chance for my breakthrough is here? Uncle Shadow says you're a character. Now I do recognize some of it. But he didn't say you were so arrogant. Luo Fenghua gently shook her wrist. The bells on the top made a clear and pleasant sound. After Lin Yun heard this, he only felt that the wounds to his divine soul that had just been torn apart had unexpectedly begun to heal in the blink of an eye. The soul power was replenishing rapidly. Immediately after, Luo Shuanghua pulled out another jade token and crushed it. A blood-colored mist directly enveloped Lin Yun. The wounds in his physical body also turned around and began to recover. Not a moment too soon, Lin Yun was still in a bit of a mess except for his body. Surprisingly, it had returned to its peak state. It was as if what had just happened was just an illusion. You know, if I don't want you to die, you can't die if you want to. Luo Shuanghua's mouth was tinged with an inscrutable smile. Just buy you. If you want a toy with this young lady, you can cultivate for another 100,000 years. She tilted her lofty head and looked down at Lin Yun. The man who can make my lady's heart happy has not yet been born. By the way, I only saved you because I didn't want you to interfere with my pet's growth. Saying that, Luo Shuanghua directly pulled out a radiant plant. As soon as this plant appeared, Lin Yun's gaze then looked over in astonishment, looking at plants that are only the size of a palm, growing 7 leaves, but only 6 of the leaves had stars twinkling dreamily. The leaves at the very top are somewhat illusory, as if they are not solid. Moreover, as soon as it appeared, the sound of wind and thunder seemed to be heard here. The aura of heaven and earth turned more than 100 times more active. Little boy, when you grow up, your sister will eat you. Luo Shuanghua looked at the immortal medicine in her hand. This was a main medicine for her to break through to Immortal King. She has been cultivated for more than 1,000 years. I don't know how many heavenly materials were consumed. It was a supreme treasure that had been unearthed by a group of loose cultivators in a secret realm. Their Chamber of Commerce paid a lot of money to acquire it. It is now in its final throes. One of the most troublesome things about this stuff was that it needed to be in a lightning-attributed environment in order to grow, so it's very annoying. The demands on the medicine slaves are also particularly high. A slip of the tongue drained the medicine slave, but on the contrary, lightning attribute cultivators were already scarce, and most of them were disciples of famous worldly clans. To be able to find Lin Yun in a trifling area like the Endless Sea, it's kind of a surprise. Lin Yun's gaze was vaguely strange. This immortal pill, it seems like it has a destiny with itself. Allowing yourself, the only chaos god body, to cultivate the immortal pill? There's no mistaking it. This thing was afraid that it would be directly assimilated by his chaotic chi the moment he touched it. Lin Yun forced himself to hold back his inner excitement. No wonder it always feels like there's been an opportunity for a breakthrough lately. So it's waiting here. Luo Shuanghua had now reached the peak of Immortal Monarch. It was just a hair's breadth away from the Immortal King, but this last distance had trapped her for 3,000 years. It was always almost interesting. This was the bottleneck shackle that countless cultivators had the most headaches with. Even a wealthy woman like her who is a proud daughter of God and has countless resources, both have headaches over this, because treasures that can help break through realms, often they are the topmost immortal medicines. For example, the first difficult hurdle for a cultivator to step into cultivation. Foundation building. The foundation building pill was the most difficult thing to obtain. This level alone could jam 99% of mediocre cultivators. What a powerful existence the Immortal King was. Treasures that could help break through this realm were so rare. Even if they did, they must have been hiding it for themselves. There is no reason in a million years to sell, so it's available. This illusory Thunder 7 Starflower was the topmost immortal medicine among them, with the power of thunder that is most rigid and masculine, directly breaking through the realm barrier. There were no side effects, but instead, it could replenish the life essence and grow the base. It was even more of a supreme treasure for cultivators of the lightning attribute. That was why Lin Yun was also a bit excited at this moment. As for what to do after seizing the treasure, that would naturally come later. If you don't take your money, God forbid you should take it. Any great chance, which one is not risking his life to obtain it? Cultivating the immortal, cultivating the immortal, cultivating one's own life. Go Luo Shuanghua still didn't know that her precious immortal medicine was a meatbag this time. There's going nowhere. It exuded a misty luster, like a dreamy fairy medicine. It directly turned into a stream of light. It drilled into Lin Yun's body, then it coiled in his dantian meridians, fused directly to him. Ever since then, Lin Yun had been transformed into the nourishment of the immortal medicine. In an instant, Lin Yun felt a huge attraction. A steady stream of his own mana was being drawn from him. He looked a little horrified. In disguise, of course. How much of his cultivation had been swallowed now, and all of it would have to be spat out afterward. Lin Yun's breakthrough was already 10,000 times more difficult than normal people. The energy required is also immense. There you go. A sleepy man is given a pillow. Lin Yun looked at her face and felt like looking at it smoothly. What a nice guy. There's no such thing as a good person. Luo Shuanghua looked a little strange by Lin Yun's gaze. How the other guy looks like he's looking at a little cutie. It's like, it's your honor to be the sustenance for me to break through the realm. Enjoy the rest. Every once in a while, I'll come see you. Don't forget to cultivate hard, or else you'll be sucked dry, and it won't be my fault. Luo Shuanghua looked at Lin Yun for a few moments, feeling the emotion of unprecedented joy transmitted by the immortal medicine. The heart was also relieved. With this hardcore in place, one's path to the immortal king is stable. Luo Fenghua couldn't help but be in a better mood as well. Along with that, he also looked at Lin Yun in a favorable light. For the sake of your labor, I'll take care of your woman for you. You're quite a man for not abandoning your woman and running away. Luo Shuanghua glanced at Lin Yun with some appreciation. Immediately afterward, she waved her jade hand and directly lifted the shackles from Lin Yun's hands. Consider this your reward. I hope you know what you're doing. Lin Yun calmly looked at the other party. The heart has been happy for a long time. Watching her back disappear into the teleportation array, Lin Yun deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Feeling the changes within his body, Lin Yun's gaze grew weirder and weirder. That thing was not only devouring its own mana cultivation, but it seemed to still be feeding back out the purest of Yuan Qi. It's a direct and subtle loop. This thing is helping you purify your aura for cultivation? Did it have this function before? Or is that only true in your own case? Lin Yun's mind moved slightly. An extremely subtle hint of chaos approached. Spinning around, he watched nervously with his divine mind. The immortal pill named Illusory Thunder 7 Starflower seemed to be a bit intimidated and a bit disbelieving at first. Then, seemingly sure of something, a blinding light emanated straight away. It was as intimate as if I had seen my own mother. Subsequently, Lin Yun realized that his thoughts could directly approach the past. It is then directed to it as if it were an arm, and you can regulate the rate at which it draws and the frequency at which it feeds back. That's straight up refining? Lin Yun couldn't help but freeze. That woman won't find out, will she? This immortal pill isn't ripe yet, but she probably didn't refine the thing, so she shouldn't have noticed. Lin Yun couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive in his heart. On the other side, Luo Shuanghua was suddenly a bit distracted. Has anything significant happened in the outside world lately? She summoned a maid and asked. Reporting back to Master, there is nothing major happening in the outside world. Oh, have there been any recent movements on Emperor Shi's side? Similarly, as a proud daughter of heaven on the heavenly maiden list, she was naturally concerned about Ji Xiao. There is even the idea of a competition in your mind. What she doesn't know is this: the man the other side wanted most happened to be in her hands right now.